As the light fades and the night descends, the shadows of the world reveal their fangs. The darkness silently engulfs the remnants of light. At the moment the enigmatic character Y appears, it is akin to the first light of dawn piercing the pitch-black sky, heralding a glimmer of hope. When Qin Ge acquires the infinite template system that allows him to traverse myriad realms, his life is irrevocably steered towards this moment. Captain Marvel, the Spider-Man Trilogy, The Avengers. Chapter 1. The Tumultuous Journey of Qin Ge. In the inky blackness of night, amidst the shadows, in a dimly lit alley, a grimy garbage bin stands quietly. Suddenly, a sound of clattering emanates from within the abyss of the bin. On this moonless night, the eerie stillness of the alley is disrupted, causing any rational person to. What's that noise? A beam of light penetrates the darkness, illuminating the alley, and a security guard in uniform approaches the entrance. Under the flashlight's glow, the garbage bin, unlike any typical refuse container, stands out ominously. When did garbage bins in Huagua take on such a hue? The guard scratches his head, perplexed by the sight before him. Abruptly, the lid of the bin is flung open, startling the guard, who tightens his grip on his baton and anxiously focuses the flashlight on the bin. In that moment, scenes from countless horror films flash through his mind. Could it be a ghostly apparition springing forth from the bin? No, ghosts are typically selective about their haunts. In horror movies, one seldom finds them lurking in garbage bins. They reside in villas or attics, and some affluent specters even inhabit Sihyuan. Indeed, it seems that the living are outdone by the dead. A filthy place like this would hardly attract a ghost. Then could it be a ghost cat? That seems plausible. In such a sordid location, perhaps a cat met its demise at the hands of its owner, returning as a vengeful spirit to confront its former master? It appears to be a distinct possibility. As the security guard indulges in such musings, a grimy hand grasps the edge of the bin. Then, the guard stands in stunned silence, gazing at the figure emerging from the depths of the garbage. A person clad in a white shirt smeared with unidentifiable substances, their face coated in a dark, viscous material, and a watermelon rind precariously perched atop, their head clearly a human, albeit an exceedingly filthy one. Not a ghost, then? For reasons unknown, a twinge of disappointment stirs within the guard's heart. As the guard observes the man emerging from the bin, Qin Ge gazes back at him, bewildered by the flashlight's glare on his face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? At this moment, philosophical questions inundate Qin Ge's mind, lingering in a haze. Let's sort this out. Just 3 days prior, I, Qin Ge, was embroiled in a brawl. As the most notorious young master of Yanjing, hailing from a military lineage, Qin Ge considers fighting as commonplace as sipping tea. However, one cannot tread the riverbank without getting one's shoes wet. 3 days ago, as the heir of the Qin family, Qin Ge found himself in a scuffle with the third young master of the Li family over a trivial dispute. How could Li Ming, born into a family of officials, possibly match the trained Qin Ge? That night, having indulged in a bit too much drink, Qin Ge ended up sending Li Ming to the hospital. After injuring someone from one of Huagua's top families, Qin Ge faced dire consequences. His father subjected him to a rigorous beating indeed, a rather creative form of punishment. Qin Ge was brought home by his father, Qin Ge, who unleashed a flurry of military-style punches, leaving him bruised and battered. As retribution for sending Li Ming to the hospital, Qin Ge was exiled to a 10th-tier city in Huagua, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it an extremely impoverished county. Upon arrival, the young master, Qin Ge, inadvertently provoked the local ruffians. Although he managed to carve out a bloody path with his impressive skills, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness midway. And then how on earth did I end up in a garbage bin? All right, clarity has been restored. Qin Ge is now at a loss. At that moment, a sound chimes. Ding dong. Detection indicates that the host's soul fluctuations meet the criteria for spatial traversal binding process commencing. Binding what the hell? Qin Ge abruptly rises from the garbage bin, casting a startled glance around. The security guard is equally taken aback by Qin Ge's sudden movement. What are you doing? The guard inquires, puzzled. Nothing. Qin Ge waves his hand dismissively. The guard scrutinizes Qin Ge's appearance. Is this what one would call nothing? Feeling the guard's skeptical gaze, Qin Ge is aware of it but lacks the time to engage. Binding progress 95%. Binding progress 96%. Qin Ge finally realizes that the voice resonates within his mind. Soul fluctuations suitable for spatial traversal? Familiar with the conventions of such systems, Qin Ge's initial shock transforms into profound anticipation. Binding complete. Greetings, host. Welcome to the Infinite Template System. Please elaborate on your functionalities, Qin Ge urges, suppressing his excitement. The guard's expression shifts. What began as a look of bewilderment morphs into one of concern, as if witnessing a lunatic or a person suffering from multiple personalities. The host need only think of what they wish to articulate. Verbalization is unnecessary, the system explains. Qin Ge glances at the security guard, feeling a bit embarrassed. The infinite template system allows the host to traverse dimensions, reach parallel universes, and grants the host templates for enhancement. What exactly are templates? This system can template every living being, creating a unique template. The host can acquire the abilities of the template entities by loading their templates. For instance, a virtual screen materializes before Qin Ge, displaying a character template. Name, Qin Ge. Title, Qin Invincible. Gender, male. Age, 45. Lineage, human. Special abilities, none. Skills, domination LV.5, combat LV.5, firearms LV.5, skills maxed at LV.5. Comprehensive combat power, 85. Maximum for humans is 100. Evaluation, in a scientifically oriented universe devoid of extraordinary powers, achieving a combat power of 85 is deemed invincible. When facing your father, simply shout awesome. Status, not loadable. Qin Ge stares at the template, momentarily speechless. Are you serious with that evaluation? And what on earth do those dazzling LV.5 skills mean? Qin Ge is the most formidable human in the host's world. In a low-level scientific universe devoid of extraordinary powers, achieving a combat power of 85 is sufficient to be regarded as invincible. Do I have a template? The system hesitates. I advise the host against viewing it. The contrast is rather stark. Show me, Qin Ge said through gritted teeth. As you wish. Name, Qin Ge. Title, the most debauched in Huagua. Gender, male. Age, 18. Bloodline, human. Special ability, none. Skills, indulgence LV.5, firearms LV.3, hand-to-hand combat LV.3. Maximum skill level LV.5. Overall combat power, 67. A healthy adult male averages 60. The maximum for humans is 100. Evaluation, not too shabby, at least your body is healthy. Skills are quite impressive. Status, unable to load. Qin Ge forcibly suppressed the urge to expel the RNN. Indulgence LV.5? Excuse me? And what on earth is that title? The most debauched in Huagua. Damn it. Cough. As the host can see, this is the template. The host merely needs to fulfill the system's requirements to obtain the template. The system calmly shifted the topic. How do I acquire the template? Qin Ge asked, struggling to contain his frustration. When the host traverses dimensions and arrives at a parallel universe, the system will issue a task. Upon completion, the host may choose one from 3 major templates. What are the 3 major templates? The templates are divided into character templates, time-limited templates, and ability templates. The character template allows the host to permanently acquire all abilities of a character after loading, but the abilities must be trained by the host. There is a loading limit for the character template. The time-limited template enables the host to gain all or some abilities of a character for a limited time, with 100 effectiveness, but is a one-time use template. The ability template allows the host to permanently acquire 100 of a character's abilities. However, the loading limit for ability templates is 3. Qin Ge nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that each of the 3 templates had its own advantages. The character template had the greatest potential, the time-limited template could serve as a trump card, and the ability template offered the best cost-effectiveness in the short term. Each had its uses and drawbacks. Does the host have any further inquiries? Not for now. Qin Ge scratched his head, momentarily unsure of what else to ask. Is the host ready for the first-time travel? What? Now? Qin Ge said, bewildered. Yes, now. How can you speak English so fluently? This system is proficient in all languages of this world. Impressive. If I travel through time and die there, what about here? Qin Ge suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked. The host will travel in their true form, so death there equates to true death here. Well, it seems that gaining strength comes with risks. One must tread cautiously when traversing. Where to? In fact, in today's society, most adult men are in a sub-healthy state and cannot be considered truly healthy. Chapter 2. She's a woman, it shouldn't be dangerous? Here are the dimensions for traversal. Suddenly, 3 covers appeared on the virtual screen before Qin Ge. By the way, can that security uncle see this? Qin Ge belatedly glanced at the security guard and asked the system. No, only the host can see the system. That's good, Qin Ge nodded. Will I be discovered while traversing space? Aren't you fine for now? Despite the sarcasm, the system graciously responded. When the host traverses dimensions, Time in the main world will stand still, and no one will notice. Oh, not bad, Qin Ge exclaimed in surprise. The system decided to ignore this fool. Noticing the system's silence, Qin Ge shifted his gaze to the three covers. Captain Marvel, Captain Marvel, Captain America. Qin Ge stared in confusion at the three captains. Using the likeness of those Americans as covers was one thing, but what was with their tight-fitting costumes? Captain Marvel, what is this road movie vibe? Captain Marvel, her face looks rather large, but she seems quite impressive. And this Captain America, why is he holding a shield made from the American flag? America? Isn't it the United States of America? When did they change their name? Qin Ge scratched his head, feeling that his mind was a bit overwhelmed. Has the host decided which dimension to go to? The system inquired. Speaking of which, you've only given me 3 covers. How am I supposed to choose? Is there no introduction? None. Detailed information will be provided after the host successfully traverses the dimension. So it's a matter of luck then? That is one way to interpret it. Qin Ge's mouth twitched. He was a seasoned, unlucky fellow. Do all 3 dimensions possess extraordinary powers? Qin Ge asked. Cannot disclose. Which one is dangerous? Qin Ge persisted. Given the host's current combat power, all are perilous. While that was the case, it still stung to hear. Then which one do you think I should go? Countdown begins in 10 seconds. After time expires, the system will randomly select a dimension for traversal. 10. The system seemed to have reached its limit and stated. Wait, let me think this through, it's my first time. 9. Damn, don't rush me. I need to consider such a significant decision cannot be made hastily. 7. Come on, system brother, give me 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Is that too much to ask? 4. What the hell, just a minute. Can I have just a minute? 2. Damn. Qin Ge's face turned pale as he hurriedly tapped on the cover of Captain Marvel. The system started to call out, but then noticed Qin Ge had made a choice and fell silent. What's wrong? Feeling the atmosphere had grown tense, Qin Ge cautiously asked. Host, can you tell me why you chose Captain Marvel? Of course. I made a careful consideration, Qin Ge said proudly. Look at Captain Marvel. The cover shows her on the road, and she is dressed in red, resembling a comedic character. If she is a comedic character and possesses extraordinary powers, that would be impressive after all. The true powerhouses often appear cheerful and foolish, while in reality, they are incredibly formidable. Hence, I ruled her out. Then there's Captain America. Although I don't understand why this guy is holding a shield made from the old American flag, the background clearly shows a battlefield. With my level, I wouldn't survive even in a war without extraordinary powers, let alone one that involves them. Plus, look at this guy, even his muscles can't be concealed by his outfit, indicating that the main character is likely formidable as well. So he's also ruled out. Finally, there's Captain Marvel. While her face may be a bit large, her appearance is quite resilient. Though her hair is being blown by something, considering the context of having extraordinary powers, that doesn't seem to matter. The cover features only her, devoid of any other figures, which signifies her as the unequivocal protagonist. A woman taking the lead implies that even the most formidable boss cannot overshadow her brilliance. Therefore, among the 3 films, this one should present the least peril. Hence, I have chosen Captain Marvel. After expressing this sentiment, Qin Ge fell silent, yet her expressive eyes conveyed an unmistakable plea for admiration. Host, your analysis is commendable, the system finally managed to articulate after a prolonged pause. Indeed, I too believe I possess the potential to become a military commander, Qin Ge replied with pride. Ahem, the spatial portal is about to activate. Please prepare yourself, host. The system decided it was best to refrain from further conversation with this rather simplistic individual. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge promptly straightened her posture. Buzz. An invisible wave emanated outward, rendering everything around Qin Ge, save for her, utterly motionless. Curiously, Qin Ge observed the complete stillness of her surroundings. Even the very air seemed to be suspended in time. Buzz. A black portal emerged before Qin Ge, who took a deep breath and stepped inside. She felt as though the world before her suddenly transformed, and in an instant, she found herself in what appeared to be a military camp. Yet, all around her remained in a state of stasis. Dimension name, Marvel Cinematic Universe Captain Marvel. Dimension description, in 1995, as Earth became embroiled in a galactic war between 2 alien races, Carol Danvers emerged as the most powerful hero in the universe, saving Earth from impending doom. Dimension Task 1. Assist Carol Danvers in recovering her lost memories. Task Reward. Random limited time character template. Task Failure. Weakness for 3 months. Dimension Task 2. Protect Earth from the imminent interstellar war and repel the Ronin fleet. Task Reward, Random Character Template. Task Failure, Permanent Entrapment in this dimension. Dimension Task 3 Optional. Collaborate with Captain Marvel to assist the Skrulls in finding their homeland. Task Reward, Random Ability Template. Task Failure, no penalties. Upon completion of Tasks 1 and 2, the host may depart from this dimension, while Task 3 is optional. Numerous hidden tasks await within this realm, which the host is encouraged to explore. Wishing the host a successful mission and prosperous fortune. After carefully reviewing the information provided by the system, Qin Ge silently sniffled. Alien races, galactic wars, interstellar conflicts, the most powerful hero in the universe. Qin Ge remained speechless, yet her resolve solidified into a singular thought. I shall never again underestimate women in this lifetime. As the light wanes and darkness envelopes the world, the sinister aspects of existence reveal their fangs. The shadows silently consume the light under the veil of night. At the moment when the enigmatic character Y emerges, it pierces the inky sky like the first light of dawn, heralding a glimmer of hope. When Qin Ge acquires the infinite template system that enables him to traverse myriad realms, his life is irrevocably directed towards this pivotal moment. Chapter 1. The Tumultuous Journey of Qin Ge. In the inky depths of the night, shrouded in darkness, beneath a shadowy tree cough. It was indeed a pitch-black night, in a dimly lit alley where a grimy trash can sat quietly. Suddenly, an unexpected clattering emanated from the trash can. In such a foreboding alley, devoid of moonlight, any sensible person would. What was that sound? A beam of light pierced through, illuminating the dark alleyway, revealing a security guard approaching the entrance. Under the flashlight's glow, the trash can, starkly different from the usual benign hues, caught the guard's eye. When did trash cans in Hua country take on such a color? The guard scratched his head in bewilderment, staring at the peculiar receptacle. The lid of the trash can abruptly flew open, startling the guard as he tightened his grip on his flashlight and baton, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. In that moment, scenes from the horror films he'd watched late at night flashed rapidly through his mind. Could a ghostly figure leap from the trash can? No, ghosts are typically discerning. In horror films, they reside in mansions or attics. Some affluent specters even dwell in traditional courtyard houses. Truly, the living pale in comparison to the dead. A filthy trash can would hardly attract a ghost. Then could it be a spectral cat? That seemed plausible in such a filthy place. Perhaps a cat met its demise at the hands of its owner, returning as a ghostly feline seeking revenge? It seemed a possibility. Just as the security guard was lost in thought, a grimy hand gripped the edge of the trash can. Then, the guard stared in astonishment at the figure emerging from the trash can. A man, clad in a soiled white shirt adorned with unidentifiable stains, his face smeared with a viscous black substance, and a watermelon rind atop his head, was unmistakably human. A very dirty human. Not a ghost. For reasons unknown, a twinge of disappointment flickered in the guard's heart. As the guard scrutinized the man emerging from the trash can, Qin Ge, bewildered, gazed back, his expression blank under the flashlight's beam. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? At that moment, the philosophical inquiries swamped Qin Ge's mind, lingering long after. Let's clarify. Just 3 days prior, I, Qin Ge, was engaged in a brawl. No, I meant to say a fight. As the most notorious scion of Yanjing, born into a military family, Qin Ge found fighting as commonplace as sipping tea. However, one cannot tread the riverbank without getting one's shoes wet. Just 3 days ago, as the heir of the Qin family, Qin Ge clashed with the third young master of the Li family over a trivial matter. How could Li Ming, born into an aristocratic family, possibly match the trained Qin Ge? That night, having indulged a bit too much, Qin Ge ended up sending Li Ming to the hospital. Having hospitalized a scion of one of Hua country's top families. Thus, Qin Ge faced dire consequences. His father subjected him to a rigorous and humiliating punishment, indeed a creative form of discipline. Qin Ge was taken home by his father, Qin Ge, and subjected to a relentless barrage of military-style training that left him battered and bruised. Consequently, as reparation for sending Li Ming to the hospital, Qin Ge was dispatched to a 10th-tier city in Hua country, or perhaps more aptly, a severely impoverished county. Upon his arrival, the notorious young master Qin Ge inadvertently ruffled the feathers of the local ruffians. Although he carved a bloody path through them with his remarkable skills, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. And then how on earth did I end up in a trash can? All right, clarity achieved. Qin Ge felt a sense of resignation. At that moment, a chime echoed. Detecting host soul fluctuations meet the criteria for spatial traversal initiating binding. Binding, what the hell is this? Startled, Qin Ge sprang from the trash can, casting frantic glances around. The security guard was equally startled by this sudden action. What are you doing? The guard inquired, puzzled. Nothing, nothing. Qin Ge waved dismissively. The guard scrutinized Qin Ge's appearance. Is this what one calls nothing? Under the guard's skeptical gaze, Qin Ge felt the weight of scrutiny, but had no time to address it. Binding progress 95%. Binding progress 96%. Qin Ge soon realized that this voice resonated within his mind. Soul fluctuations conducive to spatial traversal? Familiar with the tropes of such systems, Qin Ge's initial shock transformed into profound anticipation. Binding complete. Greetings, host. Welcome to the Infinite Template System. Explain your functions, Qin Ge urged, suppressing his excitement. The guard's expression shifted. He had transitioned from observing a fool to witnessing a lunatic, perhaps even one with a split personality. The host need only think of what they wish to express. Vocalization is unnecessary, the system explained. Qin Ge glanced at the security guard, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The Infinite Template System allows the host to traverse dimensions, reach parallel universes, and grants the host templates for enhancement. What are templates? This system can template every being, forming a distinct template that the host can load to acquire the abilities of the templated character. For example, a virtual screen materialized before Qin Ge, displaying a character template. Name, Qin Ge. Title, Qin Invincible. Gender, male. Age, 45. Lineage, human. Special abilities, none. Skills, Command LV.5, Combat LV.5, Firearms LV.5. Skills maxed at LV.5. Overall combat power, 85. Maximum for humans is 100. Evaluation, in a scientifically grounded universe devoid of extraordinary powers, achieving a combat power of 85 is deemed invincible. When faced with your father, simply exclaim impressive. Status, unloadable. Qin Ge regarded the template, rendered speechless. Is that evaluation serious? And what on earth are those dazzling LV.5 skills? Qin Ge is the most powerful human in your world in a dimension devoid of extraordinary abilities. Achieving a combat power of 85 is indeed unparalleled. Do I have a template? The system paused briefly. I would advise the host against looking. The contrast is rather stark. Show me. Qin Ge gritted his teeth and said. As you wish. Name, Qin Ge. Title, the most indulgent prodigy of Huagua. Gender, male. Age, 18. Bloodline, human. Special ability, none. Skills, leisure and entertainment LV.5, firearms LV.3, combat LV.3. Maximum skill level LV.5. Overall combat power, 67. Average healthy adult male, 60. Maximum for humans, 100. Evaluation, quite good, at least your body is healthy. Remark, skills are impressive. Status, unable to load. Qin Ge stifled his words back. Leisure and entertainment LV.5? Excuse me? And what on earth does that title, the most indulgent prodigy of Huagua, even mean? Damn it. Cough. As the host can see, this is the template. The host simply needs to fulfill the system's requirements to obtain the template. The system calmly redirected the topic. How do I obtain the template? Qin Ge asked, suppressing the urge to curse. Once the host traverses to a parallel universe, the system will issue tasks. Completing these tasks will allow you to choose from 3 major templates. What are the 3 major templates? The templates are categorized into character templates, time-limited templates, and ability templates. The character template allows the host to permanently acquire all abilities of a character upon loading, but these abilities must be cultivated by the host. There is a loading limit for character templates. The time-limited template allows the host to gain all or part of a character's abilities for a limited time, fully unleashed, but is a one-time template. The ability template enables the host to permanently acquire a character's abilities at full capacity. However, the loading limit for ability templates is 3. Qin Ge nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that each of the 3 templates had its own merits. The character template holds the greatest potential, the time-limited template can serve as a trump card, and the time-limited template offers the best value in the short term. Each has its uses and drawbacks. Does the host have any further inquiries? Not for now. Qin Ge scratched his head, genuinely unsure of what else to ask. Is the host ready for the first temporal traversal? What? Now? Qin Ge stammered in confusion. Yes, now. How can you so fluently use the American language? This system is proficient in all languages of this world. Impressive. If I traverse time and space and die there, what happens here? Qin Ge suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired. The host's true self will traverse, so death there equates to true death. All right, it seems that gaining strength comes with risks. Caution is advised when traversing. Where are we traversing to? In today's society, most adult men are sub-healthy and cannot truly be deemed healthy. Chapter 2. It's a woman, shouldn't be dangerous? Below are the traversable dimensions. Suddenly, 3 covers materialized on the virtual screen before Qin Ge. By the way, can this security guard see this? Qin Ge belatedly glanced at the security guard and asked the system. No, apart from the host, no one else can see the system. That's good, Qin Ge nodded. Will I be detected while traversing? Haven't you already established that there's no immediate concern? Though he grumbled, the system graciously responded. When the host traverses dimensions, time in the main world will freeze, and you will not be detected. Oh, that's not bad, Qin Ge exclaimed in surprise. The system chose to ignore this fool. Noticing the system's silence, Qin Ge shifted his gaze to the 3 covers. Captain Marvel, Captain Marvel, Captain America. Qin Ge stared blankly at the 3 captains, bemused by the choice of covers featuring American-looking individuals. But what on earth is with those tight-fitting outfits? Captain Marvel, what is this road movie vibe? Captain Marvel, this woman has a rather large face, but she does look quite formidable. And what about Captain America, wielding a shield made from the American flag? America? Hasn't it always been the United States? When did the Americans change their name? Qin Ge scratched his head, feeling as though his brain was somewhat inadequate. Has the host decided which dimension to go to? The system inquired. Wait, you only provided me with 3 covers. How am I supposed to choose? Is there no introduction? There is none. Detailed information will be provided after the host successfully traverses the dimension. So it's a gamble then? That is one way to interpret it. Qin Ge grimaced. He was quite the seasoned, unlucky soul. Do all 3 dimensions possess extraordinary powers? Qin Ge asked. Cannot disclose. Which one is dangerous? Qin Ge persisted. Given the host's current combat power, all are hazardous. That was harsh to hear, despite being a factual statement. So, which do you think I should go to? A countdown of 10 seconds begins. After the time is up, the system will randomly select a dimension for spatial traversal. 10. The system seemed to have reached its limit and spoke up. Wait, let me think this through. It's my first time. 9. Damn it, don't rush me. I need to consider how can I make such a hasty decision about something so significant? 7. Bro, system bro, give me 3 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Is that possible? 4. Crap, just 1 minute. Can't you spare a minute? 2. Damn. Qin Ge's face turned pale, and he hastily tapped on the cover of Captain Marvel. Why, the system began to call out, but then noticed Qin Ge's choice, staring at it in utter silence. What's wrong? Sensing the atmosphere was somewhat tense, Qin Ge cautiously asked. Host, could you enlighten me on why you chose Captain Marvel? Of course. I engaged in serious contemplation. Qin Ge replied, filled with pride. Look at Captain Marvel. The cover shows her on the road, and she's dressed in red, resembling a comedic character. If she's a comedic figure and possesses extraordinary powers, she must be quite impressive after all. True powerhouses often appear cheerful and foolish on the surface, but are immensely formidable beneath. Thus, she is eliminated. And then there's Captain America. Look, although I don't understand why he's wielding a shield made from the old American flag, the background clearly indicates a battle. Given my current level, I wouldn't survive on a battlefield without extraordinary powers, let alone one laden with them. Moreover, just look at him, even his muscles can't hide under that outfit. It's evident the main character is bound to be formidable, so he's also eliminated. Finally, we have Captain Marvel. Her face may be a bit larger, but her appearance is quite striking. Although her hair is being blown about, in the context of possessing extraordinary powers, that hardly matters. The cover features only her, devoid of any other figures, signifying that she is the unequivocal protagonist. In a narrative where a woman takes center stage, even the mightiest of bosses cannot overshadow her. Thus, among the 3 films, this one undoubtedly bears the least risk. Hence, I have chosen Captain Marvel. Upon concluding her statement, Qin Ge fell silent, yet her expressive eyes revealed an unmistakable plea for admiration. Host, your analysis is commendable. After much hesitation, the system finally articulated these words. Indeed, I too believe I possess the potential to become a military commander, Qin Ge replied with pride. Ahem, the spatial portal is about to open. Please prepare yourself, host. The system was eager to divert the conversation away from the somewhat dense individual. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge promptly straightened her posture. Buzz, an invisible wave radiated outward, causing everything around, except for Qin Ge, to freeze in place. Curiously, Qin Ge observed the complete stillness of her surroundings. Even the air seemed suspended in time. Buzz, a black portal manifested before her, and taking a deep breath, Qin Ge stepped inside. She felt as though the world around her abruptly transformed, and in an instant, she found herself in what appeared to be a military camp, with everything else still frozen in time. Dimension name: Marvel Cinematic Universe Captain Marvel. Dimension description: in 1995, as Earth became embroiled in a galactic war between two alien races, Carol Danvers emerged as the universe's most formidable hero, saving the planet. Dimension Task 1: assist Carol Danvers in recovering her lost memories. Task Reward: random temporary template. Task Failure: weakness for 3 months. Dimension Task 2: protect Earth during the impending interstellar war and repel the Ronin fleet. Task Reward: random character template. Task Failure: permanent entrapment in this dimension. Dimension Task 3 optional: collaborate with Captain Marvel to help the Skrulls find their homeland. Task Reward: random ability template. Task Failure: no penalty. Upon completing Tasks 1 and 2, the host may leave this dimension. Task 3 is optional. This dimension also holds numerous hidden tasks for the host to discover. Wishing the host success in their endeavors and fruitful fortune. After carefully perusing the information provided by the system, Qin Ge silently sniffed. Alien races, galactic wars, interstellar conflicts, the universe's mightiest hero. Qin Ge was left speechless, yet her resolve solidified into a singular thought. I shall never again look down upon women in this lifetime. Chapter 3. Alas, it appears that the protagonist, Qin Ge, is despondently slumped against a trash bin. Just 3 days prior, I was the esteemed young master of the Qin family in Huagua. 3 days ago, I was the dashing and carefree heir of the Qin lineage. 3 days ago, I possessed everything I desired, living a life of unrestrained indulgence. 3 days ago, I was a master of revelry and hedonism. So, why on earth did I choose Captain Marvel? The current timeline is set in 1985, a decade before the storyline unfolds. The system's voice abruptly resonates. Lying on the ground, feigning death, Qin Ge is momentarily bewildered. What is this? A plot? Is this a movie? Qin Ge suddenly sits up, utterly perplexed. Indeed. Is it an infinite flow of narratives? But why have I never encountered anything related to Captain Marvel? Captain Marvel is a creation from a parallel universe within your own cosmos. The system elucidates. Are the characters therein entirely fictitious? Not entirely. The grand universe has operated for countless eons, giving rise to myriad similar blossoms. The realm you inhabit is indeed a tangible dimension, where all individuals possess flesh and blood, much like yourself. Understood, Qin Ge nods. However, with the plot commencing in a decade, does that imply I must remain here for at least 10 years? You may interpret it as such. What the hell? Please clarify. The system responds calmly. Acknowledged, Qin Ge replies weakly, devoid of the exhilaration he felt upon acquiring the system. As a pampered scion, it was exhilarating to witness such narratives, but experiencing it firsthand is truly disconcerting, especially when it involves Captain Marvel, the mightiest hero of the cosmos. Just the thought is terrifying. May I view the film? Qin Ge takes a deep breath and inquires. Not permissible. The plot must be navigated at your discretion. Very well. Qin Ge responds with disappointment. The current identity of the host is a member of the United States Air Force's preparatory camp, located at a training base. The countdown for the cessation of time freeze begins. 5 seconds, prepare yourself. 5, 4. Qin Ge inhales deeply, rising from the ground. He glances at his attire, now transformed into a white shirt, military trousers, and leather boots, adjusting his demeanor. 3, 2. The time freeze is lifted. Buzz. An imperceptible wave shudders as time resumes its flow. Qin Ge observes his surroundings, familiarizing himself with what should be his residence, the military camp. The clamor from outside captures Qin Ge's attention. He steps out of the tent. Before him are ropes suspended in the air. Qin Ge recognizes these. They are employed in the camp to cultivate soldiers' bravery and strength. Having participated in such exercises, he knows he can navigate them with ease. Come down, Carol. Your strength is insufficient. You'll die. Leave the preparatory camp, woman. A group of American soldiers stood by, their gazes fixed on a woman suspended several meters above the ground, her hands tightly gripping the rope. Qin Ge watched her with keen interest, recognizing that she had reached her limits. Despite his combat prowess being a mere 67, only slightly surpassing the average adult male by 7 points. Those 7 points were sufficient to elevate Qin Ge above this cadre of American soldiers. Once the threshold was crossed, every additional increment in combat power represented a significant enhancement. The typical American soldier hovered around scores of 63 or 64, which paled in comparison to Qin Ge's capabilities. Trained rigorously by Qin Ge from a young age, even without formal skills, Qin Ge far surpassed the average soldier in strength. The woman took a deep breath, her surroundings falling silent, and then she leaped with determination. Her hands grasped the next rope with precision, but her strength had been utterly exhausted. She could not maintain her grip and plummeted to the ground below with a thud. The impact sent her crashing into the underbrush, where she lay groaning in pain. A man approached her with a disdainful smile plastered across his face. "Go back. The barracks are no place for a woman." He said this without regard for her furious glare, preparing to say more when he suddenly noticed Qin Ge nearby. The man's attention was quickly caught by others, who followed his gaze. The struggling woman looked up as well. "Qin Ge?" The man squinted, scrutinizing Qin Ge's remarkably youthful visage. Qin Ge regarded the man with an impassive expression, seemingly uninterested in his words. "System, how the hell do I respond to him? Who's this guy?" Qin Ge shouted in his mind. "Please, host, act independently," the system replied in a blunt tone. "Damn it, what good are you? Should I just leave?" No. You are my lifeline." In a state of confusion, Qin Ge opted for silence, as did the man, enveloping the scene in an oppressive atmosphere. "We are leaving." The man glared at Qin Ge before turning to lead his companions away. Qin Ge observed the entire interaction with a mix of bewilderment. What just happened? Why did this seemingly formidable individual leave so abruptly? At a loss for words, Qin Ge turned his attention to the only woman remaining. He approached her and extended his right hand. The woman looked at him in surprise, but placed her hand in his, allowing him to assist her to her feet. "Thank you," she said. "It's nothing," Qin Ge replied with a smile. The astonishment in her eyes deepened. "What's wrong?" Noticing her surprise, Qin Ge inquired. "Oh, it's just that I've heard people say you are rather aloof, unapproachable, and never engage with others. It seems that may not be entirely accurate," she replied with a smile. Qin Ge found her face somewhat familiar, but did not dwell on it. "Do you know me? The strongest rookie of the preparatory camp." "I am indeed familiar with you," the woman remarked. This statement alleviated a significant amount of confusion for Qin Ge. "The strongest rookie of the preparatory camp, you say?" "Thank you. But as a female soldier, what brings you here?" Qin Ge inquired. The woman looked at him with curiosity. "I'm also a rookie from the preparatory camp. This is the training base for the preparatory camp, so of course, I belong here." It seemed he had asked a rather foolish question. "Ahem, what is your name?" Qin Ge subtly shifted the conversation. "I am Carol Danvers," she replied. Chapter 4. Is there always someone wishing to cause trouble? Qin Ge exclaimed in surprise. Carol observed this newcomer to the preparatory camp with a puzzled expression. How could he appear so unhinged? Qin Ge was oblivious to the fact that in Carol's mind, he was rapidly approaching the realm of madness. He was still enveloped in shock. What the heck, Carol Danvers? Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers? Although the system had not shown him the film, the synopsis was available. The absurd system had clearly stated who the protagonist of the story was: Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. The universe's most formidable hero was none other than this individual who could barely grip a rope and whom he estimated he could overpower 5 times over. What did that make him? The strongest hero across the realms? Qin Ge's doubtful gaze fell upon Carol's face. To be fair at this angle, she indeed resembled the stunning beauty on the cover, her hair seemingly defying gravity. Carol felt somewhat uneasy under Qin Ge's intense stare. Her personality was usually carefree, but such direct scrutiny was a first for her. "Hello, I am Qin Ge. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Qin Ge shook his head and extended his right hand towards Carol. "I am too." Sunlight bathed their clasped hands, as if heralding the beginning of the intersection of 2 parallel lines. Under the blazing sun, soldiers clad in white shirts were fervently training. Qin Ge, alongside his fellow soldiers, ran under the sun, sweat glistening on their brows. This was a military camp, a place for physical conditioning, honing combat skills, and safeguarding the nation. Here there was sweat, tears, laughter, joy, anger, and sorrow. It was the home of soldiers and the bastion of national security. Soldiers dedicated their youth, emotions, and loyalty to their country and its people, crafting the essence of life through their blood, sweat, and allegiance. Hand-to-hand combat was a mandatory course for every soldier. They must learn to utilize combat techniques to subdue adversaries under any circumstances. Carol anxiously observed Qin Ge before her, adopting a stance indicative of military combat skills. Carol, set aside your fears, ease your tension, and treat me as your enemy. Attack me without reservation. Qin Ge spoke softly. Taking a deep breath, Carol charged at Qin Ge. Her fist aimed at him. Qin Ge effortlessly deflected her attack, then seized her shoulder, executing a shoulder throw. Thud! Carol's back slammed onto the grass, leaving her disoriented. Do not attack blindly. Wait for the opportune moment to strike, and consider probing attacks first, Qin Ge advised as he crouched down, observing Carol. Reflecting thoughtfully, Carol nodded, and Qin Ge grinned, pulling her back to her feet. Once more, taking a deep breath, Carol charged forward again. As night fell, a contingent of soldiers, burdened with heavy gear, armed themselves for a river crossing. Leading the charge was Qin Ge, swiftly navigating the currents, while behind him, the soldiers closely followed. Carol found herself at the rear of the formation, casting glances at Qin Ge's distant figure, gritting her teeth to keep pace with the group. Rows of preparatory soldiers stood at attention, their instructor, Colonel Rosen, scrutinizing them with his piercing gaze. At the forefront stood Qin Ge's preparatory battalion, the most formidable unit at this Air Force base, deserving of their leading position. You have been the preparatory battalion for over half a year. I trust the naivete of new recruits has been sufficiently tempered, Rosen remarked, eyeing Qin Ge with a discerning look. However, soldiers who have not been forged in the crucible of battle do not merit the title of true elite. You are all selected elites from across the nation, yet here, without the trial of fire, you remain mere novices, unworthy. Rosen's words incited visible indignation among the recruits. Indeed, as he stated, they were the finest of the young and talented, yet his dismissal felt like a slight. What does it matter? It's just an Air Force. Do you think you're in the Flying Tigers? Though resentment brewed within, none dared voice their discontent. The training of the past months had instilled in them a clear understanding. In the military, rank holds weight, especially when it comes to someone of Rosen's stature. Rosen extended his hand, and his aide stepped forward, presenting him with a dossier. According to reliable intelligence, a group of terrorists is holed up in West City, Florida, 7 individuals. Heavily armed. I need you to neutralize them, Rosen stated calmly. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow, pondering the unusual assignment for this Air Force preparatory battalion. Such missions typically fell to special forces, yet it was evident that this was not the case here. Nevertheless, with over 30 soldiers present, taking down 7 terrorists seemed feasible. Though these soldiers lacked battle experience, their numbers would provide an advantage. Step forward, Qin Ge, Rosen suddenly called out. Qin Ge took a step forward, standing out from the ranks. You will command this operation. Out of the 36, you may select only 10 to accompany you, meaning only 12 may partake in this mission. Success will be noted in your graduation evaluation, but failure. Well, Rosen smirked ominously. Yes, sir. Qin Ge responded loudly. Choose wisely. Saluting Rosen, he turned to the remaining 35 soldiers. Those wishing to join me, step forward. 35 individuals stepped forward simultaneously. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Rosen's eyes. Splendid. There were no cowards among them. Daniel, Ross, Raoul, and Qin Ge swiftly selected their candidates, all of whom were remarkably capable members. Will White and Qin Ge directed their attention towards the figure on the far right of the line, Carol. A glimmer of joy appeared in Carol's eyes. If she could successfully complete this mission, her graduation evaluation might be elevated once more. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suddenly, an ill-timed, voice-interrupted report. Everyone turned to see a black man named Sal. Rosen regarded this troublemaker with interest. I refuse. Refuse what? The first 10 individuals are all exceptionally talented. I concede that. But why should that woman be allowed to partake in this operation? What can a woman possibly contribute? I refuse. Carol's complexion changed, her hands clenching tightly. Again, it was her gender that was being called into question. What right did he have? Qin Ge's gaze turned cold, his dark eyes fixed on Sal. Do you look down upon women? Absolutely. I do look down upon women, Sal declared defiantly. Don't defend her. Qin, I may not be able to defeat you, but you have no position to stand up for her. I have no intention of defending Carol. Qin Ge replied, his tone frigid. Then what do you propose? I merely wish for you to compare skills with Carol. I believe she will demonstrate to you why I chose her, Qin Ge stated impassively. Her? Prove herself to me? Sal scoffed, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. His disdainful gaze lingered on Carol. Fury coursed through Carol, causing her to tremble, yet she felt powerless. Since we are all in the Air Force, let us compare our piloting skills. How does that sound? Qin Ge suddenly smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he addressed Sal. Fine, let us compete. Sal instinctively sensed something amiss, but said nothing, readily agreeing. Qin Ge smiled, and he turned to give Carol a knowing glance. 3 days later, in Siri Town, Florence Province. Boss, the target is currently dining at the restaurant across the street. The message appeared on the communicator. Understood, stand by. After sending the message, Qin Ge set down the communicator. What do we make our move? Carol, dressed casually like Qin Ge, inquired. No rush. Let us eat something first, Qin Ge replied, helping himself to the food on the table. You actually have time to eat, Carol remarked incredulously. We need to be well fed to execute the mission. Here, Qin Ge speared a piece of steak with his fork and held it up to Carol's mouth. Carol rolled her eyes at Qin Ge before opening her mouth to take a bite of the steak. By the way, you really did an impressive job of making Sal incapable of taking care of himself 3 days ago, Qin Ge said while chewing. It wasn't as exaggerated as you make it sound, Carol replied helplessly. A fleeting expression of relief crossed her face. 3 days prior, during the aerial competition, she had thoroughly dominated Sal, besting him in every aspect, from simulated combat to piloting skills and even emergency landings. This revelation awakened the soldiers in the preparatory camp to the realization that being admitted to the elite unit, especially as a woman, could not signify a mere triviality. Nonetheless, I must extend my gratitude, Carol remarked, regaining her composure as she regarded Qin Ge earnestly. My piloting skills were imparted by you. Technically, you are half my instructor, so assisting you is only fitting, Qin Ge replied, dismissively waving a fork. Regardless, I still appreciate your help, Carol reiterated. Qin Ge shrugged and returned her focus to the delectable roasted meat before her. Leaning her chin on her hand, Carol gazed vacantly out the window at the building across the way. The target was within, yet action was not an option. Half an hour later, Qin Ge wiped her mouth contentedly. The fare at this restaurant was indeed delightful. She resolved to return to Silly Town for another tasting. Have you finally had your fill? Carol said, reclining in her chair, arms crossed. Yes, and now it is time for action, Qin Ge responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Carol and the others perked up, their ears attentively tuned to Qin Ge's next words. I have assessed the situation. This group of terrorists is quite manageable, Qin Ge said, sipping her coffee. They send out individuals to procure food every 3 days, typically 2 or 3 at a time. They are terrorists, indeed, and ones wanted by the government. Under normal circumstances, they would not linger in one place for long. However, they have remained here for over 2 weeks, indicating that something has tethered them. Upon investigation, it was found that during their outings, they consistently procure a batch of medical supplies. Though the items are varied, they always include antibiotics, such as penicillin and cephalosporins, as well as analgesics. These 7 men are brothers, deeply bonded. The last confrontation with the police occurred before their arrival in Silly Town. Therefore, I surmise that someone among them is grievously injured, which has compelled them to stay put. Our next course of action is to wait for the procurement team to emerge. Eliminate them first, and then address the remaining individuals. As Qin Ge concluded, the others regarded her with newfound respect. Was this the chasm separating them from the newcomer king? You are remarkable, Carol exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration for Qin Ge. You can achieve this too in the future, Qin Ge chuckled. Although she had no formal training, her upbringing in a military family had instilled in her a wealth of knowledge, coupled with over half a year of rigorous training, which had significantly enhanced her military acumen. Me? I don't think so. Carol shook her head. I am far too impulsive, at best. I am merely a soldier charging into battle. I lack the talent for commanding combat. Carol was acutely aware of her own temperament. Assigning her the task of leading an engagement would likely result in chaos. It is best to remain steadfast as her soldier, charging into the fray without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge smiled, intending to speak further, when his peripheral vision caught movement across the street. A wave of alertness swept over everyone. Qin Ge immediately whispered, and all present, including Carol, straightened up at his words. They resumed their conversations and continued eating. Yet each person's gaze was fixated on the three figures emerging from the nearby building. Aside from one who appeared gravely injured, there were two others. It was imperative to neutralize these three before addressing the four, thereby minimizing casualties. Qin Ge's mind raced with calculations. Sniper team, prepare and await my command. Be ready to eliminate the target at any moment. Sniper team 2, maintain surveillance on the target stronghold. Notify me immediately of any activity. Assault teams 1 and 2, proceed to the designated standby point. Qin Ge instructed swiftly into his radio. Sniper team acknowledged. Sniper team 2 acknowledged. Assault team 1 acknowledged. Assault team 2 acknowledged. In the restaurant, 6 plainclothes operatives promptly stood to settle their bills. Qin Ge had organized the operatives into 2 sniper teams, 2 assault teams, and a free team. Each sniper team consisted of 2 members, while the assault teams comprised 3 each. The free team consisted of himself and Carol. Carol's flying skills were unparalleled here, but her lack of combat experience placed her at the bottom of the 12 in terms of fighting capability. Conversely, Qin Ge was undoubtedly at the top. It was safer for Carol to stay close to him. Chapter 6 concludes with perfection. What shall we do now? Carol asked, her gaze following the departing assault team members. With the 4 snipers still at their posts, only the 2 of them remained. Follow me, Qin Ge said, wiping his mouth with a napkin as he stood. Carol quickly donned her cap and followed suit. Why are we dressed like this? At the entrance of a clothing store, Carol lamented over her attire. At that moment, she resembled a rebellious young woman. Ripped jeans, a white undershirt, a black leather jacket, and a shirt tied around her waist. With a bit of graffiti on her face, she could easily pass for a gang member, decidedly far from the image of soldier. Qin Ge was not much better off, clad in a motorcycle outfit and perpetually wearing a mischievous grin, embodying the essence of a spoiled youth. This was a deliberate guise, crafted by Qin Ge, and given Carol's bold personality, playing the part of a rebellious girl was effortless for her. As for Qin Ge, he was merely being himself. Wasn't it easy for the most notorious scion of Huagua to portray a wayward youth? What impression do we give off in our current appearance? Qin Ge asked, glancing at the disdainful looks cast upon them by passers-by. Rebellious. Annoying. Carol immediately retorted. Then, do we still resemble soldiers? Qin Ge inquired with a smile. Certainly not. Carol, not the least bit foolish, finally grasped the implication. With their current attire, it is nearly inconceivable for anyone to associate the 2 individuals with a military background. The common perception of soldiers is one of meticulousness and solemnity. Who would envision a soldier dressed as they are now? One must learn to camouflage one's identity during missions, as it significantly reduces the enemy's vigilance, Qin Ge remarked with a smile. Carol, deep in thought, nodded slightly and was about to speak when a powerful arm encircled her waist. What are you doing, Shu? Qin Ge placed a finger against Carol's lips, casting a sidelong glance at 3 individuals passing by behind them. Following his gaze, Carol's eyes widened in astonishment. They are here to procure supplies, Qin Ge whispered. Once the trio of terrorists had moved on, Qin Ge released Carol. Let's follow them. Carol nodded, and the 2 cautiously trailed behind the 3 terrorists. Before long, the trio entered a large supermarket. Boss, I've spotted them, the observer from the sniper team, stationed near the entrance of the largest supermarket in Shili Town, communicated via radio. Keep your eyes glued to the supermarket entrance. Do not let them escape, Qin Ge instructed through the device. How inconvenient. The headsets of the future are far superior, devoid of such complications. Assault team, report your status. Assault team, in position. Assault team 2, in position. Everyone, equip silencers. We must not attract the attention of other terrorists. Await my command to act, Qin Ge continued. Understood, came a reply. You should also attach a silencer to your weapon, just in case. Qin Ge added as he pulled Carol into a narrow alleyway. Carol nodded, retrieving her concealed handgun and affixing the silencer. Qin Ge remained still. He had already prepared his weapon. Once ready, the 2 entered the supermarket. Qin Ge surveyed the scene briefly. It was bustling with people, and a chaotic skirmish would likely result in significant casualties. It was imperative to eliminate the 3 terrorists swiftly to minimize losses. Carol nudged Qin Ge and whispered, "They're on the 2nd floor." Qin Ge glanced upward and quickly located the 3 terrorists. Assault team, he said, pulling out the radio, his gaze fixed on the trio, selecting ingredients on the 2nd floor. Engage. Bang, bang, bang. As Qin Ge's command echoed, the three members of the assault team stationed on the second floor simultaneously squeezed their triggers. The countless hours of training in the preparatory camp had honed their accuracy, and without mishap, the three terrorists were struck in the forehead, falling lifelessly to the ground. Ah, they are killing. Bystanders near the terrorists shrieked in horror upon witnessing the deaths. The crowd erupted into chaos, with everyone rushing towards the supermarket entrance in a frantic bid to escape. Qin Ge signaled to Carol, who immediately understood and swiftly positioned herself at the entrance to block everyone's path. I am a soldier in the military, currently engaged in a counterterrorism operation. The enemy has been neutralized, and I instruct everyone to present their identification and raise it high while vociferously announcing their presence. The unruly crowd swiftly calmed down, not due to the words of Carol, but rather the menacing presence of the firearm she clutched in her hand. The 6 members of the assault team rapidly approached the entrance of the supermarket, each wielding semi-automatic rifles that exuded a greater intimidation than Carol's handgun. What shall we do next, Chief? One of the recruits inquired of Qin Ge. The assault team will handle the aftermath. Group 2, follow me. These individuals cannot leave until the police arrive, Qin Ge remarked, casting a glance at the crowd. Understood. Qin Ge nodded, gripping Carol and leading the members of Assault Group 2 towards the location of the terrorists. It was ultimately confirmed that Qin Ge's assumptions were largely accurate, albeit with slight miscalculations regarding the number of casualties. There were not 1, but 2 severely injured terrorists, and only 2 who were still capable of movement. Caught off guard, they stood no chance against these elite recruits. In a matter of moments, they were dispatched. Under Qin Ge's strategic command, this mission concluded triumphantly with 5 enemies neutralized, 2 captured, and 0 casualties among the team. For such an exemplary performance, Chief Instructor Rosen expressed unexpected praise for the 12 participants, personally promising to elevate their graduation evaluations and advocate for their rewards. Every participant in the mission received an automatic upgrade in their graduation ratings. As a commander of this operation, Qin Ge not only accomplished the mission with 0 civilian casualties, but also elevated his own graduation evaluation by 2 levels. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Qin Ge was destined to graduate as a commissioned officer. Initially, the recruits of this preparatory camp aimed to graduate as non-commissioned officers, but Qin Ge stood out as a paragon among them. Coupled with the success of this mission, his ascension to the rank of officer upon graduation was not difficult to comprehend. Chapter 7, A Future Beyond Imagination. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this time, Qin Ge led numerous missions, each executed flawlessly, solidifying his reputation as a rising star in the United States Air Force. By now, Qin Ge had spent a year and a half in this world, during which he underwent significant transformations, not only in terms of his capabilities, but also in his character. Previously, Qin Ge had been nothing more than a frivolous scion, lacking in ambition or skill. However, after enduring military training and the harrowing experiences of various missions, he underwent a profound metamorphosis. Name: Qin Ge. Title: Rookie King of the United States Air Force Preparatory Camp. Gender: male. Age: 18 years in another dimension. Age has been frozen. Lineage: human special abilities, none skills. Leisurely indulgence 5, firearms 4, hand-to-hand combat 4, leadership 3, driving 3, maximum skill level is 5, overall combat power 70. A healthy adult male typically possesses 60, while a human's maximum is 100. Evaluation: you have begun to earn the title of formidable, yet in this dimension you remain rather insignificant. Status: unloadable. Qin Ge is currently exceptionally strong, boasting a combat power of 70, which categorizes him as an elite within any military. During the pre-transcendence era, each increment in combat power signifies a considerable enhancement in strength. Elevating combat power is arduous. Qin Ge's rapid advancement is largely attributed to his youth. Absent the transcendence, combat power tends to decline with age, particularly between the ages of 35 and 40. Qin Ge's father, Qin Ge, retains a formidable combat power of 85 at the age of 45, indicating that during his prime, his combat prowess could even reach 90 or beyond. In a world devoid of transcendence, what does a combat power of 90 signify? Without the use of firearms, even dozens of elite soldiers would be insufficient to contend with him. Qin Ge's 70 combat power is commendable. Alas, The dimension he inhabits is one characterized by transcendence. Transcendence does not merely denote supernatural powers. A dimension that has achieved a certain level of technological advancement can also be deemed transcendent. This definition is rather nebulous, and Qin Ge finds it somewhat perplexing, yet he adheres to the system's guidance. As the end of the month approaches, Qin Ge's leave is drawing near. Graduation day looms on the horizon, and the rigors of preparatory camp training are gradually easing. Although a test will occur upon graduation, the emphasis lies more upon the daily training and performance during missions. Thus, the graduation results bear little weight, allowing for a slight relaxation in the training regimen. This relaxation is merely relative. The training volume remains substantial, with the duration of leave reduced from a full day to 2 days. In New York City, the preparatory camp to which Qin Ge belongs is affiliated with the New York Air Force Base, situated not far from the city, merely a half-day's travel by car. During this leave, Qin Ge is spirited off to New York by Carol, who eagerly seeks adventure. Previously, Carol would venture out with her close friend, Maria Lumbo, but Maria is now expecting and nearing her due date, rendering her unable to accompany Carol. Consequently, Carol has turned her attention to her other friend, Qin Ge. At Disneyland, Carol's exuberant voice echoes in the sky. The roller coaster is her favorite attraction. For a pilot, such thrilling rides are trivial, easily conquered with ease. Although Qin Ge was unafraid, he found little joy in the experience. However, he could not resist Carol's enthusiasm and reluctantly accompanied her on the dizzying rides of the drop tower, the circular roller coaster, and the tubular roller coaster, each time feeling increasingly nauseated. "Here, your favorite vanilla ice cream," Carol cheerfully offered, handing him a treat. "Thank you," Qin Ge replied, taking the ice cream while resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. "It's been a long time since I've been here." "The familiar sensation is quite nostalgic," Carol remarked, licking her ice cream with a satisfied smile. Qin Ge rolled his eyes wearily, responding, "As long as you're happy." "Where shall we go next?" Carol inquired eagerly. "I'm not sure," Qin Ge shrugged. "How about the haunted house?" "Absolutely not." Qin Ge shook his head vigorously. "No way. The haunted house is out of the question." The mere thought was unfathomable. He could never bring himself to visit one again. He still vividly remembered the time his unscrupulous friends dragged him to a world-renowned haunted house themed after a hospital in a foreign country. His wealthy companions from Huagua entered with excitement, only to be carried out unconscious. Yes, every single one of them had fainted, including Qin Ge. This was a dark chapter he wished to forget. "No, we cannot go to the haunted house," he insisted adamantly. "Why such a strong reaction?" "Qin Ge." Carol blinked, a glint of mischief in her eyes, suggesting there was a story worth uncovering. Judging by his expression, it was clear there was an untold tale behind his aversion. "By the way, give me the camera," Carol said. Qin Ge removed the camera hanging around his neck and handed it to her. The cameras of this era had become largely automated, which brought Qin Ge, a novice photographer, a sense of relief. "These photos are quite lovely," Carol remarked, examining the images Qin Ge had captured. "Well, it's only because you're beautiful. Anyone else wouldn't have the same effect," Qin Ge casually commented, gazing at his ice cream. "How should I eat it? Should I lick it or bite into it?" Carol paused, glancing at Qin Ge deep in contemplation over his ice cream before returning her gaze to the photos. "Never mind, I'll just bite it," Qin Ge said, digging into his nose before opening his mouth wide and aiming for the slender ice cream. With a satisfying snap, he devoured half of it, an invigorating chill exploding in his mouth, refreshing air surging from his features. "Delicious. So refreshing," Qin Ge exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "Let's take a picture." Carol leaned in closer to him. Qin Ge closed his mouth, perplexed as he looked at her. "What for? We've known each other for so long, and we've never taken a photo together. That is just not right. Come on, let us pose." "What are you talking about?" "Hey, don't pull me." "Stop pulling me. I take a photograph. Is that not permissible?" Qin Ge, with arms crossed over her shoulders, sat in a chair, while Carol rested her arms on Qin Kong's shoulders, their fingers forming a peace sign, framing their beaming faces. Click. The scene froze in that moment. Chapter 8. In the name of the soldier, as night descended, the sun slipped away, yet the amusement park remained open, undeterred by the darkness. This amusement park operates for 16 hours, closing only at midnight. In a metropolis like New York, one can still glimpse the stars. The two lay on the grass of the amusement park, gazing up at the constellation-studded sky. With wonder, Carol exclaimed, her left hand cradling her head. while her right hand reached out toward the stars, as if attempting to seize a few to play with. Qin Ge, with her hands also cradling her head, lay beside Carol, silently observing the stars. Qin, where do you plan to go after graduation? Carol inquired, imitating Qin Ge's posture as she stared at the night sky. I suppose I will remain in the military. Qin Ge pondered before responding. In this realm, staying in the military maximizes her chances of survival. In a world where extraordinary powers can obliterate planets, it is wiser to be cautious. And you? I think I will also stay in the military, Carol replied, her tone uncertain. Since we are both staying in the military, let us continue to be partners after graduation. Qin Ge suddenly sat up, addressing Carol. Partners? Carol was taken aback, gazing at Qin Kong in surprise. Yes. What is the matter? Do you not wish to be my partner? Qin Ge asked with a cheerful smile. Are we partners? Carol asked, somewhat dazed. Of course, you have always been my partner. Looking into Qin Ge's eyes, Carol beamed. All right, after graduation, we shall remain partners. Training camp, training grounds. Qin Ge, half kneeling on the ground with a sniper rifle, maintained a steady breath, frequently peering through the scope. She was the only individual sniper among this cohort of Air Force recruits. Do not be misled by the scarcity. Qin Ge's presence has brought prolonged joy to the high-ranking officials of the U.S. Air Force. A single sniper, as the term implies, operates independently. In modern warfare, with the continuous advancement of sniper rifles, both power and precision have improved, yet complex data and influencing factors restrict the emergence of snipers. Do not be deceived by those dramatic portrayals. The notion of an individual lugging a sniper rifle to a corner, aiming through the scope, and firing is ludicrous in reality, where such a shot could veer off course entirely. A sniper must account for wind speed, atmospheric pressure, and other elements, necessitating a dedicated partner to record and calculate these factors. Why must snipers possess exceptionally high academic qualifications? Because these calculations require expertise. Those with lower education levels cannot navigate these complexities and would only cause harm to themselves and others. What is more alarming is that a single sniper like Qin Ge must not only master the rifle, but also compute a vast array of data, all within an exceedingly brief time frame. The battlefield is ever-changing, and your adversaries will not remain stationary, waiting for you to take your shot. Thus, when Qin Ge, the rookie king, revealed his extraordinary talent as a lone marksman, his significance escalated once more. Initially, Qin Ge's graduation evaluation was already remarkably high. With the added accolade of being a single sniper, it soared even higher. As for how this academically challenged individual possessed such formidable computational abilities, it all stemmed from certain day. Does the system have a shop? Qin Ge inquired, rubbing his hands together mischievously. You know, one where points can be exchanged for items? Perhaps something like 9 profound techniques, the supreme forgetting record, or even ancestral bloodlines like the ancient witch or the ancestral dragon. No. Then is there any sort of lottery or prize wheel? For instance, if I complete a task, do I get a chance to draw for enhancements or perhaps a time travel token? No. Then what can you do? I assist the host in data analysis. The system replied candidly. Does data analysis include calculations? Qin Ge's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. It does. The system felt a sudden sense of foreboding. If I become a sniper, can you help me with calculations? Yes. Perfect. And thus, the current scene unfolded. System, commence calculations. Qin Ge peered through the sniper scope, aiming at a moving target 300 meters away, and spoke inwardly to the system. Calculating. Constructing data simulation library. Model complete. Please adjust the sniper rifle's muzzle downward and align the crosshairs. Under the system's precise calculations, Qin Ge was relieved of the burden of performing any computations himself. He merely needed to aim at the position indicated by the system and pull the trigger. With the system's command, Qin Ge abruptly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The moving target 300 meters away collapsed, struck squarely in the forehead. Applause erupted behind him, and Qin Ge turned in confusion to see Carol, dressed in training camp attire, standing with her arms crossed and a smile on her face. Carol? Qin Ge exclaimed, surprised by her unexpected presence. What brings you here? After training, I heard about a sharpshooter practicing on the distant moving targets. Since I had no other engagements, I thought I would come and observe. Carol replied with a grin. She handed Qin Ge a bottle of mineral water. Thank you. Feeling parched, Qin Ge accepted the bottle and tilted it back, drinking deeply. Refreshing. After downing nearly half the bottle, he wiped his lips with the back of his hand in satisfaction. A bottle of mineral water is all it takes to satisfy you? Carol remarked, exasperated. This is called finding joy in simple pleasures. Qin Ge replied with a cheeky smile. I have a question for you. Go ahead. Today, the instructor asked us what it means to be a soldier. I felt everyone's answers were commendable, yet the instructor didn't seem particularly satisfied, Carol said, furrowing her brow. What did you all respond? The essence of the matter is essentially to engage in battle for the preservation of one's homeland. Qin Ge stroked his chin and remarked, recalling the teachings imparted to him by Qin Ge. Let me pose a question to you. In a shopping mall, a fire trapped 500 individuals, 200 managed to escape, and a firefighter entered the scene. How many perished in total? Carol was momentarily taken aback. To her, this seemed a deceptively simple question. 300? She ventured uncertainly. Qin Ge shook his head and replied, One? How can that be? Carol suddenly halted, contemplating. How many firefighters were there? She questioned, realizing the implications. Though somewhat brash, she was far from foolish. The sacrifice of one firefighter sparked a myriad of associations in her mind. In Chapter 9, as the impending separation loomed, Qin Ge gently patted Carol's shoulder. I once posed a similar question to my father. In times of peace, what purpose do so many soldiers serve? My father asked me if I had ever crossed a bridge. I affirmed that I had. He then inquired whether there were railings on the bridge. I confirmed their presence. He continued, if there were no railings, would you still dare to cross? After a moment of reflection, I admitted that I would not. Soldiers are those railings. You may choose not to lean on them, but their absence is not an option. What is a soldier? A soldier is the mother leaning against the door, the hand that cannot be grasped. A soldier is the phone call that a wife hesitates to end. A soldier is the stranger in a son's eyes, too intimidating to approach. A soldier embodies the worries and pride of loved ones. Behind the soldier lies peace, before them, war, when they lift their rifles. They must set aside familial attachments. Donning the military uniform necessitates relinquishing comfort and ease, dedicating oneself to serve the nation, without regret for this lifetime. Hailing from military lineage, Qin Ge, though somewhat of a prodigal, bore the blood of a soldier. He understood the sacrifices made by soldiers more profoundly than anyone else. Since the dawn of his memories, he had seldom seen Qin Ge, the commander of the naval forces of Huagua, who was often stationed at the borders and rarely returned to Yanjing. In his youth, Qin Ge struggled to grasp the concept of fatherhood, even doubting his father's existence. It was only later, after encountering numerous reports about soldiers and receiving guidance from his mother, that he began to comprehend the truth. His father, Qin Ge, may not have been an ideal parent, yet he undoubtedly epitomized the essence of a good soldier. A competent soldier worthy of his respect. However, this did not justify the abandonment of his life in this impoverished county. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the respect he had recently begun to feel for Qin Ge was swiftly quelled. He was not so noble. He respected soldiers indeed, but the idea of forsaking the comforts of Yanjing for a more arduous existence in a small county was intolerable to him. He was but a common man, a wayward son, lacking such lofty ideals. Indeed, life treats one as if to say, since you cannot resist, then relish it. As Qin Ge pondered these thoughts, Carol gradually grasped the meaning behind his words, and her gaze towards him transformed. Qin, you are truly remarkable. What? He replied, perplexed. Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback by Carol's gaze, which shimmered with admiration, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. So, this is Qin's understanding of a soldier? Indeed, Qin is exceptionally talented. Ahem, I must confess that these words are merely borrowed from others. Though Qin Ge possesses a thick skin, he has yet to reach the point of brazenly claiming the words of others as his own. It is evident, then, that I am not suited to be a plagiarist. To articulate such sentiments, even if borrowed, indicates that your heart harbors similar thoughts, Carol remarked, shaking her head. Impossible. Qin Ge chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Who are we? The most audacious scion in the history of the People's Republic of China. Miss Carol, you must have me mistaken. Enough of that, Qin Ge said, diverting his gaze from Carol as he turned to leave. I'm off to have a meal. Wait for me. Carol snapped back to reality and hurriedly turned to follow him. At the training camp, in the instructor's conference room, Chief Instructor Rosen occupied the seat of honor, surrounded by various instructors from the camp. With the current batch of Air Force cadets nearing graduation, The instructors were becoming increasingly busy. There aren't too many promising candidates this time around, and it's a pity that 2 of them are girls, lamented an instructor from the second training camp. There's nothing we can do. The system is what it is. It's a shame. Both Carol Danvers and Maria Rambo possess commendable abilities, another instructor echoed, expressing regret. However, it's fortunate we have Qin Ge. This young man single-handedly elevates this cohort. He is a true talent. Not just that. The previous 2 batches didn't have such formidable candidates, did they? Except for his slightly inferior piloting skills compared to other abilities. His overall performance is nothing short of exemplary. That's only when compared to himself. Qin Ge's piloting skills are also commendable, and apart from Carol, hardly anyone can rival him. With his qualifications, he should be able to directly enter the Air Force Special Operations Team upon graduation. I believe the Flying Tigers might be looking for recruits. If you say so, that could very well be the case. Goodness, we might actually produce a member of the Flying Tigers here. All right, Rosen interjected, tapping the table, and the previously noisy conference room fell silent. He surveyed the room with satisfaction. An old friend of mine from the Flying Tigers has already contacted me, specifically requesting Qin Ge. Upon graduation, Qin Ge will directly join the Flying Tigers. At this announcement, a stir rippled through the room. It was common knowledge that Rosen was a former member of the Flying Tigers and had maintained contact with this elite unit after his departure. The fact that the Flying Tigers not only sought recruits, but also directly reached out to Chief Instructor Rosen indicated their significant interest in Qin Ge. Qin Ge's performance has been outstanding. Even some of the newly inducted members of the Flying Tigers cannot compare, an instructor remarked. Moreover, his prowess as a solo sniper is immensely valuable. Indeed, the advantages of a solo sniper are substantial. Snipers are already a rare breed, and one who operates independently is even more exceptional. Qin Ge's sniping range has exceeded 1,000 meters on moving targets. Such a capability is indeed rare, even within the ranks of the Flying Tigers. It seems rather unsurprising that they have come to recruit personnel. I never anticipated that we would be producing a Flying Tigers unit here as well. The instructors are in good spirits. The Flying Tigers recruit members from across the nation, and it would be a triumph to add even 2 new members each year. Typically, talent is dispatched from various military districts, followed by internal selection and training within the Flying Tigers, ultimately culminating in the selection of new members. Individuals like Qin Ge, who are directly sought after by the Flying Tigers, are exempt from the selection process. Upon graduation, they seamlessly join as official members of the Flying Tigers. Joining this elite unit automatically elevates one to the rank of a junior officer. Qin Ge has already completed numerous tasks during his tenure at the training camp. His military achievements nearing the rank of lieutenant. Upon graduation and joining the Flying Tigers, this rank is likely to increase. The rank of lieutenant, or even that of a captain, is not out of the question. As for the rank of major, one can only dream. Major officers typically reach such levels after accomplishing significant tasks and years of service. Advancement among influential officers is quite challenging. In contrast, the rise in rank for those without power is relatively easy, but what value does it hold? A powerless brigadier general wields less authority than a mere major. What use is that? Chapter 10. The year of graduation. We go our separate ways next week. This cohort of trainees will graduate. How swiftly time has flown. An instructor suddenly remarked, the wistfulness evident on his face. Indeed, another cohort has come to an end. This marks the 4th group I have seen off, another instructor added. You've only seen off 4. I have bid farewell to 7. I've seen off 5. 6. Rosen did not intervene as the instructors expressed their emotions. This was a common occurrence. Each year, at this juncture, is much the same. Soldiers are human too, and they possess their own emotions. After spending over a year with these trainees, how could they not form attachments? Especially in a military camp, a place imbued with camaraderie. Speaking of which, I recall that Qin Ge and Carol seemed quite close. Could there be something more between them? One instructor commented, his expression revealing a hint of intrigue. If his trainees were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Highly unlikely. These 2 are likely just good friends. I have not heard of any romantic inclinations. The military is not like school. Reporting a romantic relationship to superiors is permissible and will not be obstructed. Once reported, one can openly engage in the relationship, but if discovered without prior notification, disciplinary action may ensue. Therefore, if anyone does enter a relationship, they typically report it. There is no downside to doing so. What pity it is, indeed. It would be quite a shame if these two could not explore their connection further. Enough already. Gentlemen, stop gossiping like a bunch of women. Rosen clapped his hands on the table, interrupting the increasingly wayward conversation. Let us now discuss the graduation arrangements. Another night has fallen. Following a day of rigorous training, the soldiers dispersed, some reveling in merriment, others retreating to slumber. Compared to the military camps in Huagua, the entertainment life of soldiers in this world, or rather, at this Air Force base as preparatory camp, is far more enriched. Qin Ge leaned against a large tree, his right leg bent, his right arm resting upon it, gazing up at the expansive starry sky. In this Air Force base, under the serene night sky devoid of clouds, the stars shimmered brilliantly, casting a gentle glow. I knew you were here. Carol approached from behind and sat beside Qin Ge, mimicking his gaze at the celestial expanse. You know I have a penchant for this. Qin Ge turned his head and said with a smile. Carol responded with a soft smile of her own. What troubles you? Qin Ge inquired, observing her expression. In the military camp, Carol's only friends were Qin Ge and Maria Lumbo, the latter of whom was stationed in the 2nd Reserve Battalion, making their meetings limited to the monthly holidays. Consequently, whenever Carol harbored concerns, she sought out Qin Ge to confide in. Yes, Carol nodded, her gaze drifting wistfully towards the stars. We will graduate in 3 days. Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in just 3 days, their cohort would conclude their training. The United States Air Force does not permit female pilots, which meant that Carol was destined to part ways with Qin Ge. Over the past year and a half, Qin Ge had maintained the top rank among the new recruits, and given his performance in the preparatory camp, joining the elite special forces, the Flying Tigers, was virtually assured. In contrast, Carol was unable to qualify even for the most basic pilot position, not due to a lack of capability, but because of stringent requirements. Have you determined your path? Carol bit her lip and asked. Qin Ge nodded, turning his gaze back to the stars. I will join the Flying Tigers as a formal member after graduation. As expected, Carol's eyes dimmed. Qin Ge's words confirmed her suspicions about his future. What about you? With your achievements, even if you cannot become a formal pilot, you surely wouldn't settle for a maintenance role, would you? Qin Ge shook lightly. Maria and I will be involved in a top-secret project. I am unaware of the details, but the information has been relayed to us, Carol replied, suppressing her emotions. Then you must strive for success. I will. Time passed, and a tranquil silence enveloped the scene. The serene atmosphere settled softly around them, leaving both uncertain of what to say next, resulting in a comfortable silence as they lay on the grass, lost in their thoughts. Qin Ge glanced at Carol, and memories of their time together flooded his mind. He had asked her whether she preferred vanilla or strawberry ice cream. He had inquired if she enjoyed listening to music or singing. He had wondered whether she preferred watching films or reading books. She had told him she favored plain ice cream. She had shared her love for both listening to and singing music. She had expressed her enjoyment of both movies and books. As he recalled those moments, walking together through the camp, skipping like children, collapsing in laughter on the grass after training, and the sunlight illuminating her radiant smile, Qin Ge suddenly realized, unbeknownst to him, that he had quietly fallen for her. This is not about love. It is merely the presence of an additional individual, a person who has become difficult to forget, of significant importance, and with whom separation is deeply regretted. After graduation, will we still share this bond? The usually silent Carol suddenly spoke. We will, Qin Ge replied, gazing up at the sky, where a multitude of shimmering stars decorated the inky expanse. Faintly, a shooting star seemed to streak across the heavens. Let's make a pact, Qin Ge suddenly suggested. A pact? Carol paused, looking at her in perplexity. Yes, a pact. Qin Ge extended her right hand, bending her pinky finger outward. What kind of pact? Carol inquired, glancing at the outstretched finger. To stay in touch after graduation. And if we ever meet again, we will still be partners, Qin Ge said with a smile. After graduation, Qin Ge was set to join the Flying Tigers, while Carol would participate in a highly confidential program, their life paths having diverged significantly. According to the natural course of life, their interactions would likely cease. However, perhaps there is a possibility? Partners? Carol gazed at Qin Ge's finger, a smile blooming on her face. Then let us make a pact. Their delicate pinkies intertwined, thumbs pressed together. Under the resplendent night sky, Qin Ge and Carol forged their promise. Witnessed by the stars, this commitment would accompany their growth. Would it be realized? Would it be missed? No one knows. The future, with its unknowns, is imbued with allure, and it is precisely this uncertainty, this boundless potential, that inspired the two to make their promise beneath the starlit sky. A promise made under the stars shall surely be fulfilled. Chapter 10. 3 years of change at the Pegasus Project base. The hatch slowly opened, and Carol, clad in a dark green flight suit, stepped out with her bag. 3 years had passed since graduation, and the once naive girl had transformed into a resolute warrior. The allure of softness no longer belonged to her. The confident demeanor of a soldier was now Carol's defining trait. Soldiers do not require fragility. Carol does not need tenderness. In the distance, Maria, an African-American soldier, approached upon seeing Carol. "You're late, Carol," Maria remarked with a smile. "I had a bite to eat at home, so I got here a bit late," Carol replied, sheepishly, smiling in explanation. "No worries, Dr. Lawson hasn't arrived yet." "That's a relief. You, the latecomer, are making me hesitant to let Monica accompany you." "This isn't a good habit," Maria said, shaking her head in exasperation. "Haha, I promise I won't be late when it counts." "Don't worry." Carol waved her hand dismissively. "You haven't changed a bit." Maria chuckled, shaking her head. "So, have you been in touch with Qin lately?" Graduation is not an eternal farewell, and Qin Ge and Carol have maintained their connection. "Qin is on a mission, so I haven't been able to reach him recently," Carol replied. "The Flying Tigers are on missions every day," Maria laughed. Carol nodded in agreement. After graduation, Qin Kong, who was awarded the rank of captain, officially joined the Flying Tigers. 3 years post-graduation, Qin Ge ascended from a preparatory member to the position of a squad leader within the Flying Tigers, also being promoted to a higher military rank. He was the most successful of this graduating class, having attained the status of a provincial officer at such a young age, leaving many to wonder what he had accomplished during his 3 years with the Flying Tigers. "It had been 3 years since we last met, and I am uncertain when we will reunite," Carol lamented. Although we maintained contact, Qin Ge was overwhelmingly busy, hardly able to spare time for a gathering. "There will be opportunities," Maria reassured as she patted Carol on the shoulder. "Indeed," Carol nodded, her thoughts drifting back to that night 2 years prior. "I still remember the promise we made, partner." In a war-torn African nation, not far from a cluster of buildings lay a thicket. Any master of disguise would swiftly discern the 5 individuals concealed within. Our mission was to rescue the trapped South Korean biologist, Dr. Zhao Hailuan, a request directly filed by the South Korean government, garnering significant attention. Success was imperative. Failure was not an option. Qin Ge, his face painted in camouflage, donned in tactical attire, whispered to the 4 others as they lay in a shallow pit. "We have only 10 minutes. The fastest route from the terrorist headquarters to our location would take at least 12 minutes. We must extricate him within this time frame. Remember, this is a rescue operation. Once we secure the target, we leave immediately. No unnecessary engagement. Do you understand?" "Understood." The 4 responded quietly. "Now, synchronize your watches." The 5 of them simultaneously glanced at their wristwatches. It was 10 hours, 27 minutes, and 53 seconds. "Proceed according to the original plan. Cheetah and Eagle, you are tasked with ensuring Dr. Zhao Hailuan's safety." "Understood. Await my command." With that, Qin Ge grabbed a box and swiftly departed. Before long, he issued the command to commence the operation. At Qin Ge's signal, the 4 surged forth. The compound was not extensive. The target hostage was held in the central building. There were only 2 routes leading there, a main road and a narrow path. The narrow path was easily observable from a high vantage point, providing virtually no blind spots, which Qin Ge personally monitored as a sniper. The remaining 4 divided their roles. 2 would rescue Dr. Zhao Hailuan, while the other 2 provided cover fire. The operational plan was straightforward, even simplistic, yet it was the most fitting strategy for the current circumstances. Positioned at the high point, Qin Ge lay on the ground, peering through the sniper scope, fixated on the temporarily vacant narrow path. He knew that once the first shot rang out, the path would soon be bustling with activity. "Captain, we are ready to engage." The low voice of Gray Leopard, one of Qin Ge's team members, crackled through the earpiece. They were all equipped with silencers, rendering the gunfire nearly inaudible to Qin Ge outside, though it was perceptible within the confines of the building. The suppressor merely serves to diminish gunfire noise to the maximum extent. It cannot render it completely silent. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge rested his fingers upon the trigger. When the first terrorist appeared within the crosshairs of the sniper scope, aided by the system, Qin Ge decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! The terrorist fell, struck in the forehead. Subsequently, the fate of the following terrorists mirrored that of the first. As soon as they ventured onto that narrow path, they too had met their end. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of the team successfully rescued Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Under the cover of Qin Ge and 2 others, they swiftly dashed into the woods. Captain, we have rescued the doctor. Now, let us proceed to the airport. That is our destination, Qin Ge replied casually, quickly stowing away the sniper rifle before departing with haste. 20 minutes later, a military aircraft from the U.S. base in the country took flight. Thank you, Qin Doctor. Zhao Hailuan expressed her gratitude to Qin Ge and his team. It is our duty, Qin Ge replied with a smile, noting the profound astonishment reflected in Dr. Zhao's eyes. Though one would expect a person of her esteemed title to be in their 30s or 40s. The young woman before him appeared to be in her early 20s, yet was indeed one of South Korea's foremost biologists. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. After exchanging a few more words with Dr. Zhao, Qin Ge fell silent. Observing his quietude, Dr. Zhao chose not to speak further. System, review my data. Qin Ge silently commanded. The auxiliary virtual data materialized before his eyes. Name, Qin Ge. Title, Shadow Tiger. Gender, male. Age, 18. Age frozen in alternate dimensions. Lineage, human. Special abilities, none. Skills, Leisure 5, Firearms 5, Combat 5, Driving 4, Leadership 3, Maximum Skill Level 5. Overall Combat Power, 76, Normal Healthy Adult Male 60, Human Maximum 100. Evaluation, not bad. In your world, you would be considered among the top-tier warriors. Regrettably, here you remain an insignificant presence. Status, not loadable. Ignoring the disparaging evaluation, Qin Ge was nonetheless pleased with the evolution of his data over the past 2 years. At the very least, his proficiency in firearms and combat had reached their apex. This meant, in terms of firearms and combat, he could potentially rival the old man Qin Ge. Chapter 12. The Super Soldier Program. With this thought, Qin Ge felt invigorated. Having endured relentless torment from his father throughout his childhood, he had long yearned to seize control of his own fate. Unfortunately, his father was far too formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for a son to usurp him. Now, it seemed that an opportunity had arisen. Host, you are overthinking. The system mercilessly critiqued Qin Ge's flights of fancy. Maximum skill level merely indicates your skills are on par at the same tier. In a firearms contest, perhaps you could contend with Qin Ge, but in unarmed combat, he would swiftly remind you who remains the true authority. Qin Ge furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of frustration towards the insufferable system that always provoked his ire. It merely boasted a mere advantage of 9 points in combat power over him. Yet its words made him feel as if he were utterly powerless. I still possess the ability to fight back, Qin Ge retorted indignantly, but victory seems unattainable. Indeed, you retain some capacity for resistance, yet triumph is beyond reach. Within the realm of combat power, every 10-point increment serves as a critical threshold. For instance, an individual with 10 points can effortlessly overpower one with 79. Though the difference may seem slight, it bears the weight of 1,000 pounds. In other words, to defeat the old man, I must surpass 10 points. Qin Ge. That is accurate. However, should you encounter a rare opportunity, do not aspire to surpass that threshold. Spending every day in America speaking English, Qin Ge suddenly interjected in English, catching himself off guard. It appeared that Qin Ge had undergone some form of human experimentation, allowing him to transcend modern human limitations, thus approaching the pinnacle of human capability. Hey, who do you look down upon? Nevertheless, with this system by your side, not only can you approach the limits of human potential, but in the future, you could even obliterate planets. After all, our ambition stretches towards the stars and the vast oceans. Qin Ge gazed in bewilderment at the system, which had suddenly adopted such a bizarre tone. What had happened to it? Had its core been compromised? What was this sudden absurdity? A flurry of question marks danced above Qin Ge's head. The system seemed to have sensed his confusion and fell silent. Although Carol had never disclosed her workplace or the specifics of her plans, Qin Ge was nonetheless aware of them. The Pegasus Project, a collaborative endeavor between NASA and the military, along with the Goliath Project and the Escape Plan, constituted 3 significant initiatives. They were investigating a device known as the Lightspeed Engine, rumored to possess the potential to end wars. Qin Ge scoffed at this notion. The only true solution to ending war lies within the hearts of humanity. Military force can only suppress conflict temporarily, never truly eradicate it. However, despite his considerable influence, Qin Ge had not yet reached the level required to terminate the Pegasus project. The American military was generally divided into two factions: the elder faction, led by two senior generals, and the youth faction, led by the president. The elder faction suppressed newcomers and promoted their own kin, thereby strengthening their own power bases, while the youth faction was composed of capable young individuals selected by the president, receiving substantial support. Overall, the strength of the two factions was relatively comparable, with the elder faction holding a slight advantage within the military, yet not by a significant margin. Qin Ge distinguished himself as a leading figure of the youth faction and was a primary target for suppression by the elders. Had it not been for the relentless constraints imposed by the elderly, his impeccable record of 100% mission completion over 3 years with the Flying Tigers would have undoubtedly earned him a promotion to colonel. Alas, those elder statesmen consistently used his youth as a pretext to stifle his advancement. Despite this, Qin Ge still overshadowed his peers, who struggled to gain recognition. In the entirety of the American military, one could scarcely find another officer in their 20s wielding such authority at the rank of colonel. Furthermore, Qin Ge was indeed a colonel. In the Washington Military District, President, the esteemed Qin Ge, is here, the presidential assistant said with a smile as Qin Ge hurriedly arrived after disembarking from the plane. Qin Ge nodded, somewhat astonished that the president had personally summoned him to the military district. He opened the door to find the president gazing out into the distance. His back turned to the entrance. "Mr. President, Captain Qin Ge of the Flying Tigers, reporting for duty," Qin Ge stated, standing straight and saluting respectfully. "Please have a seat." "Qin," the president replied, turning with a warm smile. "Yes," Qin Ge nodded and took a seat across from the president. "I have 2 matters to discuss with you today," the president said, tapping the 2 documents on the table. Qin Ge glanced at the papers, his eyes filled with inquiry as he looked back at the president. "First, take a look at this document," the president said, handing him the top paper. Qin Ge opened it, and upon perusing its contents, his expression shifted from surprise to sheer astonishment. "Are you planning to revive the super soldier program?" Qin Ge managed to ask, struggling to contain his shock. Indeed, the example of Captain America illustrates perfectly how one's strength can change the tide of battle. Modern warfare is an elite endeavor. If every American soldier were transformed into a super soldier like Captain America, we would be invincible, the president replied with a smile. Though the president's words were exhilarating, Qin Ge did not allow himself to be swept away by blind enthusiasm. "System, will this plan succeed?" "Unknown. Did you not say this was merely a movie? Was it not fictional?" Qin Ge began to question whether Carol had become a superhero through this so-called super soldier program. "Classified." "Very well," Qin Ge conceded, lowering his gaze to the document. "Mr. President, what do you mean?" "Qin, you're one of my confidants. Your military achievements in rescuing Dr. Zhao Hailuan from Korea have earned you a promotion to colonel. Even if there are those who may oppose it, they cannot continue to suppress a young man who has contributed so significantly to the United States," the president stated. Qin Ge remained unfazed. Rank held little significance for him. After all, he would soon depart. What difference would it make if he became president? The president was not surprised by Qin Ge's indifference to rank. It was well known that Qin Ge valued capability over ambition, making him a reliable asset. "This plan has already been assigned to General Ross by the Senate, and I intend to transfer you from the Flying Tigers to serve under him," the president announced. Ross. Qin Ge recalled the information about General Ross. A rare general of the younger generation, he was committed to developing enhancement drugs for soldiers. It would not be surprising for him to take on such a project. "Wait," Qin Ge suddenly interjected, his finger pausing as he scrutinized a passage in the document. "The first experimental subject of the super soldier program, Steve Rogers, a hero of World War II and the embodiment of American ideals, is revered by the populace as Captain America." Suddenly, Qin Ge is struck by an ominous premonition. "System, could this Captain America be the same one from the 3 realms I visited?" Indeed, the system confirms. Goodness. Qin Ge barely restrains an expletive, relieved that he managed to hold his tongue. The thought of uttering such words in the presence of the president is simply unfathomable. Why does Captain America appear in the realm of Captain Marvel? Qin Ge hastily inquires. As I mentioned on your first day, this is a tangible world. It has never existed as an isolated universe. Here, superheroes are not limited to just Captain Marvel. The system elaborates. Are you implying that besides Captain Marvel and Captain America, there are other superheroes in this world? Qin Ge seeks clarification. That is a fair interpretation. Initially, I believed my first realm to be a nightmarish experience. But it seems I have underestimated the situation. This is truly terrifying. Can I refuse? Qin Ge looks up at the president. Excuse me? The president gazes at Qin Ge in astonishment, having never anticipated such a refusal. You may certainly decline, but might I inquire as to your reasoning? The president, far from angered, expresses curiosity, trusting Qin Ge's judgment. Surely, I cannot divulge that I wish to avoid dealings with extraordinary powers. Through system tasks, I could acquire such abilities. Why would I risk engaging with the unknown? I value my life too greatly for such recklessness. I have also spent 3 years with the Flying Tigers and am quite reluctant to leave. I find this place quite agreeable. Qin Ge reflects before responding. Very well. If that is your decision, I shall respect it. Thank you for your understanding. Not at all, the president replies, waving his hand amiably. He remains affable toward his own. This brings us to the second matter. The president hands a second document to Qin Ge. Upon receiving it, Qin Ge opens it and peruses its contents. This is the information you requested on Carol Danvers. Qin Ge gazes at the president in surprise. He had assumed it would be the intelligence department that provided the information, not the president himself. Carol is a participant in the Pegasus project. Only individuals at the supervisory level within the intelligence department are authorized to access details about this program. Upon your request for Carol Danvers information, one of the supervisors escalated the matter to me, the president explains. Qin Ge's lips twitched slightly. He had not considered the implications at the time. I apologize for any inconvenience. Not at all. I merely hope that you do not find the contents too distressing. The president responds. Qin Ge freezes, a wave of unease washing over him as he hastily lowers his gaze. The more he reads, the graver his expression becomes, ultimately fixating on a particular passage. In 1999, Dr. Lawson and test pilot Carol Danvers departed from the Pegasus base without authorization, resulting in a catastrophic crash. Dr. Lawson perished, and Carol Danvers was declared missing for 3 days, subsequently classified as deceased. Is Carol dead? Qin Ge felt somewhat dazed. That carefree girl had perished just like that? Impossible. Shaking her head, Qin Ge reminded herself that Carol was a child of the dimension. She could not simply cease to exist. Perhaps this was merely an opportunity for Carol to ascend to the status of the most formidable superhero in the universe. With this thought, the sadness that had just begun to rise within her swiftly dissipated. The system had explicitly stated that Carol was Captain Marvel, the mightiest superhero of the cosmos. In the absence of any signs indicating her transformation into a superhero meant she could not possibly be dead. Disappearance does not equate to death. I understand now, Qin Ge said calmly. The president looked at Qin Ge in surprise. Her tranquil demeanor was unexpected. He was aware of the bond between Qin Ge and Carol, yet she did not appear to be as distraught as he anticipated. Carol is missing, but that does not mean she is dead. I believe she is valiantly surviving somewhere in this world, Qin Ge softly expressed. Oh, why do you say that? The president inquired, noticing the smile that had blossomed on Qin Ge's face. Because she is my partner. In 1990, under the leadership of the United States, an allied coalition launched a large-scale operation named the Gulf War to restore Kuwait's sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, thereby reinstating its legitimate government. This marked the first significant military conflict following the conclusion of the Cold War. Among the primary military operations during the Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm was commanded by Qin Ge, who led the coalition forces to a decisive victory with minimal costs, inflicting significant damage on the Iraqi military. On February 27, 1991, the United States declared the end of the war to liberate Kuwait and initiated a ceasefire at midnight of the same day. Iraq ultimately accepted the ceasefire agreement in April. The Gulf War represented the first large-scale regional conflict in which the U.S. military played a leading role since the Vietnam War. During this conflict, the U.S. military deployed advanced technological weaponry in combat for the first time, showcasing overwhelming air and electromagnetic superiority. Through the Gulf War, the United States significantly enhanced its military and political collaboration with Gulf region nations. fortifying its military presence in the area. In recognition of her outstanding performance during the war, the president ensured that Qin Ge was duly rewarded. At the tender age of 25, Qin Ge became the youngest major general in American history, an unprecedented elevation. Despite facing immense pressure and opposition, the president steadfastly appointed Qin Ge to the rank of major general. Thus, the youngest and most distinguished major general in American history was born. Although the elder statesmen vehemently opposed her promotion, they could not deny Qin Ge's remarkable contributions. Operation Desert Storm, led by Qin Ge, resulted in the swift and complete defeat of the Iraqi forces in just 43 days, successfully liberating Kuwait. Had it not been for the victory of this operation, the duration of the war would likely have been extended considerably, leading to substantial losses in both manpower and resources. Qin Ge's illustrious achievements rendered any attempts by the elder statesman to suppress her futile. You cannot find him. This individual is truly formidable. Since his graduation and subsequent enlistment in the Flying Tigers, his task completion rate has remained an impeccable 100%. He has participated in numerous wars, consistently making outstanding contributions. Such a talent has even prompted some of the elder generation to reconsider their attempts to suppress him. He has matured beyond their control. Chapter 14. Monica in 1995, within the New York Military District, in Qin Ge's office. As the youngest major general with significant power in the United States, Qin Ge's appointment as the commander of the New York Military District has met with little dissent. This gentleman is not one of those generals who merely coast through on the merits of seniority or fabricated achievements. Qin Ge ascended to the rank of major general in less than a decade, his reputation forged through battle and bloodshed. His successes have come at cost, marked by the sacrifices of many. Moreover, he is a trusted confidant of the president, wielding the formidable Flying Tigers at his command, not to mention the entirety of the National Guard under his authority. Who would dare voice objections to such a prominent figure presiding over the New York Military District? It would be no exaggeration to declare that Qin Ge is among the most significant figures in the entire American military. In certain urban circles, he would be regarded as the archetypal protagonist with a powerful backing. Regrettably, this is an extraordinary world. Name: Qin Ge. Title: Shadow Tiger. Gender: male. Age: 18 years. Age frozen in other dimensions. Lineage: human. Special abilities: none. Skills: Indulgence 5, Firearms 5, Combat 5, Leadership 5, Driving 4, Maximum Skill Level 5, Overall Combat Power 78, Normal Healthy Adult Male 60, Human Maximum 100. Evaluation: your achievements are remarkable. However, your strength remains inadequate. And accomplishments cannot alter the fact that you are still a weakling. Status: cannot be loaded. Qin Ge gazed at the final evaluation, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Over 6 years, his combat power had increased by a meager 2 points, still failing to reach 10, though he had acquired several skills at maximum level. Although he occupied a high position, not within the treacherous realm of politics, Qin Ge, once a reckless youth, has undergone significant changes. His approach to matters has transformed considerably. Yet, as the saying goes, the nature of a person is difficult to change. Deep down, Qin Ge remains the same individual he once was. Knock, knock, knock. Gumin. The sound of knocking pulled Qin Ge from his reverie. A young black girl entered the room, and upon seeing her, a smile immediately broke across Qin Ge's previously expressionless face. Uncle Qin. The little girl dashed around the desk and ran to Qin Ge, who embraced her warmly. My dear, what brings you here? Where is your mother? Qin Ge affectionately pinched the girl's cheek, eliciting a cascade of giggles from her. My mother is here to review her flight permit. It's taking a bit longer, so I came to find you, Uncle Qin, the girl replied with a bright smile. I see. Qin Ge nodded in understanding. The girl's name is Monica Rambeau, the daughter of Carol's friend, Maria Rambeau, and she is 13 years old this year. After Carol's mysterious disappearance, Maria sought out Qin Ge. Their prior acquaintance blossomed into familiarity over time. In 1993, Qin Ge's long-anticipated proposal advocating for female pilots to access the cockpit was finally approved. This pivotal action undoubtedly earned Qin Ge the admiration of numerous female aviators and allowed American women to soar through the skies. Maria was among the fortunate beneficiaries of this change. However, in contrast to their male counterparts, female pilots are required to undergo annual evaluations at the Air Force Base to ascertain their eligibility for retaining their flying licenses. Although this process can be cumbersome, the women have expressed their satisfaction. Regrettably, Carol was unable to witness this progress. "Come, uncle, let me take you for ice cream," Qin Ge said as he stood up, embracing Monica. "Is that okay?" Monica's large eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course," Qin Ge replied with a smile, gently placing Monica on the ground and taking her hand as they exited. "General," Qin Ge's secretary quickly rose upon seeing him emerge. "If Captain Maria arrives, please inform her that I have taken Monica downtown. She can reach me by phone if necessary," Qin Ge instructed. "Understood," the secretary nodded promptly. "Well then, let us go, little darling." As the pair departed, the secretary slowly withdrew her gaze, reflecting on how the general had not forgotten her. Despite being a young and powerful major general, there were no reports of Qin Ge having a girlfriend, a fact that seemed almost fantastical to many. Unfortunately, he showed no inclination in that direction, as if he harbored someone within his heart. But who could that be? The best friend of Qin Ge, Carol, had come into public view. The secretary shook her head. It was perhaps best not to ponder the general's personal affairs too deeply, lest she find herself in trouble later on. In New York's Manhattan district, Qin Ge, dressed casually, navigated through the bustling crowds with Monica in tow. They occasionally paused in front of local shops to make purchases. Monica's family resided outside of New York, where the economic conditions were modest. Although Maria's family enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle, it was insufficient compared to the city's standards. Monica had seldom visited New York, with her previous trips occurring only when Maria came for assessments at the military district, during which Qin Ge or his associates would take her around. "Uncle Qin," Monica suddenly called out while enjoying her ice cream. "What is it, my dear?" Qin Ge responded. "Everyone says Aunt Carol has passed away. Is that true?" Monica inquired, her small head resting on Qin Ge's shoulder. "Of course not," Qin Ge chuckled. "Aunt Carol will surely return. She is out there somewhere, living with great strength. The task at hand is to assist Carol in regaining her memories. If she were truly gone, who would he help? Therefore, Carol was not only alive, but would undoubtedly return. My mother and I think the same. How could someone like Aunt Carol pass away?" Monica's small face was filled with admiration. In contrast to the accomplished Qin Ge, Monica held a deeper fondness for Carol. This young girl meticulously collected photographs of Carol and recorded every story Carol had shared with her. When Qin Ge visited her home and saw the album Monica had created, he was struck by the meticulous detail. It rivaled the dedication of any devoted fan to their idol. Monica's adoration for Carol bore resemblance to that of a fan for a celebrity. Despite Qin Ge being the most accomplished and exceptional person within her acquaintance, Monica preferred Carol. This left Qin Ge speechless. He genuinely cherished the little girl, treating her as if she were his own daughter. Unfortunately, Monica did not share the same admiration for him, though Qin Ge was oblivious to the reasons behind it. "Uncle Qin, Aunt Carol will come back, right? Rest assured, Carol will definitely return." Qin Ge smiled. "After all, we have a promise to keep." Chapter 15. The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. Monica, the little angel, was merely a brief interlude. Before long, Maria arrived to take Monica away. With her departure, Qin Ge lost interest in continuing his leisure and naturally returned to the military district. However, a special guest awaited him. S.H.I.E.L.D. Qin Ge glanced at the identification in his hand and then looked up at the man before him. "Greetings, the youngest general in the United States." The newcomer smiled slightly and extended his right hand toward Qin Ge. Qin Ge was not an arrogant individual. He extended his hand and shook the man's lightly. "I wonder what Director Alexander wishes to discuss with me. I recall that I have no affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Qin Ge seated himself and addressed the man before him. "Pierce Alexander, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Qin Ge had indeed heard of S.H.I.E.L.D., formerly known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, established during World War II. Though the exact date eluded him, the organization was a successor to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, a wartime entity funded by the United Nations and supported by various nations to protect the world from cosmic invasions and to manage supernatural phenomena. Its personnel comprised outstanding individuals from various fields, but at its core, it remained an impressive intelligence agency. For this reason, Qin Ge was reluctant to engage with S.H.I.E.L.D. In his view, intelligence agencies were rarely benevolent. Qin Ge was unaware of how many directors S.H.I.E.L.D. had. Pierce Alexander was merely the latest he had learned about. He only knew of the previous director, Peggy Carter, the former love interest of Captain America, Steve Rogers. A remarkably capable woman. Unfortunately, by the time Qin Ge arrived, Carter had aged and retired, leaving him without the chance to witness the allure of this renowned beauty of S.H.I.E.L.D. In an instant, Qin Ge organized the information he knew about S.H.I.E.L.D. This was essential training for any Special Forces soldier. I wonder if the esteemed general has heard of the Super Soldier program. Pierce wasted no time and directly addressed the subject at hand. Qin Ge raised his gaze to meet Pierce's, fully aware that the Captain America of over 50 years ago was the product of this very plan. Indeed, he remarked with a hint of indifference, "We at S.H.I.E.L.D. are in the process of reviving this project." Pierce nodded in acknowledgement, yet added, "However, to my knowledge, the President has approached me to prepare for this initiative, but I declined his request. Just today, he spoke to me regarding this matter." "I understand," Qin Ge replied. "Countries around the world are preparing to restart this project." Pierce was not taken aback by this revelation. Nevertheless, he continued, "The originator of the Super Soldier program, Dr. Abraham Erskine, was one of our own at S.H.I.E.L.D. Qin Ge's expression shifted subtly, prompting him to inquire further. During World War II, Dr. Erskine developed the Super Soldier Serum, which birthed the world's first superhero, embodying the spirit and ideals of America, Captain America. I am certain that even if you, General, have not encountered him in person, you have heard of his formidable prowess," Pierce stated with a smile. In response, Qin Ge rolled his eyes imperceptibly. "For heaven's sake, Captain America perished in the North Atlantic 50 years ago. Where would I have seen him?" Nonetheless, he pondered inwardly, "System, is there a template for Captain America?" "Affirmative," the system promptly replied, illuminating his thoughts. "Show me," he commanded, and an auxiliary virtual interface materialized before him. Name, Steve Rogers. Title, Captain America. Gender, male. Age, 72 years. Frozen. Lineage, human. Special abilities, none. Skills, Command 5. Shield Combat 5. Firearms 5. Hand-to-hand combat 5. Driving 5. Max skill level 5. Overall combat power, 100. Normal healthy adult male. 60. Maximum human value, 100. Evaluation, no superfluous words, the strongest human. Status, unloadable. System, what on earth does Shield Combat 5 entail? Qin Ge inquired, his expression one of bewilderment as he stared at the 5 bold characters on the virtual screen. It is a passive skill of Captain America, allowing him to engage in combat with anyone while wielding his vibranium shield for a limited duration, the system elucidated. "And what about that cosmic level Carol in the future?" Qin Ge pressed further. "Anyone," the system replied. This skill was indeed impressive, setting aside the dazzling nature of the skill that left Qin Ge momentarily astounded. He wondered what frozen truly meant. If his recollection served him right, Captain America had seemingly collided with an iceberg. Did that mean he had not perished? By the heavens! Even with Qin Ge's elevated demeanor since becoming a general, the astonishing implications of his deduction left him astounded. Yet, outwardly, he maintained a contemplative facade, merely pondering in Pierce's presence. How much information does S.H.I.E.L.D. possess regarding the Super Soldier program? Qin Ge inquired, his gaze fixed on Pierce, his heart racing with anticipation. The story of Captain America is well known, but the truth is far more intricate. As a brigadier general of the United States, he possesses a wealth of insider information. Prior to his transformation, Steve Rogers was a diminutive, frail individual, seemingly incapable of any physical prowess. One might even question whether he could hold his own against the likes of the weaker opponents. Yet, this seemingly feeble man, upon receiving the Super Soldier Serum, ascended to the status of the most formidable human as per system evaluations. This implies that, fundamentally, no other human could surpass Captain America, especially with his iconic shield and exceptional combat skills. Qin Ge mused that if he were to undergo a similar enhancement, he would likely not fall short of Captain America's prowess. However, disregarding that skill, one ponders the scenario if 2 Captain Americas were to engage in battle. Would it be a clash of titans? While Qin Ge entertained these whimsical thoughts, Pierce's voice interrupted his reverie. "We cannot disclose specific details unless you choose to join the program," Pierce stated. "What would you require from me should I join?" Qin Ge inquired, refraining from immediate agreement. I need your personnel to assist us with experiments and also your cooperation in conducting some research, Pierce replied vaguely. Yet Qin Ge comprehended the implications. He regarded Pierce, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. There were inconsistencies in the timeline. For instance, in Iron Man, Coulson informed Tony that they had renamed themselves S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet in Captain Marvel, S.H.I.E.L.D. was already established in 1995. This was perplexing. Chapter 16. Tony Stark, the subjects for experimentation were indeed real, and the elite nature of S.H.I.E.L.D. meant that the loss of any member was a significant blow. The ideal test subjects for the super soldier serum would naturally be those with robust physiques. They could not merely transform the weak into titans like Dr. Abraham Erskine. The stronger the subjects, the higher the probability of success. Thus, the question arises, where might one find a plethora of suitable subjects? The answer was self-evident: the military. As the leader of the New York military district and a trusted confidant of the president, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters situated in New York, Qin Ge's priority was evidently paramount. No, Qin Ge finally articulated after a prolonged contemplation. Why? Pierce's expression shifted, his posture straightening as he regarded Qin Ge with confusion. This was clearly a mutually beneficial arrangement. Why would he refuse? Director Pierce. Qin Ge leaned back in his chair, his calm gaze fixed on Pierce. I will provide the subjects, but I must also bear responsibility for the soldiers who become test subjects. If you disclose the specifics of the program to me, I may reconsider. The test subjects were the linchpin of such an initiative. Without suitable candidates, what could be achieved? Furthermore, why was it Pierce who sought him out? The president's initial stance had not been particularly forceful, lacking the appearance of staunch support. Qin Ge surmised that this so-called super soldier program likely harbored significant flaws, and that the materials left behind by Dr. Abraham Erskine were, in fact, scant. If the documentation regarding the complete super soldier serum or a substantial portion of it were intact, the president would have surely enforced its implementation. In such a case, it would not have been Pierce who informed him, but rather the official documentation itself. Therefore, Qin Ge was reluctant to involve himself in this scheme, despite its alluring nature. Absolutely not. Pierce categorically refused. Good heavens, the materials he possessed were so limited. If Qin Ge were to see them, it would diminish any hope of garnering his support. After that, it would be impossible. My apologies, Qin Ge said, fixing his gaze on Pierce. Pierce's expression darkened as he rose from his chair. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Take care. No need to see me out, Qin Ge replied with a smile, gesturing for him to depart. Pierce cast a lingering glance at Qin Ge before turning to leave. As he watched Pierce disappear behind the door, a peculiar glimmer shone in Qin Ge's eyes. System, did that fellow harbor any malicious intentions towards me? Pierce Alexander's emotional fluctuations were quite abnormal. According to analysis, there is a 97.64 probability that he intended to act against the host, the system reported candidly. Although Qin Ge's system may not be as formidable as others, it could still serve as a super-intelligent entity capable of assisting with analysis and big data evaluations. Intriguing, Qin Ge mused, a mere director of S.H.I.E.L.D. What gave him the audacity to provoke me, a major general wielding military authority? Meanwhile, after leaving the military district building, Pierce entered his vehicle. Director, shall we eliminate this Qin Ge? A Caucasian man in the passenger seat turned to Pierce and inquired. Absolutely not. Pierce shook his head. This individual possesses formidable strength. You are no match for him. Merely a Chinese. The white man scoffed. Langlo, curb your arrogance, Pierce admonished, furrowing his brow. This Qin Ge is no ordinary person, and his standing in the military is too high to act against him lightly. Understood, Langlo quickly replied, sensing his superior's displeasure. Pierce withdrew his gaze, subtly shaking his head. This subordinate, while strong, lacked foresight. As a prominent figure among the younger generation, Qin Ge's influence was extensive and complex. Coupled with the president's confidence and the flying tigers at his disposal, such an individual commanded a presence that could reverberate throughout the military. To act rashly would undoubtedly incite considerable turmoil within the American military establishment, a scenario he did not desire. Let us redirect to General Ross's residence, Pierce contemplated, stating, very well. The following day, in the military weapons laboratory, Qin Ge with his well-developed muscles and robust physique clad in military attire, exuded an aura of ironclad resolve. There existed a palpable difference between soldiers who had faced the battlefield and those who had not. Moreover, during the period when Qin Ge occupied a high position, the transformation in his demeanor, influenced by his altered mindset and status, became remarkably evident. "Ah, my dear general, it is a privilege to have you here in person. Are you hungry?" A man with a small beard remarked, gnawing on a hamburger. Upon noticing Qin Ge's approach, he gestured invitingly. Qin Ge glanced at him without uttering a word. "It seems you are not hungry. However, if you were, there would be little I could do. This is a cheese hamburger, my favorite, and I shan't part with it," the man declared, taking another bite. The corners of Qin Ge's mouth twitched slightly. "To hell with your cheese hamburger. Who cares?" he thought. "How is Stark's new weapon?" Qin Ge, suppressing his exasperation, turned to address the military personnel and the department head responsible for the project. Reporting, "General, everything is ready and we can commence the experiment at any moment," the individual stated, saluting Qin Ge with respect. "Good," Qin Ge nodded. "Let's begin. All departments, prepare." With a hum, the new anti-aircraft artillery began to rotate, and the laboratory ceiling automatically parted, revealing the azure sky above. Fire! Boom! 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 All the anti-aircraft artillery unleashed a barrage, and the overwhelming power made Qin Ge's eyelids flutter. This world was indeed replete with advanced technology. It was merely the 20th century, and already such formidable artillery existed. In Qin Ge's realm, the most advanced anti-aircraft artillery belonged to the American Federation, whose firepower was only marginally greater than what he witnessed before him. "How does it fare, General?" Tony Stark grinned at Qin Ge. Qin Ge regarded the man before him, the chairman of Stark Industries, the largest arms dealer globally, a military tycoon, a prodigious genius, and a notorious playboy. His titles were numerous, yet undeniably, he could be considered a rare genius of the century. "We are satisfied with Stark's weaponry." Qin Ge managed a semblance of smile. He harbored no fondness for Tony. The man was arrogant and self-centered, traits he found distasteful. Nevertheless, with the recognition that Stark's weapons were unparalleled, Qin Ge endured his discontent to arm his forces with the best. Reality demanded submission. Chapter 17. The alien warrior descends. "This price is rather steep, isn't it?" Tony remarked with a cheerful grin. "The price is not an issue," Qin Ge replied calmly. "Money? The state will reimburse it anyway." Qin Ge thought nothing of spending American funds. "Excellent." Tony nodded in satisfaction. "Doing business with you, General, is a pleasure. Unlike others who haggle incessantly." Qin Ge smiled in response, but chose to remain silent. He had no interest in engaging in such negotiations with Tony. He was a soldier, not a merchant. Meanwhile, a certain someone next door, although a general, conducted himself more like a businessman. Qin Ge had little time for such matters. "You can discuss the specifics with him." Qin Ge indicated towards an individual. "We shall take our leave." As Tony observed Qin Ge's departing figure, he chuckled softly. An intriguing individual. Carelessly, the wrapper of a cheeseburger was tossed onto the ground, inciting ire in the nearby sanitation worker. Unbeknownst to him, a week had slipped by. Qin Ge spent the entirety of his days within the military district, venturing nowhere. The order to remain vigilant about the movements occurring worldwide, though perplexing, was strictly adhered by all. Qin Ge's prestige within the military was beyond question. However, the reason for such vigilance remained elusive to him. In his office, he pondered. It is nearly the end of 1995. Why has Carol yet to appear? Was it not stated that the story commences in this year? While it appeared that Qin Ge was reclining on the sofa in slumber, he was in fact engaged in dialogue with the system. "Please explore on your own," the system replied. "After having inquired so many times, would it truly be fatal for you to respond at least once?" Qin Ge mused. To be precise, since entering 1995, the host has posed this question 670 times, averaging over 3 inquiries daily. Though the system's tone remained calm, it was evident to anyone that a profound sense of exasperation pervaded its words. "Would it not be simpler to just provide me with a straightforward answer?" Qin Ge grumbled. "Please, host, strive for self-sufficiency. Do not always rely on others." Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Qin Ge casually invited from his repose on the sofa. His secretary entered the room. "General, here is the compilation of anomalous incident reports collected today." Her melodious voice resonated. "Place it on the table," Qin Ge instructed. Understood. After placing the documents on the desk, the secretary exited, leaving him to his solitude. Stretching, Qin Ge rose and approached the desk, casually opening the file. Such compilations were delivered every morning and evening. Initially, he perused them with great care, but soon lost interest. What utter nonsense is this? An assemblyman found a mistress hidden in some obscure locale. A gangland shootout erupted in a certain area, resulting in numerous casualties. A prodigy discovered some triviality, causing a ripple of effects. What sheer drivel! Qin Ge idly flipped through the report, his gaze skimming the densely packed pages. Suddenly, his attention was arrested by a particular headline: "A woman from the heavens, suspected alien." Intrigued, he scrutinized the information. Although the system had explicitly stated that Captain Marvel's world possessed extraordinary powers, many of them, Qin Ge had yet to witness any manifestation of such powers. Now, with aliens making an appearance in the report, his interest was piqued. Despite his indifference to the compilation, those beneath him dared not be negligent. The information they provided was guaranteed to be accurate. Failing to deliver reliable reports could result in severe repercussions. Qin Ge continued to read with newfound diligence. In the early hours of this morning, a woman clad in eccentric attire descended from the heavens, landing in a film store owned by Qin Ge. Upon her emergence, she claimed to be an extraterrestrial warrior from the Kree Empire. Qin Ge's gaze flickered with intrigue. Carol had been missing for an extended period, and he had exerted every possible effort to locate her, yet his search yielded naught. He recalled the meager information provided by the system regarding the fierce conflict between two extraterrestrial races, signifying that two alien factions had now arrived on Earth. The woman identified herself as a warrior of the Kree Empire, suggesting the presence of the Kree people. But what of the other faction? Seated at his desk, he swiftly reached for the telephone, dialing his secretary with urgency. Notify the intelligence department to compile all information regarding incident number 4396. I require every detail. Understood. He heard in response before hanging up, his gaze fixed upon the image of a violently breached rooftop. Qin Ge possessed the authority to initiate intelligence gathering, a power he had fought hard to obtain from the president, relinquishing much in return. With the exception of SHIELD, whose intelligence division was exempt from reporting to him, all other organizations were bound to comply with his commands. In less than half an hour, the requested intelligence was compiled and delivered to his desk. As he swiftly turned the pages, he absorbed the details, the shape-shifting scrolls, the peacekeeping Kree, and the Kree warrior, there, whose full name echoed with familiarity, Carol Danvers. Qin Ge suspected that this was no mere coincidence. Carol had vanished 6 years prior, alongside the experimental faster-than-light engine developed by Dr. Lawson. Reports indicated that Ver possessed the ability to unleash photon energy blasts from her hands, a capacity she claimed was unique to her. Could Qin Ge deduce that Carol had absorbed the energy of the missing engine, resulting in her amnesia, and that she had ultimately been taken by the Kree? His mission involved aiding Carol in regaining her memories, and since the task had yet to signal failure, it indicated that she remained in a state of forgetfulness. Thus, was this Ver indeed Carol? The notion of maintaining cosmic safety and peace seemed more akin to villainy in Qin Ge's mind. Never mind, he murmured. I shall pay a visit. He cast aside the documents and lifted the phone once more. Prepare a vehicle. I must visit the original Pegasus project base. Yes, sir. As Qin Ge settled into the car, arms crossed, an expression impassive, he gazed ahead, awaiting their arrival at the destination in silence. Qin Ge remained silent, as did the occupants of the vehicle. The armored car provided a protective shield around Qin Ge's automobile, manned by the elite members of the Flying Tigers. Each time Qin Ge ventured out, an entire squad of these special forces accompanied him, such as the privilege of being the commander of the Flying Tigers. This squad is not merely a group. While a group consists of a maximum of 7 individuals, a squad comprises 5 to 10 groups, resulting in a formidable number of personnel. Despite being under the umbrella of a certain conglomerate, the Special Forces are a force to be reckoned with. In reality, true Special Forces are exceptionally powerful. Even Captain America would find it a considerable challenge to contend with an entire squad of these elite soldiers. General, we have arrived at the Pegasus base, the aide respectfully informed Qin Ge. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Ge stepped out of the vehicle. At the entrance of the base, the head of the Pegasus base and its staff stood in formation, ready to extend their welcome. This was a major general. There are few generals in the United States, and even fewer wield real power, making Qin Ge's youth and command of an entire military district a remarkable rarity. Although the head of the Pegasus base was not under Qin Ge's direct jurisdiction, he held the rank of colonel. As the saying goes, a higher rank can overshadow lesser ones. Qin Ge outstripped him by 2 ranks, given the existence of brigadier generals in the U.S. military. In the military, rank signifies a chasm akin to that between heaven and earth. "Welcome, Your Excellency." The colonel stepped forward and addressed Qin Ge in a resonant voice. "Have any outsiders arrived today?" Qin Ge, known for his decisive and no-nonsense approach, directly inquired without exchanging pleasantries. "Please hold on a moment." The colonel turned to address his subordinates. "Report, today 2 individuals claiming to be from SHILD have arrived at the base." A man stepped forward and announced loudly. "Where are they?" Qin Ge asked, his gaze fixed on him. "They are confined in the holding room. As you know, the failure of the Pegasus project is closely tied to SHIELD. Qin Ge nodded. "Take me there." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, in the holding room, Carol and SHIELD Agent Nick Fury sat silently, their gazes fixed ahead. Suddenly, Fury stood up, approached the desk, opened a drawer, and rummaged through it until he found a roll of tape. He then embarked on his plan to escape. First, he affixed the tape to his identification card, capturing the fingerprint from where it had been touched. Second, he pressed the tape with the fingerprint onto the door's biometric scanner and applied pressure. Beep, beep, beep. Click. The door swung open effortlessly. "After you," Fury gestured gallantly, and Carol stood with a smile, stepping outside, followed closely by Fury as he closed the door behind them. 3 minutes later, Qin Ge and the colonel stood silently before the empty holding room, looking up at the colonel without uttering a word. The colonel's cold sweat began to pour down. What happened? Where are they? The colonel turned to confront the individual responsible for their confinement. "I distinctly remember confining them here. How could they have vanished?" The man was equally bewildered. "Where did they go?" "Black Tiger." Qin Ge shook his head and called out. Behind him, a towering Caucasian man, clad in attire that could scarcely conceal his muscular physique, stepped forward. "General, take control of the base's communication devices and surveillance systems. We must locate those 2 individuals in the shortest time possible." "Understood." Saluting, this robust figure, designated Black Tiger, turned and departed with his team. "Take me to the archives," Qin Ge instructed. "Yes, sir." In the archives, Carol and Fury leaned against the file racks, poring over documents pertaining to the Pegasus project from 6 years prior. "Is this a Kree?" Carol exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the cryptic symbols on the paper Fury had handed her. "Dr. Lawson is not of Earth. She is Kree." Images suddenly flooded her mind. Disjointed fragments of memory surged forth, racing through her consciousness. Abruptly, one memory crystallized beneath a starry sky. Beneath the vast expanse, 2 figures made a pact. Carol clearly recognized herself, yet the man with whom she made the vow remained indistinct. "Fury? Fury? Fury's voice pulled Carol from the whirlpool of recollection. "What's wrong? You've been silent and unresponsive. It's rather peculiar." Fury regarded her with a puzzled expression. "I need to step outside for a moment." "All right." Carol nodded as Fury turned to leave. Once Fury departed, Carol resumed her examination of the files. At that moment, a photograph caught her eye. It was a snapshot taken at an airport, featuring a black woman conversing with 2 Caucasian pilots. Behind them, beside the aircraft, stood a figure on the ladder, none other than Carol herself. Her gaze flickered with uncertainty as she pondered the implications. Suddenly, the sound of lights and the accompanying rapid footsteps drew Carol's attention. She quickly returned the documents to their rightful place and stealthily hid beside the file rack. "General, this is the location where the files on Carol Danvers and Dr. Lawson are stored." The voices grew nearer, yet Carol's thoughts were ensnared by the name Carol Danvers. "Carol Danvers?" She murmured softly, as if the name possessed an enchanting quality, imbued with profound significance for her. Peering out, she discreetly scanned the crowd and immediately spotted the unmistakable figure of Qin Ge. Her pupils constricted sharply as a torrent of memories surged from the depths of her mind. However, these memories flowed like rushing waters, appearing swiftly yet dissipating just as quickly. Carol glimpsed a photograph, and in an instant the memory slipped away. In the image, a man sat in a chair, while she rested her hands on his shoulders, flashing a peace sign. Above it, a caption seemed to be in her own handwriting. Carol and Qin Ge. The smile on her face was a brilliance that Carol had never witnessed before. With a gaze filled with complexity, she looked once more at the man before her. Who are you? Chapter 19. Confrontation? Qin Ge's expression shifted, and as she paused in her perusal of the documents, she lifted her gaze to the side. An abyss of darkness loomed, devoid of any discernible forms. Was it merely an illusion? Qin Ge furrowed her brow, retracting her gaze. In the shadows, Carol leaned against a shelf, her arms wrapped around her legs. Her black attire contrasting with the bewilderment in her eyes as she stared ahead. Who are you truly? Why do you seem so familiar? Beep, beep, beep. The communicator on the colonel's uniform suddenly sprang to life. Your Excellency, I must take my leave. Very well, Qin Ge replied nonchalantly, refocusing on her documents. As she examined the page filled with bizarre symbols, her brow creased in confusion. Why would Dr. Lawson sketch such cryptic symbols? She pondered. The Tiger King, the general, a robust man with an unassuming visage yet an aura of ironclad resolve, stepped forward upon hearing Qin Ge's voice. What thoughts do you have upon seeing this? Qin Ge inquired, presenting the page of symbols to the Tiger King. Tiger King is a codename. After assuming command of the Flying Tigers, I instituted an annual competition to select the strongest among us, bestowing upon him the title of Tiger King. This particular Tiger King has held the title 3 consecutive times since his initial selection. Name, Sod title, Tiger King gender, male age, 29 lineage, human special abilities, none skills, marksmanship 5, firearms 5, combat 5, leadership 4, computer skills 4, driving 3, maximum skill level 5, overall combat power 82, a healthy adult male, average is 60, maximum for humans is 100 assessment. A remarkably powerful individual, capable of easily dispatching foes. Status, not loadable. This is the template for Tiger King will. The evaluation remains consistent. However, Tiger King's combat prowess ranks among the top 3 in the entire American military. The neighboring SEAL team, which Qin Ge has inspected several times, boasts a champion with a combat power of merely 78, marginally stronger, yet still significantly distant from Tiger King. Yet, how on earth did that old man Qin Ge achieve a power level of 85? We'll meticulously scrutinize the paper that Qin Ge had handed him. If the author is not a deranged lunatic, I suspect this could be some form of code or cipher, he remarked. Do you think it could be a language? An extraterrestrial language? Qin Ge suddenly suggested. Will paused, then shook his head. I apologize, General, but I do not believe in the existence of extraterrestrials. However, the possibility of this being an entirely undiscovered language cannot be dismissed, he replied. Indeed, Qin Ge conceded, choosing not to elaborate further. Before the Kree and Skrull appear before them, few would accept the reality of extraterrestrial beings. At that moment, the colonel returned. General, the agents from SHIELD have arrived. Qin Ge gazed at him, his eyes shimmering. At the Tiamat base, a convoy of vehicles emblazoned with the insignia of SHIELD entered the premises in succession. A cadre of SHIELD agents disembarked from the vehicles. Led by a bespectacled high-ranking official, Qin Ge was unaware of his name. If anyone knows, please inform me so I can amend it. I apologize, sir, but you cannot enter, one soldier interjected, blocking the path of the SHIELD dignitary and his entourage. We are SHIELD. Soldier, who is your commanding officer? He will permit our entry, so do not fret, the elderly man with white hair reassured the soldier, patting him on the shoulder. The soldier, taken aback, regarded the elder with astonishment. SHIELD? Although I have not heard of you, your tone suggests considerable authority. Step away from my soldier, SHIELD. A voice echoed from a distance, drawing the attention of all present. General, the soldier saluted promptly. Qin Ge nodded and approached the elderly man with white hair. This is a critical research facility for the government and military. You must vacate the premises immediately. General, I trust you are aware of the powers vested in SHIELD. The elder replied with a smile. I'm not aware. Kindly leave. Qin Ge replied, his expression unwavering. The elder's countenance darkened. I do not wish to engage in conflict. Leave this place now, at once, he commanded. The members of the Tiger Squad behind Qin Ge glared at the SHIELD agents, their eyes betraying a murderous intent. Do you dare lay a hand on S-H-I-E-L-D? The elder retorted, his expression grim. Qin Ge furrowed his brow. Do you not recognize me? The elder was momentarily taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. How intriguing, Qin Ge chuckled softly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Qin Ge stepped forward, halting just a fist's distance from the elder, locking his gaze onto his eyes. I am Qin Ge. The director, Alexander Pierce, has personally come to demand that you return whence you came. Qin Ge was not jesting. This was a fortified stronghold of the United States military, and without the explicit consent of the American government and armed forces, no one was permitted to act here, not even the United Nations established S-H-I-L-D. The elder scrutinized Qin Ge's eyes, remaining silent, somewhat uncertain of Qin Ge's identity. He was an imposter, possessing only the memories of the shapeshifter within this week. Qin Ge had not appeared in his recollections, leaving him perplexed. However, to be addressed by the director of S-H-I-L-D by name suggested that Qin Ge was no ordinary individual. A misunderstanding. Suddenly, fury appeared from an unknown direction. General, this is a misunderstanding. Both men turned their attention to him, and under the scrutiny of two formidable figures, especially one who had restructured a significant portion of the military, fury felt an immediate pressure. I was the one who summoned S-H-I-L-D. The extraterrestrial warrior, Voss, is currently in the archives, Fury explained hastily. In the archives? Qin Ge recalled that it had not been a mere illusion. Indeed, Fury nodded. I fabricated an excuse to step out. She remains in the archives. Understanding dawned on Qin Ge as he nodded in acknowledgement. You may leave. We shall take over, declared the elderly man with white hair, causing Fury to momentarily freeze in disbelief. This matter pertains to extraterrestrials and falls under the jurisdiction of S-H-I-L-D. I repeat, you are free to depart. Qin Ge's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon the white-haired man. You. The elderly figure glared fiercely at Qin Ge. What? Do you intend to resort to violence? Qin Ge's expression shifted to one of amusement as the soldiers of the Flying Tigers and the Tiamat base swiftly raised their weapons, aiming at the S-H-I-E-L-D agents. In response, the agents of S-H-I-E-L-D hastily leveled their firearms at Qin Ge and the personnel from Tiamat base. The atmosphere was thick with tension, a palpable standoff. Chapter 20. Talos the Skrull Fury tugged at the white-haired man. We cannot engage. If Qin Ge perishes here, the wrath of the American president will bring down the entire S-H-I-E-L-D. Who could forget that Qin Ge was a favored figure before the president? At this moment, S-H-I-L-D was not yet the formidable entity it would later become. In the eyes of many, it was merely a festering sore, lacking substantial involvement in supernatural phenomena or extraterrestrial events. If they were to eliminate this general today, the U.S. government would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to dismantle S-H-I-E-L-D, which, even if it survived, would be thrown into turmoil. Every institution must justify its existence, and at present, S-H-I-L-D had yet to demonstrate its worth. We are leaving. The elderly man cast one last penetrating glance at Qin Ge before turning away. The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D followed suit, regrouping. System, examine the profile of this individual. Qin Ge suddenly commanded within his mind. Name, Talos. Title, leader of the Skrulls. Gender, male. Age, 72. Lineage, Skrull. Special ability, shape-shifting. Details, skills, driving 4, leadership 4, combat 4, max level 5, overall combat power, 72, normal healthy adult male, 60, human max, 100, evaluation, despite possessing extraordinary strength. The Skrulls are not renowned for their combat prowess. Status, unloadable. Qin Ge's eyes glimmered. A Skrull? He delved deeper into the shape-shifting details. Shape-shifting, a complete replication of the target's appearance and genes, possessing the memories of the replicated individual within a specific time frame. No means exist to flawlessly discern a Skrull's identity, and their genes can be perfectly mimicked. This ability is rather impressive. If one possessed such a power, they could undoubtedly become an unparalleled master spy. Casting a glance at Talos, who was boarding a vehicle, Qin Ge commanded, halt. Talos froze mid-action, lifting his gaze towards Qin Ge. "Come here," Qin Ge instructed, pointing at Talos. Though puzzled, Talos complied and approached. Did Qin Ge change his mind and intend to allow them entry? "Well, prepare to engage with blank rounds," Qin Ge whispered. Though Tiger King was somewhat baffled by Qin Ge's sudden shift in strategy, especially with the use of blanks, he nonetheless adhered strictly to the orders given, signaling readiness for combat and the replacement of ammunition. "Talos, leader of the Skrulls, greetings." As Qin Ge stepped forward, he smiled and spoke. Talos, astonished, gazed at Qin Ge in disbelief, suppressing the astonishment that surged within him. Who exactly was Talos? A Skrull? An extraterrestrial race? Remarkably, Talos displayed no change in expression. Instead, a hint of curiosity graced his features. Qin Ge awarded him full marks for this performance. Anyone else might have been easily deceived. "Mr. Talos, I truly do not wish to engage in combat with you," Qin Ge said with a resigned shake of his head. He found himself lacking in options. Yet allowing Talos to leave without confrontation would likely mean losing the chance to find him again. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Qin Ge unleashed a powerful punch, catching Talos off guard, striking him squarely on the forehead. How much force did Qin Ge's punch possess? It sent Talos sprawling to the ground. "Protect!" A nearby agent's warning was abruptly cut short as a bullet struck him between the eyes. Though it was a blank, the force of the impact rendered him unconscious in an instant. The sudden turn of events, compounded by the swift actions of the Tiger Squad, left the majority of DS personnel incapacitated within moments. Was that a blank? Fury, concealed behind a car, peered at the fallen agent, bewildered by the gunshot wound. The unexpected chaos led to only 4 agents remaining on their feet as the others scrambled to regain their composure. With dozens of guns aimed at the 4 remaining agents, even if their opponents wielded blanks, the agents were armed with live ammunition, making them hesitant to pull the trigger. Meanwhile, the battle between Talos and Qin Ge intensified. With a resounding thud, Talos' fist slammed into Qin Ge's abdomen, followed by a vicious kick that sent Qin Ge crashing to the ground. Talos' right fist came crashing down again onto Qin Ge's midsection. A member of the Tiger Squad attempted to intervene, but was halted by Will, who insisted that they allow Qin Ge to manage the situation. The man suddenly recalled that their general was no mere figurehead. In a surprising turn, as Qin Ge endured the blows, he seized Talos' descending right hand, applying immense strength to pry it open. With a swift kick, he unleashed a ferocious force that sent Talos flying. Rising from the ground, Qin Ge approached Talos, grasping his shoulders and lifting him. With a heavy knee strike, he collided with Talos' abdomen. Talos cried out in pain. With a final thud, Qin Ge released his grip, and Talos crumpled to the ground, clutching his abdomen and howling in agony. "Secure him and mark him," Qin Ge commanded. "Will, you will personally oversee him, regardless of whose form he assumes. As long as he bears the mark, he is identifiable." "Understood," Will replied, effortlessly lifting Talos and cuffing him. "What is your name?" Ignoring Talos, Qin Ge turned to Fury and inquired. "Nick Fury, General," Fury responded. "I am aware that you are perplexed. Inquire further. A Skrull can only retain the memories of the person they have transformed into for the past 7 days." Qin Ge indicated towards Talos. "That won't be necessary, General," Fury replied, shaking his head. "Although I am uncertain how you, General, discern that he is a Skrull, there is no need for you to deceive us in this situation." "Your words intrigue me." Qin Ge observed Fury with keen interest. "You possess far more audacity than Pierce. Compared to my mentor, I still have much to learn." "Huh." Qin Ge chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. "Take them away. Leave Taros." "Yes." In the chamber, Taros transformed back into his original green-skinned form. Qin Ge sat opposite him, with 2 cups of coffee placed between them. "Pray tell. Elucidate the intentions of your Skrull kin and those of the Kree regarding their arrival on Earth." Qin Ge reclined in his chair, speaking with calm composure. "Our aims are identical. Concerning the Lightspeed engine of the Pegasus project, Taros revealed without reservation. The Lightspeed engine has been destroyed." "Not so," Taros shook his head. "That Lightspeed engine was merely a vessel. The true one has been concealed by Lawson. We must locate it to escape the galaxy." "Escape the galaxy?" Qin Ge's eyes flashed. "Please elaborate." "We Skrulls once flourished as a peaceful race within the galaxy, living harmoniously without conflict. The Kree Empire, the dominant power in the galaxy, relentlessly pursues expansion. Through Taros' narration, Qin Ge gleaned a general understanding of the situation. The Kree Empire is one of the two principal powers in the galaxy. The other is a faction known as the Nova Corps. The latter is somewhat stronger, yet it is dedicated to preserving peace within the galaxy, fundamentally contrasting with the Kree Empire's frenzied expansion. The Skrulls once resided on their own planet, but their tranquility was shattered when the flames of Kree aggression engulfed their home. Their lands were devastated by war, and their people became scattered throughout the galaxy. After acquiring knowledge of the Lightspeed engine's existence on the 53rd planet, Earth, from the memories of the Kree warrior, first, they hastened to this location. Subsequently, they were captured by Qin Ge. Nodding thoughtfully, Qin Ge refrained from expressing any opinion. I am quite curious. How did you perceive my identity? Even the most advanced genetic monitoring systems struggle to detect our Skrull transformations. Taros inquired with intrigue. Qin Ge did not respond directly, but instead posed a question in return. What is your perspective on this Kree warrior? First, Qin Ge asked. She is quite peculiar. Taros furrowed his brow. She is Kree, yet she has lived on Earth, appearing there since her childhood. This is indeed strange. The Kree Empire trains its warriors from a young age. I have never heard of a case like First, who has lived on another planet during her formative years. Moreover, I saw you in her memories. Taros lifted his gaze to meet Qin Ge's. Are you certain? Qin Ge fixed his gaze on Taros. I am quite certain. Qin Ge nodded slightly and waved his hand. We stepped forward from behind and handed Qin Ge a photograph. See if Firth is in this. Qin Ge passed the graduation group photo from their class to Talos. Talos took the picture and began to search through it. It's her, Talos said, pointing at an individual. Qin Ge glanced over and a faint smile graced his lips. The person Talos was indicating was none other than Carol, from the Rambo family. Carol and Fury were seated across from each other at the table, while Maria and her daughter Monica were on the opposite side. Are you saying that you've lost your memory and your hands have been transformed into massive cannons? Maria looked at Carol incredulously. Carol nodded, raising her hand toward the sky. Light energy rapidly converged, and her right hand began to glow, emitting a scorching energy cannon that shot straight into the clouds. Maria and Monica were left in astonishment. This spectacle was utterly mind-bending for ordinary people who had never witnessed supernatural phenomena. I want to know about my past, Carol implored, her eyes fixed on Maria. Your past. Maria gazed at Carol with a complex expression. We were all trainees at the New York Air Force training camp, and you were among the most outstanding of our class. Although you weren't remarkable at the start, your excellence gradually came to light over time. Maria slowly recounted the memories from their time at the training camp, while Carol and Fury listened intently. Later, after we graduated, we joined the Pegasus program, and then you disappeared. When you reappeared, you claimed to be from another planet, and your hands had been transformed into cannons. Maria's expression was filled with excitement, which was entirely understandable. How could one cope with the return of their best friend after so many years, only to find her devoid of all memories and claiming to be an extraterrestrial warrior? I am Carol Danvers, she whispered softly. Your name is not merely that. You are our training camp's ace pilot, Carol Danvers. Maria spoke firmly. Suddenly, an image flashed through Carol's mind. Who is Qin Ge? Maria was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. You still remember Qin Ge? Fury, who had remained silent, cast a surprised glance at Carol, not expecting her to know that notable figure. I have a slight impression. Carol nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Ge was also a trainee in our training camp, and indeed one of the most outstanding. After graduation, he joined the Flying Tigers, a special forces unit. He holds the rank of Major General and currently serves as the commander of the New York Military District and the captain of the Flying Tigers Special Forces. He is a prominent figure in the military. At this, Carol turned to look at Fury. Fury gave a wry smile. This morning, General Qin captured me, and after holding me for a while in the New York Military District, he let me go and instructed me to follow you, Fury explained. So you've been missing all this time because you were captured, Carol said in astonishment. Yes, Fury nodded. My commanding officer has been transformed into a Skrull, and it is said that he is the leader of the Skrulls, captured by General Qin. Tauros? Carol exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, indeed. How is that possible? Currently, there are no effective means to detect Skrull transformations, Carol responded skeptically. I am not certain, but it has been proven that General Qin is correct. How can this be? Carol remained incredulous. The issue that has rendered the galactic overlord Kree Empire powerless for so many years has been resolved on an exceedingly backward planet. Why did he release you? Carol shifted the subject, inquiring. How should I know? Fury rolled his eyes, replying with irritation. General Qin never plays by the rules. Who knows what he is thinking? I believe we can ask him directly, Maria suddenly suggested, just as the vibrations of helicopter rotors began to penetrate the room. The group looked up as several helicopters descended one by one into the yard of Maria's home. 4 helicopters in total. Fully armed members of the Tiger team disembarked, and Tauros stepped down from the helicopter under the watchful eyes of several team members. It's Tauros. Carol immediately recognized the Skrull leader who had deceived her. The door of the foremost helicopter opened, and a tall man clad in dark green American military attire, wearing sunglasses, emerged. The Tiger team members swiftly followed, clearly rallying around this man. Carol recognized him. It was Qin Ge. Chapter 22. Memory recovery. With a click, Qin Ge entered the room, followed only by Will and Tauros, while the others dispersed to guard various parts of Maria's home. Long time no see, Maria, Qin Ge said, removing his sunglasses and placing them in his pocket, smiling. It's been a while, Qin Ge, Maria replied, also smiling. Uncle Qin. Monica trotted over. My little darling. Qin Ge lifted Monica into his arms, affectionately brushing her nose. Did you miss me? I did. Monica replied with a beaming smile. Such a good girl, he said, ruffling her hair before setting her down, lifting his gaze to Carol, who stood quietly nearby. Qin Ge's expression gradually grew complex. Although he had always known that Carol was alive, her reappearance before him stirred emotions within him. Have you remembered? Qin Ge approached Carol, speaking softly. I'm sorry, Carol shook her head. I still have not recalled all my memories, but I can sense that you are significant to me. Upon hearing this, Will and Fury exchanged ambiguous glances, particularly Will, who had heard during his time in the Tiger team that Qin Ge had little interest in women, suggesting that he might be harboring feelings for someone. However, the identity of the individual remains a mystery to all. Initially, Will thought it was merely a rumor, but now it appears that where there's smoke, there's fire. Qin Ge smiled gently. Fear not. I shall assist you in recalling, he said, raising his hand as if to pat Carol in the manner he once did, only to lower it midway. He turned to look at Fury. You have performed admirably, Qin Ge remarked with a smile. Ah. Fury stared blankly at Qin Ge, bewildered. What have I done? Qin Ge chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. Why release Fury? According to the system, this world adheres to a primary storyline. Given the current scenario, it is indisputable that Carol is the leading lady. Thus, in a world devoid of Qin Ge, who would assume the role of the leading gentleman, through extensive data analysis, it appears that Fury is the most probable candidate. Had Qin Ge not intervened, Fury would have undoubtedly aided Carol in regaining her memories. Therefore, Qin Ge resolved to observe how Fury would assist Carol. Upon receiving news that Fury and Carol had arrived at Maria's residence, alongside confirmation from the chief scientist under Talos regarding Carol's location, Qin Ge surmised that this was likely the site where Carol would recover her memories. All the pivotal characters had congregated. Hence, Qin Ge made his way there. Talos, he called out. Yes, Talos responded, who had remained silent until now. Follow me. The group trailed behind Talos to the computer at Maria's home, where he inserted a disk into the main unit. They all gazed intently at the computer screen, which displayed a loading dialogue. Seconds ticked by. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Talos glanced at Carol, who in turn looked at Qin Ge, who silently regarded Maria. Ahem, it seems to be lagging, Maria remarked awkwardly, clearing her throat. Half a minute later, a chime signaled the completion of the loading process, and a short audio clip suddenly played. The message, though brief, was replete with significant information. Is this a coordinate? Qin Ge inquired uncertainly. It appears to be an interstellar coordinate, yet my chief scientist cannot decipher it, Talos explained. Will grimaced, while Fury and Maria seemed equally perplexed. This must pertain to advanced physics, right? Maria addressed Will. Undoubtedly, he replied. He mentioned the chief scientist. I am quite puzzled as to how they have yet to be eradicated while contending with the Kree Empire. Their dialogue sparked an epiphany for Talos. Perhaps this interstellar coordinate, which seemed convoluted to him, was rather straightforward. Carol remained silent, immersed in a torrent of memories surging from the depths of her soul. Vivid scenes continually materialized before her eyes. Greetings, I am Qin Ge. A pleasure to meet you. I am as well. Suddenly, with a thud, Carol fell back onto the grass, landing with a jolt that left her dazed. Do not attack blindly. Strike only when the moment is right, and consider a tentative approach first. Qin Ge crouched down and addressed Carol. Carol pondered for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. Qin Ge grinned and pulled Carol up. Once more, he urged. Taking a deep breath, Carol charged forward again. Qin, let us take a photo, Carol said as she leaned closer to Qin. Qin Ge closed his menacing mouth, which was directed at the ice cream, and looked at Carol with curiosity. Why? We've known each other for so long, and we haven't taken a picture together. It seems rather unjust. Come on, strike a pose. What are we photographing? Hey, don't pull me, don't pull me. I'll do it. Is that all right? Carol suddenly broke the silence, asking, after graduation, will we still be like this? Of course, Qin Ge replied, gazing up at the sky, where countless shimmering stars adorned the pitch-black expanse. In the distance, a shooting star seemed to streak across the night sky. Let us make a promise. Qin Ge suddenly turned and said, A promise? Carol paused, looking on with curiosity. Yes, a promise. Qin Ge extended his right hand, curling his pinky finger outward. What promise? Carol glanced at Qin Ge's outstretched pinky and inquired. Let us keep in touch after graduation, and if we meet again, we'll be partners. Qin Ge said with a smile. Partners? A smile began to emerge on Carol's face as she regarded Qin Ge's finger. Then it settled, their delicate pinkies intertwined. Thumbs pressed together. Memories surged forth like a tide, overwhelming Carol. Partners, she murmured unconsciously, as the image of Qin Ge became increasingly vivid in her mind, and her once-blurred memories began to sharpen. Ding! Dimension Task 1. Assist Carol Danvers in reclaiming her lost memories. Task complete. Reward. Time-limited template. The system's voice suddenly echoed. Qin Ge froze and looked at Carol. Has she regained her memories? Would you like to extract the time-limited template? The system's voice inquired once more. Extract. He silently affirmed. Extracting time-limited template. The extraction is complete. Please check your rewards. Qin Ge gazed at the virtual screen that materialized before him, showcasing a robust man clad in a brown outfit emblazoned with a character. This hair resembles a hedgehog? Chapter 23. Time-limited template and devouring beast name. Sun Wukong, Kakarot, title, none gender. Male age, 28 bloodline. Scion special ability. Enhanced Super Scion 3, skills, Kaioken 5. Spirit Bomb 5, Martial Arts 5, Dragon Fist 5, Instant Transmission 5, Maximum Skill Level 5, Comprehensive Combat Power, 50,000, Normal State, 100,000, Super Scion 3 Mode, Evaluation. The power is not merely capped at 100,000, rather, that is its utmost limit. Status, Loadable. Loading duration, days. Attempts, times. Qin Ge blinked, gazing at the figure 1 followed by 5 zeros, representing a combat power of 100,000. System, could you elucidate what this combat power signifies? Qin Ge inquired. The cosmos is vast and nebulous, with countless parallel universes, each traversed by formidable beings along distinct paths. Thus, the supreme cosmic will governing all universes categorizes these realms into 7 tiers, with the infinite template system delineating the first 5 tiers through the lens of combat power. Those with a combat power below 100 are classified as mundane beings, not fitting into any tier. A combat power ranging from 100 to 1,000 corresponds to the first tier. The second tier encompasses combat power from 1,000 to 5,000. The third tier spans from 5,000 to 10,000. The fourth tier is defined by combat power from 10,000 to 50,000. The fifth tier incorporates combat power from 50,000 to 100,000. The sixth and seventh tiers consist of beings so immensely powerful that their strength defies numerical quantification. What level of strength does a fifth tier being with 100,000 combat power possess? Qin Ge pondered, capable of obliterating planets as if it were child's play. Child's play? Qin Ge was at a loss for words, the ellipsis failing to capture his current sentiment. What does this normal state refer to? Qin Ge credit, pointing at the term within the parentheses following the combat power. Literally speaking, the system replied. Qin Ge's lips twitched slightly. Please elaborate. Sun Wukong possesses an augmented state when transforming into a Super Scion. His combat power without this augmentation refers to his normal state. So, if he utilizes this Super Scion augmentation, could he reach that legendary 6th tier? The 7th tier? Dream on, the system retorted, dripping with sarcasm. The existence of the seventh tier is far beyond your imagination. Even this system would tread carefully in their presence. While the sixth tier may not match the seventh, it is still beyond your comprehension. Even with his augmentation, Sun Wukong cannot attain the sixth tier. Why not? Isn't the pinnacle of the fifth tier 100,000 combat power? Shouldn't surpassing that signify entry into the sixth tier? Qin Ge questioned, perplexed. The sixth tier transcends the boundaries of the universe and life itself. They are beyond reckoning, the system replied, pausing abruptly. Why have you stopped? Qin Ge urged. Why cut off mid-sentence? What business do I have discussing matters with someone of your insignificant caliber? Damn it, Qin Ge exclaimed. Fair point, yet here I am, a novice with combat power below 100, pondering over the sixth and seventh tiers. What am I thinking? Nevertheless, excitement sparkled in Qin Ge's eyes. With the Sun Wukong template in hand, he felt he could at least ensure his own survival in this universe. Not merely survival. You could annihilate this universe without issue. The system scoffed. Is it truly that formidable? Qin Ge responded, intrigued. The system merely smiled coolly in reply. I curse you, you oversized fool, Qin Ge muttered in annoyance. At that moment, he sensed something unusual at his pant leg. Retracting the virtual screen, he looked down to find an orange cat sprawled at his feet, pawing at his trousers. Maria, when did your family adopt an orange cat? Qin Ge inquired curiously, gazing at Maria. This was brought by Aunt Carol, Monica replied. Qin Ge glanced at Carol, who seemed lost in thought, then looked down at the orange cat. He reached out and picked it up. Quite adorable, he remarked, playfully teasing the little orange cat. A sudden whim struck him, prompting him to have the system conduct a scan. Name, Gugu title, none gender, male age, 47 lineage, devour beast special ability, devour heaven and earth details, skills, cuteness level 5, transformation level 5, max level 5, comprehensive combat power, 5, maximum 10,000, evaluation, devour beast, one of the most terrifying creatures in the Marvel Universe, possessing the ability to consume all. Status, cannot be loaded. Qin Ge stared, bewildered, at the orange cat Gugu in his arms, who blinked innocently at him. Devour beast? The most terrifying creature in the universe? Oh my goodness. Qin Ge was nearly startled into dropping Gugu. System, are you certain there is no error? He asked with a racing heart. This system does not make mistakes, came the system's haughty reply. With trembling hands, he clicked on the details of the Devour Heaven and Earth ability. Devour Heaven and Earth, a racial ability of the Devour Beast, containing a vast expanse within, theoretically capable of consuming all things. The digestibility of the consumed target depends on its energy. Qin Ge involuntarily swallowed hard, cautiously placing the orange cat Gugu on the ground and subtly distancing himself from it. Do you know it? Carol's voice broke through, drawing Qin Ge's attention. He turned to see Carol, having regained her composure, gazing at him with complex eyes. Ido, Qin Ge nodded. Carol silently observed Qin Ge, her long-lost friend, realizing he was no ordinary individual. His familiarity with a creature like the Devourer Beast and his ability to identify a Skrull piqued her curiosity about the changes Qin Ge had undergone over the years. Taros, standing nearby, shared a look of astonishment with Carol. This Earthling was distinctly different from others. Have you remembered? Maria stepped forward, her voice uncertain. Yes, I remember everything, Carol said with a slight smile. That's wonderful, Maria exclaimed, joyfully embracing Carol. It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back. Qin Ge watched this scene with a grin, feeling a mix of relief that Carol had regained her memories, despite being frightened by the Devourer Beast. By the way, shouldn't we be discussing the issue of the Lightspeed engine? Fury approached, still cradling the orange cat Gugu. Qin Ge instinctively took 2 steps back, and Taros mirrored his reaction. Both men regarded the small creature with a sense of apprehension. There's certainly no match for Gugu. Being consumed would spell their doom. Carol gazed at Gugu and cradled it in her arms. Chapter 24. A reunion after 6 years. This scene made Qin Ge's eyelids flutter. System, examine Carol's profile. Name, Carol Danvers. Title, Captain Marvel. Gender, female. Age, 26. Race, human. Special ability, photon absorption. Details, skills, piloting 5, combat 5, leadership 3, maximum level 5, overall combat power 15,786, currently sealed, evaluation, impressive, truly remarkable, extraordinarily formidable. Qin Ge, do not gaze any longer. You cannot attain this level. Status, unloadable. Having grown accustomed to the system's consistently absurd evaluations, Qin Ge quickly calmed the tumult of emotions stirred by the system's fluctuations, scrutinizing Carol's profile data carefully. 15,786. How astonishing. Even the fractional part surpasses Qin Ge's mere 70. According to the system's classification, this denotes a significant figure at the 4th tier. Good heavens. 6 years ago, Carol's combat power was barely 70. Is it fair to say she has truly become the most powerful superhero in the universe? He opened the special ability, Photon Absorption, to view the details. Photon Absorption, the power bestowed by the Cosmic Cube, allows Carol to absorb any form of energy existing in the universe and convert it into photon energy stored within her own body. Indeed, as long as Carol remains alive, she will inevitably be invincible within the Marvel Universe. Is this truly the daughter of the cosmos? Qin Ge felt as though his worldview was being shattered today. Wait a moment. System, what does that sealed status mean? Qin Ge's voice trembled slightly. No way. As the host suspected, Carol's abilities are currently sealed, and she can only utilize a fraction of her power. The system's mocking voice echoed. Silence. I wish to be left in peace. Do not tell me the combat power after unsealing. Qin Ge took a deep breath and spoke. Very well. I shall not disclose that Carol's unsealed combat power is 47,777. I absolutely will not. System, I swear. Qin Ge, what is wrong? Carol, noticing Qin Ge's face darkening like a soot-covered pot, was perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor and inquired curiously. Nothing. Qin Ge waved his hand, feeling utterly powerless against this system. Is this all a deception? Where is the promised, earnest system? Why does my system seem so insidiously malevolent? We are preparing to venture into outer space to locate the whereabouts of Lawson's light-speed engine, Carol said, holding the orange cat Gugu. How we get there? My chief scientist can modify your aircraft into a spacecraft, Talos interjected. Qin Ge eyed Talos suspiciously, the recent high physics incident still fresh in his mind. Ahem, that was merely an accident, Talos awkwardly coughed a couple of times. Very well, I shall accompany you, Qin Ge remarked, shaking his head. Qin Ge, this mission is perilous. It would be wise for you to refrain from participating, Maria urged upon learning of Qin Ge's intent to join. Given his esteemed position, he was not one to recklessly engage in danger. Indeed, General, the vastness of outer space harbors great risks. It is prudent that you do not go, Will added. While they were elite warriors, the realm of outer space was no trivial matter, and they lacked combat experience beyond the confines of Earth. Enough of this, Qin Ge asserted with gravity. Maria, you have Monica. It would be unwise for you to take risks, for the spacecraft requires a skilled operator. Carol is our primary force, and I cannot trust anyone else, thus it must be me. Let us not jest. Mission 2 entails safeguarding Earth alongside Carol and repelling the Accuser Ronin's fleet. If you do not partake, how shall we accomplish our objective? Furthermore, with the confidence bestowed by the Sun Wukong template, Qin Ge declared himself undaunted by any peril. Although the system was not infallible, it had yet to deceive him. If it proclaimed that within this universe, the Sun Wukong Super Scion template was invincible, what was there for him to fear? Very well, Carol responded, meeting Qin Ge's gaze with a nod, thereby silencing Maria's protests. Qin Ge smiled faintly at Carol's resolute expression. As night descended, he settled upon the grass, gazing skyward. Alas, the heavens were unkind tonight, shrouded in clouds, obscuring the stars. Yet the moon shone brightly, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. There are no stars tonight, Carol remarked as she joined him on the ground. The heavens seemed to show little favor. Qin Ge replied with a soft chuckle, turning to Carol. How have the years treated you? What else could one expect? I have partaken in numerous wars and significant missions, accruing a fair share of military merit, striving to ascend the ranks, Carol recounted. A young major, such as yourself, is unprecedented in the annals of American history. Carol noted with a smile. Not too shabby, Qin Ge responded with a grin. And you? How has your time among the stars been? I cannot claim it has been favorable, Carol shrugged. Deceived by Rog, I found myself on Hala, the capital of the Kree Empire, where I was molded into a warrior for their cause, frequently undertaking missions alongside them. The Skrulls, as they are portrayed, are deemed a scourge to cosmic peace, deserving of eradication. Many Skrulls have met their demise at my hands. Qin Ge listened intently as Carol recounted her arduous journey over the years. She had endured much, first losing her memory and being subjected to brainwashing on Hala, then engaging in unjust wars alongside the Kree Empire, all the while remaining oblivious to the truth. When I learned the reality, I was filled with regret. It was hard to fathom that I had taken part in such actions, Carol confessed with a bittersweet smile. Do not dwell on it. It was never your intention. Qin Ge reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. I understand. Talos did not deceive me. Thus, I seek to atone for my misdeeds, Carol stated softly. Are you prepared to assist them in locating the Lightspeed engine? Indeed, Carol nodded in affirmation. I wish to assist them in departing from the galaxy. The Kree Empire is formidable, yet beyond the galaxy, they would be powerless against the Skrulls. I aspire to find a new home for the Skrulls outside the galaxy. Qin Ge gazed at Carol, who radiated an aura unlike anything he had ever encountered. Yet, he recognized certain colors, responsibility and accountability. Perhaps this is the essence of a hero's awakening? So, are you ready to enlist your partner's help? Qin Ge smiled and extended his right hand towards Carol. Carol beamed and grasped Qin Ge's hand. Of course. Partner. Chapter 25. Kree Empire Inspection Ship. Although the chief scientist under Talos lacked an understanding of Earth's advanced physics, his technological prowess was undeniably impressive. After a night of modifications, he successfully transformed the fighter jet that Qin Ge had sent into a spacecraft. This prompted Qin Ge to marvel at the wonders of advanced technology. Safe travels, Maria called out to Carol as she boarded the ship last. While the others had already settled inside. We will return safely, Carol replied with a smile. All right, Aunt Carol, we will be waiting for you at home, Monica exclaimed, clutching the jacket that Carol had given her. Carol affectionately ruffled Monica's hair. Understood. Standing tall, she exchanged a glance with Maria. I'm off. Safe travels. Carol nodded and boarded the ship, preparing for departure. Qin Ge, catching sight of Carol entering, swiftly adjusted the instruments while remarking, advanced technology truly lives up to its name. To accommodate me, this Skrull chief scientist meticulously crafted the spaceship's control panel to resemble that of an aircraft, with only slight differences, yet I could adapt quickly. One must admit, advanced technology is remarkable. Virum, the thrusters began to warm up, and Maria led Monica a safe distance away. Ascending, with Qin Ge's words. The spacecraft gradually lifted off. Carol waved through the transparent window at Maria and Monica below as the ship vanished into the horizon. In outer space, boom, the ship flickered, its propulsion system shutting down and switching to one suitable for cosmic travel. Surrounding scenery morphed. After breaking through the atmosphere, the once white clouds transformed into a vast sea of stars. Is this the universe? Fury, cradling an orange cat, gazed in awe at the spectacle before him. Qin Ge, equally astonished, surveyed the infinite starry expanse, a realm that had long captivated humanity's curiosity and exploration across generations. Now, he finally had the opportunity to witness the grandeur of this boundless cosmic sea. Welcome to the universe, Carol exclaimed, her eyes twinkling with joy as she regarded Qin Ge. Back then, I was not your equal in the blue skies, and now you have been the first to step into the cosmos. Qin Ge turned and replied, It is merely good fortune. This is not merely a stroke of luck, Carol. Carol smiled faintly, opting not to elaborate further. In the outer reaches of space, a colossal spaceship hovered amidst the cosmos. Contact with Vuz remained elusive. A man with azure skin, wielding dual swords, approached another man who appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary earthling. There were 4 individuals in total, all clad in the green combat attire of Kree warriors. It was evident that these 4 were soldiers of the Kree Empire. The presence of any life form on this planet that could pose a threat to Vuz was virtually negligible, the man murmured. That cannot be entirely accurate, remarked another blue-skinned man. This place falls within the territory of the 9 realms. Rog's expression shifted. The 9 realms, Asgard? The only female among them. A stunning woman with blue skin suddenly interjected. A Kree Imperial patrol ship has been detected. Rog furrowed his brow. A patrol ship from the Empire? How could it possibly be here? Minerva, ascertain how Marvel arrived at Planet 53, Rog instructed, as if recalling something significant. Minerva manipulated the device on her wrist with swift precision. Marvel is piloting an Imperial patrol ship. Rog straightened, his eyes gleaming with fervor. It appears Vuz has boarded the Imperial patrol ship. The absence of detection earlier suggests it was operating in stealth mode. Now that it has been detected, It must be that Vuz has disabled the ship's cloaking mechanism, Minerva explained. Ignoring Minerva, Rog summoned forth an apparition by waving his arm. The figure that emerged was a man clad in a black hooded robe, gripping a long-handled hammer. Ronin, bring your troops here, Rog commanded coldly. Ready to fight for the Kree Empire, came the response. The spaceship gradually halted in the void of space, where nothing seemed to exist. The coordinates are correct. Why is there nothing here? Fury inquired, perplexed. There's something, merely concealed, Carol murmured, swiftly tapping on the device on her wrist. Stealth mode deactivated, an electronic voice announced. Suddenly, a brilliant light captured everyone's attention. What had been an empty expanse of space abruptly revealed a massive interstellar warship, its dimensions obscured yet radiating a sci-fi allure. With silver-blue lights pulsating rhythmically, the imposing ship's armaments and landing bays became distinctly visible. An overwhelming aura emanated forth as the Kree Imperial Patrol ship, a testament to Kree ingenuity, unabashedly showcased its magnificent splendor at that moment. This is the Kree Imperial Patrol ship, Carol remarked with a composed demeanor. Having encountered such vessels countless times before, Qin Ge and Fury stared in awe at the astonishing patrol ship, rendered momentarily speechless, captivated by this formidable technological marvel. After a considerable pause, Qin Ge finally regained his senses and initiated the spaceship's approach towards the Kree Imperial Patrol ship. The patrol ship was vast, and after disembarking from their spacecraft, the group walked for an indeterminate length of time before arriving at what seemed to be a corridor leading to the central control hall. Suddenly, Qin Ge halted, narrowing his eyes at an object on the ground. A baseball? Does the Kree Empire also possess baseball? How could such an item possibly exist on a vessel of this magnitude? As curiosity bubbled within him, Qin Ge discreetly rejoined the others. After a few turns, they entered an enormous, spacious hall. The sign at the entrance bore inscriptions in Kree, which Qin Ge, despite not being able to read, could deduce indicated the central control hall. Gentlemen, we may not be alone here. Fury, being a seasoned agent, quickly sensed something amiss. Qin Ge too promptly noticed the anomalies within the hall. Steaming cups of water, an array of entertainment devices, and the aforementioned baseball. Instinctively, his hands moved toward the handgun at his back as his mind connected with the system, preparing for any unforeseen adversaries or emergent situations. Ready to employ the Sun Wukong template. At that moment, Talos, who had been unusually quiet, stepped into the center of the hall, his voice eerie yet penetrating. What was he doing? Qin Ge thought, watching Talos wail in a manner that was far from pleasant, the bizarre scene only amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. The timid Qin Ge nearly activated the Sun Wukong template out of fear. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from behind, barely audible, yet Qin Ge reacted instantly. Drawing his firearm and aiming at the source, a female Skrull emerged from the shadows, cradling a child, followed by more and more green-skinned Skrulls. Talos quickly approached the initial female Skrull with the child. Qin Ge lowered his weapon. His intention was not the Lightspeed engine, but rather to reunite with his family. Carol murmured softly. The Skrulls, displaced across the cosmos, were likely just a fraction of their kind. Qin Ge approached Carol and remarked, perhaps. Carol shook her head with a heavy heart, her peripheral vision catching a glimmer of blue light. Turning to look, she spotted a complex and intricate device housing a rectangular object. Following Carol's gaze, Qin Ge too noticed the peculiar item. They approached it, and Carol gently extracted the blue energy core. A soft blue glow emanated from it, resembling a large light bulb. What is this? Qin Ge inquired, his curiosity piqued. The notes from Lawson indicated that this object is called the Tesseract, a source of energy for creating light-speed engines, Carol stated as she examined the Tesseract. Tesseract? Qin Ge paused, recalling that the information on Carol's template had mentioned something by that name. System, review the Tesseract template. A humming sound followed. Ability template name, Space Gem alias. Cosmic Cube special ability. Spatial teleportation introduction. The Space Gem, one of the most magnificent and invaluable treasures of the Marvel Universe, possesses the extraordinary power to manipulate space. It also serves as a colossal source of energy, capable of providing astonishing amounts of power. Status, not loadable. Confounded by the mention of the Space Gem and the Cosmic Cube, Qin Ge pondered the significance of the Infinity Stones. However, the description suggested an impressive prowess. Having spent considerable time navigating the complexities of the online world, Qin Ge was acutely aware of the formidable nature of spatial abilities. Indeed, throughout various narratives, any power related to time and space was invariably awe-inspiring. The entity known as the Space Gem was particularly straightforward, granting direct control over space. "Can I take it?" Qin Ge inquired, his eyes gleaming as he addressed the system regarding the cosmic cube. "Yes. Any item that the host incorporates into the system's space can be removed from this dimension." Upon hearing this, Qin Ge's excitement surged as he prepared to request the cosmic cube from Carol. The potential to wield such a powerful artifact that could govern space was tantalizing. If he were to bring it back to his own dimension, the strength he would acquire would be monumental. A word of caution interrupted Qin Ge's thoughts. The cosmic cube, being one of the Marvel Universe's most significant treasures, once taken by the host, will not only instigate substantial upheaval within the Marvel Universe, but may also attract the attention of the cosmic entity. Qin Ge halted in his tracks. What kind of upheaval are we talking about? The system can gauge the general trajectory of the Marvel Universe. However, should the host remove the Space Gem, it would result in chaos within the cosmic order, leading to unpredictable consequences. If the host were to return to the Marvel Universe for subsequent missions, rewards would no longer be obtainable. Realizing the implications, Qin Ge blinked, contemplating the loss of potential rewards. Although he was uncertain how often he would return, the Infinity Template System was his greatest asset, and the inability to receive rewards would be a significant detriment. Furthermore, should the cosmic entity take notice of the host, any future arrivals in the Marvel Universe would likely result in annihilation at the hands of the cosmic entity, whose power typically resided at or above the 5th tier. Was this truly a treasure or merely a hot potato? With a silent retreat, he conceded defeat. Carol cast a puzzled glance at Qin Ge, bewildered by his sudden withdrawal. "I need to use the restroom," he muttered, hastily making his exit. Carol rolled her eyes in exasperation. After a lengthy search, Qin Ge finally located the restroom. After a moment of relief, he leisurely made his way toward the central control hall. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Instantly, the previously nonchalant Qin Ge snapped into action, darting into the shadows and cautiously surveying his surroundings for any signs of disturbance. With both hands gripping a pair of pistols, I cautiously advanced towards the central control hall. "Fuss, how could you betray the Empire?" A male voice echoed. "I am Carol Danvers, not Fuss. Furthermore, I am a Terran. Betrayal of the Kree Empire is inconceivable," Carol's voice followed. Had the Kree Empire's forces arrived? A sense of urgency gripped Qin Ge as he cautiously peeked inside. Skrulls and Flurkins were held at gunpoint by Kree soldiers, rendered incapable of fighting back, while Carol faced off against a figure who appeared to be their leader. This situation seems rather precarious, Qin Ge thought to himself, realizing the overwhelming numbers were beyond his individual capacity to handle. "It seems you are resolutely intent on betraying the Empire," Rog remarked, gazing at Carol. "I'm a Terran," Carol declared with defiance, her hands aglow with energy. "You wish to engage me?" Rog retorted, unleashing his green shockwave device, which flickered with an emerald luminescence. "Do the Kree have such a fondness for green?" Qin Ge murmured, unable to suppress his thoughts. Observing the unfolding scene, Carol raised her hand, unleashing a beam of energy. Rog swiftly dodged, appearing before her in an instant, his shockwave-laden left hand crashing forcefully against Carol. Bam! Carol raised her right hand to absorb the impact, her left hand flaring with light. However, just as the energy cannon was about to discharge, it abruptly dissipated. "What?" Carol exclaimed, astonished. Bam! Rog collided with the shockwave, his fist striking Carol's head, sending her tumbling to the ground. "What we have given you, we can just as easily reclaim," Rog stated, delivering another punch. The heavy blow rendered Carol unconscious. Qin Ge keenly noted the flickering black mark upon Carol's neck. Could this be the cause? Chapter 27. The Unsealed Carol Hiding in Shadows. Qin Ge observed as the Kree soldiers escorted the Skrulls and Flurkins aside, while elite Kree warriors accompanied Rog as they took Carol to another area. Assessing the likelihood of success, Qin Ge cautiously followed the Kree warriors escorting the Skrulls and Flurkins. On the other side, Carol knelt upon the ground, enveloped in a black, liquid substance. Although situated far beyond the reaches of Earth's atmosphere, her consciousness arrived before the supreme intelligence of the Kree Empire. "We meet again, Fuss." The figure that Carol revered most manifested as the Supreme Intelligence, unmistakably resembling Dr. Lawson. "I am Carol Danvers," she declared, fists clenched as she regarded the Supreme Intelligence with icy disdain. "It seems you have fully recollected your past," the Supreme Intelligence remarked nonchalantly, seated at a long table with a smile. "How do you find this attire?" "A leather jacket, rather appealing, I must say." The Supreme Intelligence tugged at the black leather jacket, grinning at Carol. Carol's gaze remained frigid as she scrutinized the Supreme Intelligence, whose visage mirrored that of the person she held in the highest regard, her heart seething with fury. "Release me from this place," Carol demanded. "Release you? That is out of the question. I must reprogram your mind," the Supreme Intelligence replied. The Supreme Intelligence spoke of brainwashing with an unsettling calmness. "Oomph." Carol let out a cold snort, her form like lightning, as she swung her fist towards the Supreme Intelligence. With a mere flick of its hand, the Supreme Intelligence countered. "Ah!" Carol cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching her neck and howling in agony. Intense suffering surged from the radiant black mark on her neck, spreading through her entire being. "Your power is a gift from us, yet you dare to use it against me?" The Supreme Intelligence, hands in pockets, loomed over Carol, looking down upon her. "My strength is not a gift from you." Carol glared at the Supreme Intelligence, suppressing her pain. "You are nothing but a deceiver. You are merely a failure, Carol. Without us, you will always be worthless." The Supreme Intelligence waved its hand, encasing Carol in a silvery, gelatinous substance. "Go back into your memories and see who instilled in you the confidence to become strong." The silvery substance engulfed Carol. It felt as though she were plunging into an endless abyss, surrounded by flickering images of her memories, her body continuously descending as scenes flashed by. "It was never you who gave me the confidence of a warrior." Carol's gaze remained unwavering as she grasped the black mark on her neck and yanked fiercely. Boom! An astonishing power radiated from Carol, leaving Roger and the others in shock as they beheld her shimmering brilliance. The black liquid on her body was being violently repelled, and a torrent of strength surged forth. Even the circuits of the entire patrol ship short-circuited under the overwhelming force. Qin Ge cautiously approached the area where the Skrulls and Furies were imprisoned, avoiding the use of firearms to minimize noise and prevent attracting attention. He concealed himself in the blind spot of two Kree warriors, although the imprisoned individuals could still see him. Could he take down these two Kree warriors? Taros pondered. While Qin Ge had easily bested him, these two were armed. "I'm not sure," replied Fury, equally uncertain. "There are only two of them." Qin Ge observed the limited guard force, a slight smile gracing his lips. With a burst of energy from his leg muscles, he propelled himself several meters forward. His waist, shoulders, and elbows all engaged simultaneously, unleashing a powerful punch towards the nearest Kree warrior with a piercing sound of air being cut. Bang! The Kree warrior was caught off guard, feeling a violent pain in his head before losing control of his body and crashing heavily to the ground. The second Kree warrior, noticing the anomaly, turned just in time to face the incoming powerful kick. Bang! The heel struck the Kree warrior's temple with tremendous force. The power of a human's legs far exceeds that of their arms, and with Qin Ge's exceptional physique, the blow to the temple was fatal. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, the once vigilant Kree warriors lay lifeless upon the ground, reduced to mere corpses. "I sensed he held back when he struck you," Fury remarked, turning to Talos. Talos, gazing at the two Kree warriors devoid of life's vibrancy, felt a sharp twitch at the corner of his mouth. "How does one open this?" Qin Ge inquired as he approached the laser cage, addressing the individuals within. "Obtain that controller and press it here." Talos' wife pointed to the body of a Kree warrior. "Oh." Qin Ge crouched down, preparing to retrieve the controller. Suddenly, with a crackle, the circuitry sparked and the laser cage before them vanished into thin air. "What is this?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned by the spectacle. "Stop dawdling. Let us move." Qin Ge waved his hand. "It must be Carol's doing." "All right." Boom! The patrol ship shook violently, followed by a series of intense tremors. The vessel quivered incessantly, as if something was persistently shaking it. Bang! The group pressed against the transparent window, witnessing Rog and others. Cast out of the patrol ship by Carol, suspended in space, all aglow in radiant light. System, has Carol been unsealed? No need for superfluous words. Let us proceed directly to the template. Name, Carol Danvers title. Captain Marvel gender. Female age. 26 lineage. Human special ability. Photonic energy manipulation. Details, skills. Piloting 5. Combat 5. Leadership 3. Max level 5. Overall combat power. For 7777 evaluation. Celebrate. This is a momentous occasion. The first 4th-tier powerhouse that novice Qin Ge has encountered has come into being. Status, not loadable. The evaluation remained as flamboyant as ever. A 4th-tier powerhouse. Qin Ge gazed out at Carol, floating in the vastness of space, his eyes shimmering with yearning. I wonder when I too can become such a formidable being. Do not rush with this system at your side. Even a pig can eventually evolve into a 4th-tier or even more powerful entity. The system comforted. Truly, the system is remarkable. Even its words of comfort possess a unique flair. Chapter 20 arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. A fleet of vessels burst forth from a wormhole. 1, 2, 3 ships. Within moments, the entire cosmic fleet emerged from the spatial wormhole, arriving in the outer expanse of Earth. At the forefront was a colossal behemoth resembling an axe. Approximately twice the size of the Kree Empire's patrol ship. Reinforcements from the Kree Empire? Qin Ge furrowed his brow. Indeed, it is the accuser, Ronan. Talos' expression turned grave. The accuser, Ronan? Qin Ge looked at Talos with confusion. The leader of the Supreme Accusation Corps of the Kree Empire holds a position second only to the Supreme Intelligence of the Kree Empire. This vessel, known as the Dark Star, is equipped with weaponry capable of effortlessly annihilating a planet. Furthermore, the Dark Star is the only ship within the Kree Empire whose technological prowess surpasses that of the Nova Corps. Taros divulged all that he knew. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge could not help but cast a worried glance towards Carol. Would she be able to withstand it? In her heart, Qin Ge silently questioned the system, wondering if Carol would be all right. Today, I shall elucidate the 5 tiers of power, lest you inquire about such foolish matters in the future, the system responded. Ignoring the system's usual jibes, Qin Ge listened intently. The first tier possesses extraordinary strength, with destructive power comparable to that of a human missile, neither overly vast in range nor insignificant. The second tier's maximum destructive capability is akin to that of a city-level weapon, essentially equivalent to human nuclear weapons. However, while nuclear weapons unleash a one-time explosion, the second tier brings about a gradual obliteration. The third tier can achieve devastation on a national scale, while the 4th tier, known as the Planet Destroyer, can annihilate an entire planet when fully unleashed. The 5th tier, the World Destroyer, could be interpreted as a force capable of slaughtering the cosmos. The aforementioned 5 tiers do not merely signify the capacity to obliterate a city or a nation in one fell swoop. Rather, given time, they could indeed bring about such destruction, with no one able to thwart them. Though such formidable beings are also considered part of these tiers, the system spoke rapidly, and it had only been half a minute since Qin Ge absorbed the information. Carol currently belongs to the 4th tier, nearing the 5th tier. It seemed unlikely that planet-destroying weaponry could pose a threat to her. Just as Qin Ge pondered these thoughts, Carol made her move outside, transforming into a streak of light. She surged toward Ronan's fleet, her speed akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she penetrated the ship's barrier. As a comet of light, Carol barreled through the fleet of ships, rampaging with unrestrained destruction. Under the astonished gaze of Qin Ge and the others, the accuser fleet, having arrived swiftly, met a swifter demise, exploding into nothingness, leaving only the Dark Star isolated in its wake. Inside the Dark Star, Ronan stared in disbelief at Carol, who hovered before the ship, still reeling from a scene that had just unfolded. Director, this script is flawed. Shouldn't we have engaged in a prolonged struggle before determining the victor? Why is it that upon our first encounter, I am already finished? Where's my health bar? Carol gazed down at the illustrious flagship of the accuser fleet, the Dark Star. Its defensive capabilities were formidable. Even planet-destroying weaponry could not breach its defenses, and Carol lacked the means to dismantle it. However, with her presence, the Dark Star would not be able to wreak havoc on anything. With radiant energy flickering in her hands, she struck down upon it with unbridled force. Boom! With Carol at the heart, the light expanded wildly, vanishing instantaneously at the edge of the universe. Asgard, the Celestial Palace. An elderly figure clad in resplendent golden armor appeared to be in a state of pretense. Yet his right eye, covered by a golden eye patch, suggested he was blind in one eye. At the moment, the energy of light radiated. The elder's solitary eye suddenly opened. The vast sea of stars seemed to flicker within that eye, with the boundless cosmos flowing through its gaze. A powerful being birthed from Midgard? How surprising. The old man murmured softly, a smile gracing his features as he closed his eyes once more. Earth, Nepal, Kathmandu, Kamartaj. The library. A woman in a yellow monastic robe stood quietly before the shelves, perusing through books. She stood there in serene silence, exuding an aura of wisdom that seemed to envelop her. As the light energy flashed by, the monastic woman paused her reading and looked up towards the heavens. Has Captain Marvel already come into existence? It appears the era of Earth is drawing near. With that thought, she shook her head and returned her attention to the books. Earth Outer Space. System, what is Carol doing? Qin Ge observed Carol's peculiar actions and inquired curiously. She is proclaiming to the universe that Earth is under her protection. Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback. Proclaiming to the universe? Aboard the Dark Aster, Ronan snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze to Carol and speaking to his aide. Immediately, the Dark Aster activated, tearing through a wormhole and vanishing from the outer space of Earth. Arriving swiftly, departing even more so. Ding. Dimension Task 2. Protect Earth in the impending interstellar war and repel Ronan's fleet. Task Reward. Random Character Template. Qin Ge felt a surge of joy upon hearing the system's voice. Task 2 has been completed. Extracting Character Template. Character Template Extraction complete. An image materialized before Qin Ge. Upon recognizing the figure, he was rendered speechless. Is that not Captain America? The character depicted was unmistakably one of the 3 featured figures from the Captain America dimension, when Qin Ge had chosen his own. Character Template Name. Steve Rogers Title. Captain America Gender. Male Age. 25 years, automatically adjusted to peak condition. Lineage. Human Special Abilities. None Skills. Leadership 5, Shield Proficiency 5. Firearms 5, Hand-to-Hand Combat 5, Driving 5. Maximum Skill Level 5. Comprehensive Combat Power 100, Normal Healthy Adult Male 60, Human Maximum 100 Evaluation. No need for further elaboration. The Strongest Human. Status. Available for loading, permanent loading. Would you like to load the Captain America template? Not loading for the time being. Host has completed tasks 1 and 2. Would you like to return to the main dimension? Not returning for the time being. There remains yet another task. How can one return now? It is not in Qin Ge's nature to depart before reaping the benefits. He shifted his focus from the virtual screen of his system to the approaching fury. Chapter 29. A sudden turn of events. Where have you been? Qin Ge inquired. Observing Fury, who had just emerged, yet was still shrouded in obscurity. I want to find Gugu, Fury responded, lifting the orange cat Gugu in his hands. Indeed, he is quite the cat enthusiast. What about the cosmic cube? Taros interjected, noticing Fury's empty hands. A Fury's gaze fell to the orange cat in his embrace. Taros and Qin Ge followed suit, their eyes landing on Gugu. Did it swallow it? Although framed as a question, Qin Ge spoke with a tone of certainty. Fury awkwardly nodded. Earlier, while searching for Gugu, he had spotted the cosmic cube, but just as he reached for it, Gugu's mouth unexpectedly expanded to a size larger than his own torso, and in a swift motion, devoured the cosmic cube. What could he do? He was equally bewildered. Qin Ge shook his head in resignation. Indeed, it was quite the spectacle to have the cosmic cube consumed by a creature of the void. Meanwhile, Carol, after watching the Dark Star leave, gradually made her way towards the patrol ship. Suddenly, a laser beam shot forth from the distance with such speed that none could react in time. Immediately following, a visible wave of crimson explosion engulfed Carol. Carol. The unforeseen turn of events gripped Qin Ge's heart, his gaze fixated on the area shrouded by the explosion. In the distance, a massive, obsidian-hued ship slowly emerged from the wormhole, significantly larger than the patrol ships of the Kree Empire. What is that? Qin Ge pondered, his brows furrowing at the sight of the vessel. The gargantuan ship advanced, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from it. It dwarfed both the patrol ship and the previous Dark Star. With a resounding crash, the doors of the ship swung open, revealing 4 figures before Qin Ge's eyes. System. Analyze their templates. Buzz. Name. Yumo Ho Title. Black Tongue, Strategist Gender. Male Age. 367 years Bloodline. Dark Tongue Star Special Ability. Mental Force. Details. Skills. Domination 5. Dark Magic 5. Skills maxed at 5. Overall combat power, 39, 528 evaluation. The foremost of Thanos' Black Obsidian generals, possessing formidable strength as a 4th-tier Dark Mage, yet physically frail and susceptible to being defeated by higher-tier foes. Status, not loadable. Name, Deathblade, General Title, Deathblade Black Raven Gender. Male age, 283 years bloodline. Black Raven Star's special ability, Dark Regeneration. Details, skills, Combat 5. Domination 4, skills maxed at 5. Overall combat power, 15, 248 evaluation. The second in command of Thanos' Black Obsidian generals, possessing great power, yet physically frail and susceptible to being defeated by higher-tier foes. Status, unloadable. Name, Dark Knight Proxima. Title, none. Gender, female. Age, 233 years. Bloodline, Dark Raven. Special ability, none. Skills, Throwing 5, Combat 5, Command 3, Skill Max Level 5. Overall combat power, 11, 824. Evaluation, a formidable warrior under Thanos, possessing great strength, yet physically frail, making her susceptible to defeat by those of higher rank. Status, unloadable. Name, Obsidian Star. Title, none. Gender, male. Age, 193 years. Bloodline, Dark Giant. Special ability, none. Skills, Piloting 5, Combat 5, Skill Max Level 5. Overall combat power, 10,003. Evaluation, a perennial presence among the 4th tier, particularly abundant this year. This Obsidian Star is the last of the Obsidian 4, and while his combat prowess is commendable, he is plagued by mental deficiencies, akin to a child with intellectual challenges. Status, unloadable. System, what do you mean by fighting beyond one's rank? Qin Ge inquired, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. The Marvel Universe is a peculiar realm, where its rules are not overtly defined. Some individuals, despite possessing destructive capabilities of a certain rank, may fall short in defense and physicality. For instance, the 4 Obsidian warriors before you, while they may be classified as 4th tier based on their destructive potential, can easily be vanquished by true 4th tier powerhouses in actual combat. Moreover, due to their severe specialization, even a host of lesser caliber could, with the right timing, defeat the Obsidian 4. Is that so? Qin Ge murmuret, skvintning to sitt fully. Emerging from the explosion, Carol burst forth, her form enveloped in a gentle yet radiant glow, appearing unscathed. Who are you? Carol furrowed her brow as she regarded the Obsidian 4. One, resembling ancient tree bark, stepped forward, the chief strategist of the Obsidian 4, Ebony Maw. With a flourish of his hands, a dark surface materialized in the previously empty cosmos. Ebony Maw did not respond to Carol's inquiry. The Obsidian 4 parted, revealing a towering golden figure that captured everyone's gaze. Tarlo stared intently at the figure slowly descending from the spacecraft, his voice trembling as he uttered, "It is he, Thanos." Qin Ge locked his gaze upon the imposing giant clad in golden armor, portions of purple skin peeking through the gilded exterior. His indifferent and serene eyes surveyed all, commanding attention as if the very cosmos focused upon him. Thanos, the leader of the Obsidian 4. System. Name, Thanos. Title, the Mad Titan. Gender, male. Age, 439 years. Lineage, Saturnian Titan. Special ability, none. Skills, Combat 5. Domination 5, skills at maximum level 5. Overall combat power, 51, 730 evaluation. Congratulations, host, you have encountered one of the mightiest beings in the Marvel Universe ahead of time. This is a veritable 5th-tier powerhouse. Status, unable to load. 5th tier? Qin Ge's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed upon the imposing figure. According to the system, a 5th-tier powerhouse is capable of annihilating worlds and obliterating galaxies. Carol, you are quite remarkable. Thanos' calm gaze settled upon Carol as he spoke. Who are you? Carol inquired, her brow furrowed. I am Thanos. Would you care to join my ranks? Thanos audaciously extended an invitation to Carol. Sorry, I have no interest, Carol firmly declined. Despite the daunting presence before her, she resolutely maintained her stance. She would never align herself with any faction, steadfast in her guardianship of Earth, committed to ensuring the safety of the universe, and determined to put an end to the wars. That is indeed a pity, Thanos replied, shaking his head, though his expression betrayed no hint of regret. Since you are unwilling to submit to me and wish to protect Earth, I shall have no choice but to send you to your doom. With a sense of reluctance, Thanos commanded Ebony Maw, and a shadowy figure swiftly descended from a ship. Thanos raised his hand to catch it. It was a double-edged greatsword, its sharp blade glinting ominously. Chapter 30. Igniting the cosmos with gold, Carol stood ready. Her gaze fixed gravely on the double-edged sword wielded by Thanos. He grasped the weapon firmly, advancing slowly upon the void created by Ebony Maw's dark magic. Whoosh! Carol struck first, her energy surging as she unleashed a barrage of light towards Thanos. Her figure flickered like lightning, moving at an astonishing speed. Unfazed, Thanos raised his double-edged sword and sliced through the air. Bang! Carol's pupils dilated, and a tremendous force surged from her abdomen. Her body was sent crashing backward. Thanos planted his feet and charged toward the retreating Carol. In an instant, he was before her, the sword descending with ferocity. Reacting swiftly, Carol raised her hands to shield herself. Clang! The collision of two immense forces erupted violently, sending shockwaves radiating around them. Carol kicked Thanos in the abdomen, creating an opening, and then swung her fist with tremendous force. The double-edged sword was swiftly raised to defend. Buzz! The astonishing power once again triggered a violent wave of turbulence. Ebony Maw, who had previously maintained the dark magic with one hand, was now using both. This woman is formidable. The General of the Death Blade observed the fierce clashes between Carol and Thanos, speaking in a deep voice. It is no wonder she dares to proclaim to the cosmos that Earth is under her protection. Yet, it seems this alone is insufficient. The Dark Knight, a neighboring star, sneered. Indeed, it is rare for one as powerful as his father, who has traversed the universe for years, to encounter an opponent that allows him to relax. The General of the Death Blade let out a couple of low, ominous chuckles, their sound haunting and dreadful. They had never worried about the outcome of this battle. Regardless of how one contemplated it, victory belonged to Thanos. This confidence stemmed from overwhelming strength. Bang! Carol firmly grasped the spine of the double-edged blade, yet Thanos remained unmoved. Seizing this opportunity, she delivered a swift kick aimed directly at Thanos' head. Bang! This kick seemed to strike solid granite, failing to even budge Thanos' formidable physique. With a single hand, he seized Carol's right leg and slammed it downward. Boom! Carol's body crashed heavily against the ground, and Thanos followed with another stomp. Bang! Ah! A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth as Carol cried out in agony. Her body was in turmoil, ravaged by violent forces. Bang! Thanos lifted his leg again, this blow nearly shattering Carol's body, which was as strong as the stars. He hoisted the weakening Carol up, positioning the double-edged blade against her neck. You shall become the first target in my quest to fulfill my ideals. You should feel honored, Thanos stated calmly. Carol had lost the strength to speak, yet her gaze remained resolute as she looked defiantly at Thanos, cold and steadfast, as if to say, "You are delusional. Farewell," Thanos whispered, raising the double-edged blade slightly before striking down fiercely. Clang! The anticipated spray of blood did not occur. Carol opened her eyes in confusion to see a hand grasping the blade, unmistakably the double-edged knife. Qin Ge! Carol stared in shock at the newcomer. The crowd aboard the patrol ship erupted in astonishment. Was that Qin Ge? Taros gazed in disbelief at the figure who had caught Thanos' blow with bare hands. If he wasn't mistaken, this should indeed be Qin Ge. Wasn't he from Earth? How could he traverse the cosmos, and moreover, fight Thanos? Fury was equally bewildered, thinking, if you ask me, who should I ask? How could a fine Earth general suddenly transform into a super warrior? Qin Ge held the double-edged blade with one hand, casting a cold glare at Thanos. He felt the surging energy within him and the wealth of combat experience bestowed by Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing Carol's dire predicament, Qin Ge decisively activated the Sun Wukong template, which could only be utilized once. Although this template was an absolute trump card, if it meant saving Carol, he would choose to use it again. Today, let the golden light illuminate this universe. Who are you? Thanos regarded the unexpected intruder with a grave expression, his instincts warning him of the formidable nature of this individual. I shall end your life, Qin Ge declared, suddenly yanking with his right hand and delivering a powerful kick to Thanos' abdomen, sending him sprawling. He swiftly embraced Carol, aligning the index finger of his right hand against his brow. In an instant, he executed a teleportation, his figure flickering before materializing within the confines of the patrol ship. Take care of her, Qin Ge instructed the onlookers before vanishing once more. The crowd hastily gathered around Carol, assessing her injuries. A low hum resonated as Qin Ge reappeared in the vastness of space, his gaze cold and fixed upon Thanos. Thanos clutched his double-edged blade, staring intently at Qin Ge. Suddenly, a surge of golden energy erupted violently from Qin Ge, akin to a dam bursting, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming power. The golden gas enveloped him like flames, an aura of sheer strength apparent even to the untrained eye. Qin Ge's raven locks shimmered with a brilliant gold under the influence of this energy, his explosive presence wreaking havoc in all directions. Super Saiyan, the ultimate form, he exclaimed, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him as his gaze settled upon Thanos. Convinced that they were both of equal fighting caliber in the 5th tier, Qin Ge was resolute that Thanos stood no chance against him. Thanos gripped his weapon tightly, an unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face. He sensed a breath of death emanating from this man. Were there 2 hidden presences nearby? Just as Qin Ge prepared to strike, he discerned 2 concealed auras lurking in the shadows. His right arm trembled as an immense force erupted, tearing the fabric of space itself apart. From the rift emerged an ancient figure, Odin, the All-Father. Thanos' eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing the king of Asgard. Had he been secretly observing all along? Odin's brow furrowed as he fixated on Qin Ge. The energy radiating from this man was unlike anything he had ever encountered. How could such a powerful being exist within the realms of the 9 realms? Will you emerge willingly, or shall I drag you from Earth? Qin Ge's gaze was like a flash of lightning as he directed his words toward the direction of Earth. Suddenly, a fiery red portal materialized in the cosmos, followed by a figure stepping into view. In Chapter 30, Against 3, the Supreme Sorcerer. Thanos' surprise was palpable as he recognized the newcomer, the elusive Supreme Sorcerer, who traversed the multiverse. What extraordinary secrets did this seemingly insignificant Earth harbor, concealing such formidable beings? Pray tell, what brings you to Earth? The ancient being inquired solemnly, fixing his gaze upon Qin Ge. Qin Ge lifted his eyes to meet the Ancient One's, the latter's visage crystallizing in his mind. Name, Ge title, Supreme Mage gender, female age, 430 years, life nearing its end, bloodline. Human special ability, none skills, mental secret arts 5, combat 5. Domination 5, skills at maximum level 5. Overall combat power, 70, 264 evaluation. Guardian of Earth's spiritual dimension. The Supreme Mage stands as one of the most formidable beings in the universe. However, her frail body is a fatal weakness. Status, unloadable. A powerful individual easily susceptible to being surpassed and defeated. Qin Ge silently lamented. How peculiar is this Marvel universe, filled with numerous strong beings, yet all vulnerable to demise. His gaze shifted to Odin nearby. Name, Odin title, King of the Gods gender, male age 5. 224 years, life nearing its end, bloodline. Asgardian special ability, none skills, combat 5, domination 5, skills at maximum level 5, overall combat power, 75. 430, in a weakened state, evaluation. As the most powerful being in the Marvel universe, even in his old age, Odin remains at the pinnacle of strength. He is a true 5th tier powerhouse, so powerful that he is invincible. Status, unloadable. Qin Ge's eyes flickered. A true 5th tier? This implies that Odin, unlike Ge, possesses genuine 5th tier strength. System, what is Odin's peak combat power? Qin Ge could not help but inquire. With life nearing its end, and despite his age, he possesses greater strength than Ge. What about his peak state? 99, 999. Qin Ge's heart trembled. 99,999. Such incredible strength. He gazed at the seemingly inconspicuous old man, Odin, and his expression grew solemn. This formidable being had suddenly appeared in the 9 realms. What could be his purpose? Odin's solitary eye regarded Qin Ge and posed the same question as Ge. Nothing of great importance. I merely wish to protect this planet. Qin Ge's entire being trembled, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, golden gas crackling with arcs of electricity. This was not the natural thunder of the heavens, but rather the violent expansion of energy within Qin Ge, producing arcs of energy. Under the astonished gazes of Odin, Ge, and Thanos. Qin Ge's aura soared once more. Golden arcs of electricity flickered around him, and a formidable force surged forth. Boom! The fierce wave of energy radiated outward from Qin Ge, creating chaos in all directions. The violent aura caused the expressions of the three to shift dramatically. Gu swiftly conjured her hands, solidifying a massive magical array before her to withstand the oncoming wave. Odin suddenly manifested a golden spear, and a magnificent white steed emerged from the void beneath him. A gentle white light enveloped both horse and rider, shielding them from the raging energy wave. Thanos wielded his double-edged blade, and, as the energy wave struck him, the immense force knocked him back several dozen steps before he could finally regain his footing. The four Black Knights found themselves utterly overwhelmed, instantly toppled by the violent wave of energy that surged into the confines of the spacecraft. In a heartbeat, they succumbed to unconsciousness, with the Dark Sorcerer suffering severe injuries from casting his spells. "We must leave this place," Carol urged urgently, having regained some composure. At that moment, the patrol ship trembled precariously under the explosive force unleashed by Qin Ge, quaking violently. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to annihilation by the raging power. Catching a glimpse of the patrol ship's departure, a slight smile crept onto Qin Ge's lips. His previously stabilizing aura surged once more, as golden energy erupted forth in a magnificent display. Boom! This time, all three were unceremoniously hurled away by the renewed intensity. Bathed in golden energy, Qin Ge's hair, transformed by his super scion state, began to grow rapidly, while the overwhelming aura emanating from him escalated alarmingly. Does this individual possess no limits to his power? Odin, seated upon the celestial steed Sleipnir, gazed at Qin Ge with an expression of undisguised astonishment. At this moment, Qin Ge's presence had eclipsed even Odin's peak power. The latter, once deemed the strongest in the universe, now stood in the shadow of Qin Ge's ascending might. At long last, the golden energy enveloped Qin Ge, his resplendent hair now shimmering with arcs of golden lightning. Super Scion State 3. Battle Power 100,000. After a lengthy wait, Qin Ge raised his gaze, his brows now also aglow with gold. The three remained silent. Qin Ge's intent was unmistakable. He was ready to take them all on. With a hum, Odin made the first move, his steed's hooves thundering as he closed the distance to Qin Ge in an instant. The eternal spear, Gungnir, locked onto Qin Ge, thrusting forward with ferocity. Simultaneously, Thanos surged into action, brandishing his double-edged sword as he leapt high, descending with a fierce slash. The ancient sorcerer channeled his might, conjuring forth surging streams of magic that manifested as golden chains, ensnaring Qin Ge and restricting his movements, while the attacks from the other two drew perilously near. A smirk curled at Qin Ge's lips. Boom! His body trembled as golden energy erupted outward, shattering the golden chains that bound him. Faced with the oncoming onslaught of Odin and Thanos, Qin Ge clenched his right fist, delivering a thunderous strike. With a resounding crash, his fist collided with the void, causing the fabric of space to collapse, a dark black hole forming at the point of impact. Terrifying waves of energy radiated from his fist, halting Odin and Thanos in their tracks, caught in the incredible force of the blow. "You are far too weak." Qin Ge grinned, rotating his right fist, channeling an even greater surge of power. Bang! Odin and Thanos were sent hurtling backward, and even Sleipnir, not the target of the attack, was toppled. In an instant, Qin Ge's figure flickered, his speed reaching extraordinary heights. Qin Ge's figure appeared to remain in place, yet in actuality, he had already materialized before Gu. The stationary Qin Ge was still distinctly visible, but undoubtedly, it was merely an afterimage. Confronting Gu, Qin Ge unleashed a powerful punch. In the realm of combat, the first order of business is to eliminate the mage. This is a fundamental principle. Gu possessed extraordinarily potent mental strength. Even though his abilities were vastly inferior to Qin Ge's, he still managed to react in time. With swift motions, he formed hand seals, and a verdant light flickered before his chest. Chapter 32. Turtle School, Energy Wave. Qin Ge furrowed his brow, for his fist had inexplicably become ensnared before Gu, unable to penetrate. Whoosh! A stream of light surged forth, the glint of cold brilliance flashing as the eternal spear Gungnir pierced Qin Ge's back in an instant. Clang! The sound of metal colliding altered Odin's countenance. How could this be possible? Even with Odin's extensive experience traversing the cosmos, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The eternal spear Gungnir, his supreme artifact, had struck Qin Ge's body, yet failed to breach his defenses? How could this be? I told you were too weak. Qin Ge's left leg pivoted abruptly. Bang! His whip-like kick landed heavily upon Odin's frame. Whoosh! Odin's body was propelled backward like a cannonball. Boom! He soared through the air until he crashed violently onto the distant surface of Mars, finally coming to a halt. The sound of the mighty Sleipnir's lament echoed as it sped toward him. Unknown to Qin Ge, Thanos had stealthily approached from behind. His double-edged knife ruthlessly aimed at Qin Ge's neck, the razor-sharp blade slicing through the air toward his jugular. Clang! With a single hand, Qin Ge deflected the double-edged knife. A grin spreading across his face as his right hand transformed into a striking blade, delivering a fierce chop onto Thanos' weapon. Crack! Thanos' double-edged knife was forcibly snapped in half by Qin Ge's bare hands. Thanos stared in disbelief at the weapon now shattered before him, momentarily lost in thought. Bang! A torrential force surged from his abdomen as Thanos stood dazed, his colossal form of over 3 meters soaring backward, vanishing from sight in an instant. Qin Ge returned his gaze slowly towards Gu. What is this? He curiously examined the peculiar device radiating a green glow before Gu. Gu did not respond, instead forming magical seals with his hands, 2 green circular arrays swirling around his wrists, his gaze warily fixed upon Qin Ge. System, analyze this object. If you want to speak, I shall investigate myself. Ability template name, Time Stone alias, Eye of Agamotto special ability, control over time description, one of the 6 infinity stones that governs the dominion of time, safeguarded by generations of supreme mages, possessing immense power. However, be warned, those who play with time will inevitably be destroyed by it. Damn it! Qin Ge nearly bit his tongue. The ability to control time? Yet another extraordinary treasure. The previous cosmic cube was a gem capable of controlling space. And now a gem that governs time has emerged. If one were to possess both, would that not render them invincible? With mastery over time and space, who could pose a threat? The ability to alter the course of history and influence the cosmic order. What could possibly go awry? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin Ge's gaze ignited with fervor. His aura began to waver, exuding a readiness for action. A word of caution echoed in his mind. The Infinity Stones are classified as high-tier artifacts. Should the host manage to maintain their current state, contemplating the mastery of the Infinity Stones might be feasible. However, at present, it would be wise for the host to refrain. Attempting to wield the Infinity Stones with a body as feeble as yours would lead to dire consequences. Qin Ge's expression stiffened as he recalled this warning. Immersed in the formidable power bestowed by the limited time template of Sun Wukong, his thoughts began to align with his present capabilities. Perhaps it was best to adopt a more prudent approach. Suddenly, in the moment Qin Ge was lost in thought, a streak of light flashed by, and before he could react, it had already pierced him. With a sickening gasp, he beheld the eternal spear Gungnir, which had breached his left chest defenses, unleashing a strange force that ravaged his insides. If the power were to increase, this spear could easily obliterate him. Surrounded by terror, an overwhelming rage surged forth. With a cataclysmic force surpassing the pinnacle of Tier 5, Qin Ge unleashed his full might. The ancient powers nearby, using the Eye of Agamotto, were rendered ineffective and were sent hurtling away by the sheer ferocity of Qin Ge's explosion. A tempestuous aura wreaked havoc in the outer space of Earth, radiating a brilliant golden light that resembled a resplendent sun hanging high in the sky. On Earth, the onlookers beneath the Kree Empire's patrol ship gazed upward at the captivating golden sun, particularly Carol, who felt the astonishing energy emanating from it. Who exactly is Qin Ge? She murmured unconsciously while staring at the sky. In the vastness of outer space, after a prolonged moment, Qin Ge's unleashed aura finally steadied. He reached for the eternal spear Gungnir, which trembled violently, as if resisting his grasp. With an impassive expression, he placed his left hand upon the spear. No! With a surge of strength, he snapped the eternal spear Gungnir in two. Odin stood in disbelief as he watched the supreme artifact, forged from a dying star and wielded in battles for millennia, be shattered before his eyes. Qin Ge turned his cold gaze towards Odin, who was approaching on his steed. Sleipnir, do not fret. You shall soon join him. Without a second thought, he discarded the broken halves of Gungnir and, in a flash, appeared before Odin, delivering a punch with unparalleled speed, akin to teleportation. A flicker of emerald light flashed by as Qin Ge's fist halted a mere half-centimeter from Odin's head. The pressure from his punch sent shivers down Odin's scalp. Had that blow landed, it would have surely resulted in catastrophic consequences. The green radiance expanded, enveloping Qin Ge entirely and rendering him immobile. With a swift motion of his right hand, a golden portal erupted behind Qin Ge. Thanos emerged from it, delivering a powerful strike to Qin Ge's face. However, Qin Ge remained utterly unperturbed, gazing mockingly at Thanos. This disdainful look ignited Thanos' fury, and his fists, capable of demolishing mountains, rained down upon Qin Ge like a torrential downpour. Each blow produced a bone-chilling thud, yet none inflicted any harm upon Qin Ge. He felt not even a twinge of pain. I warned you, you are far too weak. Qin Ge's voice resonated suddenly. Ancient's expression shifted dramatically. In a state of time suspension, speech was impossible. Unless... Boom! The green halo surrounding Qin Ge shattered explosively, and in a flash, he reappeared 100 meters away. Utilizing his aerial technique, Qin Ge suspended himself in mid-air, suddenly assuming a horse stance, his hands as if cradling a sphere, shifting to the left. A heart-stirring surge of energy converged wildly towards his hands, a torrent of blue and white energy flowing incessantly, coalescing into a sphere of energy. Chapter 33. The Dark Sovereign, this is bad, Odin exclaimed, alarmed by the terrifying power emanating from the energy sphere, far exceeding anything he had ever encountered. If unleashed, it would undoubtedly shake the very foundations of the earth. The three exchanged glances and quickly took their positions. They would have to combine their strength to withstand this attack. Seeing this, Qin Ge revealed a mocking smile. Buzz! With a fierce motion of his hands, the blue and white energy beam surged forth, carrying a staggering wave of energy. This was the Kamehameha, the most powerful technique derived from the template of Sun Wukong, showcasing its might without reservation against the formidable beings of another world. The Kamehameha, having amassed the vast energy within Qin Ge, approached the trio in the blink of an eye. Boom! The three pinnacle powerhouses of the Marvel Universe collided violently with the Kamehameha. Initially, they believed that, even if they could not prevail, they would at least possess some capacity to retaliate. However, upon coming into contact with the Kamehameha, they realized their grave miscalculation. The Kamehameha, having concentrated an immense amount of energy, had reached a terrifying level of potency. If unleashed upon a planet, it would obliterate it in less than a second. Ancient exerted all his strength through the Eye of Agamotto, activating the time stone within. Yet the overwhelming force threatened even his own stability. Odin and Thanos fared no better. The two, relying solely on their physical resilience, found themselves in an even worse predicament than Ancient. Time was running out. The trio was destined to fall. As Qin Ge's gaze flickered, poised to amplify his power to vanquish them, the system's voice resounded. This system strongly advises the host against inflicting severe harm or killing these three individuals. Why? In the midst of battle, Qin Ge still found the energy to communicate with the system. Odin, the king of the gods, is an immensely significant figure within the Marvel Universe, while Thanos reigns as the cosmic overlord, equally capable of influencing the course of the universe. Furthermore, Ge, the supreme mage safeguarding the spiritual realm of Earth, is tasked with the protection of the Time Stone and serves as a vital mentor. The repercussions of any injury or death among these three would be no less profound than the loss of the Infinity Stones. Qin Ge frowned, pondering whether such cautious deliberation was excessive. Host, please be advised, this system merely contemplates issues from your perspective. If your strength were on par with that of Sun Wukong, eliminating these individuals and wreaking havoc upon the universe would not provoke any intervention from this system. Well, ultimately, it seems I'm simply too weak, is that it? Must I always tread carefully in my endeavors? Qin Ge felt a wave of discontent. The restrictions on whom he could harm felt stifling. What purpose did his presence serve? To endure a vacation of beatings? The grand scheme is immutable, yet the minor details can be altered. He scoffed. Just as Qin Ge was about to voice further thoughts, he suddenly sensed an insidious and profoundly malevolent aura. Is there someone else? His gaze sharpened, and the Kamehameha technique abruptly dissipated. The sudden loss of resistance sent Odin and the others into a tremor, as time seemed to momentarily pause. Once they regained their composure, they found Qin Ge standing still, seemingly searching for something. What is he doing? Thanos inquired, puzzled. It appears he is in pursuit of something, Odin speculated uncertainly. Upon exchanging glances, they discreetly increased the distance between themselves. Ge silently observed the two, equally perplexed by Qin Ge's sudden cessation of action. Victory was within reach. Why had he halted? What was he searching for and whom? Qin Ge's heightened senses ravaged every corner of his surroundings, seeking that intensely malevolent presence. This aura was pure evil, devoid of any other essence, a manifestation of unadulterated malevolence. Such a sensation had previously been experienced in Sun Wukong's memories. Majin Bu, at last I found you. Qin Ge's eyes gleamed as he unleashed a powerful punch. The void of space erupted explosively, revealing a violet-black radiance. Observing this, Ge's expression shifted dramatically. Dormammu, how could you have discovered me? A chilling, indifferent voice resonated, followed by a cascade of purple ripples as an immense figure materialized before Qin Ge. Two violet suns abruptly ascended before him, their glow connected by layers of eerie purple-black stripes. A wild aura surged forth, a formidable presence approaching. At the moment this figure emerged, Qin Ge could distinctly sense the overwhelming essence of pure darkness saturating all surrounding space. The malevolent aura surged, seemingly celebrating the arrival of its master. Narrowing his eyes at the unexpected visitor, Qin Ge realized this individual was extraordinarily powerful. System. Name. Dormammu. Title. Dark Overlord. Gender. None. Age. Eternal bloodline. Dark Void special ability. Dark assimilation skills. Mastery of Darkness 5. Dark Overlord 5. Dark Descent 5. Skills at maximum level 5. Overall combat power. 95378 evaluation. Abandoning all, he is completely merged into the dark dimension, acquiring immense power that transcends time and space. However, he cannot remain detached from the dark dimension for prolonged periods and is incapable of exerting any strength outside of it. Status: unloadable. Upon reviewing the template of Dormammu, Qin Ge felt a surge of trepidation. Another formidable fifth-tier powerhouse. Although Dormammu is confined within the dark dimension and cannot leave in his true form, it is undeniable that he is an extraordinarily powerful entity. Yet, Qin Ge regarded the imposing figure of Dormammu with a peculiar expression. Is this fellow merely a fade? Dormammu, how did you manage to escape the dark dimension? Ge cannot help but inquire. My power surpasses your imagination. Pitiful worm, who dares to steal my strength? Dormammu replied coldly, his sun-like eyes glancing at Ge. Ge's expression darkened. If Dormammu could indeed leave the dark dimension, then disaster awaited them. How could I possibly fail to sense that utterly malevolent aura of yours? Qin Ge retorted with disdain. Have you been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the four of us to weaken each other, so you can swoop in for the kill? Indeed, Dormammu admitted nonchalantly. You four are my formidable foes. If you should both suffer, I could easily reap the benefits. Unfortunately, you are far more powerful than I anticipated. Want to play the role of the fisherman? Qin Ge sneered. By what right? Just because you appear fearsome, yet possess no combat prowess whatsoever? At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. A mere fade? Ge was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Chapter 34. The Dragon Fist that Pierces the Darkness. Indeed, if Dormammu could truly leave the dark dimension, Earth would have long since fallen to his onslaught. Ge realized this as well. Dormammu had been eyeing Earth for quite some time. Had he possessed the ability to exit the dark dimension, the planet would have already suffered greatly, rather than developing safely to this day. With this thought, Ge's anxiety subsided. How did you uncover this? Dormammu inquired, astonished at Qin Ge, as even Odin had not detected a hint of it. How had Qin Ge discerned the truth? Curious, are we? Dormammu nodded, adopting a mockingly studious demeanor. I shan't divulge that information. Qin Ge could distinctly feel the dark energy swirling around him at the moment he spoke, yet it did not manifest in any tangible attack. It seems the system was indeed correct. Dormammu is unable to leave the dark dimension and cannot wield any power outside of it. The system does not deceive me. Since you have seen through my ruse, I shall take my leave. Please do as you wish. Qin Ge had no intention of engaging him. After all, this fellow had not even manifested in his true form. Dormammu's indifferent gaze fell upon Gu. Supreme Sorcerer, safeguard your planet. Otherwise, Gu had regained his composure. His eyes filled with wisdom as he quietly regarded Dormammu. I shall not allow Earth to fall into your hands. A cold smirk escaped Dormammu as his figure began to dissipate. Wait. Dormammu paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he turned to Qin Ge. Qin Ge scrutinized Dormammu, his brows knitting together. Do you intend to invade Earth? An ominous feeling surged within Dormammu. For many years, he had sought to conquer Earth, and the Supreme Sorcerer's duty was to protect it from being devoured by him. Gu interjected at the opportune moment. Qin Ge's gaze grew icy. With your strength, you need not concern yourself with safeguarding a planet. Suddenly, Qin Ge's fist collided with Dormammu's avatar's eye, the ferocious force shattering the illusion in an instant. The dark anomaly vanished without a trace. Earth is off limits to anyone, Qin Ge declared coldly as he watched Dormammu's dissipating form. Where is the dark dimension? Qin Ge turned to Gu and inquired. Dormammu has merged into the dark dimension, making him exceedingly difficult to kill. Moreover, within his domain, his powers are significantly amplified. Gu hesitantly replied. Qin Ge was formidable, a presence of terror she had never before encountered. Yet, Dormammu was equally powerful, and having merged into a realm, he was not easily vanquished. Tell me its location, Qin Ge stated calmly. Very well. Seeing Qin Ge's resolve, Gu refrained from further persuasion. With a wave of his right hand, a fiery portal was conjured, a crimson glow swiftly outlining its circumference. Within the portal, a purplish-black space came into view. Without hesitation, Qin Ge vanished into the dark dimension. Gu waved his left hand, conjuring a massive scene of the dark dimension. Qin Ge glanced upward in a particular direction, where a familiar gaze lingered. Gu's. Paying it no heed, Qin Ge utilized his flight technique to traverse the dark dimension. Contrary to the notion of darkness, the dimension was predominantly purplish-black, bursting with vibrant colors that contradicted the imagined desolation. Strange planets dotted the expanse of the dark dimension, making it feel as though he had entered another universe. Qin Ge's keen perception could distinctly feel the overwhelming dark energy, vast as an ocean. Come forth, Dormammu. Qin Ge halted in a sparsely populated area of planets, speaking with calm resolve. He was certain that the moment he stepped into the dark dimension, Dormammu was already aware of his presence. As dark energy rippled before him, Dormammu's imposing figure materialized in a familiar manner, obscuring the very skies. This encounter is distinct from any prior, for before Qin Ge stands the true Dormammu, an entity of unparalleled strength at the pinnacle of the fifth dimension. Your audacity to confront me alone is remarkable. Dormammu's voice reverberates like thunder, resonating through the space with a deafening roar. You do not instill fear within me. Qin Ge gazes unwaveringly into Dormammu's sun-like eyes. You shall pay dearly for your hubris, Dormammu coldly declares, yet he refrains from attacking. You ought not to covet Earth. Qin Ge's eyes, bathed in golden energy, regard Dormammu with indifference. The transformation into Super Saiyan is fueled by rage. Yet Sun Wukong has mastered it to such an extent that even in maintaining the third stage for an extended period, Qin Ge's composure remains unshaken. Earth is my sanctuary. I shall not permit anyone to tarnish it. As Qin Ge speaks, the energy within him surges wildly. Dormammu observed Qin Ge, aware that no action can escape his perception within the dark dimension. This awareness heightens his recognition of the terrifying energy pulsating within Qin Ge. You are formidable, yet you cannot slay me. Dormammu's sun-like eyes narrow as he speaks. Then let us test that. Qin Ge's right hand trembles slightly. The ferocious power surging into it becomes almost unbearable. Dormammu utters no more words, as the dark energy ceaselessly converges towards him, even from distant realms. However, this corrosive darkness, upon approaching the sole golden entity within this dark space, Qin Ge, finds itself instinctively diverting its course. The dark energy swells, enveloping the space ominously. The once vibrant hues of this dark dimension now succumb to an inky blackness devoid of light, except for the resplendent gold emanating from Qin Ge. His trembling right hand suddenly steadies, tightening its grip. A dragon's roar resonates from his clenched fist, its mighty sound echoing throughout the entire dark dimension. Slowly, Qin Ge raises his right arm. His fist, imbued with determination and strength, swings forth with ferocity. Roar! The sound of the dragon reverberates. A colossal golden dragon bursts forth from his fist, charging straight towards Dormammu, piercing the darkness like dawn's first light. Chapter 35. The curtain falls. Roar. In an instant, the golden dragon reaches Dormammu. Alarm bells blare within Dormammu's mind. This strike may prove fatal. Desperately, he channels the surrounding dark energy, striving to withstand Qin Ge's dragon fist. As the golden dragon nears Dormammu, its head suddenly pivots, coiling around him, ensnaring the formidable figure in its massive form. Roar! The golden dragon roared skyward, crashing down with a thunderous force. At the moment its head met Dormammu, the world fell utterly silent. After delivering this powerful punch, Qin Ge glanced upward, his figure flickering before vanishing into the abyss of the dark dimension. A true man never looks back. An explosion. In the vastness of outer space, Qin Ge suddenly appeared behind the three ancient beings. The scene before them still depicted the chaotic immersion in a golden ocean. Dormammu had been completely engulfed by the radiant hue, his fate unknown. Departing from Earth, Qin Ge's voice resonated, and the three immediately recognized his return. They gazed at him in silence. Although they were formidable beings in their own right, compared to Qin Ge, they seemed to pale significantly. Casting a glance at the trio, Qin Ge pressed his fingers against his brow. With a hum, he vanished from sight. Thanos, I hope you do not misjudge your own worth, Ge admonished, turning to Thanos before stepping into a portal to leave this place. Odin exchanged a glance with Thanos before mounting his steed, Sleipnir, and departing, leaving Thanos alone amidst the swirling winds. Back on Earth, Qin Ge, you have returned. Carol was the first to notice him, rushing forward, but as she approached, a formidable aura emanating from him impeded her progress. Qin Ge smiled, retracting the golden aura and reverting from his Super Saiyan state, his hair returning to normal. It's all been resolved. No one will invade Earth again, he declared with a grin. You killed them? Carol inquired curiously. No, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. I merely issued a warning. He withheld the details regarding Dormammu, as the entity belonged to the mental realm and was a foe of the sorcerers. Carol and her companions would be of no assistance even if they were informed. Understood, Carol nodded. The others soon gathered around, celebrating Qin Ge's safe return. In the dark dimension, Dormammu silently merged into the shadows, the dark energy continuously flowing into his being to mend his wounds. The horrifying marks from the attack were visible, a clear line from Dormammu's head to the bottom of his body, as the golden energy ravaged him like a relentless parasite. Qin Ge's dragon punch had not slain Dormammu. He had long since fused with the dark dimension. To eradicate him, two methods existed. First, obliterate Dormammu's will, which would leave only an empty shell. However, before merging with the dark dimension, Dormammu was a sorcerer. After this fusion, his mental power became terrifyingly potent. Who could surpass him in mental strength to achieve such obliteration? Second, utterly destroy the dark dimension itself. Dormammu and the dark dimension were symbiotic. The annihilation of the dark dimension would guarantee Dormammu's demise. Yet, the challenge of destroying the dark dimension was akin to obliterating an entire universe. Though Super Saiyan 3 Goku was immensely powerful, he had yet to reach the level of strength necessary to annihilate an entire universe. However, Qin Ge's dragon fist dealt an unimaginable blow to Dormammu. Sensing the dire state of his body, Dormammu let out a faint sigh. It was uncertain how long it would take for him to recover from such injuries. It had been a week since the battle in outer space. The Skrulls had resided on Earth for about a week, and Carol decided to lead them into the cosmos in search of a homeland, as their continued existence on Earth was untenable. Naturally, Qin Ge wished to accompany them. Having such a formidable being who could obliterate planets by his side was a boon for the Skrulls. However, before their departure, a significant event transpired at S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Alexander Pierce resigned from his position to join the council, assuming the role of chairman. His protege, Nick Fury, was promoted to the directorship of S.H.I.E.L.D. In light of the feline-loving, one-eyed Fury taking the helm, Qin Ge felt a sense of relief. He preferred engaging with Fury over the cunning Pierce. Surely, Fury would not emulate Pierce's ways? The Skrulls needed to locate a planet conducive to life. Perhaps among the 100,000 stars, there existed one. With so few habitable worlds, most of which were claimed, time was of the essence. Having drifted through the cosmos for over half a year, Qin Ge found little boredom. He spent his days bantering with Carol, sparring with Talos, and playing games with a group of young Skrulls, surprisingly enjoying himself. For of a kind, Qin Ge exclaimed, flinging his playing cards to the floor. I win again. A chorus of dismay erupted from two stunning blonde Skrull women, clad in revealing bikinis, as they placed their cards down. Carol, standing behind Qin Ge with her arms crossed, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Before boarding the ship, Qin Ge had brought along a stack of fashion magazines, leaving Carol puzzled about his intentions. But now it all made sense. The two blonde beauties before him were, of course, Skrulls in disguise. In Qin Ge's words, a mundane life required a touch of spice. While Carol, the formidable woman she was, possessed an admirable figure, it lacked a certain zest that needed refreshing energy. Thus, the current scenario unfolded. Naturally, these two were female Skrulls. Even in his most outrageous moments, Qin Ge would not seek male Skrulls to accompany him. Yet, the difference seemed negligible. All right, you two shall transform into these models, Qin Ge declared, pulling a fashion magazine from seemingly nowhere and pointing to two stunningly voluptuous models. The two Skrulls exchanged glances but complied obediently. They played cards, where the victor could make a request. Discover a life-bearing planet. Talos' voice suddenly echoed over the intercom. Instantly, the Skrulls, who had been lounging in the entertainment hall, sprang to their feet. Qin Ge, momentarily forgetting about the beauties, rose and headed towards the central control hub. Gazing at the distant, unclaimed planet devoid of advanced intelligent life, a genuine smile emerged on the faces of all present. Chapter 36. Return and Conclusion. Qin Ge felt a disorienting shift, and in an instant, he found himself back in his own world. Observing the stillness of time around him and the frozen expression of the security guard nearby, he experienced an almost otherworldly sensation. In the primary realm, not even a second had passed, yet he had spent several years in the world of Captain Marvel. The memories of his interactions with Carol and others remained vividly etched in his mind. Over the years, these authentic recollections flickered through Qin Ge's consciousness like a series of slides. A thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to glance at the system's storage space. What greeted his eyes was a vast array of weaponry, everything imaginable, enough to arm an entire battalion. Qin Ge's gaze fell upon the photographs, quietly resting on a table in the corner, and he exhaled in relief. These were precious memories from that world. Ding! Return complete. The system's voice resonated. Dimension Task 3. Optional assist Captain Marvel in finding a home for the Skrulls. Task Reward. Random Ability Template. Extracting Ability Template. Ability Template Extraction complete. Template Name. Satellite Portal. Alias. None. Special Ability. None. Description. Lock onto a planet. Launch a concealed satellite, allowing the host to appear anywhere on that planet through the satellite portal. Source. Armor Warrior. What a treasure. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled. This was akin to Sun Wukong's instant transmission. With this, he could traverse freely. The system detected that the host possessed an unused personal character template, inquiring whether to use it. All right, there was also the Captain America template. Qin Ge slapped his forehead, realizing he would have forgotten if not for the system's reminder. Using Captain America character template. Character template loading. Captain America template is now loading. Loading complete. Qin Ge stared in bewilderment at the virtual screen displaying the words, loading complete. Was that it? Why did he feel nothing at all? Boom. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged into Qin Ge's mind. Unprepared for the onslaught, he cried out in pain, clutching his head and collapsing into a trash bin. His once pristine clothing was once again stained with refuse, lying there like a lifeless body. Seconds passed, he lost track of time, before the excruciating pain in his mind finally subsided. As he perused the newly acquired combat experiences and information swirling in his consciousness, Qin Ge's lips twitched slightly. It seemed the template's effects came with a delay. Rising from the trash bin, he looked down at his once immaculate white shirt. Great! Now it was dirty again. However, due to the stillness of time, even the air had ceased to flow, and Qin Ge found himself oblivious to the distinctive aroma emanating from the trash bin. System, why do I not sense any changes in my body? Qin Ge perplexed. Although he had acquired the combat experience of Captain America, he felt no alteration in his physical attributes. The template is merely a template. It does not directly alter the host condition. While the host may feel no difference, your body has indeed undergone changes, the system elucidated. He reviewed his template. Name, Qin Ge title, none gender, male age, 18 years lineage, human special ability, shield 50-50, details skills, indulgence 5, firearms 5, combat 5, leadership 5, driving 4, skills max level 5, overall combat power, 80, maximum 100 evaluation. Surprised? You've broken through to 10? Yet, you remain quite mediocre. Status, not loadable. Loading template. Captain America template the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Why was the system always so acerbic in its assessments? What does a maximum of 100 signify? Ignoring the disparaging evaluation, Qin Ge pressed on. The original host theoretically could attain the pinnacle value of 100 for a human, yet in practice, one could only reach a maximum of 90 due to numerous uncontrollable factors. However, after loading the Captain America template, the host can achieve 100 through training, the system clarified. So, if I persist in training, I can reach 100? He asked. Indeed. Moreover, due to the loaded template, the host combat power will experience a rapid growth phase during training. Even if the host does not train, their combat power will gradually increase over time, albeit at a slow pace. I see. Qin Ge nodded in realization. He then sought details on the shield 50-50. Shield 50-50. When you wield the vibranium shield, you can engage in combat with anyone for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the consequences are yours to bear. What on earth is this bizarre ability? And what is this vibranium shield? He pondered. By the way, when will I be able to dodge bullets? He abruptly asked. The system fell silent for a moment, seemingly befuddled by Qin Ge's erratic thoughts. Host, allow me to tell you a story. The system's tone suddenly became serious. What story? Once there was a man who wished to ascend to the heavens, and then he perished. How could one think of running when they cannot even walk? The system's mocking voice chimed in. Scientific research proves that children learn to run first, Qin Ge murmured. Ahem, in any case, host, do not aspire too high. Even entry-level strong individuals cannot necessarily dodge bullets. Even the slowest handgun bullets are not easily evaded. Qin Ge pouted when he had previously used the Sun Wukong template. Even if the entire world had unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon him, not a single bullet would have touched him. Sun Wukong exists beyond the 5th tier. Can you compare? Alas, I forgot this fellow can read my thoughts. Rather than pondering how to dodge bullets, it would be wiser to consider how to withstand them, thus conserving energy that would otherwise be wasted in evasion, the system remarked. Indeed, with Sun Wukong's physique, even a nuclear explosion to his face might not draw blood. Qin Ge mused, stroking his chin. Host, can we refrain from perpetually using Sun Wukong as a benchmark? One must possess self-awareness. You have yet to ascend to even the 1st tier, yet you constantly contemplate the prowess of a 5th-tier master? Qin Ge hesitated. That seemed to be a valid point. However, I have no other templates for comparison. Should I resort to Captain America? I believe utilizing Captain America as a measurement would be more prudent than comparing yourself to a 5th-tier existence like Sun Wukong, the system droned. Captain America as a unit of measurement? Qin Ge pondered his future self. System, assess my combat power. Very well, host. Your current combat power could contend with 50 Captain Americas. Qin Ge involuntarily shuddered. Goodness, the imagery is too splendid to believe. Chapter 37. That security guard, does the host have any further inquiries? The system inquired. Let me think. Qin Ge tugged at his non-existent beard for a long while. It seems I have nothing. Oh, very well. Time. Qin Ge extended his right index finger and proclaimed loudly. Please communicate in Huaxiao language. Your English is so atrocious that even a single word elicits a wave of profound embarrassment from this system. Would you care to give it a try? You mock my English. I'm also a product of 9 years of compulsory education, you know? Qin Ge retorted indignantly. This fellow has been a general for so many years, yet he remains unchanged in character. Well, as the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. This system's English can easily surpass yours, host. How dare you, a mere 5th-tier combatant, provoke the mightiest system? Such naivety. Qin Ge was bewildered by this thick foreign accent in the English being spoken. Why did it suddenly switch to such a tone? He was, after all, a genius with a perfect score in Chinese, yet his English had never exceeded 50. If you spoke to him, he could still respond. Now, After such a lengthy discourse, he found himself at a loss. The system scoffed, disdainfully translating his words onto the virtual screen. Qin Ge stared at the disconcerting translation. System, I am Gan Linyang. Who is Linyang? I do not know her. Am unfamiliar with her. This system is going into hibernation. Farewell. Don't go. What about the next time for time travel? Oh, I nearly forgot. I was so absorbed in mocking the host. How can you speak of mocking me so nonchalantly? The cooldown time for time travel is 1 month. After 1 month, the host may choose to travel directly or delay the journey. The system explained. One can even delay? It's not mandatory? Qin Ge exclaimed in surprise. This system is not merely a vast luminous sphere. Whether the host chooses to engage with it or not, the enhancement of one's strength remains wholly their own affair. Why is this system so lethargic? Furthermore, forceful traversal will only elicit the host's dissatisfaction. However, you have already incited my profound displeasure. Qin Ge exclaimed with irritation. Then simply endure it. Gan Linyang, depart. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, time resumed its course. Do not seek this system in times of idleness, and even less so in times of necessity. Farewell. The audacity of this insolent creature. Buzz. The previously frozen tableau before Qin Ge suddenly transformed, as the stillness under the influence of an unseen force began to animate once more. In witnessing this, Qin Ge could not help but recall the system's appraisal of the 6th tier, transcending the boundaries of the universe and life itself. What tier does this system belong to? What kind of existence is responsible for its creation? The 6th tier? The 7th tier? Indeed, the origins of every system in this genre present a profound conundrum worthy of contemplation. As Qin Ge pondered, a voice imbued with local flavor reached his ears. What are you doing rummaging in a trash bin at this hour? Shouldn't you be heading home? The security guard inquired, observing Qin Ge. This is Long County, a poverty-stricken area in the Huaguo province, where the standard Mandarin is not commonly spoken. The local dialect prevails. Nevertheless, the dialect of Long County is not particularly difficult to comprehend, though mastering it requires time. Nothing much, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. He cast his gaze about. Despite his brief time in Long County, he had memorized the general layout of the county, yet he still found himself uncertain of his current location. Bang! Emerging from the trash bin, a wave of aroma wafted into his nostrils. What on earth? Qin Ge felt a tumultuous churn within his stomach. What is that smell? As the time freeze concluded, the fragrant refuse, previously suspended in the air, began to liberate itself. Sizzle. Qin Ge ripped off his shirt, now stained with an unknown liquid, revealing a physique forged like steel. Under the stark white beam of the flashlight, the security guard witnessed the scene of Qin Ge's disrobing. The guard silently observed the well-defined muscles of Qin Ge's abdomen and the impressive chest that could rival any cup's size. Glancing down at his own modestly protruding belly, he discreetly retreated 2 steps, confirming through his gaze, this is someone I cannot contend with. Sir, I shall take my leave. Struggling to suppress the urge to retch, Qin Ge addressed the security guard. Oh, very well. The guard did not press further. This individual, who appeared disinclined to embody a virtuous character, should hastily depart. Indeed. Qin Ge nodded, sidestepping the security guard as he hastened away. Once Qin Ge's figure vanished into the night, the guard averted his gaze. His eyes flickered slightly, and his brow furrowed. That familiar aura. Has this young man served in the military? The guard murmured in confusion. Yet, he appeared no older than 17. How could he possibly have enlisted? Never mind, off to drink. The security guard shook his head, pondering the complexity of the matter. He thought it best to return home for a drink and some rest. Meanwhile, after reaching the main road, Qin Ge confirmed his location. With his long legs propelling him forward, he sprinted towards his uncle's house where he was staying. With a gentle click, the window of the room on the 2nd floor was opened. Qin Ge stealthily entered, deftly closing the window behind him, then swiftly made his way to the bathroom on the 2nd floor like a gust of wind. The reason Qin Ge was sent to Long County by Qin Ge was due to acquaintances in the area, as well as the desire for him to experience a life different from his own. It was said that Qin Ge had suffered severe injuries during a mission and was rescued by someone from Long County, leading to an unlikely friendship between 2 individuals of vastly different standing. This person was Su Chung, the head of the household where Qin Ge was currently staying. 10 minutes later, what a relief. Qin Ge emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, his face radiating joy as he sang a little tune, feeling utterly at ease. What on earth is making such a racket at this hour? A melodious female voice filled with displeasure emanated from the adjacent room. Qin Ge was not surprised. He pushed open the door that had been left ajar and walked in. A girl, clad in Pikachu pajamas and sitting cross-legged on the bed with her back to him, was playing on her computer in the dark. You're playing games in the middle of the night again? Aren't you afraid of worsening your eyesight? Qin Ge remarked as he flicked on the light. Since I already wear glasses, what does it matter? The girl replied casually, her mouse clicking haphazardly. Qin Ge glanced over to see that she was engrossed in a game. What was it called again? Elite Crossing? Battlefield Fireline? Ah, yes, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Why did you turn on the light? If my dad sees, it'll be the end of me, the girl complained, though her tone suggested she was not particularly concerned. You've been caught by Uncle Chung dozens of times and never seemed afraid. Qin Ge sat on the edge of the girl's bed, curiously watching her play. The girl was quite attractive, enough to be described as exquisite, but to someone like Qin Ge, who had seen many beauties, her appearance was merely average. Although she sat cross-legged, her exposed legs revealed a commendable figure, but what truly captured attention was her long hair, a striking shade of cherry blossom pink, cascading down to her waist. Indeed, cherry blossom pink. When Qin Ge first met the girl, he thought her hair was dyed. It was only later that he discovered it was her natural color. He couldn't help but feel bewildered, contrasting Su Cheng and his wife's jet black hair with Su Ying's dazzlingly bright cherry blossom pink locks. It was a mystery to him. As it happened, Qin Ge met Su Ying because Su Cheng had taken her to a hospital in Yanjing for a checkup when they were younger, and Qin Di had arranged it. Anyone would take their daughter to the hospital upon seeing her cherry blossom pink hair, wouldn't they? Eventually, the results of the examination were revealed. Su Ying's forehead and her cherry blossom pink hair are the result of mutations in over 100 genes responsible for hair color, which are benign anomalies, nothing of great concern. However, why not transform her hair into a golden hue? Qin Ge pondered this with a sense of frustration. Later, the classmate originally named Su Qi had her name changed to Su Ying, perfectly reflecting her smooth and striking cherry blossom pink locks. Upon transferring to Long County Experimental School, Qin Ge was utterly bewildered. On his first day, he and Su Ying arrived together, only to be surrounded by a group of boys eager to inquire about everything. The cherry blossom girl, Su Ying, was gentle and elegant, a true lady of grace, known for her warmth, politeness, and refined demeanor. At that moment, Qin Ge thought to himself, gentle and elegant? Why not mention the rustic charm of Gotham City or the talented individuals of Arkham? Although he refrained from exposing Su Ying, he silently mocked her pretentiousness. Keep pretending, he mused, as Su Ying tossed her wireless mouse aside, contentedly reclining. Her ample bosom surged before him. Qin Ge glanced over, silently comparing her to Carol. Indeed, Carol was undeniably more formidable. My father has grown accustomed to it. Haven't you noticed that I no longer care about the sound while playing PUBG? Qin Ge shrugged. You enjoy. I'm leaving. Don't move. Su Ying called out to Qin Ge, sitting up. Oh, what's the matter? He asked, puzzled. I've just noticed how well-proportioned you are, Su Ying exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she admired Qin Ge's exposed upper body. Just as a voluptuous woman might attract a man, the reverse held true as well. Qin Ge rolled his eyes at her. What do you want from me? He inquired. My father asked me to inform you that he wants you to wake up early tomorrow. He is taking us out for breakfast. It's not acceptable to skip breakfast. Su Ying replied. The Long County Experimental School was notoriously exasperating, particularly as they were already in their final year, making the schedule all the more dreadful. Morning self-study commenced at 5:50 a.m., while evening study ended at 10:40 p.m. For Qin Ge, who was accustomed to attending school in Yanjing with a leisurely start at 9 a.m. and a dismissal at 3 p.m., this was simply unimaginable. He immediately declared he would not comply. Su Cheng, unable to manage this young master, resorted to negotiation to ensure that Qin Ge could skip morning and evening study, arriving at school by 8 a.m. and leaving at 5:50 p.m. Although still dissatisfied, it was the best compromise they could reach. Consequently, the exemplary student Su Ying insisted on accompanying Qin Ge, declaring, "We are childhood sweethearts. The sweetness of youth must be preserved." Su Cheng, having no way to argue with her, reluctantly agreed. Thus, the number of students exempted from morning and evening study at the school increased by 2. As far as Qin Ge knew, those who did not attend were typically regarded as academic failures. so it felt peculiar to have a top 5 student suddenly join their ranks. Very well, he concluded. Qin Ge nodded. Having grown accustomed to early rising in the military, he found no difficulty in attending morning self-study sessions. Su Ying looked at Qin Ge with surprise, seemingly pondering how he could agree so readily. It should be noted that although he had only been in school for 2 days, he typically slept until 7:40, only to be roused from his slumber by Su Ying's persistent tugging. By the way, your desk mate is a girl, right? Su Ying suddenly changed the subject, her gaze narrowing as she scrutinized Qin Ge. Yes, Qin Ge replied casually with a nod. Do you know her? I don't know her, but I heard about her from people in your class. So what do you think? Is she pretty? Su Ying asked with a teasing smile. Yes, all right. Qin Ge shook his head. Her looks are decent, but not particularly striking, definitely not as pretty as you. Upon hearing this, Su Ying pouted in displeasure, but said nothing further. She and Qin Ge had known each other since childhood. Although he was in Yinjing and she was in Longxian, their bond remained strong. She was well aware of the numerous beautiful women surrounding the affluent young man. Despite Qin Ge still being single, the women around him were all exceptionally attractive. While Su Ying herself was quite pretty, she felt a significant disparity compared to those privileged young ladies who had been raised with golden spoons in their mouths. However, there was something peculiar about Chu Sueki. Qin Ge stroked his chin, carefully recalling details about his deskmate. It felt as though she recognized him, and each time they spoke, there was a sense of familiarity as if they had known each other for ages. Yet, he was certain he had never met her before. How can you remember so many women? Su Ying scoffed. I didn't know your memory was that good. Of course, I can't remember them all. Qin Ge chuckled. But among the women I know, none are as dark as her. Although Chu Sueki had the character for snow in her name, her complexion was somewhat darker, not excessively so, but in comparison to fair-skinned girls, she appeared slightly tanned. All right, it's nearly midnight. You should go to sleep, Su Ying said, giving Qin Ge a gentle push, inadvertently brushing against his chest. He shot her an exasperated glance and grasped her delicate pink hair, playfully smacking her forehead. You should sleep too. Oomph. Good night. Good night. Chapter 3. The general goes to school the next day. Children, let's go. Although Su Chang had reached the age of 40, traces of his youthful charm still lingered. At that moment, the handsome Su Chang stood in the courtyard with car keys in hand, calling up to the 2nd floor. Xiaoying Xiaohua, hurry up. Your father is waiting for you. Su Chang's wife, Lu Li, stood at the staircase between the 1st and 2nd floors, loudly urging the children. Where's my English book? Qin Ge, where's my English book? Su Ying's voice echoed from upstairs. How would I know? What do you know? I know how to eat. You could just die. Lu Li listened to the commotion upstairs, her mouth twitching involuntarily at the antics of the two. 5 minutes later, Su Ying and Qin Ge finally made their way downstairs. There you are. Come on, let's go. Lu Li glanced at the clock. It was a little past 7, not too late. Understood. Goodbye, Mom. Su Ying and Lu Li waved. Goodbye, Aunt. Qin Ge followed suit. Goodbye. Lu Li watched the two depart, closing the large gate of the courtyard before returning indoors. Although the Su family could not be deemed affluent, their living conditions were quite satisfactory. Su Chang drove a BMW 730, which, though dismissed by Qin Ge, was considered an excellent vehicle in Long County. Xiaohe, why are you so slow? As soon as Qin Ge settled into the passenger seat, Su Chang started the car and turned to inquire. Qin Ge's nickname, Xiaohe, was quite feminine yet widely recognized. It is said that when the elder Qin Benhua was selecting names, he mistook the character for beneath, believing her name to be Qin He, thus giving rise to the nickname Xiaohe. Initially, Qin Ge was reluctant to accept it, but eventually she conceded. Life is like a river. If one cannot resist its flow, one might as well enjoy the ride. This girl had misplaced her English book, only to discover after a lengthy search that it was clutched tightly in her own hand. Qin Ge found this utterly ridiculous. Su Ying had been shouting for ages, rummaging through drawers for her English book, and when Qin Ge came to assist, she spotted the book firmly grasped in Su Ying's hand. Su Chang's lips twitched as he turned to look at his daughter, who offered an awkward smile. What could she do? She truly felt foolish. Suddenly, Su Chang halted, the car coming to a standstill as he frowned at Qin Ge. Uncle, what are you doing? Qin Ge felt uneasy under his gaze. Nothing, Su Chang replied, shaking his head and starting the car once more. Qin Ge looked at him in confusion, pondering what was amiss. The aura surrounding Xiao He was unmistakable, akin to that of Qin Ge. Su Chang focused on the road ahead, yet his mind was preoccupied. This iron-willed demeanor characteristic of a soldier could not be mistaken. However, Xiaohe had never served in the military. Where could this quality have originated? Su Cheng found himself perplexed. Unlike inherent traits, such as appearance, temperament is cultivated over time. The steely essence of a soldier, particularly one who has faced the battlefield, cannot be easily mimicked. Qin Ge possessed such a presence due to his long tenure overseeing the border and managing maritime conflicts with the American Federation. But what was the source of Qin Ge's aura? With these questions swirling in his mind, Su Cheng took the two for a meal before escorting them to school. Long County Experimental School, a remarkable institution. It is a private high school and boasts the highest admission rate in Long County. Typically, one would expect the most prestigious establishments to be well known. However, Long County's situation was unique. In the 20th century, it experienced a glorious period, emerging as the foremost among the three prominent schools in the region. Yet, as time progressed into the late 20th century, it expanded, and with a diverse influx of students, its admission rate plummeted. In response, the school adopted a model akin to a renowned examination institution in Huagua, eventually experiencing a resurgence in 2008 and reclaiming its top position. Thus, Long County Experimental School solidified its reputation as the premier educational establishment in the region. Well, Qin Ge has familiarized himself with the impressive achievements of this institution. Each year, it manages to funnel a handful of talents to the esteemed Yinjing University and Tsinghua University. If it is a particularly impoverished county, this might be considered commendable. However, Qin Ge fails to perceive the merit of the school. It seems to be more about one's background. A student could score 0 in the college entrance examination. Yet if Qin Ge were willing, he could still effortlessly secure admission to Yinjing or Tsinghua. Despite the notion of equality, disparities in status are omnipresent, unless true communism is realized. With one black and one white backpack slung over his shoulder, Qin Ge walked alongside Su Ying into the school. Numerous students were engaged in cleaning duties around the campus, while others carried trash bins towards the disposal area. Groups of second-year high school students chatted casually in clusters. Observing this scene, Qin Ge, who had spent years in the military, found himself somewhat enchanted by this atmosphere. Perhaps this is the essence of youth. However, he couldn't help but ponder whether it was truly appropriate for a major general like himself to be attending high school. What did you say? Su Ying inquired curiously. Nothing, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. Let us go. Upon arriving at school, Su Ying had donned her disguise, transforming into a gentle and refined figure. Qin Ge was in Class 3, while Su Ying was in Class 1, both situated on the 5th floor of the senior building. The school had a total of 4 classes, comprising 2 experimental and 2 regular classes. The first and second classes were experimental, while the third and fourth were regular. Long County, located in the northern region of Hubei Province, has its administrative name as Wan. The northern part of Wan specializes in science, whereas the southern part has a more balanced distribution. Qin Ge's senior year consisted of 24 classes, for specialized in 20 science classes, which was quite daunting. The combined number of students in the specialized classes barely reached 400, while the science classes exceeded 2,000, a terrifying statistic. After parting ways with Su Ying, Qin Ge made his way into his classroom. As usual, his entrance captured everyone's attention. At 6:40, after the morning's self-study session, students headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, with classes resuming at 7:10 for the second self-study session. By 7:50, preparations for the class began. Qin Ge typically arrived a little past 7:50, and, at that moment, the classroom was enveloped in silence. He entered confidently, maintaining his composure, and settled next to a girl in the second row, casually carrying his backpack. Qin Ge, standing a height of 1.80 meters, was fortunate to find a seat in the second row, thanks to his deskmate, Chu Sweki, who had no deskmate of her own, and the classroom was devoid of available seats. Thus, it was Qin Ge's first experience sitting in the second row, albeit a bit too close to the podium, making it somewhat inconvenient. The first lesson was a language class. In the fourth period, Teacher Chun will conduct a dictation. Take a look, Chu Sweki offered, extending her notebook filled with notes to Qin Ge. It's all right. I want to be called upon, Qin Ge replied with a smile, lazily resting his head on the desk. Okay, Chu Sweki nodded, retrieving her textbook. Qin Ge appreciated her demeanor. When he declined, she readily acquiesced. His character is such that he detests procrastination. He would only accept help if absolutely necessary. The notion of sacrificing one's dignity for the sake of appearances is a lesson imparted to him by his father, Qin Ge. Reclining on the desk beside him, Chu Sueki was diligently engrossed in her homework, while the majority of the class was absorbed in their studies, leaving only a few rascals in the back row dozing off. And then there was Qin Ge, who neither studied nor slept. He was a unique case. While sprawled on the desk, his mind delved into the system. "Hey, system sister, give me a sign." A faint response echoed back. "Aren't you supposed to be in hibernation? It's late summer. Thank you." "So, a summer slumber then? I could arrange for the host to experience eternal slumber." "Forget that. What brings you to seek me? Why does this decrepit system seem increasingly down to earth?" He shook his head, casting aside those errant thoughts. "How can I train to attain the physique of Captain America in the shortest time possible?" Qin Ge inquired. "The training regimen has been tailored to suit the host's actual circumstances and available time. You may review it at your convenience." "Oh, so considerate? Take a look." Qin Ge eagerly accessed the training plan prepared by the system, skimming through it with delight. "Why do I feel this training is rather mundane?" He questioned skeptically, examining the regimen. Run 3 kilometers, perform 100 push-ups, complete 100 sit-ups, and execute 30 pull-ups. Perhaps these tasks would be daunting for an ordinary individual, but for Qin Ge, they were remarkably effortless. At the designated time, this system will provide the host with appropriate weights to ensure you experience the joy of exercise, the system stated. For some reason, an ominous premonition suddenly washed over him. The morning classes swiftly passed as Qin Ge and the system engaged in idle chatter. Although he was already in his 3rd year of high school, Qin Ge, the underachiever, bore little resemblance to the typical student of his grade. Education was intended to pave the way for a brighter future. Yet, to be frank, Qin Ge's starting point was leagues ahead of his peers. Others might toil their entire lives and never reach the threshold that Qin Ge had already surpassed. Besides, with the infinite template system now at his disposal, even if he were illiterate, it would hardly matter. His life had veered off the conventional path the moment he acquired the infinite template system. His destiny was destined to be extraordinary. "Qin Ge, let us go eat." A chubby boy approached him and poked him gently. His name was Li Shuai, and among the plump, he was considered rather handsome. He was one of the few in the class whom Qin Ge could name. "No, I'm going to Suing." Qin Ge replied with a smile. "All right, it seems the allure of the individual pales in comparison to that of a beauty," Li Shuai chuckled, his eyes nearly disappearing into a smile. "Ha, give it up. With Qin Ge having a girl by his side, what need do we have?" Another boy remarked with a sly wink, leaving Qin Ge momentarily speechless. Although the previous Qin Ge was a playboy, he possessed a remarkably good temperament, and within just 2 days of arriving here, he had already formed bonds with the other boys. "Qin Ge, Suing is looking for you." At that moment, a girl peeked her head into the doorway and called out loudly. "I'm coming," Qin Ge replied, leaving his seat amid the teasing of his peers. Meanwhile, Chu Sueki, who had remained seated, fixed her expressive gaze on the departing figures of Qin Ge and Suing. "Chu Sueki, I have something to discuss with you." Suddenly, a silhouette obstructed her line of sight. Chu Sueki calmly raised her head to regard the newcomer. It was a boy, shorter in stature, yet possessing a reasonably pleasing appearance, seemingly affable in demeanor. "We have nothing to discuss," Chu Sueki replied coolly, leaving the boy visibly unsettled. "What have I done wrong? Can you please tell me? I like you so much, and just like that, we part ways. I'm truly unwilling to accept this." He lamented, his face a picture of despair. A slight change flickered across Chu Sueki's expression, though it was not the softness the boy had hoped for, but rather a profound distaste. "You are well aware of your own actions. I prefer not to articulate them, lest it causes you embarrassment in front of someone," she stated icily, her voice carrying in the classroom where several students remained, now turning to observe the unfolding scene. Chu Sueki and Wang Yuqing were known as a couple, having reportedly begun their relationship in the 2nd year of junior high. However, during the summer break of their sophomore year, Chu Sueki abruptly proposed a separation. The public relationship had come to an unexpected end. Wang Yuqing, unwilling to accept this outcome, relentlessly pursued Chu Sueki, but she remained resolute, steadfast in her decision not to reconcile. Initially, the bystanders speculated that Chu Sueki had simply lost interest, especially since some had subtly hinted at it without her refuting their claims. But now, it seemed there was more to the story. Wang Yuqing's expression shifted, a flicker of alarm crossing his features. How could she possibly know? Forcing a smile, he said, "Sweki, what are you talking about?" Please address me by my name," Chu Sweki interjected, her tone firm. "And I am fully aware of what you have done. I have chosen not to mention it out of respect for our past, so do not push your luck." As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the corner of the classroom. At this, Wang Yuqing's face paled. She truly knew. How could this be possible? This matter was known only to him and her. How could a third party be aware? "Please step aside. I am heading to lunch," Chu Sweki announced as she stood up. Wang Yuqing instinctively made way for her. Without casting a glance in his direction, Chu Sweki continued, No, let's go eat." A girl, finally catching up, hurriedly followed Chu Sweki out. Wang Yuqing shook his head in resignation, turning to look at the girl in the corner. "Wow, Sweki, you are so impressive," exclaimed her close friend, Peng Nunhua, as she admired Chu Sweki, linking arms with her. "Not a big deal," Chu Sweki replied with a soft smile. "However, what did Wang Yuqing do to make you so resolute in breaking up with him?" "Nothing much, just a little infidelity," Chu Sweki responded nonchalantly. "In any case, even if he hadn't been unfaithful, our relationship wouldn't have lasted." "Sister, is it really okay to speak so lightly about being cheated on? I must express my gratitude towards him." Chu Sweki's lips curled into a slight smile. "Were it not for this circumstance, perhaps my future would not be intertwined with his." Chapter 5. The exasperating training of the system. Qin Ge and Su Ying sat across from each other in the cafeteria, dining together. This wretched school possessed nothing but a communal dining hall, lacking a la carte options. This realization left Qin Ge utterly disheartened. Having lived a life of luxury, where no meal ever cost less than 1,000 yuan, Qin Ge had never encountered such a situation. He resorted to fasting on the very first day. However, a phone call from Qin Ge soon brought him to his senses. Nevertheless, his consumption remained minimal, for the food was truly difficult to swallow. Yet now, after enduring years of hardship in the military, he had tasted far worse. He had survived on plain water and large steamed buns. What did he have to complain about? The cafeteria arranged tables by class, seating 10 individuals per table. As a newcomer, Qin Ge was assigned a solitary table. Su Ying, however, routinely prepared her meal at her designated table before joining Qin Ge to dine. "Are you planning to go to the gym?" Su Ying asked, nibbling on a large bun, her bright eyes sparkling as they regarded Qin Ge. "Yes," Qin Ge nodded. This physique did not come from mere slumber. The training regimen of the system could be better executed in a gym equipped with proper apparatus. Indeed, Su Ying pondered with her head tilted. "There is one in Dongguan. After school, I can ask my father to take us. However, I believe the membership card is rather pricey." "Not a problem. I still have some money," Qin Ge reassured her. Although Qin Ge had frozen his bank account, the funds generously provided by his brothers in Yanjing were ample enough for his indulgences in Long County. "I almost forgot you are quite affluent," Su Ying chuckled. "Qin Ye fruget. Long County, Dongguan. Don't return home too late," Su Chang called from the car, rolling down the window to address them. "We know. You can rest easy and head back." Su Ying waved her hand in response. "All right," Su Ching nodded, casting a glance at Qin Ge before driving away. Once Su Ying changed out of that hideously unattractive school uniform, she exuded an aura of youthfulness. Her long legs and beautiful cherry-pink hair drew the attention of those around her. However, standing beside her was the tall Qin Ge, clad only in a shirt, which deterred any would-be admirers. "Is this Jim's name for real?" Qin Ge remarked, his lips twitching as he gazed at the enormous sign before him. Speechless as he turned to Su Ying. "Strong Fitness Club." "Yes, quite straightforward," she replied, sharing his bemusement. "I only know of this place. I've heard it's not too shabby. Could the owner have put a bit more thought into the name?" Qin Ge sighed, shaking his head. "Let us go." Despite the odd name, Qin Ge, with his discerning eye from Yanjing fitness clubs, found this establishment quite acceptable. It boasted a variety of facilities, and the annual membership fee was merely 5,000, a price that astonished him for quite some time. In Yanjing, gym memberships often exceeded 10,000, and the club frequented by Qin Ge and his affluent companions had an annual fee that could reach a staggering 100,000. This fitness club is not inferior to some of the establishments in Yanjing, and, astonishingly, it only costs 5,000 a year. Indeed, it seems to be a matter of rent and regional differences. I also conveniently procured an annual membership card for Su Ying, while Qin Ge purchased 2 sets of workout attire and, once adorned, prepared to commence his training. Initially, there was a fitness coach on hand, for improper training can easily lead to injury. However, upon witnessing Qin Ge's physique, which surpassed even his own, the coach discreetly excused himself. Clearly, this was a seasoned individual who recognized that Qin Ge required no guidance. As for Su-Ying, Qin Ge encouraged her to enjoy herself and not to disturb him. System. Let's begin. Clad in shorts and a tank top, Qin Ge positioned himself on the treadmill, connecting to the system. All right, please adjust the treadmill settings to the following parameters. Qin Ge glanced at the specifications and swiftly made the necessary adjustments. The moment he took his first step, a sudden heaviness enveloped his legs, as if they were laden with lead. Unfazed, he deduced that this was the weight the system had mentioned. He focused his mind and immersed himself in his training. Meanwhile, Su-Ying, after a brief period of play, settled in the relaxation area, watching others swim in the pool. The gym was truly not her scene. An occasional visit to admire the muscular men sufficed, but daily attendance would be unbearable for her. Suddenly, Su-Ying's attention was drawn to a figure in a corner. That person seemed familiar. Was she from our school? She observed the girl in the corner and approached her. Qin Ge, lying back on a bench, struggled to lift weights, his hands trembling under the strain. A 100-pound barbell was not particularly challenging for him, but with the system adding weight to his arms, it became exceedingly difficult. Each lift was an arduous endeavor. His legs were now utterly fatigued. The system was relentless, pushing him to his limits. After nearly exhausting himself on the treadmill, he was now tasked with lifting weights. System, how many more repetitions? Qin Ge inquired, dividing a sliver of his focus. Almost done, don't rush, came the system's dismissive tone, which was obvious to anyone listening. I can barely hold on. Persevere. Endurance is victory. Once you reach the peak of the Captain America template, you will possess over a ton of arm strength, more than 3 tons of leg power, a sprinting speed of 6.32 seconds for 100 meters, and a jumping ability exceeding 3 meters. Therefore, strive for advancement. With a crimson face, Qin Ge hoisted the barbell once more. On the other side, Su-Ying approached the girl jogging on the treadmill. You must be a student from the experimental class. Su-Ying remarked. The girl turned around, instantly recognizing Su-Ying. In a small place like Long County, it was impossible to miss someone with pink hair who introduced herself as part of the experimental class. You are Su-Ying? The girl stepped off the treadmill, drying her sweat with a towel as she spoke. Yes, hello. Hello, I am Chu Xiaotao from Class 4. As Chu Xiaotao descended, Su-Ying finally got a clear view of her face. With a hint of surprise, I gazed at Chu Xiaotao. How could such an exquisite girl have never crossed my path before? Chu Xiaotao was undeniably beautiful, surpassing even Su-Ying, whom Qin Ge deemed a paragon of elegance. Her figure was equally impressive. If one were to nitpick, perhaps only her hair color and legs fell short compared to Su-Ying's. Su-Ying possessed legs that were genuinely long. Did you just transfer here? Su-Ying inquired curiously. Yes, I just arrived this week, Chu Xiaotao replied, her eyes assessing Su-Ying, who had already garnered a reputation as the Sakura girl since her very first day at the academy. Do you enjoy working out, Su-Ying? Chu Xiaotao's lovely eyes settled on her. Not really, Su-Ying replied, playfully sticking out her tongue, a gesture that would undoubtedly incite admiration from her male peers at school. Just call me by my name. All right, Su-Ying, you should call me by my name as well, Chu Xiaotao said with a smile. Sure, Su-Ying replied, narrowing her eyes in agreement. Are you with someone? Chu Xiaotao inquired. Yes, I'm with Qin Ge, Su-Ying answered candidly. As they commuted to and from school together daily, a fact well known among their classmates. Are you two dating? Chu Xiaotao pressed, her curiosity piqued. No, our families are very close. He has boarding at my home, Su-Ying clarified. She harbored no romantic feelings for Qin Ge, nor did he for her. Otherwise, their carefree personalities would have revealed some telltale signs. I see, Chu Xiaotao nodded, having heard of Qin Ge, the transfer student, as they were both in the same academic circles and could easily catch wind of any developments. Do you have a passion for fitness? Su-Ying asked. Yes. This gym belongs to my family. I've spent my childhood here, which cultivated my interest, Chu Xiaotao replied with a smile. Su-Ying paused for a moment before responding. I didn't realize this was your family's establishment. Suppressing her curiosity about the peculiar name, Chu Xiaotao continued. Initially, my father was quite slender, while my mother preferred a strong physique. Thus, my father opened a gym, naming it Strong. He trained diligently, and, after winning my mother's affection and having me, he never changed the name, as it serves as a memento. I understand now. Suing nodded thoughtfully. So your father must be quite strong now, then? Not really. He is still quite slim, Chu Xiaodao chuckled. Xiaoying, let us go, came Qin Ge's voice from nearby. Approaching, his neck draped with a towel and glistening with sweat. He added, who is this? Chu Xiaodao, also from the experimental class, Class 4, Su Ying introduced. Hello, Qin Ge said, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he regarded Chu Xiaodao. She is a rare beauty. Hello, Chu Xiaodao responded, assessing Qin Ge. Having spent ample time in gyms, she had encountered many physically fit men, yet Qin Ge's iron-like physique was a rarity she had only seen online, where most were merely illusions. This living example was a first. We should be heading out, Xiaoying, Qin Ge said, offering a polite smile to Chu Xiaodao. Oh, all right, Su Ying nodded. Goodbye, Chu Xiaodao. Goodbye. Qin Ge waved goodbye to Chu Xiaodao and departed with Su Ying. He seems to be quite an intriguing individual, Chu Xiaodao murmured softly. After taking a shower and changing clothes at the gym, the two of them left without hailing a taxi, opting instead to walk home. As they strolled, Qin Ge engaged in casual conversation with Su Ying while observing the changes in his template. Name, Qin Ge. Title, the most notorious young master of Huagua. Gender, male. Age, 18. Lineage, human. Special ability, shield equalization skills, indulgence 5, firearms 5, combat 5, leadership 5, driving 4, max level 5, overall combat power, 81, maximum 100 evaluation, 10 out of 10. Keep striving, young man, 100 awaits you. Status, not loadable. Loading template. Captain America template. Qin Ge gazed at this template, which no longer mocked him, and felt an unexpected surge of emotion. To his astonishment, his training had indeed yielded improvement. This meant he was on the verge of catching up to that old coot, Qin Ge. With this thought, an invigorating energy surged through his weary body. Suddenly, 7 figures caught his peripheral vision. Upon focusing, he recognized them. Fate had brought them together once more. A smirk crept onto Qin Ge's lips as he observed the 7 ruffians swaggering toward him and Su Ying, each one puffing on cigarettes, their hair dyed in vibrant hues, and their voices raised in raucous conversation, strutting as if they owned the street. Indeed, these were the very individuals who had once left him bloodied. Xiaoying, stay back, Qin Ge advised, licking his parched lips. What are you planning to do? Su Ying asked, glancing between Qin Ge and the approaching group, a sense of foreboding creeping in. To teach them a lesson. In an instant, Qin Ge dashed forward. The 7 delinquents were caught off guard, and the foremost among them was sent flying. With an overall combat prowess of 81, Qin Ge found it exceedingly easy to handle these low-level miscreants, whose abilities barely maintained a semblance of normalcy. Within 10 seconds, all 7 lay groaning on the ground. The entire encounter transpired so swiftly that bystanders barely had time to react before it concluded. Qin Ge stood amidst them, relishing the sight, and quietly took out his phone to call the police. To dare assault Qin Ge was one thing, but to show up before him again was a stroke of ill fortune. Let us go, he signaled to Su Ying, stepping over the moaning individuals sprawled on the pavement. Why did you suddenly strike? Su Ying inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on Qin Ge, yet devoid of fear. Please, who is Qin Ge? The most notorious young master of Huagua. Back in Yanjing, I fought daily, showing none of the decorum expected of a scion. When it comes to action, I prefer to act decisively, Qin Ge replied, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. Su Ying was already accustomed to his ways. Last night, this group of individuals played a trick on me, Qin Ge casually remarked. Oh, how unfortunate for them, Su Ying said with a hint of sympathy as she glanced at the individuals on the ground. Having crossed this esteemed gentleman, even high-ranking officials from Huizhou would be unable to save you. It is a harsh reality, yet there is little one can do. One is the sole heir of a prominent military family in Hua country, while the other is merely a lowlife drifting through society. Any prudent person would know whom to assist. After calling the police, Qin Ge had also contacted several acquaintances in Huizhou. A well-read individual. Qin Ge understood deeply that one's mobile phone should not only store the numbers of influential figures in the central government, but also those of local connections. Otherwise, by the time you've informed an acquaintance in the capital, the phone calls may cascade down the hierarchy, and you could find yourself in dire straits. Reality demands that one be prepared for every eventuality. Although those acquaintances may not hold significant status in Yanjing, they are indeed formidable figures within the confines of Huizhou. With this phone call, those individuals will find themselves unable to escape the clutches of the law, and some may even end up incarcerated. Chapter 7. The notion of heroism. I had no idea you were such a formidable fighter. I only knew you often got into brawls. But I never imagined you were this skilled, Su Ying exclaimed, astonished as they made their way home. You have no idea how much there is to the story. Qin Ge replied with a smug smile. Ake me piaca, Su Ying pouted in dissatisfaction. However, being so adept at fighting is not ideal. After all, we are the heirs of socialism and must not resort to violence constantly. You are so tedious. Qin Ge rolled his eyes. But you are right. Fighting incessantly is not beneficial. It was those ruffians who provoked me first, after all. This is indeed true. Upon arriving in Long County, Qin Ge was rather low profile and did not seek trouble. The gangsters instigated a confrontation, and being someone who refuses to be bullied, Qin Ge retaliated. I know, which is why I didn't mention it, Su Ying said with narrowed eyes. I saw how swiftly you took them down. It was faster than those soldiers in action films. Soldiers? Qin Ge scoffed, appearing somewhat disdainful. The soldiers depicted on television are mere fakes. They are not that impressive. That is still quite impressive. Isn't it? With their capabilities, I could easily take on 5. Qin Ge retorted dismissively. Do you think you're some sort of deity just because I complimented you? Su Ying said with a look of disdain. I was merely stating a fact. Qin Ge remarked nonchalantly as he picked at his nose. That's revolting. Stay away from me. Su Ying glared at Qin Ge, who was currently indulging in this unseemly habit. As if you've never done it. He formed a small ball of what he had extracted and flicked it away with a flourish. Disgusting. Ah, women. Big oaf. Pickled chicken feet. Qin the big pig. Pink pig head. Get lost. As the sunset cast its golden glow, it enveloped the two of them, stretching their shadows long and slender, reminiscent of the enduring nature of their friendship. The night deepened in Qin Ge's room. The Su family resides in a quaint 2-story villa, spanning over 200 square meters. If placed in Yanqing, it would undoubtedly start at a price of at least 10 million. However, in Long County, it is said that Su Chang acquired it a little over a decade ago for merely around 400,000. I say, system, you have mentioned that my world lacks extraordinary powers, correct? Qin Ge mused, reclining on his bed and gazing at the ceiling. Indeed, the primary world of the host does not harbor any advanced life forms. However, there are quite a few advanced weapons, the system replied. Qin Ge was aware of this. Missiles, armored vehicles, nuclear bombs, all are classified as advanced weaponry. The hydrogen bomb, regarded as humanity's pinnacle, is deemed a Tier 3 supreme weapon according to the system. It is truly ironic that life forms of lesser tiers wield such formidable weapons. You know, those superheroes from the movies, do you think I would be suitable for that role? Qin Ge suddenly inquired. Memories of the American superhero blockbusters he had watched, coupled with the enduring spirit of heroism from his own culture, stirred within him as he pondered the extraordinary powers he might possess. Are you certain, host? The system's voice shifted to a tone of gravity, which made Qin Ge somewhat uneasy. You must understand, superheroes are not as glamorous as they appear. They have sacrificed greatly in the name of justice. Humanity is forgetful today. Your sacrifices may evoke deep sorrow among many, but over time, they will fade from memory. If your desire is merely to seek the limelight, believing that being a superhero is a thrilling endeavor, I advise you to reconsider such aspirations. Heroes are never born from fleeting trends. The system spoke at length, its seriousness palpable. Qin Ge listened intently, absorbing every word. During his time in the Captain Marvel universe, where he served as an American general, he had gleaned much wisdom and recognized that many matters were far more complex than he had previously imagined. The former Qin Ge had lived in a sheltered environment, a greenhouse constructed from the legacies of his forebears, unaware of the harsh realities of the world. Yet, in the Captain Marvel universe, he witnessed the world in its starkness. It was devoid of abundant compassion and beauty, brimming instead with selfishness, darkness, and fearsome truths. Nevertheless, Qin Ge's heart continued to yearn for the beautiful and the luminous. He sat up in bed and turned to gaze out the window. The silvery moonlight illuminated the dark night, and after the dawn, the sun would disperse the shadows of night, heralding the arrival of light. System, I wish to give it a try, Qin Ge softly declared, his eyes fixed on the strands of moonlight piercing through the darkness. After a moment of silence, the system responded, I will support you wholeheartedly. Thank you. As was customary, Qin Ge spent his days idling away at school, and after classes, he rushed to the gym to partake in the training regimen outlined by the system. Upon returning home in the evening, he began to design his own uniform. Indeed, a man aspiring to become a superhero cannot be without a costume. Qin Ge's vision was to safeguard the light while cloaked in darkness, silently protecting all that brings forth a smile. Well, the idea is splendid, yet the execution proves to be quite challenging. Although assisted by a system, Qin Ge took a considerable amount of time to design his own uniform. How about trying a black and white color scheme? With black as the primary color complemented by white, the overall design could resemble a bat, he mused, resting his right arm upon his left and gently stroking his chin. As he spoke, a virtual image transformed before him, revealing a striking bat-like battle suit. Impressive. This is it, Qin Ge exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Apologies, host, but this uniform has been utilized in another dimension, and we cannot infringe upon someone else's copyright. The system replied calmly. Qin Ge opened his mouth in surprise. All right then, let's change it. Maintain the color scheme, but arrange it like a stealth suit. The image shifted, presenting a black and white tactical outfit before him. Let us replace all the white with black, he suggested. The image changed once more. Add some patterns. You could decide on the details, but use white, he instructed. The image transformed again. Make the eye openings of the hood flatter, resembling that spider-themed suit from before. The image altered yet again. It's a bit ugly. Let us revert that. After a lengthy process of adjustments, Qin Ge finally paused, somewhat satisfied with the outcome. Overall, it looks quite good, but it feels like something is missing, he murmured while stroking his chin. You lack your unique touch, the system prompted. All right, Qin Ge exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Let us add a symbol on the chest and see how it looks. The image changed. Not bad. Let the background be black with the letters in white. Perfect. He gazed at the freshly crafted uniform, satisfaction evident on his face. 3 days later, on the rooftop of the Su family estate, a figure donned an ensemble predominantly black, with white patterns extending from the neck down to the feet, creating a marvelous and unique aesthetic. The mask featured pupils resembling a moon in a lighter hue, while the rest remained black. The chest bore a circular emblem. The entire outfit exuded an air of mystery. This individual, of course, was Qin Ge. Under the system's guidance, the uniform had been successfully completed in 3 days, ensuring that his true identity remained concealed from any prying eyes. Are you ready? The system's voice echoed in his ears. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ge exhaled slowly, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over him. He had never felt this anxious, even during his first battle. You can still back out now, host. Once you truly embark on this path, it will be challenging to relinquish this heavy burden of responsibility. You are not obligated to bear this weight. However, should you choose to accept it, backing out now would render all your efforts futile, leaving you with a heavy psychological toll. Have you truly made your decision? The system inquired once more. Taking another deep breath, Qin Ge exhaled again. Sakura holds a deep affection for the phrase, with great power comes great responsibility. Although many perceive it as a form of moral coercion, I find myself in substantial agreement with its essence. I cannot speak for others, but possessing such capabilities ignites within me a fervent desire to contribute positively to the world. Thus, let us commence. Affirmative, the system responded. Target location confirmed. Yin City. South Province of Huagua. Coordinates. Connecting to satellite. Satellite connection successful. Preparing for transmission. In the vast expanse of outer space, an inconspicuous satellite, hidden in the cosmic orbit, suddenly flickered, seemingly having received a directive. The intricate and sophisticated apparatus aboard the satellite began to shift as multiple antenna-like objects coalesced. A resonant hum reverberated, and a beam of light plunged downward. Yet, in an astonishing instant, it vanished without a trace. In Long County, the beam of white light enveloped Qin Ge, and as the radiance dissipated, his figure also vanished from sight. On the rooftop of a department store in Yin City, South Province, a flash of white light heralded the arrival of Qin Ge, who curiously surveyed his surroundings. System, have I truly arrived in the South Province? Affirmative. How marvelous. Qin Ge whispered in astonishment, feeling as if he had traversed 1,000 miles in an instant. What was the objective of this mission? He inquired. At the bar on the 3rd floor of the opposite building, 2 groups of drug traffickers are engaged in a narcotics transaction. Adjacent to the transaction room, 3 hostages are being held. The number of traffickers is a virtual display materialized before Qin Ge, with streams of data continually unfolding. Based on the aforementioned data, a strategic simulation is underway. The optimal plan prioritizes the safety of the hostages. The plan is as follows. The host should utilize a heavy sniper rifle loaded with armor-piercing rounds to first eliminate 2 traffickers in the hostage room, then address the remaining traffickers in the adjacent room. A heavy sniper rifle? Qin Ge murmured. He retrieved a case resembling a large cello from the system's space, approached the edge of the rooftop, and opened it. A brand-new Barrett heavy sniper rifle came into view. Qin Ge swiftly assembled the weapon and positioned himself at the edge of the rooftop, beginning his adjustments. With the system's assistance, he quickly pinpointed the locations of the 2 traffickers within the adjoining room. Despite the wall obstructing his line of sight, the system's scanning capabilities proved insurmountable. The Barrett, armed with armor-piercing ammunition, rendered the wall utterly ineffective. The only concern lay in the potential collateral damage, should he penetrate the wall and eliminate a trafficker. Any hostage behind could face dire consequences. Please adhere strictly to the system's directives when firing. Understood. Qin Ge fixated intently on the scope, staring at the wall that obscured his view, anxious to avoid any miscalculation that might endanger a hostage. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Qin Ge remained as a patient hunter, quietly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Fire. At the instant the system's command resonated, Qin Ge's finger reflexively pulled the trigger, his focus razor-sharp. After pulling the trigger, the sniper's scope slightly shifted, and within less than half a second shot was swiftly fired. The piercing gunfire instantly detonated the block, the sharp echoes of the 2 shots drowning out any other sounds. Ah! A shrill, piercing scream erupted, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy. For those accustomed to peaceful times, gunfire symbolized calamity, igniting chaos in the streets at that moment. 2 lives were claimed. Qin Ge exhaled in relief, grateful for not having missed. It was also fortunate that this Barrett, modified by the system, could fire in rapid succession. He quickly repositioned, the images within the scope rotating as red dots appeared in the adjacent room. Citizens had already alerted the authorities, and the police were expected to arrive on the scene in 6 minutes. That was ample time. Qin Ge's gaze grew colder as he observed the red dots. His finger repeatedly pressed the trigger, gunfire once again shattering the silence of the dark night. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Several police cars sealed off the area. Officers erected a barrier to prevent citizens from approaching. On the 3rd floor of the bar, a team of forensic experts and detectives were diligently at work, transporting bodies, taking photographs, and searching for evidence. Captain Zhao, these are the bullets found at the scene. A relatively attractive female officer approached a grim-faced man and handed him a bullet contained in a bag. Zhao Tianyi accepted the bullet, and, upon examination, his expression grew even graver. He had been transferred from the military to serve as the captain of the criminal investigation team in Yin City, and he was no stranger to this type of bullet. It was an armor-piercing round, capable of rendering tanks as fragile as paper. Zhao Tianyi spoke in a low voice. An armor-piercing round for a heavy sniper rifle? The female officer looked at him in astonishment. How did the perpetrator manage to smuggle such a thing in? In Huahua, firearms are strictly prohibited, let alone heavy sniper rifle ammunition. Even handgun bullets are hard to come by. I'm not certain. However, it is clear that the assailant possesses exceptional physical attributes. Not everyone can handle a heavy sniper rifle, Zhao replied. Captain Zhao, this was found in the adjacent room. A young detective approached, handing Zhao a paper resembling a flyer. On the white surface, a dark silhouette was prominently inscribed. Chapter 9, Shadow Emperor. What is this? The female officer inquired, puzzled. This was left by the perpetrator, Zhao Tianyi asserted. These deceased individuals are all drug traffickers, and not a single hostage was harmed. It is evident that he was there to rescue them. This item was deliberately left behind. Why would he do that? The female officer asked in bewilderment. That remains unclear for now. Zhao Tianyi shook his head. I need to speak with the hostages and ask them a few questions. Understood. So, you only saw a tall man in a black uniform return to untie you, leaving this paper behind before he departed, Zhao Tianyi said, gazing at the woman before him. Yes, he was very tall, in excellent shape, but quite aloof. He ignored me when I spoke to him. All right, thank you for your cooperation. It matters not. This is my duty. After the hostages were taken, Zhao Tianyi leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples in distress. Captain Zhao, have you made any discoveries? Officer Su Ro inquired as she approached, offering Zhao Qianni a cup of coffee. Thank you, he replied gratefully, accepting the coffee. Nothing significant has emerged. That individual remains enigmatic. The testimonies of the 3 hostages bear little distinction. I sense that this person's modus operandi resembles those elusive superheroes from American cinema, murmured Su Ro. Impossible, Zhao Qianni chuckled. Our world lacks supernatural forces. Indeed, let us continue the search and see if we can uncover any clues. Understood. For the next week, Qin Ge relentlessly traversed the expanse of Huagua, targeting drug traffickers with unwavering determination. His objective was crystal clear: the drug lords. Initially, the police managed to contain the information, but soon Qin Ge made several impactful moves, such as obliterating a warehouse with dozens of high-explosive grenades. The magnitude of this disruption was too great to conceal. Consequently, the moniker of Shadow gained immense popularity across Huagua, flooding the internet. Enthousiast dubid Qin Ge, since he invariably left the character Shadow in the wake of his exploits. Displeased with the title, Qin Ge requested the system to alter it to Shadow Monarch. His peers concurred that Shadow Monarch resonated better, and thus the name was adopted. The Shadow Monarch phenomenon erupted across Huagua's digital landscape, with the superheroes' crusade against drug traffickers igniting fervor online. The 20th century is an era of information. News spreads with astonishing swiftness, and the emergence of a real-life superhero like Shadow Monarch instantly catapulted his popularity. Having devoured countless superhero films, the populace felt as though their misplaced faith had finally found its focus. In contrast to the widespread acclaim from the masses, the Huagua police took the matter with utmost seriousness. The Central Police Bureau dispatched officers from various regions where the Shadow Monarch had been sighted to form a special task force, led by Zhao Qianni, the seasoned officer who first identified the Shadow Monarch. At the Central Police Bureau in Yinjing, the meeting room overflowed with individuals, all elite officers hailing from the areas where the Shadow Monarch had appeared. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, it is highly probable that the Shadow Monarch is a Huagua national, Zhao Qianni proclaimed, standing before the large screen. A photograph materialized on the screen, depicting the Shadow Monarch with his back to the camera, plummeting from a height. The dynamic of the image caused many present, particularly those with military backgrounds, to exchange furtive glances. Qin Ge had taken action multiple times, and with the dense population in Huagua, it was inevitable that he would be captured on film. This particular photograph had circulated widely on the internet. Since his debut, the Shadow Monarch had employed an array of weaponry, including a Barrett sniper rifle, a sniper gun, and high-explosive grenades. It is well known that acquiring such arms is exceedingly difficult, even in the gun control lax environment of the United States. Thus, the first point of suspicion lies in how the Shadow Monarch procured these weapons. Is he merely an individual, or does he possess the backing of a formidable force? The second question arises. The Shadow Emperor has appeared in 7 distinct regions within a mere week. From the northernmost province of He to the southernmost province of Hai, he traversed this expanse in just 10 days. Such swiftness rivals the latest military fighter jets, prompting the inquiry: is the Shadow Emperor a solitary figure, or are there many behind the mask? The third, and perhaps most pressing, question concerns his true intentions. Is he solely focused on combating drug traffickers, or does he harbor ulterior motives? Should the former be the case, we might consider collaboration and alliance. However, if it is the latter, we must prepare ourselves accordingly. This encapsulates my perspective on the Shadow Emperor. Zhao Qianni concluded his remarks with a bow to the assembly, eliciting a round of applause. I have a dissenting opinion. A man interjected, raising his hand. Please proceed, he was invited. The man, clad in police uniform, stood up. Even if his aim is to eradicate drug traffickers, he has taken lives in the process, which fundamentally contravenes the laws of our nation. If we pursue collaboration and partnership, what measures shall we implement when a flood of imitators inevitably emerges? Zhao Qianni was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a consideration he had overlooked. I do not harbor animosity towards the Shadow Emperor. On the contrary, I comprehend his actions. Yet understanding does not equate to support. In our nation, only law enforcement is entitled to strip lawbreakers of life. No one else possesses such authority. Captain Lu's assertion resonated deeply, prompting a nod of agreement from Zhao Qianni. However, if we recklessly pursue the Shadow Emperor, Might we not alienate those citizens who wish to stand up for justice? Another male officer voiced, we need not capture the Shadow Emperor blindly. Emulating the foolish officers depicted in films would only diminish our standing in the eyes of the populace. Perhaps we should engage him in dialogue, Liu suggested. Are we to mimic the actions of those inept officers from the movies? Surely you jest. Our nation is socialist. The people are paramount. If we disregard public sentiment in our pursuit of the Shadow Emperor, it is the very individuals victimized by drug traffickers who will suffer most. Provoking public outrage in a country such as ours is a perilous endeavor. Ah, I see now. I have learned much, came the response. Indeed, there is yet another question. A dignified female officer rose. How shall we locate the Shadow Emperor? We have no means of ascertaining his next destination. By the time we arrive, he will have long since departed. We remain unable to determine how the Shadow Emperor makes his exit. There are no traces of any modes of transportation at the scene, and aerial vehicles would create significant noise, yet have gone unnoticed. This is quite perplexing. This will require us to navigate through our own inquiries. Understood. Chapter 10. The Imaginative Class Teacher, Long County Experimental School, Class 3 of Senior Year. Qin Ge, startled from his slumber at his desk, Qin Ge abruptly awakened, only to meet the disapproving gaze of his teacher. You sleep in class daily. Every subject's instructor has reported your behavior. Are you here to learn, or merely to doze off? Qin Ge managed an awkward smile. Do you still have the audacity to smile? Get out. Qin Ge hastily suppressed his smile and left the classroom with a book in hand. As he stood at the door, he could not resist a yawn. The fatigue weighed on him heavily. After intense daily training, a brief respite was hardly sufficient. Running out in the dead of night to confront drug traffickers demanded unwavering focus, which was utterly exhausting. By the time he returned home and lay down on his bed, it was often 3 or 4 in the morning. With merely 3 or 4 hours of sleep, he had to rise for school, leaving him devoid of energy. One must adapt to the circumstances. When one chooses this path, one must be ready to bear its burdens. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Understood, Qin Ge nodded. Having chosen this path, he would persevere, even if it meant crawling forward. However, a twinge of insecurity crept in as he recalled his past, where he had lacked the tenacity to see anything through. How long could he sustain this effort? System, have my recent endeavors yielded any results? Qin Ge inquired. Yes, the results are quite remarkable. In the past, 90% of drug transactions in Huagua occurred during the night. However, following the thorough sweep orchestrated by you, these nocturnal dealings have significantly diminished, marking a historic low for drug transactions nationwide. Qin Ge nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, employing lethal force to halt such activities proved effective. Unlike police officers, who must follow a series of protocols upon apprehending a drug dealer, affording the latter a chance to escape, Qin Ge dealt with his targets directly, providing no time for reprieve. To a certain extent, his intimidation factor far surpassed that of narcotics officers, largely due to his elusive nature. Just last night, he was in the northern province, and now he had traversed to the southern region. Who could withstand such relentless pursuit? It seems my efforts have not been in vain. Persevere, host, the system urged. Yet, despite the encouragement, fatigue engulfed him. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the homeroom teacher emerged, casting a disapproving glance at Qin Ge. Come here. Obediently, Qin Ge followed his teacher out. Su-ying, a girl whispered to Su-ying, who was engrossed in solving math problems nearby. Qin Ge has been summoned to the office. Su-ying looked up in surprise. What happened? I'm not sure. Perhaps you should go check? Here, this is our class's history assignment, the girl said, handing Su-ying a stack of papers. Thank you, Su-ying replied graciously, taking the papers and rising to leave. In the comprehensive science office, the homeroom teacher sat behind a desk, looking up at Qin Ge. What's going on? Qin Ge, towering over the teacher, who stood at less than 175 meters. Qin Ge felt somewhat awkward. It's nothing, he replied with an embarrassed smile. Nothing? You've been sleeping? Do you realize you are in your senior year? The teacher frowned, expressing her concern. The fleeting time of the final year of high school has vanished in the blink of an eye, and yet you remain here, languishing in slumber each day. What are your aspirations? Do you possess a mine at home? No, certainly not. Qin Ge hastily shook his head. If his family were to own a mining operation, the first to bring them trouble would be the military tribunal. Such a matter is a perilous topic, one that must not be addressed. Without such a fortune, why do you not devote yourself to your studies? You are related to Su Ying from a class. Are you not? Take a look at her grades, and then at yours. Do you not feel a twinge of shame? Report. Enter. Su Ying strode in, clutching a stack of examination papers. Upon catching sight of that familiar shade of cherry blossom pink, Qin Ge could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Su Ying, just in time, come here. The homeroom teacher, who also taught politics, was acquainted with Su Ying. Mr. Li. Su Ying approached Qin Ge, casting a sidelong glance at him, which Qin Ge interpreted as a silent message. What is your situation? Qin Ge replied with a knowing look, implying that there was nothing of great significance, urging her to be discerning. Su Ying's large, watery eyes flickered, and her lips curled slightly, suggesting, hurry and bribe me. Qin Ge's mouth twitched again as he subtly nodded in agreement. Ahem. The homeroom teacher, observing the two students engrossed in their silent exchange, could not help but clear his throat to assert his presence. Qin Ge and Su Ying promptly composed themselves, adopting serious expressions. Su Ying, what is your relationship with Qin Ge? I notice you both travel to and from school together. Faced with the attractive and academically accomplished Su Ying, the teacher's tone softened unconsciously. Our families are long-standing friends. He is currently residing at my home, Su Ying stated candidly. However, this revelation might not sit well with others. Few are unaware of the illustrious background of the exceptional Su Ying. Each school boasts a handful of students from affluent families, and the principal often briefs the teachers ahead of time to prepare for their presence. In this case, Su Ying is one such student. The Su family is regarded as wealthy in Long County, and Su Cheng is a well-known figure in the region. As their only daughter, Su Ying is undoubtedly cherished by Su Cheng. Now, with Su Ying mentioning that Qin Ge resides with her family, it inevitably sparks speculation. Qin Ge hails from Yanjing, likely a native of that illustrious city. Why would he abandon Yanjing for Long County, residing in Su Ying's home? Could it be for the sake of Su Ying? The concept of long-standing familial ties often features in dramas, hinting at arranged marriages or childhood engagements. The earlier exchange between Qin Ge and Su Ying did not escape the teacher's notice. This suggests that Qin Ge and Su Ying may have been betrothed. They could very well be in a fiancé relationship. Such a possibility is not out of the question. Contemplating this, the teacher's gaze towards the two shifted, particularly focusing on Qin Ge. You claim your family does not possess a mind? Observing how fatigued Qin Ge appears, one might wonder if, with more than half a year remaining until the college entrance examination, there are matters that can await graduation. Such feelings are not to be hurried. The teacher spoke earnestly. Qin Ge, Su Ying, Chapter 10. The peculiar Chu Sweki. Neither Qin Ge nor Su Ying were fools. They quickly grasped the essence of what their homeroom teacher was implying. Teacher, we are merely friends, Qin Ge said with a hint of exasperation. I understand. The teacher waved his hand dismissively. You think you understand? Look at Su Ying's grades, and then at yours. You currently have no means of earning a living. How do you plan to support yourself and your family in the future? The homeroom teacher spoke with heartfelt earnestness. Should I disclose that my family's wealth could sustain my extravagant lifestyle for 3 generations? All right, I shall refrain from saying more. You may leave now. Goodbye, teacher. Su Ying said politely. Goodbye, teacher, Qin Ge echoed. What a farce. What did that look in his eyes mean? How could I possibly be interested in you? You pink pig? Qin Ge lamented, rubbing his forehead in frustration. What did you say? Su Ying turned to Qin Ge, her sweet smile replaced by a glare filled with reproach. Don't even think about intimidating me. You didn't assist me earlier, so our agreement is null and void. Qin Ge retorted, crossing his arms defiantly. You have no integrity. Su Ying's beautiful brows furrowed as she glared up at Qin Ge, clearly agitated. What do you do about it? Qin Ge smirked down at her, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You are truly shameless. Likewise, Qin Ge shot back, both of them locking eyes, their noses barely half a meter apart. Ahem. The sound of a cough interrupted them, and they both turned to see. Their homeroom teacher had emerged from the office at some point, a sly smile playing on his lips as he observed the pair. For these two privileged youths, he found little to say. Be mindful while at school, he left them with that remark, departing like a gust of wind. Has he misunderstood again? Qin Ge said, feeling utterly speechless. Clearly evident. You imbecile. Su Ying rolled her eyes, turning to leave. Qin Ge scratched his head, truly perplexed. Upon returning to the classroom, he had scarcely sat down when the school bell rang. Your books were knocked over earlier. I picked them up for you. Chu Sweki's gentle voice floated over. Huh? Qin Ge blinked in surprise, glancing at Chu Sweki. My books fell. Looking at the neatly arranged books, he thought. Fell? How could they be in the exact same order? Qin Ge was acutely aware of his belongings. He could instantly tell if someone had touched them. If the books had truly fallen, how could they possibly resemble their original arrangement? My memory is quite remarkable, and you arranged them so systematically that I remembered. Chu Sweki seemed to sense Qin Ge's skepticism and clarified. Oh, I see. Qin Ge feigned understanding, though he still found it peculiar. Who has the time to observe how their desk mate arranges their books? Never mind. Perhaps Chu Sweki was simply bored and took note. Shaking his head, Qin Ge rested his forehead on the desk, preparing to embark on another round of dreams. Indeed, I am utterly shameless. The lesson passed as Qin Ge slumbered soundly, while teacher Chen chose to overlook his habitual napping, choosing not to let it trouble her mind. As the bell signaled the end of class, Qin Ge opened his eyes punctually. During the break between the second period, Chu Sweki turned to Qin Ge, asking if he needed anything from the shop. Could you bring me a bottle of water? Qin Ge replied, pulling 10 yuan from his pocket and handing it to her. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Sweki got up and left. Qin Ge, ignoring a gaze that fell upon him, shifted to a different position and resumed his rest. Wang Yuqing slowly drew back his gaze. Sweki had little tolerance for those who lacked ambition, and Qin Ge, in his lethargy, was even lazier than before. She could never possibly take a liking to him. He had observed Qin Ge for several days now, noting his predictably monotonous routine, sleeping, using the restroom, eating, and then sleeping again. It was infuriatingly akin to that of sloth. If Chu Sweki were to develop any feelings for him, it would indeed be a strange twist of fate. Lost in thought, Wang Yuqing ceased to pay further attention to Qin Ge. The latter was roused from his stupor, his bleary eyes gradually recognizing the familiar figure of Chu Sweki. Here's the coffee I bought for you, along with your change, she said, placing a bottle of latte coffee on Qin Ge's desk along with 6 yuan in coins. Thank you, Qin Ge murmured, still dazed as he accepted the drink and took a sip, which jolted him fully awake. Wait a minute, he thought. I asked for water, not coffee. Who, in their right mind, would bring coffee instead of water? And it's my favorite latte. Qin Ge was certain he had never ordered a latte since arriving at this school. He hadn't even figured out where the shop was located yet. Was it mere coincidence? He frowned at Chu Sweki, who had already returned to her studies. Chu Sweki's academic performance was commendable in Class 3. Though she did not stand out in the entire grade, she had yet to place in the top 10 of her class. Qin Ge had ranked 312th in the entrance exam and 70 in his class, among over 300 students in total. His class was quite impressive, being predominantly female, with only 24 boys among 100 students. Just a coincidence, he mused, shaking his head. He took another sip of the coffee, smacked his lips, and then laid his head down once more. Why overthink it? Sleep is paramount. As Qin Ge buried his head in the crook of his arm, Chu Sweki paused her writing, glancing at him before redirecting her attention. Her gaze lingered on the latte, resting atop her textbook, a flicker of frustration passing through her dark eyes. Feeling a sense of urgency, Chu Sweki rubbed her temples in distress. Although she had been calm earlier, spotting him during lunch had ignited her anxiety. This was a crucial moment. After the day's lessons concluded, Qin Ge still seemed devoid of energy. With a yawn and a backpack slung over her shoulder, Suing departed from the school alongside Qin Ge. As Chu Sweki, who was about to have dinner with Pan Onuo, caught sight of Qin Ge and Suing leaving, she was about to retract her gaze when a figure caught her attention, causing her pupils to constrict suddenly. What a coincidence! Suing was the first to notice Chu Xiaotao, and she greeted her with a cheerful wave. Qin Ge also glanced over, despite Chu Xiaotao's unflattering school uniform. Her curvaceous figure and delicate features exuded a youthful charm. Indeed, beautiful individuals look splendid in anything they wear. Chapter 12. The advancing Chu Sweki. Qin Ge lethargically raised a hand in greeting. You still seem rather lackluster, remarked Chu Xiaotao, observing Qin Ge's evident fatigue. Who knows what he was up all night? Always appearing as tired as a sloth, Suing remarked with unfiltered candor. Chu Xiaotao, having witnessed Su Ying's contrasting demeanor at school, was not particularly surprised. Chu Xiaotao looked quizzically at Qin Ge, evidently misinterpreting the situation. As if I were engaged in some unsavory activities at midnight, Qin Ge retorted weakly, rolling his eyes. Enough of this. Let us hurry along. I still need to work out. Are you sure you're in a condition to do that? Chu Xiaodao furrowed her brow. Since Qin Ge obtained a membership at her family's fitness center, they had become friends through their frequent encounters, although Qin Ge remained perpetually drained. It's all right. Exercise brings me joy. However, exhausting oneself mentally is not advisable, Chu Xiaodao countered, shaking her head. Although Qin Ge was indeed animated during workouts, such depletion was not sustainable. Fine, I'll be mindful of it. Let's go. Qin Ge and Su Ying nodded in agreement as the three of them walked side by side toward the school exit. At that moment, a figure came into view of Qin Ge's half-closed eyes. Was that Chu Sweki, dressed in her own clothes? She was slowly making her way from the dormitory towards the school gate with a backpack in tow. Qin Ge paid little heed, glancing briefly before shifting his focus back to Chu Xiaodao as they exited the school gates. However, to Qin Ge's astonishment, Chu Sweki followed suit. Wasn't she a boarding student? Half an hour earlier, in the senior year comprehensive office, the homeroom teacher frowned at Chu Sweki standing before him. You wish to take leave? What for? He shifted his feet off the desk, now fully attentive. I'm feeling unwell and would like to go out for a drip, Chu Sweki replied. This wretched school is akin to a prison, without a valid reason. You shan't leave. Thus, the best course is to feign illness. What seems to be the issue? What do you feel unwell? The homeroom teacher scrutinized this exemplary student, who was known for her obedience, and he harbored a fondness for her. Hence, he did not suspect her of feigning illness. I have some stomach pain. You know how inadequate the school infirmary is, she stated. The teacher nodded in understanding. The infirmary's services were notoriously subpar, often taking days outside to recover from ailments that could linger for weeks within its confines. Very well, I shall call your mother to pick you up. The homeroom teacher nodded in agreement. Chu Sweki was a boarding student. In fact, 99% of the students at Long County Experimental School resided on campus, with only a scant few day students, averaging merely 2 or 3 per class. My parents are in Chang'an. I'll go to my uncle's house, Chu Sweki explained. All right, I forgot. The homeroom teacher recalled, realizing that although Chu Sweki's student record was in Long County, she had grown up in Chang'an and had only recently arrived in Long County. Her parents remained in Chang'an. That is fine. Are you sure you'll be all right on your own? I'm perfectly fine. I'm quite familiar with Long County, she reassured. The homeroom teacher nodded, feeling reassured, as the public safety in Long County had significantly improved, almost to the point where one could leave their doors unlocked at night. There was hardly anyone who dared to cause trouble, and Chu Sweki's personal situation seemed manageable. Without further ado, the teacher issued a leave note for her. Soon after, the current scene unfolded. Qin Ge, Chu Sweki called out upon spotting the trio. Are you on leave? Qin Ge approached her, curiosity evident in her voice. Yes, Chu Sweki replied, smiling. Although she was not exceptionally beautiful, her smile was truly captivating. Just out for a stroll, she added. Hello, I'm Su Ying. Su Ying stepped forward, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chu Sweki. Hello, I'm Chu Sweki, she responded, smiling back at the girl with uniquely pink hair. Qin Ge observed this interaction, feeling a sense of awkwardness. Why did this scene seem so scripted? In reality, unfamiliar classmates typically exchanged no more than a few words. If that, perhaps a slight smile at most. Hello, I'm Chu Xiaodao. Chu Xiaodao joined in, eager to partake in the lively exchange. Hello, Chu Sweki looked up at her, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. Although Chu Xiaodao did not notice, Qin Ge, who had been quietly observing the trio, did. Do these two know each other? Qin Ge pondered in confusion. We are from the same clan. We might even be related, considering how small Long County is, Chu Xiaodao replied with a smile. My family is from Hujing. And yours? Chu Sweki inquired. Really? My family is also from Hujing. Chu Xiaodao exclaimed, astonished at the revelation. In Long County, the surname Chu could only be found in Hujing Town. As long as one's household registration was in Long County, they belonged to the Hujing clan. That is true. Su Ying chimed in, smiling. But that is also fate. Would you like to join us for some fun? Qin Ge and I are heading to the gym, and Su Ying will accompany us. Would you like to come? Seeing Chu Xiaodao's enthusiastic invitation, Chu Sweki nodded. Sure, then let us go. Chu Xiaodao clapped her hands and, with a sense of familiarity, intertwined her arm with Chu Sweki's. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Sweki did not pull away, though her gaze held a hint of complexity as she looked at Chu Xiaodao. You still remain as endearingly annoying as ever, she thought. For Qin Ge, having an extra person or not made little difference. Having boarded Chu Xiaotao's father's Range Rover, Qin Ge promptly fell asleep. For this scene, Chu Xiaotao, her father, and Suing had long since grown accustomed. Chu Sueki, however, gazed at Qin Ge with a hint of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend how this fellow could be so fatigued. "What's the matter?" Chu Sueki inquired as Suing pointed at Qin Ge. "Is he also sleeping during class?" "Indeed, he sleeps soundly, awakening only for meals and when class ends," Suing responded. "So what exactly is this fellow doing in the middle of the night?" Suing chose to overlook the implications of such a situation. When, after all, would the esteemed heir of the Qin family ever stoop to manual labor? It was simply implausible, unless he harbored peculiar hobbies. Thus, it must be attributed to other reasons. "By the way, are you not surprised by Su Ying's transformation?" Chu Xiaotao interjected amidst Su Ying's contemplations. Chu Sueki found herself momentarily speechless. "Oh no, I overlooked it again." Fortunately, Chu Xiaotao had merely made a casual remark. "I was astonished for quite some time when I first witnessed the stark contrast in Su Ying's demeanor between school and outside. You seem so composed. Have you encountered this before?" Chu Sueki shook her head. "I too am quite astonished." Chu Xiaotao blinked in surprise. "You are surprised as well?" "I cannot perceive it." In response, Chu Sueki could only offer a wry smile. "Is it truly acceptable for you to discuss me in my presence?" Su Ying's voice came through, laced with exasperation. "Hee, do not take it to heart," Chu Xiaotao chuckled, affectionately tousling Su Ying's soft pink hair, which felt as delightful as ever. Chu Sueki observed Su Ying's silky pink locks, admiring their quality, and then glanced at her own hair. Shaking her head internally, there was still a long way to go. Hualong Supermarket. Su Cheng operated 2 large supermarkets in Sioux City, with Hualong being the largest in Long County. Although the establishment of a department store had impacted the market, the effect was minimal. In his office, Su Cheng opened his notebook and accessed a message. Suddenly, a video call interface appeared. "Long time no see. Lao Qin," Su Cheng greeted with a smile. "Indeed, long time no see, a Cheng." A deep and calm male voice responded. A face materialized on the screen, a man appearing to be in his 40s, with a square face and features that bore a striking resemblance to Qin Ge, though he was, in fact, more handsome than Qin Ge. Even through the screen, one could feel an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from him. This must be the essence of a person of stature. Is there something urgent that prompted this sudden communication? "What has that rascal done now?" Qin Ge inquired, his gaze fixed on Su Cheng. No, Su Cheng hostility played. Xiao has been quite well behaved, causing no trouble. He only sent those ruffians to prison because they provoked him first." Qin Ge nodded, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the matter. Due to the limited relationship with Qin Ge, he chose to disregard it. "This time, I wanted to inquire, has Xiao ever served in the military?" Su Cheng asked. "Serve in the military?" Qin Ge looked at Su Cheng with confusion. "No, you are aware of your sister-in-law's stance. She is adamantly opposed to Xiao He joining the military." Upon hearing sister-in-law, Su Cheng's lips twitched. Qin Ge's wife, the mother of Qin Ge, is an ardent protector of her son, fiercely devoted to safeguarding him. Mu Mingkong, the esteemed daughter of the Mu family in Yanjing, is indeed formidable. Having enlisted at the tender age of 10, she commands respect and fear. The previous generation lived in trepidation under her influence, with the exception of Qin Ge. Although it remains a mystery how Qin Ge managed to win her over. Ever since marrying him, this once dominant figure in Yanjing has receded into obscurity. However, the older generation has not forgotten this formidable presence. Born into a military family, it was expected that Qin Ge would be sent to the military camp at the age of 10 to prepare for his future inheritance. Yet, Mu Mingkong vehemently opposed this. Engaging in daily disputes with Qin Ge, and even confronting Qin Benhua, she challenged everyone in the Qin family. The usually gentle and graceful matriarch of the Qin family became utterly enraged when it came to her son's military service. Qin Ge found himself helpless, as Mu Mingkong was no mere ornament. Aside from her prestigious lineage, she was a bona fide military officer at the school level, and most importantly, Qin Ge loved her dearly. Later, when Qin Ge defeated the third son of the Li family, Qin Ge felt an opportunity had arisen. "Then, if you dare to send Xiao He to the military camp, I will divorce you." This shocked Qin Ge profoundly. Fearless in the face of adversity, he was, however, terrified of losing his loved ones, particularly the woman he cherished most. Well then, if that's the case, no military service it is. Ultimately, Qin Ge appeared in Long County. If you are not intending to send Xiao He to the front lines, your sister-in-law wouldn't oppose it so vehemently, Su Cheng remarked. Somewhat speechless, this matter had once stirred up a frenzy throughout Yinjing. In truth, Mu Mingkong was not entirely against Qin Ge serving in the military. There is nothing inherently wrong with military service, but the issue lay in Qin Ge's insistence on sending Qin Ge to the front lines. That was simply intolerable. Allowing their son to endure hardship in the military was one thing, but sending him to the front lines was out of the question. My son, Qin Ge, will either not serve at all, or if he does, he must be deployed to the front. Both my father and I emerged from the front lines. Why should it be any different? Qin Ge expressed his dissatisfaction. Because your mother is not Mu Mingkong, Su Cheng retorted. Qin Ge's lips twitched as he looked at Su Cheng in disbelief. Ah Cheng, you have gone astray. Ha ha. Observing Qin Ge in a predicament brought Su Cheng joy. So, does that mean Qin Ge did not enlist? Yes, Qin Ge nodded. Since your sister-in-law forbade him from going to the front lines, I decided against sending him to the military camp altogether, to avoid any whispers suggesting that Qin Ge's son was merely gilding his reputation in military circles. That would be quite peculiar, Su Cheng mumbled. What is the matter? The feeling emanating from Xiao He is akin to that which I perceive in you. It embodies a steely essence that can only be forged through the crucible of battle and the shedding of blood. At the other end of the screen, Qin Ge sat upright, his gaze fixed intently on the display. Ah Cheng, can you be certain? Almost without doubt. Yet you mentioned that Xiao He has never served in the military, nor has he ever left Yinjing. This seems contradictory, Su Cheng remarked, furrowing his brow. I am aware of the situation and will address it, Qin Ge replied gravely, sensing something amiss. Very well, Su Cheng nodded, as he bore the responsibility of reporting Qin Ge's recent activities to Qin Ge. Let's proceed with this for now. Agreed. At the East Sea, in the naval command room of the Huaguan Navy base, Qin Ge gazed at the darkened screen of his laptop, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This rascal could not possibly have seen combat, nor evaded my watchful eye. What account for his transformation? Furrowing his brow, Qin Ge contemplated for a moment before reopening his laptop and dialing a number. Shortly, the call connected. Qin Lauda, what brings you to contact me? A languid voice emerged from the video, where only an empty chair was visible, concealing the person. What are you doing? Qin Ge inquired, perplexed. Searching for a lighter. The craving for a smoke has hit me, came the response, accompanied by sounds emanating from beneath the table. Where's my lighter? The corner of Qin Ge's mouth twitched slightly. This fool. No matter, Qin Lauda. You speak. I can hear you. I will send you some information. Probe this individual. Qin Ge instructed. Are you jesting with me, Qin Lauda? A head suddenly popped up from beneath the table, revealing the familiar security guard from before. Are you jesting with me, Qin Lauda? I haven't dared to engage in this line of work for many years. The security guard stood, lifting his uniform to reveal a prominent beer belly. Look at this belly of mine. Do you think I am suitable for such tasks? He inquired, pointing to his greasy midsection. Qin Ge stared in bewilderment at the guard's protruding stomach. What has this fellow experienced over the years? Why has he transformed into a rotund figure? Whatever happened to the abs from years past? You are the only one in Long County. No need for further discussion. I've sent you the information. Find an opportunity to test him. Qin Ge concluded, abruptly terminating the call, leaving no room for the guard's refusal. Damn it, this rascal. The security guard muttered in frustration, yet his fingers obediently navigated to the document Qin Ge had sent. His eyes fell upon a photograph of Qin Ge. This fellow looks quite familiar. As his gaze shifted to the other details, it halted at the section regarding the parents. Seconds ticked by 1, 2, 3. After Qin Ge ended the call, he silently counted. Upon reaching the 4th second, the communication resumed. Qin Ge stifled a laugh as he answered. My dear brother, are you trying to kill me? The screen illuminated with the security guard's face nearly pressed against the lens, weeping and lamenting. Back away. Do you realize, Big Qin, that you are orchestrating a potential murder? You want me to probe Qin Ge, and your esteemed companion would surely dismantle me, lamented the security uncle with a mournful expression. Why do you have to prattle so much? I will help you restrain Mingkong when the time comes. Do you truly believe you can hold her back? The security uncle cast a doubtful glance at Qin Ge, his disbelief palpable. Enough nonsense. This is a task I cannot undertake, boss. Why must you compel me to test Qin Ge? If I were to exert too much pressure, Sister Mingkong would undoubtedly eliminate me. I refuse to comply. absolutely refuse. The security uncle's stance was resolutely firm. Qin Ge, rubbing his temples in frustration, reflected on the fierce reputation of his wife as a protective lioness. Few dared to provoke Qin Ge in their elder generation. I genuinely will assist you in restraining her. If Qin Ge behaves unexpectedly, I must ascertain his current condition. Qin Ge stated, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Is it truly that urgent? The security uncle, observing Qin Ge's seriousness, ceased his playful antics. Indeed, I need you to ascertain his present capabilities. This is my singular request of you. I understand, the security uncle nodded. Good. A month's time is neither overly long nor short. I can afford to wait. I anticipate your favorable report. Task assuredly completed, sir. Qin Ge's lips curled into a smile as he nodded in acknowledgement. At the fitness club, Qin Ge sat resting upon a chair, with Chu Sueki seated beside him, offering a bottle of water. Thank you. Qin Ge accepted it, twisting off the cap and tilting his head back to take a sip. Nearby, Su Ying observed the interaction between Qin Ge and Chu Sueki, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she pulled Chu Xiaotao away to the side. Chu Xiaotao, with a curious expression, gazed at the duo, having heard whispers that they were desk mates. You feel oddly familiar to me. Have we met before? Qin Ge casually set the water bottle aside and turned to Chu Sueki. Not at all. Chu Sueki replied with a smile, shaking her head. Our first encounter was when you transferred to our school. I see. Qin Ge nodded, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity, as if they had known each other for ages. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Chu Sueki asked. Qin Ge glanced at her. Has no one ever told you that you are not adept at lying? Huh? You recall the arrangement of my textbooks, know my preference for latte, and are unfazed by Su Ying's character shifts. You claim to remember the textbook order and casually chose my drink. Yet your surprise is evident despite your attempts to conceal it. If your gaze were not so evasive when you lie, perhaps I might be inclined to believe you. Qin Ge shook lightly. Chu Sueki opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Was her flaw truly so conspicuous? Though our acquaintance is brief, it is clear to me that you are not a scheming girl. It is evident you are deliberately concealing something. Qin Ge perceived Chu Sueki as possessing a commendable disposition. She was neither as exuberant as Chu Xiaodao nor as gentle as Su Ying had been in school, but rather embodied the tranquil demeanor expected of an ordinary girl. It stands to reason that, having only recently met, she had no need to deceive him. Apologies, but Chu Sueki still refrained from revealing much. It's all right. Whether you choose to speak or not is entirely your affair. Qin Ge waved his hand dismissively. Just refrain from lying to me in the future. Although it may seem trivial, it is best left unsaid. All right. The atmosphere grew tense. Neither Qin Ge nor Chu Sueki uttered a word, and they sat in silence. An awkward tension quietly emerged. What on earth are these two doing? Su Ying observed from behind, growing anxious. Qin Ge, you blockhead, make a move. Chu Xiaotao glanced at Su Ying with amusement. Do you so fervently wish for Qin Ge to have a girlfriend? Chu Sueki has a wonderful personality. She is 100 times better than the group of green tea bitches that used to surround him. Once he has a girlfriend, those people will no longer cling to him, Su Ying remarked. Why don't you make a move yourself? Chu Xiaotao replied with a smile. Me? Su Ying frowned. We have no chemistry. We've known each other since childhood, for over a decade, and there has never been a spark. He feels nothing for me, and I feel nothing for him. It's quite peculiar. Perhaps you both lack the right opportunity, Chu Xiaodao suggested with a grin. Perhaps, Su Ying concedeth. Not wishing to dismiss the notion entirely. Who could predict the future? If I must say, Xiaodao, I think you're quite splendid, Su Ying remarked, sizing up Chu Xiaodao. At present, I have no romantic inclinations towards Qin Ge, but who knows what the future holds. If I truly find myself liking that guy, you must lend your support. Chu Xiaodao chuckled. No worries. All right then, it's time to go. Qin Ge glanced at the time and rose to his feet. Seeing this, Chu Sueki also stood. Where are you headed? Qin Ge inquired. Back to my uncle's house. How will you get back? Do you need a ride? No, thank you. Chu Sueki shook her head. Qin Ge did not insist, nodding as he and Su Ying departed. After watching Qin Ge and Su Ying leave, Chu Sueki turned to gather her belongings in preparation to leave. Did you know Qin Ge before? Chapter 51. The Spider-Man Trilogy as Chu Sueki paused to gather her things. She turned to find Chu Xiaodao smiling at her with her arms crossed. No, we did not know each other previously, Chu Sueki responded, shaking her head. In the presence of Chu Xiaodao, Chu Sueki often felt a psychological pressure. Is that so? Chu Xiaotao approached, maintaining her cheerful demeanor while observing Chu Sueki. A heaviness settled in Chu Sueki's heart as her expression subtly shifted. Could she have truly seen through her? It was not out of the realm of possibility. This woman was exceptionally perceptive. Just as Chu Sueki braced for further probing, Chu Xiaotao refrained from continuing the conversation and instead helped her tidy up her belongings. Be careful on your way home, Chu Xiaotao said with a smile. Chu Sueki opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chuck Sueki left the gym with a sense of bewilderment, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Chuxi Odo watched her departing figure, her lovely eyes blinking in curiosity. What secrets did this girl harbor? Was it related to Qin Ge, or perhaps to me? In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Qin Ge casually discarded his monthly exam results onto the desk and lay back on his bed, preparing to sleep. Over the past weeks, his nightly escapades had dwindled to once every 2 or 3 nights. It wasn't due to a lack of desire, but rather because the drug dealers had become more astute. The Shadow King's operational hours were from 10 in the evening until 5 in the morning, a conclusion derived by many through analysis of the Shadow King's activity data. If the friends could deduce such a conclusion, how much more could the drug dealers? They were not fools. If they couldn't outmatch him, they could certainly evade him. Daytime transactions, though perilous, were far preferable to nighttime dealings, where one could be unexpectedly obliterated by a high-explosive grenade from an unknown source. Thus, Qin Ge's workload had significantly diminished. Nevertheless, the rigorous training continued, leaving him fatigued. Ding! The cool-down period had ended, allowing the host to initiate the second dimensional traversal. Activation delayed. With a sudden jolt, Qin Ge sprang up from his bed. Activate, he urged eagerly. During this time, he had reached the pinnacle of the Captain America template, achieving a power level of 100. Now, Qin Ge had ascended to a new tier. Although it was the weakest tier, he had nonetheless entered it. According to the system, in a one-on-one confrontation, no one on Earth could surpass him. However, when faced with extraordinary powers, Qin Ge still felt inadequate, which fueled his desire for dimensional travel. The following options for traversal appeared before him. Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback. This time felt somewhat different. From left to right, the first section featured 3 interconnected covers. It depicted a figure clad in a red and blue uniform, resembling a spider-like individual. The presence of this character on all 3 covers clearly indicated he was the protagonist. This was undoubtedly the Spider-Man mentioned by the system during the previous costume design. Glancing at the titles, he noted Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3. All right, it was indeed Spider-Man, but why 3 versions? His gaze shifted to the center. Similarly, 3 covers were connected, yet the dark hues exuded a weighty atmosphere. The protagonist on these covers was instantly recognizable to Qin Ge. Wasn't he that the character he had encountered while designing the costume? He believed the name was Batman. Looking down at the titles, he saw Batman, The Shadow's Enigma. Batman, The Dark Knight, Batman, The Dark Knight Rises. These titles had a far more commanding presence than Spider-Man's, yet there were still 3. Finally, he turned his attention to the right side, where only 2 covers were displayed, and they bore a striking resemblance to the initial Spider-Man. Glancing at the titles, he noted, The Amazing Spider-Man 1, The Amazing Spider-Man 2. System, could you please clarify the situation regarding these 2 Spider-Men? The Spider-Man trilogy and The Amazing Spider-Man exist in distinct dimensions. The specifics are for the host to explore, the system remarked. Here we go again. The invincible methods of the system require the host to navigate on their own. Explore, shall I explore you? Spider-Man, indeed. With past experiences in mind, Qin Ge preferred not to make wild guesses. The deception of these covers is too great. They cannot be relied upon. It is all a matter of chance. Which Spider-Man? The first one. Very well. The dimensional traversal of the Spider-Man trilogy is initiating the spatial tunnel. The tunnel is now open. Buzz. A familiar force envelopes Qin Ge, and time momentarily halts. A dark tunnel materializes before him. He takes a deep breath and steps inside. In an instant, Qin Ge finds himself transported from his room to a sunlit street, where everything around him is frozen in time. At that moment, a virtual display from the system appears, snapping Qin Ge back to reality as he examines the relevant information about this dimension. Dimension name, Spider-Man Trilogy Dimension Synopsis. Peter Parker is merely an ordinary high school student in America. His life takes a dramatic turn when he is bitten by a genetically altered spider that escapes from a museum. He acquires various arachnid-like superpowers, such as the ability to shoot incredibly strong webbing from his fingertips and scale walls, among others. Overjoyed, Peter begins to utilize his newfound abilities for profit. However, after the tragic murder of his beloved uncle by a criminal he allowed to escape, Peter vows to use his powers to combat crime. Spider-Man 1. Peter faces new challenges. How to wield a gift that is also a curse while striving to balance his dual identity as a superhero and an ordinary high school student. He finds that those who were once close to him begin to drift away. His feelings for Mary Jane intensify, and his relationship with Harry Osborn becomes complicated as Harry vows to avenge his father against Spider-Man. Even Aunt May starts to harbor doubts about her nephew. Spider-Man 2. After enduring numerous trials, Spider-Man emerges as a revered hero, winning the heart of his beloved. Yet beneath the accolades, Spider-Man grapples with his own demons. He is haunted by the fact that his inaction allowed a thief to kill his dear uncle. As Peter's life seems to flourish, he becomes increasingly reckless. When he finally apprehends the thief, he heartlessly watches him fall to his death from a great height, only to later realize he has punished the wrong man. The true culprit is Sandman. After ruthlessly dispatching Sandman, Peter's darker impulses begin to take control, and Spider-Man ultimately transforms into the malevolent Venom. Tragically, Peter remains oblivious to his own transformation. How will he extricate himself from this malevolence? Spider-Man 3, Chapter 2. Peter Parker is a bit cowardly. Dimension Task 1. Save Ben Parker and ensure Spider-Man understands responsibility. Task Reward. Random Ability Template. Task Failure. Forced exit from this dimension. Dimension Task 2. Eliminate the Green Goblin to save the Green Goblin. Task Rewards. Random Limited Time Templates. Task Failure. Weakness for 3 weeks. Dimension Task 3. Optional Stop Dr. Octopus and save New York. Task Rewards. Random Character Templates. Task Failure. None. Upon completion of Tasks 1 and 2, one may leave this dimension. Task 3 is optional. This dimension also harbors numerous hidden tasks, which the host is encouraged to uncover independently. Wishing the host a successful mission and prosperous fortune. Current timeline. Peter Parker has just entered his senior year of high school. Host's current identity. A freshman at Columbia University. Current location. Entrance of the city school. The countdown for the time freeze is 5 seconds. Please prepare yourself. 5 seconds slip away in an instant. An invisible force sweeps by, and the operation commences. Observing the world around him beginning to move, Qin Ge lifted his gaze to see the sign of the city school. Each time he arrives in this dimension, he automatically masters English, which brings comfort to Qin Ge, who struggles with the language. As he walked towards the city school, guided by the newfound memories in his mind, he contemplated the 3 tasks and their descriptions. It is evident that this Spider-Man trilogy narrates how Peter Parker evolves from an ordinary high school student into a superhero capable of shouldering great responsibility. Amidst a series of moral dilemmas, the antagonist of the first installment is not overtly clear, lacking any hints. However, the second installment mentions Harry Osborn's father, who perished and was blamed on Spider-Man. Could the adversary of the third installment be Harry's father? The antagonist of the second installment is likewise elusive, with little mention. Is the enemy in the third installment indicative of Peter's inner darkness? Qin Ge rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on as he realized that the trilogy focuses primarily on Peter's psychological struggles, with scant attention given to the foes he faces. This made it rather challenging for Qin Ge to grasp the narrative. Harry Osborn and Mary Jane appear frequently, presumably the secondary male and female leads. Qin Ge pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Hey, the school guard called out to Qin Ge, interrupting his contemplation. Are you a student at our school? The guard inquired. No, I'm here to find someone, Qin Ge replied. Then please register. Oh, all right. Qin Ge nodded and approached the guard station to sign in. After registering, the guard allowed him entry, and Qin Ge couldn't help but compare this ease to the stringent restrictions of Long County Experimental School, where even parents were barred from visiting their children. There was no need to summon parents unless absolutely necessary. It was stricter than a prison, which at least allows visitors. Shaking his head, Qin Ge stepped into the school. How am I supposed to find Peter Parker? He lamented, gazing at the bustling crowd. Wow, that girl is stunning, exclaimed a bystander. Don't even think about it. She's Felicia's girlfriend, another bystander chimed in. Qin Ge glanced over, spotting a red-haired girl making her way to the academic building with a backpack. Long legs, fair skin, quite fierce and not bad looking at all. Qin Ge cast a cursory glance and soon dismissed it. Indeed, she was a beauty, but not one of exceptional allure. Qin Ge was not the type to be rendered immobile by mere beauty. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly caught a name that made him pause. Perhaps today, he truly would be unable to move. Qin Ge thought to himself with a wry smile. Mary Jane was preparing to head to class with her bag slung over her shoulder when a tall figure obstructed her path. She looked up at Qin Ge. "Who are you?" "Hello, Mary Jane. I am looking for Peter Parker. Do you know where he is?" Qin Ge cut straight to the chase. Without a hint of superfluous chatter, he held no interest in the leading lady of the Spider-Man trilogy. Peter Parker? Mary Jane recalled that her neighbor and classmate was indeed this person. "I can take you to him, but may I inquire as to why you're searching for him?" "Apologies," Qin Ge replied with a smile. "Very well, follow me." Having someone to guide him made it easy for Qin Ge to find Peter Parker. Upon seeing Peter's visage, Qin Ge found himself at a loss for words. He was truly an ordinary high school student, slight in stature, with shifty eyes and a timid demeanor. "This was Spider-Man? Do we know each other?" Peter asked, gazing apprehensively at Qin Ge's exposed muscles, speaking in a hushed tone. This man appeared even more robust than that Felicity fellow. Could he possibly be here to cause trouble? "We were not acquainted before, but we are now," Qin Ge replied, suppressing his thoughts and breaking into a grin. "I have long heard of your esteemed name." Peter stared blankly at Qin Ge. "Long heard of my esteemed name? Am I famous? Why was I unaware of this?" "Do not concern yourself with such trivial details." Qin Ge patted Peter on the shoulder, being careful not to apply too much pressure, fearing he might inadvertently harm the seemingly fragile boy. "I am Qin Ge, a student in the physics department at Columbia University. If you need anything, feel free to find me there." Qin Ge's assertive demeanor naturally drew timid personalities into his rhythm. "Columbia University?" Peter's eyes widened. "Do you know Dr. Otto? The one researching nuclear fusion?" Dr. Otto?" Qin Ge mentally searched and realized that he indeed was a student of this individual. "I am indeed a student of Dr. Otto," he replied with a smile. "Really?" Peter, seemingly finding his niche, began to rattle off a plethora of information. Qin Ge maintained a smile, yet internally, he was overwhelmed. "Could someone explain to me what he is talking about? Nuclear fusion? Tritium? Particle collisions? What on earth is this? I'm a science student." Cough, cough. The system chimed in. "Do not fret, host. Follow the prompts above." A secondary virtual screen appeared between Qin Ge and Peter, filled with text. Each word and phrase was familiar to Qin Ge, yet when combined, they rendered him perplexed. Nevertheless, he complied with the system's instruction and began to read aloud. As Peter listened to Qin Ge's words, his eyes sparkled increasingly, and a glimmer of admiration appeared in the blue depths hidden behind his black-framed glasses. Chapter 3. Gwen Stacy. "Mr. Qin, your insights are profoundly enlightening. You must be a genius," Peter exclaimed, filled with surprise and admiration. It's nothing much," Qin Ge replied with an awkward smile. "Hey system, what on earth are you making me read?" "Just a superficial understanding of nuclear fusion equations," the system responded. "However, given the technological level of this world, the knowledge you just mentioned ranks just below that of a certain Dr. Otto. This guy can comprehend it. Of course, he is a genius. No one ever told me that Spider-Man is also a genius in the sciences." Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang. "Sorry, I have to go to class," Peter said apologetically upon hearing the bell. "All right, off you go." Qin Ge nodded, watching Peter depart. Scratching his head, Qin Ge sorted through the memories provided by the system and realized he seemed to be a student of some Dr. Connors. Never mind. A university professor wouldn't stir up much trouble, he mused, shaking his head as he turned to leave. As night fell, Qin Ge, clad in his superhero attire, perched on the edge of a rooftop overlooking Times Square. "System, is the crime rate in New York really this high?" Qin Ge asked, extending a finger that glided through the air, astonished at the criminal activities displayed on the virtual screen. "Indeed, compared to your homeland of Huagua, New York's crime rate is significantly elevated. The lack of comprehensive surveillance allows criminals to escape with ease." "That makes sense," Qin Ge nodded, having explored the city and found that this so-called dream city at the forefront of technological advancement was far behind even Long County. "The technological level in this world appears rather low," he reflected. "Of course, this refers to conventional technology, excluding any clandestine developments. It certainly doesn't seem like Spider-Man's world is devoid of extraordinary powers." "Host, There's a beautiful lady in trouble at the McKinley block on 3rd Avenue. If you come to her aid, you might reap unexpected benefits, the system suddenly announced. What? A romantic entanglement? Or perhaps a delightful evening rendezvous? Qin Ge showed no inclination to move. The crime rate in New York is too perilous. I wouldn't even know whom to save. No, nothing of the sort. Then why the incessant chatter? Qin Ge replied, bemused. This young lady's father is the chief of the New York Police Department. What? Qin Ge sprang to his feet. Huh, how self-serving, he remarked. This is merely for better maneuverability. Qin Ge rolled his eyes. Considering himself the distinguished heir of the Qin family, he mused that even the police chief of Yanjing City seemed to be disregarded by his father. Coughing slightly, he assured himself that his decision to rescue the police chief's daughter was certainly not motivated by her father's position. Absolutely not, he concluded with a scoff. Although she held Qin Ge's actions in disdain, the system still provided the coordinates. Qin Ge swiftly identified the target and turned to dash into the elevator. On 3rd Avenue, in the Macon district, within a narrow alley. What do you intend to do? Gwen asked coldly, gazing at the 3 adult men who had gradually encroached upon her. Yet, anyone could discern the underlying fear masked by her indifference. Gwen felt disheartened. She had merely attended a party, indulged a bit too late, and declined the host's offer for a ride home, only to encounter such a predicament shortly after stepping out. On a dark, windy night, a man sneered from the shadows. What do you think we want? Huh, enough with the chatter. This girl looks quite spicy. It should be delightful. Yes, hurry up. Ha ha ha. Don't come any closer. Let go of that girl. A loud shout abruptly halted the 3 men, and all 4 turned towards the alley's entrance. In pursuit of maximizing benefits, Qin Ge opted to remove his uniform. Thus, what presented itself to the 4 was Qin Ge's true visage. Shall I take over? The system's teasing voice chimed in. Qin Ge rolled his eyes inwardly. You're a truly unsophisticated host. Is this a lack of vocabulary? Enough of the banter. Didn't you see me heroically rescuing a damsel in distress? All right, I'm leaving. Who is this reckless lad? Who gave you permission? Qin Ge could not be bothered to converse with these nameless extras, and in an instant, his body surged into action. With the peak physical prowess of humanity at his disposal, he closed the distance of less than 10 meters in a heartbeat. 3 punches landed. Bang! All 3 men were simultaneously sent crashing to the ground. To Gwen's eyes, the moment the man uttered his words, he appeared before her, standing over the sprawled forms of the 3 assailants. In truth, it wasn't as impressive as Gwen had imagined. The dim lighting of the alley and her slightly dazed consciousness contributed to her perception of the event's intensity. Are you all right? Qin Ge turned to Gwen and asked. I'm fine, thank you, Gwen replied, shaking her head. Let us get out of here. Okay, so you're a student at Columbia University. Gwen's beautiful blue eyes fell upon Qin Ge, sparkling with allure. One must admit, Gwen possessed striking beauty. Although her light golden hair was not to Qin Ge's taste, she was undoubtedly the most stunning individual he had encountered among all the Westerners thus far. If one were to compare, only a new agent from SHIELD in the Captain Marvel universe could rival her. What was her name? Hill, if he recalled correctly. Yes, I'm Qin Ge, of Chinese descent. And you? Gwen Stacy. I'm in my senior year of high school, and I plan to attend Columbia University. Gwen said with a smile. It seems we shall be classmates in the future, Qin Ge remarked with a grin. Hello, future senior, Gwen replied, joining him in laughter. Perhaps it was due to Qin Ge's act of saving her, or perhaps it was simply a matter of character. But despite it being their first meeting, Gwen and Qin Ge swiftly ascended to the stage of friendship. After escorting Gwen to her doorstep, Qin Ge prepared to take his leave. Qin Ge, Gwen suddenly called out to him. What's the matter? Qin Ge turned around, puzzled, looking at Gwen. I don't have classes tomorrow. Would you take me to explore Columbia University? Gwen tilted her head as she spoke. Of course. Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. He had no objection to spending time with this charming girl. See you tomorrow, then? See you tomorrow. After waving goodbye and watching Gwen depart, Qin Ge finally turned to leave. Wait a minute. Where on earth do I live? Chapter 4. Norman Osborn early the next morning. Qin Ge rose from a park bench. Thanks to his newly acquired physical constitution, he avoided catching a cold. With no money for a hotel and nowhere else to return to, Qin Ge had no choice but to share the night with numerous homeless individuals, making do on the park's benches. His sleep left him with a sore back. What time is it? Qin Ge lifted his gaze to the clock tower at the park center, rubbed his growling stomach, and headed toward Gwen's home. He needed to devise a way to earn some money. At a local breakfast establishment, Qin Ge contentedly patted his stomach, reclining in his chair with his eyes half closed. Gwen, smiling brightly, rested her chin on her hands, watching him intently. Are you full? Thank you for the treat. Qin Ge grinned broadly, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever at being treated by a girl. He had already gone 3 meals without food since arriving in this world, and he was far too hungry to care about pride. When Qin Ge approached Gwen that morning, her keen observation quickly detected something amiss, prompting her to invite him for breakfast. Gwen found it quite surprising that Qin Ge was such a man who seemed unconcerned about appearances. Her father was the chief of police, a figure of social standing in New York, and most of the men she had encountered throughout her life placed great importance on their image. To meet someone like Qin Ge, who seemed entirely indifferent to such matters, was indeed a first for her. Qin Ge, I quite like how you don't care about what others think, Gwen said with a smile. Why should I worry about them? It's not as if I can't live without their approval. I'm thriving just fine, Qin Ge replied, adjusting himself comfortably in his seat. In the main world, he had not paid attention to any critiques of the Shadow Emperor. I don't fight for you. I fight for a brighter tomorrow. White hole, a white tomorrow, he chuckled. One intriguing individual, Gwen thought silently, her lovely eyes fixed on Qin Ge. Let us go. Now that we're all fed, I'll take you to Columbia. I still need to look for a job this afternoon, or I might starve, Qin Ge announced as he stood up. All right. At Columbia University, Qin Ge guided Gwen along a route from his memory, familiarizing himself with the layout of her future school. Gwen excelled académiquement et fortless le surpassant Qin Ge. The likelihood of gaining admission to Columbia University is quite high. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is virtually assured. Qin Ge estimates that he will encounter Gwen among the new students at Columbia next year. The environment here is truly splendid, Gwen remarked with satisfaction. After all, it is a world-renowned institution, Qin Ge casually responded. Indeed, a prestigious university, Gwen replied nonchalantly, as living in New York, she was surrounded by numerous esteemed institutions, such as New York University and the University of Pennsylvania. World-class universities abound. President, a voice called from behind. Both Qin Ge and Gwen did not turn around, as it was clearly not directed at them. Wait a moment. Qin Ge suddenly paused, recalling that he was indeed the president of a club at Columbia. Why are you ignoring me, President? At that moment, a chubby black boy grasped Qin Ge's shoulder, confirming the fact. Qin Ge, you are the president? Gwen exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise, while the black boy's eyes widened in admiration at her adorable reaction. Qin Ge, although somewhat taken aback, found it difficult to tear his gaze away from Gwen. Our president is a genius. He was appointed president of the Physics Research Society right after entering university. Even the stern Dr. Connors has praised him highly. The pride on the black boy's face seemed to reflect a sense of shared accomplishment. Upon hearing this, Gwen's eyes sparkled with increased interest in Qin Ge. Qin Ge felt a sense of elation at being regarded as an academic prodigy. By the way, system, what exactly is the Physics Research Society? He pondered. The identities assigned by the system within university clubs often hold significant meaning, designed to facilitate the host's interactions with key narrative figures, the system explained. What does that imply? Qin Ge inquired. Please deduce it on your own, the system replied. All right, understood, Qin Ge acknowledged, sensing the system's frustration as it faded into silence, leaving behind an ellipsis. It's always making me figure things out, Qin Ge muttered, then turned to the black boy. What do you need from me? Norman Osborn has arrived. Doctor Connors would like you to come speak with him, the boy informed. Norman Osborn? Qin Ge searched his memory for information about this individual. Chairman of Oscorp Biotechnology, he recalled. Biotechnology? But I'm a science student, he thought, maintaining a composed demeanor as he nodded. I will go right away. Good, the black boy said, glancing at Gwen before departing. Sorry, I have to leave for a moment. Qin Ge apologized to Gwen. It's all right, you go ahead. Norman Osborn is a businessman and scientist. If you can gain his favor, your future endeavors will be secured, Gwen smiled encouragingly. Thank you for your kind words, Qin Ge replied with a grin. I shall take my leave now. Yes. Bye-bye. Goodbye. With a wave, Qin Ge turned and walked away. What is the relationship between Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn? Upon meeting Norman Osborn, Qin Ge found a distinguished gentleman with an attractive appearance, exuding a gentle demeanor. Upon arriving at the laboratory, he noticed Osborn engaged in conversation with Dr. Connors. As for how Qin Ge recognized him, it was rather self-evident. There were only 4 individuals in the room, 2 bodyguards, Dr. Connors and himself. Dr. Connors, Qin Ge called out as he approached, interrupting the conversation between the two. Mr. Osborn, this is the Qin Ge I mentioned to you earlier, an American-born Chinese, an unequivocal genius. Dr. Connors did not hesitate to lavish praise. Hello, little genius. Norman greeted with a smile as he looked at Qin Ge. Greetings, Mr. Osborn, Qin Ge replied respectfully. Dr. Connors mentioned that you have significant research in nuclear fusion, biological gene regeneration, and human genetics? Norman inquired. I wouldn't call it research, merely learning from the experiences of predecessors. Qin Ge hastily replied. What research? What fusion in genes? I don't understand, he chuckled. Ah, your humility is quite impressive, my fellow countryman, Norman said, shaking his head in amusement. I have read some of your papers, and they are quite remarkable. You need not belittle yourself. You are indeed a genius. Even Dr. Connors seemed taken aback. It was surprising that such a busy individual as Norman would take the time to review Qin Ge's work. Chapter 5, the offer at hand. Your paper on the beneficial mutations of human genes contains insights that have greatly benefited even me. You are a genius, Qin Ge, Norman stated earnestly. Qin Ge blinked. It appeared that the system had bestowed upon him a rather impressive identity. Mr. Osborn, you flatter me. Although I am uncertain of the merits of my paper, a touch of modesty is warranted. Qin Ge, excessive modesty is itself a form of pride, Norman countered, shaking his head. I would like to extend an invitation for you to work in my company. I wonder if you'd be interested? This revelation left not only Qin Ge astonished, but also Dr. Connors, who had been merely a bystander, somewhat taken aback. Norman was inviting Qin Ge to join his company? How remarkable! What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Norman asked as he noticed Qin Ge standing in stunned silence. He had high hopes for Qin Ge, for as he had stated, the depth of Qin Ge's paper was far beyond what an ordinary university student could produce, and the relevant fields aligned perfectly with the focus of their company. Norman was keen on bringing Qin Ge on board. Researchers are common, but geniuses are rare. In Norman's eyes, Qin Ge was undoubtedly a genius. No. Qin Ge quickly waved his hands. I am willing, of course, but I am just a freshman. Can it really be possible? I trust my judgment of character. Norman smiled, stepping closer to pat Qin Ge on the shoulder. Meeting Norman's gaze, Qin Ge could tell that Norman was genuinely interested in inviting him. Thank you, Qin Ge replied. Norman smiled back. When you leave in a bit, come with me. I will take you to see the company laboratory, and you can first follow Dr. Dan. All right. Qin Ge nodded eagerly, though he was unsure of who Dr. Dan was. But obedience was paramount. By the way, is there salary involved? I have no savings left, Qin Ge thought as he uttered those words, wishing to disappear into the ground. He had never imagined that one day he would find himself troubled by financial concerns. Norman was momentarily taken aback, but then he erupted into laughter. Haha, there's no need to feel embarrassed. It's a common human experience. He chuckled while patting Qin Ge on the shoulder. Dr. Connors, who was nearby, also smiled. This child is quite amusing, he thought. Your salary will be paid monthly, $3,000. How does that sound? Since you haven't yet become a formal research staff member, I can't offer you much more, Norman stated. That's more than sufficient. Qin Ge quickly nodded, realizing that $3,000 was a considerable amount. According to the economic standards of this world, it equated to approximately 30,000 yuan, and given the cost of living in New York, a global metropolis, this was certainly not a trifling sum. Truly, the chairman of a large corporation was generous in his dealings. Do your best, Norman added with a smile. I will, Qin Ge replied earnestly, acknowledging that Norman had come to his aid during his time of need by providing him with stable employment, a kindness he would not forget. Dr. Connors remained silent, merely giving Qin Ge a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Norman had come to Columbia University out of a simple desire to discover promising talents. As an alumnus, he held his alma mater in high regard, and there he had stumbled upon Qin Ge, seated in the extended Lincoln of Osborn. Qin Ge did not exhibit the curiosity or restraint that Norman had expected from someone encountering new experiences. This only served to elevate Norman's opinion of him. However, the reality was that these experiences were far from novel for Qin Ge. He had driven no fewer than 10 cars, far more expensive than this extended Lincoln. Would he truly be interested in this vehicle? Moreover, in his previous life, Qin Ge had held the rank of Major General in the U.S. military. enjoying a social status that was quite remarkable. He had maintained his composure even before the president. What could a mere entrepreneur possibly faze him? Unbeknownst to Norman, this misconception led to a delightful misunderstanding. The vehicle sped toward Osborn's laboratory, during which Norman elaborated on their current project involving human development agents. This reminded Qin Ge of the super soldier program from his previous world. Both concepts were somewhat similar, though it seemed this one was even more advanced. Upon entering the laboratory, Qin Ge was momentarily stunned. Norman noticed Qin Ge's reaction, pleased to see that this child was indeed surprised by the sheer scale of the laboratory. Norman felt a sense of satisfaction, as he had invested a significant amount of money into its construction. This laboratory is rather shabby, Qin Ge thought with a hint of disappointment. Comparing it to the facilities in Captain Marvel's world, even the military labs under his command would easily overshadow this one. In contrast, this laboratory seemed almost diminutive and lacking. Qin Ge, come here, Norman called, pulling Qin Ge back to reality as he spotted a bespectacled man waving at him. Quickly, Qin Ge jogged over. This is Dr. Dan, the chief scientist of our project, who will henceforth be your mentor. When he deems you ready to participate in research, you will officially become a researcher, Norman introduced. Hello, Dr. Dan, Qin Ge promptly greeted. Greetings, young genius, Dr. Dan replied with a gentle demeanor, far less imposing than Qin Ge had anticipated. After Norman introduced us, I reviewed your thesis, and it is quite impressive. I wholeheartedly welcome your addition. Do take your time to observe and learn, Dr. Dan encouraged. Yes, I will, Qin Ge responded respectfully. William, please take Qin Ge to the Human Resources Department to register as a trainee researcher. His remuneration will be calculated at the minimum standard for formal employees, Norman instructed, gesturing for a man to approach. Certainly, follow me, William said, and Qin Ge quickly followed suit. This child shows great promise, Norman remarked with a smile towards Dr. Dan. To have you personally mentor him suggests he is more than just promising, Dr. Dan responded with a smile of his own. Haha, you know me well, Norman chuckled. Now, let's not dwell on that. How is the research progressing? The research is progressing well. Host, your mindset has shifted remarkably quickly. I initially thought it would be challenging for you to alter your attitude, the system commented. As Qin Ge trailed behind William, he quietly conversed with the system. In my previous life, I was a major general in the U.S. military, but here I start anew. No one knows who I am, nor do I possess the qualifications to be a legendary figure. To be legendary, one must have a necessary capital. Past achievements do not influence the present. No one will take you seriously, merely deeming you a fool. Your mindset is indeed commendable, host, the system acknowledged. Chapter 6. Extraterrestrial Substance. I simply foresaw this point ahead of time, Qin Ge stated. The world of Captain Marvel, now, seems like my past life. No matter how remarkable that life was, it remains just that, a past. I am not yet powerful enough for my past to impact my present. When one is weak, one must be aware, if I were to arrogantly provoke others, what recourse would I have if they were to retaliate? The system was taken aback by Qin Ge's profound insights, left momentarily speechless. After registering at the Human Resources Department with William, he received a month's salary in advance for emergencies. With some funds at hand, Qin Ge felt a sense of reassurance. Upon leaving Osborn Company, Norman advised him to start coming after classes, reminding him that as a student, his studies should remain his priority. He rented a room in what was said to be the impoverished Queens district and spent the afternoon settling into his new home. Finally finding time for dinner late that evening. For Qin Ge, who was accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, $3,000 after deducting rent was scarcely sufficient for his expenditures. Seated in a French restaurant, savoring steak and sipping red wine, he pondered ways to earn money. Robbing a gang would be the most effective method. However, most of their money is likely dirty, making it easy to attract police attention, which poses a significant problem. As a newcomer, I am also unaware of potential money laundering avenues, which is indeed a headache. Qin Ge pondered the ways to amass wealth. Legal avenues were too sluggish. While as a fine young man of the 20th century, he certainly would not resort to illegitimate means. Furthermore, money acquired illegally was notoriously difficult to manage. If he were in Yinjing, Qin Ge would have 100 methods to launder the funds. But in this unfamiliar city of New York, he decided it was best to contemplate alternative solutions. As he reflected on the gray industries, Qin Ge speared a piece of freshly cut steak with his fork and brought it to his lips. The sight of the steak suddenly transported him into a reverie. evoking memories of his eccentric father's peculiar behavior. Once, when his family of 3 went out for steak, they had just ordered 3 pieces when Qin Ge, observing the cutlery on the table, became agitated and demanded chopsticks. At that moment, Qin Ge felt an overwhelming urge to leave the table in embarrassment, while his mother remained composed, as if accustomed to such antics. Later, Qin Ge learned that Qin Ge found the traditional dining experience too slow and a waste of time, and most importantly, unsatisfying. His father's thought process was indeed peculiar. Shaking his head, he chided himself for drifting off into such thoughts while contemplating wealth. It had been several years since he had seen his parents, and indeed, they were remarkably true to form. Having spent 6 years in the world of Captain Amazing, it felt as if only a few months had passed since his return to reality. However, to Qin Ge, it had been 6 long years since he last saw Qin Ge and Madame Qin. The prospect of returning home now made him pause. He recalled that Qin Ge had once stated he was not allowed to return to Yanjing before graduating, a truly exasperating decree. Qin Ge sighed and thought, surely he wouldn't resort to sneaking home through a portal just to catch a glimpse of his parents, would he? Yet, he mused, it was not entirely out of the question. As Qin Ge indulged in his thoughts, a mass of black, unidentified liquid on the ceiling began to writhe with fervor. Its undulations were pronounced, rhythmically moving up and down, yet it was absurd that after minutes of such motion, it had only traversed a mere meter. Qin Ge savored his steak leisurely, contemplating his grand financial ambitions, while the black mass persistently squirmed with a singular focus, him. At last, the dark substance overcame numerous obstacles and positioned itself directly above Qin Ge's head. Suddenly, its form relaxed, plummeting in a free-fall descent. He decided to take a restroom break. Qin Ge stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth and stood up. With a thud, the mass landed on Qin Ge's chair, leaving it disoriented. It had not anticipated his sudden movement. Huh? Qin Ge's ears perked up, his footsteps halted, and he turned to look back. In a flash, the black mass darted beneath the table at an unprecedented speed. Qin Ge blinked, sensing that something had just slipped past him. Approaching his chair, he leaned down to inspect. The dark substance swiftly maneuvered to the other side, evading his gaze. As Qin Ge's gaze flickered, he turned and departed. After approximately half a minute, a small mass of an indeterminate black liquid cautiously revealed itself, peering around as if to ascertain Qin Ge's location. Suddenly, a large hand seized the diminutive mass of black substance, yanking it forcefully from the table. Qin Ge observed the writhing entity trapped within his grasp. His curiosity piqued as it struggled to escape. System, access the template. Ability template name, Alien Symbiote Alias. Venom special abilities, Parasitism, Replication, Details, Introduction. This is an extraterrestrial symbiote that necessitates a host for survival. It possesses a pronounced inclination towards violence, capable of amplifying the host's violent tendencies infinitely, while simultaneously enhancing the host's abilities significantly. The stronger the host, the more formidable the symbiote becomes. Awakens, Spider-Man Trilogy Universe. Oh, a symbiote? Qin Ge mused, observing the venomous entity struggling futilely within his grip. How does it parasitize? Through physical contact. Then why does it not parasitize me? Qin Ge queried, bewildered. It was right in his hand, yet it merely flailed about without attempting to bond with him. The host's constitution is too formidable. The current symbiote is exceedingly weak and lacks the capability to forcefully bond. It can only infiltrate when the host is unconscious or their mental guard is lowered. Even so, should the host regain awareness, they can easily break free. However, a word of caution, once this substance contaminates, it is arduous to extricate oneself, and the euphoria derived from its immense power can easily lead to obsession. Understood. Qin Ge nodded, examining its 2 special abilities. The Venom from the Spider-Man trilogy is not the same as that from the standalone film. The former exhibits severe violent tendencies, as noted by Dr. Connors in the film. The latter resembles a mischievous child. Chapter 7. Underground King of Fighters Parasitism, capable of bonding with any living organism, extracting energy to sustain itself, achieving symbiosis. It significantly enhances the host's abilities, albeit at the cost of influencing the host's psyche. The stronger the constitution, the weaker the force of parasitism. Replication. Upon bonding with the host, the symbiote can replicate the host's genes and cells, thereby mirroring the host's abilities. This replication is rather impressive, Qin Ge remarked in astonishment. If it were to bond with Sun Wukong, could it not also acquire Scion blood? Theoretically, that is feasible, yet the specifics remain untested and unclear. I see. Qin Ge nodded, casually retrieving a container from the system space to secure the venomous substance within, preparing to explore it further when the opportunity arose. If this entity truly possesses the capability to replicate genes, then in the future, when Qin Ge's will becomes formidable, or when he discovers a method to eliminate violent tendencies, this symbiotic venom could become an artifact of unparalleled significance. Of course, this remains to be validated. Qin Ge, however, harbored no intention of allowing the venom to inhabit him. He deemed his resolve sufficiently steadfast, yet he deemed it prudent to avoid such perilous entanglement. Who could fathom the profound repercussions of this symbiote's parasitism? If he were unable to maintain control, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, reflecting upon his experiences in Captain Marvel's realm, although he felt little at the time, he now realizes that after adopting the template of Sun Wukong, he had become somewhat enraptured by that overwhelming power. Even when confronted by 3 adversaries who had not provoked him, he felt an inexplicable urge to engage in combat. Odin nearly dispatched him in an instant. Objectively speaking, it was a predicament of his own making. Yet at that moment, Qin Ge was consumed by a desire to eliminate those 3 individuals before him. This was not merely a matter of the template. Rather, it was the disparity created by possessing immense power without the corresponding mindset. Should he succumb to the symbiote's influence? Qin Ge could hardly assure himself that he would not again fall into such a state, one rife with violent inclinations, which is a chilling thought indeed. From a rational perspective, it is perhaps best to refrain from entertaining notions of such entities. By the way, Qin Ge paused momentarily. What was I just contemplating? In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. Qin Ge's life began to adopt a semblance of routine. By day, he meandered through Columbia University, feigning earnestness in lectures while his mind wandered into the ether. With the system's assistance, he could effortlessly address even the most challenging queries posed by Dr. Connors. After completing his classes, he would then head to Oscorp, where he played a minor role, shadowing Dr. Dan. Occasionally, he would run errands, fetching food and coffee for the laboratory staff. Nevertheless, with the system's support, Qin Ge continued to excel in his endeavors. After work at Oscorp, he would rendezvous with Miss Gwen for their dates, and the intimacy of their relationship blossomed at an astonishing pace. While Qin Ge yearned for a deeper connection with Gwen, his East Asian sensibilities held him back from voicing such desires. As night fell, he found himself at New York's largest underground boxing arena. Clad in a tank top and shorts, Qin Ge perched on a small stool, resting his chin in contemplation. This venue, a battleground, was surrounded by spectators eager to witness the matches. The pent-up frustrations of daily life were unleashed here through the spectacle of violence. In underground boxing, life and death were at stake, and a single misstep could lead to severe injury. When Qin Ge first arrived, others were hesitant to allow him to register. Most underground boxing events lacked featherweight categories. Although he appeared robust, he technically fell into the featherweight division. However, upon witnessing Qin Ge effortlessly lift a solid wooden desk with one hand, the organizer promptly consented to his entry. Then, the announcer's exuberant voice resonated throughout the raucous underground arena. Ladies and gentlemen, a new challenger has emerged. He is our Black Tiger. The already vibrant atmosphere surged to new heights. Our champion has maintained an impressive streak of 39 consecutive victories, each match a testament to his prowess against formidable opponents. This time, one wonders how many blows the robust Black Tiger can withstand from our champion. Crush him, your majesty. End him. The audience erupted with excitement. Since Qin Ge entered the underground boxing arena just a week ago, he has fought 39 matches, each one a display of extraordinary strength. Moreover, the underground boxing scene is filled with all sorts of characters, including a few reckless fighters who, in their folly, threatened to send Qin Ge to his demise and insulted his family, only to find themselves hospitalized by his resolute fists. This has significantly bolstered Qin Ge's reputation. Known by the moniker Shadow, the title Shadow King, reminiscent of the main world, was spontaneously coined by the audience. The underground boxing monarch, Shadow King? It seems quite fitting. Qin Ge, the man himself, sat calmly on a small stool, unfazed by the fervor of the crowd. His purpose for being here was straightforward: to earn money. Initially, the prize for each match was a mere few $100s, but now, Qin Ge has become the main attraction at this underground boxing venue, commanding an exorbitant appearance fee. Coupled with his salary from Osborne Enterprises, Qin Ge now possesses the means to indulge lavishly. Allow me to introduce the Black Tiger. A thunderous sound drowned out the clamor of the crowd, and the host, mid-sentence, glanced towards Qin Ge. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Ge had already risen, his dark eyes fixed on the host. Enough chatter, let him enter the ring. Let us finish this. Oh, of course. The host nodded eagerly, presenting the Black Tiger, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and with a chest resembling the size of a normal person's head, stepped onto the stage. Each of his steps sent tremors through the ground, creating an intimidating presence. I will tear you apart, little insect. The Black Tiger grinned menacingly. Qin Ge regarded him with indifference. You are quite confident. Of course, little insect. The Black Tiger scoffed at Qin Ge. You are far too frail. Someone like you dares to call himself the underground boxing king? It's laughable. He appeared quite adept at the pre-fight trash talk. However, the last person who spoke like you has been in the hospital for 3 days. The whistle blew. Fight commence. Thud, thud. Without a glance at the fallen Black Tiger, Qin Ge turned and walked away. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, followed by an eruption of deafening cheers. The Black Tiger's massive form lay sprawled on the canvas, a visible red mark appearing on his forehead. Chapter 58. A visit to the Parker residence, stepping out of the underground boxing arena. It was already nearing 9 in the evening. However, in a bustling metropolis like New York, this marked merely the beginning of the nightlife. Qin Ge meandered towards his residence in the Queen's District. The Queen's District is quite distant from here, and Qin Ge, feeling too lazy to drive, decided to walk, considering it a form of exercise. Though the journey was long, it mattered not. 10 minutes later, Qin Ge boarded the train bound for the Queen's District. As he ambled along, humming a cheerful tune towards his home, he suddenly heard a voice calling, "Mr. Qin?" Pausing in his tracks, Qin Ge turned to see Peter, who was carrying a garbage bag. "Ah, it's Peter," he exclaimed, realizing he had inadvertently arrived at Peter's residence. Having kept an eye on Peter for some time, it was only natural for Qin Ge to know where he lived. After all, how could one monitor someone without knowing their address? A glance at Peter's demeanor revealed no notable changes, and Qin Ge soon lost interest. However, Peter was quite intrigued. After disposing of the garbage, he jogged over Qin Ge. "What brings you here, Mr. Qin?" Peter asked curiously. The senior who had inspired him greatly in the field of research left a profound impression on Peter. "I live here too," Qin Ge replied with a smile. "Really?" Peter's eyes widened with surprise. "But why haven't I seen you before?" "I just moved in." "Oh, I see." Peter nodded. "Would you like to come to my house for a visit?" Qin Ge was about to decline when a thought struck him. The first task was to rescue Ben Parker. Although he had memorized Ben's appearance, getting to know him personally would surely be beneficial. After contemplating for a moment, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Seeing Qin Ge consent, Peter beamed with delight and led him to his home. Anyone unaware might think he was bringing his girlfriend home to meet his parents. "Peter, who is this?" Ben's uncle, slightly puzzled, glanced at Qin Ge, wondering how a living person had appeared while Peter was merely taking out the trash. "Uncle Ben, Aunt May. This is my senior, Qin Ge, currently studying at Columbia University," Peter introduced. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt," Qin Ge greeted with a warm smile. "Hello there." Uncle Ben and Aunt May responded, both smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Peter's family was exceedingly welcoming, and it wasn't too long before Qin Ge felt quite at ease with them. Peter is also planning to apply to Columbia University, so I hope you can look after him, Uncle Ben said, sitting on the sofa alongside Qin Ge with a friendly smile. "Of course," Qin Ge replied, also smiling. "When Peter comes to Columbia, I will take care of him." Peter, sitting shyly beside Qin Ge, seemed rather reserved even in his own home. And Qin Ge couldn't help but find his bashfulness amusing. "I truly appreciate it. Peter is a bit introverted, and I worry he might struggle to adapt to a new environment. It took him quite some time to adjust when he first arrived in the city," Uncle Ben remarked. "Uncle Ben," Peter interjected, "let us just talk without bringing up embarrassing stories." Qin Ge listened to this exchange, bemused. "Yet it is Columbia University. It sounds as if you all are completely confident about your chances of admission." Qin Ge reflected on his recent examination results and compared them with the undergraduate admission scores from the previous year in Huagua. He sighed, contemplating the disparity. "By the way, system, could you assist me in cheating during the college entrance examination?" He mused internally. With the system support, securing admission to a prestigious university like Yanda or Qinghua should be a mere formality, right? If this system were inclined to assist you in cheating, you could easily choose between Yanda and Qinghua, the system responded. Just as excitement began to swell within Qin Ge, the system continued, regrettably. I do not wish to aid you. As an aspiring hero on the path to greatness, you must lead by example. Do you not find cheating to be inherently wrong? Moreover, cheating is fundamentally unfair to others. The college entrance examination in Huagua is relatively equitable, and if I were to assist you in cheating, what would become of your noble aspirations to become a hero? Is it merely to combat criminals? A hero's role transcends mere confrontation with wrongdoers. They must exemplify integrity and demonstrate to others what is right, rather than resorting to deceit like you do during examinations. While the system's words rang true, Qin Ge couldn't help but grumble, but if you don't help me, I can still get into Yanda. System, I wish for you to help me through legitimate channels. Though it may not be entirely honorable, the outcome remains the same. Indeed, there is little distinction, the system conceded. Mu Mingkong had already conferred with the principal of Yanda when Qin Ge commenced his studies. Given the Qin family's standing in Huagua, securing a place for the sole heir in Yanda would raise no objections. The influence of the three prominent families in Huagua is intricate and deeply rooted, wielding considerable power across the nation. Although they may not dominate entirely, the capacity to facilitate university admissions is certainly within their reach. Whether through the system's cheating or Mu Mingkong's intervention, the end result would be identical. I will not assist, the system reiterated. Fine, I won't press the issue. Qin Ge replied nonchalantly, merely seeking to present an image of superiority. After all, the feeling of being an academic elite is undeniably exhilarating. However, since the system was unwilling, he decided to let it be. After spending some time at the Peter household, he finally rose to leave, noting the late hour. Uncle Ben and Aunt May were aging, and it was considerate for him to take his leave. Moreover, Qin Ge had accomplished his purpose for the visit. The next step was to gradually nurture their relationship. One must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. Such matters cannot be rushed. With his prior experience of spending 6 years in the Captain Marvel universe, Qin Ge was not overly concerned about the duration of his stay this time. Even if he were to remain in this world for a century, as long as he survived, he would return to the main world as the same dashing 10-year-old. Upon returning to his home in the Queen's district, he casually removed his shirt, revealing his robust physique, and reclined onto his bed. In this world, mobile phones had yet to evolve into smart devices, and there were few entertainment options. The days were filled with parties and outings, none of which piqued Qin Ge's interest. If it were a nightclub, that might be tolerable, but outings and parties? No, thank you. In this modern era, the entertainment options at parties and outings have become so monotonous that they verge on the intolerable. Feeling exhausted, I chose to forego bathing and succumb to slumber, knowing that I must attend an experiment at the company tomorrow. Reflecting on the matter Dr. Dan had communicated to me, I drifted into a restless sleep. As for Chapter 59, which discusses the protagonist's ascension to Super Saiyan, numerous comments in the discussion section lament the notion that this book might be ghost-written, criticizing its forced pretentiousness and awkwardness. I have refrained from responding thus far. I assure you, it is not ghost-written. I am the author. I simply failed to articulate my thoughts clearly. It is universally acknowledged that when an ordinary individual suddenly acquires immense power without a corresponding mindset, they will undoubtedly spiral out of control. This is quite evident, which is why I chose not to elaborate. Yet, it seems I was mistaken. I must express such concepts in the future. If I articulate these points, some will accuse me of padding the narrative, while if I remain silent, others will claim I am merely posturing as a virtuous individual. Since the inception of my first book, I have grown accustomed to the barrage of criticism. If it truly becomes unbearable, then so be it. Chapter 59, concerning the protagonist's ascension to Super Saiyan, is currently being transcribed. Please hold for a moment. Refresh the page for the latest updates. Chapter 9, Biological Experiments with Human Enhancement Agents the following day at 9:40 a.m. within the Osborne Company. Good morning, Dr. Dan, I greeted as I entered the laboratory, carrying a bag. Morning, Dr. Dan replied absent-mindedly while adjusting experimental data. Here, as your breakfast, 3 fish sandwiches and a cheeseburger. You'll be well fed, I said with a smile. Thank you. Just place it over there, he instructed. I set Dr. Dan's breakfast on a nearby table and slipped into a lab coat. Approaching him, what experiments are we conducting today? I inquired. The research has progressed to the experimental phase. We will conduct biological experiments today, Dr. Dan stated. Isn't it human experimentation? I questioned, puzzled. Certainly not. We must first conduct biological experiments and only proceed to human trials once we are assured of the agent's stability. Dr. Dan replied, casting a curious glance in my direction. This should be common knowledge. I chuckled awkwardly, having forgotten. Dr. Dan, trusting my abilities, recognized my rapid progress, believing I would soon bear significant responsibilities. When does the experiment commence? At 10:30. Norman is yet to arrive, Dr. Dan casually remarked. Please organize the recent experimental data. I find myself rather slow. Oh, certainly, I nodded and turned to an outdated computer to sift through the experimental data. As seconds slipped by, 10:30 arrived swiftly. Norman, who had already been present, glanced at the time and nodded to the laboratory personnel. Let the first biological experiment begin. Everyone stood outside the experimental platform, while the technicians maneuvered a syringe filled with a vibrant green solution towards a small white mouse, which was firmly restrained and unable to move. The syringe effortlessly pierced the mouse's skin, injecting the green substance into its body. A tense silence enveloped the room as all eyes were fixated on this unfolding scene. As time passed, the little mouse began to squirm restlessly on the table. Its diminutive form thrashed wildly, causing the apparatus binding it to tremble under the force of its struggle. Could it be successful? Norman observed in astonishment, for the mouse's strength seemed extraordinary. It appears to be a success, Dr. Dan replied, albeit with uncertainty. Something feels amiss, Qin Ge remarked, furrowing his brow. His physical prowess surpassed that of everyone present, and his heightened senses detected a ferocity emanating from the mouse. System, scan the mouse. Name, none title, none gender, male age, 3 years species, mouse special abilities, none skills. Minor, maximum skill level 5, overall combat power, 13, maximum 100 evaluation, in a state of rage. The experimental mouse poses minimal threat. Status, not loadable. Indeed, Qin Ge mused, observing the still struggling mouse with a flicker of concern. This doesn't seem right. Norman sensed the anomaly. Release it. At his command, the apparatus binding the mouse was disengaged, and the liberated creature erupted into chaotic motion within the transparent enclosure, colliding violently against the walls. It soon sustained injuries, with blood streaming from its head, yet continued to batter against the barriers with relentless fervor. The expressions of those present darkened, as the failure of the experiment was evident to all. Proceed with the second experiment, Norman stated, reining in his emotions. Such is the nature of experimentation. Success often follows countless failures. The technicians began to clear the platform, preparing to introduce a second mouse for the ensuing biological trial. System. If this human enhancement serum proves effective, may I utilize it? Qin Ge inquired. Yes, but its significance would be minimal. What do you mean? He pressed. This serum can amplify human capabilities. Even if I have reached my limits, surely it would still confer some benefits. Not quite. Host, you have yet to encounter an opponent of equal strength. Thus you remain unaware of how formidable your current abilities are compared to an average human. For instance, a typical human would suffer grave injuries from a fall of 3 stories. In contrast, should you fall from 10 stories, you would land intact, experiencing only a sharp pain without any lasting harm. Reference to Avengers Endgame, where 2 Captain Americas fell from 20 stories and, despite hitting the stairs on the way down, continued fighting without any significant injury. Qin Ge genuinely questioned whether this was still human. Is that truly the case? Qin Ge listened in bewilderment, incredulous at the system's assertions. 10 stories without a scratch? The host may harbor misconceptions regarding human limitations. The physical constitution of humanity is not as feeble as one might imagine. Furthermore, the host has now ascended, which signifies the commencement of the extraordinary. This potion, capable of enhancing the body's strength, can elevate physical attributes to a level nearing that of the host, yet it falls short of reaching the heights of true ascension. I see. Qin Ge nodded in realization. So, does that mean I am indeed quite impressive? However, it is this group of scientists who are truly remarkable, especially that brilliant Dr. Awakens from the Captain Marvel dimension, who has concocted a potion that enables ascension, a true genius. While Qin Ge was engaged in dialogue with the system, the second biological experiment had concluded on a disappointing note. The expressions of those present were grim. After such extensive preparation, they found themselves confronted with yet another failure. Everyone, do not lose heart. Let us continue to analyze and determine where we went awry, Norman, the leader, urged, refusing to succumb to despair. With Norman's words, the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Qin Ge, please head to the HR department to complete your registration. You have been promoted, Norman instructed, turning to Qin Ge. What? Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. Thank you, Chairman. It's nothing. Your abilities have proven themselves to me, Norman replied with a smile. You are a genius. Perhaps this project will be brought to fruition by you in the future. Chairman, you jest, Qin Ge laughed lightly. In truth, if I set my mind to it, I could accomplish it right now. The completed data for the human enhancement potion is in the system's possession, and the reasons for the current failures are well understood. However, Qin Ge's exhibited abilities have yet to reach that level. Patience is required. Given his genius status, presenting the comprehensive data on the human enhancement potion after some time would certainly astonish others, yet would not elicit doubt. This is your due reward for your capabilities. Norman waved his hand dismissively. Now, go be productive. Understood. Chapter 10, Spider-Man. Little Spider, another month has passed, and Qin Ge felt he was on the brink of madness. He had come to save the world, or so he thought. Yet his days were consumed by his sister's relentless research and study of scientific knowledge, an utterly mundane routine. What is the daily life of the Shadow Emperor in another realm? Hey, this was meant to be an action-packed anime, yet has transformed into a slice-of-life series. At Oscorp, Qin Ge, why are you not at school? You don't need to come in today, Dr. Dan remarked, noticing Qin Ge seated at the computer, engrossed in a game of Minesweeper. What I do at school? There's nothing to occupy my time. I'd rather stay here and play Minesweeper, Qin Ge replied, clicking to initiate a new game after just clearing the previous one. At your age, it's the perfect time for romance. Why haven't you found a girlfriend? Doctor, Dan asked. A girlfriend? I think I'll pass. Qin Ge shook his head. Why would I want someone to watch over me? That sounds like inviting discomfort. Your perspective only indicates that you have yet to encounter your destined partner, Dr. Dan said with a smile. Come on, doctor, at your age. Do you still believe in love? I, at my young age, have already lost faith, Qin Ge remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Oh, do not be so hasty in your declarations, Dr. Dan chuckled slyly. Qin Ge merely shrugged, indifferent. Upon arriving in this world, Qin Ge began to liberate himself, engaging in relationships with various beautiful women, relationships that were best left unspoken. Who is Qin Ge, you may ask? A quintessential prodigal, once under the watchful gaze of Moon Mingkong and Huagua, where none dared to offer themselves to him. Upon entering the realm of Captain Marvel, Qin Ge perpetually felt the oppressive shadow of life and death crises looming over him, his mind taut with tension, preoccupied with intricate schemes, leaving little room for frivolities. However, in this new world, he finally started to embrace true freedom. Though his emotional intelligence may not be high, his wealth compensated for it. Furthermore, his association with Osborn Corporation as a researcher became widely known, significantly enhancing his reputation. Coupled with the liberal atmosphere of Western countries, Qin Ge navigated Columbia University as if it were his own domain. After a brief period of play, Qin Ge set aside the mouse. Doctor, I must take my leave. Not playing anymore? No, I'm done. Farewell. With nowhere else to go, Qin Ge had no choice but to return home. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed Peter bursting through his front door. Qin Ge routinely instructed the system to scan the template. Name, Peter Parker. Title, none. Gender, male. Age, 18. Lineage, human. Mutated spider. Special ability, mutated spider. Details, hero's heart, unawakened. Skills, mathematics 3, physics 3, maximum skill level 5, overall combat power, 87, maximum 100. Evaluation, a freshly minted little spider. Status, not loadable. Qin Ge's expression shifted as he regarded Peter, who had already entered his home. Has he undergone a mutation? He proceeded to examine the special ability of the mutated spider. Mutated spider possesses an exceptionally strong spider sense that can predict danger, capable of projecting webbing formed from bodily energy from the wrists, with a hardness comparable to steel. Equipped with barbed spines on hands and feet, enabling him to climb any terrain unassisted. After reviewing Peter's newfound abilities, Qin Ge was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is this power? He has practically a human spider, he muttered in disbelief. Spider-Man, of course, possesses spider-like abilities. Shaking his head, he hastily returned to his residence. Why has Peter's overall combat power surged so dramatically? He seemed to have barely scraped by before. The mutated spider's bite has caused a monumental transformation in Peter's physical attributes. This is merely a reflection of his overall combat power, which will continue to enhance over time. What is the upper limit? Unknown. What does that mean? Due to the hero's heart, Peter Parker's upper limit remains a mystery, the system elucidated. Upon this reminder from the system, Qin Ge recalled that Peter's template might possess another special ability. He proceeded to examine the hero's heart. The heart of a hero, awakening unseen, this embodies the enlightenment possessed by a superhero, a heart worthy of admiration dedicated to guardianship. When Spider-Man battles for the sake of protection, his strength may occasionally surpass the limits of his abilities. What is Peter's upper limit? Excluding the heart of a hero, Qin Ge inquired. The response from the system was a mere 500 at the extraordinary level. So low? Qin Ge exclaimed in astonishment. Low? The system's tone escalated. If Peter were to reach his limit, do not be fooled by the fact that his overall combat power is merely 5 times yours. Even 50 of you combined would not suffice against him. Overall combat power is not simply arithmetical addition and subtraction. Even if your combat strength exceeds that of an individual, there remains the possibility of being countered by him. I understand. Then what does Peter's awakening refer to? It is quite literally what it states. Peter Parker is merely a timid, ordinary high school student who, upon suddenly acquiring extraordinary powers, does not automatically become a hero. Wait a moment. Qin Ge recalled the first of his 3 tasks, to save Ben Parker and ensure that Spider-Man grasped the essence of responsibility. Does grasping responsibility have any connection to awakening the heart of a hero? Could the Spider-Man trilogy narrate the transformative journey of Spider-Man? It is not without possibility. You mentioned that once the heart of a hero awakens, he can break through limitations. Does that imply no limits at all? How could that be? The system fell silent. Are you suggesting that awakening the heart of a hero at your level allows you to obliterate a 5th-tier powerhouse? What are you thinking? Qin Ge chuckled awkwardly indeed. Ultimately, the heart of a hero is merely a state of enhancement, akin to Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan form. This unique ability is also limited. It enables Spider-Man to unleash extraordinary strength. Yet fundamentally, it does not transcend the realm of tiers. The system elucidated. How formidable is the tier system? Could you provide an example? Although Qin Ge was aware of the classification within the grand cosmos, his understanding remained somewhat nebulous. Are you familiar with military submarines at the pinnacle of the extraordinary tier? Yes, Qin Ge nodded. Qin Ge is the commander-in-chief of the Navy, and, as his son, he possesses some knowledge of naval affairs. However, how does this relate to the ultimate power of the extraordinary tier? Can he even penetrate a fleet? How could that be? A being at the pinnacle of the extraordinary tier could lift a submarine weighing over 7,000 tons from the depths of the water. The sheer weight of the water pressure alone would add up to tens of thousands of tons. Are you certain this is merely a tier? This strength seems utterly absurd. Qin Ge remarked in disbelief. The examples I provided are all representative of the pinnacle of their tier. True beings of the extraordinary tier are not merely those whose destructive capacity merely reaches the tier level. Overall combat power does not comprehensively consider these metrics. If it did, the entities encountered by the host in the Marvel Universe, such as the Obsidian Four, would each be capable of entering the tier. In simpler terms, comprehensive combat power merely reflects the data pertaining to attack strength, with other auxiliary factors playing a subordinate role. However, this is astonishing. Qin Ge cannot suppress the shock within. If the pinnacle of strength is so formidable, what are the 2nd tier? The 3rd tier? Qin Ge had previously believed that only the 5th tier possessed significant power, with any lesser ranks being merely adequate. It is only upon deeper contemplation that he comprehends the reality. Individuals achieving balance across all metrics are nothing short of extraordinary. What constitutes the extraordinary? This is the essence of it. Host, you must acclimate. Having utilized the template of Sun Wukong, an individual exceeding the 5th tier, your perspective must broaden, the system reassured. In response, Qin Ge could only muster a wry smile. Reflecting on it now, he gains a greater appreciation for the formidable strength he wielded with the Sun Wukong template, a power capable of obliterating stars. With a deep exhale, Qin Ge calmed his tumultuous emotions. Dwelling on such thoughts serves little purpose now. Since Peter has acquired his abilities, it is time to formulate a plan. Very well, he affirmed as he ascended to a room on the upper floor, a space filled with screens and computers, reminiscent of a command center. He activated all the computers and displays, revealing real-time surveillance feeds. The situation at Peter's residence appeared on the screens. Despite the lack of incidents during this time, Qin Ge had not been idle. He had installed numerous cameras within Peter's home. Although they had yet to be activated, he had prepared in advance. I apologize for the intrusion, but it is necessary, Qin Ge muttered. System, I entrust this area to you. Notify me immediately of any anomalies. Understood. The system replied as Qin Ge nodded and descended the stairs. Although the system maintained a veil of secrecy regarding plots and tasks, it executed Qin Ge's directives with the precision of a highly intelligent artificial intelligence. 3 days later, a voice resonated in Qin Ge's mind. Host, you may find this information intriguing. While dining with Gwen, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. Casting a glance at Gwen, who was engaged with her meal, Qin Ge envisioned a scene. Peter appeared to be considering the purchase of a vehicle, perusing the newspaper for used cars. However, he lingered on one particular advertisement for quite some time. The image froze on a promotional ad. Qin Ge gazed at the advertisement with mild surprise. Recruiting boxers. 10 minutes for $3,000. Is this not my underground boxing arena? He exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, upon investigation, it appears that due to your formidable performance, few dare to challenge you, resulting in your rare appearances, which has discontented the audience. Thus, they have opted to lure challengers in this manner. Qin Ge smirked, bemused by the absurdity. What is the matter? Gwen inquired, noticing his expression. Nothing, he replied with a rueful shake of his head. Your thoughts are quite evident on your face, Gwen remarked with a smile. Is that so? Qin Ge gazed at her, bewildered. You tricked me, haha. Have you eaten enough? Almost. Then let us depart. All right. As they gathered their belongings and prepared to leave, Qin Ge re-established contact with the system. What is Peter doing now? He is designing his costume. Indeed, it seems that every superhero begins by grappling with their attire. Speaking of which, Spider-Man's costume is quite striking. It only slightly eclipses my own. To speak frankly, the system asserts that your costume pales in comparison to Spider-Man's. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Evening descended. With a mix of apprehension, Peter stepped into New York's largest underground boxing arena. Although his costume was not yet complete, he made do with a red and blue outfit. Following the staff's instructions, Peter ascended to the platform behind the curtain, awaiting his turn. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, Qin Ge was questioned by the event's organizer. Are you really not going to participate? This guy looks weak. It's practically free money. No, thank you. Qin Ge leaned against the railing, gazing down at Peter's figure with a subtle smile. It was not yet the right moment to meet Peter, and he also needed to ensure Uncle Ben's safety. Host, Ben has left home, the system's voice chimed in. Keep an eye on him. I shall take my leave, the organizer remarked as Qin Ge turned away. The organizer shook his head, muttering about Qin Ge's independent nature before departing as well. Thud! A dark figure landed gracefully atop a building, clad in a superhero costume. Qin Ge crouching at the edge of the rooftop, surveying the scene below. Ever since discovering he could survive a fall from 10 stories, Qin Ge had begun to embrace his newfound freedom. Uncle Ben is in that car, he noted, his gaze fixed on a small sedan parked by the roadside. According to the archetypes of superhero films, becoming a hero often entails sacrifice, allowing the protagonist to grasp the essence of heroism. If I save Uncle Ben, it may very well alter the course of events. Thus, the latter part of my mission is to help Peter understand the weight of responsibility. Qin Ge contemplated the objectives of his task, instinctively deciphering the sparse numerical directives. System, display the conversation between Ben and Peter from this afternoon in the car, Qin Ge instructed. Understood. A surveillance feed materialized before him. Qin Ge had equipped Ben's car with a camera, complete with audio. He watched intently, listening to their exchange. Before long, the video concluded. With great power comes great responsibility. Qin Ge murmured, his eyes glimmering. I believe I now understand how to guide Peter. Chapter 12. A Perilous Moment. Qin Ge stood atop the 4-story building, gazing down at Uncle Ben's car, remaining still and contemplative. The eyes behind the mask were devoid of focus, the pupils dilated, a clear indication of a mind vacated. Time slipped by, seconds turning into minutes, while below, crowds surged and vehicles flowed. New York City, an international metropolis, remained bustling even in the nocturnal hours. Host, someone approaches. Qin Ge swiftly regained his composure, his gaze sharpening as he directed it downward. His exceptional eyesight allowed him to effortlessly spot a man striding purposefully towards the car where Ben was seated. However, why was this man unarmed? System, provide his information. Qin Ge had no need for this man's template. A mere intrusion into the American Information Repository would suffice. Flint Mark, a frequent visitor to prison, a habitual offender, yet has never taken a life. The system relayed the information with haste. A gravely ill daughter? At this revelation, Qin Ge's eyes flickered. It sounded entirely like the archetype of a villain. Should I take action? Perhaps not just yet. Rather than act immediately, Qin Ge opted to wait. The system seemed poised to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. Qin Ge remained fixated below. Mark hurried to the car, opening the door to gently extract Ben, his movements cautious, as if afraid to cause harm. Sir, I require your vehicle, but I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Mark spoke softly. Child, Ben stepped forward, grasping Mark's arm. It is not too late to turn back. I do not know what transpired in your life, but consider your family. Would they wish for you to engage in such actions? Mark's expression darkened, uncertainty creeping in. By nature, he was kind-hearted. His criminal involvement stemmed from a desperate need to gather funds for his daughter's treatment. Yet, what would become of her if he ceased? As Mark hesitated, another figure burst onto the scene, clutching a backpack and exuding a frantic energy, a handgun gripped in his hand. Sarkaridan, a robber with 3 lives claimed. A merciless thug, the system announced. You're the one. Qin Ge's gaze sharpened, his muscles coiled, ready to spring into action, yet he remained poised, refraining from striking just yet. What are you doing? Get moving. Carradine shouted as he ran, noticing Mark's inaction. With a ruthless resolve, he raised the handgun towards Ben. Bang! Ben fell to the ground with a thud. Mark's pupils constricted as he scrambled to catch the collapsing Ben in his arms. Run! Carradine yelled, jumping into Ben's vehicle, leaving Mark in a daze, staring blankly at the figure he held. Damn it! Carradine slammed the steering wheel, starting the car and abandoning Mark. From his vantage point above, Qin Ge materialized a handgun, aiming it at the vehicle. A tracking device struck the car's surface. Having completed his preparations, Qin Ge leaped from the rooftop, descending with agility. He removed his mask, donning clothing to conceal his uniform, and swiftly approached Ben. Go now. Qin Ge forcefully pulled Mark away, applying the methods taught by the system to sustain Ben's life, ensuring his safety. Are you going to let me go? Mark stared at Qin Ge, bewildered. If you don't leave now, you might never get the chance. Qin Ge replied coldly, lifting his head. Mark fell silent for a moment. Thank you, he said before turning to depart. Qin Ge shook his head, focusing intently on resuscitating Ben. Is that you, Qin Ge? Ben's consciousness began to wane, yet he still recognized the figure trying to save him. It's me, Uncle Ben. Please don't speak. Doing so will only worsen your injuries. The ambulance is on its way. Hold on. Sweat trickled down Qin Ge's forehead, but Ben's life continued to slip away rapidly. System, what is happening? Qin Ge exclaimed in a panic, shouting in his mind. The host's plan is to use the robber to injure Ben Parker, waiting for Peter to arrive to enlighten him on the meaning of responsibility. As long as the host continues to provide aid, Ben will not die. The system's voice was frigid, a tone it had never adopted before. However, the host has overlooked a crucial detail. Will the robber fire? If the bullet avoids vital areas, the host plan may indeed succeed. But what if it strikes a critical point? What if it directly hits Ben Parker's head? Qin Ge was dumbfounded. He had not considered this possibility. Host, you have begun to resort to unscrupulous means to complete your mission. The task is undeniably important, but every innocent life deserves respect. If you use another's life as bait to fulfill your mission, do you truly deserve the title of hero? Ding, ding, ding. The ambulance sirens blared nearby, and Qin Ge was pulled away unconsciously, soon finding himself aboard the ambulance. Inside, he sat in a daze, the system's words echoing in his mind. Resorting to unscrupulous means for the sake of a mission. He could have saved Uncle Ben, could have averted this tragedy. Yet he chose to remain a bystander solely to fulfill his objectives. How could he, a so-called hero, claim to guard the light amidst darkness? Did he truly deserve that title? He did not deserve it. Qin Ge sat numbly in the waiting area outside the emergency room. His initial intention was to be a superhero, like those in the movies, protecting the world, and he had indeed acted accordingly. Yet, Why had he considered using another's life to accomplish his mission? Tap, tap, tap. The jarring sound of shoes scraping against the floor reverberated in his ears. Peter spotted Qin Ge sitting outside the emergency room and rushed over. "Mr. Qin, how's my uncle?" Peter asked anxiously. Looking up at Peter, Qin Ge felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "I could have saved Uncle Ben, but I'm so sorry." Peter paused, gazing at Ben, who was still being resuscitated, his hands clenching involuntarily. "Mr. Qin, this is not your fault," Peter said, already aware of the circumstances surrounding the incident. "I'm at fault as well." Qin Ge looked at Peter in confusion. "I ventured into an underground boxing arena, where I was promised no remuneration. It was there that a thief assaulted them. I could have intervened, yet I chose to let him escape. Could it be that Qin Ge was taken aback by such a coincidence?" Peter nodded bitterly, revealing that the very individual I had allowed to flee was the one who shot Uncle Ben. Qin Ge's mouth fell slightly open, though words eluded her. At that moment, the red light above the operating room transitioned to green. Chapter 13, Ben's Enlightenment Ding. The attending physician emerged from the operating room, and Qin Ge and Peter hurried to greet him. "Doctor, how is my uncle?" Peter inquired anxiously. "The patient's condition has stabilized, thanks to this gentleman, whose timely intervention significantly mitigated the deterioration of the patient's injuries," the attending physician remarked, casting a glance at the silent Qin Ge. "Sir, have you studied medicine?" he asked curiously. "A bit," Qin Ge managed a faint smile in response. The physician, noting their evident concern for the patient, refrained from further comment. "The patient has regained consciousness. You may enter to see him, but please maintain a low volume." Upon hearing this, Peter could no longer contain himself and rushed into the resuscitation room. "Thank you, Doctor," Qin Ge expressed her gratitude to the attending physician. "It was my duty," the physician replied with a smile before departing. As Qin Ge watched him leave and prepared to enter, her peripheral vision caught sight of an elderly figure approaching, prompting her to rush forward. "Aunt May," she called, supporting her as they moved together. "Qin Ge, how has Ben?" Aunt May inquired, her pace quickened by Qin Ge's assistance. "Uncle Ben is out of danger. Peter is with him inside. Let us go in as well." "All right." Upon entering the resuscitation room, they found Ben holding Peter's hand, engaged in conversation. When he noticed Qin Ge and Aunt May's arrival, he paused. "Are you all right, Ben?" Aunt May approached the bedside, worry etched upon her face as she grasped his hand. "I am fine now," Ben replied, a smile surfacing on his pallid face. "I heard from Peter that, thanks to Qin Ge's timely rescue, I might not have endured until the ambulance arrived. Qin Ge, I truly appreciate your help." "No, please don't say that." Qin Ge quickly shook her head, her guilt intensifying. This was something that could have been avoided. "Qin Ge, I heard from Peter, and you need not feel burdened." Ben smiled reassuringly. Qin Ge remained silent, unable to respond. In moments of crisis, it is human instinct to seek one's own advantage. "We are not related. The mere thought of saving me, even if unacted upon, is already a source of great comfort. Qin Ge, you are a good child. There is no need for you to feel remorse. Did you not save me with your timely intervention?" Qin Ge continued in silence, knowing that she could have prevented all that transpired, rather than merely responding afterward. "Qin Ge, I understand that you are burdened with guilt. Nonetheless, one must recognize that there exists a multitude of circumstances in this world beyond our control. Our duty is to seize the present and undertake actions within our capabilities." Ben spoke earnestly. "Qin Ge, Peter, I am here," Uncle Ben continued. "Both of you possess unique abilities and harbor kind hearts. I hope you will channel this strength towards noble endeavors, guided by compassion, and engage in actions within your reach. The progress of this world is rooted in human unity and a sense of responsibility. Only through mutual assistance can we advance together. Those who are solely preoccupied with personal gain will ultimately fail to become true champions." Ben gazed at the two with solemnity. "Peter, Qin Ge, remember this. With great power comes great responsibility." Qin Ge remained silent, uncertain if Ben's words had any impact on him, while Peter, upon hearing Ben's counsel, instinctively clenched his fists. Lowering his gaze towards Ben, Peter nodded gravely. "I will, Uncle Ben." Ding. Dimension Task 1. Save Ben Parker and ensure Spider-Man understands responsibility. Task completed. Task reward. Random ability template. Extracting ability template. Ability template extraction complete. Please check. The system's voice echoed in Qin Ge's mind, prompting a sigh. Ability template name. Vibranium Dual Shields Alias. None special ability. Indestructible, form transformation, details, description, a pair of shields crafted from the Marvel Universe's most resilient metal, vibranium, possessing the ability to switch forms. Origin, Avengers. Infinity War Review Special Abilities. Indestructible, the inherent characteristic of weapons forged from vibranium, the hardest metal in the Marvel Universe. Only vibranium can shatter vibranium. Note, the defensive capacity of vibranium is effective only against entities of level 5 and below. Those of level 5 and above are beyond its scope. Form transformation. Crafted by the nation of Wakanda, the shield can assume two forms: shield and claw. Shield form. Exceptionally strong defense, capable of withstanding the majority of energy and material attacks. Claw form. The sharp claws protruding from the upper section of the shield have formidable penetration capabilities, rendering most defenses ineffective. Qin Ge stared in astonishment at the two shields resembling oversized sunflower seeds. Vibranium? He had heard of this substance in the Captain Marvel dimension, reputed for its extraordinary hardness and status as the finest energy conductor in the world. However, wasn't it said that only a few kilograms existed globally? These shields appeared far more substantial than a few kilograms of vibranium could produce. Moreover, this origin, the Avengers? Qin Ge recalled a plan that Fury had shown him, seemingly named the Avengers. At that time, he had merely chuckled and paid little mind. In retrospect, it seems they truly formed it. The vibranium dual shields have been stored in the system space. The host may retrieve them at any time. Qin Ge? The cries jolted Qin Ge's mind back from the system, and upon regaining his senses, he found the three of them gazing at him intently. Qin Ge, are you still blaming yourself? Ben inquired. Uncle Ben, this matter is not your fault. Even if you had the power to save me and chose not to, I would not hold it against you. However, if possible, I hope you can glean some insight from my recent assault. When confronted with someone in need, extend a helping hand. Strive to assist others within your capabilities. Qin Ge did not nod in agreement. He was deep in thought. He was neither Peter nor Ben, and his level of awareness fell far short of such a realm. Yet, there were indeed aspects of Ben's words that warranted his attention, particularly the notion of helping others to the best of his ability. Perhaps this could alleviate the unrest within his heart. 1. These chapters depict Qin Ge's spiritual transformation. Qin Ge seeks to narrate the evolution of a hero, and I shall endeavor to do so. 2. Qin Ge purchased a shield resembling Captain America's from Avengers, Infinity War, and it proved formidable. I wielded this shield against a tree trunk, which splintered significantly, yet the shield remained unscathed. Chapter 14. Captured Mark. All right, I'm fine. It's getting late. You should return and rest. Qin Ge. Peter will take care of me, Ben said with a smile, noticing Qin Ge's silence. Yes, Mr. Qin. You should head back. I'm here, Peter added reassuringly. Qin Ge glanced at Peter. Then I shall take my leave for now. I will come back tomorrow, he murmured. Goodbye, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Peter. Farewell. Upon exiting the hospital, Qin Ge's countenance darkened. System, locate Keratin's position. The system remained silent. Yet a virtual display materialized accurately before Qin Ge, a crimson dot standing out vividly against the pale blue screen. He shook his hand, ready to depart, but then hesitated. Perhaps it would be better if Peter came along. Retracing his steps, he surveyed his surroundings before turning and slipping into an alleyway. In the pitch-black night, a dark figure surged from the alley, swiftly vanishing into the obscurity. Mark, visibly anxious, darted into a shadowy passage, followed closely by the shrill wail of police sirens. Over here, shouted a group of officers racing towards the scene, with Mark barreling into the alley. Shortly thereafter, police cars arrived in pursuit. The dim alley was instantly illuminated by the headlights of the police vehicles, exposing its narrow confines. Where's he? The sheriff frowned at the empty alley. I don't know. We clearly saw him run in here, replied an officer beside him, looking perplexed. Expand the search radius. We cannot allow him to escape. The sheriff commanded sternly. This matter was of utmost importance to the chief. There could be no negligence. Gunfire in Times Square was a serious incident. Yes. The sheriff scrutinized the alley, while the officers beside him remained quietly alert, waiting for further instructions. The sheriff's gaze wandered, suddenly drawn to a trash bin lurking in the shadows. He approached it with determined strides. As he neared, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, causing him to wrinkle his brow in distaste. Yet he pressed on, extending his left hand to lift the lid. His right hand instinctively reached for the gun at his waist. Upon lifting the lid, an even more acrid stench wafted forth, revealing a grotesque accumulation of refuse within the bin. The sheriff scrutinized the contents momentarily before replacing the lid and striding back to his patrol car. After observing for a brief while, he gestured to an officer before entering the vehicle and departing the scene. With a soft thud, the inconspicuous lid of the bin in the alley was cautiously raised, and Mark emerged from within, disregarding the filth as he hastily made his escape. Just as Mark departed, a police officer emerged from the shadows. Target spotted. I am in pursuit, requesting backup. The officer communicated via his radio, hastening to follow Mark. Elsewhere, outside the medical ward's window, a figure descended slowly from above, grasping the window ledge with one hand while supporting themselves with the other, precariously balancing on the narrow edge. Qin Ge gently rapped on the window, rousing Peter, who was dozing beside the bed. Groggy, he opened his eyes to see a dark silhouette crouched at the window, startling him awake. Qin Ge made a shushing gesture and slowly opened the window. Instantly on high alert, Peter stepped forward to shield Ben behind him. Qin Ge beckoned to Peter, then turned to grasp a rope, using his legs to propel himself upwards to the open space above. Observing this, Peter glanced back at Ben before following suit. Unlike Qin Ge, who required tools, Peter found it simpler, directly pressing against the wall and swiftly climbing upwards. Qin Ge glanced down, gripping the rope tightly as he ascended rapidly toward the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, Peter pulled himself up and stood firm, gazing at the peculiar figure in an unusual uniform who had awaited his arrival. The overall color scheme of the uniform was black, with white patterns extending from the neck down to the feet, creating a harmonious blend of colors that evoked a sense of intrigue. The mask bore eye holes resembling the moon in a pale hue, while the rest of the mask was black. A circular emblem adorned the chest area of the uniform. Peter felt an uncanny resemblance between this uniform and one he had designed. I have the location of Carrie Din. A raspy voice emerged from beneath the mask. Who is Carrie Din? Peter asked, bewildered as he looked at Qin Ge. Forget it. This guy doesn't know his name, Qin Ge replied. The robber who shot your uncle. Do you have his location? Instantly, Peter's excitement surged. I do. Qin Ge nodded slightly, turning to face Peter. He was currently inside the abandoned sardine factory at 3rd Avenue, 6th District. Who are you? Why do you want to help me? Peter was thrilled to have obtained the location of Carrie Din. Yet he remained skeptical of the masked figure before him. You may call me the Shadow Emperor, Qin Ge replied with a raspy chuckle. As for why I am assisting you, consider it an investment. An investment? Peter looked at Qin Ge, perplexed by the meaning behind those words. You will understand in due course. Remember, wield your power wisely. With that, Qin Ge raised his hand and flicked it. A sharp sound echoed as Peter, with extraordinary reflexes, instantly caught the object. This is a communicator. Should you require assistance, you can reach me through this. However, I caution you to use it sparingly. Peter glanced at the communicator, roughly the size of half a palm, and when he looked up again, Qin Ge had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Mark hurriedly navigated through the streets, anxiously trying to evade the police that pursued him relentlessly. Ultimately, he found himself cornered in a dead-end alley. Mark, his face pale, glared at the wall before him and, in a fit of rage, struck it with his fist. Don't move. You're under arrest, Flint Mark. The police arrived in numbers, their guns trained on Mark, and the flashlights illuminated the dark alley. With a resigned sigh, Mark raised his hands to his head and slowly crouched down. 2 officers approached, cuffing him before escorting him to the police car. Despite Qin Ge's earlier intervention, Mark could not escape the fate of capture. Chapter 15. Dr. Otto So. Mark was indeed apprehended, Qin Ge remarked after receiving a summary from the system regarding the events of the previous night. After revealing Carrie Din's whereabouts to Peter, Qin Ge had returned home, only to learn from the system the next morning that Mark had been recaptured, while Peter had found and killed Carrie Din. Yes, he killed him. Qin Ge could hardly fathom that the timid Peter would resort to murder. Power is a ferocious beast. When it spirals out of control, the consequences can be dire. The once timid Peter had unexpectedly taken a life upon acquiring strength, a revelation that astonished Qin Ge. Yet, it was somewhat understandable. After all, his own uncle had narrowly escaped death, and the fury within him was hardly quelled. Had it been Qin Ge, Carrie Din would have met a far grimmer end. Spider-Man had been born. The narrative of the Spider-Man saga was about to unfold. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Qin Ge contemplated his mission. Host, please be advised that this is a real world. The so-called narrative is merely a potential trajectory of the future, one that can be altered. The moment you entered this world, the future commenced its transformation, the system cautioned. The system was indeed the most amiable of its kind in the 20th century, even reminding the host of such matters. Truly, this system is unparalleled. The butterfly effect? It can be understood in this way. Thus, it implies that the trilogy may never transpire. Uncertain. The original trajectory of the world embodies the narrative of the trilogy. However, upon the host's arrival in this realm, the trajectory underwent a definitive alteration. The grand trajectory remains immutable, while the minor trajectories are malleable. The unchangeable aspect refers to the host. Yet, from the perspective of the cosmic will, both grand and minor trajectories are subject to modification. I see. Qin Ge nodded. In comparison to the cosmic will of this world and that of the Captain Marvel universe, which is more formidable, the Marvel universe is replete with numerous parallel universes. And if the host refers to the Marvel universe he has ventured into, then the cosmic will of that realm could easily overpower that of the Spider-Man universe. Qin Ge blinked in astonishment. Is it truly that powerful? The Marvel universe has so many? How strong is the strongest among them? Qin Ge inquired with curiosity. The system hesitated momentarily. The host will inevitably encounter him. Discussing too much now would not be beneficial to you. Very well. Qin Ge did not press further, as he felt he had already acquired sufficient knowledge. In the vast expanse of the universe, amidst countless dimensions, how many remain at a stage where they can uncover such cosmic secrets? Qin Ge felt quite content. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Qin Ge's phone rang. He casually picked it up. Hello, this is Qin Ge. This is Connors, Dr. Connors. Qin Ge instinctively straightened his posture, harboring great respect for the one-armed scholar who had assisted him in securing employment. What is it, Dr. Connors? Today, Dr. Otto has a public lecture, and it has been quite some time since you attended his class. You should consider going. Regarding the tritium element and nuclear fusion reactions you inquired about last time, that is not within my area of expertise, Dr. Connors stated. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge suddenly recalled that he had seemingly majored in Dr. Otto's physics class, while Dr. Connors' biology class was merely an elective. Having spent so much time with Dr. Connors, he had nearly forgotten that his major was physics. I understand. I will attend. Yes. This afternoon at 3 o'clock. Do not forget. Understood. After hanging up, Qin Ge rubbed his temples in distress. It is truly a painful matter, system. Will I be able to retain this knowledge of physics and biology when I return to the real world? Qin Ge contemplated the sensation of instinctively conjuring answers whenever Dr. Connors posed questions and could not help but inquire. No, the host may understand this as a kind of temporally limited ability template. So, the reason I speak English daily here, yet return to the real world still muddled in English, is precisely this? Indeed. How then can I master English to the current level of proficiency? The system remained silent for a moment, and a scene materialized before Qin Ge. Upon seeing the words displayed, Qin Ge's expression darkened suddenly. Memorize vocabulary, read textbooks, complete exercises, listen to broadcasts. Damn it. After glancing at the time, Qin Ge decided it was best not to engage with that individual any further. He took out his phone and requested a leave of absence from Dr. Dan before stepping out. At Columbia University, he attended a public lecture on nuclear fusion. Qin Ge settled into the second row, in the most coveted seat reserved solely for Dr. Otto's most esteemed disciples. Although Qin Ge frequently skipped classes, it was undeniable that his capabilities marked him as one of Dr. Otto's most exceptional students. The front row was occupied by various distinguished figures and professors from the university, with Dr. Connors seated directly in front of him. Sitting upright, Qin Ge focused intently on the portly figure of Dr. Otto at the front, embodying the image of a diligent student. Dr. Otto, having noticed Qin Ge's earnest demeanor, subtly nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed this young man had not abandoned his pursuit of physics. The public lecture lasted just over an hour and soon concluded. As students filed out, Qin Ge stretched, feeling the fatigue of masquerading as a diligent student for that duration. Qin Ge called Dr. Otto as he approached. Have you gleaned any insights? Straightening his posture, Qin Ge responded, Yes, my understanding of nuclear fusion has deepened. Your lecture was excellent, and I believe the feasibility is quite high. I have already begun constructing practical instruments. Theoretically, we are ready to conduct experiments, though specific circumstances still need to be evaluated. Qin Ge added, noting the excitement that blossomed on Dr. Otto's face. This was not surprising. Dr. Otto had devoted his life to nuclear fusion, and with his dream now within reach, how could he not be thrilled? However, if nuclear fusion were to succeed, it would yield an infinite source of energy akin to that of the sun. This was no mere technological marvel. Even the cosmic cube from the Marvel Universe, a legendary artifact, barely grazed the concept of infinite energy. Could this nuclear fusion truly succeed? Every time Qin Ge pondered this, a twinge of anxiety surfaced. If this were a film, given the current trajectory, something disastrous would surely unfold. What's troubling you? Dr. Otto inquired, noticing Qin Ge's hesitation. Nothing much. I simply wish to witness your nuclear fusion experiment come to fruition, Qin Ge replied with a smile. It will happen soon, as long as I secure investors. It will become a reality, Dr. Otto assured confidently. Then I wish you swift success, Qin Ge said, returning his smile. After bidding farewell to Dr. Otto, Qin Ge wearily made his way home. The following day, in his new residence, he felt the relief of having completed his mission and moved. His sister's place in Queens had been chaotic and noisy, with poor soundproofing and constant quarrels from the neighbors that drove Qin Ge to the brink of exasperation. Yet, he had endured for the sake of fulfilling his task. Now that it was complete, he hastened to relocate. Qin Ge stood before the mirror in his home, trying on one outfit after another. Today, the military was set to visit and assess Osborn's research progress, and Dr. Dan had advised Qin Ge to dress formally. Wait a moment. Qin Ge paused, thinking that a smart casual suit would suffice. With a slight pout, he tossed the garments in his hands onto the bed, feeling somewhat foolish. After rummaging through his wardrobe, he finally found a brown casual suit that, surprisingly, suited him quite well. Grabbing his phone, he stepped outside. Qin Ge's new residence was an apartment on the second floor, sharing the space with another household. He had met the female resident once. She appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, yet possessed an air of elegance that set her apart from the ordinary. But what did that matter to him? With his hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled through the park of the apartment complex, where elderly folks and children played. It was the weekend, and most people were enjoying their respite. Qin Ge had initially planned to relax as well, but with the military's arrival, that was no longer an option. What was that? Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Ge caught sight of two kittens, wide-eyed and staring at each other on the ground. As an orange cat mewed, he found himself instinctively walking over. The two kittens noticed his approach and turned simultaneously, their dark eyes fixated on him. Stray cats? Qin Ge furrowed his brow slightly. Their dirty appearance suggested they had been wandering for some time. Never mind, I'll get some cat food for them. The sight of the kittens reminded him of Gugu, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Rising to his feet, he glanced back at the kittens before heading towards the supermarket within the complex. Qin Ge? A familiar voice called from behind, and he turned to see Gwen, dressed in a light athletic ensemble, standing before him. Adorned with a white sun hat, a short white top, and a very short white skirt, paired with white sneakers, she radiated a vibrant youthful energy. However, this attire only elicited a slight raising of his eyelids from Qin Ge. His aesthetic sense leaned more towards the Eastern style, and having previously encountered the stunning Chu Xiaotao, he found Gwen's outfit less appealing in comparison. Nevertheless, Gwen exuded a fierceness that was more pronounced than Chu Xiaotao's. Shaking his head, he dismissed his thoughts. What brings you here? Qin Ge inquired curiously. I live here, Gwen replied matter-of-factly. But didn't you used to live near Fifth Avenue? He asked, puzzled. I just moved here, she stated. What a coincidence. What brings you to this area? Gwen questioned. I just relocated here as well, Qin Ge explained. Really? Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is your apartment number? 2333. He replied casually, a number that had left him speechless for quite some time. 2333333333. Gwen's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Qin Ge's lips twitched, so it turned out that her apartment was directly across from his. What were the odds of such a coincidence? It feels reminiscent of a scene from a modern urban romance drama. Gwen's eyes sparkled brightly, her large orbs fluttering as she gazed at Qin Ge, making him somewhat uneasy under her intense stare. I need to buy cat food for my kitten. Would you care to join me? Qin Ge attempted to shift the conversation, feeling uncomfortable under Gwen's penetrating gaze. Sure, he replied. How much do you intend to purchase? He observed Gwen, who had even brought a shopping cart for a mere bag of cat food, and asked incredulously. It's convenient. Gwen replied cheerfully as she pushed the cart along. Suit yourself, Qin Ge said nonchalantly, After all, he was affluent. And even if Gwen emptied the entire supermarket of cat food, it would scarcely dent his finances. Found it, Gwen exclaimed, trotting over to the pet supplies section. Picking up a box of cat food, Qin Ge ambled over leisurely. At that moment, a young man carrying a bag approached Gwen, setting it down before stealthily kicking it behind her. Qin Ge halted in his tracks, puzzled by the unfolding scene. What was he up to? Though uncertain, it was clear he was up to no good. Gwen placed the box of cat food back and stepped back to examine the options above her. The bag positioned behind her obstructed her retreat, and she inadvertently stepped on it. My apologies, she turned to the young man, offering an apology as she stumbled over the bag. No worries, he replied with a smile that struck Qin Ge as rather dubious. As the young man picked up his bag and sauntered away, he unexpectedly retrieved a camera from within it. Qin Ge's eyes narrowed, recalling certain scenes from films he had seen in the past. Was this fellow attempting to take clandestine photographs? Silently, he approached the young man from behind, who was blissfully reviewing the snapshots he had taken. With a swift motion, Qin Ge snatched the camera from his hands. What are you doing? The young man glared at him. What am I doing? Qin Ge replied, deleting the photos with a nonchalant demeanor before meeting the young man's gaze. Do you wish for me to call the police, or will you leave on your own accord? Mind your own business, the young man retorted, his expression darkening. Amused, Qin Ge shook his head with a chuckle. With a resounding crack, the camera was crushed in his grip under the astonished gazes of the young man and the onlookers. Were you just threatening me? Qin Ge asked, a playful glint in his eyes as he tossed the now crumpled camera back into the young man's arms. The young man glanced down at the device, still bearing the imprint of his fingers, and cold sweat broke out on his brow. Get lost. Yes, yes, he stammered, hurriedly grabbing his bag and fleeing without a backward glance. What has happened? Gwen approached, hesitantly inquiring. He was trying to take inappropriate photos of you. Qin Ge replied casually. Gwen's complexion paled. That's perverse. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and turned to Qin Ge. You didn't see anything, did you? Gwen shot him a glare, but chose not to pursue the matter further, though her fair neck had flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 17 failed. Despite a minor interlude, it bore little consequence, as both individuals naturally chose to disregard the incident. After purchasing cat food and feeding the stray felines, Qin Ge parted ways with Gwen. Today, military investors were scheduled to visit the Osborne Company for an inspection, and as a formal researcher, Qin Ge was required to attend this event. He arrived early at the Osborne Company, finding several laboratory researchers already present. After exchanging greetings, Qin Ge settled into a seat to organize his materials. Lacking a smartphone and feeling nauseous from a game of Minesweeper, he found himself at a loss for activities, resorting to the task of sorting documents. It was akin to a lackluster student suddenly engaging in study, perhaps not due to an awakening, but rather out of sheer boredom after exhausting his phone. Before long, everyone had arrived. Norman conducted a brief motivational address before instructing everyone to proceed with their tasks. The inspection was merely a formality, requiring little preparation, just a degree of attentiveness. Qin Ge found himself idly wandering at the laboratory bench on the second floor. His position was peculiar. He lacked the qualifications for hands-on operations. Yet when it came to theoretical knowledge, only Norman and Dr. Dan surpassed him in the entire lab. Thus, Dr. Dan advised him to observe others at work before attempting experiments himself. In simpler terms, he was left to meander. The military personnel arrived punctually at the laboratory, a group of about 10 suddenly flooding the space, making it feel somewhat cramped. General Wigo, welcome, Norman greeted, extending his right hand towards the leading brigadier. Qin Ge, idly wandering on the second floor, paused, his acute hearing allowing him to discern their conversation clearly from a distance. Wigo away? Yes. How are the experimental results? Wigo inquired, shaking hands with Norman. The results of the biological experiments are quite promising, confirming the success of our human enhancement serum, Norman replied. Have human trials commenced? Wigo asked, unperturbed. Norman's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly masked it. Not yet. The volunteers have yet to arrive. How many biological experiments have been conducted? Wigo continued his inquiries. 37 formal trials. Our experiments have demonstrated the success of the biological tests, Norman responded, sidestepping the more troubling details. Dr. Dan, how many were successful? Wigo turned his attention to Dr. Dan, showing no signs of being affected by Norman's evasive answers. 35. There are 2 instances where the subjects exhibited violent behavior and extreme aggression, Dr. Dan replied candidly. Norman shot Dr. Dan a fierce glare before quickly stepping forward with a forced smile. It's only 2 failures. We have succeeded 35 times. It's nothing to worry about, General. That is unacceptable. Norman, Wigo, shook his head. I cannot gamble with the lives of my soldiers. I must be accountable for their safety. Contact me when you are prepared. With that, Wigo turned to leave. As he reached the threshold, he suddenly halted. I must remind you that your funding has only 1 month remaining. If after this month, you still cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, we shall withdraw our investment. With that, Wigo departed the laboratory accompanied by numerous military personnel. Once Wigo had left, anger manifested itself on Norman's face. Why did you inform him? Norman demanded. Norman, if we forcibly proceed with the experiment and complications arise, the consequences could be far more severe. Dr. Dan replied in a grave tone. Norman inhaled deeply, casting a fierce glare at Dr. Dan before turning to leave. On the second floor, Qin Ge slowly withdrew his gaze. Infused with the essence of Captain America, Qin Ge mirrored the effects of the super soldier serum. Possessing heightened senses far beyond that of an ordinary person, he had overheard their entire exchange. As the month dwindled, Qin Ge's thumb and forefinger unconsciously rubbed together. The system contained comprehensive data on human enhancement serums. By analyzing the existing data and employing its unparalleled computational abilities, the system had deduced an entire formula for a side-effect-free human enhancement serum. In stark contrast, Osborn's current formulation posed a risk of inducing violent tendencies in over 90% of users, along with a significant likelihood of creating a secondary personality, rendering it extremely hazardous and utterly unusable. Conversely, the version in Qin Ge's possession not only preserved its enhancement effects, but also came devoid of side effects. Should he choose, Qin Ge could promptly refine this human enhancement serum through the system. However, the time was not yet ripe. Timing the delivery of aid for maximum benefit was crucial. Qin Ge gazed at the busy members of the laboratory, murmuring softly to himself. Upon returning home from the laboratory, he removed his suit jacket and tossed it onto the bed. He uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring himself a glass while standing by the window, his right hand tucked into the pocket of his suit trousers, gazing out at the vibrant lights of New York City shimmering in the night. With his left hand, he gently swirled the stem of the glass. Prosperity often coexists with darkness. The more brilliant the daylight, the more formidable the forces of night that await. Qin Ge chuckled softly, savoring a sip of the exquisite red wine. Why would you wish to do this? The voice of the system suddenly resonated. What do you mean by do this? You comprehend my meaning. This is not characteristic of you, the system remarked. Indeed, I prefer to hold the reins of control rather than engage in deceitful scheming. However, to become a player on the chessboard, one cannot escape the necessity of strategy. And besides, I am still quite inexperienced. Qin Ge possessed a keen self-awareness. His cunning was not exceptional, and his ability to strategize stemmed from being well-informed. In terms of intelligence, he merely surpassed the average individual, falling far short of the wisdom of a true sage. Aspiring to be a chess master necessitated further learning. He was experimenting with a shift in style. As a scion of a prominent family, he could not be merely a fool or a jester. Although Qin Ge exhibited a flamboyant lifestyle, he was not a fool in the truest sense. His capabilities were formidable. My desire to be a hero is not a mere whim. I simply do not wish to emulate the heroes found in cinematic portrayals. My origins and beliefs preclude me from achieving that ideal. Yet, I find myself at a loss, adrift in uncertainty. Spider-Man, endowed with a heart of a hero, embodies the essence of a pure superhero. I can observe his actions, perhaps drawing inspiration from them. Are you prepared to experience the behaviors of these superheroes across various dimensions? Indeed, my connection to Carol from the previous world was rather superficial. She resembled a warrior more than a superhero, a true fighter. I felt little resonance with her. Chapter 10. The Shadow Monarch's First Battle. However, this new world presents a different task. If I am not mistaken, the Spider-Man trilogy chronicles Peter's journey of growth. Perhaps I can glean some insights from it. Qin Ge mused softly. Yes, what remains now is to wait. Qin Ge's gaze deepened as he surveyed the twinkling lights of New York City, draining the last of his red wine. Whoosh! A figure darted swiftly between the rooftops of towering buildings. The ordinary, I could only catch fleeting shadows and flashes of movement before they vanished. System, how far are we from the incident site? Qin Ge inquired while propelling himself forward at high speed, clad in the enigmatic attire of the Shadow Monarch. Every aspect of Qin Ge's appearance was concealed, shrouded in mystery. The only distinguishing features were the two black shields adorning his wrists. 300 meters. Qin Ge's gaze sharpened as he accelerated again. Lacking any equipment, and even a vehicle, he relied predominantly on foot. It appears that acquiring a sports car has become a necessity. 300 meters away, a massive warehouse stood encircled by police vehicles. Nearly 100 officers had cordoned off the area, establishing a perimeter while brandishing firearms, their vigilance directed towards the interior of the warehouse. In the forefront, someone with a megaphone was seemingly engaged in negotiations. At that moment, another police car arrived, accompanied by a contingent of vehicles. The police chief emerged, striding purposefully towards the scene commander. What is the situation? It is challenging to breach their defenses. This group is an internationally renowned mercenary squad known as Graveyard, comprising 7 members, all retired Navy SEALs. They have undergone the most rigorous psychological training and advanced willpower endurance techniques. Our negotiators are unable to communicate with them. The commander replied, his expression troubled. What about the hostages? The chief inquired. The hostages are safe. They are merely seeking a secure exit from New York. Have their objectives been clarified? Not yet. We only know they visited Columbia University this afternoon, seemingly searching for something, and then proceeded to Osborne Industries with no further action. Had they not encountered the military inspection team while exiting Osborne, they might not have revealed their presence at all. The chief nodded. Indeed, their luck is quite unfortunate. Have you contacted the military? Yes, they're en route. This matter cannot be deemed trivial. A renowned mercenary squad has assembled in New York, comprising elite members of the Navy SEALs. This is beyond the capacity of the police to resolve. Hurry them along. I have a feeling they will not remain patient for long, the director remarked, gazing at the warehouse wall. Yes. Qin Ge, concealed atop an adjacent building, retrieved a sniper rifle and aimed through the scope towards the warehouse. System, do you possess any information on these 7 individuals? Qin Ge inquired, observing the thermal imaging display of 20 figures. The 7 standing were evidently members of the Graveyard Squad, while the remaining 13 crouched on the ground, clutching their heads, undoubtedly hostages. Please provide the details, he requested, focusing his mind to swiftly scan the profiles of the 7 individuals. They are not beyond redemption. Qin Ge mused silently after perusing the information. Although many had met their demise at the hands of these 7, most were deserving of their fates. Their selection of missions appeared to be discerning. They were not devoid of principles. Let me examine the specifics of this mission, Qin Ge stated once more. All 7 members belonged to the SEALs, and as a former commander of the Flying Tigers, Qin Ge was acutely aware of the prowess of the SEAL team. While his combat capabilities could easily surpass those of these 7, one could never be too cautious. Proceed with utmost care. Buzz. The mission details materialized before Qin Ge's eyes. Mission details. Target: freshman at Columbia University. Researcher of the Osborne Corporation's Human Enhancement Program. Objective: retrieve an alien life form held by the subject mission level. Reward: $10 million. Publisher: anonymous. Upon reviewing the mission brief, Qin Ge felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The target was none other than himself? Was the alien life form in question Venom? But how did they come to know about Venom's presence? Since acquiring Venom, he had kept it within the confines of the system's space and had yet to study it. How could they possibly be aware of its existence? Wait, that restaurant? Qin Ge pondered. System, does that restaurant have surveillance? Yes. In the 20th century, a 5-star French restaurant in New York City would undoubtedly have surveillance. System, can you trace who issued this mission? Qin Ge queried. No. Anonymously posted missions are typically disseminated offline. Only operatives who have interacted with the individual can ascertain their identity. The system clarified. This complicates matters. Qin Ge's brow furrowed. Not knowing the identity of the mission issuer implied that someone had been covertly monitoring him. Certainly not a favorable development. System, please search for any potential leads. I will apprehend these 7 and inquire about the situation. Understood. Qin Ge stowed away the sniper rifle and rose from the rooftop, his hand flipping to reveal a glider. Have a military personnel not yet arrived? The director anxiously inquired, glancing at the clock. They are racing towards us at full speed, but they still require some time. Too slow. The director expressed his dissatisfaction. What is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. The director and others looked up to see a dark streak gliding swiftly, approaching the warehouse with great velocity. What is it? The director squinted, straining to discern the figure on the glider. Do not fire. Just as Qin Ge neared the warehouse, the mercenaries inside became aware of this unexpected visitor. Bring him down. In an instant, two individuals raised their weapons, ready to pull the triggers when a shadow darted in. One mercenary quickly reacted, squeezing the trigger, and the bullet struck the shadow. A thick plume of smoke billowed out, obscuring everyone's vision. Everyone gather. The leader of the tombstone, the squad at the cemetery, swiftly made a decision, rallying his team together. The 7 of them remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Chapter 19, Eerie Actions Whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed near the ears of the nearest mercenary, who immediately pulled the trigger, fiery red flames erupting from the muzzle. Bang! 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 Qin Ge shielded himself with both hands, expertly deflecting the incoming bullets. Had these mercenaries not been former Navy SEALs, Qin Ge might have had to employ different tactics. For an ordinary person, even a seasoned veteran, bullets fired would stray significantly from their initial aim. Qin Ge's dual vibranium shields were sizable yet not overly large, insufficient to block all the errant bullets. However, given that these individuals were retired members of the SEALs, the outcome was quite different. The deviation of the bullets from their target would not exceed the span of a hand. Thus, Qin Ge felt confident in safeguarding himself. The second floor of the warehouse was already small, and before the bullets had ceased, Qin Ge was upon them. What terror would it be to be confronted by a being at the pinnacle of human limits? Qin Ge's fist struck the abdomen of a nearby mercenary. The ferocity of his blow instantaneously incapacitating the highly resilient soldier. Without a moment's pause, Qin Ge delivered another punch to yet another mercenary. Thanks to the command from Tombstone, all 7 had gathered, significantly alleviating Qin Ge's challenges. In the blink of an eye, he had already taken down 4 or 5 of them, and by the time the remaining individuals responded, only 2 were left standing. With both hands, Qin Ge seized the muzzles of 2 guns, the terrifying strength bending them as he forcefully snatched them away. Disarmed, the 2 members of Tombstone swiftly drew their daggers and charged at Qin Ge. Facing the oncoming duo, Qin Ge leisurely discarded the now useless firearms and raised his hands. Clang! Clang! The 2 daggers struck against the vibranium shields, and Qin Ge retaliated with a kick that sent one mercenary flying. Tombstone's eyes glinted, and he launched a powerful punch that connected with Qin Ge's abdomen. The force was substantial, affecting Qin Ge momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and retaliated with a punch aimed at Tombstone. The Tombstone, being short of stature, evaded the strike and unleashed a flurry of punches directed at Qin Ge's abdomen. The impact resounded as the Tombstone's fist collided with the unyielding vibranium shield, generating a tremendous recoil that nearly incapacitated the entire arm of the Tombstone. Yet, he did not falter. With remarkable swiftness, his intact right hand struck Qin Ge's face with astonishing velocity. The force sent Qin Ge tumbling to the ground, eliciting a collective gasp from the 13 hostages. Their anxious gazes fixated on him, fearing that their savior might falter in his efforts. The Tombstone, well aware of the adage that one must strike a drowning dog, advanced purposefully, delivering a kick aimed squarely at Qin Ge. The blow landed heavily on the vibranium shield, propelling the Tombstone backward. Qin Ge, rising from the ground, shook his head to regain his composure. The force was commendable. His hoarse voice echoed like a broken wind instrument around the vicinity. Suddenly, with an incredulous expression, the Tombstone glanced down at his own fist, which had just collided with his abdomen. The impact sent him crashing heavily to the ground, rendering him incapable of further action. Qin Ge flicked his wrist, and the vibranium shield in his right hand transformed instantaneously into a claw-like form, with sharp spikes erupting from within. These blackened spikes, forged from vibranium, could slice through steel as if it were mere clay. Approaching the incapacitated mercenaries, Qin Ge methodically dismantled their equipment. Witnessing this scene, the Tombstone's eyes betrayed a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. How could this individual be so intimately familiar with their combat style? The weaponry configuration was unique to the Navy SEALs. How could he possess such knowledge? A thought flickered in the Tombstone's mind. Could he be one of the Navy SEALs? With another flick of his wrist, the spikes retracted, and the claw form reverted to its original shield shape. Qin Ge effortlessly hoisted the Tombstone, dragging him to a distance where the hostages and other mercenaries could no longer overhear their conversation. Outside, the police had only just begun to hear gunfire emanating from the warehouse when silence fell shortly thereafter, although they suspected that the intruder had neutralized the mercenaries. The presence of the hostages rendered them hesitant, forcing them to wait in silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, several military vehicles approached from the distance, accompanied by multiple helicopters. The military personnel had finally arrived on the scene. What is the current situation inside? A fully armed squad approached the police chief, the squad leader inquiring. Since the intruder had entered, nearly 10 minutes had passed without any sign of activity. Their communication remained constant, enabling real-time updates on the situation within. Prepare for action. The squad leader nodded. The external assistance sourced from the Navy SEALs immediately chambered their ammunition, awaiting the squad leader's orders. Meanwhile, within the warehouse, after nearly 10 minutes of questioning, Qin Ge had managed to extract some information from the tombstone. Although of limited utility, it was better than nothing. Dragging the gravestone beside his comrades, he noticed that they had regained a semblance of mobility. Yet none dared to act. Their weapons lay in ruins, and engaging in close combat would be futile. There was simply no need. Do not harm the hostages, Qin Ge declared before turning to leave. The gravestone remained motionless, perplexed. Was he not here to rescue these captives? Before the gravestone could gather his thoughts, Qin Ge had already used sheer force to break a large hole in the warehouse wall, leaping through and vanishing from sight. Boom! Before the gravestone and others could ponder further, the sound of a grenade explosion echoed from the warehouse entrance. Qin Ge's abode. Discarding his uniform into the system's space, Qin Ge retrieved the symbiote known as Venom, which had been dormant for an extended period. The symbiote was now exceedingly weak, instilling in Qin Ge a sense that it might perish at any moment. Could a symbiote die? Indeed, symbiotes are also forms of life, and, naturally, they too can meet their end. The Venom symbiote, having been detached from any host for a prolonged duration, had reached a critically weakened state, with an estimated half-month left before its demise. It must not die. I have yet to commence my research, Qin Ge frowned. Is it sufficient to merely find a host to prolong the symbiote's life? Yes. As long as the symbiote's energy is replenished, it will not face life-threatening peril. However, in its current frail condition, once it does attach to a host, it will voraciously consume the host's energy to restore its own strength. According to calculations in this state, if the Venom symbiote were to parasitize a creature, it could drain an adult African elephant to a desiccated husk. Remarkable, Qin Ge marveled at the seemingly half-dead symbiote. This little entity possesses considerable power. Chapter 20. Refining the Elixir. There is no need for the host to worry. In its present state, the Venom symbiote would struggle to forcibly attach to an unwilling human. However, if the host wishes to sustain the symbiote's life, opting for a laboratory mouse would be wise. The resistance of a mouse is minimal, making it an ideal candidate for the current state of the Venom symbiote. Nodding in agreement, Qin Ge turned to procure several mice to nourish the symbiote, lest it perish from starvation. System, I am preparing to learn English, Qin Ge remarked with a slight smirk. Speaking about his intention to learn English felt peculiar. The reason Qin Ge could comprehend and articulate English was due to the knowledge imparted by the system. Once he returned to the main world, he would swiftly forget all the information acquired through the system's teachings. Quite disconcerting. Since the host wishes to learn English, naturally, the system will provide robust support. Shall we devise a plan? Very well, go ahead, Qin Ge replied casually. Unlike the rigorous training regimen, the English learning plan was presented in less than half a minute. A week? That seems rather swift, Qin Ge remarked, bewildered at the proposed timeline for mastering English. Is it possible to reach the linguistic proficiency of a New Yorker in merely a week? Are you jesting? Although Qin Ge's command of English is lamentably poor, he is nonetheless determined and prepared for a protracted engagement with the English language. And now you assert that within a week he could become indistinguishable from an American? How could that be feasible? The host may have overlooked the fact that Captain America is indeed an American, the system kindly reminded. Qin Ge paused, realizing that Steve Rogers is a quintessential American. Having assimilated his template, it stands to reason that his progress in learning English would be remarkably swift. Yet, why did you not mention this sooner? You never inquired. How could I have thought to ask? How could I have remembered to inform you? Very well, you win. Qin Ge declared that he would not stoop to quarrel with this individual. He raised his gaze to the virtual screen displaying the plan, his face illuminated with fervent determination. 2 weeks later, Qin Ge leaned over the laboratory table, peering through the microscope at the clusters of dark cells emerging within its lens. This represents a minuscule fragment of the venom symbiote. On the opposite side of the table, a sealed transparent container housed a venom symbiote, roughly the size of a human head, thrashing about energetically, occasionally ramming against the top, then the sides. After consuming a small mouse, this creature successfully regained its vigor and commenced its escape endeavor, although the first step towards liberation remains uncompleted. It appears that the symbiote's rage factor is somewhat manageable, Qin Ge remarked while observing the changes in the venom symbiote cells. With the system's informative guidance and his specialized studies over the past few weeks, aided by the system's support, Qin Ge has now become, to some extent, a fledgling researcher. However, this novice is rather inept. After all, having ventured into this field midway, even with external assistance, it pales in comparison to the expertise of seasoned researchers. It is not merely a semblance. It is indeed accurate, the system affirmed. The rage factor of this venom symbiote is not an inherent trait. Rather, it appears to have been replicated from a certain organism. The symbiote itself possesses a neutral disposition, akin to a blank slate, devoid of intrinsic good or evil. If it first bonds with a virtuous individual, the symbiote will develop a benevolent persona. Conversely, if it attaches to a criminal, it will assume a malevolent character. So if I were to eliminate these rage factors, will I be able to control venom with ease? Theoretically, it is feasible, yet the precise methodology requires further exploration. Hope is a good start, Qin Ge mused, not feeling particularly anxious. The attributes of venom are formidable. Acquiring such power is undoubtedly advantageous, yet one must not act hastily. What news from Norman? Qin Ge inquired, shifting the conversation. The research has stalled. The military's funding deadline looms in a week's time, and Norman is increasingly anxious. However, the experiment remains at an impasse. With no means to achieve a 100% success rate, he is in a state of distress, the system explained. Very well. It is time for me to make my entrance. Qin Ge smiled faintly, grasping the small mass of the symbiotic toxin's offspring, and approached the cage containing the mother entity. He opened the cage, swiftly swatting back the toxin that attempted to escape, and tossed the offspring within. The toxin had shown considerable recovery, yet Qin Ge, with his formidable physical prowess and unwavering will, was not a mere host for it to parasitize at will. After securely closing the toxin back in, Qin Ge changed his attire and drove his newly acquired Ferrari supercar towards the Osborn Corporation. Upon entering the laboratory, he was immediately met with the sound of Norman slamming his desk and his furious shouts. Calm down, Norman. Research cannot be rushed, Dr. Dan advised from the side. No, we are out of time. We must proceed with human trials, Norman exclaimed, taking a deep breath as he glared at Dr. Dan. Absolutely not. The experiment is not yet fully successful. We cannot conduct human trials. Dr. Dan promptly rejected Norman's proposal. I am the chairman. You must heed my command. Initiate human trials now, immediately. I will be the test subject. With that declaration, Norman began to remove his shirt, preparing to ascend the experimental platform. Mr. Osborn, please wait. Norman halted mid-step, turning back to see Qin Ge. Qin Ge. Mr. Osborn, Dr. Dan is correct. The experiment is not yet thoroughly complete, and proceeding with human trials impulsively could result in dire consequences. Qin Ge interjected, stepping forward. We're out of time. I must act swiftly. Though Norman held Qin Ge in high regard, it did not sway his decision. The current formula contains 3 erroneous subequations. Unless these errors are rectified, the experiment is destined to fail, Qin Ge stated solemnly. What do you mean? Norman's expression sharpened. 3 subequations are incorrect? Qin Ge proceeded to relay to Norman and Dr. Dan the errors in the current progress of the Osborn experiment as indicated by the system. Both were the lead scientists behind the human enhancement serum and were thoroughly familiar with its equations. Upon hearing Qin Ge's assertions, they swiftly recognized the likelihood of his accuracy. Can you identify the errors? Norman suddenly considered a possibility. I have developed a comprehensive formula for the human enhancement serum. Chapter 20. Mission accomplished? What? Dr. Dan and Norman stared at Qin Ge in astonishment. Did you just say you have formulated the complete and correct equations for the human enhancement serum? Dr. Dan exclaimed, eagerly grasping Qin Ge's arm. Yes, and I have already prepared sample. Doctor, Mr. Osborn, you may first observe the results. With that, Qin Ge placed the box he had been carrying onto the table, inputting the code to unlock it, revealing a test tube containing a singular green liquid. Norman, disregarding the experiment, hurriedly descended from the platform and approached the table, scrutinizing the sample intently. This is the complete formula. Qin Ge offered a disc to Dr. Dan. Norman and Dr. Dan, engrossed in their own pursuits, hurried off to validate the findings, leaving Qin Ge momentarily behind. Qin Ge remained unhurried, patiently awaiting the arrival of his colleagues. At this hour, only the three of them occupied the laboratory, as the other researchers had already departed for the day. Shortly thereafter, Norman and Dr. Dan descended from the upper floors, their faces betraying an unmistakable astonishment. You truly are a genius, Qin Ge. Dr. Dan unabashedly expressed the shock he felt within. I believed I had already overestimated you. It appears I have still underestimated you. You are a true prodigy, Qin Ge. Norman regarded Qin Ge with a complex gaze. You have saved Osborn. Mr. Osborn, you jest, Qin Ge responded with a smile. This is merely my duty as an employee of Osborn. Norman shook his head. From now on, call me Uncle. I will convene a board meeting to discuss your reward. That's unnecessary. Rewards are of no consequence, Qin Ge replied with a grin. His primary intention was to earn Norman's trust, rendering any accolades irrelevant. Let us proceed with the human trials. I shall be the test subject. No, Norman asserted, shaking his head. I will, he insisted. Norman, we can find volunteers. Although it was increasingly evident that Qin Ge's formula was entirely correct, Dr. Dan remained reluctant to let his friend take such risks. Enough. I will be the subject for my project. Norman interrupted Dr. Dan, who was about to voice further objections, and proceeded to the experimental platform. Recognizing Norman's resolute determination, Dr. Dan refrained from further persuasion and beckoned Qin Ge to assist with the experiment. Qin Ge secured Norman onto the experimental apparatus, deactivated the instruments, and sealed them inside. Dr. Dan swiftly completed the necessary adjustments, gazing at the now-prepared apparatus. Norman, contained within the chamber, nodded to Dr. Dan, who then pressed the button to initiate the experiment. A green mist poured forth from the top of the container, quickly enveloping the entire chamber. The mist penetrated Norman's body, as the complete human enhancement serum rapidly transformed him. Qin Ge and Dr. Dan sat before the computer, intently monitoring the rapidly fluctuating data on the screen. Norman's physical metrics soared with each successive infusion of the serum, the acceleration of his enhancement remarkably swift. Bound to the iron frame, Norman trembled violently. Had he not been secured by the rigid metal, he would likely have collapsed to the ground. The enhancement experiment was brief, lasting only a few minutes, as the green mist gradually dissipated. Once the mist had been entirely absorbed by Norman, Qin Ge hastily approached him, opening the chamber while simultaneously scanning Norman's current metrics. Name, Norman Osborn. Title, none. Gender, male. Age, 38. Lineage, human. Special abilities, none. Skills, biology 5. Business 4, skill cap 5, overall combat power, 90, maximum 100. Evaluation, achieve the limit state through human enhancement serums. Physical potential has been entirely exhausted, rendering further enhancement impossible. Status, not loadable. It seems to have been successful. Qin Ge pondered silently as he unfastened the iron frame that bound Norman and gently patted him. Mr. Osborn, are you all right? Mr. Osborn, Mr. Osborn? A familiar voice emerged from his throat as Norman slowly opened his eyes, gazing warmly at Qin Ge. Qin Ge and Dr. Dan scrutinized Norman carefully. I have not been affected. No violent tendencies have arisen, Norman remarked with a smile, fully aware of their scrutiny. Seeing that Norman was indeed unaffected by the violent factor, Qin Ge and Dr. Dan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! The system's prompt suddenly resonated. Dimension Task 2. Kill the Green Goblin or save the Green Goblin. Task completed. Save the Green Goblin. Task reward. Random limited time template. Task 2 is complete. Qin Ge stood bewildered, listening to the system's notification. Wait, how is Task 2 completed? Kill or save the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin? If the task is completed by saving the Green Goblin, does that mean? Qin Ge's expression turned peculiar. So, Norman is the Green Goblin. System, provide an explanation. According to the original trajectory of the world, after using the flawed human enhancement serum, Norman would develop an alternate personality, a violent persona. This violent persona would gradually dominate Norman's body over time, ultimately transforming him into the supervillain, the Green Goblin. However, since the host perfected the human enhancement serum, Norman did not develop a second personality. Thus, it is determined that he has been saved from becoming the Green Goblin. I see. Qin Ge nodded in understanding, observing Norman, who was now discussing his current feelings with Dr. Dan. The Green Goblin. Then you presented two choices for the task: save or kill the Green Goblin. Are you suggesting I should navigate this path wisely? The system aims to cultivate hosts with independent consciousness, not mere puppets who blindly fulfill tasks without personal opinions or goals. Qin Ge nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his comprehension. Let us extract that random limited time template, he thought. The last time he drew the incredibly powerful limited time template of Sun Wukong. He wondered what character he would draw this time. Exciting. Now extracting random limited time template. Random limited time template extraction in progress. Limited time template extraction complete. Please check. View limited time template. Qin Ge instructed promptly. A blue virtual screen and template data card materialized before his eyes. Before him stood a towering, robust man, wielding a blade reminiscent of the legendary Guan Yu, draped in a long coat. Most striking, however, was the crescent-shaped white mustache that gracefully arched upwards from the man's face. Chapter 22. Whitebeard Template Name. Edward Newgate Title. The strongest in the world, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Gender. Male. Age. 42 years. Automatically adjusted to peak condition. Lineage. Human special ability. Paramecia type. Tremor fruit. Details. Skills. Armament hockey 5. Martial arts 5. Swordsmanship 5. Observation hockey 4. Conqueror's hockey 4. Maximum skill level 5. Overall combat power 10,000 evaluation. A 3rd tier pinnacle level powerhouse. Capable of briefly entering the 4th tier under full power, possessing the ability to annihilate the world. Status. Limited time template. Duration. 24 hours. Edward Newgate's imposing figure radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance as Qin Ge gazed at the image on the screen. Qin Ge, what's wrong? Norman's voice interrupted Qin Ge's reverie. I was just lost in thought. My apologies, Qin Ge replied with an apologetic smile, dismissing the Whitebeard template. It's fine. I feel unprecedentedly well now. I'm ready to test how much my physique has enhanced. Would you like to join me? Norman inquired. At this point, Norman and Dr. Dan had begun to treat Qin Ge as an equal. From the moment Qin Ge had produced a complete serum for human enhancement, he had become a figure of significance in their eyes. Previously, Qin Ge was regarded merely as a genius, but a genius requires time to mature. Now, as an independent researcher of the human enhancement serum, he had ascended to the status of a brilliant scientist. I have some matters to attend to at home, so I want to be joining you. To send me the data once you finish testing, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. He was eager to return home and delve into the intricacies of the Whitebeard's limited time template. All right, Norman and Dr. Dan did not press further, and after bidding farewell, Qin Ge drove away from the Osborne Company. At Qin Ge's residence. System, activate the Whitebeard's limited time template, Qin Ge eagerly declared upon arriving home. The template of Whitebeard materialized before him. Examine the tremor fruit. Tremor fruit, an extraordinary paramecia type devil fruit originating from the world of One Piece. It allows the user to create vibrations at will, the intensity of which can be adjusted, capable of causing atmospheric tremors, splitting the seas, and even triggering tsunamis. When developed to its utmost potential, it can incite earthquakes on a global scale, leading to world destruction. What is a devil fruit? Devil fruits are unique, extraordinary substances in the One Piece world. Consuming one grants the individual a specific superhuman power. They are categorized into 3 main classes: paramecia-type devil fruits, logia-type devil fruits, and zoan-type devil fruits. Although the devil fruit bestows formidable powers upon its consumer, it simultaneously incurs the drawback of an aversion to seawater. In other words, is it possible that I could eventually obtain a devil fruit within the power template? A glimmer of hope shone in Qin Ge's eyes as he spoke. One might interpret it that way. A fervent expression surfaced on Qin Ge's countenance. This devil fruit truly seemed to be a means of ascending to greatness. However, the system promptly countered as it sensed Qin Ge's impending delusions. Not every devil fruit grants the ability to ascend. Even the mightiest of the natural types, the thunder fruit, would only bestow upon its user the strength equivalent to the initial stages of the 2nd tier. The reason Whitebeard is so formidable is that he has mastered the tremor fruit to its utmost potential, representing the pinnacle of power in the world of One Piece. Moreover, there is no such thing as the strongest devil fruit. Rather, it is the wielder's prowess that determines true strength. That is still quite impressive, isn't it? Qin Ge muttered. To enter the second tier, simply by consuming a fruit, is already a remarkable feat. What are these 3 haki types? Qin Ge inquired, gesturing towards the 3 types displayed in the skill bar: armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki. The 3 types of haki are unique abilities within the One Piece universe. Armament haki enhances one's defensive and offensive capabilities, functioning like an invisible armor that can also evolve into a form of attack. Users of armament haki can strike elementalized entities. Observation haki sharpens one's senses, enabling the detection of nearby creatures' auras and emotional shifts. It can also be employed to foresee and evade danger. Conqueror's haki, on the other hand, does not require physical action. Its sheer mental dominance can intimidate and subdue opponents, potentially rendering weaker foes unconscious. Unlike observation and armament haki, Conqueror's haki is innate. It cannot be learned or inherited through generations, being determined solely by one's fate. This world of One Piece is quite extraordinary, Qin Ge remarked in astonishment. Compared to the host's original world, these realms are indeed remarkable. Qin Ge scoffed, likening the conversation to idle chatter. Can one even compare the extraordinary and the mundane worlds? Whitebeard stands as an unrivaled force at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, implying that below the 4th tier, he is invincible? One might interpret it that way. Whitebeard's might at the 3rd tier is exceptionally formidable, ranking among the top 3 in the myriad realms. What does it mean that he can temporarily contend against a 4th tier power? Qin Ge inquired further. Whitebeard has fully developed the tremor fruit. When pushed to the brink, he can induce tremors across all tectonic plates of the planet, potentially triggering a global earthquake. If timed perfectly, he could even shatter the planet's core, leading to its catastrophic explosion. Such a planetary detonation is beyond the endurance of a 4th tier powerhouse. Qin Ge blinked, his astonishment palpable. Can one truly explode a planet? This notion is utterly unfathomable for someone like Qin Ge, who cannot even destroy a single city. Thus, the question arises. Whitebeard can ignite planets. But what about Sun Wukong back then? It is no wonder the system claims that Sun Wukong can be invincible throughout the Marvel Universe. The ability to shatter stars is child's play for him. In a full-force eruption, he could even annihilate an entire star system. This is not mere boasting. Let go. My path to strength is long and arduous, Qin Ge remarked, shaking his head. The virtual screen before him vanished, and the Whitebeard template was likewise withdrawn. Recalling his 3rd task in this dimension, Qin Ge pondered. Dimension Task 3, optional: prevent Dr. Octopus and save New York. Task reward: random character template. Task failure: none. The prospect of a random character template ignited a spark in Qin Ge's eyes. To grow stronger, he still requires character templates. Chapter 23. Matt's escape. Having perfected the human enhancement serum, a week had passed since the serendipitous completion of Task 2, and Norman successfully secured continued military investment. The experiment was exceedingly successful. General Wigo was very pleased and generously allocated a substantial sum of money to Norman. This led to Norman wearing a constant smile throughout the week. However, the reward Norman promised Qin Ge had yet to be dispensed. Although Qin Ge remained indifferent, Dr. Dan consistently communicated with Norman on Qin Ge's behalf. Due to the development of the complete human enhancement serum, Qin Ge had become an indispensable figure within Osborn's research team. Of course, the most exhilarating news was the salary increase. Now, Qin Ge merely needed to visit the underground fighting arena once a week. The salary from Osborn combined with the earnings from the underground arena was more than sufficient for Qin Ge's indulgence. In the early morning, Qin Ge received a call from Dr. Otto. Do you want me to accompany you? Qin Ge answered on speakerphone while adjusting his hair in the mirror. Yes, the human enhancement serum you developed has gained attention in the military. Let us see if we can secure some funding, Otto replied. Oh, I see. When are we heading to the military base? At 2 in the afternoon. All right, I will come by your school to have lunch together before we go, Qin Ge agreed, as he shared a good rapport with Dr. Otto. Since Otto's research was currently stymied by a funding issue, he was willing to assist. Good. By the way, drive your car. My wife took mine. Understood. All right, talk later. He concluded the call. At the military base, Qin Ge murmured to himself while attentively styling his hair. New York prison. Matt cautiously peeked out, scanning his surroundings, and upon confirming that no one was nearby, he carefully took a step forward. For Matt, New York prison was familiar territory. Escaping was not a daunting challenge for him. This time, he was determined to acquire money. As he moved outward, he silently vowed to himself, "Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong." The jarring sound of alarms suddenly reverberated throughout the prison, filling every corner of the vast establishment with its shrill clamor. Matt's expression shifted, his previously cautious demeanor replaced by urgency as he dashed toward the exit. Halt! The moment his actions transformed, a guard spotted Matt, shouting to alert others who swiftly converged on his position while simultaneously notifying reinforcements. Matt sprinted with remarkable speed, desperately navigating toward the west, guided by his memory of the prison layout. Behind him, the guards fell further behind. Their familiarity with the terrain paled in comparison to Matt, who had attempted escape countless times. Who among the guards had the leisure to roam the prison grounds? There were patrol teams for that, and it scarcely concerned them. Despite successfully evading the guards, Matt was acutely aware that the real danger loomed closer. The sound of police sirens began to swell. As officers accompanied by K-9 units quickly pursued him, hot on his trail. After nearly 30 minutes of relentless chase, Matt found himself cornered at the edge of a cliff. "Fugitives, surrender now," shouted a police officer, weapon drawn, as they surrounded him. Peering over the cliff's edge, Matt beheld the tumultuous waves crashing violently against the rocks below. A leap from his height would surely spell doom. "Matt, step back. Don't retreat any further," urged an officer who recognized him. Aware of Matt's history and the circumstances surrounding his imprisonment, he felt a deep sympathy and wished to prevent further mistakes. Matt slowly shook his head, taking a step back until he stood precariously at the very edge. "Matt, please remain calm. Whatever the issue, let us discuss it back at the station," the officer implored. Startled, Matt gazed intently at the officer before retreating once more. The officer's heart raced as he watched Matt's body plummet over the cliff, and he hurried to the edge, peering down but seeing no trace of him. "That's quite the vehicle you have," remarked Dr. Otto, scrutinizing Qin Ge's Ferrari with a grin. "Valued at over 10 million. Qin Ge, steering with one hand, replied nonchalantly, "With that kind of money, you'd be better off funding research." Qin Ge blinked in disbelief, having no desire to engage in a debate with a research enthusiast. "Dr. Otto, how is your research progressing?" "Smoothly, though we are still lacking the crucial element of tritium and sufficient funding. Once those are secured, my experiments can resume immediately," Dr. Otto responded confidently. "You must calculate carefully. If you miscalculate, our city of New York could face dire consequences," Qin Ge said, smiling. This was no exaggeration. Nuclear fusion, in essence, aimed to create a personal sun, and should Dr. Otto err in his calculations, the resulting artificial sun could spiral out of control, leading to unimaginable calamities. If left unchecked, this artificial sun could potentially obliterate the entirety of New York. Rest assured, I have verified it numerous times. There is absolutely no room for error. Dr. Otto is undoubtedly aware of the intricacies involved and understands that Qin Ge speaks the truth. That is reassuring. Qin Ge refrained from elaborating further, as he was not privy to Dr. Otto's algorithms and had not participated in the project. Without involvement in the system, he had no means to acquire the data necessary for calculations, leaving him uncertain about the accuracy of Dr. Otto's computations. However, given that Dr. Otto has dedicated his life to preparing for this nuclear fusion, the chances of error seem minimal. It is best for an outsider like him not to fret unnecessarily. This military base happens to be under General Wigo's jurisdiction. Perhaps I could persuade him to lend us a hand, Qin Ge remarked with a smile. Regardless of the outcome, I must express my gratitude for your assistance. Qin Ge, Dr. Otto replied earnestly. "It's nothing. You are my mentor," Qin Ge said nonchalantly. "Haha, gratitude is still warranted." Dr. Otto chuckled. "As you wish," Qin Ge smiled. "Let's first find a place to dine. We can head to the base afterward." "Very well, Doctor." Otto agreed without hesitation. The two drove toward the restaurant. Chapter 24. The gears of fate on the outskirts of New York by the coast. Matt lay unconscious on the shore. After an indeterminate period, his fingers suddenly twitched. Moments later, he groggily opened his eyes. Bewildered, he raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. Clarity dawned upon his foggy mind. Shaking his head to dispel the haze, he stood up, disregarding his waterlogged state, and made his way towards the shore. At a nearby clothing store, Matt observed the proprietor engaged in conversation with someone. Seizing the opportunity while the owner was distracted, he snatched a garment and fled. In the woods, he changed into the clothes and took a shortcut towards New York City. Just as he departed, the shopkeeper returned to find a piece of clothing missing and promptly called the police. Meanwhile, Qin Ge and Dr. Otto arrived at the military base located in the outskirts of New York. This facility was a research-oriented base under the command of General Wego. In the past, Qin Ge also oversaw several similar research-based military installations. Prior to their arrival, Qin Ge had communicated with General Wego, who remembered him as the lead researcher mentioned during the press conference where Dr. Norman and Dr. Dan announced the news regarding the human enhancement serum. Furthermore, Qin Ge's name was also listed as the author of the paper concerning the serum. Such recognition had undoubtedly etched this young, brilliant scientist into General Wego's memory. For prodigy like Qin Ge, General Wego applied a dual standard. Those in the know understand that in academic papers, unless otherwise specified, the order of authorship is generally unranked, yet the individual listed first is often the true researcher, while others may merely assist in a supporting role. Regarding the discourse on human enhancement agents, many names are cited, yet none are specifically highlighted, with Qin Ge being the foremost. For Wego, who oversees research efforts, Qin Ge's significance is undoubtedly immense. With Wego having previously given notice, Qin Ge and Dr. Otto encountered no hindrance on their way and smoothly arrived at the front of the military base's research facility. After parking the vehicle, they entered the base. Meanwhile, Matt stumbled out of the thicket. The shopkeeper called the police. Initially, they were reluctant to deploy substantial resources for assistance. However, given that this establishment is situated directly beneath the New York prison, and the fugitive Matt had leapt from the cliff above if he had not perished, this serendipitous theft could very well be attributed to him. Out of suspicion, the officers meticulously searched the vicinity. Unsurprisingly, they discovered Matt's wet clothing discarded in the woods. The fugitive Matt was indeed alive. The police took this matter seriously, dispatching a substantial force to conduct a thorough search for Matt's whereabouts. Despite the complex terrain, the sheer number of personnel ensured that Matt was ultimately located. There he was, standing on a hillside, gazing down at a fenced-off area filled with sand and a deep pit, an ideal hiding spot in this barren landscape. In a moment of desperation, Matt, like a traveler in a desert spotting an oasis, rushed towards it. At the military base, Wego addressed Dr. Otto with an apologetic tone. I regret to inform you, Dr. Otto, that we are currently investing in the production of human enhancement agents and have no immediate plans to fund your nuclear fusion experiment. But General, think again. Once my fusion project is complete, it would yield limitless energy. Dr. Otto exclaimed passionately, rising from his seat. Wego simply shook his head. The military's funds are not boundless. There is a finite amount available. He saw no reason to neglect the readily available human enhancement agents in favor of an uncertain nuclear fusion experiment. Moreover, even if funding were agreed upon, the crucial tritium element was still lacking. Very well, Dr. Otto said, returning to his seat in disappointment. Qin Ge placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Dr. Otto managed a faint smile, signaling that he was all right. I have other matters to attend to. Feel free to explore. My aide will guide you away from restricted areas, Wego instructed. Understood. We shall take our leave, Qin Ge and Dr. Otto said as they stood up. Upon exiting Wego's office, Dr. Otto sighed. Yet another failure, he lamented. Qin Ge, uncertain of how to console him, opted for silence. Meanwhile, Matt evaded the guards by slipping through a gap in the fence. Fortunately, the barrier was not electrified. Otherwise, his entry would have been impossible. Matt stood upon the fine, soft sand, surveying his surroundings. He removed his shirt and descended into a large sand pit, preparing to wait until tomorrow to make his escape. The sand was abundant, and Matt's location was quite concealed. Unless viewed from a close distance, it was nearly impossible to discern that he was there. Lying in the sand pit, Matt's head grew heavy, his eyelids drooped, and he succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Qin Ge and Dr. Otto, accompanied by the aid of General Wego, explored the various experiments within the military base. Dr. Otto had recovered from his earlier disappointment at being rejected. What is this? Qin Ge inquired, pausing before a laboratory that resembled a magical array, akin to the distorted stance ability of a certain spell. He turned to the aide for clarification. I'm not entirely sure. It appears to be some sort of nuclear explosion experiment, the aide replied, not being a scientist himself and lacking full comprehension of all matters. A nuclear explosion experiment? Doctor, Otto's interest was piqued. May we observe this experiment? Of course, the aide responded, recognizing the general's regard for Qin Ge. Although it was not Qin Ge's explicit request, the aide willingly acquiesced upon noting his lack of refusal. The two followed the aide into the laboratory. Initiate the experiment. The aide instructed several researchers. The researchers glanced at Qin Ge and Dr. Otto behind the aide, refraining from questioning the presence of the two, and nodded in agreement. Qin Ge and Dr. Otto watched with keen anticipation as the instruments on the large screen began to operate. The sand began to tremble, awakening the slumbering Matt in the sandpit. He sat up abruptly, alertly scanning his surroundings. The sand quaked violently, and the four pillar-like instruments began to rotate rapidly around the sand at their core. A surge of radioactive energy emanated forth, infiltrating both the sand and Matt's body. In an instant, Matt felt the transformation within him, his eyes widening in terror as he witnessed his body beginning to crystallize under the influence of this radioactive force. Chapter 25. The birth of the Sandman. Qin Ge's gaze sharpened as a fleeting shadow on the screen was swiftly captured by his keen eyesight. What is it, Doctor? Otto inquired, noticing Qin Ge's unusual demeanor. Nothing, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. Oh, system, was that a person just now? Qin Ge silently questioned the system. Indeed, that was Matt Frant, the system confirmed with precision. Matt, Qin Ge was taken aback. Hadn't this individual been incarcerated after he let him go? How could he possibly be here? Wait, Qin Ge recalled that this fellow had a penchant for imprisonment and escape. What a pity to perish in such a manner. He murmured, gently shaking his head. Who informed you that he is dead? The system interjected. This level of experiment is beyond even my endurance. How could an ordinary person withstand it? Qin Ge began, only to suddenly halt mid-sentence. This is an extraordinary world, he reflected. The notion of an extraordinary world was not entirely implausible. His eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed necessary to reassess this fugitive gentleman. As night fell, the sand flowed across the ground, continuously advancing towards the woods, its movement subtle and almost imperceptible. Upon reaching the forest, the sand came to a halt, gradually converging until it ultimately formed a humanoid shape. Once this shape materialized, the sand transformed into a person, revealing none other than Matt. Matt gazed down at his trembling hands, astonished to find himself transformed into a being of sand. Suddenly, a voice startled him, causing him to look up swiftly toward its source. A figure leapt down from the trees. It was Qin Ge, who stood before Matt. Upon recognizing Qin Ge, Matt's taut nerves began to relax. Did you see that? Matt inquired. Crystal clear. Qin Ge replied with a smile. I understand your current state even better than you do. Name, Matt Frank. Title, Sandman. Gender, male. Age, 32. Lineage, human. Special ability, sandification. Details, skills, level 5, comprehensive combat power, 123, continuously rising. Evaluation, a Sandman with immense potential, capable of elemental transformation, possessing immortality traits, and exceedingly difficult to kill, with a power enhancement cap of 700. Status, not loadable. Sandification, the body is composed of sand, automatically transforming into sand upon receiving an attack, thus immunizing against damage. While the sensation of pain remains, inflicting substantial harm is quite challenging. Elemental transformation, Qin Ge mused as he regarded Matt, pondering whether the armed color of the white-bearded template could indeed harm him. What has happened to me? Matt asked, bewildered and utterly unaware of his condition. He only remembered fleeing for his life into that device, after which he fell asleep, awakening to find his body beginning to sandify. He had now become this ghastly form. I believe the nuclear explosion experiment has fused you with sand, transforming your body into a life form composed of sand. Qin Ge explained. Sand. Matt lifted his right hand, concentrating, and watched as it transformed into sand. With another thought, the sand reformed into fingers. Your current state is not suited for the outside. You should follow me, Qin Ge advised. I will assist you with your daughter's illness. Do not resort to robbery, as that only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. I am a fugitive, Matt murmured, his inherently kind nature reluctant to burden Qin Ge. It's all right. Just stay in my home and avoid going out, Qin Ge reassured him with a smile. Having such a powerful individual wandering outside is not advisable. Very well, Matt conceded, recognizing Qin Ge's willingness to shelter him and deciding not to refuse. Qin Ge appraised Matt, then flipped his hand to retrieve a shirt from the system space, extending it toward Matt. "Put this on." Matt nodded, accepting the shirt without inquiring about its origin. He donned the shirt and followed Qin Ge out of the area. In the outskirts of New York, a resounding crash echoed as a gigantic fist, nearly the size of a person, struck Qin Ge with tremendous force. He barely had time to raise his shields in defense before being sent flying through the air. With a tremendous crash, a massive tree was felled, and Qin Ge's body tumbled across the ground several times before the vibranium dual shields anchored him to the earth. Yet, before he could regain his footing, a fist came crashing down once more. In an instant, Qin Ge deftly withdrew his shields, executed a somersault to evade the blow, and extended his arms, the shield slicing fiercely through the sandy appendage. Sand erupted in a cloud, accompanied by Matt's anguished cry as he flung Qin Ge away. As Qin Ge regained his stance, he surged forward, closing the distance of over 10 meters in a heartbeat. With his right hand raised high, the sharp vibranium spike plunged mercilessly toward Matt. A sickening thud echoed as Matt's head was obliterated, fragments scattering in all directions. Unfazed, Qin Ge continued his assault, his right leg striking thunderously against Matt's chest, while the shields darted forth, arms moving like lightning, incessantly battering Matt's torso. Sand swiftly coalesced, the head that Qin Ge had smashed to pieces reforming before his eyes. Each time Qin Ge's strikes broke through the sandy chest, it would regenerate, only to be violently disrupted again. This relentless cycle continued. After a lengthy bout, Qin Ge finally halted, rising from atop Matt, his expression marred by frustration. Matt, silent, slowly rose from the ground, his hollow chest being perpetually filled with sand. Qin Ge, exasperated, regarded the ever-regenerating Matt, realizing the futility of their encounters. It had been over a week since he had taken Matt away, and, in that time, they had clashed numerous times. Although Matt's combat prowess surpassed Qin Ge's, in the heat of battle, Qin Ge held his own. Yet, he had found himself incapable of inflicting any meaningful damage on Matt. He had previously experimented with water as a potential weakness. Initially, it seemed effective, but soon Matt's formidable regenerative abilities rendered that supposed vulnerability moot. "System, how can I counter Matt's elemental form?" Qin Ge inquired, his frustration palpable. "There are numerous methods, yet the host is unable to learn them," the system replied. Qin Ge scoffed, rolling his eyes. He had asked the system before, which had provided answers involving advanced techniques like armament hockey and causality weapons, none of which he could utilize or had the opportunity to learn. "What good is that?" he muttered. "Never mind. Matt has a good disposition and won't turn into an enemy." Shaking his head, he gestured to Matt. "Matt, let us head back. Steak for dinner tonight," he declared, stowing away the vibranium dual shields. A smile broke through Matt's serious demeanor as he followed Qin Ge. Chapter 26. The Osborn Transformation, the Osborn Family. Recently, Norman had been the talk of the town, with the completion of the human enhancement serum sending shockwaves across the globe. This revolutionary super serum, which required no physical prerequisites and could amplify human capabilities with mere injection, was nothing short of the key to unlocking the next stage of human evolution. Although it is currently challenging to engage in large-scale promotion due to technological issues, this does not imply that future opportunities are absent. As the vanguard of this endeavor, Osborn Company is experiencing a remarkable surge in its stock market performance, and its reputation has reached unprecedented heights. In fact, this year's nominations for the Nobel Prize in Biology include Qin Ge, Norman, and Dr. Dan. Given the contributions of human enhancement agents to humanity, the Nobel Prize in Biology this year seems all but assured. When Qin Ge first learned of this news, he was utterly bewildered. The Nobel Prize? How extraordinary! The Nobel Prize. This is indeed the Nobel Prize. Qin Ge, a student of modest academic achievements, had never dared to dream of being nominated for such an illustrious award. As expected, with the assistance of a guiding system, life feels like a cheat code. Meanwhile, Norman, as the helmsman of Osborn Company, has seen his social standing soar alongside the success of the human enhancement agents. Osborn has now ascended to the forefront of the biological industry, and in due time, it may very well become a leader among global biotechnology companies. With the completion and launch of the human enhancement agents, Osborn Company's total assets have increased at least fivefold. Originally a global player, Osborn now belongs to an elite tier. There are fewer than 3 companies in the world that can contend with it, and this number is bound to diminish with time. As Norman reveled in the triumph of Osborn, his gratitude towards Qin Ge deepened. In the boardroom of Osborn Company, Norman addressed his fellow board members regarding the rewards for Qin Ge, the mastermind behind the human enhancement agents. Sitting at the forefront, he surveyed all the directors and began to speak. For some reason, Norman felt an unease in the air. "You may speak." He suppressed his inner turmoil and continued. "Qin Ge has completed the human enhancement agents, rescuing Osborn from the brink of disaster. His contributions are undeniable. Ordinary rewards would fail to convey our gratitude. A perfunctory gesture would not only dishearten this brilliant scientist, but also lead the public to believe that Osborn does not value talent. This is not a sustainable path." The directors nodded in agreement, acknowledging Norman's sentiments. "Therefore, I propose to grant Qin Ge equity in our company, allowing him to become a shareholder in Osborn. While the amount need not be excessive, it should not be trivial either." Norman articulated his thoughts. "We all have limited shares. Who among us will relinquish some for him?" One director interjected. "I suggest that each board member allocate a portion of their shares to Qin Ge. This way, our individual losses will be minimal, yet collectively, it will amount to a significant reward for him." Another director chimed in. "Why not have you, Norman, directly transfer some of your shares to him? Why complicate matters?" Norman's expression shifted as he turned to the director who had spoken. This indeed was a feasible approach, allowing for the reward of Qin Ge without unnecessary complications. The other directors readily concurred. At that moment, Norman comprehended their underlying motive. They sought to diminish his shareholdings. "You all." Norman's gaze turned icy as he rose from his seat, his hands supporting his body, scanning the room with a detached indifference. "I propose that Norman's shares be relinquished back to the company," one of the directors suddenly declared. "I second that. I second that." Norman's cold eyes scrutinized the grotesque expressions of these individuals. He refrained from rebuttal or comment, acutely aware that he had no chance of turning the tide and had to bide his time. Thus, in a hasty manner, Norman, the founder of Osborn, was ousted from the board. "I shall return." Norman's calm demeanor sent chills down the spines of all present. "So, you've been removed from the board?" Qin Ge inquired, frowning. Norman, seated across from him, nodded. At that moment, I even felt the urge to eliminate everyone in the conference room. A cold glint flickered in Norman's eyes. "Do not act impulsively. Once blood is shed, the nature of the situation changes," Qin Ge advised. "I am aware. That is why I refrained from acting and chose to endure." Norman remained rational, understanding that if he resorted to violence, the situation would become irretrievable. Once the act of murder was exposed, everything would be lost. "Do not rush. We shall deliberate carefully," Qin Ge said, observing Norman. "I know," Norman replied softly, stirring his coffee with a spoon. "I will not let this matter rest. Osborn was founded by my own hands, and it reached its pinnacle under my stewardship. I absolutely refuse to allow these petty individuals to take advantage of the situation. This is not entirely a misfortune," Qin Ge chuckled. "At the very least, you now know whom to distrust." Norman offered a wry smile, reflecting on the hefty price he had paid for this revelation. "Does Harry know about this?" Qin Ge recalled Norman's beloved son, a good-hearted individual, yet perpetually a giant baby lacking a clear understanding of life. "He is still unaware. The press conference should be held next week. So, we have a week to turn the situation around." "Indeed, I will assist you, but you must not act rashly in the meantime. I need to take a trip, and we will discuss it upon my return," Qin Ge stated. Although Norman had been ousted from the board, the rewards for Qin Ge were still dispersed. He was now a minor shareholder in Osborn, albeit with a small stake. Yet he had gained the right to participate in board meetings. This was the turning point. "How long will you be gone?" Norman inquired. Qin Ge pondered before responding. "About 2 days. I will take an afternoon flight and return as swiftly as possible." "Is it absolutely necessary? What urgent matter requires your attention?" Norman asked, puzzled. "I must go. The situation is critical." Qin Ge's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. "Someone seeks my life. I cannot simply ignore it." "What?" Norman gasped, about to voice a concern, but hesitating as he recalled Qin Ge's formidable physical prowess. He had utilized a human enhancement serum, augmenting his physical capabilities significantly. However, compared to Qin Ge, he would still find himself at a disadvantage. Based on the assessment, Qin Ge's physical constitution has likely reached the pinnacle of human capability. With such remarkable physical prowess, coupled with Qin Ge's formidable combat abilities, There are few in this world capable of inflicting harm upon him. Chapter 27. Another symbiote at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Ge boarded a flight to Paris, France. In the first-class cabin, he reclined in his seat with closed eyes, reviewing the data pertaining to his target in his mind. Name, Tage title, underground boxing king gender, male age, 32 bloodline, human special ability, berserk symbiote skills, boxing 4, firearm 3, combat 3, skill maximum, 5, overall combat power, 95, maximum, 100 evaluation. Possessed by a symbiote, his combat power has significantly increased, yet the enhancement is not profound, remaining below the threshold. Status, not loadable. As Qin Ge contemplated the special ability labeled Berserk, he realized this was the second symbiote he had encountered. The system had indicated that symbiotes could strengthen themselves through consumption. This individual likely intended to evolve by devouring the venom in Qin Ge's possession, he mused. From recent experiments, he had observed that the venom was averse to the high temperatures of flames and feared vibrations within the range of 4 to 6,000 Hz. Attacks exceeding the host and symbiote's tolerance would simultaneously damage both. Thus, the destructive power of the vibranium dual shields, combined with his own strength, could indeed injure or even kill Tage. Qin Ge was not here to assist Tage in escaping from the symbiote. He was here to kill. System, review my template. Buzz. Name, Qin Ge title, Shadow Emperor, the prodigal of Huagui gender, male age, 18, restricted in other dimensions, bloodline. Human special ability, shield duality, unyielding will, details, skills, indulgence 5. Firearm 5, combat 5, leadership 5, driving 4, skill maximum, 5, overall combat power, 100, maximum, 100 evaluation, human limit, newly ascended. Strive towards the extraordinary, young one. Status, not loadable. Loading template. Captain America template unyielding will? Qin Ge gazed at this newly manifested special ability with confusion, having not encountered it previously. Review the special ability unyielding will. Unyielding will, not activated. Captain America possesses an unwavering resolve at the pinnacle of human potential, embodying an indomitable spirit. His will is remarkably steadfast, impervious to any mind-altering illusions below the 4th tier, and unaffected by supernatural entities. There exists a substantial probability that upon death, he will transform into a heroic spirit, becoming a powerful existence among the heroic. Qin Ge opened his eyes, astonished by the revelation. Transforming into a heroic spirit after death. That is rather remarkable. Furthermore, the ability to disregard any mind-altering illusions below the 4th tier makes him the nemesis of illusionists. How does one activate unyielding will? Qin Ge asked eagerly, cracking his knuckles. This is indeed a remarkable skill. In the absence of access to the 4th and 5th tiers, this ability can entirely compensate for Qin Ge's deficiencies at the spiritual and mental levels. Discovering one's own path and steadfastly adhering to one's beliefs is essential for progress. Qin Ge blinked in confusion, pondering the meaning of it all. Please explore at your own pace, the system advised. There is no difference between saying it and remaining silent. Qin Ge could only scoff in exasperation. Attention, dear passengers. We are approaching the romantic city of Paris, France. Qin Ge collected his thoughts, adjusted his attire, and prepared to disembark. As night fell, he entered the 5-star hotel where Tage was staying, clad in casual attire. Upon passing the entrance, he discreetly disposed of a small device in the trash bin. Merely 3 seconds after his departure, the device emitted a blue arc of electricity, instantly disrupting all surveillance within the hotel. In the elevator, he pressed the button for the 6th floor. The surveillance was compromised, with an estimated repair time of 15 to 20 minutes. The system suggested that the host's actions should be confined to 10 to 15 minutes. Tage was in the presidential suite, room 701, and the direct elevator to the 7th floor was not in a public area. One needed to ascend to the 6th floor first, and then take the stairs to the 7th. The system relayed this information to Qin Ge, who nodded in silent acknowledgement. Ding! As the elevator doors opened on the 6th floor, Qin Ge stepped out, his eyes scanning the surroundings while he promptly moved towards the stairwell. After turning a corner, within half a minute, he re-emerged clad in the uniform of the Shadow Emperor. Who are you? Bang! Bang! Before the 2 security personnel guarding the stairwell could finish their inquiry, Qin Ge incapacitated them with 2 swift strikes. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed up the stairs. "Someone is coming, Tej," a raspy voice warned him. Tej narrowed his eyes. This individual had altered his fate. Trusting the voice, he had no doubts about its veracity. "No worries, I will ensure he does not return." Bang! The door to Tej's room was flung open, and he rose from the sofa, eyes fixed on the man who had intruded. "Is it him?" Qin Ge questioned inwardly. "Yes." Humming with certainty, the vibranium dual shields materialized on his wrists. As he activated them, they transformed into claw-like appendages, propelling Qin Ge toward Tej with astonishing speed, too rapid for Tej to react. With tremendous force, Qin Ge thrust the vibranium shield toward Tej. Even the most resilient steel would not withstand such an assault. In a critical moment, a silvery liquid erupted from Tej's body, swiftly coalescing into a massive silver shield that stood before him. Splat! The sharp vibranium spikes, coupled with Qin Ge's immense strength, effortlessly tore through the remarkably resilient giant shield. The vibranium dual shields in his left hand struck with unyielding ferocity, akin to lightning, piercing towards the other side of Tej. The chaos reemerged, raising a silver-white giant shield in a similar manner. With a swift thrust, the shield was once again effortlessly ripped apart by Qin Ge. With a surge of power in his arms, the vibranium dual shields immediately penetrated the two giant shields and viciously stabbed Tej. Blood gushed forth from Tej's chest in a torrential flow. In retaliation, two masses of silvery liquid swiftly coalesced into two formidable fists, crashing into Qin Ge's abdomen and sending him flying. With a thunderous crash, Qin Ge's body slammed against the wall and then collapsed onto the ground. From Tej, an unceasing stream of silvery liquid poured out, rapidly healing the two wounds inflicted by Qin Ge. The silvery liquid flowed forth in droplets, enveloping Tej. "I will kill you." The silvery substance intensified, elevating Tej's body progressively. In the name of chaos. This chaos bears no relation to the symbiotic leader from the independent film Venom. They are not the same symbiote. Chapter 20. The death of chaos. The silvery liquid rapidly enveloped Tej, and moments later, a grotesque monster standing 3 meters tall materialized in the room. Its entire form gleamed silver, muscles bulging violently. The white, crescent moon-shaped eyes dominated nearly half of its silver face, revealing rows of jagged teeth and a long, menacing tongue. At its hands, 10 sharp and pointed spikes sent chills down one's spine, evoking a sense of dread. Undoubtedly, this was a terrifying monster capable of silencing the cries of children, another extraterrestrial symbiote named Chaos. Qin Ge's expression, concealed beneath his mask, grew grave as the original template of Tej underwent a radical transformation. Name: Tej. Title: Chaos. Gender: male. Age: 32. Lineage: symbiote. Special abilities: super regeneration. Mimetic transformation. Details: skills: boxing 4, firearms 3, combat 3, maximum level 5, overall combat power 179. Evaluation: Tej's compatibility with the Chaos symbiote is exceedingly low, resulting in minimal enhancement of combat capabilities, yet he remains a formidable foe. Status: not loadable. Qin Ge gripped the vibranium dual shields tightly. Despite Tej's low compatibility with Chaos, his sheer combat power far exceeded Qin Ge's. He could not afford to be careless. "I will devour you, insect." As Chaos's raspy voice echoed, its body swayed. Qin Ge's gaze sharpened. The formidable combat reflexes granted by the Captain America template kicked in, with the vibranium dual shields thrusting fiercely forward. Chaos, charging towards him, abruptly halted, twisting an extraordinarily bizarre angle before launching another assault on Qin Ge. Qin Ge readied his defense, swinging the vibranium dual shields once more towards Chaos. Left with no choice, Chaos continued to evade. The claw form of the vibranium dual shields is exceedingly sharp, and even the formidable defensive capabilities of the Berserker, which can withstand bullets, would find itself torn apart upon encountering the vibranium dual shields. The sharpness of a weapon can oftentimes determine the outcome of a battle. However, there exists a saying: a prolonged defense will inevitably lead to loss. Faced with the Berserker's overall enhanced physical attributes, Qin Ge could only endure the blows passively. Boom! At last, when Qin Ge was caught off guard, a tentacle from the Berserker lashed out violently, sending him soaring through the air. Bang! He crashed against the wall of the hotel room, barely catching his breath when the whistling sound of slicing air reached him once again. The vibranium dual shields were raised before him. Boom! Qin Ge's body collided with the wall once more. Whoosh! The berserker's right hand morphed into a vicious claw, its 5 sharp talons glimmering with a chilling aura. The fierce sound of slicing air cut through the atmosphere as the claw lunged toward Qin Ge. With a fierce roar, Qin Ge's left hand wielded the vibranium dual shields to block the strike. Even though the overwhelming force was significantly diminished by the shields, it still caused a momentary halt in Qin Ge's movements. In that fleeting moment of suspension, the berserker's left hand transformed instantly into a wicked blade, slicing through the air and darting towards Qin Ge's abdomen with lightning speed. The menacing blade, measuring half a meter in length and 20 centimeters in width, would inflict grievous harm upon Qin Ge, even if his physical prowess had reached the limits of human capability. Qin Ge's eyes flickered, his right hand shook, and a flamethrower materialized in his grasp. The berserker's dynamic vision was not inferior to Qin Ge's, and it noticed the appearance of the flamethrower immediately. Where did he acquire that? Alarmed, the berserker desperately attempted to retract its advancing left-handed blade, but the force was unyielding and nearly impossible to withdraw. Qin Ge's gaze turned fierce as he squeezed the trigger of the flamethrower. Scorching flames erupted, the inferno surging forth at a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees, engulfing the berserker, who was almost in close proximity to him. One of the greatest fears of the symbiotic entity is extreme heat. Even the continuous burn of ordinary flames can exert a tremendous impact, let alone a military-grade weapon like a flamethrower. The berserker, struck directly by the flames, instantly lost its offensive capabilities. The searing heat caused the air to bubble, and Qin Ge endured the pain of the scalding atmosphere as he kicked the berserker. Now entirely devoid of combat ability, the berserker was forcefully sent flying by Qin Ge's kick. After kicking it away, Qin Ge gripped the flamethrower with both hands, continuing to unleash flames upon the berserker. At this closer range, the temperature surrounding Qin Ge plummeted. Although it remained high, it was within tolerable limits. Glancing down at his arm, which had been inadvertently scorched black, Qin Ge's icy gaze fell upon the berserker, which was thrashing wildly in the flames, as well as upon the Taigo within it. The flamethrower boasted a substantial capacity, and even after nearly half a minute of continuous fire, its intensity showed no sign of waning. In contrast, the berserker, engulfed in flames, gradually reduced its cries, clearly nearing its limit. Someone is approaching. The voice of the system suddenly echoed. Qin Ge's gaze hardened as he adjusted the settings and intensified the flame's projection. The turmoil gradually subsided, and the silvery, liquid substance clinging to Tage began to shrink, ultimately vanishing in the flame's voracious embrace. In that moment, Tage, even before he could utter a cry of anguish, was consumed by the terrifying fire, reduced to mere charcoal. All are dead, the system confirmed. With the system's affirmation, Qin Ge finally deactivated the flamethrower, casting it back into the system's space, and hastened to the window of the room. He leaped, shattering the glass and plunging from the upper floor. Just as Qin Ge burst through the window, several security personnel rushed into the room. Even amidst the inferno engulfing the entire space, they laid eyes upon the charred remains, resembling a piece of burnt coal. On the other side, after hitting the ground, Qin Ge swiftly departed from the hotel, running until he reached a location at least 3 blocks away before halting. He gasped for breath, leaning against a wall, collapsing onto the ground. Raising his arm, he examined the necrotic skin at his right elbow, now blackened, the scorching heat having temporarily severed his pain receptors. Damn, that was a close call, Qin Ge thought with lingering trepidation. Had he delayed in deploying the flamethrower, he would have met a dire fate. My strength in this realm is still too feeble, he lamented. Although he had triumphed over the chaos, it was only by identifying its weakness that he achieved victory. He needed to promptly devise a method to fulfill Task 3. The Captain America template was still insufficient for his needs. Lowering his gaze to the necrotic skin, he removed his mask and stuffed it into his mouth. With his left hand trembling slightly, he grasped the dead skin, attempting to peel away the decayed layers. Chapter 29. The Assault of Venom. Qin Ge's eyes widened as excruciating pain surged through his nervous system. Yet, he persevered in tearing at the dead skin. Until he removed this necrotic tissue, his body's remarkable self-healing capabilities would remain dormant. He had no choice but to tear off the decayed skin. Initially, he had refrained from disturbing the dead tissue, and the temporary disconnection from pain receptors had dulled his sensation of pain. However, now, as he forcibly peeled away the dead skin, the nerves in his elbow reconnected, and a torrent of agony flooded his mind. Despite years of military training fortifying his will, Qin Ge found it increasingly difficult to endure. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, saturating his uniform and soaking his clothes. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long it had been, until he finally succeeded in removing the dead skin entirely. Quickly retrieving alcohol, gauze, and medication from the system space, he poured the alcohol onto his arm. Although sharp stings persisted, the cooling sensation provided much relief. No pain could compare to that of peeling away the skin. After tending to his wound, Qin Ge rose to change his attire and made his way toward the airport. Given Tae's social standing, the police would not be able to block all routes out of the city. 3 days have elapsed since the dark event, and in this short span, Qin Ge's wounds have astonishingly healed completely. The remarkable regenerative abilities reminiscent of Captain America left Qin Ge in awe. Ordinarily, such injuries would take a normal person approximately 2 weeks to mend. While he was aware of Captain America's formidable healing prowess, he never anticipated it to be to such an extraordinary extent. However, when the system informed him that within the Marvel Universe, there exists a loquacious symbiote capable of reattaching its severed head, Qin Ge's astonishment waned. Goodness, what astonishing capabilities are these? In recent days, Norman frequently visited Qin Ge's abode, deliberating on how to regain access to Oscorp. Alongside these discussions, they also engaged in research on the Venom symbiote. Oscorp had successfully developed a human enhancement serum, a monumental achievement, yet it rendered their subsequent objectives somewhat ambiguous. Initially, it was anticipated that after perfecting the serum, they would focus on developing branches stemming from it. However, the emergence of the Venom symbiote, which was evidently far more exhilarating than the branches of the human enhancement serum, shifted their focus. Have you ever considered allowing it to bond with a living organism? Norman inquired, glancing at the symbiote confined within its cage. I advise against such an endeavor. Qin Ge replied, placing down the reagent he had been working with and meeting Norman's gaze. Given the Venom symbiote's violent corruptive capabilities, it could gradually transform a benign individual into a complete savage, a notion that was far from amusing. Is it akin to the incomplete human enhancement serum? Norman queried. No, it isn't quite that severe. Qin Ge shook his head. The incomplete serum would create an extremely malevolent alter ego, whereas the symbiote's bonding, although similar to an alter ego, posed a significantly lesser threat than the enhancement serum. Norman nodded, casting his eyes upon the Venom symbiote within the cage. The symbiote ceased its erratic movements, coalescing into a mass that seemed to gaze intently at Norman. I'll take some back for further study, Norman stated. Take what? The symbiote. Very well, but exercise caution. This creature has recently consumed a considerable number of lab mice, and it has grown quite robust. Once it bonds with your physique, resistance will be futile. Qin Ge, in a bid to avoid hassle, had fed Venom an abundance of mice, resulting in its current formidable state. Even Norman's enhanced physicality would find it challenging to resist the symbiote's coercive parasitism. Nevertheless, Qin Ge himself remained unperturbed. His body's limits far exceeded what Venom could parasitize. I will be careful, Norman assured. All right then, what would you like for dinner? Qin Ge asked, pulling out a takeout menu. Anything will do, Norman replied nonchalantly. By the way, there's been talk of a certain little spider becoming quite active recently. Are you aware? Little spider? Qin Ge paused. You mean Spider-Man? Indeed. I've heard he's been quite lively lately. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Quite an intriguing fellow, he's rather decent. Norman possesses a rather keen perception of Spider-Man, acknowledging that with the emergence of this hero, the crime rate in New York City has significantly diminished. Qin Ge chuckled softly, realizing that Peter has indeed embarked on the path of a superhero. Let us indulge in some pizza tonight, he mused, glancing at the delivery menu with the pizzeria's contact number before retrieving his phone to place an order. In the dead of night, Norman returned home, carrying a half-cut symbiote of Venom in the passenger seat. Qin Ge watched him leave, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Why do I always feel like something is about to happen? He wondered, scratching his head, recalling how such ominous signs often precede trouble in movies. I need to investigate, he decided, feeling a twinge of unease as he turned back to his room to change clothes. As Norman drove home, the bottle containing venom rested on the passenger seat. Although it resembled a mere beer bottle, venom remained eerily still inside, appearing lifeless, save for the subtle sheen of its dark form. Norman mused aloud. If this entity were to bond with me, my physical capabilities would likely increase exponentially. Suddenly, a series of beeping noises interrupted his thoughts. Puzzled, Norman glanced at the rearview mirror, where he spotted Qin Ge's car approaching. Qin Ge maneuvered his vehicle alongside Norman's, matching his pace. "What's the matter?" Norman inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "Nothing at all. I was just heading out," Qin Ge replied casually, averting his gaze. For his observations, Norman appeared to be unharmed. "Ah, then I'll be on my way," Norman said, satisfied, and pressed down on the accelerator to depart. In the fleeting moment, as they passed each other, Qin Ge discreetly tossed a minuscule tracking device on a Norman-esque attire, ensuring it adhered securely. With that completed, he drove away. At precisely 2:17 a.m., Norman finally arrived home. He carelessly placed the bottle containing venom on the table, forgoing a shower, and collapsed in a bed, promptly falling asleep. The symbiote pressed tightly against the inner wall of the bottle, seemingly verifying whether Norman was truly asleep. Once assured, it began to rise slowly, the cork gradually being pushed upward. Venom was cunning, having shown restraint since falling into Qin Ge's possession. While it could not break free from the specialized cage, it knew that this bottle-esque cork posed no real barrier. In Chapter 30, The Green Goblin, the cork was finally dislodged by Venom. As it fell, the black liquid morphed into a hand, deftly catching the cork to prevent it from clattering on the table and waking Norman. Venom cautiously wriggled out of the bottle, carefully replacing the cork once it was free. After completing this task, it slithered swiftly toward Norman. Suddenly, midway through its movement, Venom halted. It lifted its dark mask to glance at Norman on the bed, then turned to regard the bottle on the table. After a moment's hesitation, Venom's form split in two, with the rear half hastily retreating back to the bottle. The familiar act of uncorking the bottle, the symbiotic venom seeped inside, subsequently sealing the bottle once more. The other half of Venom observed this process before slithering towards Norman's direction. Norman lay in bed, his eyes tightly shut, lost in slumber. With a soft thud, Venom cautiously adhered to Norman's body, dark energy coursing through the point of contact into Norman's mind, causing his brow to furrow in his sleep. Influenced by Venom, tumultuous emotions began to stir, destabilizing his will. As Norman's frown deepened, Venom gradually spread throughout his entire being, until it enveloped him completely. Suddenly, Norman's tightly shut eyes sprang open, a frenzied and savage intent flooding his pupils. The following morning, Qin Ge donned in an apron, prepared breakfast in the kitchen while Matt sat on the living room sofa, sipping milk and watching the morning news broadcast. The report revealed that earlier that morning, all members of the Osborn Corporation's board of directors had been found murdered in their homes, with the sole survivor being the former chairman, Norman Osborn. For more details, please listen. Qin Ge, possessing exceptionally acute hearing, halted his breakfast preparations upon hearing this news. System, immediately retrieve all pertinent information regarding this incident and filter for valuable insights. Within mere seconds, all information available online concerning the event, having been meticulously filtered by the system, appeared before Qin Ge. As he scanned the details quickly, his expression turned grave. Norman's home. What brings you here? Norman greeted Qin Ge with a smile. Did you see the news? I came to check if it was you, Uncle Norman, Qin Ge replied, also smiling. How could it possibly be me? Although I would have liked to do so, I did not. However, those fellows deserve their fate. With their demise, I can once again take the helm of Osborn. I must extend my gratitude to whoever orchestrated this. Norman's face bore no trace of unease, appearing quite pleased. Qin Ge glanced at the venom quietly resting within the beer bottle, then turned to scrutinize Norman. He assessed Norman's profile internally. Even though venom remained docile in the bottle, Qin Ge felt a lingering unease. This symbiote, unlike the brutish riot, exuded a profound intelligence that Qin Ge sensed while studying it. One could never be too cautious. It might be scheming an escape. For safety's sake, he decided to check. Name, Norman Osborn. Title, Green Goblin. Gender, male. Age, 38. Lineage, human. Special ability, symbiosis with venom. Skills, biology 5. Business 4, maximum skill level 5. Overall combat power, 189 evaluation. High compatibility with the Venom symbiote. Significant enhancement in combat power. Symbiotic transformation will double combat capacity. Status, unable to load. Qin Ge's pupils suddenly constricted. The green demon? The very scenario he dreaded had come to fruition. He should never have allowed Norman to bring the Venom home yesterday. With a current combat power of 189, should the Venom transform, Qin Ge would undoubtedly be outmatched. The only means of defense against him would be a flamethrower. Yet such a device is difficult to control and could inadvertently harm Norman, an outcome Qin Ge desperately wished to avoid. No, he must stall for time. Though his mind raced with thoughts, Qin Ge's exterior remained impassive. Norman scrutinized every nuance of Qin Ge's expression, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. You arrived just in time. The board members have all met their demise, leaving only myself. I shall promote a few individuals to the board. And as for the reward I promised you, let it be replaced by shares. What do you think? That sounds acceptable, Qin Ge replied, nodding as he suppressed the urge to act, maintaining his composure. Very well. I shall instruct my secretary to deliver the share transfer agreement to you. I will collect it from the company. Qin Ge responded, recalling that he had an entity named Matt concealed in his home, to avoid being seen by Norman. Matt had transformed into sand and lay low all afternoon. All right, when will you come by? Norman inquired. This afternoon, as I need to head to school. I can conveniently stop by the company to sign the paperwork. That works. I shall take my leave then, unless there is anything else. Would you buy? Qin Ge waved and turned it apart. As Qin Ge's figure vanished behind the door, the smile on Norman's face dissipated. Has he discovered my intentions? No, that seems unlikely. Norman mused, glancing at the half-filled beer bottle on the table that contained the venom. Mr. Qin, you summoned me, the burly Matt announced as he entered the underground laboratory. Observing Qin Ge, who was intently studying the venom, Qin Ge looked up and handed Matt a bank card he had retrieved from his pocket. What is this? It contains 500,000. Use it to treat your daughter, and if it proves insufficient, feel free to ask for more, Qin Ge stated. 500,000? Matt exclaimed in astonishment, clutching the card. This is more than enough. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The password consists of 6 digits, Qin Ge said, patting Matt's shoulder. Ensure her recovery. Understood. Matt nodded earnestly. There is one more matter, Qin Ge continued, producing a photograph from his pocket and presenting it to Matt. Is this Mr. Osborn? Matt asked, recognizing the man in the picture, the very individual responsible for his predicament yesterday afternoon. Yes. Uncle Norman may be in some trouble. I need you to keep him under surveillance. Your ability to transform into sand makes you an excellent observer. He will not perceive your presence. Monitor his actions closely and report any unusual occurrences immediately. All right, Matt agreed, nodding. He would not refuse his benefactor, Qin Ge. Moreover, possessing his newfound power as a sand being, he felt nearly invulnerable, with little that could threaten his life. Go now. Chapter 30. Investment in nuclear fusion. Entrusting Norman to Matt for surveillance was a decision that Qin Ge made after careful consideration. Although Qin Ge possessed formidable surveillance skills, honed during his time with the Flying Tigers where he specialized in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, he was acutely aware that the symbiote's detection techniques were exceedingly peculiar. He could not guarantee that he would not be discovered by Venom while monitoring Norman. This was not the time for exposure. It was essential to keep Norman under control to prevent him from embarking on a violent rampage. However, among the few individuals Qin Ge knew, there were none who could adequately fulfill this role. Spider-Man, while immensely powerful, was not particularly adept at stealth. After pondering the matter, only Sandman, Matt, remained a viable option. Once transformed into sand, his thermal signature would vanish entirely, rendering him indistinguishable from ordinary sand. No matter how intricate Venom's detection methods were, he would not be able to discern the difference between grains of sand. Furthermore, Matt's nearly immortal sand transformation ability would ensure his safety even in a confrontation with Norman. Crucially, the relationship between Qin Ge and Matt was a secret known only to them. Norman was unaware, and should Matt's identity be compromised, Norman would not suspect Qin Ge. Considering all these factors, Qin Ge ultimately resolved to have Matt keep an eye on Norman. Spider-Man's reputation continued to soar, in this era devoid of faith. The emergence of the superhero provided a focal point for the misplaced beliefs of the populace. The admiration for Spider-Man had reached heights beyond anyone's imagination. Yet, behind the veneer of prosperity lay an ever-present darkness. Beneath the pedestal was an unfathomable abyss. At Columbia University, in Dr. Otto's physics laboratory. What? Osborn wants to invest in my experiment? Dr. Otto exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he gazed at the impeccably dressed Qin Ge, adorned in a sleek black suit. Qin Ge's tall stature was accentuated, exuding an undeniable charisma that drew attention, even if his looks were not conventionally handsome. I am now the second largest shareholder in Osborn Group. I discussed it with Uncle Norman, and he has agreed to fund your nuclear fusion experiment. Qin Ge replied with a smile. This was indeed a result of his fervent advocacy. With the transformation of Osborn Company into a conglomerate, the primary focus of its research shifted to symbiote studies. Qin Ge's mentor, Dr. Connors, had also been invited to join the group as the chief scientist for this research. Initially, the group had no plans to invest in other experiments, but after Qin Ge made a strong case at the board meeting, Norman relented and released a portion of the funds. That's wonderful. I cannot thank you enough. Dr. Otto's face radiated with uncontainable joy. Doctor, let me be frank. The funds I secured from the group are limited. If you do not achieve significant results within 6 months, the group will withdraw its investment. It won't take 6 months. Dr. Otto responded, shaking his head. My experiment was stalled due to funding constraints. Now that the funds are available, I can immediately proceed to the final stages of research. I will perfect the nuclear fusion process within a month at the latest. Then I shall eagerly await your good news, Doctor. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge smiled and nodded. Indeed, Peter swung through the air on his spider silk, eventually landing on the rooftop of a tall building. He removed his mask and stared blankly at the Spider-Man mask in his hands. Spider-Man, Peter mom uret vistfully. He was not blinded by the glowing reports that praised him. Cough. Not all of them. For instance, a Daily Bugle. Peter had a clear understanding of himself. He recognized his own position. He was merely an ordinary individual striving to make the world a better place, without lofty ideals cluttering his mind. He did not fully grasp the concept of saving the world. He simply wished to do what he could. Beep, beep, beep. His phone rang, snapping Peter back to reality. He fumbled for his phone and answered the call. Mr. Qin? Peter, where are you? Qin Ge's voice echoed through the receiver. Peter instinctively glanced around. Do you have some free time lately? Qin Ge inquired, as the howling wind could be heard through the receiver, giving him a hint of Peter's location. I've been busy preparing for entrance exams. Is something up? That's quite unfortunate, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Our group has invested in Dr. Otto's research, and I had planned for you to join us. But since you're so busy, I have time. Peter quickly interrupted. Dr. Otto, he is my idol. Haha, come to my house tomorrow, and I will take you to meet Dr. Otto, Qin Ge said, knowing Peter would respond this way. All right, bye, goodbye. After hanging up, the excitement in Peter's eyes remained undiminished. Dr. Otto. The next day, Peter arrived early at Qin Ge's doorstep and rang the doorbell. He was aware of Qin Ge's new address since moving, and although he had never been there, Peter had become intimately familiar with the layout of New York since becoming Spider-Man. The neighborhood where Qin Ge lived was quite famous and easy to find. You're really early, Qin Ge remarked as he opened the door, seeing Peter dressed formally, with the clock showing 7:30. Haha, Peter smiled sheepishly. All right, I know you're eager. Wait for me to grab the car keys. Sure. Qin Ge turned to fetch the keys, locking the door behind him. Just then, the door across the hall opened, catching the attention of both Qin Ge and Peter. Gwen, wearing light makeup and a patterned top with baggy jeans, stepped out of her apartment. She quickly noticed the two in the hallway. Qin Ge? Gwen exclaimed in surprise. Good morning, Gwen, Qin Ge greeted her. Good morning. This is Peter, my friend, Qin Ge introduced. Hello, Peter. Good morning. After becoming Spider-Man, Peter's timid personality underwent a transformation, which was indeed a fortuitous change. Qin Ge pressed the button for the descending elevator, and the doors promptly opened, allowing the three of them to step inside in succession. Are you heading to the company? Gwen inquired, noticing that both of them were clad in suits. Yes, I'm taking Peter to participate in an experiment, Qin Ge casually replied. Gwen glanced at Peter with a look of surprise at his words. Chapter 32. Failure, where are you headed? To school? Qin Ge asked. Yes, the college entrance exams are approaching, so I've been preparing intensely and decided to arrive early, he responded. Qin Ge nodded, realizing that it was indeed the time for the American college entrance examinations. It seemed that both of them were aiming for Columbia University, which implied they were likely part of the same graduating class. After exchanging a few more words, the trio parted ways. Qin Ge led Peter to the underground parking garage, and they drove towards Oscorp. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had passed. Norman remained exceedingly calm. If it weren't for Qin Ge witnessing through the template that he had already been parasitized by venom, he might have doubted whether Norman had indeed been affected at all. Wasn't he a bit too composed? It had been 2 weeks, and he appeared unchanged. Matt had monitored Norman for half a month without detecting any abnormalities. If one had to mention a difference, it might be that he was consuming more meat. Though Matt said nothing, Qin Ge could hardly contain his impatience. The presence of venom on Norman was a pressing concern, as this entity was inherently hazardous, its violent tendencies profoundly influencing individuals. Yet, Qin Ge found himself without a viable solution. Thus, he could only hasten his research on the symbiote in hopes of discovering a remedy. At Oscorp, Qin Ge, clad in a lab coat, stood before the instruments conducting his research. He and Dr. Connors served as the chief scientists in the symbiote study, maintaining a constant presence in the laboratory. System, were the results regarding the removal of the violent factor? Qin Ge inquired, observing the samples being tested by the researchers. The testing duration is too lengthy. I cannot wait, he added. Generally, only 3% of the violent factor has been eliminated, which does not significantly affect the overall situation. The system replied. Another failure? Qin Ge frowned at the equations displayed on the monitor. System, is it still unable to deduce the correct formula? No, came the response. While the system was powerful enough to provide Qin Ge with a complete formula, that was not its purpose. If he were to achieve greatness without effort, how could he truly become a formidable warrior? It is not merely a matter of once or twice. Every endeavor exists only in the realm of 0 or infinite attempts. The system's fundamental intention was to cultivate Qin Ge into a warrior with unwavering resolve, one who does not rely on others. This is also why, despite the character template being loaded, it still required Qin Ge to undergo training and learning to attain mastery. Power that is handed directly to one can never truly belong to them. No matter how wondrous, what is not yours will never be yours. Only through genuine assimilation of that power can it become one's own. The limited time template is undoubtedly powerful, yet upon acquiring the Sun Wukong template, Qin Ge, as expected, plunged into the abyss of strength. The state of mind. This is an inescapable topic. Without a mindset that matches one's power, one merely becomes a puppet of that power. Those who suddenly obtain immense strength can never be compared to those who ascend gradually to the pinnacle of success. Much like the distinction between a sudden lottery winner and a true magnate, a genuine tycoon holds himself to standards far superior to those of the average person, never allowing wealth to diminish his expectations. In contrast, the nouveau riche, having acquired their fortunes sporadically, lack the journey of struggle and therefore harbor an inherent insecurity and fear, relying on external material possessions to mask their unease. In other words, is this not yet another instance of a mismatch between power and mindset? Qin Ge comprehends this dilemma. Although he bears no regrets about not ascending to great heights, he understands the system's intentions. With a sigh, he resumed his research. Meanwhile, in Dr. Otto's laboratory, Doctor, are we truly proceeding with the experiment now? Peter inquired anxiously, eyeing the tritium element in Dr. Otto's hands. Indeed, I must expedite the completion of the nuclear fusion reaction. I have waited for over a decade, and I cannot afford to wait any longer, Dr. Otto replied. His gaze fixated on the tritium. Place it carefully, he instructed, handing the tritium to his assistant. Dr. Otto approached a mechanical arm resembling an octopus. Is this the robotic arm you designed to assist with the experiment? Peter asked, recalling Dr. Otto's earlier discussions on the concept. Yes. It possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. It is an ultra-advanced artificial intelligence. Will it not affect you? I am well prepared, Dr. Otto assured, smiling as he stood before the mechanical arm, which was affixed to his body by instruments. With a sudden jolt, the mechanical arm penetrated Dr. Otto's body, eliciting a wave of pain. Peter noticed a small blue square on Dr. Otto's neck illuminating. This is a disruptor. I can control these mechanical arms through it, Dr. Otto explained, gesturing to the disruptor on the back of his neck. Peter nodded in understanding. All right, let us begin. The lab personnel retreated to a safe distance as Dr. Otto familiarized himself with the mechanical arms. Approaching the nuclear fusion reactor, he opened the tritium and placed it inside, initiating the operation. Peter watched nervously as Dr. Otto conducted the experiment. If this went awry, it would not be a trivial matter. Yet, as reality often unfolds, the very fears we harbor often manifest. With Dr. Otto's continued manipulation, a terrifying force emanated from the tritium, drawing in all surrounding metallic objects. What is happening? Qin Ge, in the symbiotic laboratory, immediately sensed something amiss. Dr. Otto's nuclear fusion reaction has spiraled out of control. Someone quickly informed Qin Ge of the situation. Damn it! Qin Ge hurriedly exited the symbiotic laboratory, racing towards the chamber where Dr. Otto resided. If the nuclear fusion reaction were not curtailed, the entirety of New York would be plunged into grave danger. Moreover, the Osborn Group was situated on Manhattan Island, the very heart of New York's financial district. There could be absolutely no room for error. In the chairman's office, Norman seethed upon hearing his secretary's report, his eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. After dismissing the secretary, he grasped a tome from a bookshelf, which then pivoted to reveal a hidden door behind it. Inside, a striking green battlesuit and a flying apparatus came into view. Norman swiftly donned the green battle attire and affixed the menacing mask beside it upon his head. Activating the flying device, he opened the window and soared into the night. In the shadows, a small mound of sand observed the entire scene unfold. Once Norman departed, the sand continued to accumulate, gradually coalescing into a towering figure. Matt gazed at the slowly closing hidden door with a complex expression, realizing that Mr. Osborn was none other than the Green Goblin. Chapter 33. Dr. Octopus Peter pressed himself against the wall, terror gripping him as he beheld the increasingly powerful gravitational pull of the nuclear fusion reactor. Closest to the reactor and equipped with mechanical arms, Dr. Otto was the first to feel its terrifying force. His mechanical appendages clung desperately to the outer layer of the apparatus. Yet as the gravitational pull intensified, they began to falter. This cannot continue. The entire Osborn Group is in peril. Peter's eyes flickered as he sought refuge in a secluded corner. Whoosh! Moments later, a strand of web landed precisely behind Dr. Otto, revealing Peter in his Spider-Man suit within the laboratory. With both hands firmly grasping the incredibly resilient webbing, he exerted all his strength to pull outward. With Spider-Man's assistance, the pressure exerted on Dr. Otto's body by the gravitational force began to alleviate. "It's Spider-Man," someone exclaimed, recognizing Peter. The distinctiveness of Spider-Man's costume made it easily identifiable. Dr. Otto also noticed Spider-Man behind him, understanding that he was being aided, and thus intensified the output of his mechanical arms to retreat. Yet, human strength paled in comparison to the forces of nuclear fusion. The artificial sun's gravitational pull grew increasingly formidable. Even with the combined strength of the mechanical arms and Peter, they struggled to withstand it. "Quick, shut down the power!" Peter's voice, strained, echoed through the chaos. His face concealed beneath the mask, flushed red from exertion. Yet even so, Dr. Otto was still inching closer to the artificial sun. "Oh no!" The lead technician, upon hearing Peter's voice, hastened towards the power source. Whoosh! At that moment, a metal plate on the wall, loosened by the artificial sun's gravity, hurtled towards it. Peter's pupils dilated. "Watch out!" he warned. The metal plate was approaching at an alarming speed. As the experimenter struggled to comprehend the imminent danger, the iron plate drew closer. Yet, the anticipated splatter of imagined blood did not materialize. A shadowy figure interposed itself before the experimenter, wielding a dark, seed-shaped shield that deflected the sharp metal projectile. To Peter's astonished gaze, the point of contact between the iron plate and the ebony shield even exhibited a phenomenon of flattening. What manner of metal is this? Peter marveled at the dual shields held by the Shadow Monarch. The force of this alloyed iron plate, hurtling through the air, could undoubtedly cleave a person asunder. Yet upon striking the Monarch's shield, it was utterly dissipated. Surely, even the hardest known titanium alloy could not achieve this. The newcomer was none other than Qin Ge, who had just arrived. He swiftly assessed the position of the power source, his acute dynamic vision capturing the relentless barrage of metal projectiles, which he deftly repelled with his vibranium dual shields. Without hesitation, he tossed the nearby experimenter to safety and strode purposefully to the power switch, promptly shutting it off. As the power was cut, the artificial sun, bereft of its energy support, gradually diminished and faded. Thud! Without gravity, Dr. Otto collapsed helplessly onto the ground. No one noticed the square on his neck lose its original hue. Qin Ge cast a glance at Dr. Otto, nodded at Peter, and turned to leave. Peter watched the shadow monarch depart, slowly retracting his gaze to the fallen Dr. Otto. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to walk away. Suddenly, a sound drew Peter's attention, and he turned back. "Doctor?" he queried, perplexed, as he beheld Dr. Otto rising, supported by mechanical arms. Hadn't he just lost consciousness? "My experiment has failed." Dr. Otto ignored Spider-Man, gazing blankly at the ruins of the nuclear fusion apparatus. "Is my dream truly lost?" he murmured, exuding an aura of confusion and despair. Doctor, Peter approached, wishing to offer words of comfort, yet hesitated, mindful of his identity as Spider-Man, which rendered him reticent. "Doctor, our calculations must have been erroneous," an experimenter interjected. "No, my experiment did not fail." Dr. Otto's eyes suddenly sharpened with intensity. "The apparatus must be too small. I cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the equipment that is inadequate." His agitation escalated, and he roared, his mechanical arm seizing the experimenter with tremendous force, lifting him effortlessly. "Doctor, please calm down. Calm down," Peter exclaimed, startled by Dr. Otto's abrupt aggression, stepping forward to intervene. "I will not be wrong. It must be the apparatus that is insufficient," Dr. Otto proclaimed, his demeanor bordering on madness. Crash! The sound of something falling to the ground resonated sharply in the tense atmosphere. "What was that noise?" the onlookers inquired, glancing around. "A pumpkin? Buzz! Boom!" A terrifying surge of energy erupted instantaneously, a frenzied force sweeping through the surroundings, engulfing everything in its path. The residual waves of energy sent everyone tumbling to the ground. Peter fell, shaking his dazed head, and glanced at Dr. Otto. The dim square on the neck of Dr. Otto, who lay face down, immediately caught Peter's eye. "So this is how it is." The maniacal laughter of the Green Goblin echoed through the laboratory at that moment. With a hum, a green figure slowly flew in through the breach. Peter stared gravely at this uninvited guest, adorned with a demonic mask. He certainly did not appear to be a benevolent presence. Why was this delightful spectacle not shared with me? The Green Goblin's sinister voice emerged from beneath the mask. "Who are you?" Peter asked, his tone serious. "Me? Ha ha, I am a god." The Green Goblin cackled. Peter furrowed his brow. This individual clearly had some issues. "Damn it, conversing with a lunatic is utterly impossible. Bang! I care not whether you are a god or a pest. Dare to desecrate my laboratory." Dr. Otto, supported by his mechanical arm, rose from the ground, his expression dark as he glared at the Green Goblin. "I will kill you." A mechanical arm struck like lightning towards the Green Goblin, marking the commencement of this battle. On the rooftop of the building opposite Osborn Corporation, a figure clad in a regal uniform, Qin Ge silently observed the scene. It became apparent that Dr. Octopus was none other than Dr. Otto. Upon seeing the mechanical arm, coupled with the catastrophic artificial sun, if Qin Ge could not discern that Dr. Otto was indeed the Dr. Octopus from Mission 3, he would have already chosen to retreat. Chapter 34. The Great Melee. Sand from a distance swirled and converged beside Qin Ge, forming a human figure. "The Green Goblin is Mr. Osborn." Matt spoke in a low tone. "I understand." Qin Ge nodded. "Matt, you two should proceed and assist Spider-Man in detaining Dr. Otto and the Green Goblin." "Understood," Matt replied, transforming into a mass of sand and surging towards the Osborn Corporation building. Qin Ge cast a glance at the quietly positioned, time-limited template in the system template warehouse. "It is not yet time." The Green Goblin possessed an incredibly swift flying apparatus, moving with extraordinary speed. Otto was merely an ordinary man. Even with the enhancement of his mechanical arm, his dynamic vision could hardly keep pace. Yet, Otto was Peter's idol, and Peter could not stand idly by while the Green Goblin threatened his life. Relying on his exceptional dynamic vision, he aided Otto. "Little bug, are you seeking death?" The Green Goblin, finally growing impatient with Peter's incessant harassment, launched several pumpkin-shaped weapons from his flying apparatus. He seized two and hurled them towards Peter. These two pumpkin-shaped devices soared through the air, suddenly unfurling sharp blades, hurtling straight toward Peter with astonishing speed, nearly instantaneous. Peter's pupils constricted as he leaned back, narrowly evading the two pumpkin-shaped projectiles. However, the two pumpkin projectiles spun behind Peter and unexpectedly returned. An auto-tracking feature. Peter silently cursed his luck, turning around and unleashing two streams of webbing from his hands, accurately ensnaring both pumpkin projectiles. As they collided, an explosion ensued. "Let her go." At that moment, Otto's terrified voice rang out. Ha ha ha. The Green Goblin, with one hand grasping a woman, was revealed to be Otto's wife. "Are you begging me?" The Green Goblin maneuvered the glider outside the building, perched on the 43rd floor. A fall from such a height would be fatal. "I beg you don't," Otto implored without hesitation. "Ha ha, you truly love her. Very well then," the Green Goblin chuckled. "Here you go." With a forceful shove, Otto's wife was sent tumbling from the glider. Otto's eyes instantly turned red with fury as Peter's figure flickered and he dashed out. Boom! A violent whirlwind of dust surged forth, catching the Green Goblin off guard and flipping him over. Amid the swirling dust, Otto's wife was gently lifted by the sand and placed safely on the adjacent building. As the dust settled, it coalesced into the form of Matt, seeing his wife unharmed. Both Otto and Peter exhaled in relief. "Who are you?" The Green Goblin returned, eyeing the sandy figure of Matt. "I am here to apprehend you and Dr. Octopus." Matt replied calmly. "Dr. Octopus? You mean Dr. Otto?" Peter pondered. "You think you can?" scoffed the Green Goblin. Without further ado, Matt's right hand transformed into a massive sand fist, crashing down towards the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin, quick on his feet, narrowly evaded the blow. Boom! The enormous sand fist struck the ground, creating a colossal crater in the solid floor. "Though you saved my wife, I am grateful, but I shall not surrender," Otto declared, as several mechanical arms shot forth from his body. Undeterred, Matt charged forward, fists raised. The Green Goblin's eyes glinted as he deployed a barrage of pumpkin bombs from beneath the glider, grabbing two and hurling them at Matt. Boom! Boom! Ah! Matt cried out as half of his body was blasted away by the sudden explosion of the pumpkin bombs, yet his elemental form swiftly reformed with sand. Not one to simply endure, Matt retaliated, the sand on his body coalescing into a colossal hand that came crashing down towards the Green Goblin. Peter, observing the chaotic struggle among the three, scratched his head in distress. Whom should I assist? Bang! The sand hand was immense, and the cramped laboratory could barely contain it. The Green Goblin was thoroughly flattened. Boom! Seizing the advantage, Matt disregarded Otto, delivering another powerful slap to the Green Goblin, the force reverberating throughout the entire laboratory. Peter watched anxiously, fearing that Matt's strike might unintentionally end the Green Goblin's life. Matt once again raised his palm and struck down with great force. Beneath the mask of the Green Goblin, Norman's gaze was cold, and a dark, viscous substance surged forth, enveloping him entirely, transforming his once green armor into an inky black. Thud! Matt's hand met resistance halfway, unable to descend further. The Green Goblin, with both hands braced against the sandy palm, managed to lift it slightly. In the distance, Qin Ge, who was observing the battle, felt a surge of energy. Finally, has he chosen to reveal himself? Venom. Name, Venom alias. Venom gender, male age, 38 lineage. Symbiote special abilities, exceptional regeneration. Genetic replication, details, skills, devour 5, max level 5, overall combat power, 435 evaluation. Significantly enhanced state, formidable combat strength. Not a foe that the current host can defeat. Status, not loadable. Disregarding the system's evaluation, Qin Ge retrieved a glider from the system space and sprinted towards the Osborn building. Venom must be reclaimed. So, this is the Venom that my superior spoke of. The elemental Matt gazed at the pitch-black Green Goblin, lost in thought. Whoosh! A web shot out, ensnaring Otto, who was attacking Matt. Peter pulled with all his might, dragging the unsuspecting Otto away. Don't interfere, little bug. The mechanical arm slashed, severing the web as if it were mere thread. That won't do. The four of us must work together. Besides, he saved your wife. You ought to show some gratitude, Peter said, crouching against the wall as he regarded Otto. You talk too much, little bug. The mechanical arm struck like lightning towards Peter. Boom! Peter dodged swiftly. The spot he once occupied, now a sizable crater. I have much to say, Peter retorted as he evaded. Otto, enraged, relentlessly commanded the mechanical arm to attack Peter. Yet with his spider sense and exceptional dynamic vision, Peter remained untouchable. Meanwhile, the battle between Venom, the Green Goblin, and Sandman raged on. Neither side able to gain the upper hand for the time being. However, this laboratory could not withstand their conflict for long. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the Venom Green Goblin, a sharp spike penetrating deep into its form. The Venom Green Goblin cried out in pain, its right hand seizing Qin Ge and hurling him violently. Chapter 35. For individuals, 2 battle smack. Matt caught the flung Qin Ge. The black viscous substance on the Venom Green Goblin writhed furiously, but Qin Ge had held nothing back. The full extent of human strength pierced through Venom, breaching Norman's body. Spider-Man, Qin Ge shouted. Huh? Peter, momentarily taken aback by the sudden call from the Shadow Monarch, glanced over bewildered. Qin Ge, exasperated by Spider-Man's dazed demeanor, sighed, resigning himself to the fact that he could no longer rely on him. Matt, restrain him. I will find a way to extract the venom, Qin Ge instructed. Turning to Matt. Understood. Matt nodded, his hands turning to sand as he strode forward towards the Green Goblin. After giving his orders to Matt, Qin Ge glanced at Dr. Octopus nearby. The venom on the Green Goblin's body was rapidly mending his wounds, eliminating the need for Norman's assistance, allowing Norman to focus solely on Matt. Retrieving several pumpkin bombs from the aircraft, Norman realized that conventional methods would likely be ineffective against someone with Matt's sand transformation ability. With several large strides, Matt approached the Green Goblin, raising his fist, a true sandbag of a punch aimed at him. The agile Green Goblin, of course, would not be so easily struck. He deftly spun in mid-air, evading the blow. As he dodged, he hurled 2 pumpkin bombs towards Matt. Despite Matt's formidable attributes, including his immortality, his agility paled in comparison. His flexibility lagged behind that of an average person, and when he saw the incoming pumpkin bombs, he was unable to evade in time. Boom! Boom! 2 gaping holes were blasted open by the pumpkin bombs, causing the sand on Matt's body to disperse and exposing him to the searing heat that left black and red splotches on his skin. The pain contorted Matt's face, while sand continuously filled in and restored his form. The Green Goblin, seizing his advantage, deployed 2 razor-sharp blades from the aircraft, swiftly targeting the still-repairing Matt. With a piercing thrust, the blades, sharp enough to slice through steel, sank deep into Matt's body, the immense force sending him crashing against the wall, bursting through it and propelling the Green Goblin and Matt out of the laboratory. They were now over 40 stories high, more than 100 meters above the ground. Clang! 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 Qin Ge swiftly wielded his vibranium dual shields, his mechanical arm relentlessly defending against Otto's attacks, which failed to breach Qin Ge's impenetrable defense. What are you doing here? Your friend has been thrown down. This is over 40 stories, Otto exclaimed, perplexed by the man's unwavering focus on him. Qin Ge said nothing, entirely devoted to repelling the mechanical assaults while gradually closing the distance to Otto. Mr. Shadow King, is there anything I can do? Peter, who had been a mere bystander in the battle, could no longer contain himself and asked, when had New York's newly minted superhero Spider-Man ever found himself in such a situation? The 4 combatants were completely disregarding him. Were they truly oblivious to his presence? Was this a joke? Go assist Matt. Extract the venom from Norman's body, came Qin Ge's low, gravelly voice from behind the mask. How do I do that? Peter hastily inquired. Figure out yourself, Qin Ge retorted, stepping forward, his claw-like vibranium shield thrusting forcefully towards the close proximity Otto. Otto, startled, quickly crossed his mechanical arms defensively. Zing! The 2 mechanical arms that stood in front of the vibranium shields were swiftly severed in half by the razor-sharp vibranium itself. What manner of metal is this? Otto was taken aback. Good heavens, these mechanical arms were crafted from a titanium alloy, one of the hardest metals in existence. I must retreat. A sense of trepidation washed over Otto. This adversary was far too formidable, and the weapon in his hand effectively countered the mechanical arms. He needed to escape, or he would surely meet his demise. Otto's intent to flee did not escape Qin Ge's notice. The freshly empowered Otto was no match for the battle-hardened Qin Ge. Stepping forward, Qin Ge intensified his oppressive strength. Otto's combat capabilities were woefully inadequate, allowing Qin Ge to exert control at will. Otto could not let him escape. This was crucial for the successful completion of Mission 3. The objective was to thwart Dr. Octopus from obliterating New York. Obliterate New York? Such a feat was within the capabilities of the likes of Whitebeard, but Otto certainly lacked that power. How, then, could he destroy New York? Let us not forget, Otto was a scientist, a physicist, His nuclear fusion reactor was akin to an artificial sun. If sufficiently scaled, it could indeed annihilate all of New York. This meant that if Otto succeeded in fleeing, the subsequent events would become exceedingly troublesome. With this thought in mind, Qin Ge surged forward once more, intent on rendering Otto unconscious to conclude the confrontation. Yet, Otto discerned Qin Ge's desire for a swift resolution and glanced back at the suspended area, recently created by the Green Goblin's explosion. Gritting his teeth, he launched both mechanical arms toward Qin Ge. Qin Ge's eyes glinted as he swung the vibranium shields with tremendous force, instantly severing the two mechanical arms. A cry of anguish escaped Otto as he continued his movements without delay. The remaining 6 mechanical arms clung to the walls, propelling him downward. "You shan't escape," Qin Ge scoffed, quickly racing to the edge and leaping after him. Meanwhile, on the ground, Matt and the Green Goblin were locked in a relentless battle, pumpkin bombs raining down upon Matt's colossal form. Matt, now towering over 10 meters, was covered in a myriad of craters, all created by the pumpkin bombs. Yet, around these voids, sand continuously surged, filling the gaps. Seizing the moment, the Green Goblin launched another pumpkin bomb, this time aiming for Matt's mouth. With a swift flick of his webbing, Peter expertly redirected the incoming explosive upward. Boom! Matt. Thud! Peter landed atop Matt's towering frame, standing upon his shoulder, experiencing the perspective of a giant. In an instant, Peter devised a tactical plan and whispered into Matt's ear. All right, by nature, Matt was simple-minded and preferred to follow rather than think, so he readily acquiesced to Peter's strategy. Let's proceed. Roar! Matt bellowed, as the sands of the entire block surged furiously toward him, coalescing around his form, causing his height to soar once more. 15 meters, 16 meters, 17 meters. Chapter 36, Escape. Matt's body shot upwards, soaring until it reached a height of approximately 20 meters before coming to a halt. From this elevated vantage point, he gazed down upon the venomous green demon. Spider-Man looked up in astonishment at the now towering figure of Sandman, who was undeniably colossal. Spider-Man, take action. Matt's voice boomed like thunder, jolting Peter and causing his head to throb. Yet he acted swiftly, leaping forward toward the venomous green demon. Matt also rushed forward. Can someone please explain what is happening here? The onlookers, witnessing the Ultraman-like Matt, were understandably terrified. Mom, is that a monster? A young boy tugged at his mother's sleeve, inquiring. However, his mother appeared equally mesmerized. The Daily Bugle. This is terrifying. Hurry, typeset this immediately and print it, exclaimed the editor-in-chief, Jameson, as he puffed on his large cigar, observing the rampaging Sandman and the others. How should we title this? He pondered. Before that, we need to name these characters. The giant made of sand shall be called Sandman, and the one with the hand. Let's call him Mr. Strange. Chief, Mr. Strange is already taken, his black subordinate reminded him. Oh right, those 4 oddities. At this reminder, Jameson recollected. Sir, they are superheroes, not oddities, the subordinate replied, discontented. Whatever they are, the one with the hand shall be named Dr. Octopus, and the one on the flying contraption will be called the Green Goblin. Sir, he was previously green. Green is quite eco-friendly, Jameson muttered. Then it shall be Green Goblin. Hopefully, he can protect the environment. Jameson's mind raced to formulate the headlines. Spider-Man and the monstrous Sandman invade New York, while the Green Goblin strives to stop them. Sir, it is evident that the Green Goblin is the one wreaking havoc in New York, the black subordinate remarked, exasperated. How much does this editor despise Spider-Man? They thought, incredulous that he would still attempt to malign him in such dire circumstances. Set up like that. Jameson banged the table. I would love to, but sir, the title is too long. Then let it be Evil Spider-Man Battles the Green Goblin, a clash of villains. Sandman has made you forget. So, it shall be evil infighting, Spider-Man and Sandman versus the Green Goblin. Very well, the subordinate affirmed, leaving the editor's office with a look of resignation. At that moment, a white colleague standing beside the black subordinate spoke up. What about the man in the black uniform and Dr. Octopus? Just as Jameson was about to respond, he suddenly recalled a certain individual he had encountered previously, and the phrase black monstrosity was abruptly stifled before it could escape his lips. Time rewound to just over a month prior. After Jameson had thoroughly discredited Spider-Man, he returned home, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, upon entering his residence, he discovered that both his wife and son were absent. replaced instead by a figure clad in a jet black uniform. "Who are you?" Jameson instinctively sensed something amiss and inched towards the door. "If I were you, I would refrain from leaving so hastily, considering your wife and son are in my possession," the figure replied nonchalantly, resting his right hand on Jameson's desk and effortlessly splintering a corner of the solid wooden surface. A cold sweat cascaded down Jameson's brow. No, I would never do that," he stammered, despite his sharp tongue. When it came to the lives of his family, he dared not speak carelessly. "I hope you can uphold that promise. Otherwise, I shall return," the figure warned. "Remember, I am known as the Shadow Monarch." Jameson snapped back to reality, gazing at his bewildered white subordinate, and sighed. Let us draft a second version featuring the superhero Shadow Monarch pursuing the supervillain Dr. Octopus. The subordinate stared in confusion. "What did you just say? A superhero? Hearing that from you sounds so out of place." "Get out," Jameson barked, the subordinate leaving in a daze to handle the layout. Meanwhile, Matt's furious shout caused Qin Ge, who was in pursuit of Otto nearby, to pause momentarily. Turning around, he beheld the towering figure of Matt, now transformed into a 20-meter giant. "This guy." Qin Ge shook his head before resuming his chase after the fleeing Otto. Desperate to evade Qin Ge, Otto continued to run, brainstorming for an escape route. Then, an idea struck him. Spotting a sewer pipe on the ground, he realized his opportunity had arrived. With a thud, Otto descended from above, startling pedestrians into scattering. Ignoring the chaos, he swiftly removed the manhole cover and slipped inside. Moments later, Qin Ge arrived at the scene. Seeing Otto entering the sewer, his expression darkened. The complexity of New York's sewer system rivaled that of the mountainous roads in Huagua. Once Otto was down there, pursuing him would be futile. Undeterred, Qin Ge followed suit. 5 minutes later, with a resounding crash, Qin Ge's fist struck the sewer pipe, shattering it and causing water to gush forth. His face was stormy, as if he could drip water from his expression. He must have gotten away. With relentless persistence, the Green Goblin, who had been evading capture, finally presented an opportunity for Matt, who landed a powerful punch upon him. At 20 meters tall, the enormity of Matt's fist was unimaginable, striking the venom-infused Green Goblin with such force that it left him disoriented. Without the need for Matt to speak, Peter swiftly arrived before the venomous Green Goblin, swinging on his web. With relentless determination, he unleashed strands of webbing, ensnaring the creature in place. The venomous Green Goblin struggled violently, but it was futile. The webbing was as unyielding as steel, beyond his means to escape. Bang! Peter's fist collided with the venom-clad visage of the Green Goblin, the black substance quivering in response. Effective. Peter rejoiced at the sight, delivering another powerful blow. Matt approached, standing by to observe Peter's prowess. How immense was Peter's strength! Each successive strike sent tremors through the symbiotic mass clinging to Norman. At last, the black substance quivered once more, revealing the shadowy figure of the Green Goblin. Peter was elated. Whoosh! The webbing accurately ensnared the venomous Green Goblin, pulling with all its might. Chapter 37. Venomous Sandman Peter gripped the webbing tightly, exerting every ounce of his strength in an outward pull. To his astonishment, the Green Goblin was gradually being drawn out from the confines of the venomous mass. Venom desperately clung to the Green Goblin, creating a stalemate with Spider-Man. Observing this, Matt shrank his arm and reached out, eager to assist Spider-Man. Realizing the precarious situation, Venom extended two black, viscous arms to seize several pumpkin bombs, hurling them towards the nearby Spider-Man. Peter gasped in alarm, yet his grip on the webbing remained steadfast as he continued to pull the Green Goblin. Boom! A massive hand intercepted the pumpkin bombs, but the tremendous force shattered the hand into fragments. Whoosh! A streak of dark light flashed by. A cry of anguish erupted from Venom's mouth. The Shadow Monarch? Peter instantly recognized the vibranium dual shields embedded in Venom's back. Bang! A figure materialized beside Peter, grasping the webbing. Don't dawdle. A hoarse voice snapped Peter back to focus, prompting him to exert even more force. The Green Goblin, already straining against Peter's formidable strength, was further compromised by the presence of Qin Ge, and together they yanked the creature out, revealing a substantial portion of its body. Venom shrieked sharply, its tendrils grasping onto a nearby, flying vehicle, which it hurled violently towards Qin Ge and Peter. All the pumpkin bombs on board were triggered, unleashing a barrage of explosive chaos. Dozens of pumpkin bombs were no trivial matter. Qin Ge and Peter's expressions shifted dramatically. Just then, a yellow-brown figure interposed itself in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted around Matt, who gritted his teeth in silence, enduring the excruciating pain. Seizing the moment, Qin Ge shouted, and Peter immediately summoned his strength. The two of them exerted force in unison, forcibly extracting the Green Goblin. Once Norman was pulled from the grasp of the venom, the violent thoughts that had consumed his mind dissipated entirely. In a moment of reflection on his past actions, Norman found himself momentarily frozen in place. The venom screeched in fury, suddenly lunging toward Matt. Matt, covered in explosive wounds, never anticipated that this entity would leap towards him. In a moment of distraction, he found himself ensnared by the symbiote. All of this transpired before Qin Ge's watchful eyes. This is dire, Qin Ge thought, ready to rush forward. Matt, in his severely weakened state, was barely cognizant. This presented the perfect opportunity for the symbiote to invade. The black, viscous substance swiftly infiltrated Matt's body, almost instantaneously claiming dominion over him. Matt, Qin Ge dashed to his side, gravely observing the rapid healing of Matt's wounds. Remove it, Matt, he urged with a serious tone. The symbiote, a green menace, left them nearly powerless. If another symbiote were joined, they would truly be at a loss. I can't do it, Matt replied, unusually defiant. It claims it can heal my daughter. Did I not provide you with the funds? Qin Ge frowned. That's not the point. Matt shook his head, sorrow etched on his face. Modern medicine can only delay my daughter's illness. It cannot cure her. But the symbiote can. Remove it, Matt. We will find a way, Qin Ge insisted, gripping his vibranium shields tightly. You know, I am a biologist. I will save your daughter. I'm sorry. Matt shook his head, his form transforming into a flurry of sand that ascended into the sky. Don't let the symbiote escape, Qin Ge shouted, launching his vibranium shields. Knowing Matt as he did, he was aware that despite his current sandy form, any harm directed at him would revert him back to his human shape. Sure enough, as the claw-shaped shields struck the airborne sand, Matt's body coalesced midair, plummeting downward. Thud! Matt's form crashed heavily onto the ground. Peter glanced at the green menace and charged into the fray. Qin Ge caught the two shields, rushing towards Matt. Thud! A massive, thick sand shield intercepted the thrust of the vibranium shields. Please let me go, sir. I do not wish to engage you, Matt said earnestly. Although the symbiote could influence one's mind, it required time. Matt, by nature, was benevolent. It was improbable for the symbiote to transform him into a malevolent supervillain in such a short span. This was precisely why the symbiote promised to heal Matt's daughter instead of compelling him to act violently. Matt could not bring himself to harm his savior. Leave the symbiote behind, Matt. It is far too dangerous. It absolutely cannot escape, Qin Ge asserted in a low voice. Matt remained silent, his head bowed. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. I'm sorry. With a cold gaze, Qin Ge declared, then I will have to extract it myself. Swish! The claw-shaped vibranium shields lunged fiercely towards Matt, who remained silent, raising his sandy shield to continuously block Qin Ge's onslaught. Swish! As the ethereal white silk glided from the distance, it ensnared the unsuspecting face of Matt, obscuring his vision entirely. Seasoned in battle, Qin Ge seized the opportunity. Lunging forward with explosive speed, his dual vibranium shields crashing into Matt's skull with devastating force. Although Matt possessed the ability to elementalize his corporeal form, when not in that state, resembled an ordinary human, if not more resilient. The impact Qin Ge delivered to Matt's head was akin to shattering that of an ordinary person, resulting in a splatter of brain matter and shattered bones, contrasted by a swirling cloud of dust. Qin Ge understood that such strikes would not significantly trouble Matt. Thus, he continued his relentless assault, his hands a flurry of movement, relentlessly battering Matt's chest. One after another, gaping holes appeared in Matt's torso. Peter swung in on a strand of silk, emulating Qin Ge's approach, delivering punch after punch to Matt's form. A guttural roar echoed from within Matt as the black venom surged rapidly across his body. Finally revealing itself, Qin Ge's eyes flickered and his movements quickened. In an instant, the black liquid enveloped Matt entirely. A massive palm, akin to a fan, struck Qin Ge with ferocity the overwhelming force sending him hurtling through the air. The ground shook as he crashed down, feeling as though his very organs were bearing the unbearable weight of life itself. The pain was excruciating. Before Peter could fully comprehend the sudden attack that had launched Qin Ge away, the same immense force struck him, sending him flying as well. Chapter 30. Confrontation Boom. Norman observed Qin Ge and Peter, propelled by the venomous sand creature, and quickly regained his focus. Assessing the battlefield, he turned and sprinted towards Oscorp Tower. Qin Ge regarded the venomous sand creature with a grave expression. With a swift motion, he caught Peter, who had been flung towards him by the creature. Qin Ge scrutinized the venomous entity as his mind raced. Name, Venom title, Venom gender, male age, 32 lineage, human special ability, sandification. Enhanced regeneration, details, skills, max level 5, overall combat power, 523, continuously rising evaluation. The sand incarnation of Venom is exceedingly formidable. It is advised that the host refrain from engaging in combat with it. Status, not loadable. Turning to glance at Peter, who had just regained his footing. Name, Peter Parker title, Spider-Man gender, male age, 19 lineage, human, mutated spider special ability, mutated spider details, heroic heart, awakened, skills, mathematics 3, physics 3, max level 5, overall combat power, 216. Evaluation, Spider-Man, in a phase of rapid power escalation, exhibits remarkable growth potential. Yet he has not yet matured into a true Spider-Man and requires further time to develop. Status, not loadable. Name, Qin Ge title, Shadow Emperor. The most indulgent youth of Huagua gender. Male age, 18 years, in another dimension, frozen bloodline. Human special ability, shield mastery skills, indulgence 5, firearms 5, combat 5, leadership 5, driving 4, max level 5, comprehensive combat power, 100, maximum 100 evaluation, human limit, novice stage. Strive for the extraordinary young man. Status, unable to load. Loading template. Captain America template. Qin Ge pondered with frustration. Even combined, their combat power did not surpass that of the Venom Sandman. To make matters worse, combat power was not a mere sum of values. Goodbye, sir. The head of Venom Sandman transformed back into that of Matt as he spoke to Qin Ge. Qin Ge's expression shifted. With a flick of his hand, a heavy machine gun materialized in his grasp. Rat-a-tat-tat. Scorching tongues of flame erupted from the muzzle. Bullets rushing forth at an astonishing speed towards Venom Sandman. In an instant, he struck Venom Sandman. Venom Sandman cried out in agony, the black, flowing substance writhing as he lunged toward Qin Ge. With a flick of his left hand, Qin Ge produced another heavy machine gun, unleashing a barrage from both sides. The citizens of New York, who were closely watching this battle, were left in astonishment. Those with military knowledge were utterly bewildered. Characters that had only existed in cinematic portrayals, wielding machine guns in combat, were indeed real, and this young man had too. How heavy is a heavy machine gun? For an ordinary person, not only is it difficult to fight with one, but merely lifting it is a challenge. Yet, here he was, engaging in battle with two. However, upon observing the combatants, one could hardly be surprised. None of them were ordinary individuals. The overwhelming firepower suppressed Venom Sandman, although he possessed an almost immortal quality. The pain from the bullets striking him was undeniably real. Venom Sandman, gritting through the excruciating pain, charged towards Qin Ge, throwing a punch. With both hands occupied by the heavy machine guns, Qin Ge had no means of evasion. As the fist of Venom Sandman bore down upon him, those witnessing the battle felt their hearts leap into their throats. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a strand of spider silk landed on Qin Ge's back, followed by tremendous force that yanked him upward. Boom! Venom Sandman's fist crashed into the ground, creating a sizable crater. Rescued by Peter, Qin Ge hung in midair, and his heavy machine guns showed no signs of ceasing fire, continuing to unleash their torrential stream of steel. Whoosh! Drip, drip, drip! The familiar sound caused Venom Sandman's pupils to constrict as he abruptly turned. Boom! A pumpkin bomb detonated explosively against Venom Sandman's face. Whoosh! The flying vehicle traced a perfect arc in the sky, diving down as Norman, adorned in his green goblin attire, hurled two pumpkin bombs at Venom Sandman. Boom! Boom! Once again, Two resounding explosions reverberated as searing flames enveloped the Venom Sandman completely. Norman guided the aircraft to a gentle descent beside Qin Ge. "Is it resolved?" he inquired, casting a glance at the flaming figure of the Venom Sandman. "Not yet," Qin Ge replied, his gaze fixed intently below. Peter had lowered Qin Ge a distance away from the Venom Sandman. With a thud, he executed a backflip, landing steadily beside Qin Ge. Observing the newly awakened heart of a hero within Spider-Man, Qin Ge realized that the victory in this battle depended solely on him. However, a shadow of concern crossed Qin Ge's face as he noticed that the combat power of the Venom Sandman, as indicated in his template, was steadily increasing. "Sir, please do not impede me any further." Matt's figure gradually emerged as the flames dissipated. "What if I refuse?" Qin Ge narrowed his eyes. "You're no match for me," Matt replied resignedly. "Some tasks are known to be insurmountable, yet must be undertaken," Qin Ge stated solemnly. Matt silently regarded Qin Ge. "I understand." In an instant, Matt's figure flickered and appeared directly in front of Qin Ge. Such speed, Qin Ge's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, an overwhelming force slammed into his abdomen, violently pinning him to the ground. Boom! A human-shaped crater was formed as Matt forcefully pressed Qin Ge down. Even with Qin Ge's physical prowess, he lost consciousness in an instant from the impact. By the time Norman and Peter regained their composure, Qin Ge was already unconscious, embedded in the earth. "Damn it!" Norman roared, launching a fist towards Matt. Thud! Matt caught Norman's incoming punch, retaliating with a powerful blow to Norman's abdomen. Norman's eyes widened in shock. Thud! His body fell limply to the ground, unconscious. In a swift motion, Matt evaded Peter's webbing at such a close range. Before Peter could fully grasp the situation, a flurry of punches began to rain down upon him. Caught off guard, Peter was overwhelmed by the relentless barrage. Thud! Another punch from Matt struck Peter squarely on the head, sending him crashing down, equally unconscious. All of this unfolded within mere seconds. The four who had been engaging in a fierce exchange moments ago were now laid low by Matt's might. Glancing back at the crater where Qin Ge lay unconscious, Matt's eyes reflected a deep sense of regret, soon replaced by unwavering determination. He turned decisively and strode away. At that moment, his combat power was ultimately fixed at 899. Chapter 39, Alliance. Qin Ge groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was a pristine white ceiling, the sharp scent of disinfectant pervading his senses. Without needing to look further, Qin Ge already knew where he was. "You are awake?" Upon hearing a voice, Qin Ge finally noticed the presence of another person in the room. "Gwen?" Qin Ge gazed in astonishment at Gwen, who was seated by the bedside. "How did you end up here?" "I witnessed the live broadcast of your battle with the Sandman. After you fell unconscious, many people came to see you. I channeled my father's power to come in," Gwen briefly explained. "I hadn't anticipated that you were a superhero as well." Qin Ge chuckled softly at Gwen. "It's not a big deal. The doctor mentioned that your recovery abilities are significantly above average. The injuries inflicted by the Sandman are not severe, and you should be able to recover shortly." "I'm aware of that." Qin Ge was quite cognizant of his own condition, realizing he was no longer in peril. He sat up in bed. "Be careful not to move too much. The doctor only said it would be a short while." As Gwen spoke, she witnessed Qin Ge tearing off his shirt. The open-mindedness of American culture rendered Gwen momentarily speechless, as she found herself captivated by the impressive muscles adorning Qin Ge's physique. He was a classic example of someone who appeared slim in clothing, but robust without it. His physique was commendable, and coupled with the modifications akin to Captain America, his body proportions were nothing short of exquisite. The only aspect lacking in beauty might be Qin Ge's face. While it could not be labeled as unattractive, it did not quite exude handsomeness either. Nevertheless, young Master Qin had never relied on his looks for success. Such matters were of little consequence. "Hand me my clothes, please." Qin Ge extended his hand, gesturing toward the garments on the other hospital bed. Oh. Gwen nodded and handed Qin Ge his clothes. "Thank you." Qin Ge accepted the clothing, but did not immediately don it. Instead, he regarded Gwen intently. "I'll step outside for a moment." Gwen instantly grasped his intention. "All right." After watching Gwen depart, Qin Ge proceeded to change his attire. 3 days later, in the East Pacific, on a deserted island several nautical miles from New York, Otto cautiously placed the final component onto the apparatus, adjusted the settings, and, upon confirming its operability, nodded in satisfaction. This device resembled the nuclear fusion reactor from the Osborn Tower, albeit that one was merely the size of a compact car, while the one before him was as large as several buses. The only thing left was the most crucial element, tritium. Otto gazed up at the colossal nuclear fusion reactor and remarked, "You cannot obtain tritium from the Osborn Tower on your own." The sudden voice startled Otto, causing his expression to shift as he swiftly turned around, his mechanical arm moving in search of the source of the sound. With a rustling sound, sand began to coalesce, taking the form of a silhouette before Otto. The Sandman. Otto regarded the newcomer with caution. He had heard tales of this individual who could dispatch 3 opponents effortlessly. "I mean no harm." The tone of Matt, clad in a motorcycle suit, starkly contrasted with Otto's initial impression upon their first encounter. The previous Matt conveyed an impression of honesty, integrity, and simplicity, whereas the current iteration presents an aura of cynicism, intrigue, and treachery. Could this be attributed to the influence of the symbiote venom? Otto was certainly aware of Oscorp's primary research focus, which purportedly involves individuals transformed by the symbiote experiencing significant personality changes. It appears this notion holds true. What do you intend to do? Otto inquired coldly. My daughter has been relocated. I'm unaware of her precise whereabouts. I require the ability to threaten all of New York, which I cannot achieve alone, Matt replied. While undeniably formidable, he would still struggle against tanks and artillery. Moreover, threatening an entire city implies the ever-looming possibility of nuclear weapons being unleashed upon him. Despite his confidence, Matt was not deluded enough to believe he could withstand such city-destroying armaments. How do you propose to accomplish this? Otto asked, furrowing his brow. I will assist you in acquiring tritium to complete your experiments, and in return, you will help me create a controllable artificial sun. I will use this to coerce them into surrendering my daughter, Matt articulated his plan. Indeed, Venom could potentially cure his daughter, a statement that bore no falsehood, but it necessitated direct contact with her, which was rendered impossible by her abduction. The creation of an artificial sun required tritium, and Matt was uncertain whether Oscorp possessed sufficient quantities for 2 nuclear fusion experiments. As you have seen, my new apparatus demands a substantial amount of tritium, Otto candidly admitted. A smile crossed Matt's face. You should be grateful for your candor. Otto, startled, noticed through his recently repaired mechanical arms the sand flowing back beneath him. I have conducted thorough investigations and am well aware of the tritium required for your experiments. If you had deceived me earlier, Matt flashed a brilliant smile. I would not hesitate to turn you over to the authorities. Otto's expression darkened. Are you testing me? Neither of us is a saint. Isn't it rather normal to probe? Matt chuckled. Oomph. Otto scoffed, but refrained from further comment. I have verified that Oscorp possesses ample tritium, sufficient for 2 experiments. However, they are quite troublesome. While I'm not afraid of them, my hiding place is easily discoverable. Therefore, I need you to divert the attention of others while I procure the tritium, Matt proposed. Divert the attention of others? Everyone, Otto hesitated. No, just 2 out of the 3 will suffice, Matt clarified, shaking his head. The presence of 3 individuals would pose some obstacles, compounded by the presence of others from Oscorp, thus hindering his actions. However, if only 1 or 2 remained, the challenges would be significantly diminished. The distinction between 3 and 2 is considerable. Very well, Otto nodded. This arrangement seemed mutually beneficial, leaving him with no grounds for refusal. As for how to attract their attention, that was a simple matter. What do superheroes do? Protect the people and their property. Therefore, robbing a bank would suffice. It's hardly a monumental task. Thus it was settled. You will first capture their attention while I seize the tritium element. Matt nodded in satisfaction. No problem. Well then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Otto smirked slightly. On this desolate island, 2 formidable villains reached an accord. Chapter 90. The Transfer at Osborn Tower. What do you need the tritium element for? Norman inquired, perplexed, as he handed the container filled with tritium to Qin Ge. Dr. Otto will not relent. Completing the nuclear fusion reaction is his utmost aspiration. Until he achieves it, he will not rest. He will undoubtedly attempt to procure the tritium element. Qin Ge spoke solemnly. How can you be so certain? Norman furrowed his brow. This is merely a hypothesis with considerable probability. I cannot assert with certainty that he will come. However, we must be prepared, given Dr. Otto's capabilities. Should he conduct another nuclear fusion experiment, the devastation will surpass that of the last incident, Qin Ge asserted. Norman nodded in agreement. Although they did not confront the nuclear fusion reaction directly last time, the commotion it stirred within the entire Osborn Tower from the outset was undeniably terrifying. And in the worst-case scenario, Matt and Dr. Otto might join forces. As Qin Ge spoke, he felt a wave of headache wash over him. Just dealing with Matt was already burdensome. If he allied with Otto, the situation would indeed become dire. What if we returned Matt's daughter to him? Norman suggested. The proposal to secretly relocate Matt's daughter had initially come from Qin Ge. Absolutely not. Qin Ge firmly rejected. Matt is currently under the influence of Venom. His love for his daughter prevents him from being entirely consumed by Venom's grasp. However, if we were to heal his daughter, the unmoored Matt could easily succumb to the abyss of power, becoming a slave to strength, which would be irrevocable. Very well, Norman conceded with a resigned nod. What about Otto? What shall we do about him? Dr. Otto's situation is significantly better than Matt's. He is not under control. His obsession with the nuclear fusion reaction is merely influenced by his highly advanced mechanical arm with artificial intelligence. I will attempt to persuade him. He is not an easily convinced individual. Norman shook his head, expressing skepticism about this endeavor. One must attempt, especially since we have trump card. Qin Ge smiled. Norman, too, recalled this individual. Indeed, if anything besides the nuclear fusion reaction could sway Otto, it would likely be her. The fate now lies in your hands. Norman was not inclined to participate in the planning. He was far outmatched by Qin Ge in this regard. Qin Ge nodded, placing the tritium element into the system space. Leaving it here was the safest option. Unless Qin Ge chose otherwise, no one could access it. By the way, have all the remaining symbiotes for Venom been dealt with? Yes. Following your instructions, I eliminated them with a flamethrower. How was the flamethrower on your aircraft equipped? This device is a formidable weapon against Matt. Both Matt and Venom harbor an intense fear of flames. This is particularly true for Venom, as high temperatures represent a formidable adversary for the symbiote. We're almost there. Only the final test remains, Norman responded. Ever since Qin Ge informed him of Venom and Matt's aversion to fire, he embarked on the research to equip the aircraft with flamethrowers. The results have been remarkable thus far. As for Peter, how can I notify him? I'll seek him out shortly. Having just completed his entrance exams, Peter, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, was making his way home. Despite having recently endured a fierce battle, his performance in the exams remained commendable. There are always two distinct groups of students in the world, those who excel academically and those who struggle. One group consists of academic prodigies, while the other comprises underachievers. Regardless of the difficulty of the exam or any external circumstances leading up to it, as long as no significant personal tragedies occur, the performance levels of these two groups remain consistent. Academic prodigies invariably rank at the top, while underachievers consistently find themselves at the bottom. Unrelated to the exam paper itself, these two categories of students exist beyond the conventional framework. It is evident that Peter belongs to the former. Suddenly, a series of beeps emanated from the radio in Peter's pocket. This was a police scanner he had fashioned, allowing him to receive real-time updates on criminal activities. He swiftly ducked into an alleyway, retrieved the radio, and turned up the volume to discern the transmission. The City Bank on 2nd Avenue is under attack by Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus! A surge of alarm coursed through Peter. That villain was back in action. Glancing around at the deserted surroundings, Peter quickly stripped off his clothes. In no time, he transformed from an ordinary high school student into the formidable superhero, Spider-Man, who instilled fear in the hearts of criminals throughout New York City. At the Citibank on 2nd Avenue, Otto was stuffing a burlap sack with bundles of dollar bills while the police behind him fired relentlessly. Yet, whether due to the incompetence of the officers or some inexplicable force, not a single bullet struck Otto. Whoosh! A slicing sound pierced the air as a mechanical arm extended. And through its monitor, Otto spotted Spider-Man approaching. Finally, he has arrived. With a smirk playing on his lips, Otto pressed a button hidden in his left hand, which had been concealed in his pocket. Meanwhile, Matt, stationed across from Osborn Tower, surged forth like a torrent of sand upon receiving the news. Dr. Otto, I implore you to cease your actions, Peter said, perched on the ceiling, observing Otto's silhouette. Having faced him before, Peter was aware that Otto could see everything his 8 mechanical arms beheld. Have the 2 mechanical arms, severed by Mr. Qin, been repaired? Peter pondered silently as he regarded the 8 appendages. Come help me, Peter. Otto extended an invitation, raising his right hand toward him. Apologies, Doctor. It is still not too late to turn back. Peter shook his head and spoke in a grave tone. So there is nothing left to discuss? Whoosh. The mechanical arm suddenly lunged forward, slicing through the air towards Peter. Anticipating this move, Peter swiftly evaded. Boom. The ceiling above him was instantly blasted open, creating a large crater. Peter landed on the ground, keeping a vigilant eye on Otto. Otto stepped forward, and the 8 mechanical arms behind him began to flail wildly. The battle was imminent. Chapter 91. The Return of Sandman Oscorp Tower. Matt transformed into a swirling cloud of sand, heading towards Oscorp Tower. Long ago, Qin Ge had established a formidable defense, so as soon as Matt arrived, he was detected by the alert guards. Sandman has come. Raise the alarm. The guard who first spotted Matt shouted, sounding the alarm for the entire building while alerting his companions. In his office, Qin Ge stood up and gazed out the window. At last, you have arrived, Matt. I have awaited your presence for a long time. The torrent of sand wreaked havoc, and any guard who came into contact with it was swiftly knocked to the ground. None could withstand its might. Mercenaries and guards unleashed a furious barrage of gunfire at Matt, scorching tongues of fire erupting upon him, yet he continued to surge forward, undeterred. These weapons had been specially authorized by Norman from the government. Now, who in the world was unaware that Venom, Sandman, and Dr. Octopus had set their sights on Oscorp? Transformed back into human form, Matt exhibited no sign of panic as he strode forward, his arms morphing into colossal hands of sand, relentlessly striking down the guards obstructing his path. Even as the guards and mercenaries fired at him, he remained unfazed. The bullets posed no threat to him. Before the armed guards and mercenaries, Matt disregarded them, advancing step by step. Some guards, overwhelmed by fear, began to retreat. This monster was terrifying. Do not panic, the head of security shouted, proceeding with the plan. Upon hearing his command, the guards and mercenaries sprang into action. Matt observed with interest as these ants scurried about. In Qin Ge's office, Norman approached him, his expression filled with hesitation. Can we succeed? Even if we do not, we shall impart an unforgettable lesson. Qin Ge replied with a smirk. Let us prepare. Agreed, Norman nodded. Several guards quickly fetched dozens of high-pressure water hoses. Upon seeing them, Matt's expression shifted dramatically. Spray. At the head of security's command, dozens of high-pressure hoses unleashed torrents of powerful water. Specifically designed for firefighting, these hoses possessed immense power. Even Qin Ge would be thrown back if hit directly, let alone Matt, a mere mass of sand. Water conquers sand. Oh. The high-pressure water gun unleashed a stream of water with unerring precision, dozens of jets striking Matt's form, enveloping him in a terrifying embrace of force and fluid. Once a figure of humanity, Matt was instantaneously shrouded in gray, the hue of mud. A cry of pain escaped him as his body, now resembling concrete, plummeted to the ground under the relentless onslaught of the high-pressure spray. Venom. A surge of black tendrils erupted from within Matt, swiftly encasing him. With a thunderous roar, the black filaments coalesced into a massive shield, obstructing the assault from the front. Ignoring the threat behind him, the Venom Sandman advanced, his feet treading upon a torrent of sand and darkness that wreaked havoc among the crowd, toppling all in its path. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, the Venom Sandman turned sharply, a pumpkin-shaped sphere hurtling toward him. Boom! The enhanced pumpkin bomb exploded with the force of a high-explosive grenade, its power devastating at such close range. A normal human would be obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Yet, he was the Venom Sandman. I shall end you. As the flames subsided, only half of the Venom Sandman remained, his right side hollow, yet sand poured forth, reconstructing his missing head. Whoosh! Qin Ge materialized behind the Venom Sandman, his dual vibranium shields thrusting forcefully into the creature's back. A piercing scream erupted as the poisoned tips of the vibranium shields penetrated Matt's form, the lethal toxin surging forth. This potent venom could not be fully resisted, even by the sand-form Matt. Qin Ge surmised that Venom would not allow harm to befall Matt. Their relationship was not one of camaraderie, but rather a matter of mutual benefit. Should Matt falter, Venom would undoubtedly perish under the predatory gaze of Qin Ge and Norman. Thus, it was imperative for Venom to expend its energy to heal Matt. The Venom Sandman seized Qin Ge from behind and hurled him downward. Whoosh! Norman activated his flight apparatus, swiftly closing in on the Venom Sandman, delivering a powerful punch. The sudden interruption from Norman diminished the force intended for Qin Ge, redirecting much of the power away. Bang! Qin Ge crashed onto the ground, the immense force momentarily disorienting him, yet not enough to diminish his fighting spirit. He quickly regained his footing, joining forces with Norman to confront the Venom Sandman. Boom! 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 A cacophony of explosions echoed as the three figures engaged in a frenetic dance of combat. To the remaining guards and mercenaries of Osborn, it appeared as though a glimmer of victory was within reach. However, only Qin Ge and Norman understood that they were merely holding on by a thread. In a moment of hesitation, the Venom Sandman refrained from unleashing his formidable prowess in large-scale combat, choosing instead to maintain his humanoid form. Even so, the duo found themselves overwhelmed. As time progressed, their situation grew increasingly precarious. Bang! Qin Ge was forcefully repelled by a punch from the Venom Sandman, shaking his hands. Thanks to the exceptional shock absorption capability of his vibranium shields, he barely felt the impact. Huff! Norman descended in his aircraft beside Qin Ge. We must drive him back swiftly, Norman declared gravely. Qin Ge nodded, retracting his vibranium shields and conjuring a flamethrower in his palm. Norman had grown accustomed to Qin Ge's ability to produce and stow away items with such suddenness. Forward! Qin Ge commanded as he stepped forward, brandishing the flamethrower towards the Venom Sandman. Norman activated his aircraft, diving swiftly and surpassing Qin Ge in an instant, flames erupting from the vehicle. The Venom Sandman was startled and quickly evaded. At that moment, Qin Ge closed the distance. Seeking death, the Venom Sandman's eyes glinted ominously as sand coalesced into a fist, striking fiercely at Qin Ge. Huff! Qin Ge abruptly squeezed the trigger of the flamethrower. This weapon, derived from Captain Marvel's world, possessed a destructive power unmatched by anything of this era. The Venom Sandman was scorched directly, engulfed by the intense flames that spread over his entire form like a relentless parasite. Qin Ge held the trigger firmly, the searing fire continuously pouring onto the Venom Sandman. Chapter 92, Threat. A piercing scream echoed as the Venom Sandman could no longer endure, transforming into a torrent of sand and fleeing into the distance. Stand down, Norman. He has escaped, Qin Ge said, releasing the trigger of the flamethrower. Norman ceased the output from the flamethrower on his aircraft upon hearing this. Shall we pursue? No need, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. The communicator designated for Peter was ringing. Where's Peter now? 2nd Avenue, Citibank. Useless, Otto muttered darkly, observing the fleeing sandstorm, fully aware of Matt's failure. He cast a glance at Peter, who had just stowed away his communicator. Peter was in dire straits, his body marked with numerous wounds and bloodstains, his Spider-Man suit tattered. In contrast, Otto bore not a single injury. This boy has surely alerted someone. Perhaps I can obtain tritium through him. Otto's eyes gleamed with determination. He would not abandon his quest for tritium. After notifying Qin Ge, Peter utilized his wall-crawling abilities to perch on a wall, vigilantly watching Otto. You're about to face grave peril, Dr. Otto, Peter warned him. Is that so? I believe the one in imminent danger is you, Otto retorted. For mechanical arms scuttled across the ground with remarkable speed, resembling a crab, as Otto's body advanced swiftly towards Peter. Unwilling to underestimate the situation, Peter extended his right hand and unleashed a burst of webbing, gripping it tightly as he ascended. Boom! Otto would not allow Peter to escape so easily and pursued him immediately. Peter navigated through the towering skyscrapers, utilizing his spider silk to propel himself forward, while Otto closely followed with his mechanical appendages. Their positions shifted continuously, unknowingly drawing closer to the train tracks. Meanwhile, Qin Ge sped towards Peter's location in his vehicle. With the aid of a tracking system, he maintained a constant awareness of Peter's whereabouts. Upon arrival, Qin Ge halted the car and dashed forward. Suddenly, Otto's mechanical arm pivoted, and his figure vanished between the buildings. Peter, moving ahead, did not notice this at first. It was only when he turned around that he realized Otto was no longer in sight. Where did he go? Peter crouched by the wall, perplexed as he gazed into the empty space behind him. Buzz! The spider sense alerted him suddenly. Bang! Without warning, several mechanical arms burst through the wall behind Peter. Thanks to his spider sense, Peter narrowly evaded this unexpected assault. Whoosh! He shot out a strand of webbing, regaining control of his body. Whoosh! A figure materialized before Peter, its sharp mechanical arm lunging towards him. "This is bad," Peter exclaimed inwardly, quickly sidestepping the attack. Boom! As Peter evaded the mechanical arm strike, his focus sharpened. A moment's inattention could lead to his demise. Another thrust came at him, and he bent low, narrowly dodging it. Bang! Another mechanical arm appeared like a phantom at his waist, delivering a powerful blow. Whoosh! Peter's body was propelled backward at great speed. Boom! He crashed into a nearby bus. Crack! Two mechanical arms lifted a small car, and Otto approached Peter, raising the vehicle high above him before bringing it down with force. Clang! A figure emerged in front of Peter, and the car collided against a pair of vibranium shields, the immense force merely causing Qin Ge to stagger back 2 steps. Bang! The car, now devoid of momentum, fell to the ground. "Mr. Qin, are you all right?" Qin Ge glanced back at Peter, inquiring. "I'm fine, but be careful." Qin Ge turned sharply, just as a mechanical arm darted towards him like a venomous snake. He raised his vibranium shields. Clang! The tremendous force immediately forced Qin Ge back, and as another mechanical arm shot towards him, he had no choice but to evade. Ding-dong! The sound of an approaching train reached their ears. Otto's demeanor shifted slightly, and he abandoned his assault on the two, dashing to the side instead. Has he given up? Peter pondered, watching Otto retreat with confusion. Something is amiss. Qin Ge frovnid. Otto would not rest until he obtained the tritium element. Beep, beep, beep. The train approached from the distance, and a smirk crept onto Otto's lips as he leapt onto the train's roof. Oh no! In a flash, Qin Ge realized Otto's intent. "Peter, take me up there and stop him." "Huh? Oh." Though Peter was still somewhat dazed, he complied obediently. As Qin Ge and Peter landed on the train, they immediately spotted Otto advancing toward the front. "Stop him, Peter." While speaking, Qin Ge retrieved a sniper rifle from the system space, aiming it at Otto. He had no desire to kill Otto. The man was merely under a mental influence. Yet, at this critical juncture, while he did not wish to take Otto's life, he was determined to incapacitate him. Upon hearing Qin Ge's command, Peter shot out webbing, accurately ensnaring one of Otto's mechanical arms. The immense force caused Otto's forward momentum to falter. However, with a swift movement, Otto severed the webbing with his other mechanical arm. Boom! At that moment, Qin Ge pulled the trigger. "Ah!" Otto cried out in agony as the bullet struck his left leg, the high-caliber round instantly crippling it. Otto, merely a scientist, had never endured such excruciating pain. The intense suffering nearly overwhelmed him, yet the dreams that fueled him urged him onward toward the front of the train. Qin Ge's expression turned cold as he aimed at Otto once more. Boom! Otto's right leg was pierced in response, leaving him wholly incapacitated. With the devastating power of the sniper bullets, recovery for Otto's legs was virtually impossible. But Otto had reached the front of the train. With a thrust, his mechanical arm pierced the train car as if it were mere tofu, yanking the conductor aside and seizing the speed control lever. "Otto, do not force my hand," Qin Ge declared, locking onto Otto's head through the sniper scope. "Give me the tritium element, or I will ensure that everyone on this train pays the price." Otto gritted his teeth, suppressing the excruciating pain as he replied coldly. "You wouldn't dare. Try me." Qin Ge remained silent, his gaze fixed on Otto, who returned the stare. "I do not have the tritium element on me," Qin Ge stated, shaking his head. "Do you expect me to believe that?" A smirk of derision appeared on Otto's face. "Do not think of killing me. Even in death, my mechanical arm will continue to function for a time, sufficient to take these people with me." Chapter 43. The heart of a hero. Qin Ge fell into contemplation, weighing whether to surrender the tritium element or to prioritize the greater good by refusing. If he acquiesced, all of New York would be at risk. Peter stood silently behind Qin Ge, refraining from speaking, aware that Qin Ge was in the midst of a fierce internal struggle. Damn it! Qin Ge's fist slammed against the train, yet he found himself unable to disregard the lives at stake. He set aside his sniper rifle, producing the tritium element and tossing it to Otto. Otto caught it with alacrity, a smile spreading across his face upon recognizing the substance. Then, with a fierce determination, he seized the speed control lever with a mechanical arm, abruptly pushing the speed to its maximum, followed by a sudden release. Damn it! Qin Ge swiftly grabbed his sniper rifle, aiming it at Otto. Bang! The combination of the sudden acceleration and the hasty shot, devoid of systematic guidance, meant that the bullet did not find its mark. Otto quickly maneuvered the mechanical arm away. "What shall we do?" Peter approached, his expression grave as he observed the train reaching its peak velocity. Qin Ge's countenance darkened, his mind racing yet failing to conjure a solution. Should he employ the Whitebeard template? He pondered. The Whitebeard template was time-limited. Once used, it would be gone, with Matt missing and Otto fleeing. Even if he utilized the template, Whitebeard's formidable observation hockey might not suffice to locate the two. Even if he found Otto, there was no guarantee he could trace Matt. Moreover, was it not a tremendous waste to expend the precious Whitebeard template here? As Qin Ge wrestled with these intense thoughts, Peter, noticing Qin Ge's prolonged silence, gritted his teeth and leaped forward. Qin Ge's gaze flickered as he stepped closer to Peter. Peter landed at the front of the train, staring at the speeding train below, inhaling deeply before making the jump. Clang, clang, clang. Peter's formidable physique could not withstand the train's relentless speed, the immense force shattering the tracks beneath him. Bang! He leaped back onto the train, brushing off his right leg, a sharp pain shooting from his heel. Turning to glance at Qin Ge, he found Qin Ge silently observing him. Peter nodded in acknowledgement, his hands swinging as two strands of web shot forth, anchoring onto the buildings flanking the train tracks. Gripping them tightly, with a resolute grip, Peter felt the train's violent momentum snap the two strands instantly. The passengers inside the train huddled closer to the front, anxiously watching the silhouette standing at the train's forefront. Spider-Man. Peter yanked off his mask, discarding it inside the train as it constricted his breathing. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hands, continuously firing webs, a barrage as formidable as steel. Gripping the strands tightly, Peter's hands clenched with ferocity. "Ah!" Peter roared, exerting all his strength to grasp the webs, his muscles bulging as his fair complexion flushed crimson from the exertion. "Ah!" The strands of spider silk snapped one by one as Qin Ge stood at the front of the train, watching this scene unfold with a faint sigh. It was still not working. Qin Ge exhaled deeply, preparing to contact the system. "Stop it!" Peter bellowed. And to the astonishment of Qin Ge and the passengers aboard, the train's speed began to diminish gradually. "System, what is happening?" Qin Ge gazed in shock at the rapidly decelerating train, pondering the terrifying force of a train moving at full speed, capable of piercing through the roof of a skyscraper. How could Peter, merely a novice extraordinary, withstand such a horrifying impact? Name: Peter Parker. Title: Spider-Man. Gender: male. Age: 18 years. Heritage: human. Mutated spider. Special abilities: mutated spider. Details: heroic heart, awakened. Skills: mathematics 3, physics 3, maximum skill level 5, overall combat power 500. Valuation: superhero. Spider-Man. Status: not loadable. The heroic heart has awakened. Qin Ge looked up at the slender yet imposing figure, feeling somewhat dazed. The train's speed plummeted rapidly. With a sigh, Qin Ge leaped down to stand beside Peter, observing the severe muscle tears on Peter's body. He grasped the spider silk firmly and exerted tremendous force. The passengers, witnessing these two figures standing resolutely against the rampaging train, fell into a profound silence. Crack! At last, the train came to a halt. Qin Ge turned to Peter, who flashed a grin at him, only for his eyes to roll back as he fainted. Qin Ge hastily caught Peter, gazing at his youthful face with a soft sigh. System: check the heroic heart. Heroic heart. Awaken. This is the realization possessed by a true superhero, marked by a heart that yearns to protect. When Spider-Man fights for the sake of guardianship, there is a chance that his power will exceed its limits. Peter Parker. 2000. Time has passed. Body weak. Qin Ge looked at Peter with a complex expression. His actions had deeply moved him. Perhaps this is what I wish to learn. Qin Ge whispered softly and carefully lifted Peter. He glanced back at the concerned passengers watching over Peter, nodded slightly to them, and turned to leave. At Qin Ge's home, he gently covered Peter with a blanket and quietly exited the room. "How is Peter?" Norman inquired, rising from the sofa as Qin Ge emerged. Severe muscle tears throughout his limbs, with varying degrees of strain in different areas. However, Peter's recuperative abilities are quite remarkable. He should recover fully within a few hours. Qin Ge replied. "That's good to hear." Norman sighed in relief, still reeling from the shocking news of Peter forcibly halting the speeding train. It took him quite some time to regain his composure. It is precisely due to the awareness of the impact generated by the train speeding forward that one feels such astonishment. Otto has taken the tritium element. We must locate him post-haste, for he will undoubtedly utilize the tritium to reconstruct a nuclear fusion reactor. We must thwart his plans, Qin Ge stated, shifting the topic of conversation. Indeed, but how shall we find him? Qin Ge's eyes glimmered. Chapter 44. Preparations for battle. We shall deploy our resources to search for them and contact the authorities. I trust they will not idly stand by while two supervillains wreak havoc here, Qin Ge remarked with a smile. Norman nodded in agreement. Indeed, I shall reach out to them immediately. Yes, it is imperative to ascertain their location swiftly. The tritium that Otto has absconded with is substantial. Thus, the corresponding nuclear fusion reactor will also be considerable. The only locations within New York City that could accommodate such a massive apparatus without drawing attention are the coastal areas. Qin Ge rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, a habit he had while pondering. In other words, we need only investigate the coastal regions, Norman concluded. Precisely, Qin Ge affirmed. I will contact the authorities right away. Very well. On a remote island outside of New York City, Otto disembarked from a speedboat, briskly carrying a container filled with tritium as he made his way onto the island. Upon reaching his base, he carefully placed the tritium and commenced the fabrication of a colossal nuclear fusion reactor. Not long into his endeavor, a torrent of sand and dust surged towards him, which he casually glanced at before averting his gaze. The swirling sands coalesced before Otto, forming the figure of Matt, who stood stationary. You have acquired the tritium? Matt inquired, astonished. Otto cast a sidelong glance at Matt, gesturing towards the container of tritium on the nearby table, remaining silent. Matt's expression turned somewhat awkward, as he had assured others of his ability to procure the tritium, only to ultimately falter. Although Otto said nothing, Matt felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. They have discovered my weakness and attacked me with high-pressure water jets. Matt attempted to justify himself, striving to prove he had not been remiss in his efforts. It is of no consequence, Otto replied, shaking his head. At least I have obtained the tritium. The outcome is favorable. That is what matters. Now, I still require Matt's formidable strength. Otto had no intention of severing ties with him. Without Matt, he would find it difficult to contend with Qin Ge, not to mention the Green Goblin and Spider-Man. To break ties with Matt now would be an unwise decision. Is there anything you need me to do? Matt asked, seeking to redeem himself through other means. Secure the island and eliminate anyone who approaches it. The nuclear fusion reactor I require is vast and will take time to construct. If we are discovered during this period, a missile strike could spell our doom, Otto replied without turning around. Understood. Matt recognized that humanity's advanced weaponry, such as missiles, was indeed beyond their capacity to withstand. With that, Matt transformed into a swirling tempest of sand and dust, propelling himself away. Otto cast a glance back before immersing himself in his own endeavors. Meanwhile, Norman, a colossal figure in the realm of biology and a mastermind behind human enhancement serums, as well as the chairman of the Osborne Corporation, effortlessly established contact with the President of the United States. After recounting the events, he successfully secured military support. With the military's backing, the situation became considerably more manageable. Norman instructed the troops to conduct a thorough search along the coastal areas of New York City, hoping to uncover the hidden whereabouts of Otto and Matt. However, despite a large-scale sweep of the coastal regions, the elusive Otto and Matt remained unfound. On the rooftop of the Osborne building, Norman furrowed his brow in contemplation. It's strange. Surely he wouldn't have hidden in another city? Beside him, Qin Ge also wore a perplexed expression. Where could Otto and Matt possibly be? It's astonishing that the military has not located them. To be candid, this was entirely unforeseen by Qin Ge. He had believed that no matter how adept Matt and Otto were at concealing themselves, evading the military's pursuit seemed implausible. Yet, the reality suggested otherwise. Are you certain that every coastal area has been searched? I even dispatched personnel to the sewers along the coast. Given such assertions, it was evident that these two individuals were indeed no longer in the coastal vicinity. Where could they be? Qin Ge pondered, furrowing his brow as his gaze drifted toward the distant sky. If I were Otto, where would I hide? His mind raced as he endeavored to uncover any overlooked clues. Norman, too, wore a frown. These two posed a significant threat that needed to be resolved swiftly. The artificial sun generated by a nuclear fusion reactor, roughly the size of a half-room, had nearly obliterated the entire Osborn building. If left unchecked, it could even impact Manhattan Island. What if the reactor were the size of a 3-story building? An artificial sun of such magnitude would undoubtedly endanger all of New York. Otto's obsession lay in completing the nuclear fusion reaction. He harbored no desire to annihilate New York. Matt merely wished to heal his daughter, who had been secretly relocated by the military, leaving him in the dark about her current whereabouts. The prospect of independently searching for her was evidently unrealistic, and the military's concealment of her transfer was not something Matt could be oblivious to. Thus, how could they be compelled to surrender their daughter willingly? Qin Ge mentally simulated the unfolding events. Relying solely on brute force to confront the military was impractical. While Matt possessed formidable immortality, he would stand powerless against missile-grade weaponry. Therefore, this approach would be futile. Otto was not particularly powerful. Matt's alliance with him could not be attributed to Otto's strength. Matt had come to Osborn seeking tritium, and in that moment, an epiphany struck Qin Ge. He felt as though he had grasped the crux of the matter. Matt was assisting Otto in the creation of the nuclear fusion reactor. As he needed Otto to produce the artificial sun, Otto's fusion reaction formula is flawed, and it is not an issue with the instruments. I have discussed this with Matt, who is well aware of it. Otto, blinded by his obsession, fails to see the truth about himself. However, Matt is fully cognizant of the situation, yet still chooses to assist Otto. This implies that Matt aims for Otto to create an artificial sun, thereby threatening the entirety of New York. This revelation made everything fall into place for Qin Ge. With Matt's collaboration, Otto is set to conduct fusion reaction experiments, which could result in the creation of a colossal artificial sun, posing a significant threat to New York. Matt intends to leverage this threat to coerce the military into compliance. Unbeknownst to Matt, once the artificial sun is formed, it becomes uncontrollable. Chapter 45. The troops advance. Matt aids Otto, and Otto accepts his assistance. They reach a mutual understanding. Qin Ge stroked his chin thoughtfully. If the intention is to threaten New York, the location becomes evidently clear. Qin Ge's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light as he gazed towards the east. The only place that could directly threaten New York, while remaining outside the city limits, was the desolate island. New York Military District. Are you headed to the island? Qin Ge asked, somewhat astonished, as he looked at the elderly brigadier general leading the group. He surmised that Otto and Matt must have informed the military following their plans regarding the island. The military's efficiency is unquestionable. They immediately dispatched a reconnaissance team disguised as fishermen to investigate. However, the reconnaissance team lost contact shortly after landing, and for 7 members to vanish in such a brief span without a trace of communication spoke volumes. Just as Qin Ge and Norman were preparing to depart, they were intercepted by Major General Bernie Ebers, who was overseeing the operation. Ebers informed Qin Ge that the military would proceed first. You and Mr. Osborn should remain behind. You are our primary combatants. Let the military take the lead, Ebers asserted. Very well. Qin Ge contemplated before conceding. Do not bring heavy weaponry. The artificial sun is unstable, and missiles could detonate it. If it were to explode, its power would rival that of a nuclear bomb. Indeed, a clean one. Ebers' pupils dilated in alarm. Can you confirm this? This is not was a nuclear bomb. It is humanity's most advanced strategic weapon, and only those who have witnessed its detonation can comprehend its true terror. Though Ebers had never seen one, he understood that if such a weapon were to explode near New York, it would spell catastrophe. I am certain. Ebers furrowed his brow. No missiles. What about tanks? Tanks are feasible, provided they do not directly strike the core. That should not pose a significant problem. Good, Ebers nodded. Is Spider-Man all right? He should be fine, though he may not be able to participate in this battle. Qin Ge shrugged. You may bring flamethrowers and high-pressure water guns. These 2 items could significantly impact Matt. The flamethrower is rather challenging to handle, but the high-pressure water gun is manageable. Do your utmost to procure one, as it will enhance your chances of success. Very well. I shall have preparations made immediately. Once ready, we shall set forth. Ibusey nodded decisively, displaying no hesitation. He is a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, a true warrior who has risen from the heaps of the fallen. Unlike General Wigo, who emerged during peacetime, General Ibusey's history bears a resemblance to that of Qin Ge, both having forged their achievements through the trials of war. Such warriors are often the epitome of iron-blooded soldiers. Can they succeed? Norman approached, expressing doubt. No, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. Without the use of powerful missiles, given our current technological capabilities, inflicting substantial harm on Matt is exceedingly difficult. Isn't there the high-pressure water gun and the flamethrower? Norman inquired, perplexed. The symbiotic entity of Venom can evolve, with Matt's fusion with it. I suspect he has adapted to the high-pressure water gun. As for the flamethrower, the ones manufactured with today's technology possess limited power and have little effect on Venom. It is true that Venom fears high temperatures, but it does not become paralyzed at the sight of flames. Captain Marvel's technological prowess is formidable. The flamethrower I wield is indeed a product of advanced science. Even so, the lesser entity known as Riot was only vanquished after prolonged exposure to flames. The more potent Venom will likely be even harder to eliminate. Considering the technological level of this world, I estimate that even causing any impact would be commendable. Then why do you still send them? Norman questioned, bewildered. The army is merely a facade. We are outside New York City, on a deserted island. Numerous warships encircled the island in a tightening formation. Slowly, Matt lowered his binoculars, his expression betraying no signs of distress. Upon seeing the 7 fully armed fishermen, he realized the gravity of the situation. He never anticipated that Qin Ge and Norman would alert the military, nor did he foresee the army's formidable approach. While he is undeniably strong, and neither Qin Ge, Norman, nor Peter can match him in combat, he possesses the self-awareness to recognize the futility of facing such overwhelming forces. However, glancing back at Otto, who remained engrossed in the construction of the nuclear fusion reactor, he felt a flicker of reassurance. If he could buy half an hour, as Otto had previously mentioned, the reactor would require that much time to complete. Once operational, the introduction of tritium would swiftly produce an artificial sun, allowing them to stand undaunted before the military. The fate of all New York lies within their grasp. It appears that the apparatus is not yet finished. Simultaneously, on the flagship, Qin Ge also set down his binoculars. Should we launch a full-scale assault? Norman, clad in the Green Goblin's armor, inquired eagerly. It seems necessary. Qin Ge replied. Qin Ge had not anticipated that they had yet to resolve the issues with the instruments. He had prepared himself to confront a freshly manufactured artificial sun upon arriving here. Yet, it seemed that nothing had even commenced. General, keep your soldiers occupied with Matt. Uncle Norman and I will seize the opportunity to destroy this apparatus. You can entrust this to us. Albers nodded solemnly. Qin Ge acknowledged Albers with a nod, opting not to don a Shadow Monarch's uniform, but rather a combat suit suited for battle. The vibranium dual shields were firmly secured to his wrists as he and Norman exchanged glances, gazing at the distant deserted island. The warships steadily approached the isle, which appeared to be utterly vacant. The soldiers boarded the yacht, maneuvering toward the sandy shores of the island. Where are the Sandmen? Albers inquired, perplexed. Over there. Qin Ge gestured towards the island. Where? Albers followed Qin Ge's indication, bewildered. It is clearly devoid of life. Qin Ge refrained from further comment, for Albers had already deduced Matt's whereabouts. The soldiers began to disembark. At the moment the first wave of soldiers touched the sandy beach, the ground erupted. A massive wave of sand surged forth, engulfing the soldiers and toppling them to the ground in an instant. Chapter 96. The battle begins in Qin Ge's residence. Peter groaned as he opened his eyes, greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. Where am I? The aches coursing through his body jolted Peter out of his dazed state as he surveyed his surroundings. This was not a hospital. It was a bedroom. He recalled being embraced by Qin Ge before losing consciousness. This must be Qin Ge's new home. Peter, you're awake? At that moment, Aunt May entered the room. Aunt May, Peter called out upon seeing her. Qin Ge said your body has nearly recovered, though you're still quite weak. Are you hungry? I saved you a sandwich. She inquired with concern. A little, Peter replied, patting his stomach. Get up and eat, Aunt May gently urged. Peter nodded and descended from the bed. Peter surveyed the grand hall of Qin Ge's home, which was expansive, rivaling the entire area of his own family's house. Truly, it was befitting of the second-largest shareholder of Osborn. Here you go. Aunt May brought forth the sandwich and a glass of milk, placing them before Peter. Thank you, he said. Aunt May, where have Mr. Qin and Mr. Osborn gone? Peter asked, noticing the absence of Qin Ge and Norman. They have gone to attend to necessary matters. Aunt May replied with a gentle smile, her demeanor warm yet perceptive. Peter felt an inexplicable sense of unease under her discerning smile. What about Uncle Ben? He is at home. Qin Ge called us to come here and look after you. I came to check on you, Aunt May explained. Peter nodded in understanding. Peter, I am uncertain about the events that have transpired within you. Yet you must remember the words your uncle once imparted. Aunt May spoke with heartfelt seriousness. Peter silently consumed his sandwich, sensing that Aunt May might have discerned something. This era yearns for heroes, for individuals to bear the banner of responsibility. The phrase "with great power comes great responsibility" is not mere rhetoric. It embodies the awareness one must possess as a hero. Peter, perhaps you are unaware, but all around the globe, there exist individuals who, though their abilities may not rival those of superhuman champions, steadfastly guard what they hold dear. Some wait in the rain for an entire day, merely to catch a glimpse of the hero who once risked everything to save them. Love is reciprocal. Heroes provide the people with a comforting love, and in return, the people bestow upon heroes a noble affection. Peter lifted his gaze to meet Aunt May's encouraging eyes. Peter, you are a thoughtful child, well aware of what is right and what is wrong, Aunt May said softly, her eyes gleaming with warmth. I understand, Aunt May, Peter replied quietly. Well then, finish your meal and attend to your responsibilities. Yes, outside New York City, on a deserted island. Be careful. P.S. on the left. General Ebers observed the soldiers on the beach, restrained by Matt, his expression darkening. Beside him, Qin Ge and Norman had yet to depart. Matt stood resolute on the sand, rendering their landing impossible. Third team, bring the high-pressure water guns and advance. The rest provide suppressive fire. Be cautious not to hit our own. General Ebers commanded with a stern countenance. Yes, a group of firefighters leaped from the warship onto the speedboats, which were connected to the high-pressure water guns. Notably, the boats carried several large instruments. These enormous black devices siphoned seawater and supplied it to the water guns. Even before reaching the shore, the soldiers on the warship unleashed indiscriminate fire into the swirling sand, attempting to target Matt and cover the landing of the third team. High-pressure water guns? Matt observed the scene with a cold chuckle, choosing not to impede their landing, but instead focusing on dispatching the soldiers who had already made it ashore. Boom! As the firefighters approached the beach, jets of high-pressure water erupted from the water guns, dispersing the swirling sand. The massive black instruments fervently drew in seawater, providing an unending supply for the high-pressure guns. Shall we proceed? Norman inquired of Qin Ge. Yes, Qin Ge nodded, stepping onto Norman's craft. General, we leave this in your capable hands. Rest assured. All right. The craft gradually ascended, and Qin Ge saluted General Ebers. Boom! The craft shot forth, heading into the distance. Wishing you success. General Ebers slowly raised his right hand, returning the military salute. On the beach. Boom! The high-pressure water gun sprayed onto Matt's form, which had seamlessly merged with the beach, gradually solidifying into a tangible presence. The effect was evident. The soldiers engaged in battle, witnessing this transformation, became invigorated, maintaining their current rhythm as they continued to unleash torrents of water. On board the main ship, Albers also felt a surge of energy upon seeing the spectacle. Matt's physical manifestation, under the relentless spray of the high-pressure water, transformed into a colossal giant towering dozens of meters high. However, in stark contrast to his earlier appearance in the urban area, Matt was now enveloped in hues of dark gray. The sand morphed in a muddy silt, further empowered by the venom that enveloped him. Arrogance. The voice of the venomous sand giant resonated like distant thunder. With a thunderous crash, the venomous sand giant raised its enormous fist and slammed it onto the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that sent plumes of sand and dust soaring into the air, toppling every soldier standing above. The massive hand struck down with ferocity, reducing several unsuspecting soldiers to mere pulp. In this fierce battle, the towering figure of the venomous sand giant moved as if in a realm devoid of challengers. No soldier could stand against him. Machine guns fired relentlessly, but the bullets merely bounced off the giant's body, inflicting no harm, with some not even able to penetrate its defenses. Bang! Alber's fist struck the command platform, his expression dark enough to draw rain. Had this creature evolved? These were his soldiers. Watching them fall one after another, Albers felt his heart bleed. Matt had become impervious to water, a notion he had never anticipated. Meanwhile, Qin Ge stood at the rear of the aircraft, gazing at the transformed venomous sand giant with an expression of grim foreboding. "Norman, we must accelerate," Qin Ge remarked. Having already discerned the significant losses among the soldiers, they needed to act swiftly. "Understood." Norman nodded, increasing the aircraft's power. Boom! The thrusters roared to life, propelling them forward with great speed. Huh! At that moment, the venomous sand giant also took notice of the two. "Damn it!" the giant exclaimed, realizing that time was of the essence. It was imperative to prevent them from disturbing Otto. With a powerful slam of its hands onto the ground, the venomous sand giant sent nearby soldiers flying and turned to flee. Block his path. Without needing further instruction, the soldiers instinctively rushed forward, adhering to the previously devised plan to obstruct the venomous sand giant with their own bodies. However, such attempts were ultimately futile. Extraordinary life forms and ordinary life forms were fundamentally different, and without weapons capable of threatening the extraordinary, no matter how many soldiers advanced, the outcome would remain unchanged. The tremors generated by the colossal size of the venomous sand giant were nearly impossible to ignore. Qin Ge glanced back at the giant, assessing its current form. Name: Venom Sandman. Title: Venom. Gender: male. Age: 32. Lineage: human. Special abilities: sandification, enhanced regeneration. Details: skills: skill level 5, overall combat power 978, continuously rising. Evaluation: the Sandman and Venom symbiote possess second-tier potential. When united, they may transcend boundaries to become a second-tier life form. Status: unable to load. Is his combat power approaching the pinnacle of the tier? A heavy feeling settled in Qin Ge's heart as he glanced at the approaching device, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Whoosh! Be careful! Qin Ge instinctively reacted, grasping the fabric at Norman's waist and yanking it sharply. The aircraft veered alongside Norman's movement, just as a spear forged from sand sliced through the air, its sharp tip creating a piercing sound that grated against the ears. Norman, still shaken, cast a wary glance at the spear, only to realize that the sandy spear had reversed direction and charged at them once more. Cursing under his breath, he maneuvered the aircraft with frantic precision. Fortunately, the aircraft was remarkably agile, rendering the sandy spear ineffective in its pursuit. However, a shadow loomed, obscuring the sunlight and enveloping Qin Ge and Norman. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ge flipped his hands, summoning a flamethrower, and swiftly aimed it at the Venom Sandman, who had inexplicably drawn near, pulling the trigger with determination. The venomous substance on the Sandman emitted a shrill, piercing scream, but Qin Ge remained undeterred, continuing to press the trigger. At that moment, soldiers began to pour in from behind. "Stop Dr. Otto!" Qin Ge shouted urgently as he spotted them. The soldiers swiftly understood and encircled Otto. "Otto, you are surrounded. Cease your actions immediately and raise your hands," the squad leader commanded, aiming his rifle at Otto. Otto disregarded their presence, seemingly oblivious to his predicament, as he continued to assemble the nuclear fusion apparatus. "Repeat. Otto, you are surrounded. Enough talk, fire!" A loud voice crackled through the earpiece, emanating from Ebers. With the general's command, all soldiers encircling Otto resolutely pulled the triggers of their firearms. Rat-a-tat! A barrage of gunfire erupted, directed toward Otto. Buzz! Suddenly, a mass of black fluid surged forth from Otto's body, instantaneously transforming into an immense shield that stood before him. All the bullets struck this obsidian barrier, failing to reach Otto. What? Qin Ge's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. System: check Otto's template. Name: Otto. Title: Dr. Venomous Octopus. Gender: male. Age: 34. Lineage: human. Special ability: enhanced regeneration skills. Max level 5, overall combat power 123, continuously rising. Evaluation: the Octopus Doctor, now transformed by the venomous symbiote, possesses a modest amplification capacity that should not be underestimated. Status: unloadable. A symbiote's offspring? How astonishing! With a thunderous impact, a tremendous force struck Qin Ge, sending him soaring through the air, along with the flying apparatus and Norman. Boom! Qin Ge and Norman crashed heavily to the ground. Though momentarily stunned, the vibranium shield absorbed part of the assault. Qin Ge shook his head, quickly regaining his footing. However, Norman fared far worse, feeling as if his entire body were in disarray, with excruciating pain radiating from every part of him. while the flying device was reduced to scrap under that tremendous blow. Approaching with a fiery aura, the Venom Sandman advanced, and Qin Ge eyed him warily. The Venom Sandman raised his right hand and struck down with ferocity. "Huh!" Qin Ge shouted, raising both hands in defiance. Boom! At the moment the Venom Sandman's palm met Qin Ge's hands, a violent force pinned Qin Ge to the ground, his lower legs sinking into the earth. With wide, furious eyes and a face flushed with effort, he resisted the overwhelming pressure. To his astonishment, the Venom Sandman realized he could not continue to exert force downward. Qin Ge, against all odds, withstood the horrific pressure. Qin Ge. Cough, cough. Norman struggled to rise from the ground, watching Qin Ge steadfastly resist the Venom Sandman's might with concern. Qin Ge had no energy to converse, fully devoted to contending with the monstrous pressure inflicted by the Venom Sandman. Just by observing his physique, one could discern the immense strain he was enduring. With all his might, Qin Ge held back the Venom Sandman's hand, a peculiar force coursing through him, repeatedly attempting to break through his limits, yet thwarted each time by this internal power. This was the boundary spoken of by the system. The upper limit of the Captain America template stood at 100, and as long as Qin Ge was still bound to it, he could not truly surpass that threshold. However, at that moment, he had no means to unload the Captain America template. For someone newly entering the realm of the extraordinary, Qin Ge's ability to withstand the ferocious assault of the Venom Sandman was ultimately due to the caliber of skills inherited from Captain America. Shield 50-50. Although the vibranium dual shields were not the original, they could still activate this unique ability. Without the superpower of Shield 50-50, Qin Ge would have been no match for the Venom Sandman. With gritted teeth, Qin Ge established a mental link with the system. "You force my hand." As Qin Ge was preparing to employ the white beard template, he was suddenly startled by a sound emanating from the heavens. Although obscured from view, his extensive years in the military allowed him to instantly recognize the identity of the ominous presence. A missile. Chapter 90, Bombardment. 3 minutes prior, Albers gazed grimly at the imagery projected by the drone. The visual depicted the Venom Sandman striking Qin Ge with a single hand, and from the drone's vantage, it appeared that both Qin Ge and Norman had been brutally dispatched. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers continued their futile assault on Otto, thwarted by the offspring of the Venom symbiote. Yet they remained undeterred. "General, it is time to deploy the missiles." The chief of staff approached, addressing Albers in a somber tone. "Wait a moment," Albers replied, his eyes fixed on the screen. These soldiers were his, and he would not surrender any of them. "General, if we delay any longer, the nuclear fusion reactor will be completed, rendering the missiles unusable." The chief of staff pointed to the screen, where even the uninitiated in physics could discern the imminent completion of the reactor. "Just a little longer, just a little longer," Albers insisted. "General, I am the Supreme Commander." "Colonel," he asserted, turning to glare at the chief of staff. "Understood." The chief of staff reluctantly acknowledged. "General, the captain of the 7th Squad requests missile bombardment," came the voice of the communicator. Albers clenched his fists as he observed the remaining soldiers grappling with Otto's mechanical arm, which was shielded by the Venom symbiote, making it impossible for the soldiers to approach. The mechanical arm was immensely powerful and indestructible. The soldiers stood no chance. Boom! The mechanical arm slammed into the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling, and one by one, the soldiers fell before Albers' watchful gaze. Taking a deep breath, Albers commanded fire. With that proclamation from General Albers, the warship launched several missiles, targeting the nuclear fusion reactor situated in the heart of the desolate island. The Venom Sandman noticed the oncoming missiles, his expression shifting dramatically. "How much time do we have?" he shouted back to Otto. 10 minutes. Otto, drenched in sweat, had also spotted the missiles in the sky. He swiftly eliminated the last soldier and redirected his attention to his research. 10 minutes. The Venom Sandman raised his gaze to the sky, inhaling deeply. Boom! The Venom Sandman's body erupted in a violent explosion, clouds of dust and sand billowing forth, a tumultuous sea of sand enveloping the sky. Once the Venom Sandman retracted his hand, Qin Ge felt a sudden alleviation of pressure, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Seeing this, Norman hurried to pull Qin Ge from the earth. "Don't worry about me. I just need a moment to rest. Quickly stop Otto," Qin Ge urged, pointing towards Otto. "Understood," Norman replied. Norman nodded cautiously, gently placing Qin Ge on the ground before hastily rushing towards Otto. Overreaching, Otto scoffed, unleashing four mechanical arms that charged at Norman. Oof. Norman swiftly turned his head, evading the direct assault of a mechanical arm, seizing hold of another and lifting his right foot for a powerful kick. Bam! A resounding collision echoed as the third mechanical arm was forcefully kicked away. With his right hand gripping the second mechanical arm, he exerted tremendous force outward, while his left hand grasped yet another mechanical arm. Stabilizing himself, he summoned all his strength. The sudden surge of power yanked Otto away from the experimental platform. Splendid. Qin Ge, who had been intently observing the battle, could not help but cheer for Norman. Scoundrel! Otto glared furiously at Norman, as the remaining 6 mechanical arms lunged towards him. Enhanced by a human augmentation serum, Norman had long begun to learn combat techniques from humans. Though he could not rival Qin Ge, he was certainly superior to Otto, a scientist utterly ignorant of martial arts. Even with his mechanical arms, time could not thwart Qin Ge. Just then, boom! A thunderous roar echoed from above, followed by another deafening sound accompanied by Matt's anguished cries. A shock wave surged downward, toppling Qin Ge and the others to the ground. Otto, undeterred, scrambled to his feet and rushed towards the nuclear fusion reactor, continuing to set up his instruments. Qin Ge lay on the ground, shaking his head to clear the dizziness caused by the shock wave. Boom! Another tremendous explosion erupted, causing Qin Ge, who had just risen, to stumble and fall once more. Above, Matt was racked with pain from the series of detonations. Even with his immortality, he struggled against such strategic weapons wielded by humanity. Is it ready yet? Matt's voice rang out again. Almost. Otto shouted back, without looking, his urgency mounting as he accelerated the installation of the apparatus. Qin Ge shook his head, glancing at the nearly completed instrument, and stepped forward, charging towards Otto. A black, liquid substance enveloped Otto's body, even coating his mechanical arms. Otto violently swung his mechanical arms down, delivering a forceful blow. Get away from me! Qin Ge shouted, driving his sharp vibranium dual shields forcefully into the mechanical arm. With a sickening squelch, the black liquid was torn apart by the razor-like claws, now embedded within it. Undeterred, he snapped the entire mechanical arm in two. Whoosh! Several mechanical arms shot towards him. Qin Ge, startled, executed a roll to evade the attack. However, this maneuver placed him further from the nuclear fusion reactor. Boom! 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 At that moment, the sky was once again filled with several missiles raining down, causing chaos and destruction. The black barrier overhead began to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Boom! Another deafening roar echoed as the ferocious missiles once more engulfed the Venom Sandman. This time, the dark veil disintegrated completely, and the black sand transformed into a cloud of dust scattered across the sky. Is he dead? Norman furrowed his brow, gazing at the swirling dust. Could someone who seemed nearly immortal perish so easily? It felt implausible. As Otto completed the final components of the device, he swiftly activated it. Oh no! Qin Ge gasped in alarm, realizing it was too late to intervene. Otto's eyes gleamed with fervor as his mechanical arm maneuvered a container filled with tritium elements to the forefront of the apparatus. Just as Otto was about to deposit the tritium into the machine, a swift white shadow descended upon the container, seizing it. The tritium slipped from Otto's grasp, while the figure deftly caught it, performing several graceful rotations before landing on the ground. Chapter 99. The sandstorm flood. Otto stared dumbfounded at his empty palm, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. Spider-Man! Otto's furious shout reverberated throughout the scene. Peter! Qin Ge and Norman stared in astonishment at the newcomer. It was none other than Peter, arriving at full speed. It seems I'm not too late, Peter remarked with a grin. Just in time, Qin Ge replied with a smile. Swoosh! The spider sense instinctively triggered, a reflex ingrained deep within Peter's being, and he reacted instantaneously. He performed a backflip, evading the mechanical arm that lunged at him. As Peter landed, he shot out a web, ensnaring the mechanical limb. With all his might, he yanked, pulling Otto toward him. The remaining mechanical arm anchored itself into the ground, resisting the tremendous force exerted by Peter. Spider-Man, I will kill you, Otto bellowed, propelled by his dark mechanical arm as he charged at Peter. Mr. Qin, Peter shouted, tossing the tritium elements toward Qin Ge. Qin Ge leaped, reaching out to catch the tritium. Seeing this, Otto's mechanical arm surged forward, launching toward the airborne tritium. Swoosh! Swoosh! Peter swiftly unleashed two steel-like webs, ensnaring Otto, and with simultaneous force, he yanked the airborne Otto back to the ground. Just as Qin Ge was about to grasp the tritium, an immense force struck his waist. Bang! A fist collided violently with Qin Ge's side, sending him careening away like a cannonball. Immediately thereafter, the black quicksand coalesced, forming the figure of the Venom Sandman. Venom Sandman. Matt! Qin Ge! Norman exclaimed, retrieving two pumpkin bombs from his pocket. Just as Matt emerged, he hurled the pumpkin bombs toward him. Just as Matt, who had just caught the tritium element, had not yet reacted, two blazing flames surged from beside him, instantly engulfing him. Boom! Boom! The sound of shifting sands echoed as layers of flowing sand rushed toward the nuclear fusion reactor. Qin Ge opened his eyes, the excruciating pain in his waist rendering him immobile. Damn it! He gazed ahead at the swirling dust and immediately noticed the rapid flow of sand heading toward the nuclear fusion reactor, along with the tritium within it. Stop it! Qin Ge shouted. Norman snapped back to reality, suddenly whipping his hand, his figure transforming into a streak of lightning dashing toward the sand flow. Otto swung his mechanical arm, flinging Peter aside, reaching the nuclear fusion reactor almost simultaneously with the sand flow. The sand quickly morphed into a colossal hand, seizing the tritium element and prying open the container, allowing the tritium to surge into the nuclear fusion reactor. Just as the tritium poured in, Otto rapidly struck the control panel, activating the device. The towering behemoth, 3 stories high, thundered to life, with the size of a human head's worth of tritium releasing boundless gravitational forces under the reactor's influence, causing all metallic apparatuses on the deserted island to be drawn in frantically. Norman's body trembled as he found himself being pulled closer despite his robust physique. Norman! Peter exclaimed, his hands shooting out 2 strands of webbing, ensnaring Norman and yanking him back from the pole toward the nuclear fusion reactor. Qin Ge struggled to rise, but Matt's fist was too heavy. Even his body, at the peak of human limits, could not withstand it. Meanwhile, outside the deserted island, on the ocean, has the nuclear fusion reactor been activated? Ibers observed the last footage transmitted from the drone with a grim expression. In the footage, the reactor indeed had powered up. Cease the missile bombardment, Ibers immediately commanded, as continuing the missile strikes would endanger New York. Following Ibers' order, the warships promptly halted their bombardment. The drone became ineffective before the artificial sun ignited by the tritium, capturing only the last recorded scene. Ibers reflected on the final image on the screen. From here on out, it's up to you. Heroes of the world. Norman, quickly remove your gear. Peter's face, hidden beneath his mask, flushed as the artificial sun expanded, its gravitational force increasing exponentially. Without hesitation, Norman swiftly disrobed of his equipment. As it detached from his body, it was whisked away by the overwhelming gravitational pull. Bang! Peter sat on the ground, panting heavily. Without the attraction of the gear, Norman was no longer affected by the artificial sun's gravity. This isn't a solution, Qin Ge thought. Though he lacked the strength to stand, his mind remained clear. Otto's mechanical arm, shielded by venom, was insulated from the gravitational force, allowing him to move freely under the influence of the artificial sun's pull. Aletu Salabrata. This is a monumental moment. Otto laughed maniacally as the cavern housing the nuclear fusion reactor trembled violently. Strips of metal were torn away and consumed by the artificial sun, which continued to swell and expand. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a colossal entity, measuring several dozen meters in diameter. Dr. Otto, please wake up. Can you truly control such a nuclear fusion reaction? Peter shouted anxiously. How could I possibly be unable to control it? This is my invention. I can command it better than anyone. Otto scoffed, maneuvering the mechanical arm toward Peter. Both Peter and Norman immediately became alert. I shall usher in a new era and become a titan of my time. My name will be etched in history. However, first, I must eliminate the obstacles. Matt. The sound of shifting sand began to coalesce beside Otto, forming the shape of Matt. Eliminate them, Otto said coldly. Remember your promise, Matt replied, hesitating before addressing Otto. Understood. Matt nodded, his body transforming into a whirlwind of sand, hurtling towards Peter and Norman. The black sand surged forth with Matt's full force. becoming a vast ocean of darkness that rose high, akin to tumultuous waves, crashing fiercely toward Peter and Norman. The towering sand wave, dozens of meters high, was far beyond the reach of Peter and Norman's evasion. The two stood frozen, staring at the approaching tide. Then the wave crashed down. Peter threw himself onto Norman, wishing to trade his life for Norman's chance at survival. Suddenly, an unseen wave of air materialized before the torrent of sand, forcefully halting the oncoming deluge. In that moment, a flicker of doubt crossed Matt's eyes, swiftly transforming into sheer astonishment. The air that had obstructed the sand torrent began to vibrate, a subtle, yet immensely powerful tremor. As the air quaked, the once unstoppable sand wave crumbled like a breached dam, collapsing instantaneously. A ferocious force erupted, shattering wave after wave of the sand torrent, sending it crashing away. Peter and Norman, having felt no impact from the sand surge for some time, curiously lifted their heads. The sight before them left them momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the soldiers watching this scene through satellite broadcast were equally stunned. The once menacing sand torrent now lay scattered across the ground, with the area surrounding the nuclear fusion reactor buried beneath mounds of sand reaching a meter high. Yet here, there was not a grain of sand in sight. Amidst this spectacle, a figure stood before them. This person appeared as a dividing line. Ahead, a landscape of sand. Behind, a flourishing array of flora. The tall figure was imposing, with broad shoulders that seemed capable of supporting the very heavens. Merely standing there, he emanated a sense of profound tranquility, as if his presence ensured that the world would harbor no further danger. Mr. Qin? The silhouette before them was familiar to both Peter and Norman. Yet it was precisely this familiarity that rendered Peter hesitant. Ha ha ha! Qin Ge laughed heartily, his laughter peculiar yet brimming with audacity, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Leave this to me. You may withdraw for the time being. Qin Ge turned to face Peter and Norman, his left hand striking the air as though making contact with a tangible object, a gentle force propelling Peter and Norman away. With another swift motion, this soft power enveloped them, swiftly transporting the two. Whoosh! In mere seconds, they found themselves aboard the flagship. What was happening? Ibers and a multitude of soldiers stood bewildered, utterly at a loss upon the sudden appearance of Peter and Norman. General Ibers, please escort your men away. I shall handle matters from here. Qin Ge's voice resonated through the air. Ibers recognized that it was indeed Qin Ge's voice. Are you certain you are all right? Ibers inquired. All right? Ha ha ha. I'm the strongest man in the world. Ibers paused, then quickly regained his composure. Without further ado, he commanded everyone to retreat. As Qin Ge observed Ibers and the fleet departing through the observation of Haki, he retracted his foresight. Feeling the surging power within him and the formidable abilities bestowed by the devil fruit, Qin Ge gazed confidently at Otto and Matt, who were accompanied by the artificial sun behind them. Name: Qin Ge. Title: Shadow Emperor. Gender: male. Age: 18, frozen in the task dimension. Lineage: human. Special ability: Paramecia type tremor fruit. Details: skills: armament Haki 5, martial arts 5, swordsmanship 5, observation Haki 4, conquerors Haki 4, max level 5, comprehensive combat power 10,000 evaluation. Utilizing the Whitebeard template, you have become a bona fide third-tier powerhouse. Unleash your potential and let the world witness the might of the strongest. Status: limited time template. Duration: 24 hours. Who are you? Matt regarded Qin Ge warily, sensing an overwhelming aura of death emanating from him. He could feel that this man possessed the capacity to end his life entirely. I am Qin Ge. Stepping forward, a black, viscous substance enveloped his arms, distinct from the venom that clung to him, manifesting as a shadowy material. Armament Haki, activate. As the mightiest of beings, an unparalleled aura erupted violently, akin to a volcanic explosion, engulfing the entire deserted island in an instant. All life forms upon the island, save for Matt, succumbed to unconsciousness. Though Matt remained awake, his mental state was exceedingly fatigued, on the verge of collapse. This exemplified the sheer dominance of Conqueror's Haki among the three types. Any feeble being, when faced with its eruption, was left with only the paths of unconsciousness or death. A flicker of helplessness crossed Qin Ge's eyes. The white-bearded template was overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding the upper limits of this world's combat capacity. In the previous Marvel Universe, after utilizing the Sun Wukong template, he at least had 4 fifth-tier elites to spar with. However, now there was only one individual, Matt, who barely reached the pinnacle of the first tier. As for him, he was the strongest of the third tier. A glint of determination flashed in Matt's eyes. He could not afford to remain passive. Channeling all his power, the earth trembled as grains of sand floated into the air, enveloping every corner of the atmosphere in swirling dust once more. Too weak, without any unnecessary movements, Qin Ge simply raised his right hand and clenched it abruptly in Matt's direction. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated from the palm of Qin Ge's hand. And then a horrifying scene unfolded, centered around Matt. The surrounding air violently compressed everything in its vicinity. Whatever came into contact with this intense air pressure would be instantly obliterated. Matt was no exception. At the moment the air pressure surged, he was shattered by this terrifying force. However, Qin Ge did not deliver a lethal blow. Matt began to recover gradually after being pulverized. Qin Ge approached Matt, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. The characteristics of the armed color hockey immediately manifested upon contact with the elementalized substance. Qin Ge raised his right hand and struck Matt's body. Pop! A mass of black substance was instantly expelled by the formidable power of the tremor fruit. Venom had no desire to resist. It turned and fled. Qin Ge unleashed a punch. The air vibrated, and as layers of shock waves reached Venom, they became wildly ferocious. Splat! Venom's body shattered like glass. Glancing at the unconscious Matt, it was time to conclude this. Qin Ge shook his head, gazing at the artificially created sun, which had expanded to the size of half a football field, radiating a dazzling light in the darkness. The artificial sun was undoubtedly conspicuous. Holding the unconscious Matt, Qin Ge casually tossed him, and the power of the tremor fruit sent Matt flying. He then turned his attention to Otto on the ground. I know you are awake, Qin Ge stated calmly. Feigning death, Otto rose from the ground, looking at Qin Ge with a complex expression. Behind him, there was nothing but emptiness. The 8 mechanical arms had vanished without a trace, and under the perception of Qin Ge's observation hockey, the symbiotic venom within him had perished alongside its host. Chapter 101. The World's Strongest. This meant that Otto was now a normal person with a conscious mind. It was too late. Otto stared vacantly at the ever-expanding artificial sun, resembling the true sun. The nuclear fusion reaction created a corona-like structure around the artificial sun. Everything has not yet reached its conclusion. How can you say it is too late? Qin Ge remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Now, it has inflated to a nuclear level. Should it explode now, its power would rival that of a hydrogen bomb created through nuclear fusion. Otto shook his head and remarked, you cannot stop it. Initially, sinking into the ocean's depths would have sufficed, but now is far too late. Otto Zeit. No, not yet. He raised his gaze to Qin Ge, who was not looking at him, but rather staring at the ever-expanding artificial sun. As long as I am here, New York will remain unharmed. Otto momentarily felt dazed, as if this man could indeed accomplish the impossible. However, Otto knew the truth. It was unattainable. You need not attempt it. This is what you, Dr. Otto, once taught me. Qin Ge interjected, turning to face Otto. Science is a wondrous endeavor, until the very last moment. One can never truly predict the outcome. Just like this artificial sun, until the final moment, one cannot know its true nature. Otto gazed at Qin Ge with a complex expression. Leave this to me. Qin Ge clapped his hands in the air, causing Otto's body to tremble. Otto silently observed Qin Ge, who responded with a smile. I wish you success. After a moment of silence, Otto replied, I will succeed. A faint smile graced Qin Ge's lips. I am the strongest man in the world. The satellite broadcast captured the scene. The immense gravitational pull of the artificial sun had drawn the rooftop inward, creating a vast void in the sky, allowing the satellite to easily observe the current state of the deserted island. Only Qin Ge remained. The military's real-time broadcast hall was filled with personnel, each soldier anxiously watching the large screen. This was a battle destined to remain hidden from the public eye. The psychological impact of an artificial sun with the explosive force of a hydrogen bomb on the populace would be insurmountable, making real-time disclosure impossible. However, as soldiers on the front lines, they had the right to know. Yet even with this knowledge, they were powerless, forced to watch Qin Ge confront this colossal entity alone. comparable to a hydrogen bomb. Go for it. Qin Ge gazed at the now significantly swollen artificial sun, his fists clenching slowly. The third-tier pinnacle power from the Whitebeard template surged forth without reservation. Let me see what you're capable of. Qin Ge laughed heartily, raising his fist to shoulder level. With the infusion of the Captain America template, Qin Ge's willpower became extraordinarily formidable, although he still struggled to fully harness this third-tier elite strength. He no longer lost control as he had before, yet he still felt some effects, such as adopting Whitebeard's catchphrase. But shouldn't Whitebeard's catchphrase be my son? Ahem, I digress. Qin Ge raised his arms, fists tightly clenched, and struck down fiercely. The air behind him fractured like glass, fissures appearing with the motion of his fists. The tumultuous force of the airquake surged violently, stirring the waters behind Qin Ge into a frenzy, creating towering waves. A horrifying spectacle unfolded. A monstrous wave, hundreds of meters high, thundered into existence behind Qin Ge, the tumultuous sea roiling under such tremors, obscuring the sky and flooding the horizon. This colossal wave, measuring 100 meters, surged forth with relentless ferocity. The frigid seawater crashed against the artificial sun, its searing heat evaporating the water instantaneously. Yet, this was no mere basin or tank of seawater, but an overwhelming tide of hundreds of meters. The colossal waves, laden with an almost infinite expanse of seawater, bore down upon the artificial sun, engulfing the searing orb in their watery embrace. The waves Qin Ge summoned were terrifying. This already diminutive deserted island stood no chance against the onslaught of the towering waves, and in the blink of an eye, was swallowed whole. Qin Ge gazed at the artificial sun enveloped by the sea, raised his right hand, and directed another punch towards the sun. Boom! The ferocity of the force, amplified by the airquake, became extraordinarily terrifying. In an instant, the distance from Qin Ge to the artificial sun, which was already potent enough to obliterate a skyscraper, had ascended to an incomprehensible level of might. Boom! The airquake punch struck the artificial sun with tremendous force, nearly shattering its structurally stable form. The violent impact utterly pulverized the surrounding seawater, instruments, and trees. With determination, Qin Ge declared the small sphere was resilient, and thus he prepared for another strike. He raised his right hand, a radiant white circle forming in his palm, and with a sudden grip, shattered the circle, launching his right fist forward. An astonishing force surged from his fist, embodying an invincible strength. White circles manifested along the trajectory of Qin Ge's fist as it descended upon the artificial sun. Each shockwave from his fist obliterated a white circle in succession, amplifying the explosive power with each passing moment. One after another, innumerable white circles succumbed to the might of Qin Ge's fist until, at last, his shockwave reached the artificial sun. At last, the unparalleled force was unleashed upon the artificial sun. This time, the sun could no longer withstand the onslaught, erupting violently under the sheer power of the blow. Yet, the force did not wane after shattering the sun. The surrounding waters were instantaneously dispersed, revealing the deserted island beneath. The fist forcefully struck the island. The vast expanse of the island was shattered in an instant, breaking into fragments smaller than a person, sinking into the depths of the ocean. As the artificial sun was torn apart, the energy contained within was released in that very moment. Prepared for the aftermath, Qin Ge unleashed two more punches. The familiar 100-meter wave re-emerged, enveloping the surging remnants of the artificial sun, channeling the explosive energy back into the ocean, allowing the mighty sea to consume it. Gradually, the 100-meter waves receded, restoring tranquility to the scene. Only one figure remained, standing upon the void, gazing down upon the world. That is the strongest in the realm. With the peak power of Whitebeard, the air trembled, theoretically allowing one to traverse the void for a brief moment. Chapter 102. Return. In the blink of an eye, Qin Ge found himself back in the tangible world. He glanced at the 5 human enhancement serums quietly stored in the system space, observing everything in a state of stasis, still enveloped in the night of reality, and exhaled a breath of stale air. After resolving all crises using the Whitebeard template, Qin Ge hastily retrieved the 5 serums and returned. He chose not to linger in the world of the Spider-Man trilogy any longer. After being away for so long, it was indeed time to go back. Ding. Return complete. The system's voice echoed. Dimensional task 3. Optional prevent Dr. Octopus. Save New York. Completed. Task reward. 1 random character template. Would you like to draw a random character template? Draw. Qin Ge watched with anticipation. He had reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary. His template's limit thus far. According to the system, Captain America would experience his first transformation upon wielding Thor's hammer for the first time in Avengers, Age of Ultron. Though it seemed he did not lift it, in truth, he was already capable. However, Qin Ge's template was that of the original Captain America, not the transformed version. Alone, he could not ascend. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, was the pinnacle of third-tier artifacts, making transformation for Captain America effortless. Yet Qin Ge had no means to acquire a third-tier artifact to facilitate his own transformation. Therefore, if he wished to grow stronger, he ought to draw a character template diligently. Character template, drawing in progress. Character template, drawing complete. Would you like to view? View. Qin Ge eagerly exclaimed. Name, Arthur. Title, Aquaman. Gender, male. Age, 28. Lineage, human Atlantean, royal. Special abilities, blessing of the ocean, deep sea physique, kingly presence, details, skills, diving 5, combat 5, leadership 4, driving 4, maximum skill level 5, overall combat power, 1000. Evaluation, one of the best templates of the first tier. You've hit the jackpot, young man. Status, loadable. Aquaman? Qin Ge stared in astonishment at the system screen displaying this scruffy-looking man. This fellow was only 28? To Qin Ge, he appeared to be 82. Yet, this man possessed 3 special abilities, which was indeed formidable. Having gained experience, Qin Ge had to admit that special abilities were remarkably useful. Explosively so. Review the 3 special abilities. Blessing of the ocean. Arthur's father is a land dweller, while his mother is the queen of the oceanic Atlanteans. He serves as the bridge between land and sea, accepted by both realms. He is the finest warrior of the ocean, embodying the dual characteristics of both land and sea. Thus, Arthur has received the blessing of the ocean. In the depths of the ocean, Arthur's abilities shall witness a remarkable enhancement, reaching a cap of 1500. His father hails from the land, while his mother is the queen of Atlantis, truly the quintessential protagonist, Qin Ge remarked with exasperation. However, this extraordinary ability is indeed formidable. Within the ocean, he gains an immense boost, with an upper limit that transcends the first tier and ascends to the mid-second tier. A commendable and powerful feat. Deep sea physique. The royal lineage of Atlantis possesses the unique capability to thrive both in the ocean and on land. Furthermore, as Atlantis lies submerged beneath the waves, the blessing of the mother box has endowed its denizens with bodies of steel, enabling them to withstand the crushing depths of the sea, while also granting them the ability to see in the dark. Excellent. Yet another remarkable and sophisticated ability. Qin Ge nodded in satisfaction. Can this steel body withstand bullets? Perhaps a grenade might cause some discomfort. Qin Ge widened his eyes. Has fortune truly favored him? Regal presence. Arthur possesses the power to converse with marine creatures, a gift bestowed upon him by the ocean. He is indeed one of a kind. This grants Arthur the qualification to become the sovereign of the seas. Qin Ge. Although the third ability appears less impactful than the first 2 at first glance, upon deeper reflection, one realizes that this third special ability is by no means inferior. The ability to communicate with marine life is not a gift afforded to just anyone, and the phrase that follows, qualification to become the ocean's sovereign, holds significant weight. Oh, the ocean. Over 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. To master the oceans is tantamount to mastering the Earth itself. At least from Qin Ge's perspective. This third ability may even prove more practical than the first 2. Without further ado, let us proceed with the loading. Qin Ge eagerly declared. Loading character template. Character template loading complete. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Qin Ge silently counted the seconds, and when the 4th ticked by, a wave of agony surged from the depths of his being. Though the Captain America template had been replaced, the iron will he had cultivated remained intact, allowing him to endure the pain momentarily. The excruciating torment flooded every cell in his body, yet Qin Ge gritted his teeth and persevered. Fortunately, the pain, though intense, was fleeting. Bang! Qin Ge collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Time continued to stand still, but he lay there like a lifeless dog. The pain, it was hundreds of times worse than the last experience. An explanation is in order, system. 2 reasons. First, The Captain America template is not as potent as the Aquaman template. Thus, the agony of the loading process is less severe. Second, while Captain America is formidable, he remains a regular human. Aquaman, on the other hand, though still human, belongs to a branch akin to Whitebeard, distinguishing him from a norm. Concurrently, the host's body undergoes transformation. In other words, the system's voice suddenly took on a mocking tone. The host is no longer a typical human. Qin Ge lacked even the strength to twitch his lips, merely managing to internally exclaim for the system to present his template. Name: Qin Ge. Title: Shadow Emperor. The foremost dandy of Huagua. Gender: male. Age: 18 years. Bloodline: human Atlantean, royal lineage. Special abilities: Blessing of the Ocean, unawakened. Deep sea physique. Sovereign's Presence, unawakened. Skills: Indulgence 5, Firearms 5, Combat 5, Leadership 5, Diving 5, Driving 4, Maximum Skill Level 5, Comprehensive Combat Power 300, Maximum 1000 Evaluation, Target Level 2. Onward, young man. Status: Unable to load. Loading template: Ocean King template. Indeed, the trials were not in vain. His combat power soared to 300, which pleased Qin Ge immensely. No wonder he felt a surge of strength coursing through his limbs. This was the reason. However, why had only one of the 3 special abilities awakened? System, explain. Qin Ge suppressed his incredulity and demanded, shouldn't the host have some understanding of why the awakening hasn't occurred? The Blessing of the Ocean is because Arthur is a child of both sea and land, the mightiest warrior of the ocean. And you? Your physique has been altered by this system, making you a child of both realms as well. But can you truly be considered the ocean's mightiest warrior? The system did not conceal its sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge found himself at a loss for words. His combat power of 300 seemed indeed insufficient. And what about the Sovereign's Presence? Qin Ge was particularly concerned with that skill. It was simply, please, host, read the description of Sovereign's Presence carefully. Qin Ge furrowed his brow, recalling the introduction of the skill. Sovereign's Presence. Arthur possesses the ability to converse with marine creatures, a power bestowed by the ocean, making him unique. This grants Arthur the right to become the master of the sea. Wait a moment, unique? Qin Ge suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, as you suspect, this is precisely the reason. What should Qin Ge do? He felt like crying, the kind that couldn't be soothed. However, the system encouraged him, saying, do not lose heart. For if you are fortunate enough to enter the realm of the Ocean King and come into contact with the Mother Box, there remains a chance to awaken the Sovereign's Presence. What is the Mother Box? A 4th-tier supreme treasure. Oh, upon hearing about such a high-tier treasure, Qin Ge lost his enthusiasm for further inquiries. What was the point of asking? Would he even be able to obtain it? Show me the training plan for the Ocean King template. The system's virtual screen immediately materialized before Qin Ge. After reviewing it, his lips twitched violently. Are you serious? Of course. This is the most efficient way for the host to reach the limits of the Ocean King template. The system's voice betrayed a hidden glee. Qin Ge gazed at the training regimen before him, on the verge of tears once more. Phase 1. Dive to a depth of 500 meters, execute 10,000 punches, and perform 10,000 kicks. Phase 2. Descend to 1,000 meters and repeat the punches and kicks. Phase 5. Engage in weight training at the seabed. Even with deep-sea endurance, this is quite a challenge. ISNT it? After 5 seconds of suspended time, the system's voice abruptly brought Qin Ge back to reality. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The suspension of time lifted. A hum resonated as an invisible force permeated the air, and all resumed its course. Qin Ge cast a glance at his midterm report from years past, shaking his head in resignation. What seemed to be a matter of today felt like a distant memory for him. Oh well, time to sleep. He shook his head and was about to retire to bed when his movements suddenly halted. In the dead of night, what on earth is going on? Qin Ge pursed his lips and approached the window, opening it to peer down below. At that moment, a man clad in black tactical gear, backpack slung over his shoulder, stood frozen, staring up at the unexpected sight of Qin Ge looking down at him. Hey buddy, what brings you to my home at this hour? Qin Ge inquiring of the shadowy figure, while tossing him an identification template. Name: Lu Fei. Title: Bone Dragon. Gender: male. Age: 29. Lineage: human. Special abilities: none. Skills: Firearms 5, hand-to-hand combat 5, leadership 4, driving 4, skill cap at 5, overall combat power 75, maximum 100 evaluation, a formidable individual in the host world, ranking quite well among his peers. Status: not loadable. Intriguing. Qin Ge's interest peaked as he scrutinized Lu Fei. A title? A combat power of 75 marks a critical threshold, where those above this line are elite among elites. Though not entirely knowledgeable, Qin Ge was aware that his grandfather, Qin Benoit, commanded an army special forces unit known as the Longting Special Forces. Within this elite cadre, every member was a paragon of excellence. When translated into the system's combat metrics, even the weakest among the Longting Special Forces boasted a power of 75. With a swift motion, Qin Ge leaped directly from the window, startling Lu Fei considerably. "Hey, this is the second floor." Thud. Qin Ge landed gracefully on the ground and beckoned Lu Fei with a gesture. "Does he know I'm after him?" Lu Fei, astonished by Qin Ge's agility, couldn't help but ponder. Thud. Lu Fei too descended, standing firmly before Qin Ge. "What do you want with me?" Qin Ge interrupted Lu Fei, who seemed poised to speak. "So, he indeed realizes I am his target?" Lu Fei narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Ge. Only then did he recognize that this son of an esteemed commander was no ordinary person. The aura he exuded was unmistakable, a soldier without a doubt. A soldier who had witnessed bloodshed and endured the trials of warfare. "I have come to kill you," Lu Fei said in a low voice, his hand moving to his waist, where a pistol swiftly appeared, aimed squarely at Qin Ge. "Is that so?" Qin Ge replied dismissively, disregarding the firearm. What audacity allows him to disregard a weapon from 6 meters away? Is it mere bravado? Or does he possess an unshakable confidence? Or perhaps, are there others lurking nearby? Lu Fei's mind raced through various scenarios. Remarkably, he showed no sign of distraction. Qin Ge observed Lu Fei in astonishment, realizing that this man was not only contemplating but maintaining a keen focus on him. Such concentration is not a common trait. Nevertheless, it matters little. While you may think you can intimidate me, I advise against firing that weapon. This is Huagua, and once a shot is fired, escape will be impossible for you. Qin Ge stated firmly. "This is merely a small county. Should I wish to flee, no one could stop me," Lu Fei replied in a low voice. "Who sent you? Do you truly believe I would divulge that?" Lu Fei tightened his grip on the pistol, pointing it at Qin Ge. "It seems someone had dispatched him to test my resolve. Perhaps my recent changes had attracted the attention of those with vested interests." Qin Ge squinted, pondering. If he were indeed an assassin, there would be no time for such idle chatter. Never mind, I shall subdue him first. With that thought, Qin Ge ceased his words and sprang into action. Lu Fei's pupils dilated in shock. He was incredibly fast. Crack! In less than half a second, Qin Ge seized the pistol, disassembling it with ease, and delivered a powerful punch to Lu Fei's abdomen. The force was expertly calibrated. Too much would render Lu Fei unconscious. Too little would leave him capable of fighting back. Now it was just right. Thud. Lu Fei stared in disbelief at Qin Ge, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The excruciating pain in his abdomen rendered him entirely incapacitated. "Who on earth are you?" Chapter 103. Disturbing the Earth Beneath the Sovereign. "System, explain this to me." Qin Ge, struggling to contain his disbelief, demanded. "Why isn't T the host awakened? Should T you have some awareness?" The blessing of the ocean is bestowed upon Arthur, as he is the child of both sea and land, the mightiest warrior of the ocean. And you? Your physique has been modified by this system, making you also a child of both realms. But can you truly be considered the ocean's mightiest warrior? The system did not conceal its scorn. After hearing this, Qin Ge was at a loss for words. His battle prowess of 300 seemed woefully inadequate. What the King's presence? Qin Ge was more concerned about the King's presence skill, which was simply, "Please, host, review the introduction to the King's presence." Qin Ge furrowed his brow, recalling the description. King's presence. Arthur possesses the ability to converse with marine life, a gift from the sea, granting him the qualification to become the lord of the ocean. Weight unparalleled? Qin Ge suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. Indeed, the system confirmed, as you suspect, it is precisely due to this reason. What should Qin Ge do? It was the kind of sorrow that could not be soothed. However, the host should not despair. If fortune smiles upon the host, granting entry into the realm of Aquaman and access to the Mother Box, there lies a chance to awaken the kingly essence, the system consoled. What exactly is the Mother Box? It is a treasure of the 4th tier. Oh, I have heard that high-tier treasures do not pique Qin Ge's interest any further. What purpose does inquiring serve? Can I even obtain it? Show me the training regimen for the Aquaman template. Immediately, a virtual screen materialized before Qin Ge. After perusing it, a twitch of disbelief seized the corners of Qin Ge's mouth. Are you serious? Absolutely. This represents the swiftest method for the host to achieve the pinnacle of the Aquaman template, the system's tone betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Gazing at the daunting training tasks, Qin Ge felt the urge to weep once more. Phase 1. Dive to a depth of 500 meters, execute 10,000 punches and 10,000 kicks. Phase 2. Descend to a depth of 1,000 meters, repeat 10,000 punches and 10,000 kicks. Phase 3. Engage in weight training at the ocean floor. Is possessing a deep-sea physique not enough? After a 5-second pause, the system's voice drew Qin Ge back. 5, 4, 3, 2. Time resumed. Buzz. An invisible force radiated through, and everything resumed its course. Qin Ge cast a glance at a test report from years prior, shaking his head in resignation. Though it was a recent occurrence, to Qin Ge, it felt like an eternity had passed. Never mind, time to sleep. Just as Qin Ge began to retire to bed, he suddenly halted his motions. In the dead of night, what could this be about? He grimaced, approached the window, and opened it, peering down below. At that moment, a man clad in a black stealth suit, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, stared vacantly at Qin Ge, who was peering down at him from the open window. Brother, it's the middle of the night. What brings you to my home? Qin Ge chuckled, addressing the figure in black, then tossed him a template to examine. Name, Lu Fei. Title, Bone Dragon. Gender, male. Age, 29. Lineage, human. Special abilities, none. Skills, firearms 5, combat 5, command 4, driving 4, skill cap 5, comprehensive combat power, 75, maximum 100. Evaluation, a solitary powerhouse in the host world, considered quite formidable. Status, not loadable. Intriguing. Qin Ge's interest was piqued as he scrutinized Lu Fei intently. A title? A power rating of 75 signifies a threshold. Those above 75 are the elite among elite special forces. Though Qin Ge was not entirely versed in this, he was aware that his grandfather, Qin Benhua, commanded an army special operations unit known as the Longting Special Forces. Within that elite cadre, even the most novice member would possess a combat rating of at least 75. Without a second thought, Qin Ge vaulted out of the window, startling Lu Fei considerably. Brother, this is the second floor. Thud. Qin Ge landed gracefully on the ground and beckoned to Lu Fei above him. Did he realize that I was targeting him? While Lu Fei was astonished by Qin Ge's remarkable abilities, he continued to ponder the situation. With a thud, Lu Fei descended as well, coming to a halt before Qin Ge. What do you want with me? Qin Ge interjected, silencing Lu Fei's impending words with a wave of his hand. Did he truly know I was after him? Lu Fei squinted at Qin Ge, and in scrutinizing him, he recognized that this son of a high-ranking official was indeed formidable. The aura he exuded could not be concealed. A soldier, an unequivocal soldier. Moreover, one who had witnessed the ravages of battle and emerged from the crucible of blood and fire. I am here to kill you, Lu Fei said in a low voice. His hand moving to his waist, where a handgun swiftly appeared, aimed directly at Qin Ge. You think you can do that? Qin Ge scoffed, disregarding the weapon in Lu Fei's grip. What gave him the audacity to so brazenly dismiss firearms from 6 meters away? Was it mere bluster? Or did he possess unwavering confidence? Or perhaps there were others lurking nearby? Lu Fei's mind raced, contemplating various scenarios. Remarkably, he remained undistracted. Qin Ge was astonished to observe Lu Fei, who, even while lost in thought, maintained a vigilant watch over him. Such focus was not something ordinary individuals could achieve. Nevertheless, it matters little. Though you cannot harm me, I advise against firing your weapon. This is Hua country, and should you pull the trigger, escape will be impossible for you. Qin Ge Kuhuniet. This is merely a small county. If I wish to flee, no one can stop me, Lu Fei replied tersely. Who sent you? Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? Lu Fei tightened his grip on the handgun, still aimed at Qin Ge. It seemed that whoever had dispatched him was testing my resolve, perhaps aware of my recent transformations. Qin Ge narrowed his eyes in contemplation. If he were indeed a true assassin, there would be no room for such idle chatter. Never mind. I shall subdue him first and address matters thereafter. With that thought, Qin Ge ceased speaking and instantly sprang into action. Lu Fei's pupils constricted. He was fast. Crack. In less than half a second, Qin Ge seized the handgun and disassembled it effortlessly, delivering a punch to Lu Fei's abdomen. The force was meticulously calculated. Too much would incapacitate Lu Fei, while too little would leave him fully capable of fighting back. Now it was just right. Thud. Lu Fei stared at Qin Ge in shock, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen left him weak and utterly devoid of combat capability. Who on earth are you? Chapter 104. The Method of Spiritual Revival. Who on earth are you? Lu Fei gazed at Qin Ge in horror. Was such speed attainable by a mere human? Even the one hailed as the strongest human, Qin Ge, could not achieve such feats. System, provide me with his information. The system swiftly infiltrated Hua Country's database, automatically filtering all available information regarding Lu Fei. Qin Ge's eyes scanned the data, and he rapidly absorbed the details presented. I fear that I am on the brink of exposure. The changes within me have been so profound that any discerning observer could detect them. As time progresses, my strength continues to grow, and I must devise a plausible explanation for these extraordinary powers. Qin Ge's mind raced with thoughts, and a wild idea quietly surfaced. The system had stated that this world possessed no extraordinary powers. Perhaps, if I approach it this way, I could find a feasible solution. If so, I could account for my transformations in the future. Resolute, Qin Ge turned his gaze to Lu Fei on the ground and removed the mask from his face. Huh? This person seems familiar. Qin Ge mused, gazing at Lu Fei, a sense of recognition washing over him. Never mind. He produced his smartphone and snapped a photograph, pretending to fiddle with the device before setting a ringtone. Half a minute later, the ringtone echoed through the air. Lu Fei observed intently, curious about Qin Ge's intentions. Li Fei, a citizen of the People's Republic of China, a soldier of the Dragon Rising Special Forces, class of 2014. He was stripped of his military title due to the unintentional killing of a hostage during a rescue mission in 2018 and returned to his hometown in Long County, Anhui Province, to work as a security guard. Qin Ge's tone was calm, yet it sent chills down Lu Fei's spine. How is this possible? The information of all personnel in the Dragon Rising Special Forces is classified at the highest level. Even brigade-level officials, unless they are from the Central Combat Zone, have no right to access such data. How could this old chief's son obtain such information in less than half a minute? If I didn't know the old chief witness system, I would suspect that Qin Ge had provided this information to Qin Ge. Who on earth are you? Lu Fei asked, astonished, as he stared at Qin Ge. Qin Ge slowly lowered his phone. Contact your superior. Tomorrow at 6 in the afternoon, at the Strong Fitness Club. I have matters to discuss with him. Be punctual. With that, Qin Ge disregarded Lu Fei and approached the building. To Lu Fei's astonishment, he leaped directly from the ground to the second floor, displaying an inhuman level of agility. Once Lu Fei regained some composure, he shakily stood up, retrieved the disassembled weapon Qin Ge had left behind, and departed from the scene. Inside the room, Qin Ge sat on the bed, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve as he reviewed the information just relayed by the system. Lu Fei was a soldier under Qin Ge's command, and this probing mission had also been ordered by Qin Ge. The system intercepted video calls between Su Cheng and Qin Ge, as well as between Qin Ge and Lu Fei. Host, the game you wish to play is grand, and not everyone can master such a chessboard. A misstep could provoke a worldwide pursuit, the system cautioned. I understand. However, I must provide an explanation for my transformations. Otherwise, I cannot pass my father's scrutiny. Very well. System, how can I facilitate the resurgence of spiritual energy? Qin Ge inquired, recognizing that this was a crucial element of his nebulous plan. There are numerous methods to revive spiritual energy, yet only 3 are deemed suitable for Earth at present. What are the 3? Qin Ge inquired hastily. The first method involved a 6-tier powerhouse forcibly altering Earth's spiritual veins, resurrecting the dormant ones, and fundamentally transforming the planet's spiritual environment. Well, if I were 6-tier powerhouse, do I need to fabricate nonsense here? Qin Ge retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. If he were a 6-tier behemoth, would he need to tread so cautiously? Truly absurd. The second method entails the host communicating with the cosmic will of this universe, persuading it to direct resources towards Earth. The cosmic will of each universe is at least a 6-tier powerhouse. Once persuaded, reviving the spiritual energy of a planet could be effortless. That does sound rather plausible. Qin Ge mused, stroking his chin. However, persuading the cosmic will present a dilemma. Moreover, How does one even establish contact? That is a matter for the host to resolve. Of course, I anticipated it would be a trap. And the third method? To merge with a universe possessing extraordinary power, thereby complementing each other's strengths. Qin Ge listened, feeling as if this was even more challenging than the previous two. Merging two universes? Why not just ascend to the heavens? Universe merging and annexation are rather commonplace occurrences in the grand cosmos. There are three primary avenues for a universe's enhancement: collective strengthening of sentient beings leading to the universe's elevation, universe merging, and universe annexation. Beyond these, there exists no fourth option. The host world can only be considered at the foundational level within the grand cosmos, thus can only pursue universe merging. Annexation is out of the question and would lead to a catastrophic demise. How on earth am I supposed to facilitate a universe merging in my current state? Qin Ge said, his lips twitching. Perhaps when a host attains a level beyond Tier 5, you may contemplate attempting to induce universe merging. Good grief. After all this talk, it seems I must reach Tier 5 before anything can be enacted. Having just achieved Tier 2, I cannot fathom how long that will take. It sounds utterly pointless. Qin Ge sighed, shaking his head. You may log off now. I need to ponder how to deceive my father. System. Though exasperated, the system dutifully logged off, or rather, vanished. Lu Fei returned to his dwelling, casually tossing his handgun and gear onto the bed before collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion. That kid is truly terrifying. I barely registered what happened before I was already down. What kind of strength is this? Lu Fei lamented while lying on the ground. After a brief moment, the chill from the floor seeped into Lu Fei's body. He rose and approached his computer desk. Upon powering on the computer, Qin Ge's face soon appeared on the screen. How'd it go? Did you manage to probe anything? Qin Ge asked. Boss, is it possible that your son has been possessed? Qin Ge stared in bewilderment at Lu Fei's earnest expression on the screen. Possessed? What does that even mean? What has happened to Qin Ge? All right, it appears not. Lu Fei replied, speaking casually. Boss, I have some rather unfortunate news to share. What news? Speak. Qin Ge collected his thoughts, sitting upright and gazing intently at Lu Fei, speaking in a solemn tone. As a father, you might find yourself outmatched by your own son. Chapter 105, Extraordinary Power. As a father, you might find yourself outmatched by your own son. On the other end of the screen, Qin Ge blinked, momentarily bewildered as he regarded Lu Fei. Qin Ge was formidable, so much so that when I aimed a gun at him from 6 meters away, I was subdued before I could even react. Not only was I utterly defenseless, but I didn't even catch a glimpse of his movements, Lu Fei remarked. Qin Ge's pupils constricted. Even with his psychological fortitude, he could not help but feel astonished. He was well aware of Lu Fei's capabilities. Although he could overpower him, there was no way he could do so from a distance of 6 meters without Lu Fei even registering a response. He knew all too well how much his son had struggled before heading to Long County a month ago, yet within this brief span, how could such a monumental transformation occur? Qin Ge had sent a message to someone via his phone, my photograph, and in less than half a minute, he had acquired all my information. Lu Fei once again dropped a bombshell. Are you certain that is all the information? Qin Ge's demeanor turned serious as he regarded Lu Fei with a grave expression. I am certain. He even knows precisely when I enlisted, when I was discharged, and the reasons for my discharge, Lu Fei stated in a low voice. As a member of the Dragon Rising Special Forces, he understood the implications of this. Their records were classified secrets of the Huaguan nation. Obtaining such information would necessitate breaching the highest data repository of Huagua, which was not only guarded by thousands of cyber elites, but also protected by the nation's most powerful computer, Galaxy 7. Penetrating Huagua's firewall posed a challenge far greater than that of the American Federation. Yet, this impenetrable fortress was breached in less than half a minute. How could they possibly believe it? What else did he say? Faced with such circumstances, Qin Ge no longer regarded it as merely a personal matter. There must be an organization behind Qin Ge. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to acquire the detailed records of a special forces operative in such a short time. The son of a naval general joining an unknown organization was alarming enough for anyone to sense something amiss, let alone Qin Ge. Tomorrow afternoon at 6, at the Strong Fitness Club. He will be there waiting for my arrival, Lu Fei informed. Qin Ge nodded. This matter ends here. You need not inquire further. I will take over. Understood. After hanging up, Qin Ge rubbed his temples. What on earth has that rascal done? Frowning for a moment, Qin Ge dialed a number. Hello. Father. I need to borrow someone. Zhao Tianlong. The following day, at 6 in the afternoon, at the Strong Fitness Club, a robust man, dressed in a shirt and possessing a striking physique, entered the fitness club. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A staff member approached him as he entered. Greetings. I'm looking for Qin Ge. Upon hearing the name Qin Ge, the staff member replied, Mr. Qin has instructed me to accompany you. The man nodded and followed the staff to the barbell in the corner. Qin Ge, clad in a tank top, displayed his formidable muscles without reservation. He effortlessly lifted the barbell, weighing over 100 kilograms, causing the observer's pupils to constrict sharply in astonishment at such strength. Mr. Qin, the person has arrived. The staff announced. Qin Ge paused, placing the barbell back onto the ground before turning around. Upon gazing at Qin Ge's visage, a wealth of information regarding him flooded the man's mind. After guiding the man, the staff discreetly withdrew. Name, Zhao Tianlong. Title, Black Dragon. Gender, male. Age, 32. Bloodline, human. Special ability, none. Skills, firearms 5, combat 5, leadership 5, driving 5, maximum skill level 5, overall combat power, 82, maximum 100. Evaluation, a super powerhouse only second to your father. However, before you, he remains a mere fledgling. Status, not loadable. Qin Ge quietly absorbed the information about this individual as it was transmitted to his mind. You certainly hold me in high regard. To have the head of the Longting Special Forces pay a personal visit, Qin Ge remarked with a light chuckle. Each captain of the Longting Special Forces is referred to as the Dragon Head, a codename specifically denoting the leader of the unit. Qin Ge, the grandson of Chairman Qin Benhua and son of General Qin Di, had undergone a remarkable transformation since being sent to Long County by General Qin a month prior. Would you care to share what you have experienced over the past month? Zhao Tianlong had mentally prepared himself before arriving, so he was not surprised by Qin Ge's revelation of his identity. Certainly, Qin Ge readily agreed, which took Zhao Tianlong aback, as he had anticipated a more protracted discussion. Let us change locations, he suggested, surveying the surroundings and nodding in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, a set of eyes lingered upon them, watching as they departed. In the CAF's private booth, Zhao Tianlong stated, I hope the Dragonhead can keep the ensuing dialogue confidential, for it pertains to the very essence of this world. Raising his gaze to Qin Ge, Zhao Tianlong inquired, the essence of this world? I can assure you that the contents of our conversation will not be easily disclosed. Zhao Tianlong replied, leaving his statement ambiguous. Qin Ge, uninterested in engaging in a battle of wits, thought it irrelevant. Should the information leak, they would remain silent. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Ge, the leader of the current generation of the Dawn organization. Dawn? Zhao Tianlong murmured. What kind of organization is yours? This world is far more complex than it appears at first glance. It exists as both a material plane and a transcendent realm. Zhao Tianlong's eyes sharpened. Transcendent? In this world, extraordinary powers are not mere legends. They are real forces, Qin Ge stated, as he flipped his palm, a firearm materializing abruptly within his grasp. Zhao Tianlong's pupils suddenly constricted. With his keen eyesight, he could discern that the gun had materialized out of thin air, rather than being a mere illusion. This is a spatial transportation technique. I store certain items in an alternate dimension, carrying them with me, and when needed, I can access that space to retrieve them, Qin Ge casually explained. Yet his nonchalant words struck Zhao Tianlong with immense force. How many of you are there? And does each person possess extraordinary powers akin to yours? Why have we never heard of or witnessed such abilities? Zhao Tianlong bombarded him with questions. Extraordinary powers have always existed. It's merely that you are unable to perceive them. Qin Ge waved his hand, returning the firearm to the system space. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed at Zhao Tianlong with a smile. Why? Chapter 106, Dawn's Light. Why? Zhao Tianlong furrowed his brow and inquired. Because all traces of the extraordinary have been erased by the dawn. Zhao Tianlong's heart sank. Why? Qin Ge leisurely took a sip of coffee. The spiritual veins of Earth have collapsed. It is as if a water source has been polluted, rendering the spiritual energy of the entire planet unable to find refuge, gradually assimilated by the murky dust. We, the remaining extraordinary beings, have inherited our powers through an ancient organization. Outsiders do not qualify to become extraordinary. It is not a matter of monopoly. Rather, the current world cannot sustain so many extraordinary beings, and the tainted spiritual energy cannot give rise to more. So, does that mean no one else can be extraordinary apart from your organization? Zhao Tianlong questioned. Even after witnessing Qin Ge's spatial transportation, his heart remained skeptical. It cannot be said so definitively. We, the Dawn, have always concealed ourselves in the shadows of the world, never revealing our existence. Even if discovered, we erase the memories of those who learn the truth. This is also why we have yet to be uncovered by you. Why do you choose to hide? Zhao Tianlong pressed further. Qin Ge raised his eyes to meet Zhao Tianlong's gaze and uttered a single word: jealousy. As the leader of the Dragon Rising Special Forces, Zhao Tianlong's mind raced. Qin Ge's statement instantly illuminated his understanding. Indeed, jealousy, if what Qin Ge claimed is true, and the world no longer permits the emergence of more extraordinary beings, then should the dawn be revealed, everyone would aspire to become extraordinary. Even leaders from various nations might entertain such thoughts. At that point, the dawn would be confronted by the entire world. Then why would you choose to expose yourselves? Zhao Tianlong finally posed this crucial question. Because a great era is about to commence. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with fervor, his tone impassioned. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlong's gaze flickered, refraining from interrupting Qin Ge. The organization's former high priest sacrifices life to glimpse into the future, in the near future. One individual will emerge to lead humanity back into the age of the extraordinary. This information was procured by our high priest at the cost of his life. The era of the extraordinary begins with fusion. In a world of the extraordinary, does it begin with fusion? Zhao Tianlong softly repeated the word. Fusion? Fusion of what? Yet, what truly astonished him was the revelation that the Dawn, a mysterious organization, possessed the gift of prophecy. Such a legendary ability, renowned in myth, was unexpectedly held by this enigmatic group. Who would take the helm in this unfolding event? The revival of spiritual energy. Zhao Tianlong inquired further. Uncertain, Qin Ge shook his head. The information regarding this individual has been completely sealed by the cosmic will. Even the high priest is unable to glean any details. We are also in search of this person, Qin Ge stated solemnly. This individual is the key to the return of the extraordinary era. We must locate him. When did you join the Dawn? A few months ago, Qin Ge replied with a smile. How could you ascend to the leadership of the Dawn in just a few months? According to your account, this organization is ancient, and it seems unreasonable for them to appoint a newcomer barely 19 as their leader, Zhao Tianlong remarked. In response to this inquiry, Qin Ge smiled faintly, having already contemplated how to articulate his response. It is because I have inherited the power of the gods. The power of the gods. Zhao Tianlong was taken aback, genuinely speechless this time. Unlike any other power, the mere mention of the power of the gods evokes a profound reaction. Deities, beings that exist only within the realm of legends, entities capable of anything within myths. The claim that Qin Ge had inherited such power left Zhao Tianlong utterly astonished. The Dawn, established in the distant epochs of antiquity, was founded by the first generation of the sons of gods. Each generation of divine offspring bore no personal names. They were universally known as the sons of gods. And the Son of God is, indeed, the leader of the dawn. The first rays of dawn dispel darkness, bringing forth the light of the dawn. We are the arbiters of the world's shadows, guardians of this realm. Any extraordinary forces that threaten the world shall face our judgment. Zhao Tianlong refrained from interrupting Qin Ge, understanding that he was recounting the history of the dawn. Yet, in the early days, to halt the spread of darkness, Lu Bowen severed the dragon vein, obliterating all spiritual veins within Hua country. The heart of the earth's spiritual veins resided in Hua country. With its destruction, the spiritual veins across the globe perished as well. However, Lu Bowen made no error. The enemies of that time were overwhelmingly powerful. Only through such measures could the situation be contained. Qin Ge's face was etched with sorrow, and Zhao Tianlong, observing him closely, discerned nothing amiss. Since Lu Bowen severed the dragon vein, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth diminished sharply, and extraordinary beings began to retreat into obscurity. The Son of God foresaw the future predicament and forcibly gathered fragments of the still-living spiritual veins to the Dawn's headquarters, allowing the extraordinary beings of the Dawn to endure. Yet, due to the excessive use of divine power, the power of the gods could no longer be inherited. Until a month ago, the dawn had been bereft of the sons of gods for nearly a millennium. How, then, did you come to possess this power of the gods? Regrettably, I cannot disclose that. Qin Ge responded evasively. You need only to know that the power of the gods, thought to be lost for nearly 1,000 years, has re-emerged within me. As time progresses, I shall gradually master the power of the gods, and the dawn of the divine progeny shall once again manifest the grandeur of ancient times under my guidance. However, prior to that, I require the assistance of the Hua nation. What is it that you seek? Zhao Tianlong, though somewhat swayed by Qin Ge's seemingly absurd words, remained composed and unflustered. The organization's extraordinary beings often find themselves in a state of slumber to extend their lives. Presently, few are active in the outside world, and I hope you will not hinder our endeavors, Qin Ge stated. Your people, for instance? The Shadow Emperor. Zhao Tianlong narrowed his eyes. He had certainly heard of this newly emerged superhero in Hua, who was notably active in combating crime across the nation. This requires reporting. I understand, Qin Ge nodded, and I too hope that the leader will not disclose this matter. The existence of our dawn must remain concealed from the public. Should such an event transpire, we would have no choice but to enact divine retribution. What is divine retribution? Zhao Tianlong inquired, fixing his gaze on Qin Ge. Without flinching, Qin Ge met Zhao Tianlong es penetrating stare. The revival organization's foundation shall obliterate those in the know. Chapter 107. The speculation of Chu Xiaodao, the oppressive aura accompanying the word obliterate instantly filled the room, as Zhao Tianlong scrutinized Qin Ge, who mirrored his gaze. Silence enveloped them, freezing the moment in time. We will maintain confidentiality. Ultimately, Zhao Tianlong chose not to probe into the depths of Dawn's foundation. If what Qin Ge asserted were true, although he had never explicitly stated the power of the Dawn's extraordinary beings, the fragments of prophecy, slumber, and memory erasure suggested that each member of this organization likely possessed cataclysmic capabilities. The consequences of unleashed human nuclear bombs would be dire. A prudent decision. Qin Ge smiled faintly. We trust Hua. After all, my family hails from this nation. To express our sincerity in cooperation, the organization has prepared a gift. With a flourish, Qin Ge conjured a silver-white safe into his palm. What is this? Zhao Tianlong took the box, gazing at Qin Ge in confusion. Open it, Qin Ge urged. Upon opening the box, 5 vials of green liquid came into view. These are specially developed human enhancement serums designed for ordinary individuals. They can amplify physical attributes by several times without any side effects. Consider these 5 vials a gift for you. Several times, Zhao Tianlong momentarily lost his composure. Though he had been astonished by the myriad of information pertaining to extraordinary beings, he had managed to maintain his composure thus far, as it had only been Qin Ge's words. However, this human enhancement serum was different. It was applicable to ordinary people and could amplify physical attributes by several times. Moreover, it was without side effects. If such a serum could be widely disseminated, Qin Ge had no reason to deceive him. If this were delivered to the scientific institute, conclusions would be drawn promptly. Furthermore, Qin Ge had no motive to mislead him. This matter is of great significance, Mr. Qin. I must leave to deliver this to the capital, and I can no longer continue our conversation, Zhao Tianlong stated as he rose. He had unequivocally elevated Qin Ge to a stature worthy of considerable attention from the Huagua as the leader of an ancient and enigmatic organization, and, quite possibly, the possessor of extraordinary powers. Such a person must be courted and befriended. Very well, you may go, Qin Ge replied with a smile, indicating his understanding. Then, farewell. Zhao Tianlong nodded to Qin Ge and turned to exit the CAF. As soon as Zhao Tianlong stepped outside, a throng of people immediately surrounded him, shielding him from view. Qin Ge merely cast a glance before withdrawing his gaze. The enhancement serum held little utility for him, given his sensitive identity. The reckless use of it by those around him could lead to complications. It was better to hand it over to Huagua, which would enhance its credibility. However, merely this would not suffice to convince such a colossal entity as Huagua of the existence of the dawn. Qin Ge took a sip of his coffee and shook his head. Yet, even the slightest doubt would be sufficient. I do not require Huagua to believe in me instantaneously. That is unrealistic. Unless I can traverse the skies and create a significant commotion, it is improbable that Huagua, with its inherited caution, will readily accept such alarming claims. Nonetheless, for Qin Ge, a modicum of skepticism is adequate. What he currently lacks is time. Provided he is granted sufficient time, when he ascends to the second, third, or even fourth tier, the discourse surrounding the resurgence of spiritual energy and the return of the extraordinary will no longer necessitate his words. His actions will speak for themselves. As of now, that is not enough. Qin Ge, a sudden call jolted him from his contemplation. Juicy outdo, Qin Ge exclaimed in surprise as he turned to the newcomer. The tall figure of Chu Xiaodao immediately captured his attention. Her beauty had been validated by Qin Ge, and upon closer inspection, one could fully appreciate her astonishing allure. With her hair simply tied in a low ponytail, her full forehead and elongated neck were revealed, with graceful curves extending down to her collarbone, forming two lovely dimples. Her skin was fair, and her cheeks held a faint blush. Chu Xiaodao stood impressively at around 168 meters, her slender frame exuding charm. Perhaps due to her upbringing in the gym, her proportions were exceptionally well-defined. Even in flat shoes and athletic pants, her long legs remained striking, and her waist was undoubtedly petite, classic in its proportions. Standing gracefully, Chu Xiaodao attracted the gaze of nearby men, who could not conceal their admiration. Even Qin Ge, who was no stranger to beauty, could not help but commend her loveliness. Furthermore, the outfit she donned today only enhanced her appeal. Qin Ge had a penchant for minimalist elegance, favoring a simple style, a low ponytail, a white shirt, denim jeans, and white sneakers. Coincidentally, Chu Xiaodao's ensemble perfectly aligned with this preference. Qin Ge's gaze lingered on her, his appreciation utterly unmasked. The gaze of Qin Ge was not lost on Chu Xiaodao. As a renowned beauty, she had become accustomed to such looks from a young age. However, Qin Ge's gaze lacked any ulterior motive. It was merely one of pure admiration. This signified that her beauty had garnered recognition from others, and rather than feeling anger, a girl would typically feel elated. Yet, maintaining such a gaze was not an effortless endeavor. Please have a seat. Qin Ge gestured to the spot previously occupied by Zhao Tianlong. Chu Xiaodao nodded and took her seat. Waiter, please clear these. Qin Ge snapped his fingers. Upon hearing his command, the waiter approached and removed the untouched coffee that Zhao Tianlong had left behind. A cappuccino, iced, please, Chu Xiaodao requested. Certainly, please hold on. You've been following us. What do you intend to do? Qin Ge asked with a smile. Chu Xiaodao showed no surprise on her face. I'm merely curious. When individuals who appear to be military personnel arrive at our fitness center, it naturally piques my interest, she replied gently. Qin Ge nodded casually, not delving into the veracity of her words. If one possessed keen insight, they could indeed discern the military identities of Zhao Tianlong and his companions. Of course, this was also because they had little to hide. For such elite special forces, camouflage was a trivial matter. Aren't you curious how I recognize them? Chu Xiaodao looked at Qin Ge, astonished by his calm demeanor. I am curious. Qin Ge smiled slightly, but I have no habit of prying into others' secrets. However, if you wish to share, I would be more than willing to listen. Chapter 100, Call Me Taozi. Chu Xiaodao gazed at the smiling Qin Ge in surprise. His composure was not something an ordinary student would possess. In Qin Ge, she sensed a presence akin to that of societal elites, steady, gentle, and profound. My grandfather was a soldier. I have encountered many military personnel, and I am quite familiar with the unique aura they exude, Chu Xiaodao explained. I see, Qin Ge nodded, refraining from inquiring further about her grandfather's rank. After all, no one could surpass him. In all of Huagua, aside from the highest-ranking official, her grandfather was the commander of the military district, who held a higher position than he. Moreover, the highest-ranking official did not bear the surname Chu. It appeared that Qin Ge hailed from an illustrious background. Though Chu Xiaodao was raised in a small town, her education was no less than that of children from regions like Yanjing. If there were any disparity, it would be in their perspectives. Here is your cappuccino, the waiter announced, placing the coffee in front of Chu Xiaodao. Thank you, she replied politely. Qin Ge smiled at her. This girl met his criteria for a partner. Beautiful, gracious, and articulate, knowing when to be serious and when to have fun. By the way, I anticipate that I shall be visiting the fitness center less frequently in the near future, Qin Ge remarked. That's all right, Chu Xiaodao responded. You are a member. It matters little whether you come or not, as the membership fee has already been paid, remarked Chu Xiaodao with a sly smile. Qin Ge, upon hearing this, responded with a faint smile of his own. Their casual conversation, stemming from friendship, naturally deepen their bond. Spending time together alone often fosters the growth of affection. Beep, beep, beep. Qin Ge's phone rang. Chu Xiaodao cast a peculiar glance at him. In this day and age, isn't it rather outdated for the elderly to use such a ringtone? If you've heard about Grandma Qin Ge's ringtone, it's by Amy Zhang. Hello? Qin Ge felt little discomfort. He had grown accustomed to this ringtone while traversing the realms of Captain Marvel and Spider-Man, and found no reason to change it. Qin Ge, where are you? The lively voice of Su Ying resonated through the receiver. I'm at the left bank, enjoying some coffee. Qin Ge switched the phone to the other hand and took a sip of his coffee. Drinking coffee? You must be quite idle. Alone? With Chu Xiaodao. Xiaotao. Wait, I'm coming too. Hold on for me, bye. Without waiting for Qin Ge to respond, she abruptly hung up. Qin Ge placed his phone down in bemusement. Su Ying is coming too. Xiao Ying is coming? Chu Xiaodao exclaimed in surprise. Didn't she say she was going home to sleep? It must be said, the connections between individuals are indeed marvelous. Su Ying and Chu Xiaodao had only known each other for a month, yet their relationship had blossomed into that of close friends. Qin Ge nodded. He had missed that spirited girl this morning, after not having seen her for years. However, upon their reunion, he regretted the sentiment. He shouldn't have thought of her. Call me Taozi. Using my full name feels too formal, Chu Xiaodao said with a smile. All right, with the girl's request. Qin Ge found no reason to decline. Moreover, he was eager to deepen his relationship with this beautiful girl. They chatted for a while longer until Su Ying arrived. The once tranquil atmosphere instantly transformed into one of exuberance, fueled by Su Ying's vibrant energy. Chu Xiaotao, too, became animated under Su Ying's influence. Ultimately, Qin Ge found himself unwillingly dragged by both of them to Sioux City. Long County is a small place with little to offer in terms of entertainment, lacking large shopping centers or amusement parks. Located in the northernmost part of Huizhou Province, Long County once belonged to Sioux City in the neighboring province of Jiangsu. Though Sioux City is merely a third-tier city, its strategic position at the confluence of four provinces, Jiangsu, Shandong, Hunan, and Anhui, makes it a military stronghold, thus fostering commendable economic development. Additionally, due to its previous direct affiliation with Sioux City, the local dialects of Long County and Sioux City are remarkably similar. So much so that even the locals often struggle to distinguish between the two. For entertainment, residents of Long County typically gravitate towards Sioux City, which is merely a half-hour bus ride away or a 10-minute high-speed train journey costing just a few yuan. Swift and chic. However, with Qin Ge, who possessed a driving license, they opted to drive instead. Boarding Su Henge's Bienbe. Qin Ge whisked Chu Xiaodao and Su Ying off to Sioux City for a day of fun. Qin Ge's driving skills boasted an impressive rating of 4. One might wonder what such a remarkable level of proficiency entails. In the realm of Fast and Furious, the elite drivers number merely 5, while Qin Ge's ranking of 4 is only slightly inferior to theirs. Yet he has already secured a place in the professional racing arena, albeit at the most basic level. Such driving prowess allows Qin Ge to speed through bustling urban streets with ease. In Sioux City, at Suning Plaza, Qin Ge sauntered with his hands tucked into his pockets, flanked by Su Ying and Chu Xiaodao, each a striking beauty. Their presence incited envy and admiration from onlookers, particularly for Chu Xiaodao, whose simple attire exuded an aura of divinity. Shall we go watch a movie? Su Ying inquired, her gaze fixed on her phone. It's too late. It's already 7:30. By the time we finish the movie and have dinner, it will be quite late, Qin Ge replied with a frown. While he had no qualms, he was mindful of the two girls accompanying him. Don't worry. My family has a house in Sioux City, not far from Suning. We can rise early tomorrow, and I'll drive you to school. Su Ying smiled brightly. What do you think, Xiaodao? She turned to Chu Xiaotao, who remained silent, gazing at Qin Ge. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ge recalled that Su Ying's family did indeed own a sizable property in Sioux City. All right, we'll rise early tomorrow. He nodded. Great. Let's watch this one, Detective Pikachu. Su Ying clapped her hands in delight. Sounds good. I love Pikachu. Chu Xiaodao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the cover featuring the adorable creature. And so, the decision was made, with Qin Ge's opinion seemingly overlooked. Yet, he remained indifferent, as he harbored little interest in the movies themselves. As long as they avoided any melodramatic films, he was content. He recalled the last movie he was coerced into watching by Su Ying, titled A Story Sadder Than Sadness, which had come with a warning to bring tissues. This had made him quite anxious, leading him to carry a packet of tissues. However, after watching the film, he and Su Ying exchanged glances at the two unopened tissue packs, both rendered speechless. Qin Ge quipped, "If you give me $50, I'll tell you my story that's even sadder than that one." Reflecting on that experience left him speechless, for he had found the film rife with flaws. He hadn't shed a single tear, nor even yawned. Chapter 109. The Secret of Chusweki. The three shared a light meal before meandering through the shopping center. The movie tickets Su Ying had booked were for 8:15, so they had some time to spare. Naturally, the two girls, Su Ying and Chu Xiaotao, were quite engrossed in their shopping, enthusiastically wandering about. Qin Ge trailed behind, initially intrigued, but soon his role shifted to merely ensuring their safety. System. What level must I reach to awaken the unique ability of Ocean's Blessing? Qin Ge mused inwardly, observing the two girls selecting hats in a nearby store. Although the special ability of King's presence was formidable, Qin Ge had largely abandoned hope of achieving it. Finding a mother box seemed an insurmountable challenge, and even if he did locate one, he doubted he could acquire it. The third-tier treasure is something he is utterly unqualified to pursue. Qin Ge possesses a remarkable sense of self-awareness. As a young man still striving at the lower tiers, he should not entertain thoughts about the third-tier powerhouses. While it is essential to have ambitions, this particular aspiration may be excessively grand. To complete the training for the fourth stage, one must achieve a comprehensive combat power of 700, the system stated. 700? Isn't it supposed to be 1,000? Qin Ge inquired, astonished. The Ocean's Blessing is assessed based on the realm of the host. Achieving a combat power of 700 is sufficient for the host to receive the Ocean's Blessing in their respective dimension, the system elucidated. Why is it set so high? Qin Ge asked, perplexed. According to the description of the Ocean's Blessing, one becomes the mightiest warrior of both land and sea. Yet, you are already among the strongest. Qin Ge. The deep sea of your dimension is inhabited by 3 creatures whose comprehensive combat power exceeds 500, the system replied. Qin Ge was taken aback. Did you not say there were no extraordinary beings in my world? They are not classified as extraordinary beings. They possess no supernatural powers. Yet their combat prowess has reached such levels. Thus they could be considered tiered creatures. You truly are a trickster, Qin Ge remarked, his lips twitching. Do not let any more extraordinary beings or ancient martial artists appear before me. This is for the host to uncover. According to this system's assessment, your current dimension shall henceforth be referred to as the primary dimension. Very well. Upon assessment, creatures in the primary dimension with a combat power exceeding 100 are exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix among a flock of crows, and they reside solely in the deep sea, unable to adapt to the shallow waters or land. Qin Ge nodded, as this was something he understood. Creatures dwelling in the deep sea, having existed in the perpetual darkness of their enclosed environment, have long since experienced the degeneration of their eyesight, rendering them incapable of perceiving anything. Moreover, they possess an acute sensitivity to bright light, which can be as jarring as a needle piercing the eye. Thus, as long as no one foolishly ventures into the depths, these tiered creatures pose no threat to humans. As for what these tiered creatures might be, Qin Ge could hazard a guess. Perhaps giant octopuses, colossal whales, or immense sea turtles. 700, that's achievable. Qin Ge clenched his fist, envisioning the pinnacle of tiered combat prowess beckoning him. Qin Ge. He was jolted back to reality by the calls of Su Ying, who was waving at him with a pair of shoes in hand. He approached her. What is it? Qin Ge inquired, puzzled as he entered the Adidas store. What is your shoe size? Su Ying asked, holding a pair of shoes. I wear a size 42.5 in Adidas. Are you buying me shoes? Qin Ge pondered, observing Su Ying's actions. Here, try these. Su Ying offered him a pair of minimalist black sneakers accented with white. Although they did not precisely align with Qin Ge's standards for footwear, he appreciated the gesture, considering it a rare gift from Su Ying. Quickly, Qin Ge removed his shoes and put on the new ones. Chu Xiaotao stood nearby, watching as Qin Ge, tall and robust, displayed a high muscle density. Though his physique was muscular, it did not resemble that of an overly bulky bodybuilder, yet it was certainly impressive. Though her appearance could only be described as average, her remarkably long legs were undeniably captivating. Men are often drawn to women with long legs, and the reverse holds true as well. Today, Qin Ge donned a pair of black Adidas sweatpants, which harmonized splendidly with the shoes selected by Su Ying. She stood before the mirror and twirled, admiring the pleasing effect. Su Ying, with her arms crossed, nodded seriously in approval. Try this one on, she suggested, holding up an exhibition shoe for Qin Ge. Qin Ge blinked, expressing her disapproval. That one doesn't look good. Just try it, why all the fuss? Su Ying replied, rolling her eyes as she instructed a sales associate to fetch the display shoe for Qin Ge to try. Although not particularly fond of it, Qin Ge made do with the fit, and Su Ying nodded in satisfaction. What do you think, Xiao Tao? Su Ying asked. It's quite nice. Chu Xiaotao smiled in response. Qin Ge looked at Chu Xiaotao with confusion. She was well aware of her friend's taste and wondered what had prompted such praise. Was it mere pleasantry? All right, let's go with these two pairs. Also, get my dad a jacket. Su Ying clapped her hands, directing the sales associate to bring the selected items to the counter. Your dad? Qin Ge's lips twitched as realization dawned upon her. It was the infamous purchasing agent phenomenon. It wasn't tea for her after all. She scoffed in disbelief. After what felt like an eternity of deliberation, the two girls finally settled on a jacket. That is all. Su Ying instructed the sales associate. Qin Ge, come pay. Qin Ge stood there, bewildered. What is this about? These aren't tea even for me. Yet you expect me to foot the bill? Chu Xiaotao stifled a laugh and tugged at Qin Ge's sleeve. With a wry smile, Qin Ge approached the counter and paid with her card. Although the payment systems in this world were quite advanced, she still preferred using her bank card. Why do I need to pay for something you could easily afford? Just buy it for Uncle Chung yourself, Qin Ge grumbled. All right, you're just being stingy. Su Ying retorted. Is it me being stingy? Qin Ge's lips quivered in annoyance. Yet, she understood that Su Ying was merely teasing. Sir, here are your items, the sales associate said, handing the package closed to Qin Ge. Thank you, she replied, casually tossing the bags to Su Ying. Take this. Su Ying hoisted the 3 bags with a huff. How unchivalrous, she remarked, dissatisfied. Qin Ge shot her a glare, but chose to remain silent. Chu Xiaotao smiled, enjoying the playful banter between the two. After purchasing the clothes, they headed to the cinema to catch Detective Pikachu, a film produced in America. It was quite enjoyable, although Pikachu's voice felt a bit off, but that didn't detract from their experience. Following the movie, the trio went to Su Ying's residence in Sioux City. The next morning, early at dawn, Qin Ge drove the two back to school, to Long County Experimental School. Sitting at her desk, Qin Ge glanced at Chu Sweki beside her, then lifted her gaze to their English teacher, lost in silent contemplation. Listening to the fluent English of the teacher, Qin Ge felt that he too could rise to such heights. Once upon a time, Qin Ge was merely a lackluster student, utterly incompetent in English. Yet now, he stands as a true academic prodigy, a superachiever. Lost in thought, Qin Ge became absorbed in his reverie. Chu Sweki glanced at him, but quickly returned her gaze to her notebook, her mind sinking into the depths of a buried memory. She was a reincarnate. After awakening in the future, she found herself back in her senior year of high school. Throughout her life, Chu Sweki harbored many regrets. But her greatest lament was Qin Ge. They officially began dating after graduating high school, following over 200 days of Qin Ge's pursuit, during which Chu Sweki was eventually moved by his affection. Qin Ge's adoration for Chu Sweki was well known among her friends. With a gentle disposition, everyone believed their relationship would flourish indefinitely. However, fate had other plans. Qin Ge's academic performance was dismal, while Chu Sweki excelled, successfully gaining admission to a prestigious university in Chang'an. In contrast, Qin Ge did not even meet the minimum requirements for an undergraduate program. He was compelled to return to Yanjing, where Qin Di forbade him from attending any other institution. Defiance would result in a freeze of his financial support. Lacking skills and struggling academically, how could Qin Ge hope to earn the approval of Chu Sweki's family without financial independence? Relying solely on himself? That seemed absurd. In modern society, without education or connections, who would take notice of him? Left with no choice, Qin Ge submitted to the circumstances. Chu Sweki's parents insisted she remain in Chang'an, and being obedient to them, she complied. Thus began their long-distance relationship. Ultimately, it was Qin Ge's inadequacies that led to this predicament. The essence of dating lies in two individuals sharing a life together, nurturing a bond that might endure through time. Healthy long-term relationships grow stronger with mutual commitment and shared experiences. In contrast, long-distance love is inherently precarious. Its survival relies not on the aforementioned ideals, but rather on the slow erosion of pre-existing feelings. As the foundation of past affections dwindles in the face of time and the inevitable disputes of distance, the relationship crumbles. Maintaining a long-distance relationship may not be inherently difficult, yet the instability and uncertainty are overwhelming. No one can guarantee that passion will endure over prolonged separation. Being in love, yet unable to physically share life as moments, while witnessing other couples together, is a tormenting experience. The essence of a romantic relationship is the shared life that allows partners to assess their compatibility for a long-term union. If partners are suited to one another, they can evolve from mere lovers to a family. However, even married couples living apart may encounter emotional rifts. How much more so for those who are simply dating? To have a girlfriend, yet rely solely on digital communication day after day is a profound irony. Ordinary affection flows gently like a stream. After the mundane rituals of daily life, two individuals can find solace in each other's company on the sofa, watching television, sharing idle conversations, and recounting the simplicity of their everyday existence. However, when separated by distance, how can one cultivate such a routine? Is it feasible to rely on virtual connections? Long-distance relationships, after all, pose a formidable challenge. The enduring love shared between them ultimately succumbed to the trials of distance. Chu Sueki wished for Qin Ge to join her in Chang'an, while Qin Ge longed for Chu Sueki to come to Yanjing. Stalemated, they were left with no choice but to part ways. Following their breakup, Chu Sueki lost all contact with Qin Ge. Any news about him was a subject her friends chose to avoid. It was not until 6 years later that she learned of Qin Ge's life anew. When the wedding invitation from Qin Ge and Chu Xiaotao arrived in her hands, the dam of her emotions broke and she wept uncontrollably. 6 years, an entire span of time, had taught Chu Sueki that she had never truly forgotten this man. Not once. Chu Xiaotao, her dearest friend, was the last person she wished to blame, yet she felt no moral ground to stand upon. After all, she had been separated from Qin Ge for 6 long years. What right did she have to voice her opinions? On the eve of Qin Ge and Chu Xiaotao's wedding, Chu Xiaotao sought out Chu Sueki for a candid conversation. It was on this night that Chu Sueki began to grasp the deeper truths. Some matters yield no results, regardless of our efforts. Chu Xiaotao candidly informed her that, even now, Qin Ge still harbored feelings for her. Chu Xiaotao was fully aware of this, yet she chose to marry Qin Ge nonetheless. Just as Qin Ge had once pursued Chu Sueki, love is inherently unequal. As long as they could be together, what else mattered? In Qin Ge's heart, his truest love remained Chu Sueki, yet at his side stood Chu Xiaotao. Though he loved Chu Sueki, he refrained from expressing those feelings, for his wife was Chu Xiaotao. Thus, even in love, he exercised restraint as he had a wife to cherish, one named Chu Xiaotao. Rather than pine for someone who deeply loved another, it is perhaps wiser to find someone who loves oneself in return. Qin Ge took 14 years to comprehend this wisdom, while Chu Sueki missed her chance to be with someone who loved her deeply and whom she also cherished. Missed opportunities are irrevocable. They leave no room for return. Even now, knowing that Qin Ge loves her, what does it change? Affections may abound, but true love can only reside with one. Yet, what can be done about it now? They truly cannot return to what once was. That night, Chu Sueki wept, her sobs echoing her despair, as she wandered aimlessly from Seif back to her home, uncertain of how she endured that period. There are no clear right or wrongs in matters of the heart. Love is a shared experience, devoid of absolute correctness or error. It is simply fate that guides us. Perhaps, in a stroke of divine mercy, Chu Sueki was granted a second chance. After enduring countless trials, she finally understood what she ought to pursue. For instance, Qin Ge. She lifted her gaze, glancing at the contemplative Qin Ge, and a faint smile graced her lips. In the main world, there exists no extraordinary beings. No extraordinary beings. The creatures that have reached a certain tier merely possess formidable combat prowess. They are akin to colossal octopuses, and Captain America would truly find himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 110. The Reborn, second update. Qin Ge rested his chin in his hand, gazing blankly at the English teacher. He had long grown accustomed to the occasional glances cast at him by his deskmate, Chu Sueki. Since returning these past 2 days, perhaps due to an enhancement in his senses, Qin Ge became acutely aware whenever Chu Sueki's gaze shifted towards him. Initially, he reacted to her attention, but eventually, he became indifferent. At first, Qin Ge thought Chu Sueki might harbor feelings for him, but upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. One of life's greatest illusions is to believe oneself to be liked. Thus, he largely ignored the looks she directed his way. The school bell rang. Yet the English teacher continued her lecture, unperturbed by the sound. Qin Ge snapped back to reality, realizing that an entire class had slipped by while he had been fixated on the elderly teacher. It seemed he was beyond redemption. Finally, after a few minutes of dragging out the lesson, the English teacher concluded the class. To Qin Ge's surprise, there was no consecutive lesson this time. As the teacher's dismissal echoed, a chorus of sounds erupted from the students slumping over their desks. Qin Ge had grown accustomed to this noise. The early class schedule meant students often rose at dawn, and the first lesson typically concluded with everyone lying down. Even those who did not recline would stand up. Qin Ge felt no fatigue. His previous weariness stemmed from late-night escapades. Having recently returned from the Spider-Man dimension, he was in excellent spirits. Not to mention that the formidable abilities of the Aquaman template made it difficult for him to tire easily. Therefore, he had little interest in sleeping. Lying down was uncomfortable. Chusweki was quite astonished that Qin Ge was not asleep. "Aren't you tired?" she inquired, looking at him. "Not all," Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. "You too? Not tired?" Chusweki regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Perhaps I've slept too much before," Qin Ge chuckled. In response, Chusweki smiled as well. "How did you fare in this month's exam?" she asked, feigning ignorance, although she already knew his results. The exam scores had been published and, rather disturbingly, displayed on a classroom door for all to see. In this month's examination, Chusweki undoubtedly secured a spot among the top 5, achieving 4th place in the class. This was despite her deliberately holding back. If she unleashed her full potential, given her prior experience as a distinguished mathematics teacher in her past life, coupled with her recent efforts, attaining first in the class and among the top in the grade would be effortless. Even while restraining herself, she scored 132 in mathematics, ranking first in the class and 7th in the grade. As for Qin Ge, with a total of 100 students in the 3rd class, he achieved a perfect score of 275 in English. Upon witnessing this score, Chusweki was rendered speechless. In previous times, she had paid little attention to the individual known as Qin Ge. Thus, she was unaware that he had achieved such an astonishing result. Scoring 275 out of a perfect 150 is certainly remarkable. Unlike mathematics, where the multiple-choice questions are limited to 12, making random guessing nearly futile, English offers objective questions and a subjective section worth 25 points that can be approached with casual writing for a few points. Despite this fellow still managed to attain a score of 275, an extraordinary feat. Chusweki was at a loss as to how he accomplished it. This isn't mere exaggeration. This was the score achieved by Qin Ge during my 2nd year of high school, 275. Upon seeing the results, Qin Ge was inexplicably thrilled, boasting about being the top in the grade, unmatched by anyone. Wait, was it over 70 or just over 10? Qin Ge pondered for a moment, unable to recall. For him, the monthly exam scores from years prior were trivial details not worth remembering. Wasn't this score just released the day before yesterday? Chusweki zimak isapata. Is that so? I forgot. Qin Ge fukled lightly. Qin Ge, can you help me log into my racing game at home? There's an event today from 7 to 9, offering 10,000 vouchers online. At that moment, Li Shuai approached, patting Qin Ge on the shoulder. I don't have a computer, Qin Ge shrugged. What? You don't have a computer? Li Shuai looked at Qin Ge in disbelief. Didn't you use one to video call me last time? Oh, did I? I must have misremembered. I do have a computer, Qin Ge replied dismissively. Li Shuai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Don't forget to register for me. My racing game is in for repairs, so I can't log in. Get lost. Li Shuai retorted, annoyed. Racing game repairs? I've just broken my leg while playing Dance of the Bears, Qin Ge replied. All right, I'll help you out. Go on and play. Qin Ge waved his hand impatiently. Then it's settled. Li Shuai walked away with a cheerful smile. Such a mischievous kid. Qin Ge muttered under his breath. You still play on the computer at home? Chusweki's voice drifted over. Yeah, when I'm bored. I sometimes play PUBG with Su Ying. It's a battle royale survival game. Fearing that Chusweki might not know what eating chicken meant, Qin Ge took the liberty to explain. I see. Chusweki nodded, indicating her understanding. After some idle chatter, the class period dragged on as their English teacher extended the break, and the morning passed uneventfully. While Qin Ge did not sleep, he certainly did not pay full attention in class. He simply went through the motions. It was of little consequence. Had it not been for the complications with Mu Mingkong, Qin Ge would have applied to withdraw from school long ago. Remaining in school was of little use to him. He was well aware that his identity would certainly be known to Qin Benhua, as well as to Qin Ge, but Mu Mingkong was a different matter. Qin Ge had enough influence to be in the know, whereas Mu Mingkong, despite being a notable figure within the military, could not quite measure up to the likes of Generals Qin Benhua and Qin Ge. He was not qualified to be privy to such information. Qin Ge understood this clearly, which is why he never dared to bring up the idea of withdrawing from school. Mu Mingkong would undoubtedly oppose it. Qin Ge had no grounds to persuade Mu Mingkong. Such thoughts were futile. However, it was of little consequence. Qin Ge was not necessarily compelled to withdraw from school. Rather, leaving would simply facilitate his endeavors. If withdrawal proved unfeasible, it would not be a significant issue. After tidying up his belongings, Qin Ge prepared to head to the cafeteria for sustenance. He referred to dining in the experimental cafeteria as ingesting. Indeed, to him, one could only call it eating when consuming food of acceptable flavor. Savoring exquisite dishes was a different affair altogether. In the experimental cafeteria, the act of consuming food could merely be termed ingesting, with a straightforward purpose, to sustain one's life and prevent starvation. It was that simple. As for whether the food was palatable or edible, such concerns were of no interest to the cafeteria chefs. Their duty was to prepare meals that were nutritious and could be swallowed by students. The taste was a matter of their disposition. If they were in good spirits, the food might be more delectable, but if not, it was a matter of indifference. Well, I must take my leave. Chu Sueki waved goodbye to Peng Nunu, turning to say, Yes, goodbye. Qin Ge nodded and glanced at the still absent Su Ying. Perhaps the teacher is extending the class. At that moment, a figure appeared at the doorway of Qin Ge's classroom. Upon recognizing this figure, Chu Sueki involuntarily stiffened. Why is she here? Qin Ge. Chu Xiaodao greeted Chu Sueki with a friendly smile before waving to Qin Ge. Chu Sueki managed to smile, albeit a strained one. What business did Chu Xiaodao have with Qin Ge? Hadn't they only grown close in their final semester of high school? How had their relationship become so intimate so quickly? Qin Ge was equally surprised by Chu Xiaodao's visit, yet he rose and approached her. What's the matter, Taozi? Upon hearing Qin Ge's endearing nickname for Chu Xiaodao, the smile on Chu Sueki's face faltered. Taozi was a term Qin Ge had used in a past life, one that continued until their marriage. What was happening? Where had things gone awry? Chu Sueki pondered in confusion, her thoughts drifting slightly. This sensation was difficult for others to comprehend. To Qin Ge, Chu Sueki was merely a classmate, yet to her, he was the man she had loved deeply for 14 years. Even though they currently shared no relationship, it was a painful reality for anyone to bear. Sueki, what troubles you? Peng Nunu tugged at Chu Sueki's sleeve, her brow furrowed with concern. I am fine. Chu Sueki forced a smile, glancing at Qin Ge, who was engaged in conversation with Chu Xiaodao. Shall we go? All right. Peng Nunu noticed Chu Sueki's gaze, but, being a perceptive girl, she refrained from further inquiry and left with Chu Sueki. As Qin Ge watched the retreating figure of Chu Sueki, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. System, check Chu Sueki's template. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Qin Ge commanded the system to analyze Chu Sueki's template. As his words faded, her template materialized before him. Qin Ge's eyes swiftly scanned the information, and upon completing his review, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Name, Chu Sueki. Title, Reborn. Gender, female. Age, 18. Mental age, 32. Lineage, human. Special ability, memories of the past life. Details. Skills, mathematics 3. Teaching 3. Max level, 5. Comprehensive combat power, 55. Maximum, 100. Evaluation. Every individual's life is fraught with regrets, yet the world offers no remedy for such remorse. The past, once gone, remains irrevocable. Nevertheless, there are always a few fortunate souls, are there not? Those blessed by the world are beings recognized by the cosmic will. It is advisable for the host to pursue these fortunate individuals, as it may aid in garnering the cosmic will's recognition. Status, not loadable. Memories of the past life. Reborn. Chu Sueki possesses vivid recollections of her previous existence, perhaps due to her resurrection, particularly regarding the individual she holds dear, memories that are deeply rooted and difficult to forget. Reborn. Chapter 110. Ding. Your friend Qin Dehua has logged in. Third update. Qin Ge could not help but look up once more at the already distant Chu Sueki. Could this girl truly be the legendary Reborn? If there are Reborn, Might there also be those who traverse worlds? Rest assured, host. In this universe, only two fortunate individuals are recognized by the cosmic will and granted a second chance. Ultimately, reborn individuals are natives of this universe. In contrast, those who traverse from other universes are not original beings of this realm, akin to a stranger intruding upon your home. Do you believe the cosmic will would favor such individuals? As for traversers, should they be detected by the cosmic will, they shall be eradicated. The system's calm tone belied a palpable aura of menace. In essence, traversers are akin to my state when visiting other worlds, Qin Ge mused aloud. With his heart divided, Qin Ge engaged in conversation with Chu Xiaodao while simultaneously communicating with the system. Precisely. However, the host is protected by this system. Unless the cosmic will reaches a sixth tier, it is improbable for it to discover the host. Listening to the system's hesitations, Qin Ge pondered, sixth tier? According to the system, even the most formidable beings at the sixth tier seem to possess varying strengths. Those superlative beings capable of controlling an entire universe are all immensely powerful. What distinguishes them? Indeed, to an ant, an adult, and an infant may appear equally strong. Are you suggesting that within the primary world, Chu Sweki is the sole reborn, and there are neither traversers nor any powerful beings possessing others? The system, exasperated, wished to roll its eyes, but alas, it had none. How many times must I reiterate? Aside from the host, there exists no extraordinary power in this world. Where would powerful beings come from for possession? That seems reasonable. To reach a level of possession, one must be at least tier 3, which Qin Ge certainly cannot attain. However, there may not be only Chu Sweki among the reborn. What? Qin Ge exclaimed. Can rebirth occur in groups? No. The universe is vast. There will inevitably be a few fortunate individuals. Chu Sweki is merely one of them, although the likelihood is slim. The Earth still harbors a chance of a second reincarnator's existence. What is the probability? Qin Ge inquired hastily. The phenomenon of reincarnators is exceedingly mysterious. One can only wonder what they were involved in during their previous lives. The probability of a single planet hosting a reincarnator is 1 in 90 trillion, while the emergence of 2 reincarnators is 1 in 9 quintillion. This renders the odds negligible. 90 trillion with 10 zeros after the decimal point? Given the vast population of the universe, that implies a considerable number of reincarnators, Qin Ge pondered. Indeed, while there may be a notable number across the entirety of the cosmos, typically a planet or even a galaxy would house at most a handful. Nodding in agreement, Qin Ge decided to abandon this line of thought. Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Ge. System, what do you think about incorporating Chu Sweki into the dawn? The system struggled to keep pace with Qin Ge's erratic thought process. You see, the very essence of my dawn is an extraordinary organization. Currently, it comprises merely myself, which is insufficient and easily exposes the ruse. There is also the disguise of the Shadow King, but that too is merely a facade I maintain. The numbers are still too few. Chu Sweki, being a reincarnator, may lack extraordinary powers, yet her mere existence can be interpreted as a manifestation of such power. I could persuade her, transform her into an extraordinary being. The system, acknowledging Qin Ge's train of thought, couldn't help but admire the breadth of his imagination. However, it posed a question. Has the host considered what might occur if, in the future, the host fails to acquire the requisite extraordinary powers to awaken Chu Sweki, thereby exposing the truth? Not to worry. I can explain it to her in a certain way, Qin Ge declared, articulating his thoughts to the system. The system identified the shortcomings, and Qin Ge refined his plan, which gradually took shape. As night fell, outside the girls' dormitory at Long County Experimental School, the third class's female quarters were located on the 4th floor. Qin Ge stealthily ascended to the 4th floor and, gazing at the closed windows, discreetly tossed a lit black object into the room. This substance resembled a form of incense, capable of inducing profound sleep in those who inhaled it. Qin Ge, possessing an unusual constitution, was immune to its effects. However, for these girls, whose physical conditions were considerably below par, this potion would ensure they remained asleep until the following afternoon. Once the system confirmed that all had succumbed to slumber, Qin Ge opened the window and slipped inside. To his surprise, his first visit to the girls' dormitory occurred under such peculiar circumstances, eliciting an internal chuckle. If you feel this is too sneaky, you could always awaken them, the system suggested. Never mind. Qin Ge chuckled awkwardly, quickly surveying the room and soon locating Chu Sweki. Indeed, it was rather easy to find her. In a dormitory with 8 beds, 7 of the slumbering faces were not Chu Sueki's. Thus, the remaining occupant was undoubtedly her. Approaching her bed, Qin Ge lifted the covers, preparing to carry Chu Sueki away. However, his expression faltered as he beheld 2 individuals on the bed, leaving him speechless. Can someone please explain why Peng Nuanua is here? He mused, resigning himself to the situation. Qin Ge shook his head, reaching out to pull Peng Nuanua away from Chu Sueki's arm. The action was not gentle, yet the effects of the drug were profound. Even so, Peng Nuanua showed no signs of awakening. With Chu Sueki, clad in her nightgown, hoisted over his shoulder, Qin Ge carefully tucked the blanket around her before leaping out of the window. As the cold wind swept past, Chu Sueki involuntarily shivered, roused from her slumber. The moment her drowsy eyes opened, the biting chill of the air jolted her fully awake. She widened her eyes, taking in the pristine white surroundings, as the fierce wind howled, swirling the snow in an icy frenzy. Where am I? Chu Sueki stared in bewilderment at her surroundings. Was she not in the school dormitory? It was late summer. Why was there such a ferocious snowstorm? She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Wait, a down jacket? How did she come to be wearing a down jacket? Only then did she realize that she had somehow donned a thick coat, which explained why she had not immediately felt the bone-chilling cold. Nevertheless, even with the extra layer, she still felt quite frigid. Stumbling forward a couple of steps, she halted, gazing upward. The stars twinkled brilliantly against the night sky. Chu Sueki had never beheld such luminous stars. For the first time, she felt an extraordinary proximity to them. Yet, that was not the crux of her concern. Despite the darkness, she could see the vast expanse of land below her. She was perched at an astonishing height. The perspective of standing so elevated was one she had never experienced before. Looking down at the scene, a startling thought struck her. Could I possibly be on Mount Everest? The very notion startled Chu Sueki. It was unfathomable. Long County was at least 1,000 kilometers from the Tibetan Plateau. How could she possibly be here? Surely, there must be some mistake. Am I dreaming? She murmured in disbelief, giving her cheek a light slap. You are certainly not dreaming. The sudden voice startled Chu Sueki, and though the howling wind did not affect her perception, she quickly turned around. Behind her stood a figure, clad in a flowing black robe, their form obscured, and adorned with a white mask. Who are you? Chu Sueki questioned warily, eyeing the slender figure that had appeared so abruptly in this eerie setting, sensing an ominous presence. The Master of Dawn, the child of the gods. Qin Ge focused his energy, and in the next moment, he materialized before Chu Sueki. They stood not far apart. The roaring wind and the darkness obscured Qin Ge's movement, making it seem as though he had teleported right in front of her. Chu Sueki instinctively took a step back, staring at Qin Ge in shock. The Master of Dawn, the child of the gods? Who are you truly? She asked, her brow furrowing in inquiry. You have slept for far too long enough to have forgotten our oath. Qin Ge shook his head helplessly, his somber voice resonating in Chu Sueki's ears. To his astonishment, 3 centuries prior, your reincarnation had sealed your memories so thoroughly that even the organization was forgotten, Qin Ge remarked. What organization? Upon hearing the term reincarnation, a sense of tightness gripped Chu Sueki's heart. Her rebirth was her greatest secret. Could this reincarnation hold any connection to her resurrection? A chilling wind howled past, and as she spoke, the cold air rushed into her mouth, swiftly dispelling much of her warmth, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Qin Ge observed this scene with amusement, a mocking laugh escaping him. The illustrious moon goddess, who held dominion over the world shadows, reduced to this state by the biting wind. If the sun god and star god were to learn of it, they would surely mock you for eternity. A wave of discomfort washed over Chu Sueki. Qin Ge's words unsettled her. What do you mean by moon goddess? What is this dominion over shadows? Who are you? And where is this place? Why have you brought me here? Chu Sueki's voice was cold, yet it bore an unmistakable facade of strength hiding her trepidation. This is Mount Everest, your former place of seclusion, Qin Ge replied softly. Chu Sueki disregarded the latter part of his statement, her entire being immersed in the former. Mount Everest? This is Mount Everest? What on earth? Mount Everest? You, who have returned from rebirth, still seem to lack memories, he stated, a thunderous revelation striking Chu Sueki's ears. You. She gazed at the man in the black robe before her. Disbelief etched across her features. He knew. Are you wondering how I am aware of your reincarnation? Qin Ge inquired with a light chuckle. Chu Sueki, suppressing her inner shock, nodded slightly. Of course. It is because I possess extraordinary abilities, Qin Ge mused internally, though he refrained from sharing this with Chu Sueki. Your rebirth was orchestrated by the organization. What? Chu Sueki looked at Qin Ge in shock. Her resurrection was arranged by this mysterious organization? How could that be possible? This is not the place for discussion. Qin Ge moved closer to her, placing a hand on her shoulder. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, causing a column of white light to descend and envelop the two of them. Chu Sueki felt a dizzying sensation, and in the next moment, they found themselves in an elegantly rustic private room. A feast of delectable food and drink was laid out on the table, appearing utterly scrumptious. Is this spatial displacement? Who is this person, a deity? The surreal nature of his abilities left Chu Sueki in awe as she gazed at the shifting scenery. Before she could fully assess the room, a wave of warmth enveloped her. She removed her down jacket, only to realize she was clad in her nightgown. In her cheeks, flushed crimson. Put this on. Qin Ge gestured, and suddenly, Chu Sueki's clothing appeared in his hand. Her pupils dilated. It had materialized out of thin air. Was this a method of retrieving objects from 1,000 miles away? Qin Ge handed her the clothes, thankful for his foresight. Upon seeing Chu Sueki's attire, he casually took it, knowing it would prove useful. Let's have something to eat. I will share some details about the organization, Qin Ge remarked, gesturing towards the meal he had prepared in advance, anticipating his own hunger. You mentioned something about a moon god? What is that? Chu Sueki asked hesitantly. The moon god is a senior figure within our organization, a true wielder of divine power. Qin Ge replied softly, reclining in his chair. Chu Sueki donned her coat and listened attentively. Our organization is called Dawn, established in ancient times, specifically during the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. The inaugural leader, a descendant of the gods who inherited their powers, founded Dawn. It is an ancient entity that, throughout history, has operated from the shadows, guiding the course of the world. Guiding the course of the world? Chu Sueki gazed at Qin Ge in astonishment. Indeed, Qin Ge affirmed calmly. For instance, the changes in dynasties within ancient Huaguo were orchestrated by Dawn. When Dawn deems a dynasty unfit to rule, it dispatches individuals to seek a new sovereign. The tyranny of Qin Shi Huang did not align with Dawn's vision for the world as progression, leading them to support Zhao Gao and discreetly back Xiang Yu and Liu Bang, thus ending the Qin dynasty. Xiang Yu, though valiant, lacked strategy, prompting Dawn to abandon him in favor of Liu Bang, resulting in the establishment of the Han dynasty. During the reign of Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty, when a state began to deviate from its rightful path, our people's counsel went unheeded. So we arranged for Yang Guifei to seduce the emperor and for Liu Shan to incite the Ungshi rebellion, paving the way for a new dynasty. The emperor is not sovereign by mere title. It is Dawn that grants such authority. Without Dawn's endorsement, one is nothing. Qin Ge's calm assertions profoundly shook Chu Sueki's worldview. To think that the shifts in dynasties throughout history stemmed from such machinations. What I provide is yours. What I withhold leaves you with nothing. How tyrannical is this organization called Dawn? Certainly, there have been instances of reincarnators like yourself in ancient times. Wang Meng, the emperor of the Xian dynasty, originated from the modern era. When he reincarnated during the Han dynasty, the organization failed to recognize him in time, and by the moment they did, it was too late. He was responsible for the fall of the Western Han, Qin Ge stated, his tone shifting suddenly. The high priest at the end of the Qin dynasty had indeed foretold this event, yet it was in vain. Qin Ge sighed. Are you referring to the legend of Emperor Gao cutting the serpent? Chu Sueki, a scholar of science, had at least read the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Cutting the serpent? Qin Ge chuckled softly, shaking his head. That was no serpent. It was a genuine white dragon. A dragon? Chu Sueki gazed at Qin Ge in disbelief. Do such creatures truly exist? How could that be? Qin Shi Huang, a figure of the ages, was indeed a remarkable talent. Although he pales in comparison to Dawn in terms of power, his humanistic fortune was immense. The cost of direct action would have been far too great. The conventional path proved arduous for Qin Shi Huang. In his quest for success, the sun god himself intervened, capturing a mature white dragon. Liu Bang then vanquished the dragon. thereby suppressing the dynasty's fortune and gaining the capability to overthrow the Qin dynasty. What slaying serpents? What purpose does it serve? Chu Sweki suddenly felt as though this individual was merely engaging her in idle chatter. Our organization is shrouded in secrecy. Only those of high status in ancient times were privy to our existence. However, by the Ming dynasty, after Liu Bowen severed the dragon vein, our organization vanished entirely. To this day, global leaders remain oblivious to our presence. Our organization is unknown to the masses. In ancient times, aside from the leaders, the offspring of the deities and the Lord of Dawn, only the High Priest and the three divine beings were recognized. The term God invigorated Chu Sweki. It possesses an extraordinary allure, captivating the hearts and minds of individuals. All members of our organization are inheritors of extraordinary powers, even in an era dominated by such forces. We, the Dawn, remain the unequivocal sovereigns, absolute rulers. The High Priest, second only to the leader, oversees the celestial observatory, charged with monitoring the world's workings. The High Priest wields formidable strength, comparable to that of the three divine beings, subordinate only to the leader. The three divine beings comprise the Sun God, the Moon God, and the Star God. The Sun God commands the utmost yang energy, reigning as the most powerful entity. The mightiest Sun God, the second generation, possesses the ability to scorch mountains and boil seas with effortless ease. Even the comparatively weaker fourth-generation Sun God could evaporate the Pacific Ocean with a mere wave of his hand, evaporating the Pacific Ocean with a flick of the wrist. Chu Sweki pondered how many times she had been astonished this evening. Though the revelations were indeed startling, she remained not entirely skeptical. Qin Ge's previous actions had instilled a degree of belief within her, despite the chilling nature of the truths now unveiled. The Star God governs the balance of the world, holding the weakest position among the three divine beings. However, due to his dominion over equilibrium, the Star God ensures internal harmony within the organization. Should any disrupt the balance, the Star God possesses the authority to mobilize all except the leader to eliminate the transgressor. While perhaps not the most powerful, the Star God's authority is immense. Qin Ge only briefly mentioned the Star God. The Moon God, however, is you, he declared, pointing at Chu Sweki. The Moon God governs the realm of Yin. The most powerful incarnation of the Moon God is indeed you, the fourth-generation Moon God. I am the fourth-generation Moon God. How can this be? Why was I unaware of this? Chu Sweki gazed at Qin Ge in astonishment. It is entirely normal for you to be unaware, Qin Ge chuckled. 300 years ago, in your previous life, as the fourth-generation Moon God, you sealed yourself away, entering the cycle of reincarnation. The fourth-generation High Priest prophesied your return in the 20th century. However, in your last life at the age of 32, the organization anticipated your awakening, yet it did not occur. The prophecy, obtained at the cost of the High Priest's life, foretold the impending return of the extraordinary age. It became imperative for the organization to awaken its dormant essence, leading to the decision to utilize this foundation to reverse time, bringing you back 14 years. And I must ensure that you reclaim your zenith. I, the fourth-generation Moon Goddess, Chu Sweki, stood rooted to the spot, grappling with the incredulity of this revelation. It was akin to a beggar suddenly being informed by a passerby that he is the son of the world's wealthiest magnate. The initial reaction is not one of joy, but disbelief. The fourth-generation Moon Goddess. How could this be possible? As the most formidable of the Moon Gods, your prowess surpasses even that of the fourth-generation High Priest, nearly rivaling the fourth-generation leader. In the darkness of night, you reign supreme over this realm. Qin Ge gazed into Chu Sweki's eyes. A great era is on the horizon. The organization requires your strength. You must regain your former self, Moon Goddess. The arrival of the extraordinary world is still some time away. There is no need for undue concern. For now, maintain a semblance of normalcy. When the moment is ripe, I shall send someone to seek you out, Qin Ge assured her. Chu Sweki nodded numbly, processing the enormity of it all. Observing her dazed expression, Qin Ge felt a sudden urge to tease her, while also crafting a persona for himself. The extraordinary world is approaching, and the organization will re-emerge into the light of day. Do you know of a Shadow Emperor? Indeed. The recent sensation among superheroes, Chu Sweki acknowledged. Qin Ge continued. The Shadow Emperor is one of us, a vanguard dispatched by the organization. Establishing a positive image is paramount. Chu Sueki, still in a stupor, nodded in agreement. The fact that the Shadow Emperor is affiliated with the organization was astonishing. By confiding in you today, I signify your reintegration into the organization. The secrets I have shared are of the utmost significance. I trust you understand the implications. Qin Ge's voice turned grave. A shiver coursed through Chu Sueki. She was astute enough to grasp the weight of Qin Ge's words. Translated, it meant that since she had been made privy to these secrets, she was now one of them, and any breach of confidentiality would bear dire consequences. In a world governed by such an influential organization, the repercussions of disclosure were unmistakably severe. Taking a deep breath, Chu Sueki lifted her gaze to Qin Ge. I wish to join. Chapter 113, A New World, 5th Update. Upon hearing Chu Sueki's declaration, Qin Ge's face broke into a satisfied smile, though she could not see it. Excellent. I successfully persuaded her. The extraordinary organization, Dawn, is no longer merely a personal endeavor of mine. Truly, it is perfect. Welcome back, Qin Ge said with a smile. Yes, Chu Sueki nodded, feeling somewhat anxious. The individual before her was the leader of the organization. Choosing to join this enigmatic assembly transformed her identity, consequently altering her mindset. Allow me to share an intriguing piece of information, Qin Ge suddenly remarked. Chu Sueki looked up at him. There are members of the organization in your vicinity. What? Chu Sueki was taken aback. Members of the organization near me? Indeed. As for their identity, I shall not disclose it. The quest for answers is yours to pursue. Qin Ge replied with a grin. This would add a touch of excitement to his otherwise mundane campus life. Now, it remained to be seen whether Chu Sueki could uncover the identity of her master within Dawn. Very well, let us have a bite to eat. I shall escort you back. After bidding farewell to Chu Sueki, Qin Ge hastened to the Pacific for his training. The Poseidon template lay before him to genuinely grow stronger. Specialized training was essential. After a bit of persuasion, my Dawn was no longer an empty shell, Qin Ge remarked while performing his training routines. However, how do you intend to transform Chu Sueki into the moon goddess as you described? According to your account, the so-called 3 divine beings would possess at least Tier 3 peak combat prowess, if not Tier 4, the system replied. There must be numerous items across the myriad realms capable of achieving the transformation into the moon goddess, as you described. Indeed, there are many, yet you cannot acquire them. Does it matter whether one speaks of them or not? For instance, the true classic of the moon from the heavenly cover dimension, the lunar bloodline from the primordial dimension. Halt, stop, Qin Ge interrupted the system. The names of the dimensions you mentioned sound incredibly formidable. Well, they're decent enough. Both heavenly cover and primordial are Tier 6 dimensions. I shall explain this later. Tier 6 possesses varying strengths, and heavenly cover is certainly not on par with primordial. By the heavens, I recall that the Marvel Universe is an expansive cosmos, Qin Ge inquired. Indeed, it is a well-structured universe. Although its power system may not be the most orthodox one within the grand cosmic framework, it is still quite comprehensive, the system elucidated. Is there anything within the Marvel Universe that could transform Chu Sueki into the moon goddess as I described? Qin Ge asked. There is. What is it? Qin Ge's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Among the 9 realms, there exists the Frost Giant's treasure, the Icebox of Jotunheim. This treasure, which encapsulates an independent minor world, is a top-tier artifact of the 4th tier, possessing the potential to ascend to the 5th tier. Mastery of the Icebox would be sufficient for Chu Sueki to become a bona fide moon goddess. Additionally, the Reality Stone, a 5th-tier artifact among the Infinity Stones, can transmute the ethereal into the tangible. If adequate power can be harnessed, it could facilitate the transformation of Chu Sueki into a being of Tier 3 or even Tier 4. Gulp. After absorbing the system's explanation while submerged beneath the ocean, Qin Ge could not help but swallow hard. If he were to obtain such marvelous treasures, what would he do with Chu Sueki? She is not even his wife. No, even if she were his wife, it would not be appropriate. He decided to wait until he had grown stronger before making any such decisions. How does one acquire the Icebox? The Icebox currently resides within the subterranean vault of Asgard, Odin's treasure trove. Qin Ge's leg, which he was in the midst of kicking sideways, came to a halt. Odin, Qin Ge's lips twitched. The last time, he had relied on the Sun Wukong template to deliver a beating to that formidable figure and even managed to break his weapon. This enmity had been solidified. A super powerhouse whose combat strength exceeds 70,000 during a weakened period, while Qin Ge's own strength barely matched a fraction of that. How could he possibly confront him? Ahem. What about the reality stone? This pertains to the operations of the world and requires the host to explore it independently. This time, the system did not provide an answer. Qin Ge was not particularly surprised. He estimated that this item would be even harder to obtain. The icebox is a 4th-tier artifact, whereas the reality stone is a true 5th-tier treasure. Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention, the system's voice echoed once more. Upon hearing these words, Qin Ge's expression darkened. The last time the system uttered such phrases, it heralded misfortune. Given that the host had officially entered the realm of the extraordinary, the host had acquired the privilege of gaining advanced knowledge regarding the preliminaries of the new world. Would you like to check? Damn it. Qin Ge couldn't help but curse. Why are you only mentioning this now? Is it because this system simply forgot? The system displayed no semblance of remorse. Are you a dog? Qin Ge muttered in exasperation. This system is not a dog. It is the celestial template system. Qin Ge was disinclined to engage with this entity. Show me the preliminary worlds. The scene shifted, revealing a series of images. Below are the dimensions available for traversal. As before, from left to right, Aquaman, Man of Steel, the Avengers. Holy crap, the Avengers? Qin Ge's gaze fixated on the third, conspicuously prominent cover. Is it the guy Tony Stark? After a prolonged scrutiny, he finally recognized the individual. That iconic beard was unmistakable. What is that thing he is wearing? It appears incredibly dazzling. Qin Ge blinked, contemplating whether he should procure a suit from Tony. This apparatus is evidently a product of advanced technology, perfect for flaunting in modern society. What on earth is that green giant? And what about that burly man wielding a hammer? He seems rather formidable. That woman is quite alluring, while that man is rather obnoxious. Fury, with his perpetually obscured vision, remains as striking as ever. Is that Captain America? Qin Ge stared in bewilderment at the figure standing amidst the ruins, clad in a form-fitting costume and holding a shield, with an impressive posterior. Is that not Captain America? That fellow is still alive and swaggering about. It seems Fury's Avengers initiative has indeed come to fruition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fury had previously stated that he would not join the Avengers, which implies that this formation of the Avengers consists of 6 individuals. Quite a considerable number. Including himself and Carol, the Avengers already comprise a significant roster. Qin Ge stroked his chin, pondering whether he should take a stroll for the Marvel Universe. However, the power hierarchy in this world appears rather daunting. Lacking any trump cards, Qin Ge hesitated. He had not forgotten the scene of his inflated self-confidence defeating those 3 formidable foes. No, wait, there were 4, including Dormammu. Damn, that one is even stronger. Forget it. Let us keep the options open. Qin Ge turned his gaze to the other 2. Aquaman, is this system doing this on purpose? Qin Ge looked at the Aquaman, squatting like a character out of a fantasy tale, and sighed. Just after acquiring the Aquaman template, it presents a world of Aquaman. This system meticulously selects dimensions. Please, host. Do not question it. Indeed, it is intentional. Truly a dog. Aquaman. Qin Ge rubbed his chin, noting that the Aquaman template seemed rather impressive. However, in comparison, the risk level is significantly lower than that of the Avengers, making it a viable option. Nonetheless, it remains uncertain whether this world possesses elements that could enhance his strength. If there are no treasures worth obtaining, then one must rely on the system's lottery template. Having made a decision, Qin Ge cast his gaze upon the final option, Man of Steel, frowning at the sight of the red-caped figure soaring through the skies. He couldn't shake the feeling that this man bore a striking resemblance to Carol. Carol, a formidable being of the 4th tier, made Qin Ge's lips twitch at the thought of potentially selecting this prize. Reflecting on his experiences in the world of Captain Marvel, he felt a twinge of fear. Although he appeared to have navigated those challenges with ease, it was merely a stroke of luck. Without the Sun Wukong template, he would have met a dire fate. Neither Carol nor Ronan were opponents he could contend with, let alone the formidable Thanos and the Black Order that followed. Even facing a mere soldier of the Kree Empire would spell disaster for him. The very thought of confronting such threats was daunting, and he was acutely aware that even the slightest mistake could cost him dearly, perhaps even his life. Resolving not to take unnecessary risks, Qin Ge decided to eliminate this world from consideration. System, exclude Man of Steel, he commanded. The 3 Superman universes vanished from the screen. leaving only Aquaman and the Avengers as options. Which one to choose? Qin Ge paused his training, stroking his chin in contemplation. With a swift motion, he batted away a shark that had dared to approach him. While training underwater, he often encountered these fearless creatures eager to feast on him. Initially, he would slay them, but the blood would only attract more sharks. Despite his fearlessness, their presence was bothersome. Now, he preferred to simply shoo them away. Sharks may not be particularly intelligent, but they possessed enough instinct to avoid danger. Consequently, a single slap from Qin Ge would send them fleeing, ensuring they wouldn't return. In truth, the host need not make a choice at this moment. Even if a decision were made, traversal was not yet possible, the system reminded him. Realizing the truth in the system's words, Qin Ge acknowledged the reality of the situation. The cooldown period had only just begun, and what difference would choice make now? He would still be bound to wait for a month, although the lackadaisical system did not pressure him into making a choice. Allowing him the freedom to traverse whenever the cooldown concluded, Qin Ge was eager to grow stronger. A month's time was ample for rest. Very well. I shall hold on to this for now and ponder it further, Qin Ge declared. Understood, the system replied before falling silent. Qin Ge then returned to his training regimen. Chapter 114. The Supreme Assembly resting his head on the desk and disregarding the occasional glances from the teacher at the podium, Qin Ge meticulously examined his template. Name, Qin Ge. Title, Lord of Dawn, Shadow Emperor, the most profligate of Hwagwa gender. Male age, 18 lineage, human Atlantean, royal, special abilities, blessing of the ocean, awakening pending. Deep sea physique, king's presence, awakening pending, skills, indulgence 5, firearms 5, combat 5, leadership 5, diving 5. Driving 4, max level 5, overall combat power, 455, maximum 1000, evaluation. Target, Tier 2, forward young man. Status, not loadable. Loading template, see King Template System. Is this Lord of Dawn not a title I fabricated? How could it appear in the titles section of the template? Qin Ge inquired, perplexed. The designation of a title is one that is acknowledged, such as the host title of the most profligate. Many scions from prominent families in Yinjing recognized the host's stature, thus conferring this title upon him. While few are aware of the Lord of Dawn, those who are cognizant of the host's identity wield considerable influence in the main world. Hence it has been designated as the host's new title. Ah, I see. Qin Ge comprehended. Those who know of his absurd identity are the upper echelons of Hwagwa, whose influence is astonishing. Each individual could shake the world with a mere stamp of their foot. As the foremost power globally, Hwagwa possesses the most formidable army and navy, leaving no nation foolish enough to provoke them. The comprehensive national strength of Hwagwa is exceedingly robust, particularly with the navy under the command of Qin Ge, undefeated in battle and victorious in all engagements. Any nation encountering them would feel a severe headache. The Qin family has long been renowned as the world's greatest military lineage. The elder Qin, Qin Benhua, a military deity of the last century, has presided over countless large-scale conflicts, with few defeats and numerous victories against overwhelming odds. Like father, like son, Qin Ge, the son of Qin Benhua, emerged during the rapid expansion of Hwagwa's navy, claiming the title of the Federation's best. Compared to his father, Qin Ge is even more ruthless, remaining undefeated as a commander, with every battle sending rival navies into disarray. This has solidified his reputation as Qin Wudi. Yet, Qin Ge, the only son of Qin Ge, though bearing the title of the most profligate of Hwagwa, finds few peers among the younger generation who regard him highly. However, the elders have not lowered their guard against Qin Ge. They refuse to believe that such a military family would allow Qin Ge to devolve into an unlearned scion. They await his enlistment in the military. Little did they anticipate that Qin Ge would embark on such an extraordinary path. Nonetheless, the depth of the Qin family's legacy is undeniable. Rising alongside the societal transformations of Hwagwa, they possess profound roots. Generations have commanded troops unwaveringly loyal to their country, and the Qin family's reputation is exemplary, earning the trust of successive leaders. Even wielding considerable military power, few would dare to question the Qin family. Setting aside the detrimental nature of modern societal rebellion, given Hwagwa's standing in the world, such insurrection benefits no one. Only a fool would fail to recognize the appropriate course of action. This is also a significant reason why successive generations hold the Qin family in such high esteem. Qin Benhua, the supreme commander of the three armies, is indeed a true leader in the military sphere. The chairman, like him, is generally indifferent to military matters. Qin Ge, the commander of the Hua National Navy, is undeniably the strongest naval force in the world. The name Qin Wudi reverberates across the seas. Host, there's something you need to be aware of, the system suddenly stated. Qin Ge looked at the message conveyed by the system, a slight smile gracing his lips. Teacher, I need to use the restroom. Meanwhile, far away in Yanjing, the high-ranking officials of Hua Nation were convening for a critical meeting regarding the Dawn organization. I believe everyone has become familiar with this child, Qin Ge. Over the past few days, the chairman began glancing at the elderly gentleman seated beside him, who exuded an aura of authority. The remaining attendees nodded in agreement. Let's set aside whether this child speaks the truth. However, the human enhancement serum he provided is indeed real and effective. The chairman gestured to the elderly man. Deanly acknowledged with a nod, rising to speak. Our analyses and human trials indicate that the human enhancement serum provided by Qin Ge is genuine and effective. However, the enhancement of physical capabilities is contingent upon one's baseline fitness. We conducted 3 groups of experiments. The first group consisted of elite Special Forces soldiers from Longting. After using the enhancement serum, one soldier's physical capabilities exceeded those of Colonel Zhao, albeit only by 3-fold. This statement left the assembly, save for a few who were already aware of the outcomes, in utter astonishment. Everyone present knew of Zhao Tianlong's formidable reputation, and aside from Qin Ge, he was undoubtedly the strongest. Yet, this single serum had enabled a Special Forces soldier to surpass Zhao Tianlong. How could they not be astonished? Dean Li observed the myriad expressions of shock on the faces of the dignitaries. The second group consisted of a volunteer. This individual exhibited a 2-fold enhancement in physical capabilities, meeting the standards of the Longting Special Forces. The third group involved General Qin. Dean Li continued, nodding towards the composed Qin Ge beside him. It is widely acknowledged that General Qin possesses the strongest physical capabilities in the world, representing the known limits of human potential. However, upon utilizing the enhancement serum, we discovered that this is not the ultimate threshold. General Qin's physical capabilities were enhanced 2-fold, significantly surpassing his previous state. Yet, I still feel that we have not reached the limits of human potential. Unfortunately, we only possess 5 vials of the enhancement serum. 3 were utilized for human enhancement experiments. 1 is reserved for research, leaving just 1 vial remaining. Hence, we opted not to allow General Qin to undergo further enhancement, as we are uncertain whether the serum can be reused. Nonetheless, regardless of the specifics, the human enhancement serum undoubtedly possesses the capability to augment overall human potential. And while the degree of enhancement may vary, it remains impressively substantial. Therefore, we conclude that the human enhancement serum represents a groundbreaking invention capable of facilitating significant advancements for humanity. That concludes the Research Institute's experiments and findings regarding the human enhancement serum. Thank you, Dean Li. Please, take your seat. The chairman gestured for him to sit. Dean Li nodded at the crowd and took a seat. Our understanding of the organization, known as Morning Light, is exceedingly limited. Despite our thorough research, we have uncovered no information regarding this entity. Qin Ge asserts that their organization has erased all traces of its existence. Personally, I find this assertion hard to believe. Hao placed his hands on the table and spoke. Caution, suddenly interjected Qin Benhua, who had remained silent until now. He straightened his posture, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Regardless of the truth of his words, what my grandson claims is indeed significant. If this ancient organization truly exists, perhaps someone is watching us even now. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down everyone's spine. There are no surveillance devices here. The place is entirely sealed off, and apart from the impenetrable door, there is no means for anyone to enter. General Qin, such statements should not be made lightly. You are aware of the security here. How could anyone intrude? Remarked an elderly man in military attire, his frown deepening, revealing his rank as a general. Humans indeed cannot enter. But what if it is not a human? Qin Benoit replied with a piercing gaze. Not a human. Indeed, if what Qin Ge claims about the Morning Light organization holds any truth, although he has never explicitly detailed anything about it, his hints suggest a profound legacy. The members of this organization are likely genuine, extraordinary beings, and perhaps even formidable ones. Enough. How clap his hands, regardless of whether others are present. Let us welcome our guests with open hearts. Please continue. Qin Ge is the leader of Morning Light. According to his assertions, he has inherited the power of the gods to assume this role. If his words are indeed true, then alongside this divine power, he may have also acquired the memories of the previous divine heir, or perhaps he was directly usurped. Yes, that seems to be the appropriate term. Qin Ge felt a tightening in his chest. Lu Fei had previously mentioned similar sentiments. Has Qin Ge truly been usurped? To inherit the power of the gods, to become the son of the gods, to lead Morning Light. Qin Ge's situation is intricate and challenging to decipher. We remain uncertain of the nature of his power, but it is evident that he wields extraordinary abilities. Morning Light has willingly exposed itself to us and proposed collaboration. Let us share our thoughts. I find it feasible. Qin Ge was the first to voice his opinion. Qin Ge is my son, and I know his character well. If he has not been usurped, if he remains himself, he would never harm humanity or jeopardize the interests of our nation. I second that. Qin Benoit added. Qin Ge is my grandson, and I support him. Neither of these two expressed any desire to distance themselves. They unequivocally stand by their kin, stating, "This is my child, and I support him. Do as you see fit." It is not that their emotions cloud their judgment. Rather, these two genuinely understand Qin Ge. If he has not been usurped and remains true to himself, they firmly believe that, given his character, he would never act against the interests of our nation. This is the family motto of the Qin family, a principle they steadfastly uphold. They have faith in Qin Ge, while others hesitated to follow suit in the face of the duo's initial declaration. They took a moment to ponder. The attendees were all high-ranking officials of Huagua, and there was no fear of any individual. Their motivations were rooted solely in the interests of Huagua. I will gradually elaborate on the worldview of the main realm, which bears both differences and similarities to our reality. Chapter 115, The 13th Counselor. I believe we can collaborate, Zhao Tianlong stated, being the first to address the changes brought forth by Qin Ge, while Lu Fei remained unaware of the entire situation. Zhao Tianlong, a colonel, was technically unqualified to partake in this meeting. However, his unique position in this event warranted special permission for his participation. As an appointee, Zhao Tianlong felt quite anxious. Each individual present was among the most prominent magnates of Huagua, and sharing a room with such illustrious figures was daunting for this seasoned warrior. Consequently, Zhao Tianlong had remained silent, attentively listening to the discussions of these giants. Now, it was time for him to express his stance. Oh, all eyes turned towards Zhao Tianlong, and he felt an immense pressure weighing upon him. Please share your thoughts. Indeed, Zhao Tianlong rose and saluted. Through my brief interaction with Qin Ge, I believe we can collaborate with the Dawn. Regardless of whether the extraordinary world Qin Ge speaks of will truly manifest, it is undeniable that he is an extraordinary being. Moreover, he has presented a human enhancement serum as a gesture of goodwill. Collaborating with such an exceptional individual seems advantageous for us. This is my perspective, Zhao Tianlong articulated. Understood. The first counselor nodded. In truth, beyond collaboration, I am more intrigued by their organizational structure, another general interjected. In this regard, we only know that their leader is the son of the gods, known as the Lord of Dawn, but we possess no further information. I wonder if, upon agreeing to collaborate, they might disclose some details about their organization. Qin Ge pondered. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Let us proceed with the vote. Collaboration. Seconded. Seconded. The number of participants was modest, yet the majority expressed their agreement to collaborate with the Dawn. Thus, with 1 abstention and 10 votes in favor, I declare the secret agreement for collaboration with the Dawn officially approved, the first counselor proclaimed. Buzz. With the first counselor's proclamation, a beam of light suddenly descended from above, abruptly illuminating the room and capturing everyone's attention. A wise decision, a deep, gravelly voice emanated from within the light. As the brilliance gradually faded, a figure emerged, causing all present to fix their gaze upon this unexpected visitor. In this entirely enclosed space, which could be deemed the safest location in Huagua, there exists but one entrance, the door, impenetrable even by missile strikes. Yet, before them stood an individual, brazenly manifested, their extraordinary power leaving no room for speculation on how they arrived. Clad in a black robe, their gender indiscernible and physical features obscured, The sole distinguishing mark was a white mask adorned with a black number 13 at its center. With a swift motion, Zhao Tianlong and Qin Ge rose in unison, positioning themselves protectively in front of the assembly, their vigilance directed toward this enigmatic figure. General Qin, Colonel Zhao, the newcomer is a guest. As you have both asserted, the mysterious figures seemed to smile, their raspy voice eliciting a visceral reaction from everyone present, causing pupils to constrict in alarm. Could he truly hear them? Even Qin Benhua, who had first uttered this possibility, found it hard to believe. Yet they indeed could. However, composed individuals quickly regained their focus. The leader, suppressing his shock, gestured to Qin Ge and Zhao Tianlong. General Qin, Captain Zhao, please take your seats. The newcomer is a guest. A silent exchange of understanding passed between Qin Ge and Zhao Tianlong, and they resumed their seats, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on the mysterious figure, prepared to act at the slightest indication of threat. May I inquire, sir, who you are? Began the leader with a gentle smile. Esteemed leaders of Huagua, I am the 13th counselor of the Dawn organization, tasked by the Divine Sun to oversee matters of collaboration with your nation. You may refer to me simply as 13. The 13th counselor executed an elegant bow, their soft-spoken words still resonating with an unsettling rasp. Greetings, Counselor 13. We were unaware of your sudden visit. Might I ask what brings you here? The leader inquired, maintaining an affable demeanor while his mind raced with thoughts. 13 counselor, implying there are 12 others, perhaps even more. If there are counselors, could there also be a speaker? Does this structure resemble that of Western governance? In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts coursed through the leader's mind. Yet his expression remained inscrutable. The Divine Sun has decreed that when Huagua consents to collaborate with my organization, I shall make my appearance to address 3 inquiries from you that do not delve into our core secrets. Any questions at all? 13 counselors stated, narrowing their eyes slightly. Any questions? The leader mused, considering whether this was a display of the organization's depth, a flexing of muscle, in line with the conventions of international discourse. It could also prove advantageous for them, potentially yielding valuable information. Please hold for a moment. We need to deliberate, he replied with a smile. By all means, 13 counselor replied nonchalantly, standing aside in quiet anticipation. The leader and his companions began their discussion, unreserved in their exchange, fully aware that concealing their thoughts from the 13th counselor would be futile. Had they not learned that lesson the hard way? After some time, the leader addressed 13 counselor. Apologies for the wait. We are ready to pose our questions. The 13th counselor did not hesitate to conjure a chair with a wave of his hand, promptly taking a seat directly opposite number 1. We wish to understand the composition of your organization, as it would facilitate mutual understanding and deeper collaboration. Number 1 remarked with a smile. Ah, indeed. The 13th counselor tilted his head, confirming the expectations of the divinely chosen one. Prior to my arrival, the Divine One had informed me that core secrets would remain unspoken. The positions within our organization fall under such confidential matters. However, the Divine One indicated that this particular question could be addressed. Qin Ge raised an eyebrow, sensing an air of flattery directed toward Qin Ge. Was Qin Ge truly as capable as this? Why was he unaware? Qin Ge attributed it to the nature of Qin Ge's identity. Please, number 1 gestured. The structure of Dawn is not particularly complex. We do not have peripheral members. Each member of the organization holds a specific position, arranged in a hierarchical pyramid. At the apex resides the Divine Leader, whom we refer to as the Divine One, while outsiders call him the Lord of Dawn. The Divine One is supreme, wielding absolute authority and serving as the unequivocal core of the organization. Beneath the Divine One is the High Priest, followed by the 3 deities. Everyone's spirits lifted. 3 deities? There had always been suspicions about the existence of divine beings within Dawn, and it now seemed there was truth to those beliefs. The 3 deities are the Sun God, the Moon God, and the Star God. Below these deities are the 3 counselors, and beneath them, the 13th counselor. I humbly represent the 13th counselor of our organization. Below the counselors are the ordinary members. The counselors and the members operate under a fluid system, where the capable rise. This implies that there are 12 counselors stronger than I, the 13th counselor said with a cheerful smile. The pupils of number 1 and his companions constricted. To them, the 13th counselor was shrouded in mystery, yet within the structure of Dawn, he was merely a mid-tier force. How formidable was the foundation of this organization? Now, on to the second question. The 13th counselor continued. Number 1 nodded. The second question, apart from your organization's heritage, what other methods exist for ordinary individuals to become extraordinary beings in the context of spiritual energy revival? Earlier, Qin Ge had stated that in this era of spiritual energy dormancy, aside from the heritage of Dawn, there were no other means to achieve extraordinary status. To omit that final remark would have wasted a question. In this current age, there truly are no alternatives beyond the organization's heritage. However, in the event of spiritual energy revival, the possibilities multiply. Some individuals possess inherently unique physiques. Upon the revival of spiritual energy, such individuals can autonomously absorb it, naturally evolving into extraordinary beings. Additionally, certain plants, after absorbing spiritual energy, can undergo evolution, and fortunate individuals who consume these plants may also achieve transformation. They're also treasures. Gaining the recognition of such extraordinary artifacts can lead to becoming an extraordinary being. In the backdrop of spiritual energy revival, attaining extraordinary status is relatively feasible. Number 1 nodded, understanding from the 13th Counselor's assertion that becoming an extraordinary being is not inherently difficult. Rather, the challenge lies within the fundamental issue of spiritual energy. Having grasped this, he posed his final inquiry. Pausing briefly, he directed his gaze towards the 13th Counselor. Might you enlighten us on the role that Dawn will assume in the forthcoming world of the extraordinary? The 13th Counselor lifted his eyes to meet Number 1's gaze, then surveyed the others in attendance before rising from his seat. Though he remained motionless, an unspoken pressure enveloped the room. Midway through addressing the question, the counselor suddenly fell silent, his words hanging in the air. After a moment of stillness lasting approximately half a minute, he finally looked up at Number 1. I did not expect the Chosen One to hold you in such high regard, he remarked, his tone markedly complex, devoid of the earlier raspiness, now possessing a clarity that was distinctly masculine. Despite his confusion, Number 1 refrained from interrupting the 13th Counselor. Dawn is committed to preserving peace in the world, ensuring that the emergence of extraordinary powers does not lead to chaos. Our stance towards the impending era of the extraordinary is quite straightforward. Those who align with the heavens shall prosper, while those who oppose them shall perish. The title of Colonel is unique to our nation, not recognized by the world at large. This rank, which exists above that of a major, yet below that of a general, was established due to our vast population and the considerable number of military personnel, necessitating an additional rank to alleviate the hierarchy. Chapter 116. The photograph of Carol muttering the phrase, "Those who align with the heavens shall prosper, while those who oppose them shall perish." Number 1 glanced upward only to find that the 13th Counselor had vanished, leaving behind the senior officials of Huagua to embark on a new round of discussions. In Long County, at the Experimental Institute, Qin Ge discarded his garments into the system's spatial realm and removed the mask from his face, casting it aside as well. What a remarkable situation, playing multiple roles. Qin Ge mumbled. You should aspire to be a man of many identities. A virtual screen appeared before him, displaying a comical expression of a finger-picking nose alongside the system's synthesized electronic voice. This system is becoming increasingly audacious. Shaking his head, Qin Ge set off to return to class. The bell rang. Qin Ge, casting a glance at the nonchalant homeroom teacher, who walked away without a backward glance. Qin Ge grimaced before turning to enter the classroom for the afternoon session. You've been in the restroom for quite a while, Chu Sweki remarked with a laugh. Qin Ge looked at the reincarnated individual who had outsmarted him and felt a surge of superiority. I am a Lord of Dawn, your leader. Are you all right? You didn't sneak off somewhere, did you? Chu Sweki suddenly inquired. Is her sixth sense really that strong? He thought. During class, where could I possibly go? He replied. In our school, we can still wander around during class. Chu Sweki set down her water pen, turning to speak. Qin Ge glanced at the rising sun, silently observing Chu Sweki. Qin Ge smiled lightly, propped her head on her desk, and casually flipped through a book. Chu Sweki glanced at her before returning her focus to her homework. Without a doubt, her diligence was commendable. What of reincarnators? In her past life, she had merely secured admission to an ordinary university. This time, she was determined to enroll in a prestigious institution, specifically one in Yanjing. Qin Ge's acceptance into Yanjing University was a foregone conclusion. She could choose between Tsinghua and Yinda with ease. Chu Sweki, however, lacked such a robust background and could only rely on her own efforts. Fortunately, she recalled that the college entrance examination questions this year, with the exception of mathematics, were quite standard. Mathematics was her forte, and in her previous life, she had even been a mathematics teacher for the college entrance exam, making a score of over 140 a certainty. With a little extra effort, she believed that the exam would not pose significant challenges. Yet, she considered giving up on Qinghua and Yinda. Qi province was an underdeveloped region, and while Long County, designated as a severely impoverished area, benefited from college entrance examination score enhancements, the admission scores for Qinghua and Yinda in Long County were not excessively high, typically exceeding 600 points. Nonetheless, it remained a daunting task for Chu Sueki to achieve this goal upon her return. However, if she could not gain admission to Qinghua and Yinda, there was still hope for institutions like Yin Normal University, which were also considered prestigious. Yet, pondering these matters proved futile. It was far more prudent to dedicate time to her studies. With this in mind, Chu Sueki swiftly immersed herself in her academic pursuits. Observing her earnestness, Qin Ge continued to languidly pass the time without a care. Each had their own aspirations. Had Qin Ge not been endowed with the celestial template system, she might have felt a twinge of guilt witnessing Chu Sueki's dedication to her studies. However, now with the system at his disposal, learning had lost its significance for him. His current trajectory was one of personal strength rather than the acquisition of knowledge. Of course, learning is a broad concept. As long as one is alive, learning is inevitable. It is a pathway to empowerment, and Qin Ge trained daily, which was in itself a form of learning. He took out a notebook and inscribed the terms Aquaman and Avengers. Which should he choose? He pondered over these two concepts with a hint of melancholy. The bell rang, signaling the start of class, and unbeknownst to him, Qin Ge had spent 10 minutes in contemplation. As he watched the mathematics teacher ascend the podium, he had no intention of closing his notebook. The teacher was accustomed to this behavior. Every Friday, a faculty meeting was held, and the principal had previously stated during one such gathering that as long as Qin Ge did not overtly violate school rules, they could ignore him otherwise. This student from Yinjing possessed a formidable background, one they could not afford to offend. Although the experimental school was situated in the relatively small Long County, it commanded respect. Even the county mayor's son would face expulsion for misconduct. This respect stemmed from its esteemed heritage. The experimental school had produced numerous high-achieving students, with several advancing to prestigious institutions in the United States. While Yinda and Qinghua were among the best universities in the world, gaining admission to them was undeniably challenging. In Long County, the number of students who gain admission to these two universities rarely exceeds 2 in a year, with the highest count being merely 4, 3 to Yinda and 1 to Qinghua. Yet even so, this exceptionally impoverished county manages to send 2 or 3 students to Qinghua and Yinda annually, which is sufficient to attract the attention of the Anhui Provincial Department of Education. Ordinary individuals would think twice before provoking such esteemed figures. However, Qin Ge, the young master in question, has received a special endorsement from the provincial education authorities. As a scion from the capital, his status is remarkable, making it prudent to avoid any confrontation. Initially, the principal felt quite troubled. Although their school is relatively well known in Anhui, why a young master from Yinjing, where young master refers specifically to the offspring of high-ranking officials in the political and military realms, excluding those from affluent families or distinguished scientists. Be here? Chu Sueki glanced at Qin Ge. At first, she would remind him, but now she has grown indifferent. Qin Ge stared at the bold letters spelling Avengers and suddenly pulled out a photograph from his pocket. In the picture, he is seated while Carol stands behind him, both captured in a moment of camaraderie. He wondered how Carol was faring. Perhaps he could take a stroll around the Avengers? However, the same reservations lingered without any trump cards. What would he do if he ventured into the Avengers? What if he were to be eliminated? He sighed and shook his head, muttering to himself. Chu Sueki caught sight of the photograph in Qin Ge's hand, and he made no effort to conceal it, allowing her to see its contents effortlessly. A foreigner? She paused slightly. Noticing her gaze, Qin Ge returned to reality and placed the photograph on the desk, presenting it more clearly for her to see. Indeed, it featured a foreign beauty, strikingly attractive, and they appeared quite close. Is this your friend? Chu Sueki inquired, pointing at Carol in the photograph, her tone laced with curiosity. Yes, Qin Ge nodded, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he recalled his initial encounters with Captain Marvel in that extraordinary realm. My good friend, my best friend. Best friend? This revelation left Chu Sweki utterly taken aback. Why had she never heard Qin Ge mention this before? She was familiar with nearly all his friends, and even if there were some unknown to her, she would at least be aware of their existence. The sudden emergence of a foreigner as his best friend was perplexing. Had they parted ways due to some unforeseen circumstances, leading to Qin Ge's silence on the matter? It seemed plausible, noticing Qin Ge's unwavering focus on the photograph. Chu Sweki redirected her attention to the class. The day's lessons passed swiftly, and as Friday arrived, the fourth period was designated for class meetings. Remarkably, Qin Ge seemed invigorated. As rumors circulated about an impending trip, the whispers among students are often peculiar. They manage to glean information about the school's arrangements from various channels, which then spreads like wildfire throughout the entire grade, ensuring that nearly every student is informed. Phrases like "my homeroom teacher said," such and such circulate frequently. However, the homeroom teacher often appears bewildered, questioning when such statements were ever made. It is quite perplexing. The experimental school in Long County has a tradition of organizing trips, particularly for students entering high school who have the opportunity to embark on a journey before the upcoming holiday in the second semester. These excursions are typically not far, requiring only a few hours by bus for a round trip. Senior students also benefit from such outings, meaning that those in their final year can travel twice under the school's organization. The senior trip occurs during the first semester and is usually a more extended journey, often to distant locations requiring several days. Last year's seniors traveled to the scenic Huangshan in southern Anhui for a full 5 days. This year's destination, however, remains uncertain. Personally, Qin Ge harbors little interest in travel, but the prospect of doing so alongside classmates piques his curiosity, leaving him open to the idea. The second-year students, often referred to as the least favored, have a reputation for being neglected, seldom receiving any favorable opportunities. As the homeroom teacher stood at the podium with a smile, the class responded eagerly, "We know." The girls in the room shouted with excitement, leaving Qin Ge speechless, especially upon seeing Chu Sweki share the same enthusiasm. "Sister, your mental age is already 32. Why act like a child? The date for our trip is set for the day after tomorrow. For those interested, please approach Li Tsong to sign up," the teacher instructed, ensuring everyone understood. "Where are we going?" Peng Ninu asked curiously. "Yes, where to?" Someone echoed. "I want to climb a mountain." Another exclaimed. "What's so great about climbing? Swimming would be much better." The classroom erupted into a cacophony of voices, making Qin Ge's head throb. It is often said that a single woman is equivalent to 500 ducks. With dozens of girls in Class 3, it felt as if there were thousands of ducks quacking away. All right, the teacher managed, accustomed to the chaos after years of experience. Gradually, the noise subsided. "We will be going to the seaside in Yangzhou, Shan Province." This announcement sent shockwaves through the class. Even Qin Ge was taken aback. Out of the province? To the seaside? Isn't that dangerous? He wondered. However, due to the potential hazards of the seaside, it was emphasized that students must travel in pairs, with no less than 2 individuals per group. Normally, you're discouraged from forming cliques, but now it's permitted. "Hurry up," the teacher continued. Chu Sweki nudged Qin Ge, who looked at her in confusion. "Shall we team up?" she proposed. "Just the 2 of us?" Qin Ge replied, astonished. "Of course," she insisted, although she couldn't express it outright. "And there's also Ninu." "Peng Ninu," she added with a smile. "Never mind, I'm not very close to her." Qin Ge shook his head and remarked. Chu Sweki felt somewhat speechless. Not close. In her previous life, among her friends, you had the closest relationship with Peng Nunu. Although she understood that they were not yet acquainted in this life, it still felt rather peculiar to Chu Sweki. "What will you do then?" she inquired. In her past life, Qin Ge ultimately ended up with them, but now Chu Sweki felt uncertain, as she was far from being the moon goddess in this life. This trip is for the entire grade, so I'll team up with Su Ying and Chu Xiaodao," Qin Ge replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing that suffocating name again, Chu Sweki felt a pang of headache. "How wonderful! The 2 most beautiful girls in our school are both closely associated with you. I wonder how many people envy you," Chu Sweki said with a smile. Both Su Ying and Chu Xiaodao were quite renowned in their grade, especially Chu Xiaodao, whose beauty was extraordinary. The students had never encountered anyone as stunning as her. To this day, Chu Xiaodao had received countless love letters. Perhaps it was because she had just arrived, and no one had genuinely pursued her yet. They simply sent her love letters. Thanks to Su Ying, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't be so familiar with Chu Xiaodao, Qin Ge chuckled. Since Chu Sueki was considered a friend, there was no need to shy away from such topics. Su Jing, she's still as enthusiastic as ever. All right, since you're teaming up with them, we shall not join you, she said. MHM, Qin Ge nodded casually. A seaside trip seemed rather appealing. The fourth class soon came to an end. Qin Ge, with a loud shout, a dark shadow traced a beautiful arc in the air. Flying towards Qin Ge, without even looking, Qin Ge effortlessly caught the dark brown backpack. Chu Xiaodao, if you throw your backpack again, I won't catch it, he warned. Hee. Chu Xiaodao chuckled, standing beside Qin Ge and craning her neck towards the class. Before long, Su Ying's pretentious figure came into view. She smirked internally, thinking how this girl always concealed herself so well at school, embodying the perfect student. Su Ying greeted and bid farewell to others along the way before arriving in front of the two. Qin Ge reached out to take Su Ying's backpack, holding all 3 bags with one hand. Let us go. My dad is here to pick us up. I'll take you to my house, Su Ying said, linking her arm with Chu Xiaodao's. Okay, they agreed, as it was something they'd already discussed. Qin Ge remained silent, merely acting as a porter, trailing behind the 2 girls. Chapter 110. To the oak tree amidst the students' eager anticipation, the day of the excursion finally arrived after much longing. The students all shed their uniforms, donning outfits of their own choosing, each carrying a backpack filled with clothes, phones, and other essentials. This journey to Yangzhou would last 4 days, necessitating at least 2 sets of clothing. Due to the long distance, they would be traveling by coach, accommodating 52 passengers over 4 classes. Su Ying was on bus number 6, while Qin Ge occupied the last seat of Class 3's bus. And Chu Xiaodao was fortunate enough to be among the few from Class 4 who managed to join the bus of Class 3. Thus, both Chu Xiaodao and Qin Ge were on bus number 6. Furthermore, Chu Sueki was also present. After the principal delivered a lengthy monologue of superfluous remarks over the intercom, the students began to board the buses in succession. Upon stepping onto bus number 6, Qin Ge immediately spotted Chu Xiaodao. It was quite difficult not to notice her. With an elegant figure, striking appearance, and tasteful attire, she exuded an attention-grabbing presence. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. Peach, over here. Qin Ge waved her hand. Chu Xiaodao noticed her and approached with her bag in tow. Chu Sueki, sitting in the front row, merely glanced at them before returning her gaze elsewhere, though the slight bite of her lip betrayed her unease. The boys from Class 3 glared with envy at the sight of Chu Xiaodao walking toward Qin Ge. Qin Ge was quite renowned in the laboratory, and he commuted daily with 2 stunning beauties. While Chu Xiaodao's beauty was undeniable, it often left men feeling insecure and lacking in confidence, a sentiment shared by these students. Yet why did the pure and lovely Sakura girl share such a close relationship with him? Although it hadn't escalated to being the common enemy of all boys in the grade, it was certainly close. Sakura will join us once we disembark, Chu Xiaodao remarked as she settled into her seat. Qin Ge placed Chu Xiaodao's backpack in the overhead compartment and returned to his seat. Indeed, it's perfect that we are together. It saves everyone the trouble of searching, Qin Ge remarked casually, placing his phone in the circular handle of the armrest. Can you swim? Chu Xiaodao inquired. Of course. I can assure you, no one here is more agile underwater than I am, Qin Ge replied with a smile. Having undergone extensive training, his underwater speed had become remarkably impressive. 100 meters in 10 seconds. Please, call me the underwater bolt. Is that so impressive? Chu Xiaodao laughed, not questioning Qin Ge's boast. You'll see when the time comes. I shall await that moment with anticipation. It is often said that travel time can be the most tedious. However, when one embarks on a collective journey with good friends and classmates, even the dullest stretches of travel can be filled with joy. After the homeroom teacher of Class 3, who was also Qin Ge's teacher, disembarked the double-decker bus, he requested a microphone from the driver, and the entire bus number 6 erupted with excitement. Everyone took turns singing, and even the more reserved girls were encouraged by the spirited atmosphere to step forward and perform. Qin Ge and Chu Xiaodao, snacks in hand, watched the performances with cheerful expressions, showing no inclination to join in. Li Shuai's rendition of Am I Not Your Most Beloved Person finally came to an end. Yet he did not promptly pass the microphone to anyone else. Instead, he held on to it, seemingly poised to say something. No one was urging him. Happiness was all that mattered. Are we having a good time? Someone asked. Absolutely. Joyful. Utterly delightful. Ahem. Do I hear an odd note mixed in? Li Shuai coughed lightly. The young men engrossed in playing League of Legends exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, we were quite jubilant, and the atmosphere was lively. Yet, I noticed two individuals who remained remarkably composed. They sat quietly, munching on snacks, observing our performance. Who were they? So unfazed? Upon hearing Li Shuai's words, Qin Ge involuntarily twitched the corner of her mouth, glancing at Chu Xiaotao, who was still attentively listening, completely unaware of the impending crisis. Qin Ge and Chu Xiaotao. You two should stop eating and come up to perform, Li Shuai said with a mischievous grin, addressing the microphone. Oh. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted with cheers, as everyone joined in the excitement. The interplay between boys and girls is an everlasting topic in youthful campuses. A look of astonishment spread across Chu Xiaotao's fair face as she turned to her companion, Qin Ge, who bore an expression of as expected. Come on, Li Shuai continued, eager for even more fervor. With someone leading the charge, it was only natural for others to follow suit. Chu Sueki shot a pained glance towards Qin Ge, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as the rivalry between Qin Ge and Chu Xiaotao unfolded before her. Beside her, Peng Ninu watched Chu Sueki's troubled expression, her eyes flickering with contemplation. This guy, Qin Ge murmured helplessly. What should we do? Should we go up? Chu Xiaotao hesitated, casting a pleading look at Qin Ge. I'll go. I'll just perform something and then come back down, Qin Ge replied, turning to Chu Xiaotao. What about me? You should stay out of it. Isn't that a bit unfair? Chu Xiaotao hesitita. It's fine, Qin Ge reassured, shaking her head as she stood and walked forward. Amidst the applause, Qin Ge reached the front, glared at Li Shuai, and took the microphone from his hand. Thanks to a certain someone's encouragement, here I am. Since everyone has been singing for a while, I shall recite a poem for you. At this declaration, the crowd erupted once more. Reciting poetry is a skill. Anyone can read a poem, but reciting it is an entirely different matter. This poem is dedicated to everyone in this vehicle. Everything I wish to convey is encapsulated within these verses. The audience fell silent, the atmosphere thickening with anticipation. The excitement that had already been palpable surged even higher. Shootings to the oak tree. Thank you. If I were to love you, it would never be like the climbing morning glory, flaunting itself by borrowing your lofty branches. You possess your own robust trunk, akin to a sword, a knife, or a spear. Love encompasses not only your magnificent physique, but also reveres your steadfast position and the land beneath your feet. Chapter 119. A curious incident. As Qin Ge recited the final word, the entire vehicle fell into an uncanny silence. The stillness was so profound that the drop of a pin could be distinctly heard, forming a stark contrast to the earlier raucous atmosphere. No one uttered a word. All awaited the conclusion from Qin Ge. To whom would this be dedicated? Chu Xiaotao gazed at Qin Ge, fully aware that it could not possibly be for her. Their relationship had not yet progressed to that stage. Yet, an involuntary flicker of hope ignited within her. Could it be for her? After all, Chu Sueki fixed her gaze intently on Qin Ge, pondering whom he would dedicate this to. Chu Xiaotao. Had their relationship truly advanced to such a level? How could things have escalated so swiftly, so unlike the past life she had known? Could her rebirth have altered the course of history? Simultaneously, the homeroom teacher remained silent below, contemplating the situation. The principal had mentioned easing restrictions on Qin Ge, but if he were to engage in such overt romantic pursuits, how could he justify it without consequences? Yet, dealing with the aftermath of Qin Ge's actions was a true conundrum. Holding the microphone, Qin Ge observed the eager eyes fixed upon him, a satisfied nod escaping his lips. Now, are you curious? A playful grin graced his face. This poem, To the Oak Tree, is dedicated to my dearest Li Shuai. I love you, Li Shuai. Chu Sueki, Chu Xiaotao, the homeroom teacher, and the onlookers collectively gasped. Li Shuai's round face was painted with shock and disbelief. Qin Ge nonchalantly handed the microphone to Li Shuai and sauntered away, leaving behind a bewildered Li Shuai. I thought you were going to confess to someone, Chu Xiaotao remarked with a playful smile, inexplicably relieved. Who do you think I would confess to? Qin Ge teased with a sly grin. How would I know? Chu Xiaotao shot him a sideways glance. How about you? Qin Ge replied with a smile. Stop joking. Chu Xiaotao shook her head in exasperation. Ha ha, let us keep the jesting light. Otherwise, the nature of it may change. After a while, fatigue settled in, and one by one, everyone succumbed to slumber. Qin Ge was no exception. With nothing to occupy himself, sleep seemed the most appealing option. While deeply asleep, Qin Ge did not entirely shut off his senses. When someone approached, his eyes flew open suddenly. "Whoa, you scared me," Li Shuai and his entourage, caught off guard by Qin Ge's abrupt awakening, exclaimed. "What are you doing?" Qin Ge frowned at Li Shuai and the group behind him. "We've arrived at the service station. Have we reached the service area?" As Qin Ge raised his gaze to the window, he suddenly became aware of Chu Xiaotao resting on his shoulder. She appeared serene and beautiful in her slumber, her delicate features and fair, rosy complexion reminiscent of the finest milk, all vividly presented before him. "Peach, Peach, we've arrived at the service area." Qin Ge gently tapped her shoulder and called out, oblivious to the amused expressions of Li Shuai and the others behind him. Chu Xiaotao groggily opened her eyes, her gaze meeting Qin Ge's face. "Have we arrived at the service area?" "Yes," Qin Ge affirmed with a nod. Chu Xiaotao shook her head and stretched her neck, seemingly indifferent to the fact that she had been resting on Qin Ge's shoulder. He stood up and, along with Li Shuai and the others, exited the vehicle. Once she regained her senses, Chu Xiaotao followed suit. "Hey, Qin Ge," one of Qin Ge's friends approached. "What's the deal with you and the stunning Chu? Be honest." This friend, Xian Qi, with a lively character, always curious about everything, living up to his name. "Just good friends," Qin Ge replied, glancing at the surrounding male companions who were eyeing him with intrigue. "Just good friends? I don't believe it." Wang Jiang chimed in, having heard from Li Shuai that he was Chu Sueki's ex-boyfriend, who had apparently been unfaithful, resulting in their breakup. Deservedly so, Qin Ge thought, looking down on such scoundrels, convinced that it had nothing to do with the women they encountered. "Truly, there's nothing more. Chu and I are merely good friends." "Then tell me, do you have feelings for her? Don't hide it. Be honest," Li Shuai interjected, wrapping an arm around Qin Ge. Qin Ge paused for a moment, contemplating. "I do have feelings for her. I quite like Chu Xiaotao. After all, she is a stunning beauty." "Ah, so you admit you like her?" Li Shuai exclaimed, taking his words out of context. Oh, he admitted it. The others joined in the playful uproar. Surrounded by this boisterous group, Qin Ge felt at a loss for words. "What are all these boys up to?" Peng Noonyuo, clinging to Chu Sueki's arm, asked curiously. "What else?" "They're gossiping, clearly," Chu Sueki remarked, observing the crowd and Qin Ge's exasperation with resignation. "These boys gossip more than we girls do." Peng Noonyuo shook her head. "Who knows?" Chu Sueki smiled, glancing at a slender figure in the distance, who was alone in the convenience store at the service area, a flicker of shadow passing through her eyes. Upon returning to the vehicle after their stop, Chu Xiaotao reappeared, her arms laden with snacks. "Chu Xiaotao, why are you carrying so many snacks?" A girl from class 4 inquired, intrigued by her bounty. "It's a long journey of over 7 hours, and we've barely covered 2 hours. I wanted to be prepared." Chu Xiaotao replied with a smile. "Would you like some?" "Give me a box of sour fun," the girl requested. "Here you go." Chu Xiaotao pulled a box from her pocket and handed it to her. "Thank you. Do you think you can finish all this?" "There's also Qin Ge's share," she replied. "Qin Ge has quite the appetite. These snacks may not suffice," Chu Xiaotao remarked with a smile. "Are you and Qin Ge dating?" a girl inquired with an inquisitive expression. "No, don't spread rumors," Chu Xiaotao chuckled, shaking her head. "Not at the moment, but who can say what the future holds?" the girl said with a playful grin. "Snacks can't silence your chatter, can they?" Chu Xiaotao replied with exasperation. "Could you not be so dramatic? Are you truly not even a little bit moved?" "No," Chu Xiaotao retorted, returning to her seat. "Umph." She blinked and gazed out the window at Qin Ge, who was conversing with the boys. What was her true feeling towards Qin Ge? She was uncertain. Chapter 120. The Exposed Su Ing 5 hours later. Over 40 buses grandly arrived at the hotel pre-booked by the school. The entire third-year science cohort, totaling over 2,000 students, along with accompanying teachers, had effectively reserved the entire establishment. This hotel, an apartment-style accommodation, boasted a pleasant environment, classified as a comfortable 3-star venue, and was conveniently located near the sea. The school's administration, known for its frugality, had surprisingly been quite generous this time, which sparked bewilderment among many uninformed students, who secretly speculated on the costs they would incur upon returning. In reality, this trip's hotel expenses were entirely sponsored. As for the benefactor, Qin Ge had received news that the Anhui Provincial Education Department had allocated funds to commend the school's contributions to education in Anhui. When the funding was announced, It was stated as such. There were far superior schools in Anhui. Why specifically reward this humble institution? Moreover, why make sure Qin Ge was aware of this news? The identity of the person behind this was rather obvious. Additionally, Qin Ge suspected that selecting such a perilous coastal area for their excursion was perhaps intentional. The current sunlit surroundings, especially near their hotel, were likely under close surveillance. Qin Ge did not find this unwelcome. Rather, it indicated that the nation valued their collaboration with Chenxi. With the state placing such importance on this partnership, Qin Ge felt no anger. Valuing the relationship was certainly a positive sign. Qin Ge was assigned to room 1101 on the 11th floor, a modestly furnished presidential suite. Upon entering the room with his belongings, he immediately sensed that someone had likely spoken to the principal. With a bemused shake of his head, he did not refuse the special treatment. After all, having connections and abilities was nothing to scoff at. Lying on the expansive bed of this simplified presidential suite, Qin Ge contemplated how to sneak out for training in the dead of night. The training had reached the final stages of its third phase, soon transitioning into the fourth phase. According to the system, upon entering this phase, the blessings of the ocean could be awakened, a special ability of the Sea King template that Qin Ge had long coveted. Just as he was deep in thought, his phone rang. "Hello, Qin Ge, come down, it's time for dinner." Su Ying's voice echoed. "All right, I'm coming." Qin Ge lazily set aside his phone and, without bothering to change his clothes, opened the door and stepped out. The room was secured with a password lock, the code stored in Qin Ge's phone. As he descended the stairs, he encountered Su Ying and Chu Xiaotao in the lobby, two stunning blossoms that captivated the eye wherever they went. Su Ying exuded apure, youthful charm, brimming with vitality, while her gentle, refined demeanor added an extra layer of elegance. Chu Xiaotao, a strikingly beautiful woman, contrasted with Su Ying's demure style. Her every gesture radiated an unmistakable grace, embodying poise and a pleasant disposition, with a versatile charm that remained fundamentally gentle. "Over here," Su Ying waved her hand. Qin Ge approached, astonished by the stark contrast in Su Ying's appearance. Beneath a long white shirt, she wore an exceedingly short pair of hot pants, the shirt nearly concealing them, giving the illusion from a distance that she was not wearing any shorts at all. Paired with white sneakers, her ensemble epitomized the essence of a youthful girl. Her long, cherry blossom pink hair was tied in a low ponytail, radiantly eye-catching. "What is this? No more pretense?" Qin Ge remarked, taking in Su Ying's outfit, which she rarely donned as it diverged from her usual elegant style. "I'm just tired of pretending while having fun." Su Ying waved her hand dismissively, hooking her arm around Qin Ge's neck. However, given that Qin Ge was significantly taller, she found it somewhat challenging to maintain the embrace, prompting Qin Ge to bend slightly. "Tell me, who looks better, me or Xiaodao?" Su Ying arched an eyebrow at Qin Ge. He glanced between Su Ying and Chu Xiaodao. In contrast to Su Ying's youthful palette, Chu Xiaodao had opted for a more sophisticated look, wearing a purple short-sleeve shirt paired with black shorts, exuding an alluring mature charm. "Peach." Su Ying's expression darkened as she grasped Qin Ge's face, twisting and pulling it playfully. Chu Xiaodao watched with amusement, enjoying the sight of Su Ying teasing Qin Ge. Honestly, Qin Ge grasped Su Ying's hand, slightly annoyed. TCH, Su Ying clicked her tongue, releasing him and linking arms with Chu Xiaodao as they strode ahead, rubbing his face. Qin Ge followed suit. At the seaside, they found a seafood barbecue. A large platter of crayfish sat before Su Ying, who was thoroughly enjoying her meal. Chu Xiaodao sat beside her, eating at a leisurely pace, while Qin Ge across from them wrestled with a massive crab. Both were voracious eaters, especially Qin Ge, who not only devoured his food quickly, but also in large quantities. Chu Xiaodao, merely watching them eat, felt full. "Boss, another plate of garlic crayfish, please." Su Ying called out with a mouthful of peeled crayfish. "Coming right up." The boss cheerfully responded. These three students not only ate a lot, but also ordered the pricier items. Crayfish, crabs, and whatever expensive delicacies they could find. He relished such customers. "Can you even eat more?" Chu Xiaodao gazed at the pile of shrimp shells in front of Su Ying, speechless. "It's rare to visit the seaside. We must indulge ourselves." Su Ying exclaimed, her mouth smeared with oil. Chu Xiaodao then turned her attention to Qin Ge, who had remained silent, engrossed in tackling a hairy crab. "Qin Ge, you've been quiet for over half an hour. Are you full yet?" Since the moment he began eating the first platter of seafood, he had been continuously feasting, a true glutton with an insatiable appetite. Not yet, he replied casually, setting down the shell in his hand to grasp another hairy crab. He glanced at the already empty plate. Boss, another hairy crab, please. Coming right up. The boss promptly responded. Chu Xiaotao, feeling defeated, looked at Qin Ge, then at Su Ying, and finally down at her own plate, which was spotless with only a few remnants left on the others' plates. She had clearly had her fill. So why was she suddenly tempted to eat again? Could it be that appetite is contagious? With two foodies beside her, was she destined to become one as well? But she had to maintain her perfect figure. She couldn't indulge like this. After glancing once more at the two who were devouring their food, she sighed. All right then. Boss, one order of abalone. Chapter 114 was blocked due to the depiction of real-world political backgrounds, so I shall refrain from writing that section to avoid censorship. Chapter 120. Zhao Tianlong in action. This seafood feast concluded with the three of them indulging heartily. Originally full, Chu Xiaodao found herself swayed by the appetites of the two food enthusiasts, eating significantly more than she intended. Thankfully, none of them were allergic to seafood. Such delectable flavors would be a tragedy to miss. After changing out of her shoes, she carried them in hand, strolling barefoot along the shore. Watching the ebb and flow of the tide, Chu Xiaodao and Su Ying played by the side, while Qin Ge stood alone in the water, the waves crashing against the shore, splashing against his calves. Qin Ge stared vacantly at the sea, observing its turbulent waves crashing against the shore, ever changing in form. Beneath his serious demeanor, his mouth continued to utter thoughts aloud. Why Haven T, I achieve enlightenment. They said the protagonist comes to the beach and gains insight just by looking at the sea. You're overthinking it. The system's voice suddenly interjected. If you were a transcendent adept in a realm of fantasy, it might be possible to achieve enlightenment. However, as a typical science fiction character, your abilities are entirely derived from the system, so don't expect any insights. All right then. In truth, Qin Ge merely found the idea of enlightenment to be quite exhilarating. With a splash, Qin Ge took a step back, and just as he moved from his original spot, water surged toward him. He glanced at Su Ying, who appeared somewhat disappointed for not splashing him, but said nothing, keeping his head down. Su Ying tilted her head in confusion and poked Chu Xiaodao, who was playing in the water. Peach, don't you think Qin Ge seems troubled? He suddenly stopped talking. Hearing this, Chu Xiaodao looked over with curiosity and, by chance, caught sight of the subtle smile at the corner of Qin Ge's mouth. Being astutely intelligent, she immediately understood what he was planning. Indeed, I believe so. You should inquire, Chu Xiaodao suggested to Su Ying, suppressing a laugh. All right, Su Ying nodded, striding gracefully towards Qin Ge. Qin Ge, what are you doing? Su Ying exclaimed. A sudden force surging from her ankle caused her body to topple backward uncontrollably. With a splash, she landed in the water, the sea soaking her up to her calves. Ha ha ha! Qin Ge, the instigator, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon witnessing the scene. Chu Xiaotao, seeing Su Ying's misfortune, also succumbed to laughter. Su Ying, her face darkened, scolded, I was genuinely concerned for you, and yet you betrayed me. With a shriek, Su Ying sprang from the water, leaping onto Qin Ge's back. Her long, fair legs encircled his waist like a pair of scissors, while her hands fiercely tugged at his ears. Ouch! It hurts! I was wrong. Qin Ge cried out, though Su Ying wasn't holding back. Despite the lack of true pain, he complied with her antics. I'll twist you to pieces, Su Ying declared through gritted teeth. Chu Xiaodao watched the pair with amusement, while onlookers among their classmates gathered to witness this spectacle of love and rivalry. Tell me, on what grounds does Qin Ge earn the affections of these two stunning beauties? Li Shuai pondered, crossing his arms and observing Su Ying perched on Qin Ge, while Chu Xiaodao stood nearby. Don't ask. Just know it's because you're overweight, Wang Yuqing chimed in, patting Li Shuai on the shoulder. How dare you? Can you speak properly? Li Shuai retorted, glaring in indignation at the remark about his weight. Isn't that the truth? Xin Qi chuckled from the side. You two shorties, Li Shuai exclaimed in frustration. Both Xin Qi and Wang Yuqing, standing a mere 1.7 meters, were among the shorter boys, a painful truth they could not escape. Ignoring Qin Ge and the others, the trio engaged in their own tussle. The other boys watched with amusement as the three floundered in the water. After all, the hotel was just a few hundred meters away, conveniently nearby. As laughter and playful banter filled the air, time swiftly passed. Darkness gradually enveloped the earth, and the nighttime seashore proved perilous. The temperature dropped, and the waves grew substantially more imposing than in daylight. Those towering waves crashing against one's body were no trivial matter. After dining at the hotel, most students returned to their rooms to indulge in gaming, while a small group ventured out for a stroll. Chu Xiaodao and Su Ying chose to return, having played all afternoon, thus opting to stay in for the evening. This aligned perfectly with Qin Ge's own desires. At the seaside, Qin Ge surveyed the surroundings. There were few people, and the lack of lighting rendered the area dim and nearly deserted. Occasionally, he sensed a gaze lingering on him, but as it didn't persist, he dismissed it as merely a passerby's glance. After confirming there was no one else nearby, he boldly stepped into the ocean. In the distance, Zhao Tianlong observed the scene from his hotel room. Sitting by the window of the spacious bedroom, he watched as Qin Ge ventured into the vast ocean. What could he possibly seek in the depths of the sea at this hour? Zhao Tianlong pondered, filled with curiosity. Avoiding all company, he had chosen to immerse himself alone in the waters. Zhao Tianlong lifted his binoculars for a clearer view. It appeared that Qin Ge would not be emerging anytime soon. As the Master of Dawn, and as mentioned by the 13th Council member, Qin Ge was expected to be the most formidable within their organization. However, given that he had only recently awakened, this assertion might not hold true just yet. Currently, Qin Ge's strength remained uncertain, likely inferior to that of the seasoned members within the Dawn. What could he be seeking in the ocean? Was he striving to enhance his powers? Or was there something in the waters that required his retrieval? Perhaps he sought to converse with some marine creature? In an instant, Zhao Tianlong considered numerous possibilities. There were only a handful of individuals privy to Qin Ge's true identity, although the influential figures held significant status. This particular task was most fitting for him and Qin Ge. After all, Qin Ge, as the commander of the Navy, was not suited for such laborious endeavors. Moreover, their father-son relationship necessitated a degree of discretion, regardless of whether anyone else paid heed. Thus, he deemed himself the most appropriate candidate for this endeavor. During this period, Zhao Tianlong had diligently researched an abundance of information regarding the resurgence of spiritual energy and extraordinary beings. He had scoured countless resources online, attempting to grasp the intricacies of the topic. While he remained uncertain of the accuracy of his findings, he at least felt he had garnered some understanding. He resolved to continue his vigil, determined to await Qin Ge's return from the depths. Chapter 122, Wonders of the Ocean Unbeknownst to Him. Zhao Tianlong was observing with keen interest from above. At that moment, Qin Ge had descended to a staggering depth of 7,900 meters beneath the ocean surface. This was his limit. Any further descent would be detrimental to his body. The deep-sea physique endowed him with the ability to endure immense pressure. Yet even that had its boundaries, as reaching the seabed was contingent upon his physical capabilities. According to the system, only by completing the third phase of training and achieving a comprehensive combat power exceeding 700 could he fully harness the potential of his deep-sea physique and navigate freely at the ocean floor. When optimally utilized, the deep-sea physique would grant Qin Ge the capacity to move effortlessly beneath the waves, with his underwater speed rivaling that of a missile, an astonishing velocity indeed. At this depth of 7,900 meters, light had long since vanished. In fact, the absence of illumination began at 1,000 meters. Beyond that, an impenetrable darkness enveloped the surroundings. Should anyone else find themselves here, even if they could withstand the pressure, the oppressive darkness and eerie silence would surely drive them to madness. Yet, Qin Ge remained unfazed, not merely due to his formidable strength, but also owing to his unwavering mental fortitude. The deep-sea constitution bestowed upon Qin Ge the remarkable ability to perceive in darkness, transforming the pitch-black surroundings into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Under the influence of this unique trait, the dark depths unveiled striking hues. The ocean is stratified into various layers, with the photic zone where sunlight penetrates being the uppermost. The record for the deepest free dive, achieved by a Frenchman in 2006, stands an astonishing 113 meters. To comprehend the pressure experienced at depths of 40 meters, one must imagine the weight equivalent to 286 adult men pressing down on one's body as if lying flat on the ground. The photic zone extends to 200 meters, beyond which lies the mesopelagic zone, transitioning into the abyssal depths that extend to 1,000 meters below sea level, where not a single ray of light can be found. In the upper reaches of the deep sea, closer to the surface, the marine life exhibits phototactic behavior, drawn to even the faintest glimmer of light. Generally, due to the absence of observers, deep-sea creatures grow in whimsical forms, often grotesque and bizarre. For instance, the opa, a deep-sea fish, exemplifies this oddity, alongside many others of equally peculiar appearance. At depths of 500 meters, a normal human would meet a swift demise, as the water pressure would be akin to an entire battalion pressing down upon the individual. Strikingly, at 3,000 meters, temperatures plummet to between 0 and 3 degrees Celsius. Yet the water remains unfrozen. The pressure at this depth is comparable to the weight of 3 Statue of Liberties, complete with their bases. At 4,000 meters, another boundary is crossed into the abyssal zone, where the visual systems of marine organisms have entirely regressed, rendering them incapable of phototaxis. Their instinctual response to light is to flee, a behavior maintained by creatures that may never encounter illumination in their lifetimes. This brings to mind a critique of the film The Meg, where the titular creature inhabits the Hadal zone, plunging over 6,000 meters below the surface. The notion that such a being, frightened by light, could venture to Sanya in daylight to prey upon humans is indeed bewildering, prompting one to question the sensibility of contemporary cinema. Currently, the most advanced submarine is China's Jiaolong, which has descended to a depth of 7,062 meters. Qin Ge finds himself at 7,900 meters, affirming the notion that technology cannot rival mutation. He swayed gently in search of a stable footing, contemplating the diverse nature of the seabed. In certain areas, the ocean floor is merely thousands of meters deep, while in others, it plunges to over 10,000 meters. The deepest oceanic trench, the Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench, reaches a staggering depth of 10,934 meters. Should Qin Ge descend to this abyss, he would meet a grim fate, unable to withstand the immense pressure, while also being in proximity to the extraordinary life forms described by the system. Indeed, it is often the harshest environments that give rise to the most formidable beings. In the obscure depths of the Fish's abyss, several tiered organisms reside, yet they seldom venture beyond their domain. According to the system, the Fish's abyss is not as terrifying as it seems. In fact, it is replete with resources, which is why these beings are reluctant to leave such a bountiful habitat. Qin Ge resolved that once he attained sufficient strength, he would explore this enigmatic place. For now, he was not yet capable of descending to such depths, let alone visiting. As he swam, he encountered countless marine creatures. These beings possessed degenerated visual organs and relied solely on their other senses. They sensed Qin Ge's formidable presence and instinctively cleared a path for him. Sometimes, the instinctual ability of animals to discern danger far surpasses that of humans. Upon sensing Qin Ge's strength, they would willingly retreat, avoiding the peril of approaching him. Given Qin Ge's current combat prowess, he could easily contend with the largest marine creature known to humanity, the blue whale. The extraordinary is truly extraordinary. Although the blue whale's overall combat capability categorizes it as a tiered organism, it does not possess extraordinary qualities. Its sheer size contributes to its combat power, yet it cannot be compared to a genuine extraordinary being. However, upon reaching a depth of 7,500 meters, Qin Ge's perspective shifted. He encountered a colossal squid, its tentacles stretching over 30 meters. Qin Ge nearly fell victim to this behemoth. At that time, his combat strength was nowhere near what it is now. Filled with curiosity, he had ventured too deep and fortuitously encountered this gigantic squid on its leisurely swim. Fortunately, the system's space was equipped with a light, which, although it burst under the water pressure, provided just enough illumination for Qin Ge to escape in the nick of time. Later, the system informed him that this giant squid was the offspring of the cephalopod leader of the Fish's abyss. Despite their limited numbers, with only 3 remaining and 1 deceased, they were still quite formidable. If the offspring's tentacles measured over 30 meters, one could only imagine the size of its parents. Would they measure 50 or even 60 meters? Truly, a creature akin to Godzilla. In moments of tedium during his descents, Qin Ge often chose to transcend into a state of reverie to pass the time. System, let us begin, he declared, dispelling any errant thoughts as he prepared himself. This evening, he was determined to break through the 700 barrier. To those who admire the Meg, I implore you, do not chastise me. Chapter 123. A marvelous spectacle, the final practice of the third stage. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Qin Ge's lips twitched, no matter how many times he heard it. It always evoked the feeling of a high school student tackling an exam. Final practice. Host, please concentrate, the system urged. Regaining his focus, Qin Ge promptly directed his attention to the task at hand. Following the training regimen for the last practice of the third stage, he commenced his endeavor to surpass the 700 threshold. The training methods remained unchanged, kicking, deep-sea push-ups, and the like. However, after modifications by the system, they transformed into specialized, extraordinary movements. Even if others managed to observe, they could only grasp the superficial aspects. The essence resided solely within the system, which could not be replicated. With each punch and kick, Qin Ge's combat strength, previously stagnant, gradually advanced. As Qin Ge's training deepens, his comprehensive combat capabilities continue to soar, and the unconscious spirituality of the Earth's oceans gradually begins to sense his extraordinary prowess. All things possess a spirit. Although Earth remains in its nascent stage as a planet, its entities are imbued with a certain essence. The ocean, as a fundamental component of Earth, occupies 70% of its surface area. Naturally, the ocean embodies a form of spirituality, albeit one that is instinctual and devoid of consciousness. It does not engage in contemplation nor act with intent. However, when Qin Ge, an individual endowed with the essence of the deep sea and a strength that surpasses all known life forms on Earth, emerges, the ocean, recognizing him as a sovereign among humanity, bestows upon him its blessings. This is indeed the sole pathway to receiving the ocean's favor. Though Qin Ge remains oblivious to this truth, as he immerses himself entirely in training at depths exceeding 7,000 meters, unaware of the turmoil unfolding in the world above. At the moment Qin Ge approaches the monumental threshold of 700, the ocean acknowledges his capability as the mightiest creature in existence, and in that instant, the blessings of the ocean commence. The system has never conveyed to Qin Ge that these blessings are a divine gift from the heavens. The reason why Aquaman Arthur did not experience such a dramatic awakening to his powers lies in his unique identity, which does not parallel Qin Ge's status as the strongest being of the ocean, even of the Earth itself. One may interpret that Arthur is born with his abilities, while Qin Ge has cultivated his through relentless effort. Both are fundamentally alike, and there is no discernible hierarchy between them. As the skies darkened, a shroud of ominous clouds enveloped the oceans, lakes, and rivers alike, casting a shadow over any body of water. To the outside world, it appeared as though the entire Earth had been engulfed by darkness. In the northern hemisphere, the effects were minimal, as it was already nightfall. However, in the southern hemisphere, the contrast was stark. Daylight had been abruptly eclipsed, with vast expanses of ocean now shrouded in gloom, capturing the attention of nations across the globe. At that moment, Zhao Tianlong, fixated on the surface of the sea, felt his phone vibrate urgently. He hastily answered. It was a direct line to the highest authority. Commander, Tianlong, has something happened with Qin Ge? The calm voice of the commander inquired. Huh? Zhao Tianlong was momentarily taken aback. Qin Ge had only descended an hour prior, and he had yet to file a report. How could the commander already know? Nevertheless, despite his confusion, Zhao Tianlong responded truthfully an hour ago. Qin Ge evaded everyone and entered the ocean alone. He has yet to resurface. That explains it, the commander replied. Tianlong, maintain your watch on the surface. Notify me immediately upon Qin Ge's emergence. Understood. After hanging up, Zhao Tianlong pondered for a moment before resuming his vigilant observation of the sea. The commander, having concluded the call, turned his attention to the others in the conference room. Qin Ge entered the ocean an hour ago, and his current location remains unverified. If all goes as anticipated, this global incident is likely intertwined with Qin Ge's actions, he declared. Others nodded in agreement. Although no one has truly witnessed a member of the Dawn wielding extraordinary powers in battle, only auxiliary abilities have been observed. China has begun to accept the existence of this ancient organization. Furthermore, the global incident unfolded merely an hour after Qin Ge entered the ocean, leading to inevitable speculation. Should we contact the 13th counselor? One committee member proposed. Qin Ge had left a contact number when impersonating the 13th counselor, which led to the current situation. Not for now. Matters that could be directly handled by the Master of Dawn are undoubtedly complex. The 13th counselor either lacks the authority to be informed or, if aware, would refuse to disclose anything due to the involvement of core secrets. Number 1 replied, shaking his head. Just then, a voice was interrupted by the ringing of the doorbell. Guomin, a police officer, entered and saluted those present. What is the matter? There has been a change in the ocean. What? The dark clouds over the ocean began to swirl, rotating in circles like a series of black tornadoes. They stirred up the turbulent waters, rising into the sky and spreading across the globe, moving like serpentine water dragons. An invisible force connected the heavens and the earth. Countless onlookers believed they were witnessing the apocalypse, such a terrifying sight, especially the water dragons. Once they touched land, even a fool would know the dire consequences. Instantly, most coastal inhabitants were filled with dread and despair. However, after the initial terror subsided, they soon realized these water dragons showed no intention of landing, remaining still in their designated areas, merely sweeping over their own territory. This revelation brought immense relief, and the sense of danger dissipated, prompting many to share their experiences on social media. Even students who had been asleep were roused, rushing to the shore to witness this unprecedented marvel in human history. Zhao Tianlong squeezed through the crowd, gazing up at the water dragons. The throng was too dense to monitor effectively, so he decided to approach the shore directly. Only by observing closely could one truly appreciate the grandeur of nature's power. Before such magnificence, humanity felt inconsequential, confronted with this seemingly extraordinary force of nature. Zhao Tianlong realized his own insignificance, igniting within him an intense longing for extraordinary abilities. He did not wish to be an ant. Such a feeling was unbearable. Faced with this cataclysmic force, he felt like an ant, vulnerable to the whims of giants. In the presence of extraordinary beings, he, as the leader of dragons, amounted to nothing. Chapter 124. Zhao Tianlong's thoughts 7,900 meters beneath the sea surface after delivering his final sidekick. Qin Ge felt a surge throughout his body as the template shifted instantly. Meanwhile, an intangible force seeped into Qin Ge's being. Name: Qin Ge. Title: Shadow Emperor. The most notorious scion of Huagua. Gender: male. Age: 18. Bloodline: human Atlantean. Royal. Special abilities: Blessing of the Ocean, Deep Sea Physique, Kingly Presence, Awakening Unfulfilled. Skills: Indulgence 5. Firearms 5, Combat 5, Leadership 5, Diving 5, Driving 4, Skill Cap 5, Overall Combat Power 734, Maximum 1000 Evaluation. The second tier beckons you, young man. Status: Not loadable. Load Template: Ocean King Template. The unawakened symbol of the blessing of the ocean vanished, and Qin Ge could distinctly sense a wondrous energy coursing through him. This must be the blessing of the ocean. He attempted to harness this power. Buzz! His body trembled violently, and in that instant, Qin Ge felt an overwhelming strength surging through his limbs and bones. At that moment, his combat power skyrocketed, reaching the pinnacle of 1,000. Goodness! Qin Ge raised his hands to examine his palms, feeling the terrifying power concealed within. Once unleashed, it would surely create a cataclysmic upheaval. As he reigned in this force, the sensation receded like a receding tide. His full combat power diminished back to its original 734. With his newfound mastery over this power, the dark clouds that loomed over nations dissipated. Just as Qin Ge was ready to ascend, he received a message from a system. Don't go out. The shores across the globe are crowded with people. The moment you reveal yourself, you will be discovered. Why? Qin Ge inquired, puzzled. The system promptly responded with a video. 2 minutes later, Qin Ge was left speechless as he viewed the footage. The commotion was rather significant. Activate the satellite and transport me away, Qin Ge said, shaking his head. Understood. From the hidden satellite in outer space, a brilliant beam of light erupted, slicing through the darkness and descending into the heart of the Pacific Ocean. Qin Ge's location was at the very center of the Pacific, a place seldom seen by others. Moreover, due to the advanced technological prowess of the satellite from the Armor Warrior dimension, it remained undetectable by any means other than the naked eye. Thus, Qin Ge's departure went unnoticed. Upon reappearing, Qin Ge found himself back in his modest presidential suite at the hotel. "I'm so tired. I need to sleep," he murmured, shaking his head and rolling over into slumber. The instigator quickly fell into a deep sleep, but others found the night far from tranquil. It was destined to be a sleepless night for some. Zhao Tianlong, after listening to the report from Longting's personnel, retreated to his room. Qin Ge returned to his quarters as well, yet the duty personnel remained oblivious to how he had returned, likely having done so after the scenes had faded away. Or rather, those scenes vanished due to his return. Zhao Tianlong pondered while meticulously crafting a task report to send. Without a doubt, this incident was likely orchestrated by Qin Ge. Such a remarkable ability to manipulate the forces of nature must surely be a rare combat prowess, even within the Morning Dawn. Yet, the current enigma lies in determining whether it was Qin Ge, as the master of Morning Dawn, who invoked these natural powers, or if it was another member. Zhao Tianlong contemplated this matter. Beneath the master of Morning Dawn is the high priest. Yet this current high priest met an untimely demise due to the prophetic calculations regarding an extraordinary realm. Thus, the next level consists of the three great deities. The sun god's abilities do not align, thus he can be dismissed. The moon god, however, seems plausible, but if it were indeed the moon god, why would Qin Ge venture into the ocean? The star god cannot be disregarded either, for the power of balance encompasses the ocean as well. Whether this falls under the domain of the moon god or the star god requires further contemplation. Below the three great deities lie the three chief counselors. The abilities and strengths of the 13th counselor have never been introduced, rendering them inscrutable. The same applies to the other 13 counselors. Zhao Tianlong realized that the information was scant, leaving him unable to glean any useful insights. What he could ascertain, however, was that this matter was inexorably linked to Morning Dawn and Qin Ge. The extraordinary power of Morning Dawn made Zhao Tianlong clench his fists, recalling the effects of the human enhancement serum, which had significantly bolstered his physical capabilities. This only deepened Zhao Tianlong's intrigue towards the organization. They held countless resources capable of facilitating monumental advancements for humanity, yet they remained reclusive, never disclosing their secrets. The Huagua nation remained oblivious to the extent of the technologies akin to the human enhancement serum that Morning Dawn possessed. However, given their casual possession of 5 such serums, it was likely that their technology was substantial. The power of Morning Dawn was formidable, yet it also wielded a Damoclean sword. If utilized correctly, it could serve as an invincible blade. If mismanaged, it could turn into a weapon of bloodshed. If only he could acquire extraordinary power. Zhao Tianlong yearned for such strength, a power that he greatly coveted, were it not for his task at hand. In the words of both Qin Ge and the 13th counselor, stating that there was no other path to becoming an extraordinary being aside from the legacy of Morning Dawn, he would have sought out Qin Ge long ago. Nonetheless, even so, Zhao Tianlong was unwilling to concede. Yet, Qin Ge had also informed him that non-members were forbidden from utilizing the legacy. Furthermore, should one become a member of Morning Dawn, they must unconditionally obey the commands of the Master of Morning Dawn, even to the extent of rebellion. This was a point Zhao Tianlong found unacceptable. He indeed yearned for extraordinary power, yet in his heart, Huagua remained his absolute priority. Betraying his country for the sake of power was something he could never bring himself to do. However, if he did not join Morning Dawn, Zhao Tianlong saw no path to obtaining the legacy of extraordinary power, rendering him incapable of becoming an extraordinary being. This was for Zhao Tianlong a veritable dead end. Moreover, Morning Dawn was an elitist organization, favoring quality over quantity. The assessments for joining were exceedingly rigorous. According to the 13th member, were it not for Qin Ge inheriting the power of the gods, not only would he have struggled to become a leader, but even to be selected into the organization would have been a formidable challenge. Yet now, Qin Ge stands as the leader of an ancient organization that has endured for millennia. Such is the fate of life. Zhao Tianlong shook his head in resignation. Human destiny is thus, and all one can do is strive. I must take a day off tomorrow as the results of the college entrance examination are released. My performance was less than stellar, and today I must diligently research how to apply for my preferred institutions. Please understand, how could I have overlooked the fact that Dinyo is so remarkably handsome? Gao Tian gazed dreamily at Li Dinyo. Thus, she could only obediently allow the queen to hold her, suppressing her pent-up frustration. However, her gaze flickered as she pondered how to inform the queen that a Feng had not provided her with the things she cherished. Let us wager. Whoever dares to smear the incense ash from the temple on that sister's face shall claim this string of candied hawthorns as their prize. A boy declared. Exhausted, I silently called out Pei Junhao's name, closing my eyes to gradually recall every moment and detail since our acquaintance until now. Slowly, my heart grew unafraid, and thoughts of joyful memories brought forth a sweet smile. On my head, do you not know that the insignia of your military district allows you to bypass traffic lights? Wu Hai exclaimed as he slapped his forehead. In truth, as soon as Jiang Yi departed from Zhengjubeo, he sensed something amiss. However, that fleeting thought was vague and ephemeral, leading him not to dwell on it further. Initially, everyone believed that Lai Tian held the advantage. Yet in this singular confrontation, the imposing image he had cultivated shattered like fragile glass. In an instant, within the stone chamber, an air of malevolence pervaded. Phantoms danced in abundance. Wails filled the air, and the flickering black light cast an eerie glow upon Jiang Yi's dark eyes, causing a slight tremor in his heart. Mu Hongling could no longer bear to witness Gao Jun's woeful expression and tugged at Li Dinyo's arm, intending to leave. Greetings. Your account has been compromised, flashed across the computer screen. The cicadas buzzed, rendering the forest eerily tranquil, while the birds sang, deepening the mountain's solitude. The hills were lush with verdant trees, and a riot of colorful wildflowers adorned the mountaintops, with emerald grass stretching up to the towering peaks that pierced the clouds. Chen Yu, filled with trepidation, leaped into the fray, joining forces with Ming Xian to strike at Shangguanju. Jing Yan released Mu Rong Qinxue, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly satisfied with his performance. If given the chance to enter the entertainment industry, surely the Oscar for Best Actor would be rightfully mine. Yifeng firmly shut his eyes, meticulously weighing the gains and losses of both sides in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, resolute determination shimmering within them. At that moment, Song Lei recalled the words of the old man, a sense of foreboding washing over him, a feeling originating from the Silver Warrior. Could it be that an unforeseen change is upon us? Jing Yan deftly received the ball passed by Yu Cheng, skillfully dribbling it with ease. He made a rapid dash towards the three-point line, only to be intercepted by Huang Jingxiang, who spread his arms wide to block him. However, upon witnessing a scene in the distance, Huang Jingxiang quickly halted. Zhang Jiulong approached the room, conversing as he went, and upon seeing Lu Hao and Qin Lan busily working in the kitchen, he rolled up his sleeves to offer assistance, only to be shooed away by Qin Bin's mother. The remaining elders, confronted by an overwhelming tide of malevolent spirits, displayed a shift in expression, each drawing upon their ultimate skills. In an instant, the air was filled with a surge of vital energy, carving radiant arcs of brilliance amidst the oppressive dark clouds. Meanwhile, Pu Xinyan was left bewildered by Jing Yan's actions, questioning whether he truly sought to gain benefits from Lu Dahai. At this moment, it is just the two of us, and I can barely control two formidable techniques simultaneously. The success rate is regrettably low, Sun Simiao remarked. Chapter 125. The indolent Su ing the following day. Qin Ge rose early and ventured alone to the hotel cafeteria for breakfast. Though the cafeteria wasn't overly crowded, it was filled with numerous patrons, all of whom cast their gazes upon Qin Ge. In response, he offered a warm smile. Qin Ge's reputation was quite substantial, largely thanks to Chu Xiaodao and Su Ying. Nevertheless, due to his amiable nature, few harbored any dislike towards him, save for a select few individuals. Seated alone, savoring his breakfast, Qin Ge could not help but overhear the conversations around him, his keen senses picking up the discussions. The majority were animatedly recounting the water tornado that had appeared the previous night, a spectacle unprecedented in human history, witnessed by hundreds of millions globally, leaving no room for fabrication. It seemed the commotion from last night had indeed been quite significant. Qin Ge mused while enjoying his youtiao. He surmised that relevant departments around the world likely had a restless night. However, this bore little relevance to him. With over 20 days remaining until he could enter another realm, the wait felt interminable. Unlike the system associated with the great luminous sphere, Qin Ge possessed an inherent adventurous spirit, and although the system's traversal bore its own dangers, they were not excessively perilous, far from the life-threatening tasks imposed by the luminous sphere. Few were eager to enter the main god space due to the risk of demise. After all, no one wishes for death. Yet, Qin Ge was different. While the danger in his current scenario was indeed elevated, it remained manageable. Furthermore, the potential for growth through this endeavor was enticing enough for him to desire entry into the instance. System, is there any way to shorten the time before I can enter the instance? Qin Ge inquired. Upon your advancement to the second tier, the time limit will be reduced to 15 days, the system responded. The autonomy of the system was remarkably high, devoid of restrictions. It would reveal any knowledge it possessed at its discretion, diverging from conventional norms. Even when Qin Ge was merely an uninitiated novice, he was privy to secrets typically known only to those of the 4th or 5th tiers, all thanks to the system. Second tier is approaching. Qin Ge nodded thoughtfully. The system's ability to traverse dimensions is entirely dependent on the host's mood. When the opportunity for traversal arises, should Qin Ge choose to abstain, he may simply set it aside and remain unconcerned. The system does not impose its will. Enhancing one's strength is a personal journey, entirely voluntary. As Qin Ge pondered this, he sensed someone approaching. Just then, he heard the voice of Chu Xiaodao. Qin Ge. Turning around, he saw Chu Xiaodao approaching with breakfast in hand. Where's Su Ying? Qin Ge inquired. Chu Xiaodao took a seat opposite him with a meal. She's still asleep. That girl is impossible to rouse, she remarked, her expression one of exasperation. What time did you both go to bed last night? Qin Ge asked after finishing his egg and taking a sip of milk. Late. We went out to enjoy the seaside view. Speaking of which, we couldn't find you yesterday, and you didn't answer your phone. Where did you disappear to? Chu Xiaodao asked curiously. Qin Ge planned to swim in the ocean and could not take his phone with him. His deep-sea physique allowed him to endure the water's depths while the phone could not. Oh, I saw the view of the sea and immediately went out, forgetting my phone. Qin Ge replied with a smile. Chu Xiaodao accepted this explanation without suspicion. Knowing Qin Ge's disinterest in phones, it was not uncommon for him to leave it behind. What are your plans for today? She asked. I'll just enjoy the beach while you two have fun, Qin Ge stated, feeling little enthusiasm for the seaside after frequent visits. That sounds rather dull, Chu Xiaodao pouted. Can you swim? Yes, Qin Ge nodded. Then let's rent a kayak or a jet ski, Chu Xiaodao suggested, her eyes lighting up. Whatever you want. If you're keen to have fun, I can arrange the rental, Qin Ge responded indifferently. Do you know how to operate a jet ski? Chu Xiaodao inquired, hoping to avoid a lesson with an instructor. Yes, Qin Ge confirmed, certainly capable. Then let's rent a jet ski. You both can swim, so you can venture farther out, avoiding the crowded shore. True, Chu Xiaodao agreed, nodding. Considering the thousands of students from their school alone, not to mention other tourists, the shore was undeniably cramped. I've finished eating. I'll go call Su Ying down, Qin Ge announced. What is your room number and password? Su Ying and Chu Xiaodao shared a room, and Qin Ge was uncertain how the arrangements were made, as students from both classes were allocated to the same room. And it was one of the few with a password. 1107, password 35248, Chu Xiaodao replied casually. Since Qin Ge and Su Ying were in the same room, it was no issue for him to enter. Got it. He waved his hand and turned to leave. At room 1107, Qin Ge stood at the door, entered the password, and opened the door. The room was quite spacious. He took a moment to survey the area. It was not small, being roughly a third larger than his own room. Qin Ge's gaze fell upon the stark white sheets and bedding, where an eye-catching shade of cherry blossom pink stood out. Su Ying was cocooned in the duvet, the air conditioning humming softly, her head resting on the pillow, facing the interior where someone was peacefully slumbering. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Ge lifted his leg and approached her. Epradit Su Ying yently. Get up. Su Ying murmured, then fell silent once more. Qin Ge poked her head again. Rise and shine. Tao Tao is waiting for you downstairs. Mi grumbled, a grimace forming at the corner of his mouth as he seized a handful of her cascading cherry blossom hair, tugging with force. Su Ying yelped in pain, instantly jolting awake and sitting up in bed, glaring at her assailant, Qin Ge. What are you doing? Calling you to get up, Qin Ge replied, releasing her hair and crossing his arms. Couldn't you just call me? Why resort to violence? Su Ying shot back at Qin Ge. If I didn't employ some unconventional methods, would you ever rise? Qin Ge retorted with a cold smile. Typically, Su Ying would awaken at her mother's call. If Luli didn't rouse her, neither Su Cheng nor Qin Ge would succeed in waking her. Thus, extraordinary measures were essential. You, Su Ying huffed, puffing her cheeks indignantly, shooting a fierce glare at Qin Ge as she slid out of bed. clad in her Pikachu pajamas. Qin Ge watched as she made her way into the bathroom, amused that even on a trip, she couldn't bear to part with her beloved pajamas. Did she truly need this outfit to sleep? He pondered. Chapter 126, The Water Monster? By the time Qin Ge and Su Ying arrived at the cafeteria, Chu Xiaodao had already finished her meal and was engrossed in her phone. Xiaodao, Su Ying exclaimed, plopping down beside her. Qin Ge, give me some food. Qin Ge rolled his eyes, flicked her forehead lightly, and turned to fetch her meal. You really know how to boss people around. Chu Xiaodao remarked with a hint of exasperation. Are you feeling sorry for him? Su Ying teased, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I heard you slept on that guy's shoulder during the trip. Chu Xiaotao's lips twitched. This group had nothing better to do than gossip. And the news reached Su Ying in no time. Relax, it's perfectly normal, Su Ying reassured her, patting Chu Xiaodao on the shoulder. If we're to blame anyone, it's old man Yuan Longping. He fed this bunch well, and with their bellies full, they have nothing but idle gossip to occupy their time. I'm left speechless. Moreover, since we often hang out with Qin Ge, what kind of normal relationship could there be between typical adolescents? They're just waiting to see who makes a move on Qin Ge first, Su Ying asserted with mock seriousness. Shouldn't it be him making a move on us? Chu Xiaodao laughed. No. Don't be fooled by Qin Ge's origins in Yanjing and his status as a wealthy heir. He is just a man with desires but lacking the courage to act, and rather timid to boot, Su Ying countered, as if she understood him perfectly. Unless a girl confesses her feelings, getting him to pursue someone requires a significant level of affection. Otherwise, just keep it bottled up. Is that so? As I spoke, Qin Ge stood at the end of an exceptionally long queue, holding a tray, silently observing the line ahead that resembled a dragon. Su Ying had risen too late. By now, most people had already gathered at the hotel cafeteria for their meals, while some had opted to dine elsewhere. A greater number remained here. The crowd was overwhelming. Familiar voices filtered through the cacophony from behind. Qin Ge's expression shifted as she turned to look. Chu Sueki was staring vacantly at Qin Ge's back, and the suddenness of Qin Ge's turn left her no time to react, resulting in an immediate exchange of glances. As Qin Ge gazed into the girl's eyes, an inexplicable flutter momentarily halted her heart. The resolute spirit within her quickly restored her composure. Yet the earlier emotion was undeniably real. What is happening to me? Qin Ge pondered with confusion, offering a slight smile and a nod to Chu Sueki. Flustered, Chu Sueki managed to smile in return, but her nervousness was evident compared to Qin Ge's natural demeanor. In turning around, Chu Sueki was oblivious to the flush creeping on her cheeks. What is wrong with you, Chu Sueki? You are over 30. Why are you so flustered by a high school student? She lamented inwardly, chastising herself for her lack of composure. Sueki, what is the matter? Peng Nuonyuo inquired curiously, noticing the redness of Chu Sueki's cheeks. It's nothing at all, Chu Sueki replied, shaking her head as the blush slowly faded. Let us continue to queue. All right, came the response. Qin Ge gazed in disappointment at Chu Xiaodao and Su Ying, criticizing their swimwear choices. Su Ying's yellow one-piece swimsuit, which extended to her thighs, was one thing, but what was Chu Xiaodao, a stunning woman with a curvaceous figure, doing in a similar style? However, the most tragic aspect was that Qin Ge could not voice her concerns. How could she suggest they change their swimsuits for being too modest? Nevertheless, both girls had undeniably attractive long legs. Su Ying, though not particularly striking above the waist, possessed legs that were impeccably proportioned, with a golden ratio that was truly pleasing to the eye, fair and straight. While Chu Xiaodao also had long legs, they paled in comparison to Su Ying's perfect limbs. Yet, her beauty was undeniable. With Chu Xiaodao's extraordinary looks paired with her flawless long legs, what more could anyone desire? Even so, Chu Xiaodao's long legs were still a cut above the rest. Should we rent a jet ski now, or wait a bit? Qin Ge asked the two. Let us wait. Let us play by the shore for a while, Su Ying suggested. All right, call me if you need anything. I'll go have some fun. Qin Ge replied, nodding to both before she vanished into the water, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, neither Chu Xiaodao nor Su Ying noticed her absence. The moment Qin Ge plunged into the ocean, that familiar sensation surged within her once more as a wave of energy coursed through her body. With a powerful thrust, Qin Ge propelled herself forward like a cannonball. Due to the shallow depth, approximately 2 or 3 meters, Qin Ge moved at an astonishing speed. parting the water as the surging sea currents acted upon him from above. From the surface, a dark shadow could be seen darting beneath the waves at an incredible velocity. Whoosh! In less than a fraction of a second, Qin Ge zipped past an individual submerged in the water. To his astonishment, the person, who had been idling atop a jet ski, was abruptly toppled by the sudden torrent of water. Fortunately, he knew how to swim, otherwise it would have been dire. However, in this deep water zone, one must possess considerable courage to venture out on a jet ski without knowing how to swim. When the world was that? The bewildered man surveyed the eerily tranquil surface of the sea. That dark shadow, with a head full of questions, he mounted his jet ski, eager to depart this treacherous area. He had traveled quite a distance. Suddenly, Qin Ge came to a halt, glancing ahead to gauge how far he had gone. Yet, he felt as though he hadn't traveled much at all. Never mind, time to head back. How dull. Qin Ge pouted, pivoting and charging forward. In the water, one often loses their sense of direction, but Qin Ge was different. He could easily ascertain his position through the system. Whoosh! The man leisurely rode his jet ski towards the shore, revving the throttle to the max, reveling in the exhilarating sea breeze against his face. Whoosh! The familiar ripples. The familiar waves, the familiar scent of the ocean. Goodness! Splash! As he plunged into the water, the man cast a furious glance at the distance. The dark shadow glided beneath the surface, racing away at breakneck speed. Splash! He clambered back onto his jet ski, shaking off the water. What on earth was that? How could it move so swiftly? Surely, even a shark couldn't match that speed. He scratched his head in disbelief. Such extraordinary velocity was reminiscent of a waterborne bolt. Could it be a sea monster? Chapter 127. An Unexpected Encounter. Approaching the shore, the crowd began to swell. Qin Ge dove down, evading the throngs, swimming close to the seabed to slow his pace, gradually ascending. It was then that he spotted a familiar figure underwater, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Whoosh! Qin Ge stealthily approached the figure from behind, seizing her legs and lifting her into the air. Su Ying shrieked, her body suddenly airborne. Zhu Xiao Dou, witnessing Su Ying being hoisted, gasped in shock, but upon recognizing the individual below, her fright transformed into laughter. Qin Ge, holding Su Ying's legs, stood tall. Su Ying continued to scream, her hands flailing at the head of the person beneath her. Qin Ge grasped her erratic hands, saying, "It's me." Hearing that familiar voice, Su Ying ceased her struggles. Qin Ge chuckled, lowering her back down. "How is the view from up high?" Su Ying steadied herself in the water, casting an irked glance at Qin Ge. "It's rather chilly up here." "Ha!" Qin Ge and Chu Xiaodao exchanged smiles as they embraced Su Ying, with Qin Ge's right hand hooking around Su Ying's leg, lifting her in a princess carry. Su Ying was bewildered, wondering what Qin Ge was up to. Chu Xiaodao was equally perplexed, questioning the sudden shift in actions. However, upon observing the mischievous grin on Qin Ge's face, she quickly realized his intentions. "Hey, you're cutting Su Ying off," Qin Ge teased lightly as he tossed her into the air, transforming her into a graceful arc, free-falling into the sea below. Splash! The sudden eruption of water startled Wang Yuqing and others who were frolicking nearby. Just as they were about to voice their frustrations, they caught sight of Su Ying's head bobbing above the surface, causing them to swallow their curses. Their gazes then landed on the approaching Qin Ge and Chu Xiaodao. Especially Qin Ge, whose exposed muscles sent chills down the spines of the high school boys. Though they too engaged in workouts and some boasted abs, they were no match for the explosive and well-defined physique of Qin Ge. They couldn't help but wonder if Qin Ge could easily crush them with a single punch. Indeed, there was no room for doubt. Su Ying's once beautifully flowing cherry blossom pink hair now hung damply in disarray, resembling a water spirit. "Qin Ge, I'm going to kill you!" Su Ying screamed as she leaped, her long legs wrapping around Qin Ge's waist like octopus tentacles, her body draping over his back as she tugged on his ears with all her might. Yet, Qin Ge's body, enhanced by deep-sea resilience, remained unyielding despite her efforts to pull him. Wow, this is exhilarating. The onlookers gasped at the audacity of the scene, wishing they had watermelons in hand to make it even more perfect. Wang Yuqing sighed in relief at the sight. Su Ying was undeniably more attractive than Chu Sueki, and Chu Xiaodao was on another level entirely. She was a goddess. With these two beauties around him, The likelihood of Qin Ge developing feelings for Chu Sueki seemed slim. With this thought, Wang Yuqing's gaze toward Qin Ge softened considerably. This change was unnoticed by anyone but himself. Chu Xiaodao watched with amusement as Su Ying furiously tugged at Qin Ge's ears. After a while, Su Ying realized that her efforts were in vain, and in a huff, she slapped Qin Ge on the forehead before jumping down from his back. Qin Ge shook his head with a chuckle. Host, there's a situation. The system's voice suddenly chimed in. Qin Ge paused. What is it? Someone has crossed the barrier and ventured outside the safe zone. A tiger shark has set its sights on the three of them. Qin Ge's eyes narrowed. These three were truly adept at courting danger. What on earth are they thinking, risking their lives like this? He frowned. Wait, how could a tiger shark appear here at this time? Qin Ge pondered aloud. Chu Xiaodao keenly noticed Qin Ge's sudden change in demeanor and looked at him with curiosity. What's wrong? Why the sudden frown? Last night, the host awakened the blessing of the ocean, causing disturbances in the seawater. This disruption prevented the normally nocturnal tiger sharks from replenishing their energy, resulting in their appearance in shallow waters during the day, rather than their usual deep-sea habitat. Qin Ge grasped the situation. The blessing he received from the ocean had a global impact. Tiger sharks, typically found in temperate and subtropical regions, inhabit both coastal and open sea areas. They usually venture into deeper waters during the day and come to shallow areas to forage at night. This particular tiger shark must have been famished, which explained its daytime emergence. I have a slight stomach ache. I need to use the restroom, Qin Ge remarked to Chu Xiaodao before hastily departing. Chu Xiaodao looked at Qin Ge's fleeing figure with a puzzled expression, her face a canvas of curiosity, finding a location devoid of surveillance and prying eyes. He swiftly donned the attire of the Shadow Emperor. System, teleport me there. Understood. Activating satellite. A humming sound resonated as a beam of light descended, drawing the attention of many. However, due to the brightness of the day, the sunlight was blinding, leading people to dismiss the phenomenon as a mere illusion. Yet, the brilliance caught the eye of Counselor Zhao Tianlong. He stared in astonishment at the fading light, recognizing it as the same glow he had witnessed in the conference room that day. Has the 13th counselor arrived? What could be his purpose? Is he searching for Qin Ge, or is it related to last night's events? Zhao Tianlong's mind raced as he swiftly retrieved a secure intercom. Activate the satellite and closely monitor the surroundings. With a flash of light, Qin Ge appeared atop a dark reef, quickly spotting three individuals frolicking nearby. System, where's the tiger shark? Arriving in half a minute. Qin Ge nodded and leaped, effortlessly spanning over 10 meters to land on the adjacent reef. The trio was taken aback by Qin Ge's sudden appearance, but their astonishment turned to confusion as they recognized him. Is it the Shadow Emperor? One of the boys uncertainly inquired. The Shadow Emperor's uniform was unmistakable, yet the presence of so many imposters left them unsure if they were in the presence of the genuine article. You are truly courting disaster, Qin Ge stated in the gravelly tone characteristic of the Shadow Emperor. The three stared at him blankly, unable to comprehend his words, growing weary of their confusion. Qin Ge turned his gaze toward the approaching figure of a predator. Following his line of sight, the trio beheld the looming silhouette. A shark? They exclaimed, terror gripping their hearts. Chapter 120. Taming the tiger shark. Filled with dread, the trio was paralyzed by fear, while they relished excitement and danger. When confronted with the specter of death, they were no different from ordinary individuals, their hearts brimming with trepidation and despair. What is this? Though they had never seen it firsthand, anyone with a modicum of knowledge understood that this was the fin of a shark. The name of the shark is undoubtedly well known. A dominator of the shallow seas whose threat to humanity rivals that of the black bear on land. In fact, from a certain perspective, the likelihood of human survival when encountering a shark in the water is considerably lower than that of facing a bear in the forest. Humanity has never excelled in aquatic environments. However, when the three individuals beheld the figure clad in a sleek black uniform before them, the fear that had just begun to rise quickly dissipated. This was the Shadow Monarch, a superhero of humanity. He had eradicated countless drug traffickers, single-handedly reducing national drug-related crimes by a staggering 90%. This is no exaggeration. Hundreds of drug dealers have met their demise at the hands of the Shadow Monarch. The clues he deliberately left behind have led the narcotics police of Huagua to apprehend an uncountable number of traffickers. All of this was the accomplishment of the man standing before them. Qin Ge gazed quietly at the rapidly approaching tiger shark. The creature surged beneath the water surface, closing in on the four with alarming speed. As the shark drew nearer, the three reckless individuals became increasingly tense. Just 2 meters away, the tiger shark suddenly breached the surface, its menacing jaws wide open, revealing a terrifying set of sharp teeth as it lunged toward them. Qin Ge, positioned at the front, became the primary target of the shark's assault. A subtle smile graced the corners of Qin Ge's mouth beneath his mask. In the instant the tiger shark approached, he swiftly raised his hand and seized its upper and lower jaws, halting the ferocious attack in midair with an astonishing display of strength. The force of the shark's strike could easily have brought down an adult bull, yet Qin Ge's current power rendered it trivial. Moreover, with his formidable defense, even if the shark were to bite down on his skin, it would be impossible to breach his protective barrier. As Qin Ge gripped the shark's jaws, he exerted his strength, abruptly slamming the tiger shark back into the sea, creating a spectacular splash. Research has shown that the impact of crashing into water is nearly equivalent to that of striking solid ground. In essence, Qin Ge had effectively smashed the tiger shark into the ocean as if it were solid earth. The shocking force left the shark momentarily dazed, bewildered in the water. Although it was the ruler of both shallow and deep waters, the shark now recognized that this man was not to be trifled with. Realizing it could not contend with him, it turned to flee. Shaking its head, the tiger shark altered its course and darted away into the distance. Attempting to escape, Qin Ge chuckled softly, glancing back at the trio of reckless individuals. You should hurry back inside. With that, he plunged into the water, propelling himself forward like a projectile towards the fleeing shark. The three looked at one another, then obediently retreated back to safety. While the Shadow Monarch had driven off the shark, should another one appear after he left, their fate would be sealed. Meanwhile, Qin Ge swiftly closed the distance, catching up to the tiger shark in less than 5 seconds. He leaped onto its back, grasping firmly onto its dorsal fin, feeling the weight upon its body. The tiger shark thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge its unwelcome rider. Alas, it was unfortunate for the creature, for it faced Qin Ge. Be still, Qin Ge commanded. His legs clamped tightly around the shark, exerting powerful muscle that compelled the tiger shark to emit pitiful cries. The shark rolled and twisted in a frenzy. But regardless of its efforts, Qin Ge remained steadfast, unyielding like a mountain, utterly unaffected. Qin Ge intended to tame it as his steed. The tiger shark, although unable to venture into the abyssal depths, could roam freely between shallow and deep waters, which was quite advantageous. While Qin Ge had little desire to reign as the Ocean King, acquiring a steed from the Ocean King template seemed a worthy endeavor. As for the creatures of the abyss, subjugating them held no utility. The phrase light of day, death aptly described them. Upon encountering sunlight, they struggled to move freely, let alone serve as mounts. Nevertheless, it was indeed time to venture into the Fishaz abyss for retribution. Contemplating this, Qin Ge prepared to embark on a quest for vengeance. Although the circumstances there remained unclear, that colossal octopus, measuring 30 to 40 meters, surely awaited him. Failing to settle this score would be contrary to Qin Ge's nature. While he aspired to be a hero, he could not indulge in the act of repaying kindness for malice. As Qin Ge reveled in his newfound freedom, the tiger shark writhed in discomfort. As it spun around, it realized there was no sign of escape from his tormentor. Frustrated, it ceased its resistance, seemingly resigned to its fate, lingering motionless in the sea. Has this succeeded? Qin Ge marveled at the now inert tiger shark beneath him. Had it not been for its steady breathing and wide-open eyes, he might have believed it was lifeless. Come on, rise. Qin Ge tapped the shark's forehead, issuing a command. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Qin Ge blinked, observing the stillness of the tiger shark, then reached out to tap its forehead once more. I said rise, float up. Hey! He squeezed his legs around the shark's body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A cacophony akin to crows passing overhead. Qin Ge's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as he regarded the still-pretending tiger shark. With a resounding slap, he struck the shark's forehead, the force of which disturbed the surrounding waters. Ove! Who knows how a tiger shark truly sounds? The shark's anguished wail echoed, as Qin Ge's blow nearly incapacitated it. I command you to rise. If you do not comply, I shall shatter your skull with my hand. Let us see if I can accomplish that. Qin Ge spoke coldly. The tiger shark, seemingly comprehending his words, trembled and suddenly dashed upwards. This creature understands me? Qin Ge pondered in astonishment. System, check the tiger shark's template. Name, none title. Tiger shark gender, male age, 6 years bloodline. Shark special ability, none skills. Slight comprehensive combat power, 79 evaluation. This is a highly intelligent tiger shark. Should it be fortunate enough to encounter a transcendent item capable of awakening its intellect, there exists a significant probability of it evolving into a remarkable creature. Taming is advised. Status, not loadable. Taming status, preliminary taming. Qin Ge stared in astonishment at this tiger shark he had casually chosen. It turned out to possess a remarkably high intelligence. Chapter 129. The Reality Task System. Do you mean to say that this tiger shark can understand my words? Qin Ge inquired. It cannot comprehend. But didn't you say it has a high IQ? Qin Ge replied with confusion. High intelligence does not equate to understanding human language. You possess a high IQ as well, yet do you understand French? The system responded. Qin Ge was taken aback. Indeed, high intelligence does not imply an understanding of human speech. The tiger shark often frequents the outer realms, a territory seldom traversed by humans. Even if one were to venture here, who would be so idle as to engage in idle chatter with a tiger shark? Then what about its earlier behavior? It merely inferred your intentions through your actions, the system clarified. No wonder it is said to possess high intelligence. Qin Ge nodded in realization. Suddenly, the tiger shark propelled itself in the water, arcing gracefully before re-entering the sea. It expertly maneuvered its body, ensuring that most of Qin Ge's form remained above the water surface. Let us call you Salad, Qin Ge mused, stroking his chin, directly addressing the shark regardless of whether it understood. Host, you truly are a genius at naming, the system remarked, somewhat speechless. Salad, let us go. Qin Ge pointed toward the shore. Although the shark could not comprehend, it understood gestures and moved toward the indicated direction. Having sent off the preliminarily tamed tiger shark Salad, Qin Ge dove into the water and swiftly returned to the shore. The entire endeavor took less than half an hour, remarkably quick and without drawing significant attention. Reclining on the beach, he leisurely observed the students frolicking in the sea. Qin Ge silently contemplated when to seek out the Phi Chaz abyss to settle scores. No, to confront that fish. Ding! A familiar sound suddenly rang out. Qin Ge blinked, momentarily failing to react. Wasn't he that the sound that accompanied task notifications? How could he hear it in the main world? A reality task has been issued. Would you like to accept it? The system's voice echoed in his mind. A reality task? What's going on, system? Qin Ge asked, bewildered. When the host reaches a significant juncture in the world or an impactful event occurs, a reality task is triggered. As this task is initiated in the host's primary world, it is referred to as a reality task, the system explained. Wait, please repeat that in terms I can comprehend. What does it mean to reach a pivotal moment or event that influences the world? I scarcely comprehend. Essentially, it signifies that when the host's abilities have attained a level capable of affecting the trajectory of the world, or when the host possesses the capacity to propel the expansion of the world, a primary world task is triggered. The system elucidated further. This time, Qin Ge understood. Therefore, what is the real task? Is it to be accepted? Only upon accepting the real task can the content of the task be revealed. The system stated. Accept. Qin Ge did not hesitate. The emergence of a real task is a rare opportunity that he could not afford to forego. The real task is now activated. Please check. Real task. The Mariana Trench, specifically the Challenger Deep, is widely recognized as the lowest point on Earth. Yet no individual or apparatus has ever reached this abyss. And even marine life seldom ventures into this region. As a creature acknowledged as the mightiest of the ocean, you are duty-bound to uncover the truths therein. Explore the conditions within the Challenger Deep. Task rewards will be distributed based on the level of exploration. Task rewards. Exploration level 0 to 30. Choose any 3 templates. Maximum level 2. Exploration level 30 to 60. Choose any 3 templates. Maximum level 3. Exploration level 60 to 99. Choose any 3 templates. Maximum level 4. Exploration level 100. Select any 3 templates, disregarding level constraints. Task failure. No penalties. Upon reading this, Qin Ge's eyes widened in astonishment. The rewards are indeed bountiful. the ability to select any 3 templates from levels 2 to 4, culminating in the extraordinary option to disregard level constraints at the final stage, is remarkable. Having struck fortunate luck, Qin Ge is well aware of the immense power that comes with the 5th level Sun Wukong template. Not to mention, even a 5th level template is of world-ending caliber. Level 1 transcends the ordinary. Level 2 pertains to cities. Level 3 to nations. Level 4 to galaxies. And Level V signifies the annihilation of worlds. The 5th level offerings from the system are not akin to the mediocre entities of the Marvel Universe. They are genuine, possessing the formidable force to obliterate the cosmos. Moreover, even if achieving 100 is beyond reach, attaining a 4th level template is still exceedingly advantageous. At the very least, a 3rd level template would suffice. It appears that undertaking this task is indeed essential. By the way, system, how is the 100 exploration level calculated? Qin Ge inquired. The complete documentation of the environment, area, and species within the Challenger Deep will be recorded, with the system displaying the exploration level in real time for the host's reference. Does the ability to disregard level constraints when selecting any 3 templates imply that I could potentially draw a 6th level template? Qin Ge asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yes. The term disregard level constraints explicitly indicates that upon fully exploring the Challenger Deep to 100, you will qualify to select any templates from the system, ranging from the most basic to the 6th level templates. 6th level templates? Qin Ge queried, perplexed. What are those? You currently lack the qualifications for knowledge. So why engage in conversation with me? Is it an act of folly? Regardless, the host should contemplate how to explore the depths of the Phychotzi abyss. It would be more prudent to focus on completing the task at hand, the system remarked. Do not move, Qin Ge commanded. Are you suggesting that this reward, which disregards tier extraction and allows for any of the 3 major templates, could yield a non-tier template? Indeed, the system replied candidly. By heavens! Qin Ge felt a surge of frustration. His misfortune was already well known. Such games of chance were never to his taste. Initially, he had hoped to achieve a 100% exploration rate, but now he reconsidered. Securing a 4th tier template seemed far more reliable. Given Qin Ge's luck, there was a 99% chance he would end up with a non-tier template. After much effort, should he obtain such a template, to whom could he lament? Thus, he resolved to content himself with the 60-plus 4th tier template. Chapter 130, Exploring the Phychotzi Abyss. This was not merely Qin Ge's laziness. His luck was simply abominable, rendering him averse to games of chance. It was not that Qin Ge lacked desire. It was simply beyond his reach. Oh, Qin Ge. A figure settled beside him, the large sunshade accommodating 5 or 6 individuals comfortably. Chu Sueki. Qin Ge was taken aback by the visitor, who surprisingly wore casual attire rather than a swimsuit. Do you not swim? Among so many students, it was natural that not all could swim. Many hailed from rural backgrounds, and with no rivers near Long County, few village students possessed such skills. Even in urban areas, swimming was not a common ability, resulting in over 2,000 students, of which only half ventured into the water, while others strolled or, like Chu Sueki, watched from the shore. Where is Peng Nuonyuo? Nuonyuo went to play in the sea. I cannot swim, so I did not accompany her, Chu Sueki said, supporting herself on the ground and smiling. Qin Ge nodded casually, as expected. What about you? Surely you can swim? Chu Sueki inquired. I have no desire to. It is too hot, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. Having just returned from the outside, he was reluctant to enter the water. Although he had successfully transformed into an amphibious being, he fundamentally preferred land. When might he evolve into a truly triformed creature capable of flight? Such a transformation was a dream cherished by countless individuals. According to the system, a 4th tier template would grant the ability to fly. How thrilling it was to anticipate. It is indeed hot, Chu Sueki remarked, glancing up at the scorching sun and then down at her own skin, left speechless. Speaking of which, the Morning Dawn organization must possess something to enhance one's complexion. The Morning Dawn Moon Goddess was entirely different from her former self. After awakening, would she still be herself? Following her transformation, would she become the formidable Moon Goddess? Feared across the realm, or remain Chu Sueki? Lost in thought, Chu Sueki drifted into a reverie. As Qin Ge observed the entranced Chu Sueki, a girl he had somewhat bewildered, he recognized her as one of the 3 divine beings, second only to the High Priestess in the realm of dawn. According to the system, to implant memories in someone without technological devices, one would need to be at least a 5th-tier master. It seems I should first find a way to awaken her. Shaking his head, Qin Ge decided to put this matter aside for the moment. He casually picked up a coconut and handed it to Chu Sueki. "Thank you," she said, accepting the coconut. "Where did you get this?" "I bought it," Qin Ge replied, gesturing towards a distant shop. Chu Sueki, not wearing her glasses, couldn't see clearly, but it was likely a coconut vendor. "Drinking coconut water in this weather is simply perfect," Qin Ge remarked, holding up the coconut. "You truly are easily satisfied," she teased. "Contentment brings joy," he replied. "Very well," Chu Sueki said with a resigned shake of her head. They chatted for a while longer until noon approached, at which point she took her leave. As night fell and everyone drifted into slumber, Qin Ge found himself alone by the seaside. "System, please indicate the direction," he said, tapping his nose. "Understood," came the response. Qin Ge leaped into the water like a bullet, propelling himself in the direction indicated by the system. With astonishing speed, he traversed from Yangzhou to the Mariana Trench in a remarkably short span of time. At the Mariana Trench, above the Fish's abyss, Qin Ge's deep-sea physique allowed him to see clearly in the darkness. Gazing at the narrow passage that could barely accommodate a vehicle, he noted the vibrant colors within. The clarity afforded by his deep-sea adaptation enabled him to appreciate the vivid hues emanating from within the chasm. With a swift motion, he surged through the gap. Exploration of the Fish's abyss. 1. Reality task phase 1 completed. As soon as Qin Ge entered the Fish's abyss, the system's voice chimed in. He blinked in surprise. Had he really just acquired a tier template? This was astonishingly simple. Slowing his pace, he began to leisurely explore the Fish's abyss. "Wow!" Qin Ge exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he took in the natural underwater scenery around him. The colors were vivid, the vistas grand. Massive rocks formed an array of shapes, creating a stunningly beautiful landscape. Gradually, his speed lessened until it was as if he were merely a visitor admiring the wonders of the Fish's abyss. Suddenly, a subtle disturbance caught his attention. Even the slightest movement underwater could ripple the water surface. With his heightened senses, Qin Ge quickly detected a faint noise behind him. Turning to scrutinize the two large rocks that were closely aligned, he regarded them with curiosity. "Those stones just moved a bit. I mustn't be mistaken," he murmured uncertainly. "Indeed," came the response. "Now, let us examine the template. Name, none title, none gender. Hermaphrodite age, 922 years lineage. Stone tortoise special ability, none skills. Minor overall combat power, 52 evaluation. This entity represents an entirely new species. The stone tortoise chooses a location to take root, appearing in pairs akin to conjoined twins. The stone tortoise's range of movement is exceedingly limited, extending less than 5 meters. However, its lifespan can reach an astonishing 3,000 years, with some individuals even living up to 5,000 years. Status, not loadable. Taming status, untamed. Current exploration level of the Fish's abyss, 3. My goodness. Qin Ge was so astounded he nearly bit his own tongue. This creature has lived for over 900 years? Is this truly an ancient relic nearing a millennium? After his shock subsided, Qin Ge took the time to closely examine the stone tortoise. At first glance, it appeared indistinguishable from mere rocks, but upon closer inspection, one could discern unusual patterns etched upon its shell. The shell was adorned with black markings, which at first seemed like dirt, yet upon deeper scrutiny, revealed a discernible order. The Fish's abyss is indeed a marvel. Upon entering, he encountered an entirely new species. Qin Ge shook his head in resignation, feeling as though his worldview would be irrevocably transformed after traversing this abyss. There remains so much for humanity to explore. He nodded solemnly, contemplating his goal of achieving an exploration level between 60 and 99%. The mission had only just commenced. The revolution was far from complete, and comrades must continue to strive forth. Shaking off his thoughts, he determined a direction and pressed onward. For the template. Chapter 130. The Avengers. As Qin Ge navigated through the depths, his exploration level steadily increased. As he anticipated, his worldview was gradually dismantled. He encountered countless peculiar creatures and natural stone sculptures along the way, leaving him utterly bewildered. Initially, he thought the stone tortoise was odd enough, but this was merely the beginning. He observed whales resembling tigers and sharks bearing human faces, their tiny eyes reminiscent of Li Ronghao's. A plethora of strange beings surrounded him, overwhelming Qin Ge's senses. Just how vast was the Fishaz abyss? He stood in the depths of the ocean, gazing up at a newly discovered cave. He had inquired about the size of the Fishaz abyss from a system, but due to the impact of size on the ongoing real-world mission's exploration level, the system refrained from providing a definitive figure, simply stating very large. How about a little more specificity? Current exploration level of the Fishaz abyss, 37. 37%. The second stage is upon him, and the second tier template is within reach. Qin Ge stroked his chin and asked the system, "What time is it?" 3:47. No time to linger. It's time to depart. Qin Ge rubbed his nose and addressed the system. Satellite is initiating. Standing at the ocean's floor, Qin Ge awaited the satellite to transport him away. Buzz. Detecting free, unclaimed temporal energy. Should it be absorbed? Qin Ge was momentarily taken aback. Unclaimed temporal energy? What is that? Temporal energy can swiftly replenish the energy consumed by the system when opening a temporal dimension, significantly reducing the time needed for the host to enter the next instance. Why wait any longer? Absorb it quickly, Qin Ge exclaimed with joy. The satellite was deactivated, and absorption commenced. Absorption complete. The temporal energy has reached the required standard. Shall we initiate dimensional traversal? The system inquired. Is it really possible to traverse now? Qin Ge responded in astonishment. Indeed. How could the Fishaz abyss contain such temporal energy? Qin Ge questioned in perplexity. The Fishaz abyss is a point on Earth where temporal rifts converge. When two major temporal rifts collide, they can create a significant temporal wave, which disturbs the fabric of time and space. Stop. Hold on. Qin Ge interrupted the system. Speak in terms I can comprehend. What you mean is that it is a rare occurrence for two temporal rifts to collide after millions of years, and the Fishaz abyss, being one of Earth's temporal rifts, is indeed the site of this collision. This collision has generated some temporal energy which has been absorbed by the system. I see. But why did I not sense any disturbance? Qin Ge putzlid. The collision of temporal rifts involves two major timelines. Even the host, let alone the system, will not detect it. Such a degree of temporal rift requires at least a 6-tier powerhouse to recognize. I understand. So, you're not at the 6th tier? Nonsense. This system is merely auxiliary. Given all these questions, are you going or not? Of course I will go. Quickly, initiate the traversal. Below is the list of traversable dimensions. Excluding the previously filtered Superman, Man of Steel, only Aquaman and the Avengers remain. Qin Ge was already aware of the list of traversable dimensions and did not waste time pondering his choice. The Avengers. Traversing to the dimension The Avengers. Initiating the spatial tunnel. The spatial tunnel is now open. Buzz. A familiar force enveloped him, and time momentarily froze. A dark tunnel appeared before Qin Ge. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. In an instant, Qin Ge transitioned from the Fishaz abyss to a vast office, where everything around him was in a state of stasis. At that moment, the system's virtual interface materialized, prompting Qin Ge to examine the relevant information regarding the dimension. Dimension name. The Avengers Dimension Overview. A sudden surge of formidable evil forces poses a lethal threat to Earth, with no single superhero capable of standing against it alone. The SHIELD, long dedicated to safeguarding global security, finds itself caught off guard. Its commander, Nick Fury, realizes that he must forge the strongest alliance in history, gathering superheroes from all corners to unleash their power and save the world from peril, resisting the onslaught of dark forces. Thus, the Avengers, comprised of 6 extraordinary heroes, Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, the Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, were born. Each of them showcased their unique abilities and united their hearts, ultimately triumphing over the forces of evil and ensuring the safety of Earth. Dimension Task 1. Restart the Avengers Initiative and preside over the assembly of the Avengers. Task Reward. A random ability template. Task Failure. Forced departure from the dimension. Dimension Task 2. Ensure victory in the Battle of Manhattan. Task Reward. A random time-limited template. Task Failure. Permanent residence in this dimension. Dimension Task 3. Optional exterminate the Frost Giants and the Chitauri. Task Reward. A random character template. Task Failure. None. Upon completion of Tasks 1 and 2, one may leave this dimension. Task 3 is optional. This dimension also harbors numerous hidden tasks for the host to uncover. Wishing the host a successful mission and prosperous fortune. Current timeline, preceding the Battle of Manhattan in the year 2011. Host's current identity, Major General of the United States Army. Current location, New York Military District, USA. The countdown for the cessation of time suspension is 5 seconds. The host is advised to prepare. This identity is rather impressive. Qin Ge gazed in bewilderment at the 4 characters spelling Army General. Previously, the host had attained the rank of Brigadier General in the Captain Marvel dimension. And in the span of 16 years, the host had made significant advancements in this world, becoming a pivotal figure within the U.S. military hierarchy. In 2009, he was officially awarded the rank of Army General. Furthermore, despite facing restrictions due to racial issues, the host's exceptional achievements eclipsed these concerns, rendering him the first foreign-born general in American history. Subsequently, a flood of memories from the past decade surged into Qin Ge's mind. It was akin to watching a film. He perused these memories, continuously digesting their contents. When Qin Ge finally reopened his eyes, an hour had elapsed. Fortunately, this was Qin Ge's office. Without his permission, no one was qualified to enter. Otherwise, in his state of memory assimilation, Qin Ge was utterly defenseless and remarkably weak, easily overwhelmed by any intruder. However, such an intruder would merely be able to inflict minor harm. Given Qin Ge's constitution, a normal person could never breach his defenses. Chapter 132. Understanding the situation, Qin Ge processed the memories of the past 11 years. The system had only conveyed the most critical events into his consciousness. Were it to relay the entirety of 11 years' memories, the overwhelming influx of information would likely render Qin Ge an imbecile. The advantages conferred by my rank as a Major General are indeed manifold. Qin Ge chuckled softly. The capabilities of a Major General are truly extensive. However, prior to that, it is essential to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. to familiarize myself with the circumstances surrounding those 6 members of the Avengers, Qin Ge contemplated. As for Iron Man, news about this fellow is ubiquitous. He is none other than the playboy Tony Stark. There is little need for extensive investigation. The Hulk, on the other hand, should be Bruce Banner, the mastermind behind that so-called super soldier program orchestrated by Ross. It is rather perplexing that the project he rejected has garnered the attention of Ross, leaving Qin Ge somewhat speechless. Hawkeye, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., has a specific information obscured, shrouded in secrecy by the agency. Black Widow, also a S.H.I.L.D. agent, shares a similar fate. Her details likewise concealed. Captain America appears to have awakened from his frozen slumber, though his exact whereabouts remain unknown. Undoubtedly, S.H.I.L.D. is privy to this knowledge. Thor, the son of Odin from Norse mythology, hails from Asgard. Recently, S.H.I.L.D. mobilized in a small town in New Mexico, sealing off the area. A vibrant column of light and a violent explosion suggest the presence of the Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge from Norse lore, indicating Thor's likely involvement in the incident. My initial task is to restart the Avengers initiative and take the helm in forming the Avengers. Qin Ge stroked his chin, pondering the implications. According to the original trajectory of this world, even without my intervention, the Avengers initiative would eventually be revived and successfully established. Yet, the requirement is for me to lead. Thus, what does it truly mean to lead? As he contemplated his first task, the notion of leadership weighed heavily on his mind. How far must one go to genuinely be considered a leader? Suddenly, the ringing of the telephone on his desk disrupted his thoughts. "Hello, General. It's 5 o'clock," came the secretary's voice. Qin Ge paused momentarily, then recalled that he typically departed the military district by 5 in the afternoon, returning to his home in New York. "Prepare the car." "Sir, what shall we have for dinner?" inquired his butler, Rolses, respectfully standing behind him. Surprisingly, Qin Ge's appearance at over 30 years of age remains unchanged from a decade prior, a phenomenon that astonishes many. However, the general's enigmatic nature eludes scrutiny from the higher-ups, and thus, no one dares to speak of it. "Just prepare something simple," Qin Ge replied, swirling the red wine in his goblet. "Very well," Rolses nodded, bowing slightly to Qin Ge's retreating figure before heading to the kitchen to prepare. It was a fortuitous moment for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Fury to reconnect with an old friend. Qin Ge retrieved his mobile phone, locating Fury's number and dialing it. "Hello, Qin Ge. came Fury's familiar yet distant voice shortly thereafter. "Fury, come to my home. I have matters to discuss," Qin Ge stated in a calm tone. "Sure," Fury answered without hesitation, readily agreeing. "Rolsas, prepare an extra dinner. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. will be visiting. Ensure the staff is attentive." "Yes, sir." Qin Ge regarded his old friend with a discerning gaze. Fury donned a black leather trench coat, his eye obscured by a black eye patch. Compared to the Fury of 1995, he had aged and matured significantly. "How many years has it been since we last gathered?" Qin Ge poured a glass of red wine for Fury, smiling as he spoke. Choosing not to dine in the reception room, we instead opted for a modest meal at the small table in the living room. It had been 12 long years since we last shared a meal together, a span that saw us traverse the threshold of a new millennium. "Time truly flies," remarked Qin Ge with a hint of nostalgia. "Well, you haven't changed a bit over the past decade," replied Fury, observing Qin Ge closely. Years ago, Qin Ge had displayed an unparalleled, apocalyptic level of combat prowess, a force so formidable that even now, the mere recollection of it sent shivers down one's spine. However, Fury later came to understand that this power was not everlasting and that Qin Ge could not wield it indefinitely. Yet, possessing such a capability to obliterate the Earth at any moment was a source of lingering concern. Although Fury held profound trust in Qin Ge, he could not wholly relinquish his vigilance. It was a responsibility that came with the mantle of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director. "I summoned you today to inquire about certain matters," Qin Ge said, raising his goblet in a subtle gesture. Fury mirrored the action, and their glasses gently clinked. "Speak," he urged. "I have received intelligence indicating that a malevolent extraterrestrial force has set its sights on Earth. My powers are currently sealed, rendering me in need of individuals capable of resisting them." Qin Ge sipped his red wine and set the glass down. "Your powers are sealed? Is that true?" Fury asked, astonished. "Indeed. The strength I exhibited in 95 is now inaccessible. My abilities are but a shadow of their former selves. While I remain formidable compared to an ordinary person, I lack confidence against this extraterrestrial threat." Qin Ge sighed. "Is this information reliable?" Fury inquired, his demeanor serious. "Absolutely. The system has issued a mission. It cannot be otherwise." "How much do you know about this alien force?" "Not much. I only learned of their intent to invade Earth. No further details have come to light." Fury's expression darkened. Given the current technological capabilities of Earth, what chance would there be against such an alien force? "You wish to recruit individuals to counter this extraterrestrial threat?" "Correct. I require powerful individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities and commendable character. In the face of this alien menace, victory will depend on extraordinary strength rather than conventional military forces. Moreover, should politicians perceive a dire situation, they may resort to nuclear weapons." Fury's expression grew grave. Indeed, that group of parasites could resort to such drastic measures. "So, what do you propose?" Though Fury had an inkling of Qin Ge's intentions, he remained uncertain. Revive the Avengers Initiative. Chapter 133. Candidates for the Avengers Initiative. The Avengers Initiative had been abolished 7 years prior during the summit, and even when I occasionally mentioned it, the Security Council firmly rejected the notion without question. Fury furrowed his brow. Fury, S.H.I.E.L.D., remains unaffected by any nation and is solely accountable to the World Security Council. However, it is important to recognize that the Council, too, can experience moments of confusion, Qin Ge hinted. "Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot take this step," Fury replied, shaking his head. "I understand perfectly well." Qin Ge straightened in his chair, leaning back. "I merely wish for you to resolve to act. Apart from the Avengers, it is exceedingly difficult to find other forces willing to resist." Fury remained silent, contemplating deeply. Qin Ge's words rang true. If that extraterrestrial force truly arrived, conventional military might would scarcely stand a chance in the battle, at best merely delaying the invasion. The Avengers Initiative, Fury's singular eye revealed a complex expression. This initiative was crafted based on the super soldier program devised with Carol and Qin Ge, designed to safeguard Earth from extraterrestrial threats. However, upon submission, the plan was promptly rejected by the World Security Council, which did not acknowledge its validity, dousing Fury's fervor with a bucket of cold water. Although he persisted in resubmitting, Repeated rejections gradually extinguished his hope. Yet, Qin Ge's appearance, coupled with the imminent arrival of this dark extraterrestrial force, rekindled Fury's aspirations. The Avengers Initiative is your brainchild. Can you truly bear to let it gather dust? Qin Ge. What do you intend to do? Fury was not easily swayed, raising his gaze to meet Qin Ge's. Provide me with the information of all eligible individuals. S.H.I.E.L.D. S intelligence is unparalleled. I need to understand the profiles, and then leave the matter with the World Security Council to me, Qin Ge stated with conviction. Very well, Fury nodded. You will accompany me back. This information must not be leaked. You may review it at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the Triskelion. As one of the most formidable defensive structures in the world, the Triskelion appeared deceptively fragile, akin to glass. Yet its breach was far more challenging than that of the White House. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. amassed elite talent from various fields across the globe, particularly combat personnel, each more formidable than the last. It is no exaggeration to say that the special forces of Qin Ge's former command, the Flying Tigers and Navy SEALs, would find themselves outmatched by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advanced operatives. This assemblage of talent represented the pinnacle of global strength. This was not Qin Ge's first visit to the Triskelion. However, the previous experiences were merely memories. Coming in person was indeed a second occurrence. The last time he was here was during Captain Marvel's dimension. The Triskelion of that time bore little resemblance to the present, akin to a dilapidated building awaiting demolition. Qin Ge maintained a respectful distance behind Fury, signaling his status. Although he was a general, even a nation's leader could not act with impunity at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters as dictated by regulations set forth by the World Security Council and the United Nations. The S.H.I.E.L.D. must remain autonomous, otherwise, influenced by national interests. How can it safeguard the world? Qin Ge followed Fury directly to the repository, a place brimming with a sci-fi ambience. Upon entering, Qin Ge was immediately greeted by a multitude of screens, each adorned with an abundance of information. Each screen measured 42 inches, and the sheer number of them was indiscernible. But the room was awash with their presence. Fury, unperturbed by Qin Ge's observations, approached a console resembling a central control hub, removed his eye patch, and aligned it with the iris scanner. Identity confirmed. Welcome, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, a synthesized female voice resonated throughout the chamber. Retrieving information on Iron Man, Tony Stark, the Hulk, Bruce Banner, Thor, Captain America, Steve Rogers, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Command received. Retrieving data. Data retrieval complete. Please confirm. Iron Man, Tony Stark, the Hulk, Bruce Banner, Thor, Captain America, Steve Rogers, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Confirm. Suddenly, a vast virtual screen materialized before Fury, displaying the profiles of the 6 individuals. Qin Ge stepped closer, standing beside Fury, and scrutinized their information. These 6 individuals were indeed the prospective members of the Avengers. Qin Ge remained silent, intently studying the extensive data, taking nearly 10 minutes to peruse through all the profiles. Are there only 6 candidates? Despite having already concluded that these 6 were the Avengers' key figures, he still inquired. There are 2 more candidates. Who? You and Carol. Qin Ge paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the implication. The Avengers Initiative was originally devised around him and Carol, so their inclusion was hardly surprising. Have you engaged with these individuals, apart from Natasha and Clint? Qin Ge turned to ask. Yes, but their willingness is rather limited, Fury replied, his tone tinged with exasperation. Apart from Natasha and Clint from S.H.I.E.L.D., the others, including Captain America, show no interest whatsoever. This predicament left Fury considerably troubled. That's all right. There's still ample time. The extraterrestrial forces 1T invade Earth for several years. We have years to prepare, Qin Ge remarked. Years? Fury looked at Qin Ge in astonishment, having assumed it was a more imminent matter. Prepare well. There is much we can accomplish in these years. Fury nodded in agreement, recognizing the vast possibilities that lay within that time frame. At least it wouldn't be as rushed as launching an immediate assault. I'll take my leave now. Focus on your preparations. The revival of the Avengers initiative will be entrusted to me, Qin Ge said, looking at Fury. I shall initiate the reboot of the Avengers initiative. Very well. In the film, Coulson provided the data to Tony, which has already transpired. The information may now be entrusted to certain individuals. Chapter 135, Rebooting the Avengers Initiative. Setting aside his identity as a member of the World Security Council, in light of his status in America, he finds himself a mere minnow when confronted by the military mogul, Qin Ge. He could be effortlessly crushed. I have taken the liberty of contacting the esteemed members of the World Security Council to convey a matter of utmost importance, Qin Ge proclaimed. Pray tell, the British representative inquired. It is thus. According to reliable intelligence, an extraterrestrial race has set its sights on Earth, planning an invasion in the coming year. This formidable alien force possesses immense power, and should they invade, the consequences for Earth would be catastrophic, possibly even apocalyptic. From whence did you acquire this intelligence? The Russian representative queried. This must remain confidential. It is my private intelligence network, Qin Ge replied. How can you assure the accuracy of this information? The French representative pressed. I stake my life on it. The 5 members of the World Security Council were momentarily rendered speechless. To be candid, as the supreme commander of the army of the world's foremost power, Qin Ge's standing surpassed that of everyone present. Yet, this towering figure dared to wager his life on the veracity of the information. What more could this indicate? However, they did not represent individuals. Even if they suspected the truth of Qin Ge's assertion, the likelihood of trusting it remained scant. What solutions do you propose? Inquired the representative of the nation that had remained silent thus far. The other representatives ceased their contemplation, turning their attention to Qin Ge. I am prepared to reboot the Avengers initiative. The representatives of the World Security Council did not immediately voice their dissent. When confronted with extraordinary power, one can only counterbalance it with extraordinary power. No matter how numerous ordinary individuals may be, they would merely be fodder against such might. Thus, we must assemble a team comprised entirely of superheroes to confront the imminent crisis, Qin Ge declared. I do not oppose the formation of the Avengers. However, I'm more concerned about the issue of command. To whom do they belong? The United Nations or SHIELD? The French representative questioned. Themselves. Qin Ge replied, locking eyes with the French representative. It would be ill-fitting to entrust this team to either the United Nations or SHIELD. Self-governance will be most suitable. General Qin, are you jesting? The American representative interjected. Allow them to manage themselves? What if this team, endowed with such destructive capabilities, were to undertake actions detrimental to humanity? I shall personally eliminate them. I assure you, with my oversight, you need not worry about safety, Qin Ge asserted. The American representative was about to retort when he suddenly recalled the footage from over a decade ago, the satellite-captured video. The protagonist of that footage was none other than the man before him. The memory of that cataclysmic power, which obliterated stars as effortlessly as one sips tea, flooded his mind. It seems that under his supervision, even if the Avengers were to rebel, they would hardly make a significant impact. The other representatives had also viewed that highly classified video, accessible only to the leadership of various nations. As members of the World Security Council, they were no exception. It was only now that they recalled that this man before them possessed the ability to obliterate planets. Although the video merely showcased boundless golden light and a vaguely defined figure, those present understood that the individual in question was none other than Qin Ge. Indeed, with General Qin at the helm, concerns regarding security could be set aside. A representative from their nation nodded in agreement. However, when confronted with extraterrestrial forces, could the Avengers truly suffice? The British representative also conceded. This gentleman even reasoned with them. Should he be provoked, a barrage of fists could descend upon Britain, leading to their utter demise. Undoubtedly, the residual power of Qin Ge from the past was formidable. I have already devised a solution, Qin Ge declared, lifting the safe he had been holding. Inside is a serum for human enhancement. It can amplify human physical capabilities exponentially, with the extent of enhancement depending on one's innate physical condition. The 5 representatives, upon hearing this, gazed at the safe with eyes alight with anticipation. I will provide the finished product and its documentation to SHIELD, who will ensure it reaches each nation. You will all receive it. Qin Ge assured them. We must utilize this year to reinforce our armies, strengthen, fortify, and bolster. We are facing a global conflict, one that rivals the Second World War. I urge each nation to take this seriously, Qin Ge stated earnestly to the 5 representatives. In that case, I support the reactivation of the Avengers Initiative. The representative from their nation was the first to voice his agreement, with Qin Ge, a formidable ally, personally vouching for the initiative and presenting such a substantial bargaining chip. Declining would only provoke him, potentially leading to their own nation's obliteration. I second that. I second that. I second that. I second that. Even the representatives of the United States and Britain, who had previously opposed vehemently, now found themselves in agreement. The members of the World Security Council were endowed by their respective leaders with the authority to make decisions regarding S.H.I.E.L.D.S. affairs. Thus, they did not need to consult their nation's leaders about the revival of the Avengers Initiative. They could decide autonomously. Thank you very much, Qin Ge said, a smile gracing his face. The Avengers Initiative had finally been approved, justifying his investment in the enhancement serum. I have one more question, the British representative interjected. Given General Qin's prowess, no matter how formidable the extraterrestrial forces may be, they would hardly stand a chance against you. Why then go to such lengths to procure these enhancements? The other representatives from various nations turned their gazes towards him, sharing the same curiosity. With the terrifying combat prowess Qin Ge had displayed, capable of shattering a planet with a mere clap, it was indeed perplexing why he would expend such effort on these matters when he could simply take action himself. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, I am unable to wield my powers with ease. Therefore, I shall refrain from taking action until the moment of utmost significance arrives. Until then, the safety of the Earth requires vigilant guardianship, Qin Ge elucidated. This also conveniently accounts for the decline in his strength. Nevertheless, exerting a fraction of my abilities remains feasible. Understood. Until we meet again. The 5 screens dimmed. Qin Ge exhaled a breath of relief, having successfully completed the first step. The Avengers Initiative has now been revived. The next task involves assembling the members. Chapter 136. Captain America, with the Avengers Initiative reactivated, the focus now shifts to the Avengers themselves, Qin Ge remarked, gazing at Fury. I have already informed Natasha and Clint. We are left with only 4 individuals to address, Fury replied. Thor remains in Asgard, yet he frequently visits Earth. His girlfriend, Jane, resides here. We could approach her for assistance. Banner is currently in hiding, evading military pursuit, but we have a firm grasp on his whereabouts. Steve is with S.H.I.E.L.D., though he has expressed no intention of joining the Avengers. Lastly, there is Tony. Persuading him will prove to be quite a challenge. That sums it up. Let us start with the captain, Qin Ge contemplated. As the world's first superhero, I am confident he will know how to proceed. Indeed, Fury nodded thoughtfully. Captain, Banner, and Tony are in your hands. Thor will be managed by your team. I find it challenging to communicate with this Asgardian, Qin Ge remarked. By the heavens, considering how I once bested his father and rendered his weapon useless, who knows if this fellow will not take a swing at me upon our encounter. Very well, Fury conceded, having entrusted Qin Ge with 3 individuals, leaving no room for further objections. When you converse with him, frame it this way. Midgard, which is Earth, is one of the 9 realms under the dominion of Asgard. As the heir to the Asgardian throne, should you not act when your realm faces peril? Given Thor's pride, this should be rather straightforward. Fury nodded in contemplation. I shall relay this directive. Indeed, please arrange for a meeting with the captain. Where shall it take place? At the hospital. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters Hospital, in Peggy Carter's room. Steve held Peggy's hand, softly conversing with her, a gentle smile adorning his face. Qin Ge stood outside the room, arms crossed, quietly observing the two through the glass window. Peggy had aged considerably. Being an agent, her body bore many hidden scars, rendering her nearly incapacitated at just over 70 years of age. Steve and Peggy's conversation was brief, prolonging it could jeopardize her health. Once Peggy succumbed to slumber, Steve cautiously exited the room. You went to great lengths to bring me here. What is it you desire? Steve inquired, leaning against the wall, mirroring Qin Ge's posture. I require your assistance, Captain, Qin Ge replied. Did Fury send you? Steve asked. No. Qin Ge straightened his posture. The world sent me. Upon finishing his words, Qin Ge turned and beckoned me to follow. Steve furrowed his brow as he watched Qin Ge's retreating figure, hesitating briefly before deciding to accompany him. In the CAF, Steve inquired, "What did your earlier statement signify?" "The literal meaning," Qin Ge replied with a faint smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Ge." "I'm aware," Steve replied calmly. "The youngest general of Asian descent in America, the commander-in-chief of the United States Army, holding the rank of Major General." Qin Ge's reputation resonated throughout the nation. It was rare for anyone in America to be unfamiliar with him. In a country where white supremacy often masked itself as racial equality, Qin Ge, an individual of Asian descent, had not only ascended to high ranks but had done so in an unparalleled manner. His case was fraught with uncertainty and irreproducibility. Consequently, his name commanded significant recognition in the United States. Since the captain knows of me, I shall spare the pleasantries. I wonder if you have heard of the Avengers Initiative? The Avengers Initiative? Steve frowned slightly at the mention. Fury mentioned it to me. It is the team composed of superheroes, correct? Precisely. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us, Qin Ge stated directly. I shall not be joining. Steve promptly rejected the proposal without surprise. Captain, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Allow me to finish, Qin Ge said with a smile. Steve regarded Qin Ge in silence. I understand that your refusal stems from a desire to prevent this team from being beholden to SHIELD, or any nation, thus becoming a specialized military force utilized in various civil conflicts, Qin Ge continued. Steve nodded, confirming that this was indeed the basis for his refusal. You need not worry on that front, Captain. I have secured the approval of the World Security Council. Once the Avengers Initiative is established, you will govern yourselves, free from the influence of any organization or individual, Qin Ge assured him. How did you manage that? Steve asked incredulously, gazing at Qin Ge. He had no doubt about the truthfulness of Qin Ge's words. Such a lie would serve no purpose. Yet, he was curious about how Qin Ge had achieved such a compromise. That, Captain, is not for you to know. In any case, the Avengers Initiative will not be subordinate to any department. You will lead yourselves, Qin Ge stated, pausing momentarily. The Avengers Initiative was drafted by Fury, and I am here to implement it. We bear the responsibility for the Avengers and the world. Therefore, all actions undertaken by the Avengers will be subject to oversight by myself and SHIELD. Should we discover any actions that pose a threat to humanity, we will take measures to eliminate such threats. Qin Ge's tone carried a distinct edge of warning. Steve fell into silence, contemplating the weight of the situation and refraining from immediate response. Nevertheless, I assure you that SHIELD, and I will fully support you. Whatever you require, we shall endeavor to assist you in achieving your ultimate objectives, Qin Ge continued. Why is it imperative for you to establish the Avengers Initiative? Steve finally posed the question he had been holding back for quite some time. Qin Ge fell silent for a moment, raising his gaze to meet Steve's. The calamity facing Earth was imminent. Half an hour later, as Qin Ge stepped out of the CAF, the Avengers had welcomed their first and most significant member, Captain America, Steve Rogers. Seated in the car, Qin Ge dialed Fury's number. The captain has confirmed his participation. How are things on your end? Jane has already been brought to SHIELD. We are simply awaiting Thor's arrival. You haven't resorted to any violent measures, have you? We have invited him. That is reassuring. Please provide me with Bruce Banner's information and location. I shall pay this formidable individual a visit. Understood. Shortly after, details regarding the Hulk, Bruce Banner, were transmitted to Qin Ge's phone. Glancing at the address, he noted, Rouse's heading to Westchester. Chapter 137, Hulk Banner Westchester. Under the guidance of his butler, Rouse's, they swiftly arrived in Westchester, New York. Rouse's was not only Qin Ge's butler, but also his most trusted confidant within the Marvel Universe. He was privy to certain confidential matters. We have arrived, General, Rouse's announced as he brought the vehicle to a halt and turned to Qin Ge. You stay here. I will go alone. As you wish. Rouse's had no objections. He understood that his general was the most powerful human in the world today. If even the general could not handle the situation, no number of additional people would suffice. Qin Ge alighted from the car and made his way to the designated address provided by Fury. Meanwhile, Banner, as was his custom, returned to his residence after purchasing various daily necessities from a supermarket, fully armed. removing his mask and glasses. He set the items down and picked up a kettle to boil some water. At that moment, the creaking sounds echoed in Banner's ears, piquing his alertness. This two-story loft had been deliberately chosen by Banner. He resided on the second floor, and the staircase was constructed from aging wooden planks. The slightest movement upstairs would create subtle sounds that would instantly alert him. Who is it? Banner's vigilance heightened as he cautiously grasped a fire axe and positioned himself behind the door. The creaking sound ceased, indicating that the visitor had arrived at his doorstep. Mr. Banner, please open the door. Qin Ge's voice resonated from outside. Banner remained silent, tightening his grip on the fire axe. Mr. Banner, I know you are inside and that you're standing right by the door. Therefore, I kindly ask you to open up, Qin Ge urged again. This time, Banner realized that this person indeed knew he was present, and it was highly likely that they could see him within the room. Who are you? Banner inquired nervously. Qin Ge came to reply. Banner's pupils dilated sharply. Even a layperson would recognize Qin Ge, let alone Banner, who had initially worked for the military. However, what could this esteemed individual possibly want from him? Could it be that he desires the super soldier's serum coursing through his veins? While such a possibility exists, Banner felt utterly powerless in this situation. Who could say whether Qin Ge's army had encircled them at this moment? It was essential to recognize that, in the face of Qin Ge, even Ross, who was relentlessly pursuing him, was rendered insignificant. With a click, Banner opened the door to find a remarkably youthful individual of Asian descent standing before him. Although Banner had never encountered Qin Ge, he was aware that Qin Ge was of Chinese heritage. Despite being in his 30s, he appeared no older than a 20-year-old. Greetings, Dr. Banner, Qin Ge said with a slight smile, offering a polite nod. Hello, General Qin, Banner replied somewhat awkwardly. Are you not going to let me in? Qin Ge asked, still smiling. Please, come in. Banner quickly stepped aside to allow Qin Ge to enter. As Qin Ge walked past him, he casually surveyed the surroundings before choosing a seat. Do not feel constrained. I harbor no ill intentions, Qin Ge said, adopting a host's demeanor. Banner cautiously took a seat, observing Qin Ge as he awaited further discourse. I'm aware of your circumstances, Dr. Banner, Qin Ge stated, locking eyes with him. I can revoke the military's pursuit and warrant against you, allowing you to walk freely on the streets, to travel without fear of being denied passage, and to no longer be subjected to disdainful glances. Do you desire these things? Banner gazed silently at Qin Ge, contemplating the very things he had longed for. But was it truly achievable? Answer me, Dr. Banner. Do you wish for this? Yes. Banner finally responded after a moment's hesitation. Excellent, Qin Ge smiled diently. I am in the process of assembling a team, and we require individuals of your caliber. Individuals like me? The Hulk? Banner questioned. No. Qin Ge shook his head. I need both Banner and the Hulk. Merely one or the other will not suffice. Standing upright, Qin Ge continued, Dr. Banner, you possess a doctorate and are among the most brilliant scholars of our time. Your mind is a reservoir of boundless knowledge and untapped potential. The Hulk, with its formidable strength, renders armies as fragile as paper in its presence. Both of you are the talents I seek. Regardless of whether it is you or the Hulk, what is it that you wish to accomplish? Banner inquired, furrowing his brow. The Earth is currently facing an unprecedented crisis, and relying solely on the military or shield will prove futile. We require assistance. So you have come to me? Indeed. To be precise, it is you both, Qin Ge said, casually tossing a small disc that adhered to the ground. As the disc activated, a blue virtual interface emerged, displaying the names of 6 candidates for the Avengers. These 6 individuals have been meticulously selected as potential Avengers. Wait, Avengers? Yes. The Avengers is the name of this special team. You, Bruce Banner, the Hulk, are also a candidate for the Avengers. Banner closed his mouth and raised his head to gaze at the 6 candidates. Captain America? Wasn't he a figure from World War II? Banner stared in astonishment at Steve's profile card. Indeed, due to unforeseen circumstances, he remains alive and has successfully joined the Avengers. The profiles of Qin, Banner, Tony, and Thor vanish from view. Natasha, Clint, and Steve are the 3 confirmed members of the Avengers. Now, Banner, please share your decision. Banner hesitated. Should he agree, he would gain legal status. However, he was unaware of what challenges awaited him upon joining the so-called Avengers. He felt lost, uncertain of which path to choose. Qin remained calm, patiently awaiting Banner's decision. Agree to him. A deep voice suddenly resonated within Banner's heart. Who? Banner sprang to his feet, alertly surveying his surroundings. What's wrong? Qin also stood, frowning at Banner. Didn't you hear that voice just now? Banner asked, puzzled. Voice. No. Qin shook his head. System, what is happening? Who is it? The Hulk within Banner responded. The Hulk? Qin gazed at Banner in astonishment. Chapter 130, I said get lost. Agree to him, Banner. The voice echoed again, and this time Banner recognized it. Was it not the voice of the Hulk? The Hulk? Banner spoke uncertainly. However, no one replied. Hulk? Qin looked at Banner, feigning ignorance. It's nothing. Banner shook his head, about to speak when the sound of tires screeching against the ground outside caught his attention. Qin pressed an earpiece. Rols's, whose men are they? Report, General. They are General Ross's men. The soldiers pursuing Banner are also from General Ross's command. Rols's promptly replied. He had begun investigating their origins as soon as they arrived. Ross's men? A slight smile crept onto Qin's lips. Their arrival was indeed timely. Cautiously, Banner approached the window, peering through the gap to witness fully armed soldiers disembarking from an armored vehicle, swiftly forming a perimeter around the location. Banner's expression soured as he turned to Qin. These are Ross's men. It has nothing to do with me. Qin shrugged. Banner looked back at the soldiers ascending the stairs, feeling somewhat at a loss. Remain calm and stay quiet, Qin reassured Banner. Bang! The door was kicked open by the soldiers, who poured in. Do not move. Raise your hands. A multitude of soldiers surrounded the two, countless guns aimed at Qin and Banner. Qin glanced at the surrounding soldiers and, under Banner's bewildered gaze, crouched down with his hands on his head. Upon witnessing the scene, Banner mimicked Qin Ge, crouching down with his hands clasped over his head. The open space was soon graced by the presence of the aged Ross, donned in military attire and flanked by several soldiers for protection. He remained oblivious to Qin Ge's presence, who kept his gaze lowered, rendering him unrecognizable to the esteemed figure. Banner could not resist casting a glance at Qin Ge. Banner, it is time to return. Ross spoke as if conversing with a dear friend, his tone soft. Return with you? I should be thanking the heavens that you're not slicing me up for research. Banner retorted impulsively. No, we merely seek the super soldier serum, Ross replied, his demeanor unflinching. I can provide you with the information, but will you release me? Banner inquired with a sardonic smile. We can discuss this matter further upon our return. Ross thought it cunning to not let go of Banner, the perfect subject for experimentation. Humph, Banner sneered, glancing back at Qin Ge, who remained silent, engrossed in counting ants. I agree to join you, Banner declared, fixing his gaze on Qin Ge. Qin Ge paused in his task, slowly lifting his head. At that moment, Ross finally beheld Qin Ge in his entirety. Upon recognizing the strikingly familiar youthful visage, a jolt of realization surged through Ross. This was indeed Qin Ge, his superior, the commander of the United States Army. Repeat what you just said, Qin Ge commanded as he stood upright, fixing his gaze on Banner. I will join you, but you must fulfill your promises, Banner spoke solemnly. Excellent. Qin Ge clapped his hands together. Welcome to our ranks. Commander, how came you to be here? Ross inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. As soon as the words left his mouth, the soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. The young commander, addressed as commander by the Major General Ross. This was astonishing. All soldiers aiming their weapons at Qin Ge were left in disarray. The commander of the army was akin to a prehistoric behemoth emerging unexpectedly. Must I report to you on my whereabouts? Qin Ge replied coolly, casting a glance at Ross. Not all. Ross hastily shook his head. I was merely curious. America is a peculiar nation. The hierarchy can be merciless. Even as fellow generals, Qin Ge, the commander, wielded the authority to overshadow Ross, the major general. Moreover, Qin Ge possessed the power to temporarily suspend Ross from duty, pending the approval or repeal of the suspension request by the Senate and House of Representatives. The magnitude of his power was astounding. Do not ask what should remain unasked. Qin Ge showed little interest in Ross any longer. Banner is now under my command. Immediately revoke all warrants and pursuit orders against him. Ross hesitated. Having pursued Banner for so long, relinquishing that pursuit was a difficult pill to swallow. What? Unwilling? Qin Ge tilted his head, scrutinizing Ross. A struggle flickered across Ross's aged visage. Qin Ge chuckled coldly. Some failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Maintain radio silence. Rolthas, encircle this area with your troops. Understood, General. The sound of marching boots echoed as the orders were executed. As Qin Ge's voice faded, The subtle whirring of propellers began to resonate, and Ross was struck by a foreboding realization, his countenance darkening instantly. The sound of gunfire echoed, rat-a-tat-tat, followed by the ominous hum of armored vehicles, tanks, and armed helicopters. Within mere moments, Ross and his accompanying troops found themselves encircled. Infrared red dots converging ominously upon Ross's forehead. Snipers. And not just one. Tell me, if I were to execute you here for treason, do you think the council would strip me of my position? Qin Ge inquired with a smile. Dismissed? I would dismiss your nonsense. The esteemed reputation of Qin Ge within the military was absurdly high, although it hadn't yet reached the point where his potential treason would incite a rebellion among the soldiers. However, should Qin Ge be dismissed, the vast army under his command would undoubtedly erupt into chaos. This scenario would spell disaster for America, a prospect the council was eager to avoid. Thus, even if Qin Ge were to execute him for treason, for the sake of national stability, Qin Ge would likely face minimal repercussions, perhaps merely a token punishment. Yet, he was unwilling to accept such a fate. Get lost. Qin Ge, disinterested, waved dismissively at Ross, beckoning Banner over. Banner, witnessing Qin Ge's deft manipulation of the situation, hurriedly approached. After a brief moment, Qin Ge furrowed his brow at the soldiers still surrounding them and the motionless Ross. Ross, do you not comprehend my words? I said. Leave. Taking a deep breath, Ross commanded, fall back. Upon hearing Ross's order, the soldiers exhaled in relief, hastily vacating the contentious area. Goodness, who could endure having weapons pointed at their heads? If Ross hesitated any longer, those with weaker mental fortitude would soon crumble, facing certain death. Not everyone could maintain their composure. Hold the earpiece. Roll says fall back. Yes, General. Chapter 140. The mysterious template. You certainly enjoy playing with words, Qin Ge remarked, shaking his head. Anyway, Tony waved dismissively. What about your so-called Avengers Initiative? Ah yes, the Avengers Initiative. When shall I report? Wait for my notification. Qin Ge disregarded the prompt echoing in his mind. Very well, safe travels. Qin Ge lifted his gaze to Tony, who was engrossed in fiddling with Edith, a rather rude individual indeed. Shaking his head, he turned to depart. Rolls head to S. H-I-E-L-D. Understood, General. Leaning back in the rear seat of the car, Qin Ge closed his eyes to rest, but in truth, he was connecting with the system. Ding. Dimension Task 1. Restart the Avengers Initiative and oversee the formation of the Avengers. Task completed. Task reward. Random ability template. Would you like to draw an ability template? Draw. Extracting ability template. Ability template extraction completed. Please review. Review. Ability template name. Godslayer Trident true name. Concealed. The name of the artifact is hidden. It is only when you can unveil the true name of the artifact that its power will once again resonate throughout the cosmos. Special ability. Godslayer power. Details. Concealed introduction. A projection of an artifact belonging to the mightiest beings. Usable 3 times. Its power is immense, and there's a certain probability of invoking the true form. The host is advised to use it with caution. Origin. Scarab Marvel Parallel Universe. You are indeed astonished to have acquired this template system. What does this mean? Qin Ge also felt bewildered. Wasn't this template created by you? The core directive of this system prohibits influencing the extraction of templates. Any template drawn by the host is entirely random. I see. So what about this template? This is a 5th tier template, the system replied. 5th tier? Qin Ge exclaimed, incredulous. What a stroke of luck. Wait. Qin Ge suddenly felt a thrill, his gaze fixated on the term projection. Is this projection by the system? As you surmise, this template is not the true Godslayer Trident, but rather a projection of the artifact. What? A projection is already 5th tier. What about the true form? Surely it must be 6th tier? What kind of luck is this? Why does it feel like since acquiring the system, my fortune has taken a turn for the better? The system is equally astonished that the host could draw this template. Review the Godslayer power, Qin Ge said with excitement. Godslayer power, the most enigmatic force known in the universe, possessing the capability to damage divine bodies. Even 4th tier and 5th tier deities, if inadvertently injured by a weapon infused with Godslayer power, may face fatal consequences. Godslayer power, as the name implies, exists solely for the purpose of slaying gods. Qin Ge blinked. This weapon seems even more formidable than the Sun Wukong template. Godslayer power sounds incredibly powerful. Godslayer power is the mightiest and most mysterious force known in the universe. The host's extraordinary fortune has led to the acquisition of this template. What is the meaning of the true name being concealed? Qin Ge. It is literal. Artifacts of this caliber possess immense spirituality. Their intelligence is on par with that of the host. Furthermore, they each have their own names, which ordinary individuals are unworthy to know. Only by unveiling the true name can the full potential of these artifacts be realized. So, I'm still an ordinary person? Qin Ge thought, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Without reaching the pinnacle, aren't you merely an ordinary person in the presence of this artifact? All right, I am at a loss for words. What does the Scarab Marvel Parallel Universe signify? Qin Ge asked again. I have mentioned before that Marvel comprises many parallel universes. The host resides in just one of them. Indeed, Qin Ge nodded. The system had indeed mentioned this. When a supreme being becomes powerful enough to transcend the universe and assumes control over it, the cosmos will be named after that being. Are you implying that Scarab is the surname of this transcendent being? Qin Ge. Indeed, he is also the master of the god-slaying trident you have just acquired, a being of unparalleled power. Qin Ge asked with curiosity, is he the most formidable entity in the entire Marvel universe? No, he is not. Qin Ge was taken aback. Despite wielding a 6th-tier weapon, he was not the strongest. How terrifying must the true strongest be? The strongest has nearly transcended all limits. The system spoke of this individual with profound reverence. Although Qin Ge was unfamiliar with the concept of transcendence, his past experiences with fantasy narratives suggested that this must be an extraordinary figure. Knowing this now serves no purpose. The Marvel Universe is merely a stepping stone, a means to elevate you to true strength. However, to achieve genuine power, one must. Qin Ge's expression darkened. This rogue system was at it again, halting mid-sentence, leaving him utterly frustrated. If you have nothing more to say, then don't, Qin Ge retorted with annoyance. Does this special ability have a hidden aspect? If I liberate its true name, will I be able to access other special abilities? Indeed. How does one obtain the true name of a divine artifact? I do not know. What do you mean? Qin Ge's eyes widened in disbelief. Every divine artifact has a unique method of true name liberation. I am uncertain about the god-slaying trident's method, the system explained. If it had a physical form, it might have shrugged its shoulders. What use are you then? Qin Ge lamented. The temptation of a significant chance to reach the 6th tier after liberating a 5th-tier template was irresistible. The sensation of wielding the 5th-tier template of Sun Wukong still resonated within him. That immense power was truly intoxicating. Yet, even if he could not find a method to liberate the true name for a while, possessing a 5th-tier ability in its hidden state should suffice against ordinary threats. Facing the impending battle in Manhattan, Qin Ge felt a renewed sense of confidence. At least he would not succumb to unknown dangers. Ignoring the system, Qin Ge slowly opened his eyes. Rolses, how long until we reach S.H.I.E.L.D.? 3 minutes remain, General. We have been within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction for 4 minutes. Rolses replied with precision. Qin Ge acknowledged, turning to gaze out at the passing scenery. The Avengers had been established, and the coming years would be devoted to preparing for the pivotal battle in Manhattan. Manhattan Battle, Chapter 140, the first encounter with Thor. S.H.I.E.L.D. General, we have arrived at S.H.I.L.D. Rolses announced, halting the vehicle and turning to address Qin Ge in the back seat. Very well. You stay here. Understood. Qin Ge opened the car door and stepped out. Fury had provided him with a pass that would allow him unrestricted access to the director's office within S.H.I.E.L.D. Three Wings Tower, Director's Office. All 6 Avengers have been confirmed in position, Qin Ge stated as he settled onto the sofa. Captain and Banner have already arrived, and Natasha is expected back from her mission shortly. Clint is also in the office, and Thor will arrive in the afternoon, Fury remarked. I will notify Tony when a gathering is required. So, what are your preparations for the next steps? Fury inquired. We need to strategize. The Avengers have been established, and now we must focus on conventional forces. How is your research on the human enhancement serum progressing? Qin Ge asked. The progress is promising. Results should be available in the next couple of days. Qin Ge nodded. Expedite the process. I have initiated mass production, and I will establish a dedicated team within my forces to address this incident, as will S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed. Although the enhancement serum may not significantly benefit top-tier combatants, it holds immense potential for augmenting ordinary forces, yielding unexpectedly powerful results when applied to regular troops. Should we recall Carol? Fury hesitated before asking. No need, Qin Ge shook his head. While the battle in Manhattan is perilous, it has yet to reach that level of severity. There is no necessity to alert Carol until we are in the gravest of peril. Understood, Qin Ge nodded, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked out the window. Thor, with arms crossed, observed the young soldier seated on the sofa before him. Clad in the uniform of the United States Army, adorned with insignia he could not decipher, this youth exuded no aura, let alone a sense of threat. Yet, it was this very individual who had vanquished his unmatched father, Odin, and shattered Asgard's most treasured artifact, the eternal spear, Gungnir. Thor was watching Qin Ge, who was equally attentive to Thor, their minds connected through the system, ready to deploy the god-slaying Trident Template should Thor show any sign of aggression. Steve and Banner sat on the sofa, observing the intense exchange between Thor and Qin Ge. It was evident to them that something was amiss. I didn't expect you to be the architect of the Avengers. Thor spoke first, casually placing Mjolnir beside him. Qin Ge glanced over, the details of the hammer flooding his mind. Name, Mjolnir, alias, the Hammer of Thor, special ability, mastery of thunder. Description, forged from the remnants of a deceased white dwarf star, imbued with the divine power of Odin, is a fourth-tier artifact. Origin, Marvel Universe. Thor, son of Odin, the Norse god of thunder. Qin Ge regarded Thor. Is Mjolnir still to your liking? Thor was momentarily taken aback. This fellow actually knew the true name of the hammer. Quite intriguing. However, this individual could not even contend with his own father, and Thor remained self-aware. Regardless of your identity, upon joining the Avengers, you must shed your arrogance. Qin Ge stated, leaning back against the sofa. The enemies you will face do not care if you are a god. They only recognize one truth. You are their adversary, a target to be eliminated. You need not instruct me on that, Thor retorted dismissively. After years of combat, he was well aware of what Qin Ge conveyed. Qin Ge paused, momentarily forgetting that Thor had lived for over a millennium, longer than the entirety of his own existence. It felt rather awkward for him to be instructing someone with such extensive battle experience. How is your father? Qin Ge inquired, gazing at Thor. With a cold glare, Thor summoned his hammer, Mjolnir, which swiftly flew into his grasp. Steve and Banner, sensing the tension, quickly rose to their feet. What is the matter? Do you wish to engage me in combat? Qin Ge remarked nonchalantly, unfazed. Your father has already been defeated by my hand. What hope do you have? Thor's eyes blazed with fury as he gripped Mjolnir tightly, arcs of electricity dancing upon its surface. Qin Ge's words had truly incensed him. I presume you did not come here seeking a beating, Qin Ge said casually. Thor hesitated, recalling Odin's advice not to provoke Qin Ge. His mission was simply to fulfill his responsibilities within the Avengers, without clashing with the one who had formed the team. Yet, it was Qin Ge who had initiated this discord. Please take a seat. I merely wish to convey that the Avengers are a force tasked with safeguarding Earth. But that does not grant you the authority to look down upon others, Qin Ge stated, the captain and Banner both understanding the implication behind his words. Thor's lips twitched. This was a veiled accusation of his divine arrogance. Truly, he was insufferable. I will provide you with a communicator for ease of contact. Thor, please share your contact information. Thor grimaced, but approached Qin Ge, Mjolnir in hand. He extended his arm. Qin Ge, confident that Thor posed no threat, offered his left hand. Thor lightly tapped Mjolnir against Qin Ge's hand, leaving a lightning-shaped mark on the back of it. Simply raise this hand and call for me, Thor instructed. Very well. Qin Ge nodded, as the lightning mark gradually faded until it was nearly indistinguishable from before. He flexed his left hand, feeling no unusual sensations. However, for safety's sake, he glanced at the template. Name, Thor's command alias. None special abilities. None description. A tool for contacting Thor within the 9 realms. However, each use will deplete most of an ordinary person's stamina. Source, Thor. He knew there was something amiss. Although the depletion of stamina was trivial for him, it served to annoy him, a rather despicable trick. Qin Ge shook his head in resignation and cast a glance at Thor, who sheepishly averted his gaze. Could he have been discovered? That was unlikely, Thor mused silently. Captain Banner, you may stay at S.H.I.L., Qin Ge suggested. No need. I just purchased a house in Brooklyn. Steve declined, preferring not to live among a throng of agents. I can stay, Banner replied, being a man without a home. Content to reside wherever. Residing in S.H.I.E.L.D. is remarkably convenient, offering an abundance of resources, and most importantly, it incurs no expenses. Chapter 142, The Black Brigade. All right, go find Fury. Have him arrange something for you. Banner nodded. Despite Fury's intimidating demeanor, he felt reassured, as few heads of agencies are devoid of a fierce countenance. Very well. Should anything arise, I shall ensure you are informed. Qin Ge smiled, addressing the two while completely disregarding Thor, for he resided far from Earth, rendering any inquiry futile. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed, with less than 9 months remaining until the battle in Manhattan, as foretold by the system. The clock is ticking. Qin Ge and Fury's S.H.I.E.L.D. are tirelessly preparing. With Fury overseeing operations, Qin Ge feels a profound sense of security. For the military, he personally selected 1,000 individuals to form a unit codenamed the Black Brigade. Established just 3 months prior, this unit rarely undertakes missions, dedicating each day to rigorous training in designated areas outlined by Qin Ge. Soldiers chosen for the Black Brigade must adhere strictly to the unit's commands. Even visits from family necessitate formal leave requests signed off by a commanding officer, a rather cumbersome process. Moreover, this unit operates under a veil of utmost secrecy, with outsiders entirely unaware of its existence. Even within military circles, knowledge of the Black Brigade is scarce. Nightfall. The base of the Black Brigade is named Nightfall, located in the eastern part of New York. Comprising 1,000 meticulously selected members, the core requirement is unwavering faith in the Earth, while capability is secondary. A profound love for the planet and a willingness to sacrifice for this belief are paramount. The Black Brigade is divided into 10 squads, each consisting of 100 members, with specific responsibilities assigned to each. For instance, the 2nd Squad handles intelligence, the 4th Squad oversees medical operations, and the 5th Squad focuses on research, among others. Each squad has a designated captain and vice captain, all of whom report directly to the Supreme Commander, Qin Ge. Members of the Black Brigade possess unique privileges, specially approved by Qin Ge, with a limited validity of 1 year. This privilege endows the brigade with the status of a truly exceptional department. The Black Brigade bears resemblance to the American version of S.H.I.E.L.D., albeit in a more streamlined form. In the office of the Supreme Commander. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Qin Ge set down his brush, lifting his gaze to the newcomer. Supreme Commander. The visitor saluted Qin Ge. Captain of Squad 5, please take a seat. Qin Ge replied with a warm nod. All members of the Black Brigade, including Qin Ge himself, refer to one another by numbers rather than names. The captain of Squad 5, identified as number 5, stands in contrast to Qin Ge, who is designated as number 0. Supreme Commander. The final enhancements for the Black operatives have been completed. Now, of the 1,000 members of the Black Brigade, all have undergone enhancement, except for yourself. Captain 5 respectfully reported. The term Black operatives is a colloquial reference used by the soldiers of the Black Brigade to describe themselves. Excellent. Qin Ge nodded. After 3 months, the human enhancement serum had finally fortified the unit he had assembled specifically for the impending battle. Continue the development of an advanced version of the serum. You may liaise with S.H.I.E.L.D., but exercise discretion, Qin Ge advised. Understood. Captain Wu acknowledged with a nod. Come in, he called out as a silver-haired woman entered with an impassive expression. Upon seeing her, Captain Wu slightly bowed to Qin Ge before exiting the room. Once Captain Wu had left the office, the silver-haired woman spoke. I have made progress on the matter you asked me to investigate. Oh, so soon? Qin Ge remarked, astonished as he regarded her. This woman was the captain of the 2nd Division, possessing formidable abilities and had been a loyal subordinate of Qin Ge for a long time. It has been confirmed that there exists a highly secretive faction within S.H.I.E.L.D. Though I am uncertain whether it is affiliated with any other forces, the 2nd Division captain reported. Qin Ge nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Even during Captain Marvel's era, he sensed something amiss within S.H.I.E.L.D., particularly concerning Alexander Pierce, who left him with an unsettling impression. Thus, he had never ceased his investigation into S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite the lack of significant progress over the years, numerous clues had emerged. Now, with the establishment of the Black Warning, Qin Ge remained undeterred in his pursuit of the truth within S. As the old saying goes, even the best can stumble. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. This organization had concealed itself within SHIELD for so long before revealing its true nature, suggesting it was no ordinary entity. Continue surveillance. I require further information regarding this faction, Qin Ge instructed, his hands clasped on the table. Yes, the 2nd Division captain affirmed. Have you discovered anything regarding the anomalies I asked you to monitor? Not yet. I had my people exchange intelligence with SHIELD, but neither side has uncovered anything significant, she replied, shaking her head. Maintain your vigilance. It is only a matter of time before something arises. Understood. Qin Ge took a deep breath, reclining in his chair, his right index finger unconsciously caressing his lips. The 2nd Division captain refrained from interrupting him. As his confidant, she understood that he was deep in thought. Do not disclose the existence of this other faction within SHIELD to Fury for the time being. Why not? I am certain Fury is not affiliated with this faction. Informing him could be highly beneficial. The 2nd Division captain replied, perplexed. You can be assured that Fury is not a part of this faction, but you cannot guarantee the integrity of his relationships. Qin Ge remarked, fixing his gaze on her. I understand, she nodded in comprehension. Additionally, conduct a thorough investigation into Maria Hill. I need to ascertain her trustworthiness. There is no rush. We have ample time, Qin Ge commanded. The deputy director of SHIELD. Indeed. Understood. Maria Hill, the deputy director of SHIELD and Fury's right hand, was an exceptionally capable woman. If she were to be associated with that faction, it would spell trouble. However, the likelihood seems rather slim. Qin Ge had encountered Hill on numerous occasions, and this woman did not strike him as a traitor. Of course, the possibility could not be entirely dismissed. Go ahead, he said, waving his hand. The captain of the 2nd team bowed and exited. Once he heard the door close, Qin Ge leaned back in his chair. Who, after all, could these individuals within SHIELD be? One must scrutinize the details carefully to avoid making hasty judgments without proper understanding. Each time such scenarios are penned, there are always peculiar individuals who fail to grasp the intricacies and subsequently criticize my intellect. Chapter 143. Extraordinary? At 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This marked Qin Ge's daily conclusion of work. Presently, he found himself lingering in the twilight, where Black Alert had just commenced. Although it had already found its rhythm, there were still matters requiring his personal intervention. General, shall we return home? Rorses inquired eagerly as Qin Ge emerged from his office. The role of a chauffeur may seem trivial, yet it holds significant importance. Apart from Rorses, Qin Ge harbored distrust towards anyone else. Having utilized human enhancement serum, Rorses, despite being over 50, exhibited physical prowess rivaling that of rigorously trained elite soldiers. Let us dine at Kate's restaurant. I won't impose upon you to cook today, Qin Ge remarked with a smile. In Qin Ge's household, aside from the servants, Rorses assumed various roles: steward, cook, chauffeur, and more. It was not that Qin Ge demanded Rorses to fulfill these duties. Rather, Rorses was well-versed in international cuisine and willingly embraced these tasks. Very well. Kate's restaurant, a venerable establishment boasting over a century of history, had recently received a coveted Michelin 5-star rating, offering exquisite dishes. Good evening. How many in your party? Upon their entrance, a server approached promptly. Room 1, Rorses stated. Room 11? The server's face betrayed a look of concern. What seems to be the issue? Rorses inquired, frowning. A patron requires a private room, but aside from room 1, all others are occupied. We informed them that no rooms were available. Yet they seem to be aware that room 1 is unoccupied and have forcibly entered. One of them possesses considerable strength, making it difficult for us to intervene. The manager is currently mediating, the server explained. Room 1 was reserved exclusively for Rorses, as Qin Ge frequently visited Kate's restaurant. Given Qin Ge's stature, it would be inappropriate for him to dine in the main hall or await a room. The proprietor was quite astute, ensuring that this room was always available for Qin Ge. However, it appeared a complication had arisen. Thank you, Rorses nodded, signaling for the server to depart. How intriguing. Qin Ge mused, not in the least bit angered, but rather amused. Rorses, what are your thoughts? It appears to be a calculated affront towards you, General. Rorses articulated his perspective. Do they seek to capture my attention through such means? Qin Ge chuckled lightly. Let us go and confront this uninvited guest. Indeed, why is it that you Americans constantly proclaim human rights and democracy? Yet with this room vacant, I possess the means, and yet you deny us entry. Do you hold us in contempt? Do you believe I will report you to the embassy for racial discrimination? Boomed the muscular man, his eyes wide as he glared at the restaurant manager. Upon hearing the man's words, the manager's expression shifted dramatically. In the United States, racial discrimination is a taboo topic, one that must never be associated with. That is not the case. Please calm down, sir. This private room was reserved long ago by General Qin. He will be arriving shortly. A blonde woman behind the muscular man tugged at his sleeve and whispered softly. The man's gaze flickered as he gestured to the woman behind him. What is happening? A furious voice rang out as they reached this floor. The manager, as if he had heard a voice of salvation, hurried over. General Qin, Mr. Rolfes, here is what transpired. The manager quickly relayed the sequence of events to the two men. While listening to the manager's report, Qin Ge scrutinized the duo before him, a robust man and a voluptuous blonde woman, making a total of 2 individuals. System, scan template. What began as a habitual glance at the template led Qin Ge to discover some intriguing phrases. Are you the owner of this private room? The towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward, looking down at Qin Ge. Qin Ge briefly glanced at the muscular man before turning to the manager and the service staff. You may all leave. The manager, relieved to know Qin Ge's identity, quickly ushered the others out. Rolfes stood behind Qin Ge, his eyes assessing the 2 newcomers. Let us discuss this inside. Under Qin Ge's gaze, the muscular man felt a chill run down his spine, but nodded in agreement. Qin Ge took his seat at the head of the table, remaining silent as he gently swirled the red wine in his goblet. Rolfes stood behind him, his eyes continuously scrutinizing the pair. The muscular man began, but could not contain himself. I know your background, Qin Ge interrupted. I am aware of your identities and the anomalies you possess. You know? The man's expression turned to one of astonishment as he looked at Qin Ge. Of course I do, the Moss siblings. At the mention of their name, both individuals' faces paled. No wonder you are the commander of the Black Alert. The youngest power player in America, the muscular man remarked in awe. Qin Ge chuckled softly. Name, Dom Moss. Title, Moss siblings, brother. Gender, male. Age, 29. Lineage, human mutant. Special ability, exceptional regeneration. Details, skills, firearms 4, hand-to-hand combat 4, driving 4, skill cap 5, overall combat power 159. Evaluation, newly ascended, capable of lethal force with a mere gesture. Status, unloadable. Exceptional regeneration. Healing ability is 100-fold that of an ordinary person. Name, Lena Moss. Title, sister of the Moss twins. Gender, female. Age, 27. Lineage, human anomalous race. Special ability, extraordinary perception. Details, skills, diving 5, driving 4. Firearms 3, maximum skill level 5, overall combat power 97. Evaluation, a rare talent with perceptual abilities, an opportunity not to be missed. Status, unable to load. Extraordinary perception, possesses the ability to sense surroundings, with a specific range dependent on mental strength. What is the anomalous race? Qin Ge cast a glance at Dom, inwardly inquiring with the system. The anomalous race is, strictly speaking, also human, akin to those with superpowers, yet distinctly different. Members of the anomalous race, prior to awakening, bear no difference from ordinary individuals. Wait, Qin Ge interrupted the system. You mentioned there is no difference. Is that truly the case? Indeed. An unawakened member of the anomalous race appears identical to an ordinary human. Even among their own kind, aside from those with exceptional talents, there exists no method to discern unawakened members. An unawakened anomalous individual, even at the deepest genetic level, resembles an ordinary person without the slightest distinction. Unlike superpowered individuals, who exhibit subtle differences from the norm. However, upon awakening, the genes of an anomalous individual undergo reorganization, resulting in a physique that is more pronounced and robust compared to that of a normal person. Post-awakening, anomalies can easily differentiate themselves from the ordinary. Chapter 144. The Anomalous Race. Can even you not discern the anomalous race? Of course this system can. That is reassuring. How does one awaken as an anomalous? Qin Ge inquired. Through the Terry Gen crystal. An unawakened member of the anomalous race will undergo genetic transformation upon contact with the Terrigen crystal, thereby awakening and acquiring various abilities. However, the number of anomalies is scarce, as ordinary individuals who come into contact with the Terrigen crystal will petrify and turn into lifeless matter. Understood. Having listened to the system's explanation, Qin Ge finally turned his attention to the Moss twins. "What do you seek from me?" Qin Ge asked. "You mentioned earlier that you are aware of the changes occurring within us." Dom eagerly pressed. "Indeed. From the moment your transformation began, our people have been observing you." Subsequently, the renowned Moss twins emerged in the mercenary world. Rolses, standing behind Qin Ge, maintained a stoic expression, yet inwardly chuckled. The general was about to embark on another round of persuasion. "Do you know what has happened to us?" Lena inquired hastily. "I do." Qin Ge gently set down his goblet. "You are members of the anomalous race." "The anomalous race?" The siblings were taken aback, as was Rolses behind them. "What does that mean? Did you come into contact with something during your awakening, causing you to turn to stone?" Qin Ge questioned. "Yes, precisely that." Dom nodded, retrieving a fist-sized aquamarine gem from his pocket. System. Title. Terrigen Crystal Alias. None special ability. Awakening introduction. It possesses the power to awaken extraordinary abilities dormant in humans. Origin. Marvel Universe System. "May I touch this object?" Qin Ge inquired, gazing at the translucent Terrigen crystal resting on the table. "Yes." The host's lineage is of the Atlantean royal family. The Terrigen crystal poses a lethal threat only to unawakened ordinary individuals. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned the dial and grasped the Terrigen crystal in his hand. Dom and Lena widened their eyes in astonishment as they witnessed Qin Ge effortlessly lift the crystal. "You're also an inhuman," Lena exclaimed, her shock evident. Qin Ge was about to deny it, but paused. The term inhuman signified something formidable. Despite their small numbers, the sheer population of humanity ensured that even a minuscule proportion would yield a considerable number of members. Each inhuman possessed extraordinary powers, and if one could harness such strength. Qin Ge's eyes sparkled with ambition. "Indeed, I am also an inhuman," he replied calmly, toying with the Terrigen crystal in his hand. Rolses, standing behind him, raised an eyebrow, acutely aware that Qin Ge was no ordinary inhuman. He pondered the implications of Qin Ge's actions. However, as Qin Ge's confidant, he understood precisely what was appropriate to do at this moment. Dom and Lena exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with excitement, as if they had found their place. "Your abilities are quite commendable, particularly yours, Lena. Extraordinary perception is indeed a highly practical skill," Qin Ge continued. The siblings gazed at each other in disbelief. To know their own powers was indeed remarkable. System. Swiftly provide me with a reasonable classification of ability levels so that I may continue my charade. Be expeditious. Let us borrow from the mutants, shall we? What? Mutants? What on earth are mutants? Never mind, do as you please. Level 5, Omega level. Capable of controlling matter and energy, possessing limitless potential and even immortality. Level 4, Alpha level. Possesses extraordinarily powerful abilities without significant flaws. Level 3, Beta level. Nearly as formidable as Alpha level, but differentiated by minor defects. Level 2, Gamma level. Exhibits powerful extraordinary abilities, but suffers from severe flaws that impede their daily lives. Gamma level individuals typically struggle to control their powers. Level 1, Delta level. Lacks major defects, yet their abilities are feeble. Qin Ge swiftly memorized the 5 tiers as delineated by the system and began to articulate them aloud. I classified the powers of inhumans into 5 levels, from the highest Omega level to the lowest Delta level. Dom, your remarkable healing ability falls under the 2nd tier, Gamma level, while Lena, your extraordinary perception is indeed practical and also classified as a 2nd tier Gamma level ability. Dom and Lena exchanged glances, dismayed to discover that their powers were so seemingly weak. There are no weak abilities, only weak individuals, Qin Ge remarked, seemingly reading the thoughts of the siblings. General Qin, could you enlighten us on the formidable prowess of Omega-level mutants? Dom inquired. System? 4th tier. What on earth? Qin Ge nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. A mutant of the 4th tier? What kind of being possesses such power? Omega-level mutants have honed their abilities to their utmost limits and can even approach the threshold of the 5th tier, the system elaborated. Such mutants are indeed astonishing, capable of annihilating planets, Qin Ge remarked with an impassive expression. Dom and Lena could not help but swallow hard. The notion of planetary destruction made their own accomplishments seem trivial. They felt a sense of inadequacy, having merely been able to eliminate a team, while their own leaders could obliterate entire worlds. System, their backgrounds are untainted, correct? Qin Ge queried. Affirmative. Neither belongs to any faction, came the reply. Excellent. Have you heard of Black Alert? Qin Ge leaned forward, asking. Dom and Lena exchanged glances. Black Alert? Is it that enigmatic base located east of New York? Dom responded uncertainly. Many mercenaries who ventured there never returned, yet some tidbits of information have surfaced, such as the name Black Alert. Precisely, Qin Ge nodded, reclining back in his chair. General Rolses, please step forward. Rolses approached. Share the details of Black Alert with them. Yes, Rolses said, clearing his throat as he began recounting the story of Black Alert. After approximately 10 minutes, Qin Ge turned to the Moss siblings. I am the commander of Black Alert, and I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to join the Special Human Operations Unit, designated Zero Squad. Dom and Lena gazed at Qin Ge in shock, contemplating this unexpected offer. However, given that Black Alert operates independently of any governmental oversight, with all members accountable solely to Qin Ge, this was indeed a favorable opportunity for them as mutants. We accept. Chapter 145, Zero Squad. Black Alert, of course, did not possess a Zero Squad. This was merely a spontaneous notion conceived by Qin Ge. The Special Human Operations Unit, designated Zero Squad, is entirely composed of extraordinary beings, specifically a team formed by mutants. As it stands, the roster consists of just 3 members, the Moss siblings and Qin Ge, the foe mutant. Time swiftly passed, and another 6 months elapsed. In this half-year, significant transformations unfolded. For instance, SHIELD established an exceedingly rapid communication network worldwide, ensuring that any unusual occurrences would be promptly relayed to their headquarters. Likewise, Black Alert became firmly established within this span, evolving into a highly secretive force. The personnel count escalated from an initial 1,000 to over 3,000. As for Zero Squad, Qin Ge had not reported its existence, not even to the other 10 squads. The members of the Zero Squad are ostensibly part of the division, yet, in truth, they are members of the clandestine Zero Squad. This secretive unit has expanded from an initial trio to a total of 13 individuals. With the aid of the system and the Terrigen crystals brought by the Moss siblings, Qin Ge has enlisted 9 unawakening humans to facilitate their awakening, as well as 5 awakening humans to join their ranks. Although there were casualties during the execution of their missions, the situation remains manageable, with the system overseeing operations. While the loyalty of these individuals cannot be guaranteed, it is assured that no spies from rival factions are infiltrating their ranks. The purity of the Zero Squad must be maintained. As a highly covert team, executing regular missions would easily attract unwanted attention. Thus, Qin Ge has assigned the Moss siblings to lead the Zero Squad in mercenary tasks. It must be noted that although Dom's extraordinary abilities may not be particularly formidable, his other skills are quite impressive. Coupled with his exceptional self-healing ability, an extraordinary skill that ensures survival unless decapitated, Dom has undeniably established himself as the steadfast second-in-command of the Zero Squad. As the time for the Battle of Manhattan draws near, the Avengers have already been formed, and the Black Order has begun to develop its combat capabilities, while SHIELD has long been prepared. All that remains is for the mastermind behind the Battle of Manhattan to reveal themselves. At the Twilight Base, in the office of the commander. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Dom pushed the door open and strode confidently to stand before Qin Ge, saluting respectfully. Commander, the Zero Squad has successfully completed the 100 mercenary tasks you assigned. Everyone is quite fatigued. May we take a break? Dom spoke with a booming voice. The soundproofing of the commander's office was exceptionally effective. Even with Dom's loud voice, the commotion outside could barely discern the conversation. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Ge smiled slightly, motioning for Dom to take a seat. Dom, being an old acquaintance of Qin Ge, settled down comfortably. Since the mission is accomplished, it is time for some relaxation. How does a week off sound to you? Thank you, Commander. Dom, having just seated himself, rose again, but Qin Ge gestured for him to remain seated. You are not formal soldiers, subjecting you to such intense training and mission execution is indeed a challenge. Not only have you completed your tasks, but you have done so with exceptional perfection. This is what you deserve, Qin Ge remarked with a smile. Your accommodations in New York have already been arranged. Later, you may take your team to familiarize yourselves with your residences, all located on Manhattan Island. Manhattan Island? Dom looked at Qin Ge in astonishment. The military truly possesses considerable resources. Properties on Manhattan Island are indeed worth their weight in gold. Qin Ge's provision of 13 units is remarkably generous. However, Dom did not find anything amiss. During this time, he had come to appreciate the unique qualities of the Black Order. While it may not quite measure up to S.H.I.L. next door, the treatment afforded to them, particularly the core members, is nothing short of exceptional. For instance, during the last mission, I heard that the team inadvertently caused an explosion that leveled a building, and the following day, the military promptly acquired it. Such extravagant spending is truly remarkable, akin to that of Tony Stark. Go ahead, he said. All right. Dom nodded and stood up to leave. Just as Dom opened the door, he happened to cross paths with the second team leader. Second team leader, Dom acknowledged with a nod before stepping aside to pass. The second team leader narrowed her eyes, contemplating Dom's retreating figure with an inscrutable expression. What's the matter? Qin Ge inquired, observing the second team leader lingering at the doorway. The second team leader then closed the door and approached. That individual from earlier, surely not a mere subordinate? She asked. Have you forgotten the protocol? Yes. What is the matter? Maria Hill, after half a year of investigation and evidence gathering, could be confirmed as reliable, the second team leader stated. Are you certain Hill is affiliated with S.H.I.L.D., not that organization? Absolutely, the second team leader affirmed with a nod. Excellent, Qin Ge replied, acknowledging the information. There's another matter. We've made some progress regarding the internal organization within S.H.I.L.D. Go on. This organization has ancient roots. We managed to capture an individual through certain means, but this person has undergone extensive brainwashing and holds a low rank, yielding little useful intelligence. We only know that their organization was established during World War II. Many organizations emerged during World War II, yet few have truly flourished. We've sifted through various records, including S.H.I.L.D.'s database, consulted by Fury, and ultimately focused on 3 specific organizations. The second team leader placed a file on Qin Ge's desk, who briefly perused its contents. What about the others? How did you eliminate them? Qin Ge inquired. We ruled out those that have been eradicated, those that lack potential, and then re-evaluated those with prospects as well as those that have been dismantled. Are you suggesting they could be newly emerging organizations, or perhaps feigned to be defunct? The second team leader quickly grasped the implication. There's indeed a possibility. Qin Ge nodded in agreement. Isaki has failed to identify other factions within its ranks, and their records may not be entirely accurate. This necessitates your own investigation. Understood. The second team leader acknowledged with a nod. Very well, proceed. Summon Rolses. Yes, sir. The second team leader saluted and departed. Qin Ge pondering the identity of the internal organization within S.H.I.L.D. Chapter 146. Jotunheim in the Commander's office. General, you summoned me, Rolses said respectfully, standing before Qin Ge. Contact Fury and inform him I have matters to discuss. Arrange to meet him at the Kate restaurant this afternoon at 6, Qin Ge instructed. Understood. General. All right, you may go. Qin Ge watched as Rolses exited, then rose from his desk and left the office, making his way to the open area of the Twilight base. Raising his left hand, the hidden lightning mark suddenly emerged. Thor, come here. I have something of great importance to discuss with you, Qin Ge proclaimed loudly. Thunder rumbled through the sky, reverberating with a powerful roar, but in an instant, it vanished. Qin Ge paid it no mind. Every time he used this mark to summon Thor, he was met with such a response. Initially, he anticipated Thor's immediate arrival, but after waiting for a considerable time, he realized this was merely the sound of information transmission, not an indication of Thor's presence. Drawing from past experiences, Qin Ge turned to leave after delivering the message, unaware of when Thor might return. Suddenly, a vibrant beam of light cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by a resounding crash. Landing behind Qin Ge, startled by the noise, he turned around, only to find that the brilliant light had dissipated, revealing Thor. You arrived rather quickly, Qin Ge remarked in surprise. I was just on my way to Midgard, and, upon reaching the Rainbow Bridge, I received your message and came directly here, Thor replied. Holding Mjolnir. What do you need? Let us discuss in my office. Very well. Thor, now dressed in casual attire, tossed Mjolnir onto the open square of the Nightfall base. Regardless of where Mjolnir was, as long as Thor summoned it, it could return to his hand within 5 seconds, whether it lay in the Antarctic or the Arctic. Thus, if Thor happened to misplace Mjolnir, it was of little concern, as no one on Earth could lift it, making its location irrelevant. To prevent any destruction during Thor's summons, Qin Ge had advised him to leave Mjolnir in the open square. Speak, what is it that you require? Thor inquired, rubbing his nose as he looked at Qin Ge. Have you heard of the Chitauri, an extraterrestrial race? Qin Ge asked. Chitauri? A look of confusion crossed Thor's face. I have not heard of them. If they are an alien race, perhaps the Interstellar Museum in Asgard has records. What is your intention? I urgently need detailed information about this race, Qin Ge responded. If it is urgent, I can look it up for you when I return to Asgard. If there are any records, I will bring them next time, Thor agreed without hesitation. Thank you. I appreciate it. Qin Ge expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, Thor waved dismissively. It's a minor matter. After all, you are the leader of our Avengers. Qin Ge chuckled and shook his head. Leader? It is all inest. In truth, I suspect only Natasha and Clint would heed my commands. Even a Hulk-like Banner would not take me seriously. Is there another race known as the Frost Giants? Have you heard of them? Qin Ge continued to inquire. The 2 races involved in the extermination mission within Task 3 were ones Qin Ge could only learn about through Thor. Why do you ask this? Thor frowned. Noticing Thor's expression, Qin Ge understood that he was indeed familiar with this race. I unexpectedly came across information regarding them and wished to learn more, Qin Ge explained. The Frost Giants are the ruling race of Jotunheim, one of the 9 realms. They inhabit a harsh and frigid environment, endowed with the innate ability to command the element of ice. Their bodies remain perpetually cold, exhibiting a formidable physical prowess rivaling that of our Aesir. Thor remarked that the Aesir, the divine lineage of Asgard, possessed similar physical attributes, estimating that an ordinary Aesir's constitution was comparable to that of the Atlantean royalty. However, individuals of royal descent, like Thor, could easily overpower the Atlantean nobles. Are there many of them in Jotunheim? Qin Ge inquired further, as the task of extermination required complete annihilation. Failing to do so would render the mission unsuccessful. Not many, Thor replied, stroking his chin. The Frost Giants have a low reproductive rate. I would estimate there are currently fewer than 1,000 left. Moreover, their treasured artifact, the Box of Glacial Ice, is still secured within the subterranean palace of Asgard. Qin Ge sensed an air of pride emanating from Thor, as if he were eager for others to acknowledge his accomplishments. Yet, he pondered whether it was wise to divulge such critical information so casually. Unbeknownst to him, this was not a clandestine secret. Those with intent from both realms could easily uncover it with a modicum of inquiry. What are their leader's strength? Qin Ge asked. Dead, Thor nonchalantly replied. What? Qin Ge looked at Thor in bewilderment. Dead, Thor reiterated. The leader of the Frost Giants, Laufey, perished at the hands of my brother Loki. He paused, reflecting on his deceased brother, Loki, and chose not to reveal that Loki was also a Frost Giant, allowing him to retain his identity as an Aesir in death. He died at the hands of his greatest rival, son. Qin Ge accepted this without suspicion. Odin and Laufey had been arch-enemies for millennia. It was indeed intriguing that Laufey met his end not at Odin's hands, but at Loki's. Does this mean the Frost Giants are currently leaderless? Qin Ge asked, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Thor acknowledged. If I wished, I could easily eradicate the remaining Frost Giants single-handedly. However, my father disapproves. I fail to comprehend why we should spare such brutal beings. Qin Ge nodded, choosing to remain silent. He had no intention of completing the extermination task. His inquiries were merely for the sake of preparedness. He believed in being well prepared for any eventuality. The thought of slaughtering an entire race without cause was abhorrent to him, and he could not bring himself to commit such an act, let alone for a mere task. Nonetheless, he understood the necessity of gathering essential information. Is there anything else? Thor asked, rising to his feet. He was eager to meet Jane. Qin Ge smiled and shook his head, fully aware of Thor's thoughts. Go on then. Thor nodded and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Thor, he was unaware that Loki still lived. For further details, see the conclusion of Thor. Chapter 147. Thanos' Preparations, 6 p.m. After bidding farewell to Thor, it was not long before 6 o'clock arrived, and Qin Ge met with Fury. What brings you here? Fury, much like Qin Ge, was a man of action, diving straight into the matter without any superfluous words. How is S.H.I.E.L.D. preparing? Qin Ge inquired. All preparations are complete. We are merely awaiting the arrival of the extraterrestrial species, Fury replied calmly. After more than half a year of meticulous planning, he had everything in place, ready to deliver a decisive blow to the alien forces. I have just received intelligence that this extraterrestrial race will descend upon Manhattan Island, though the exact location remains unknown. However, they will indeed manifest in Manhattan, Qin Ge stated. Given that the conflict is termed the Battle of Manhattan, the battlefield is rather evident. War is not merely about killing or fighting. It cannot be easily relocated. The scale of war is vast, and shifting the battlefield would be exceedingly cumbersome. I firmly believe that any aggressor would first invade from the nearest point. I will immediately reinforce the deployments on Manhattan Island, Fury asserted. Originally Manhattan, as the economic heart of New York, was already a high-priority focus for S.H.I.L.D. Now that the battlefield has been confirmed to be here, it demands even greater vigilance. I require the assistance of the Black Ops unit, Fury added. He had been keeping a close eye on the development of this special force. While they still paled in comparison to S.H.I.L.D., they were indeed a military unit, excelling in discipline and obedience to orders. Very well. I will ensure that all units except for the 2nd and 6th Divisions comply with your command. Qin Ge nodded in agreement. The 2nd Division handled the daily affairs of the base, while the 6th Division was responsible for its security. Thus, they could not heed Fury's orders. Good. With the assistance of a division, Fury was already quite satisfied. A black army of over 1,000 personnel would suffice for many tasks. By the way, how are the Avengers faring? Fury inquired. They are all well, and take this battle very seriously, Qin Ge replied. Indeed, they're the most crucial element. There can be no mistakes, Fury stated with gravity. You understand, Qin Ge did. Although his Zero Division was formidable, it still fell short in comparison to the Avengers. Both Thor and Hulk could easily decimate his Zero Division, and even Iron Man Tony, if cautious, could eliminate them without much difficulty. The Avengers were not merely a name. Their reputation was well earned. Well, in that case, I shall return to prepare, Fury said as he rose. All right, Qin Ge nodded, watching Fury depart. As the time approached for the Battle of Manhattan in 2012, one couldn't help but ponder the identity of the impending foe, the Chitauri, the Frost Giants. Or perhaps a third party. Qin Ge found himself, once again, lost in contemplation regarding this question. In the depths of space, far beyond the Milky Way, within the Hadar star system and the Crimson Cloud solar system, countless spaceships raced through the cosmos at astonishing speeds. Leading them was a colossal vessel, several kilometers in size, its dark form exuding an overwhelming presence. Inside the ship, in the command hall, Father Ebony Maw approached, offering a slight bow to Thanos, who sat upon the throne. What news on the matter I requested? Thanos inquired. Reporting to you, my lord, Odin has awakened from his Odin sleep, and the frost giant leader Laufey has perished at the hands of Odin's son, Loki, came the reply. Odin remains unharmed. Thanos nodded thoughtfully. Proceed. The whereabouts of the supreme sorcerer remain unknown, yet the sorceress lineage persists on Earth. Dormammu continues to cast his gaze upon the planet, making it unlikely for the sorcerer to have departed. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, is also unaccounted for, with no news regarding her. No news? Thanos queried, fixing his gaze on Ebony Maw. Indeed, no news, the latter confirmed. Thanos nodded casually. What of the intelligence investigation? It has been clarified. Qin Ge is indeed still on Earth, Ebony Maw reported. Thanos maintained an impassive countenance, yet internally, he began to curse. Why does he persist on this planet? Odin and the sorcerer are inconsequential. They will eventually meet their demise. Thanos, can afford to wait. Carol possesses great potential, but it is merely potential. These three are not a cause for concern. Yet Qin Ge, over a decade ago, he effortlessly bested all three and left Dormammu nursing wounds that remain unhealed. Such a werewolf. And Thanos truly lacks confidence in achieving his objectives beneath his very nose. What progress on the arrangements I instructed? Thanos asked. Loki has received the information we deliberately disseminated and will soon seek you out, my lord, Ebony Maw replied. Thanos nodded. Let this serve as a test of whether Carol and the sorcerer are indeed on Earth. He silently mused. Should we provoke Qin Ge into action? That would be even better. What would Qin Ge's involvement signify? Outside of him, Earth possesses scant defensive capabilities. The sorcerer and Carol are absent. We must devise a means to divert Qin Ge's attention or ensnare him. Yet, where could such a formidable adversary be found? Thanos pondered with a furrowed brow. Given Qin Ge's combat prowess, he was undeniably formidable. Thanos considered himself among the most powerful beings in the universe. Yet even so, he found himself utterly defenseless against Qin Ge. This was no trivial matter. However, he was not in haste. Time was a luxury he possessed. With this thought, Thanos flipped his hand, revealing an orange-hued gem nestled in his palm. Ebony Maw's eyes widened at the sight of the gem. My lord, is that the Soul Stone from the Infinity Stones? He inquired. Thanos nodded, fixated on the Soul Stone. 2 of the Infinity Stones hold no value for me. Without the Infinity Gauntlet and the Power Stone, they are of no use. Thanos shook his head. With a gentle wave of his left hand, Ebony Maw understood and summoned a scepter-like object that flew into Thanos' presence under his control. Thanos grasped the scepter and placed the Soul Stone within it. Buzz! The scepter emanated a sudden burst of orange light, enveloping it in a radiant glow. Thanos wiped his palm over the staff. The orange-yellow glow instantly transforming into a brilliant blue. Let the bloodline of the frost giant, Loki, be your beginning, Thanos murmured, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the staff. Victory is assured, proclaimed Ebony Maw, kneeling with fervor. Victory is assured, echoed everyone aboard the ship, abandoning their tasks to kneel and chant. Victory is assured. Chapter 140. An unexpected turn of events. Half a month later, Sauron was a husband of an ordinary family, living in a commonplace environment, yet blessed with a loving wife whom he adored. Their relationship was harmonious. However, ever since his wife changed jobs 6 months prior, he noticed her frequent late-night work hours. Often, she would be away for several days, returning home utterly exhausted and collapsing in a bed, indifferent to his attempts at affection. What confounded Sauron further was the astonishing income his wife, Jenny, a recent university graduate, was now earning. Her monthly salary amounted to a staggering $100,000. Such a sum was unfathomable to Sauron. Jenny explained that she was part of a team within her company comprised of very affluent individuals. They often played cards during work hours, and her winnings, combined with her salary, accounted for her substantial income. However, Sauron was no fool. He began to suspect that Jenny might be involved in questionable enterprises. Consequently, he subtly expressed his concerns to her, stating, "Though we may not have much, our love sustains us. There is no need to compromise oneself for money." To his astonishment, Jenny became furious, vehemently denying any involvement in illicit activities. Yet, Sauron could not comprehend how an ordinary woman without notable skills could earn such an extravagant income. Thus, Sauron resolved to follow Jenny the next time she went out for work. On that day, just like any other, Jenny finished her lunch at home, packed her belongings, and set off. Sauron hastily donned a hat and glasses he had prepared in advance, borrowing a car from a friend whom Jenny did not know, and followed her. Having served in the military, Sauron possessed some tracking skills and carefully tailed Jenny without being detected. The more he followed, the more perplexed he became. Whether she was heading for work or to meet clients, the route seemed all wrong. Was there someone living in this area? Eventually, Sauron found himself on a newly constructed highway. When was this road built? He mused, astonished at the obviously recent development, his eyes filled with confusion. However, Jenny had already driven ahead, compelling Sauron to suppress his doubts and hasten to catch up. Ahead, Jenny was driving, having received a message from her team leader, Dom, regarding a mission. Beep. The vehicle's onboard communicator buzzed to life. Hello. Jenny reached back to answer the call. This is her ability, to conjure arms from any part of her body, with the limitation of only one arm. Jenny, someone is following you. Lena's voice resonated. The members of Team Zero refer to each other by their names, not by code names. A sense of urgency filled Jenny's heart. Lena possessed extraordinary perception, and her words could not be mistaken. Someone was indeed trailing her. Peering through the rearview mirror, Jenny discerned no vehicles in pursuit. It appeared they were still behind her. Dom has already gone ahead. Maintain your position, Lena continued. Understood, Jenny nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Salong, who was trailing her, he remained wholly focused on following Jenny. Upon reaching the defensive line, Jenny lowered the window to present her identification as a member of the team. "There's a vehicle following me," she informed the guard on duty. The guard immediately understood, nodding to the others, and their weapons were swiftly readied. Before long, Salong's car arrived. Why is there still a defensive line? He thought, bewildered by the sight of the barrier ahead. Instinctively, he felt the urge to retreat, pressing the gas pedal to reverse his vehicle. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the car's backward momentum abruptly halted, trapped in place. Salong quickly glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a robust man, resembling a bull, bracing against the car, effectively halting its retreat. Cold sweat trickled down Salong's brow as he noticed soldiers from the defensive line approaching with their rifles raised. Desperately, he pressed the accelerator, attempting to break free from the man's grip, but it was futile. In the headquarters of the captain. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Captain. Dom saluti at Qin Ge. Dumb? What brings you here? Aren't you on a mission?" Qin Ge inquired, puzzled. "We apprehended an intruder named Salong. He is Jenny's husband." A peculiar expression crossed Dom's face as he spoke Salong's name. "Jenny's husband?" Qin Ge stared at Dom in astonishment. "Indeed. I seek your guidance on whether to expel him, as we usually do with trespassers, or consider alternative measures," Dom asked. "Where is he now?" Qin Ge inquired. "In the Team Zero office." "Take me there." In the Team Zero office, Salong sat obediently in a chair, facing 3 men and women. Despite being unbound, he dare not move. The moment he had been freed, he attempted to flee, but the seemingly frail woman before him had swiftly pressed him back down with a force that nearly shattered his shoulder. Glancing at the 2 men, who were considerably larger than the woman, Salong concluded that it was best to remain compliant. The door to the Team Zero office creaked open, and Qin Ge entered alongside Dom. Captain, Lena, and the others stood promptly to salute. "All right, everyone sit down," Qin Ge instructed. "Yes." His gaze shifted to the unfamiliar face before him. "Are you Saron, Jenny's husband?" Qin Ge inquired as he gazed at Saron. Could it be that this man is merely a guest of Jenny's? He certainly appears to wield considerable influence. Given his status, what could have drawn him to Jenny? While my wife is indeed quite beautiful, it is evident that the woman accompanying him possesses a more striking allure. It seems illogical, as Saron was lost in thought. Qin Ge connected with the system and examined Saron's profile. To his astonishment, he discovered that Saron was also an unawakened, extraordinary being. The odds of encountering 2 such individuals within a single household were indeed intriguing. Should Jenny become pregnant, there is a high likelihood that their child would also belong to the extraordinary lineage. However, this is not an absolute certainty. The inheritance of extraordinary beings is rather peculiar. Both parents being extraordinary does not guarantee that their offspring will be, nor does it preclude the possibility of a child born to ordinary parents being extraordinary. In any case, it is quite curious. "Dome," Qin Ge called out. "Captain," Dome stepped forward. "Go fetch the Tyragon crystal," Qin Ge instructed. The 5 individuals present were taken aback. "He is also an extraordinary being?" Lena was the first to react, her eyes sparkling with delight as she looked at Qin Ge. The other 3 soon followed suit, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they turned to the bewildered Saron. "Indeed, he is also an unawakened, extraordinary being. Who would have thought that a household could harbor 2 extraordinary beings among millions?" Qin Ge chuckled, shaking his head. "Please summon Jenny." "Yes." A man promptly nodded and turned to call for Jenny. At last, the Zero Squad would have the opportunity to expand its numbers. Observing Saron, who remained in a state of disbelief, Qin Ge instructed, "Lena, please elucidate the rules for him." "Certainly." With a smile, Qin Ge shook his head and departed from the Zero Squad's quarters. In the captain's office, he stated solemnly to the 2nd Squad leader, "I must insist that we resolve this matter tonight. There can be no loose ends." "I understand. I will dispatch someone immediately." The 2nd Squad leader nodded. "Send someone clever, and ensure the task is executed with precision. Last time, we failed to clean up properly, and the president held me accountable," Qin Ge remarked. The 2nd Squad was an assassination unit, tasked with a broad spectrum of targets, not only those affiliated with the Black Alert, but also individuals from various other departments. Discretion was paramount. I have already assigned that individual to the squad. You can rest assured, Captain, that we will not repeat the previous oversight," the 2nd Squad leader declared earnestly. "Very well," Qin Ge replied nonchalantly. "Knock, knock, knock." A series of knocks interrupted their conversation. "Come in," he called. Captain Dome entered. The second squad leader, recognizing Dome's presence, discerned that this individual was not merely an ordinary squad member. Given his position as the head of the intelligence department within Black Alert, "I shall take my leave now," the second squad leader remarked, understanding the dynamics of the situation. Since her task report was concluded, remaining would serve no purpose. "Indeed, go ahead," Qin Ge replied. The second squad leader nodded, casting a final glance at Dome before exiting. Once the second captain departed and closed the door, Dom finally spoke. "Commander, Sauron is already awakened using the Terrigen crystals as per your instructions." However, a look of hesitation crossed Dom's face. "What is it? Has something happened?" Qin Ge perplexed. "Sauron, his abilities." Dom began but faltered. "Speak," Qin Ge urged, his tone firm. "It seems his power is foresight." Qin Ge, seated at the head, observed the anxious Sauron below him, while Ginny attempted to soothe his nerves. "Commander, I have relayed the rules and common knowledge to Sauron, and he claimed to have seen a secondary vision, requesting to meet you, asserting that it pertains to the future." Lena recounted the events in detail. "Now, Sauron, please elaborate," Qin Ge commanded, discreetly activating the system's probe. "Name, Sauron. Title, none. Gender, male. Age, 28. Lineage, human mutant. Special ability, future foresight. Details, skills, minimal overall combat power, 57, maximum 100 evaluation, an exceedingly rare prophetic talent. Yet his ability carries significant side effects. Status, unloadable. Future foresight, with a mortal body, he glimpses divine power, sacrificing vitality to foresee imminent large-scale events. The more life force expended, the clearer the vision. At the moment of impending death, he perceives everything. Upon awakening, a vision suddenly appeared before me. I inquired with Jenny and others, but they could not see it. Only I could perceive it, yet it vanished after a brief moment. However, whenever I utilize my ability, it re-emerges," Sauron explained. "What was the vision?" "Light descended from the heavens, revealing 4 figures, 3 individuals of normal stature and 1 exceedingly tall person, all clad in white, standing upon a dilapidated street," Sauron described. Qin Ge's gaze sharpened. "White garments for individuals, 3 of normal height and 1 remarkably tall? Why does that sound so familiar? Can you discern their genders?" he queried. "I cannot. The image is too hazy for me to distinguish." Sauron shook his head. Qin Ge nodded thoughtfully. "For individuals, 1 of considerable height." He recognized only 1 combination, the Obsidian 4. However, Thanos had been severely defeated over a decade ago, nearly pleading for mercy. He had remained conspicuously low-key in recent years, so it was reasonable to assume they were aware of their presence on Earth. Did they perceive something? Or were they not who he thought? Returning to the present, Qin Ge regarded Sauron. This ability could serve as a harbinger of doom. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to inform him. Sauron, oblivious to the side effects, could easily meet his demise through reckless use of his power. Although Qin Ge desperately needed this ability to gain insight into the Manhattan battle, he would not sacrifice Sauron for it. The notion of sacrificing an individual for the greater good may appear pragmatic, yet weighed heavily on Qin Ge's conscience. "Sauron, come here. Let me assess your abilities," Qin Ge said. Sauron hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached Qin Ge, encouraged by Jenny. Qin Ge raised his hand and pressed it against Sauron's forehead. The members of Team Zero were unaware of the nature of Qin Ge's abilities. They speculated it had to do with discerning their powers, as they, being fellow, could not perceive the abilities of the nor identify those who had yet to awaken. However, this remained mere speculation, and the specifics were unclear. After feigning contemplation for a while, a complex expression emerged on Qin Ge's face. "Sauron, it would be prudent not to utilize your ability unless absolutely necessary." "Why?" Sauron gazed at Qin Ge, puzzled. "Your precognitive abilities are deemed forbidden. As a mere mortal wielding such a taboo power, you will inevitably pay a price. The cost you incur is your own life force." Sauron, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, while the other's eyes widened in shock. "Consuming life force? If you misuse your abilities, it could lead to your demise," Qin Ge stated solemnly. "If it can be avoided, refrain from employing your powers." Rising, Qin Ge patted Sauron on the shoulder. "You are now aware of matters here and cannot leave. However, your situation is unique, and I shall not impose any duties upon you. Remain here in peace." With that, Qin Ge turned to Dom. Take her to register with the team shortly. Let her be counted among Team 0, but do not involve her in missions. Understood. Qin Ge cast a glance at Saron, sighed, and departed. Chapter 150. The approaching war. 2 months passed swiftly, and now only a month remained of the year. Both S, H, I, L, D, and Black Dawn had entered a state of heightened alert. Even the most oblivious individuals sensed the discord in the atmosphere. All members of Team 0 had been summoned back by Qin Ge, prohibited from undertaking any missions, and were to remain on standby at the base. Finding was no simple task. During this period, Qin Ge frequently ventured out to scout for unawakened, yet the results were minimal. Team 0 remained composed of 14 individuals, one of whom was merely a bystander. In the Commander S office, Qin Ge inquired, "You say S, H, I, E, L, D is currently at a secret base, but we are unaware of their activities? Indeed, our personnel lack the necessary clearance to ascertain the details within. However, it is certain that this base harbors high-level secrets belonging to S, H, I, E, L, D. The second-in-command replied. Qin Ge knew did. Uncertain of the nature of these secrets, S, H, I, L, D possessed numerous high-level confidential items, with the 084 project being just one among many. Very well. Understand. Summon Rolfus. Yes, sir. As Qin Ge pondered how to address the matter concerning Fury and the crystalline substance designated as 084, he unexpectedly discovered, through Lena's extraordinary perception, that S, H, I, E, L, D also possessed a Terrigen crystal. This item, designated as 084, was referred to as the obelisk. Knock, knock, knock. Commander, you summoned me, Rolfus announced as he knocked and entered the room. Contact Fury and arrange a meeting at the earliest possible convenience. Very well. What brings you here? Fury inquired, glancing at Qin Ge, who had not reached out to him in 2 months. His current visit could only bode ill. There are 2 matters at hand. First, I require Object 084, known as the obelisk. I need it. How do you know about the obelisk? Fury asked, furrowing his brow. 084 is merely a codename that encompasses all the unknown artifacts contained by S.H.I.E.L.D. There are not many 084s, and I am well aware of each one, Fury replied. Do not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. Just hand it over. Very well, Fury nodded, not declining. In this time of impending conflict, 1084, which they had studied for so long without resolution, would not be a substantial loss to Qin Ge. Ensure that this matter remains confidential, Qin Ge stated. Fury narrowed his eyes. Keep it from others? Is it a casual remark, or does it hold deeper significance? Fury was the king of agents. Interpreting words had become second nature to him. Now, for the second matter, Qin Ge continued. I need to know what you are currently investigating at that clandestine base. Seems you have placed individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. who hold considerable positions, Fury remarked, seemingly surprised but maintaining his composure. The internal dynamics of S.H.I.E.L.D. were a tangled web of various factions, and he was acutely aware of this. However, operatives from these factions rarely reached high ranks. The infiltration by Black Alert was to be expected, yet he had not anticipated their ascension to mid-level ranks, which was commendable. Observing Fury's calm demeanor, Qin Ge was tempted to reveal that there were high-ranking traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D., but he refrained. With the impending battle for Manhattan, the faction that had remained concealed for years clearly preferred to stay hidden. The best method for remaining unnoticed was to diligently fulfill their duties. Qin Ge doubted that after years of subterfuge, they would choose this moment to disrupt the status quo, as it held no advantage for them. The downfall of S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly be detrimental to this faction, as their interests have been deeply intertwined, provided they did not stir trouble during the Battle of Manhattan. Qin Ge had little concern for their fate. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Very well, there is little harm in sharing this. The cosmic cube that was swallowed and subsequently regurgitated is now in our possession, and this research facility is dedicated to its study, Fury revealed. The cosmic cube? Qin Ge exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The space stone? Remarkably, since my arrival in the Marvel Universe, I have yet to encounter a single Infinity Stone. The last time, I encountered 2 all at once. The 6 Infinity Stones, with the Time Stone in the possession of the Ancient One at Kamar Taj, and the Space Stone held by S. H. I. L. D. remain shrouded in mystery regarding the whereabouts of the remaining 4. The Power Stone, the Mind Stone, the Reality Stone, and the Soul Stone. However, According to conventional theory, it is inevitable that the 6 Infinity Stones will eventually manifest on Earth. How is your research progressing? Qin Ge. Due to confidentiality, I cannot disclose that information, Fury responded, withholding details from Qin Ge. This did not surprise Qin Ge. It was quite expected. Very well, do exercise caution. The Tesseract is a treasure, and many have set their sights upon it. I understand, Fury acknowledged. After bidding farewell to Fury, Qin Ge felt an odd sense of neglect, as if he had overlooked something significant. The Tesseract, the space stone, is under constant surveillance by satellites in Earth's outer space, leaving no room for blind spots. Any extraterrestrial fleet approaching the Earth-Moon system would be detected immediately. Nevertheless, Qin Ge sensed an unsettling anomaly. However, that plan must commence soon, he murmured, stroking his chin. In Asgard, within the Grand Palace, Thor stood before his father. Father, this is a message from Qin Ge. Odin, seated upon his throne, narrowed his single eye slightly. What does Qin Ge require the box of ice for? Thor conveyed Qin Ge's request, asking Odin to consider bestowing the box of ice upon him. The box of ice is the prized possession of the frost giants of Jotunheim. Though it resides in my treasury, it does not imply ownership, Odin contemplated. You tell Qin Ge that I lack the authority to grant the box of ice. But father, the leader of the frost giants, Lao Fei, is dead, and the giants are now leaderless. The box of ice is our spoils of war. We rightfully claim ownership, Thor protested, puzzled. The box of ice belongs to the frost giant race, not merely to Lao Fei. As I have said, relay that message, Odin declared, shaking his head. Understood, Thor replied, ceasing to press the matter. This disagreement had persisted between them for centuries and was not something that could be resolved swiftly. As Thor departed, Odin tightened his grip on the reforged Gungnir, pondering Qin Ge's intentions with the box of ice. What could he possibly want it for? Given Qin Ge's recent significant actions on Earth, a flicker of doubt crossed Odin's eyes. Chapter 150. Uncontrollable Power Rejected. Qin Ge felt little surprise. He had not harbored high hopes, merely testing the waters by asking Thor. If he could acquire it, that would be splendid. If not, it mattered little. With his current peak abilities, he stood no chance against Odin unless he employed the Godslayer Trident. And even then, the template for the Trident could only be used 3 times. It was prudent to conserve such a valuable opportunity rather than squander it on this matter. Thor, do not return to the palace for the time being. I have received word that a great battle is imminent. You must remain on Earth. Prepared for combat at any moment, Qin Ge instructed Thor. Very well, I will inform father, Thor agreed without hesitation. Indeed, it is dire, Captain. Lena burst in, flustered. Qin Ge frowned at the entering Lena. What has happened? Salong is nearing his end. What? Qin Ge's brow furrowed deeper as he gazed upon the frail, white-haired Salong lying on the bed. How could he have deteriorated so? Has he used his powers again? Qin Ge turned to the inconsolable Jenny, seeking answers. Upon hearing his words, Jenny's sobs intensified, leaving no room for dialogue. With no other recourse, Qin Ge looked to Dom. Salong's abilities are beyond his control. Ever since awakening, visions of the future emerge unbidden each night. Dom sighed and produced a sketchbook. This contains the future as drawn by Salong. He insisted that we refrain from looking at it, stating it should be entrusted solely to the captain. Qin Ge took the sketchbook but did not peruse it immediately. Instead, he handed it to the waiting Rolthas behind him. The frail voice of Captain Salong broke the silence. Qin Ge promptly seated himself beside Salong's bedside, eyes fixated on him. Captain, I have drained my vitality. All the visions I've seen are contained within this. Yet now, a new image has surfaced before me, clearer than ever before. Though weak, Salong spoke with certainty and coherence. Speak, I am listening. Qin Ge understood that the vision Salong beheld before his demise would undoubtedly be pivotal to the Battle of Manhattan. Salong hesitated momentarily, then turned his gaze to the others. Dom comprehended and gestured for everyone else to leave. Heartbroken Jenny was also led away by Lena. Once the room was vacated and the door secured, Salong finally began to speak. I have seen 3 objects. These items are crucial to this battle. A blue cubic energy block, an ice blue box, and a scepter emitting a faint blue glow. They signify the origin, the progression, and the conclusion of this war, Salong murmured softly. Qin Ge narrowed his eyes. The blue cubic energy block must be the cosmic cube. However, what are the ice blue box and the scepter that glows in azure hues? The ice blue box. Perhaps the box of ice? Yet, how could such an artifact from Odin's treasury appear in the Battle of Manhattan? Moreover, the origin, progression, and conclusion? The cosmic cube initiates, the ice blue box ignites the conflict, and the scepter serves to terminate it? Is this the correct interpretation? In an instant, countless possibilities raced through Qin Ge's mind. Captain, Salong's voice pulled Qin Ge back to the moment. Do not blame yourself for my death. Salong smiled faintly. I am but an ordinary man, fearful of death. When I first awakened my abilities, I resented you, Captain, for bestowing upon me such a power. Yet, as my abilities spiraled beyond control, revealing ever more futures, I began to understand the true purpose behind your actions. You are a hero. Captain, you need not bear guilt. Perhaps my abilities were fated to enhance our odds in this great battle. This is all the design of destiny. As Ginny awakened, I followed her and was caught by Dom. My powers surfaced uncontrollable, revealing glimpses of the future, which I would convey to the commander. Everything is predestined, Saron remarked with a wry smile. Stop talking and rest well, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. No, Commander, Saron countered. My vitality has been depleted. My demise is inevitable. Yet, I must share one final piece of news. What is it? Yesterday, I foresaw my own death. Initially, it was to occur in 7 days, but I felt compelled to contribute one last effort to this war. Thus, I willingly activated my powers to glimpse the moment when our chances of victory are greatest. Upon hearing this, Qin Ge's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. The stakes of the Manhattan battle demanded his full attention. What I witnessed was limited just a secondary vision. It contained crucial information, Saron recalled, straining to remember the images. Qin Ge listened intently, fearing he might miss key details. At sea? Qin Ge asked, confused as he looked at Saron. Indeed, our battlefield this time is at sea. I only saw the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean as we humans engaged in a fierce battle against 3 different races. This is when our chances for victory are the highest. Qin Ge furrowed his brow. A maritime battlefield could indeed redirect much of the conflict and minimize losses. However, the majority of Black Alert soldiers were from the Army, with few belonging to the Navy. This is the vision I saw, our greatest chance of victory with the least loss. The other foresights I encountered regarding this war are documented in that album. Commander, you must review it yourself. The more we know, the more the future can shift, Saron said with a smile, his pale face and white hair presenting a pitiful sight. Trembling, Saron raised his right hand, and Qin Ge promptly grasped it. The once dull eyes of Saron suddenly sparkled with brilliance as he gripped Qin Ge's hand with immense strength. We must prevail. For humanity. With a flash of vitality, Saron uttered those 2 phrases before his powerful hand fell limply. Before Qin Ge's eyes, Saron gradually faded, losing the last vestiges of life. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ge reached out to close Saron's wide-open eyes. I shall do so at any cost. Chapter 152. The Secrets of Loki and the Scepter in the Vastness of the Universe. Thanos' fleet moved slowly through the cosmos. Before the grand, colossal warship, Loki gazed upwards, his eyes glinting with fervor. At that moment, the hatch of the spaceship opened with a thunderous roar. An alien, resembling aged tree bark, stepped out from the warship. Loki immediately recognized this figure, the bark-like extraterrestrial, who placed one hand over the other in front of him. He was none other than the leader of Thanos' 4 formidable generals, Ebony Maw, a physically frail yet immensely powerful sorcerer. Loki is often hailed as the foremost mage of the 9 realms. Though I have voiced my grievances regarding this official designation multiple times, I feel compelled to reiterate my critique. There are certainly many mages who surpass him. Moreover, within the 9 realms exists the most formidable sorcerer of the multiverse, rendering Loki's title rather dubious. At the very least, in the presence of the ebony-throated figure before him, Loki surmised that engaging in combat would result in a thorough defeat. The spacecraft glided forward and docked alongside the flagship, establishing a connection. Loki approached. Mr. Ebony Maw, he greeted politely, aware that he sought a favor and thus adhered to the decorum of the occasion. The Prince of Asgard, your father awaits you, Ebony Maw stated as he stepped before Loki. I would appreciate your guidance, Loki replied, to which Ebony Maw calmly nodded and turned to lead him into the cosmic battleship. Inside the command hall of the cosmic battleship, the armored Thanos sat regally in the commander's seat. Below him stood the other three members of the formidable Black Order. Flanking him on either side, the formidable duo of Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive stood to Thanos' right, while the brutish Cull Obsidian occupied his left. An empty seat remained between Cull Obsidian and Thanos, reserved for Ebony Maw. As the most sagacious and powerful mage of Thanos' legion, Ebony Maw was not only second in might only to Thanos, but also unmatched in cunning, solidifying his position as the second in command. "Father, I have brought him," Ebony Maw announced, bowing to Thanos. Indeed, Loki raised his gaze to meet Thanos, the cosmic destroyer who instilled fear in countless beings across the universe. "Prince of Asgard, you have traveled far. What brings you here?" Thanos' indifferent gaze fell upon Loki. Beneath his seemingly calm demeanor, Thanos internally exclaimed, "You have finally arrived. Greetings, Lord Thanos. I apologize for my audacity in visiting you. Please forgive my intrusion," Loki began. "State your purpose." Thanos' tone was direct. Loki gathered his thoughts. "There exists a treasure of Asgard that has fallen into Midgard, and I wish to retrieve it. However, my strength is limited, and my cowardly and foolish father does not support my endeavor. Yet, I refuse to resign myself to the fate of Asgard's treasure being lost. I have heard of your immense power, which is why I have come to seek your assistance," Loki articulated. "A treasure? What is it?" "The Tesseract," Loki replied. A flicker of amusement crossed Thanos' eyes. The bait had been taken. "I have heard of the Tesseract. Indeed, it is a prized possession. However, I do not believe that is your true intent for coming here. Therefore, reveal your genuine purpose, Asgardian." Thanos' voice deepened, a powerful aura emanating from him, pressing down upon Loki. Instantly, Loki felt a shiver run down his spine. Thanos, as the cosmic destroyer, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. "I aspire to conquer Midgard and ascend as its sovereign, challenging my brother, Thor, the god of thunder. Furthermore, I shall inform Odin of my superiority over Thor." Loki no longer concealed his intentions, speaking solemnly. "Well done. You are quite candid, Asgardian." Suddenly, Thanos rose and approached Loki. "I have endured countless battles throughout my existence. From grand interstellar wars involving dreadnoughts to the smaller conflicts between nations on various planets. I have witnessed an abundance of warfare. Thus, I yearn to establish an era of peace." Thanos moved past Loki, continuing on his path. "My kin have engaged in relentless strife over resources, leaving only myself to stand. Is it merely an illusion, or does Thanos' silhouette evoke an overwhelming sense of solitude? From that moment forth, I resolved to maintain the universe's equilibrium. For this purpose, I would not hesitate to become a feared demon among men." With a swift motion, Thanos clenched his fist, causing the air to shatter under the sheer force of his grip. Loki startled, recognizing the magnitude of this power. "I can assist you, even deploying an army to aid your assault on Earth. However, you must eliminate half of the sentient beings on the planet to sustain its balance and ensure the sustainable development of its resources. Can you accomplish this?" Suppressing his elation, Loki solemnly nodded. "I can achieve that." "Excellent," Thanos acknowledged, resuming his position as commander. "You shall have your desires fulfilled. Yet your strength is insufficient. It requires enhancement." Thanos gazed at Loki. Overjoyed, Loki implored, "Please, my lord, offer your guidance." "Corvus Glaive, bring forth the scepter," Thanos commanded. "Yes," Corvus Glaive replied without hesitation, departing promptly. Before long, under Loki's eager gaze, he presented the scepter, which radiated a soft blue light. The scepter's golden exterior was quite striking. "This scepter possesses the ability to manipulate the minds of others. I trust you will utilize it to recruit worthy allies." Thanos briefly explained its power. "To wield the power of mind control?" Loki mused, a smile of uncontainable joy gracing his features. "Thank you immensely, Lord Thanos," he proclaimed earnestly. "I hope you will not disappoint me," Thanos stated calmly, fixing his gaze upon Loki. "Rest assured," Loki bowed his head, declaring, "I shall not let you down." In Asgard, Loki remained in his chamber, contemplating the scepter now in his possession. Through Corvus Glaive's instruction, he had begun to grasp the scepter's capabilities. Its acquisition altered his plans, allowing him to pursue his objectives with greater ease. Initially, Loki pondered how to procure allies. Now, it seemed the scepter would resolve that issue. Nevertheless, he needed to devise a concrete plan for implementation. His eyes sparkled at the thought of the Tesseract, a crucial artifact for his invasion of Earth, which must not be compromised. He realized the necessity for contingency preparations. With this thought, Loki rose and proceeded to the underground palace. Chapter 153, Relocation. Midgard, Earth. New York, the SHIELD research base for the Cosmic Cube. Agents were busily transporting equipment, vehicles moving toward the distance. Fury and Hill stood on a high platform, observing the agents below as they handled the apparatus. Fury, why are we relocating the cube? Hill inquired, her brow furrowing. A great war is imminent. To mitigate losses, it is prudent to transfer the cube to the sea, Fury replied, placing his unwavering trust in Hill and withholding no information from her. Who is Hill? A level 9 agent of SHIELD. Though Fury did not articulate it explicitly, Hill immediately sensed the unusual undertones and the wealth of information conveyed. The cube is the key to the impending conflict? Hill asked in astonishment. Fury nodded. According to intelligence, the invaders' arrival on Earth is inextricably linked to the Cosmic Cube. Hill was taken aback. The Cosmic Cube was indeed associated with the extraterrestrial incursion. What calamity might ensue if they remained unaware and the cube remained here, should the invaders come? Hill found it difficult to fathom. What of our base at sea? Hill hesitantly questioned. Fury had previously withheld details from her, leading Hill to believe that he intended to transform the offshore base into a new facility for housing the Cosmic Cube. Now, it appeared merely decorative. Yet, was it truly worth such effort for mere embellishment? The more effort invested, the more convincing it would be that this was our newly established cube facility. Although the method of the extraterrestrial arrival was unclear, thorough preparation remained essential, Fury stated calmly. Isn't it rather extravagant? Hill knew well Fury's intentions. Yet she felt that his approach would demand considerable financial, material, and human resources, rendering it a poor return on investment in her eyes. There's an old adage, one cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. Without investing significantly, how could one entice the enemy? Moreover, SHIELD can certainly afford this expenditure. Fury's matter-of-fact tone exuded pride. SHIELD is undeniably affluent. Each year, the United Nations allocates funds to SHIELD, complemented by its own enterprises and support from various nations. The agency's annual expenses are staggering, yet so are its revenues. The financial flow of SHIELD would astound any accountant. Seeing Fury's resolute stance, Hill refrained from further objections. After all, SHIELD possessed ample resources. Fury's arrangements were justifiable, and she would comply. Nightfall Base. Commander S. Office. The second-in-command stood before Qin Ge, who nodded thoughtfully after listening to the report. Fury truly possesses remarkable resolve, Qin Ge remarked with admiration. He had merely relayed the prophecy left by Saron, yet Fury, adopting a better-to-believe-than-disbelieve attitude, swiftly constructed a comprehensive base. It must be said that those who ascend to the position of SHIELD director possess a caliber beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, daring to undertake what others would not. In comparison, I am more concerned with the financial might of SHIELD. Such a comprehensive base can be constructed at will. Their financial resources far surpass ours, remarked the second team leader. This is entirely reasonable. Qin Ge replied nonchalantly. The SHIELD was established by the United Nations, receiving not only its funding but also substantial contributions from nations worldwide, particularly the 5 permanent members, whose annual donations are considerable. We rely solely on American support. Even with significant political backing, we cannot compete with their sheer numbers. Rest assured, it is all for the defense of Earth. Qin Ge understood the second team leader's concerns, largely stemming from dissatisfaction with the annual budget of the Black Alert. In truth, the funding is not insignificant. It merely pales in comparison to SHIELD's vast resources. SHIELD's budget is exorbitantly high, making the Black Alerts seem meager by contrast. All right, I understand, the second team leader nodded. She prided herself on her abilities, believing them to be on par with anyone else's. The intelligence network of the Black Alert thrived under her stewardship. However, a skilled artisan cannot create without materials. Despite Qin Ge's efforts to allocate more funding to the second team, the operation of an intelligence network is inherently costly. Even though a substantial portion of the Black Alert's budget has been directed to the second team, it remains insufficient. Nonetheless, if the second team leader were granted adequate funding, she is confident that they could match or even surpass SHIELD's intelligence network. Yet, all of this hinges on the availability of sufficient resources. Intelligence networks are indeed costly, with millions required merely to establish a mediocre system that cannot cover a wide area. The Black Alert's remarkable development of its current intelligence network is entirely due to the second team leader's capabilities. Had it been entrusted to another, it likely would not have achieved such success. Indeed, the adage holds true. Individuals of exceptional ability are invaluable treasures. Well, the great battle is imminent. We must now relay intelligence to various factions through our internal networks. While we do not expect them all to act, even a modicum of attention from them can significantly mitigate losses, Qin Ge instructed. Understood, the second team leader nodded. We can now proceed with the final phase of our plan, Qin Ge added with a smile. Isn't this a bit too hasty? The second team leader hesitated, voicing her concerns about the plan that had been in preparation for nearly a year. With the new year approaching, implementing the final step felt rushed. Time waits for no one, Qin Ge countered, shaking his head. The extraterrestrial forces are poised to arrive, and there is no time to waste. The so-called final step of the plan involves conducting experiments on the latest research with team members. The advanced version of the human enhancement serum is still under study and has made significant progress. Although not entirely perfected, it remains safe for those with exceptional physical attributes. This matter has been under the second team leader's supervision, and it is essential for Qin Ge to discuss it with her. Is it really upon us? The second team leader's eyes widened, realizing that the final phase of the plan was indeed imminent. I understand. I will disseminate the information, she affirmed with a nod. Yes. Please proceed promptly, Qin Ge urged. Absolutely. The second captain nodded at Qin Ge and turned to leave. Wait, take this. Examine it carefully, Qin Ge said, handing a document to the second captain. What is this? The second captain inquired, looking at Qin Ge with curiosity. This contains all the information regarding the 14 members of the Black Alert Zero Squad. Qin Ge replied, arms crossed, gazing at the second captain. Zero Squad? The second captain was taken aback, accepting the document. Why had she never heard of Zero Squad within Black Alert? Moreover, it comprised only 14 individuals, while other squads boasted thousands. However, the second captain did not immediately peruse the document. Instead, she saluted Qin Ge and exited. Watching the second captain depart, Qin Ge leaned back in the chair. A hum resonated as the wall beside him rippled like the ocean, and a figure emerged. It was a well-dressed man of Asian descent, wearing glasses, exuding an air of sophistication and distinction. Commander, the man bowed to Qin Ge. What is the current status? Qin Ge was not surprised by the man's appearance. Director Fury has successfully relocated the cosmic cube, but due to fluctuations in its energy, I cannot approach it. Thus, I am uncertain of its precise location. The man spoke softly. Nodding in response, Qin Ge asked, how have you progressed with the tasks I assigned you? It is all prepared and can be activated at any time, Wu Xianbin replied respectfully. Wu Xianbin, among the 14 members of the Zero Squad, was the only other Asian besides Qin Ge, a native of the country. He was highly knowledgeable and was discovered to be an unawakened anomaly during an academic discussion in New York. After persuasion, he joined the Black Alert Zero Squad. Wu Xianbin's abilities were immensely valuable. Although not combat-oriented, they had reached a third-level proficiency. His power was teleportation. He could instantly transport himself to any location he had previously visited, within a range of 100 meters. Beyond that distance, he required teleportation guidance. Additionally, Wu Xianbin could create spatial gateways, establishing routes for teleportation. I have positioned a spatial gateway at the training ground of the SHIELD maritime base. After a 6-second lead time, the gateway will activate. However, my capabilities are limited. I can maintain the gateway for a maximum of 1 minute, after which I will be exhausted and faint, Wu Xianbin explained. The gateway dimensions are 5 meters in height and 5 meters in width. Return to the second captain and inform her of the details. She will make the necessary arrangements. Qin Ge contemplated before speaking. Wu Xianbin nodded. He had seen Qin Ge hand the Zero Squad's information to the second captain earlier, having been hidden in the space beside the wall. Go, summon Dom, Qin Ge instructed. Understood. Half a month later, in the solar system, 7 light years from Earth, in a vast expanse of space, the colossal spacecraft, the central mothership, floated silently in place. In the command hall, Loki, wielding his scepter, was engaged in discussions with the Chitauri King regarding their battle plans. I have devised a method to unlock the space-time portal of the Tesseract. I shall venture through this portal first, making my way to Earth. Subsequently, I will find a way to utilize the Tesseract to open a portal that will allow the Chitauri army to invade Earth. Loki conveyed to the Chitauri King. We shall await your activation of the portal here. The Chitauri King nodded in agreement, acknowledging Loki's strategy. The Tesseract, a divine artifact capable of opening space-time portals, was never a one-way gateway. Asgard possessed the knowledge to communicate with the Tesseract and to unlock its potential. Loki could certainly leverage this knowledge to descend upon Earth. Loki raised his scepter, the blue light emanating from it intensifying. The space before him shimmered as if it were a tangible entity, rippling with energy. Observing this spectacle, the Chitauri King's thoughts drifted back several years. In the vast, boundless universe, there existed countless life-bearing planets. Chitauri Prime was an oceanic world, purely a planet of water. Unlike Earth, which boasted substantial landmasses, even the meager land present on Chitauri Prime amounted to less than 1,000 square meters of tiny islands, utterly incapable of sustaining life. The Chitauri were aquatic beings, incapable of mobility on land. Once they left the ocean, survival became impossible. Life on the oceanic Chitauri Prime had not bred many aspirations among its inhabitants. However, as time progressed, the resources of Chitauri Prime were declared depleted. The immense population of the Chitauri consumed resources at an unsustainable rate, rendering their survival untenable. Migration became imperative. Yet, the societal living standards of the Chitauri remained entrenched in a feudal era, their technological prowess woefully inadequate for interstellar travel. This led the Chitauri into a state of despair. Violence, plunder, and other heinous acts engulfed Chitauri Prime, plunging the entire planet into chaos, teetering on the brink of self-destruction. Nevertheless, hope emerged from the shadows. The arrival of a singular individual ignited their will to survive: Thanos. The cosmic overlord Thanos provided the Chitauri with the essential resources they required, even equipping the technologically stagnant Chitauri with devices enabling terrestrial mobility and advanced weaponry. The price for these gifts was their unwavering loyalty. From the moment they pledged allegiance to Thanos, the Chitauri King foresaw the impending invasion of other worlds. After many years, the time had finally come for them to repay their debts. The Chitauri King gazed at the virtual map depicting the cerulean planet. Do not blame me, he thought, as he contemplated the S.H.I.L.D. maritime research base for the Tesseract. An elderly man was diligently operating the machinery, overseeing the research on the Tesseract, which was housed within a sophisticated circular instrument. At that moment, Nick Fury and Clint approached from a distance, accompanied by Dom, a warrior from the Black Widow's 0-point team. Dom had been thrust upon Fury by Qin Ge, leaving him little choice but to accept. Fury was aware of the events surrounding the Black Ops Zero Squad, and he held no significant aversion toward a warrior like Dom. "Doctor, what is the progress?" Fury inquired as the trio approached Eric. The temporal teleportation portal is exceedingly complex, and the calculations are vast. A significant breakthrough is unlikely in the near term, the elderly man, known as Eric, replied with a shake of his head. "Please expedite." Fury expressed, his disappointment palpable, yet he refrained from further comment. The Tesseract was intricate, and Eric's achievements thus far were commendable. "Doctor, another pulse," the assistant suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Eric swiftly made his way to the computer, rapidly scanning the data. If the Tesseract is akin to a gate, both sides should be able to open, correct? Clint interjected. Fury's mind raced, poised to respond, when the Tesseract positioned on the apparatus suddenly emitted a pulse. A deep azure beam of energy erupted forth from the Tesseract, continuously surging and impacting the surrounding space. A cerulean portal thunderously materialized, expanding outward. Observing this spectacle, Dom swiftly took cover and retrieved the communicator. The Tesseract is exhibiting anomalous behavior. Repeat, the Tesseract is exhibiting anomalous behavior. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the portal enlarged to a staggering height, it abruptly vanished, dispersing into waves of energy. However, this energy wave bore no destructive power. It resembled a tempest, lifting the garments of those present, before settling into tranquility. Yet, upon the previously vacant platform, stood a man clad in an unusual green attire, wielding a scepter. Loki slowly raised his head, acknowledging the altered environment around him, and revealed a charmingly sinister smile. "Sir, lower your spear," Fury commanded, his singular eye fixated on Loki, his heart laden with unease. Loki disregarded him, his gaze fixated on the Tesseract as he leapt down from the platform. The agents, long prepared, were taken aback by Loki's sudden movement and opened fire instantaneously. Bullets struck Loki, yet he remained unscathed. Unperturbed, relying on his formidable divine physique, Loki raised his scepter, which ignited with a cerulean glow. Buzz! A projectile of energy erupted from the scepter, swiftly striking an agent. Boom! The explosive force resembled that of a grenade, obliterating the agent along with those nearby and their surroundings. Buzz! Another burst, as energy projectiles detonated among the agents, resulting in casualties. Loki advanced relentlessly, his scepter continuously launching energy blasts, decimating the approaching agents. Finally, an agent managed to close in on Loki. As a punch was thrown, Loki, without a glance, evaded and swung down his scepter with ferocity. Thud! He rendered the agent unconscious with a single blow. Loki halted, surveying the scene around him. Aside from the researchers, only Clint, Fury, and Dom remained standing, as everyone else had been dealt with. Observing this scene, Loki nodded in satisfaction. Clint approached swiftly, although he was unarmed. His marksmanship remained unparalleled. Bang! 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 Each shot struck Loki's face with precision, capturing his attention. Seeing Clint, Loki's eyes brightened as he quickly moved toward him. Clint threw a punch, but Loki effortlessly caught it. The divine strength he possessed was far beyond Clint's capability. "You're truly unique," Loki said with a sinister smile, as his staff poised threateningly against Clint's chest. At that moment, a powerful fist struck Loki squarely on the head. Bang! The resounding impact sent Loki crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Clint broke free from Loki's grasp, maintaining a vigilant stance. Dom stood before Loki, towering over him. The force of Dom's blow had momentarily dazed Loki. Dom lifted Loki with one hand, but Loki quickly regained his composure. The might of a god could not be compared to that of an ordinary man, and he swiftly escaped Dom's hold. A small dagger materialized in Loki's hand. With a swift thrust, it pierced Dom's body. "Get off!" Dom roared, kicking Loki away and glancing down at the wound that had been inflicted. Astonishingly, the wound began to heal at an incredible rate within mere moments. It had returned to its original state. Loki's eyes narrowed. Special abilities? Suddenly, the wall behind Loki rippled, and an arm emerged, seizing his limbs in an instant. Following this, a figure, swift as lightning, burst forth from the wall, gliding in the air before diving down toward Loki. Bang! The figure landed a fierce blow to Loki's abdomen, sending a jolt of agony straight to his brain. Chapter 155, The Bewildered Loki. The impact sounded painful. Ripples cascaded as figures continued to emerge from the portal, including Dom. There were a total of 13. "Connor!" Dom shouted at the sight of Loki being struck down by the lightning-fast young man. "All right." A Caucasian boy who appeared to be around 15 or 16 stepped forward, directing his hands at Loki. Invisible air pressure formed circular rings that bound Loki. This was Ryan Connor, whose ability was air binding. He could control air to restrain others, but could not kill. His powers were limited. The earlier lightning-fast youth was named Jack, whose ability was supersonic speed. He could reach speeds beyond sound, though each use consumed a significant amount of calories. Jenny retracted her abilities, her 6 arms returning to her body. Fury and Clint regarded the 3 individuals, members of the Black Watch Zero Squad, comprising a mere 13 in total. Dom turned and approached Fury. "How shall we deal with Loki?" he inquired. "Take him to the night base and consult with your commander," Fury pondered before responding. "Very well." Dom waved his hand, and Wu Xianbin stepped forward to initiate the spatial portal. At the night base, Qin Ge observed Loki before him. System: examine the template. Name: Loki. Title: the malevolent god, sorcerer of the 9 realms. Gender: male. Age: 1083 years. Bloodline: frost giant sealed. Special abilities: none. Skills: Illusion, 5. Cunning, 4. Max level 5. Overall combat power, 380 evaluation. Combat prowess is limited, stemming from the unawakened bloodline of the Frost Giants. However, there is only a misnamed title, never a miscalled nickname. He is indeed the Malevolent God. Status, unloadable. The Malevolent God, Qin Ge contemplated silently, surveying Loki. This individual was not of the Asgardian lineage, but rather of the Frost Giant kin. Though his powers remain dormant, he undeniably belongs to the Frost Giant race. If Qin Ge were to annihilate the clan, it appeared that Loki could not be spared. Nevertheless, Qin Ge had no intention of committing such an atrocity. It mattered not. He proceeded to examine the template for the scepter. Name, scepter alias, none special ability. Mind control, details available. Description, contains the Mind Stone, which enables the wielder to harness its power to unleash the scepter's might. It is a treasure, but the true value lies within the Mind Stone. Origin, Marvel Universe. Chapter 154. The Arrival of Loki, Part 2. This is all the information regarding the 14 members of the Black Watch Zero Squad, Qin Ge said, hands clasped as he addressed the second captain. Zero Squad? The second captain was taken aback, accepting the dossier. Why have I never heard of a Zero Squad within a Black Watch? And it consists of only 14 members? Other squads boast thousands, yet this one comprises merely 14. However, the second captain did not immediately peruse the documents, but instead saluted Qin Ge respectfully before exiting. Watching her depart, Qin Ge reclined in his chair. Suddenly, the wall beside him undulated like the surface of the sea, and a figure emerged. It was a well-dressed man of Asian descent, adorned with glasses, exuding an air of refinement that suggested he was anything but ordinary. Commander, the man bowed slightly toward Qin Ge. What is the situation? Qin Ge was not taken aback by the man's presence. Director Fury has completed the transfer of the Tesseract, but due to fluctuations in its energy, I'm unable to approach, hence I cannot ascertain its precise location. The man spoke softly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Ge inquired, how have you fared with the tasks I assigned you? They are ready and can be activated at any moment, Wu Xianbin replied respectfully. Wu Xianbin, one of the 14 members of the Zero Team, is the only individual of East Asian descent apart from Qin Ge, a learned scholar from China. He was discovered to be an unawakened anomaly during an academic discussion in New York. After some persuasion, he joined the Black Alert Zero Team. Wu Xianbin possesses a highly valuable ability, which, while not combat-oriented, has reached a level of proficiency classified as Tier 3. His unique skill is teleportation. Wu Xianbin can instantaneously transport himself to any location he has previously visited within a range of 100 meters. Beyond this distance, he requires a guidance mechanism for teleportation. Additionally, he has the capability to construct spatial gateways, creating pathways for teleportation. I have deployed a spatial portal in the training grounds of the SHIELD Maritime Base. After a 6-second guidance, the portal will activate. However, my abilities are limited. I can only sustain the portal's opening for a maximum of 1 minute before succumbing to exhaustion, Wu Xianbin explained. The portal measures 5 meters in height and 5 meters in width. You should return and inform Captain 2 of the details. She will make the necessary arrangements. Qin Ge suggested after a moment's contemplation. Wu Xianbin nodded, recalling that he had observed the exchange of Zero Team's information when Qin Ge handed it to Captain 2, having been concealed in a space adjacent to the wall. Go ahead and summon Dom, Qin Ge instructed. Understood. A fortnight later, in a realm of the cosmos 7 light-years from Earth within the solar system, a colossal cosmic mothership floated serenely in place. In the command hall, Loki, wielding his scepter, was engaged in discussions with the Chitauri King regarding their battle strategy. I have devised a means to unlock the space-time portal of the Tesseract. I will be the first to traverse through this portal and journey to Earth. Subsequently, I will find a way to utilize the Tesseract to open a space-time portal that will allow the Chitauri army to invade Earth. Loki conveyed to the Chitauri King. We shall await your activation of the portal here. The Chitauri King nodded, signaling his approval of Loki's plan. The Tesseract is a divine artifact capable of opening space-time portals, functioning in a two-way manner. Asgard possesses the knowledge required to communicate with the Tesseract and unlock its potential, enabling Loki to descend upon Earth. Loki raised his scepter, its blue luminescence intensifying. The space before him rippled as if it were a tangible entity. Observing this, the Chitauri King's thoughts drifted back several years. In the vast expanse of the universe, countless life-bearing planets exist. Chitauri Prime is an oceanic world, purely aquatic, unlike Earth, which boasts vast landmasses. Even the scant land on Chitauri Prime comprises small islands, totaling less than 1,000 square meters, rendering it inhospitable for survival. The Chitauri are marine beings, incapable of movement on land. Once they leave the ocean, they cannot survive. Originally, the inhabitants of Chitauri Prime had little ambition, content with their oceanic existence. However, as time progressed, the resources of their planet have become critically depleted. The immense population of the Chitauri consumes resources at an alarming rate, rendering their survival untenable. Migration has become imperative. However, the societal standards of the Chitauri remain entrenched in a feudal state, their technological capabilities woefully inadequate for interstellar travel, plunging them into a state of despair. The planet Chitauri is rife with heinous acts of violence, looting, and chaos, teetering on the brink of self-destruction. Yet, hope glimmers on the horizon with the emergence of an individual, Thanos. The cosmic overlord brings forth the essential resources that the Chitauri so desperately need, along with advanced equipment and weaponry that allows them to traverse their terrain. The price for this aid is their unwavering loyalty. From the moment the Chitauri pledged allegiance to Thanos, their king foresaw the impending invasion of other worlds. Years have passed, and at last, the time has come for them to repay their debt. The Chitauri king gazes upon a virtual map displaying a cerulean planet, Earth. Meanwhile, at the SHIELD Maritime Research Facility for the Cosmic Cube, an elderly scientist is diligently operating and overseeing the cube study. The Cosmic Cube rests within a sophisticated apparatus. At this juncture, Nick Fury and Clint Barton approach, accompanied by Dom, a soldier from the Black Ops Zero Squad, an addition that Fury reluctantly accepted. While aware of the Black Ops Zero Squad's reputation, Fury does not harbor significant resistance towards Dom. Doctor, how is the progress? Fury inquires as the trio reaches the elderly scientist, known as Eric. The temporal transport portal is exceedingly complex. The calculations are vast, making substantial breakthroughs difficult in the short term. Eric responds with a shake of his head. Please expedite the process, Fury replies, his disappointment palpable. Yet he refrains from further commentary. The complexity of the cosmic cube is acknowledged, and Eric's progress thus far is commendable. Doctor, another pulse, an assistant suddenly exclaims. Upon hearing this, Eric hastily approaches the computer, swiftly analyzing the data. If the cosmic cube is akin to a door, then both sides should be operable, correct? Clint interjects. Fury, poised to respond, is interrupted as the cosmic cube emits a sudden pulse. A brilliant azure beam of energy erupts from the cube, relentlessly striking the surrounding space. A deep indigo portal bursts open, expanding outward. Witnessing this, Dom swiftly retreats to the side and retrieves a communicator. Emergency. The cube is exhibiting anomalous behavior. Repeat. The cube is exhibiting anomalous behavior. As the portal expands to a staggering height, a tremendous roar is heard. Then, with a deafening crash, the portal vanishes, dispersing into waves of energy. However, this energy wave is non-lethal, akin to a powerful gust of wind that lifts the clothing of those present before settling back into tranquility. Upon the originally desolate platform, a man adorned in peculiar green attire, wielding a staff, now stood. Loki slowly lifted his gaze, noting the transformation of his surroundings, and revealed a mischievous smile. Sir, relinquish your spear, intoned Fury, his single eye fixed intently on Loki, his heart now beset by trepidation. Ignoring Fury, Loki's attention fell upon the Tesseract. He leapt from the platform, startling the agents who had been poised for action, prompting them to open fire instantaneously. Bullets struck Loki without inflicting the slightest harm. Unfazed and undeterred, relying on the formidable resilience of his divine form, Loki raised his staff. The azure brilliance of the staff ignited. Buzz. An energy projectile erupted from the staff, striking an agent in an instant. Boom! The force of the explosion, akin to that of a grenade, obliterated the agent and all nearby. Buzz. Another strike, as the energy projectile detonated amidst the agents, resulting in casualties. Loki pressed onward, his staff continuously discharging energy projectiles, eliminating the advancing agents. At last, an agent drew near to Loki. A punch was thrown, yet Loki, without a glance, effortlessly evaded, swinging his staff with great force. Bang! The agent crumpled, rendered unconscious by the blow. Loki paused, surveying the area. Aside from the scientists, only Clint, Fury, and Dom remained standing. The rest had been dealt with. Satisfied with this scene, Loki nodded in approval. Observing this, Clint approached swiftly, although devoid of his bow and arrows. His marksmanship remained impeccable. Bang! 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 Each shot found its mark upon Loki's visage, drawing his attention. Upon seeing Clint, Loki's eyes gleamed. He advanced towards Clint, who unleashed a punch. Loki casually seized it. The power of a deity was far beyond what Clint could contend with. "You're truly unique," Loki remarked with a wicked grin, as his staff neared Clint's chest. At that moment, a powerful fist crashed down upon Loki's head. Bang! The dull thud resonated as Loki was forcefully slammed to the ground. Clint seized the opportunity to escape Loki's grasp, remaining vigilant. Dom stood before Loki, looking down upon him. Loki, momentarily dazed by Dom's strike, soon regained his composure. The might of a god was not to be underestimated. He swiftly broke free from Dom's hold. A small knife materialized in Loki's hand. Thud! The blade pierced Dom's body. "Get away!" Dom roared, kicking Loki aside, glancing down at the wound inflicted by Loki's dagger. Astonishingly, the wound began to heal at an extraordinary rate, having fully restored itself within mere moments. Loki's eyes glimmered with a strange intensity. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the wall behind him, grasping his limbs with an instantaneous grip. In the next moment, a figure, swift as lightning, burst forth from the wall, gliding gracefully through the air before diving towards Loki like a streak of light. A resounding thud echoed as this figure struck Loki's abdomen, sending a sharp pain reverberating through his mind. Chapter 155. The bewildered Loki. The impact of that punch alone was enough to elicit a wince. Waves of energy rippled as numerous figures emerged from the portal, totaling 13, including Dom. Connor Dom observed Loki, who had been brought to the ground by the lightning-fast youth blow, and called out. "All right." A Caucasian boy, looking no older than 15 or 16, stepped forward, directing his hands towards Loki. An invisible force pressed upon him, forming concentric rings that bound Loki in place. This was Ryan Connor, whose ability was airbinding, allowing him to manipulate air to restrain others. However, his powers were limited to creating pressure to bind foes. Lethality was beyond his reach. The earlier lightning-fast youth was named Jack, blessed with the ability of supersonic speed, enabling him to reach velocities that surpass sound. However, each use of his power consumed a considerable amount of calories. Jenny retracted her abilities, her 6 arms retreating back into her body. Fury and Clint observed the trio, members of the Black Ops Zero squad comprising 13 individuals. Dom turned to Fury, inquiring about Loki's fate. "What shall we do with Loki?" Dom asked. "Take him to the night base and consult with your captain," Fury replied thoughtfully. "Understood." Dom waved his hand, signaling Wu Xianbin to step forward and activate the spatial portal. Night base. Qin Ge gazed at Loki before him. System, Access Template. Name, Loki. Title, God of Mischief, Sorcerer of the 9 Realms. Gender, Male. Age, 1. 0, 83 years. Lineage, Frost Giant. Sealed, Special Ability, None. Skills, Illusion 5, Strategy 4, Max Level 5, Comprehensive Combat Power, 380. Evaluation, Combat Power is low, stemming from the fact that the Frost Giant lineage has yet to awaken. However, there are only misnamed titles, not miscalled nicknames. He is indeed the God of Mischief. Status, cannot be loaded. The God of Mischief, Qin Ge mused, observing Loki. This individual turned out not to be of the Asgardian lineage, but rather a member of the Frost Giant race. Though his powers remained dormant, he was undeniably a Frost Giant. Should Qin Ge contemplate extermination, it appeared that Loki would not be spared. However, Qin Ge had no intention of committing such an act. It mattered little. He proceeded to examine the staff's template. Name, Staff. Alias, None. Special Ability, Mind Control. Details available. Description, contains the Mind Stone, an infinite gem, which unleashes the staff's formidable powers when harnessed. It is a treasure, yet the true value lies within the Mind Stone. Source, Marvel Universe. Chapter 156. The war begins 2 hours later. Qin Ge exited the interrogation room. He had extracted nearly all the valuable information from Loki. It was not due to Qin Ge's exceptional interrogation skills. but rather Loki's shock from Qin Ge's formidable defeat of Odin. No one wishes for death, and neither did Loki. Faced with the overwhelming power of Qin Ge, who could easily annihilate him with a mere flick of his wrist, Loki promptly chose to relent. This was not a matter of shame. In the face of life and death, preserving one's spirit is of utmost importance. However, Loki did not divulge any information regarding Thanos. The underlying sentiment remained unchanged. If he confessed, Thanos would not spare him. Upon seeing Qin Ge emerge from the interrogation room, Dom approached him. Were there any anomalies? Qin Ge inquired. None. Everything appears normal, Dom replied. Wu Xianbin is stationed by the Tesseract. Should anything arise, Aaron will immediately notify everyone. Aaron Schwartz, a member of the Zero Squad, possesses the ability to communicate with others by establishing a similar interconnected platform within their minds. However, this communication requires the other person to open their mind, necessitating absolute trust in Aaron. Prior to the impending battle, Qin Ge had instructed Aaron to connect all members of the Black Army. Aaron himself remained at the offshore base, but once the war commenced, he would be prioritized for transfer back to the Nightfall base. In a war where both sides are evenly matched, the key to victory lies not in any particular superhero or surprise attack, but in information. Modern warfare is a battle of intelligence. The advantage in information translates to an advantage in every move. Thus, Aaron's significance is self-evident. Since arriving at the S.H.I.E.L.D. offshore base, Aaron has been continually guarded by 2 members of the Zero Squad. The Battle of Manhattan was not yet over, and with Loki captured, what methods would these adversaries employ to invade Earth? Qin Ge furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the entire offshore base, followed by a brilliant blue beam of light erupting from the ground, soaring into the sky. Qin Ge's eyes widened, and then the voices of Wu Xianbin echoed in everyone's minds. The Tesseract has exhibited unusual activity, unleashing unimaginable spatial fluctuations. It is opening a spatial portal. Wu Xianbin, immediately transport Aaron back to the base and activate the prepared spatial portal. Qin Ge commanded, gazing upward at the portal, which had already expanded into a ghostly blue gateway several dozen meters in diameter. The war had begun, half an hour earlier, in the chaotic region of the North Galaxy within the Milky Way. Father, Loki has failed, and the scepter is now in Qin Ge's possession. The Chitauri army has no opportunity to invade Earth, Ebony Maw reported. What useless fool, Thanos replied, shaking his head. Regarding Loki's failure, which had not even stirred a ripple, Thanos expressed his utter disappointment. Ebony Maw had no further thoughts on the matter, only remarking on Loki's unfortunate luck in encountering Qin Ge, the ultimate adversary. Has Proxima Midnight returned? Thanos inquired. Proxima Centauri has fully withdrawn its legion from the Vanguard, and it has now arrived at the outskirts of the solar system. Ebony Maw spoke. Once I open the portal, we shall deploy the Vanguard, along with the Frost Giants and the Chitauri army previously arranged. Thanos replied calmly. Inform Proxima Centauri to refrain from approaching Earth. I have no desire to collect her remains. Understood, Ebony Maw nodded in agreement. Qin Ge had encountered the 4 Black Order members, and he feared that if the Dark Proxima dared to venture to Earth, her demise would be exceedingly gruesome. Next, Thanos' eyes gleamed with intensity. Boom! The cosmic cube trembled, erupting with a terrifying and astonishing energy that surged into the sky. The deafening sound of an explosion resonated throughout the heavens as a cobalt energy beam penetrated the atmosphere, reaching 300 meters above the Earth. A deep azure, circular portal materialized before them. Are they coming? Qin Ge's expression grew grave as he witnessed this scene. The azure portal, sustained by the limitless energy of the cosmic cube, expanded larger and larger, gradually reaching a terrifying diameter of 3 kilometers. Once the portal reached this immense size, it ceased to expand and stabilize completely. This gateway, opened by a being of 5th-tier strength, loomed 3 kilometers high, casting a shadow over the marine base. The Chitauri, who had long awaited in the cosmos, beheld the opening of this deep azure portal, gazing at the contrasting scenery beyond it. They understood that the time had come. All hands, the Chitauri king declared from the command hall of the central mothership, observing the spatial portal to Earth. All troops advance. A fleet of Leviathan battleships, modified from colossal Leviathan whales, surged through the portal into Earth. Jotunheim. The deep azure portal burst open, revealing the frost giants who had been prepared for this moment. A frost giant, towering above the others, stood at the forefront of over 100 of his kin. Upon witnessing the portal's opening, he turned to face his remaining brethren. Our king has perished, yet we must reclaim the treasure of our frost giants. The treasure lies within Midgard. We shall not return without it. Retrieve the treasure. Retrieve the treasure. The frost giant turned back to the azure portal, his crimson eyes flashing with remarkable fervor. Jotunheim, forever immortal. Outside the solar system, Dark Proxima stood aboard her flagship, gazing at the deep azure portal that manifested before her, a smirk gracing her lips. With a casual wave, the ships carrying the Vanguard Legion began to flow into the portal. On the other side of the portal lay Earth. Returning here again brings back rather unpleasant memories. Dark Proxima reflected on the events of 17 years prior with a sense of resignation. Shaking her head, she commanded her flagship to turn away after all the Vanguard warships had entered the portal. In the training grounds of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Maritime Base, a portal measuring 5 meters in height and width materialized. The Black Army, already prepared within the depths of the Twilight Base, surged towards the portal the moment it appeared, moving swiftly and in perfect formation. Upon entering the portal, they were instantly transported to the Maritime Base. The Black Army, having mobilized all 10 divisions, was fully prepared for this long-anticipated battle. Gazing up at the sky, where various ships, giants, and monsters emerged in a relentless stream, everyone understood that war had commenced. Chapter 157. Avengers assemble. With a thunderous crash, Dom violently slammed a Chitauri soldier to the ground, his foot crushing the soldier's chest with a ferocity that ended its life in an instant. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot towards him. Dom glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest, licked his lips, and with a powerful shake, transformed his vibranium dual shield from their shield form into claw form. This weapon, entrusted to him by Qin Ge, now served him better than it would have in Qin Ge's hands. Throughout the S.H.I.E.L.D. Maritime Base, enemies abounded. Chitauri soldiers, frost giants, vanguards, and even Leviathan warships laden with countless Chitauri soldiers, all heading towards New York City. Stop them! Fury bellowed as he realized the direction of the Leviathan warships. Instantly, others reacted, directing their weapons skyward and unleashing a barrage of fire. It was all in vain. Perched atop the highest structure of the Maritime Base, Qin Ge sat calmly, an open illustrated book resting on his lap, observing the epic clash of the four factions. The pages depicted the very scene unfolding before him. The ferocious Leviathan warships charging towards New York City, while the soldiers of Blackwatch and S.H.I.L.D. mounted a fierce resistance, Fury shouting commands as people fired madly. Sighing, Qin Ge remarked, "It is now your turn to take the stage." His gaze grew profound as he looked into the distance, the wind howling past him, turning the pages of the book. A massive word leapt into view. Loki, having stealthily freed himself from his constraints, took advantage of the chaos of battle to slip away. Observing the tumult above, below, and within the seas, he noticed the striking frost giants and discreetly emitted a signal only they could perceive. One by one, the frost giants received the signal, paused momentarily, and then moved silently towards Loki's location. Wu Xianbin, transport me to the top of that giant. Dom called out to the somewhat fatigued Wu Xianbin. No, you cannot handle it. Wu Xianbin firmly refused. I possess immortality. I will be fine. Hurry. Dom gripped his vibranium dual shields, his tone grave. Wu Xianbin hesitated, uncertainty etched on his face. Do not hesitate any longer. Your indecision will only lead to more deaths. Dom shouted, follow the command. Wu Xianbin gritted his teeth and unleashed his power against Dom. In the next moment, Dom found himself atop the Leviathan battleship, charging towards New York City. Dom's eyes gleamed with madness as he wielded his razor-sharp vibranium dual shields with tremendous force, relentlessly assaulting a specific target. With a deafening roar, the Leviathan, a living entity, writhed in agony from Dom's ferocious blows. The ranks of Chitauri soldiers surged forth, attempting to defend the Leviathan, yet they fell before Dom's reckless onslaught. Indeed, the Leviathan was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the vibranium shields. After relentless effort, Dom finally breached the vessel's hull, sending the Leviathan plummeting towards the ocean surface. Splash! The turbulent waves surged, engulfing the colossal battleship. Emerging from the water, Dom gazed skyward, unperturbed by his victory over the Leviathan. The sheer number of foes was overwhelming. Loki summoned a horde of frost giants and led them to the shoreline. With a flick of his wrist, the frost box materialized in his hand. This is the frost box. A treasure. We can return. Loki's eyes sparkled. Return? Not so fast. Listen to me. Clearing his throat, Loki, the offspring of the frost giant king, commanded the attention of the leaderless giants. Our return hinges on defeating these foes. Otherwise, we cannot go home. Moreover, I pilfered our treasure, the frost box. If we sneak away, we will be discovered. Then let's eliminate them. The frost giants exclaimed. Indeed, no one shall obstruct our claim to the treasure. They cried in unison. Let us vanquish these Midgardians and return to Jotunheim with the frost box. Loki proclaimed loudly. Yes, defeat the Midgardians. Annihilate them. A sly smile crept across Loki's lips as he turned to face the ocean, positioning the frost box over the sea. The bloodline of the frost giants surged within him, unleashed by the frost box's power, revealing their blue-skinned forms before Loki. A frigid aura enveloped the ocean surface, and in an instant, the waters around the base froze with alarming speed. Within moments, hundreds of miles of sea were encased in thick ice. Satisfied, Loki nodded and directed the frost box towards the frost giants. Under its influence, the giants began to grow, their heights escalating from 2 or 3 meters to an imposing 30 meters. What does it mean to face over 130-meter giants? How could they possibly contend with such might? Aren't you going to make a move? Captain 2 asked quietly, approaching Qin Ge from behind as they surveyed the scene below. The time is not yet ripe, Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. It appears you are waiting for something. Qin Ge did not respond to the words of the second team leader, but silently observed the battle below. The individual depicted on the page of the illustrated book had not yet emerged. Qin Ge could not make a move. This posed a risk. Had it not been for Salong, Qin Ge would never have fathomed that Earth concealed such a formidable entity on the cusp of the 5th tier. Qin Ge refrained from action, knowing that should this person remain concealed, he would possess no means to locate her. Noticing Qin Ge's silence. The second team leader also ceased speaking and turned his gaze to the battlefield below. With a resounding crunch, the frost giant trampled several soldiers, reducing them to mere pulp. This scene was but a microcosm of the terror posed by over 100 frost giants. Meanwhile, the vanguard, akin to monsters or perhaps monsters themselves, relentlessly assaulted, inflicting grievous losses upon the Black Army and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. As they beheld the sky-darkening Leviathan warships, the advanced weaponry of the Chitauri soldiers, the ferocious vanguard, and the towering frost giants, despair began to take root in the hearts of the people. The Leviathan warships surged towards New York City, drawing ever closer. In the New York military district, missiles were readied. The countdown commenced. 3, 2, launch. Countless missiles erupted forth, racing towards the Leviathan warships. Boom! Boom! A succession of explosions enveloped the Leviathan ships. With the bombardment of missiles, several Leviathan warships were brought down, igniting a flicker of hope among the populace. Yet, the sheer number of Leviathan ships was overwhelming, and not a single missile could halt each one. The Chitauri soldiers aboard the Leviathan warships quickly reacted, targeting the incoming missiles with their weapons. Some missiles were detonated mid-air, failing to reach their intended targets. At this moment, the Leviathan warships were less than 100 meters from New York. Damn it! Suddenly, a shadow streaked across the sky from afar, moving with breathtaking speed. In the blink of an eye, this shadow had reached the front of a Leviathan warship. Boom! A ferocious force erupted from the shadow, piercing through the Leviathan ship with alarming might. With a crackle, a terrifying surge of thunderous power exploded within the Leviathan warship, causing it to burst apart. The Chitauri soldiers aboard were annihilated by the brutal force of the thunder. All stood in stunned silence, gazing at the Leviathan warship engulfed in lightning. What is this? A figure emerged from the now-destroyed Leviathan warship, wielding Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, with a crimson cape billowing in the wind. Thor gazed down at the Leviathan warship plummeting below, then turned to face another Leviathan ship and charged forth, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. The Qin Ge hovered mid-air above the ocean base, its doors opening wide. Banner, this colossal creature is entrusted to you, Steve intoned, his gaze fixated on the rampaging frost giant below. Understood, Banner affirmed with a nod, his eyes igniting with an indelible fury at the sight of the frost giant, mercilessly slaughtering humanity. Verdant energy surged within him. I shall crush him. With that, Banner propelled himself into the air, descending upon the frost giant. Mid-flight, his form expanded dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the Hulk. Green Giant. Hulk! He bellowed, raising his immense fist and bringing it crashing down. The colossal frost giant, caught unawares, was struck squarely on the head, plummeting downward amidst the chaos. A gruesome wound erupted on its body, spreading like wildfire. With a resounding thud, the Hulk landed. The frost giant exploded behind him, its icy fragments scattering in all directions. Steve secured his vibranium shield to his back, and with a magnetic pull, it adhered firmly. He glanced at Natasha before leaping into the fray, followed closely by her. With a firm landing on the ice, Steve swiftly retrieved his vibranium shield and hurled it with precision. The familiar arc of his shield defied the laws of physics as it struck several Chitauri soldiers from afar, knocking them unconscious with tremendous force. Remarkably, the shield curved back perfectly into Steve's grasp. Teach me to wield the shield next time, Natasha chuckled, witnessing the display. Of course, Steve replied, turning towards the advancing Chitauri. Natasha shook her head in amusement before following suit. Buzz. Boom. Tony maneuvered his Iron Man suit deftly among the Chitauri soldiers, unleashing repulsor blasts that sent them and a vanguard flying. The crimson figure darted through the ranks with agility. Jarvis, how many have I attracted? Tony inquired. All enemies within a 300-meter radius have been drawn to you, Jarvis responded. Excellent, Tony declared as he shot upward into the sky, lasers zipping past him. Yet thanks to Jarvis's precise guidance, few struck him. Even those that did lacked the potency to breach his armor. Once airborne, Tony halted his ascent. Energy coalesced within the arc reactor embedded in his chest, and a searing beam erupted forth, targeting the ground below. With a blue-white energy beam touched, Chitauri soldiers and Vanguard were incinerated as if they were mere wax figures. Having executed this feat, Tony's gaze fell upon the distant frost giant. A surge of lethal intent welling within him as he rocketed toward the monstrous foe. Clint loosed an arrow, striking the frost giant's ear with precision. Boom! A tremendous explosion engulfed the giant's head, and seizing the moment, Clint swiftly drew 7 arrows from his quiver, knocking them to his bow and releasing them simultaneously. Whoosh! 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 The 7 stars aligned. The 7 explosive arrows struck the frost giant's head concurrently. Bang! The giant's movements froze, and it subsequently crashed heavily to the ground. Having accomplished this, Clint smirked and turned to flee. The battle raged on, and soon, the arrival of 6 individuals became evident. Their presence significantly diminished the numbers of the frost giants and Leviathan warships, although the Chitauri soldiers and the Vanguard remained numerous. At least a glimmer of victory emerged for the people. Boom! A colossal figure descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ice. Hulk gently set Natasha down from his shoulder. Thank you, Natasha smiled as she turned back. Hulk grinned, casually tossing Clint aside. Clint rolled and steadied himself. Cursing under his breath, he scowled and approached the two. Unequal treatment, poor reviews. Buzz. The sound of jet propulsion filled the air as Tony, piloting his armored suit, soared onto the ice. Whoosh! Bathed in thunder, Thor descended like a god of war, joining the others on the ground. Clang! A figure emblazoned with the American flag landed firmly on the path before them. Bam! The figure steadied itself in front of the group behind the shield. Steve drew the shield from the ground, casting a deep glance at the distant city of New York before turning to face the oncoming frost giants, Vanguard, Leviathan warships, and Chitauri soldiers. Gripping his shield tightly, his gaze hardened. Avengers, assemble. Chapter 150. Disadvantage. The icy expanse continued to spread. The S.H.A.L.D. maritime base lay far from New York, yet the freezing power of the icebox advanced swiftly, with time running out for the city. The 6 Avengers formed the last line of defense, guarding the pathway to New York. The Vanguard, Chitauri soldiers, Leviathan warships, and frost giants were all kept at bay beyond the city's threshold. Members of Blackwatch and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rushed to assist. The relentless clash ensued as both sides vied for entry into New York, one side desperately defending their position. The battlefield had reached a stalemate. Qin Ge perused the album left by Saron. Thus far, every scene Saron had witnessed materialized before him. Now, only the final page remained. The most crucial page, depicting the moment Qin Ge had yet to act. Below, the numbers of Blackwatch members in S, H, I, E, L, D. Agents dwindled significantly. The Chitauri soldiers and the Vanguard are overwhelmingly numerous. Even the operatives from Blackwatch and S, H, I, E, L, D, formidable as they might be, are rendered ineffective against the sheer tide of Chitauri soldiers and Vanguard monstrosities. The S, H, I, E, L, D maritime base has succumbed, with many agents and operatives falling one after another. The Avengers and members of the Blackwatch Zero Squad have all suffered varying degrees of injury. Captain of the second squad, stationed closely beside Qin Ge, has also sustained wounds while fending off the Chitauri soldiers and Vanguard that attacked him. Throughout the chaos, Qin Ge remained passive, seated quietly. Occasionally, lasers would strike him, leaving only faint white marks on his surface before vanishing. His physique has reached an extraordinary apex, rendering the Chitauri's laser weaponry utterly ineffective against his formidable body. Moreover, with the second squad captain guarding him, Qin Ge has remained largely unscathed. "Captain, the situation is rather dire," the second squad captain remarked, having decapitated a Vanguard soldier with a swift kick before stepping behind Qin Ge. "Indeed," Qin Ge replied softly, merely nodding without further comment. "If you do not take action soon, we risk total annihilation," the second squad captain said, furrowing her brow. She was astute, and thus more capable of discerning the gravity of the situation at hand. The forces of Blackwatch and S, H, I, E, L, D are limited in number, and when compared to the relentless swarm of Vanguards and Chitauri soldiers, they are woefully inadequate, even if their individual strength surpasses that of the Vanguards and Chitauri. The strategy of overwhelming numbers still prevails in combat. The second squad captain was well aware of Qin Ge's strength, although she had not experienced it firsthand. She had learned from Rorses that the leader of Blackwatch was no mere human, possessing the power to erase Earth's existence. This is why she urged Qin Ge to take action. "Do not rush." Qin Ge maintained his calm demeanor, showing no inclination to engage. Seeing this, the second squad captain could only sigh and continue to protect him. She did not believe Qin Ge to be cowardly or fearful for his life. He had been preparing for this battle for years. She absolutely did not think he was afraid of death. His reluctance to act now must hold some deeper significance. In the air, Thor wielded Mjolnir, relentlessly striking down enemies around him. The power of thunder surged forth, mercilessly annihilating foes, akin to an invincible war god. Suddenly, a sound of slicing through the air caught Thor's attention, and his instincts honed by battle kicked in. With a swift motion, he swung Mjolnir, unleashing a torrent of violent, thunderous energy towards the direction from which the sound emanated. A chilling aura permeated the air, palpable even through the barrier of thunder. "Who goes there?" Thor inquired, confusion etched on his face as he scanned the distance. A towering figure soon came into view, a being with blue skin and nearly 10 meters in height, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Standing there so simply, a bone-chilling cold surged forth. "Loki." Thor gazed incredulously at the newcomer. The visitor was none other than the malevolent god Loki. How could this be? What are the seals that bound him? "Loki, how did you?" Thor was astonished at the sight of Loki transformed into the visage of a frost giant. "You must be curious about how I broke free from the seals, dear brother." Of course, it was Loki who smiled faintly, suddenly twisting his hand, causing the frost box to materialize abruptly. A frigid torrent of ice erupted from the box, aimed directly at Thor, still reeling from Loki's transformation. Thor had no time to react, and in an instant he was encased in ice. Buzz! The icy torrent continued unabated, sweeping over the structures, and in a heartbeat, a thick layer of ice enveloped all it touched. "Humph!" Loki sneered as he approached Thor, now a frozen block. At that moment, a figure darted past, scooping up Thor and fleeing. "Chase them!" Bang! Hulk's fist crushed a Chitauri soldier, and he chuckled with delight. This battle invigorated him. He had never felt such exhilaration in his assaults, and it was even sanctioned chaos. What bliss! Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his back, and Hulk turned abruptly. A storm of icy spikes rained down upon him. Roar! Hulk's furious roar echoed. Clang! 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 Each icy spike struck his form, though none could breach his defenses. The pain was far more intense than any Chitauri weapon. Roar! Hulk bellowed again, seizing a column from the ruins, and hurled it with ferocious might toward the 30-meter frost giant behind him. Bang! The violent force caused the frost giant to stagger. Hulk! Hulk leapt into the air, charging toward the frost giant. Whoosh! 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 Natasha deftly dodged the icy spikes, each capable of piercing walls with ease. She had no doubt that such sharp attacks could impale her. Whoosh! A lightning-fast strike from afar shattered the massive ice shard that was pursuing Natasha. Steve caught the vibranium shield in his hand. Phew! The frost giant reacted, turning to exhale a gust of frigid air towards Steve. Steve raised the vibranium shield, bracing against the chill as he advanced toward the frost giant. Huh! Steve calculated the distance silently, a realization dawning upon him. He leaped suddenly. The frost giant remained oblivious, watching helplessly as Steve's shield descended toward its head. The giant only felt a wave of intense pain in its skull before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 159. Thor, the God of Thunder. These frost giants are indeed formidable, Natasha remarked, shaking her head. Indeed, they are quite troublesome. I inquired of Thor, and it appears this group has grown immensely due to an object known as the Frost Box. We must locate Loki and reclaim the Frost Box from his grasp, Steve proclaimed. Natasha nodded in agreement. Let us regroup with the others. Very well. Whoosh! Clint's arrow struck the head of the Chitauri vanguard. The physical strength of the vanguard was not particularly formidable, being at best slightly superior to that of an ordinary human, yet still lacking in true strength. Clint's arrows were tipped with titanium alloy, exceedingly sharp and possessing great penetrative power, easily breaching the vanguard's defenses. There were simply too many enemies. Clint stood at a vantage point, his gaze sweeping across the majority of the battlefield. At that moment, hordes of Chitauri soldiers and vanguards surged forth from various corners of the battlefield, not to mention the towering frost giants. Never mind, Clint shook his head. Let's just eliminate more of them. Tony unceremoniously dropped the ice-encased Thor onto the ground, the frigid air coating his iron suit with a layer of frost. As Tony lifted his visor, an icy chill enveloped him upon the opening of his armor. The ground was blanketed in a thick layer of pristine white ice, the cold seeping mercilessly. Jarvis, what is the temperature here? Tony couldn't help but inquire. What sort of temperature could freeze a genuine deity like Thor? Minus 175 degrees, Jarvis replied. Tony's eyes widened. As a physicist, he understood the terrifying implications of that figure. Minus 175 degrees was perilously close to absolute zero. Theoretically, even a god like Thor would succumb to such frigid temperatures. Minus 175 degrees, Tony mused. How on earth can we shatter this ice? Theoretically, it could be achieved through the sun's intense heat. Jarvis responded candidly. A frown creased Tony's brow. The sun's temperature? Are we to toss Thor into the sun? Wouldn't he perish the moment he melted? There lingered a peculiar energy surrounding the ice. Any living being that approached would be instantly encased in ice. Thor had not perished because he was a god. Although the temperature was low, it could not yet claim his extraordinarily resilient life. But you, sir, are different. You would not survive. What then? Without Thor, we are at a disadvantage. Tony furrowed his brow, contemplating the already daunting battle. Losing Thor, their premier warrior, would render their chances even bleaker. One could attempt an external forceful assault to try and break it open, Jarvis suggested. An external forceful assault? Tony murmured, suddenly illuminated by a flash of inspiration. How could I have forgotten? Hulk, smash it! Tony directed toward the Hulk, who looked bewildered. Thor smash? Yes, smash Thor, Tony affirmed. The Hulk's large eyes sparkled with excitement, and Tony recognized this gleam. Boom! In an instant, the Hulk's fist collided with the forehead of Thor's icy prison. Ice rapidly formed over the Hulk's knuckles, yet he struck again without hesitation. With a forceful blow, the layer of ice shattered, only for a new layer to form once more. Again it was struck, and again it solidified. Surely, he would not be attempting to crush Thor within? Tony observed as Hulk's massive fist descended upon the ice sculpture of Thor, fearing that the punch might obliterate both the ice and its occupant. How terrifying! Crack! Fine fissures began to appear on the surface of the ice sculpture, though neither Tony nor Hulk took notice, as Hulk continued his enthusiastic assault. When had he encountered something so resilient to his strikes? Time flew by in joyful destruction. Bang, bang, bang. The cracks spread, rapidly extending across the entire ice sculpture. And this time Tony took note of the fractures. Crack, whoosh. Hulk delivered another punch. Bang. In the midst of his exuberant smashing, Hulk stared in disbelief at his right fist, which had failed to make any further progress. Have you had your fill of smashing? Thor's voice, filled with fury, echoed, his eyes flashing with lightning as Hulk's formidable strength was met with Thor's wrist, which he twisted with surprising force. Though encased in ice, Thor's mind remained alert. How could the Prince of Asgard endure such blows to his face? Yet, he understood that Hulk was attempting to save him. A glance towards Tony revealed him shrugging in a nonchalant manner. Thor redirected his gaze, dismissing the rogue. He extended his hand. Slap! The mighty Mjolnir settled firmly into Thor's grasp. He looked up at the nearby frost giants. Whoosh! Bang! A massive crater formed beneath him as Thor soared into the sky. As he ascended, dark clouds quickly gathered above. In mere moments, the sky was shrouded over much of New York, with lightning crackling within. Why do I feel Thor has grown stronger? Captain 2 questioned, gazing at the ominous clouds above. He is merely angry and needs to vent his frustrations, unleashing all his divine power. Qin Ge observed Thor in the sky, fully aware of his state through the system. Boom! Thor raised Mjolnir high, unleashing a tremendous surge of lightning power. Bolts of electricity surged like furious dragons towards the unsuspecting frost giants. These colossal giants had no chance to resist, instantly obliterated by the ferocious force of thunder. Thor swung Mjolnir once more, directing the tempestuous lightning towards the spatial portal. The Leviathan battleships, either traversing or having already passed through the portal to Earth, bore the brunt of this overwhelming lightning. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. Several Leviathan battleships were utterly destroyed beneath such natural wrath, their cries echoing as they plummeted, exploded, and were annihilated. Thor swung Mjolnir again, the savage lightning wreaking havoc upon the surrounding area. As Thor descended with a thunderous roar from the heavens, the sheer force of his presence obliterated all Chitauri soldiers and vanguard sentinels within a radius of several dozen miles. However, the agents and black operatives in the vicinity remained unscathed. With a brooding expression, Thor concluded his display of might, swinging his mighty hammer and soaring into the sky. He stood poised in the air, his crimson cape billowing with the ferocity of his power, illuminated by the crackling lightning that danced in his piercing eyes. This was Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. Chapter 160, We Are the Avengers. At the moment when Thor unleashed his incredible power across the Pacific, a beam of blinding white light suddenly descended upon a portion of New York City. 4 figures emerged from this radiant glow, clad in white combat suits. If Qin Ge were present, he would instantly recognize 3 of them, Tony, Steve, and Hulk, alongside an unfamiliar face. However, this version of Hulk appeared remarkably calm. Are we in the year 2012? Hulk inquired, his curiosity evident as he surveyed his surroundings, his expression surprisingly serene. It seems so, Steve affirmed with a nod, not giving much thought to Hulk's unusual demeanor. This feels off, Tony remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the pristine surroundings. How was this place so different from the Battle of Manhattan? Weren't we told that fight was devastating? The unfamiliar face spoke up, approaching a nearby wall and touching it, noting, it seems just like any other day. Tony, did we arrive at the wrong time? Steve turned to Tony with a questioning gaze. Tony adjusted his glasses, pressing a few buttons. Edith, connect to Stark Industries satellite. Connecting. Connection failed. Access denied. Edith's voice responded. What? Tony exclaimed, taken aback by Edith's report. Meanwhile, far away on the battlefield in the Pacific, Tony received a report from JR, VIS. Sir, Edith has informed me that an artificial intelligence of comparable level is attempting to connect to Stark satellites, but has been thwarted by Edith. Comparable level? Tony was taken aback. The Edith that Qin Ge had provided him had been upgraded by Tony, boasting a technological advancement of at least a century beyond this era. How could there possibly be another AI of equal caliber? Even a genius like him would require years to develop something similar. Suddenly, a shard of ice shot through the air, interrupting Tony's thoughts. He quickly focused his attention on the frost giant before him, readying himself for battle. Edith, take control of any satellites that can be infiltrated. He commanded, urgency in his voice. Connecting. Successfully linked to 79 satellites. Filtering for recent useful data. A thunderous explosion interrupted Tony's instructions, prompting the four to instinctively rush outside to investigate the source of the sound. What is that? They wondered, gazing at the distant small black dot. Edith, Tony called out. The images were immediately projected through the satellite, materializing before the four individuals. What is this? The four gazed in astonishment at the fierce battle erupting on the Pacific battlefield. This is the Chitauri army, but how could the vanguard appear in this era? Tony stared in disbelief at the scene. What are these giants? This era diverges from our history. What has transpired here? The stranger muttered in confusion. I do not know, but surely someone will provide me with answers, Steve replied, observing Thor, who was displaying immense power on the screen, his voice grave. A dramatic transformation has occurred in this era, distinct from theirs. They must ascertain the situation. The four exchanged glances and hastened towards the Pacific battlefield. In a furious frenzy, Thor dominated the entire battlefield with his sheer might. Under Thor's tempestuous, thunderous power, the spatial portal was instantly blocked, preventing the Chitauri army from continuing to deliver Leviathan warships and troops to Earth. A significant portion of the Vanguard and Frost Giants perished beneath Thor's explosive wrath. Truly, he was an unstoppable force. Thor, such a commotion could not have escaped Loki's attention. He realized that Thor had broken free. Thor seemed to have heard Loki's voice and turned to look below. The brothers locked eyes. Thor, Loki, whoosh, whoosh. They both surged towards each other in a fierce charge. Two streaks of light descended from the heavens and ascended from the ground, colliding violently. Loki, moving at high speed, smirked slightly. This foolish brute. How could he hope to confront me head-on, especially in Thor's clearly berserk state? Bang! Thor and Loki collided forcefully, sending Loki hurtling backward, just as expected. However, a layer of deep blue ice enveloped the hammer of the god of thunder upon contact. The ice spread swiftly, rapidly coating Thor's entire right arm in mere moments. Oh no! Thor gasped, his divine power igniting, sending a surge of thunderous energy coursing through his right arm. The searing heat of the thunder clashed against the deep blue ice, struggling in a fierce battle. Yet, strangely, the thunderous force, exceeding 1,000 degrees, could not penetrate the icy barrier, managing only to halt its advance. Shatter! Thor bellowed, raising his left hand high and bringing it down forcefully upon the frozen area of his right arm. Simultaneously, his left fist crackled with violent, thunderous energy, coiling around it before he struck down with ferocity. Bang! His left fist crashed heavily against his own right arm, the thunderous energy wreaking havoc upon the deep blue ice layer. Crack! It worked. A glimmer of hope sparked in Thor's eyes as he raised his mighty hammer once more, striking down with determination. Crack! Pop! The deep blue ice on Thor's arm shattered in response. Loki! Thor roared. Boom! The hammer struck the ground with a terrifying force, instantly wreaking havoc on everything within a radius of over 10 meters. The solid concrete pavement was uprooted, turned upside down by the sheer might of the blow. Do not be so furious. Allow me to temper your wrath. Loki chuckled lightly as the icy box in his grasp erupted with a chilling aura that surged towards Thor. With each passing moment of wielding the icy box, Loki became increasingly adept at harnessing its power. Oof. The word retreat does not exist in Thor's lexicon. Raising the hammer of the thunder god, lightning crackled and coiled around it as he charged fiercely towards Loki. Boom! The clash of blue-white and deep blue energies resonated through the street, two torrents of immense power colliding with reckless abandon. The violent aftermath sent nearby houses, furniture, and vehicles flying through the air. Behind Loki, an expanse of ice stretched for miles, while Thor was engulfed in a tempest of thunderous energy. Thor stared in astonishment at the deep blue torrent of icy energy that matched him blow for blow. This icy box was indeed a divine artifact, enabling the seemingly feeble Loki to hold his ground against him. For Thor, who had dominated Loki in terms of combat prowess for millennia, this revelation was difficult to accept. Unconsciously, he intensified his divine power output. What has gotten into Thor? Loki gritted his teeth, feeling the escalating force of impact. Odin had taught them that one must always retain some strength in reserve when striking. Yet, this time, Thor was unleashing his full might. What was he thinking? Did he not fear the backlash of divine energy that could potentially destroy him? The blue-white torrent of divine energy and the deep blue stream of icy power stood in fierce opposition, neither yielding to the other. It was astonishing that Loki, a mere mage, could contend with Thor, a heavily armored warrior, in such a manner. Even Loki himself was somewhat bewildered. What exactly was this icy box? It transformed him from a mere spellcaster into a formidable force capable of standing toe-to-toe with Thor, a fully equipped tank. However, external power could only carry one so far. It was proving to be a struggle. Loki was nearing his limit. Despite his resolute stance, he lacked enduring strength. In contrast, Thor appeared unfazed and given his nature. He would never feign invulnerability if he were truly diminished. This suggested that Thor was genuinely unscathed. This cannot continue. Loki's gaze hardened as he commanded the frost giant to close in on him. Whoosh! At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly enveloped Thor's form. Oh no! Thor's expression turned grim as he beheld the figure that materialized behind him. A frost giant loomed ominously, raising a fist the size of sandbag and bringing it down with tremendous force. Thud! The sudden appearance of the frost giant, delivering a blow from over 30 meters away, sent Thor hurtling through the air. Just how powerful was the fist of a frost giant? Even though Thor possessed a divine physique, the impact rattled his brain, nearly rendering him unconscious. In a duel of masters, victory often hinges upon a fleeting moment. Thor's flight was, for Loki, a glimmer of opportunity. A torrent of frigid energy surged forth with an unstoppable force, overwhelming Thor with a thunderous impact. Ha ha ha! Loki erupted into a fit of laughter, gazing at the direction where Thor had been engulfed by his icy onslaught, unable to restrain his mirth. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck him at the crown of his head, nearly causing the frost giant to topple to the ground. Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Thud! Once more, an all-too-familiar power struck, this time from his chin. In that instant, Loki discerned the source. He raised his hand to deliver a punch. Bam! A diminutive figure was sent flying, instantly enlarging and crashing to the ground. Ouch! Scott clutched his chest, wailing in pain. Who are you? Loki furrowed his brow, about to inquire about Scott's identity, when a dark shadow suddenly descended from above. Boom! A fist ruthlessly drove the unprepared Loki deep into the icy layer. Crafted from the very box of frost, it was sufficiently thick that Loki, upon impact, did not touch the seawater beneath. You are not the Hulk. Loki, momentarily enhanced, regained his senses and scrutinized the green giant before him, frowning as he spoke. I am Banner, Banner shouted, launching another punch towards Loki's head. Bam! Do mortals dare to act so brazenly before a deity? Loki roared, a torrent of ice-blue energy erupting forth, toppling both Banner and Scott to the ground in an instant. Boom! The ice layer exploded, and Loki emerged slowly, hovering above, his crimson eyes fixed upon the two. Where's that god? His voice, laden with fury, reverberated. Loki's body stiffened as he turned in disbelief. The torrent of cold dissipated, revealing a circular shield adorned with ice shards, and, behind it, Steve and Thor. Captain America! Loki glared at Steve, his teeth clenched. Long time no see, Loki, Steve replied, his gaze at Loki filled with complexity. Loki stood frozen. From a distant skyscraper, Qin Ge observed the trio's appearance, raising an eyebrow. System, check Steve's profile. Name, Steve Rogers. Title, Captain America. Gender, male. Age, 105 years. Lineage, pseudo-heroic spirit. Special ability, soul of a leader. Details, shield mastery skills, firearms 5, combat 5. Leadership 5, skills at maximum level 5. Overall combat power 100, can reach 99.99 when wielding a divine artifact. Evaluation, physical transformation. Wielding a divine artifact unlocks formidable strength. Status, not loadable. Note, from the future. Soul of a leader. When Steve fights for the Alliance and humanity, he receives boosts to his strength from allied members, capped according to their abilities. Pseudo-heroic spirit, from the future? Qin Ge pondered in astonishment. That scene, wasn't it the Black Obsidian 4? Heroic spirits represent a unique form of life. The Steve from the future, beloved by the people for his righteousness and kindness. underwent a subtle transformation upon encountering the artifact Mjolnir, as his body was sanctified by its power. However, due to the limited frequency of his contact with the artifact, his ascension to a heroic spirit remained incomplete, confining his combat prowess to the third tier, hindering further advancement. Indeed, Qin Ge nodded, casting his gaze towards the three newly appeared figures. I trust you will not disappoint anyone. Banner, how are you? Thor inquired, astonished by Banner's consciousness within the green behemoth known as the Hulk. This is a long story. The four of us have come from the future, bringing certain matters with us. However, it seems we must first conclude this war, Steve stated succinctly. For individuals? Who else is there? Thor questioned. I am, came a swift reply, followed by the arrival of two figures who landed with a thud. The armored suits revealed Tony's visage, though they soon dissipated like a receding tide. Nanotechnology. I have grasped the general situation, the current Tony remarked, observing the approaching Hulk, Natasha, and Clint in the distance. We need not know too much. They are our future selves, and that suffices as they are Avengers, Steve affirmed. With a tremor, the ground shook as Hulk arrived with the trio. His large eyes curiously scrutinized Banner, the man sharing his physique. The present Steve also gazed in astonishment at his future counterpart. Hello everyone, I am Scott, nicknamed Ant-Man. You may call me. Now is not the time for introductions, the current Steve interrupted. He surveyed everyone present. Regardless of whether you hail from the past, the present, or the future, I do not concern myself with your origins or eras. At this moment, Earth faces a crisis, and I know you are Avengers capable of safeguarding it. That is all that matters. The future Steve smiled gently, turning to Loki suspended in midair. We were Avengers in the past, we are Avengers now, and we shall remain Avengers in the future. We are, and always will be, Avengers. Frustrated, Qin Ge lamented the loss of his manuscript. Chapter 160. You have finally appeared. Qin Ge observed the gathering of Avengers, both from the future and the present. System, are all these individuals from the future? He inquired. Not quite. The universe they inhabit is an independent one. Their understanding of the past does not align with the present of the host, but rather with the past of their own universe. They are simply unaware, believing they have arrived in their own past. Qin Ge blinked, feeling perplexed. With a tremendous roar, Loki and the Avengers officially engaged in battle. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Order and SHIELD agents showed no signs of slowing down in their relentless fatality. The second in command cast a glance at Qin Ge, saluted him, and resolutely departed. Qin Ge sensed her departure, but refrained from uttering a word. System, have they arrived? Yes. Qin Ge raised her gaze toward the sky. Numerous small black dots emerged on the horizon from various directions, densely clustering to envelop the surroundings. Boom! The roar gradually intensified, and the piercing sound of horns spread through the air. Visible to the naked eye, massive dark silhouettes loomed at the edge of the ice layer, followed by the sounds of armored vehicles and tanks. The people engaged in fierce combat at the seaside base heard this familiar noise, causing each of them to tremble. Fully aware of its significance, yet unable to fully believe it in that moment. Fury surged within Fry as he forcefully drove a Za'Tari soldier into the ground. Raising his head to gaze towards the distant horizon, a look of astonishment appearing on his blood-stained face for the first time. Perched atop a tall building, Qin Ge surveyed the scene around her, a smile curving her lips. Beep, beep, beep. The public frequency communicator in her pocket began to ring. She retrieved it and activated it. The Human Alliance's American forces are in position. General Qin, please give your orders. The Human Alliance's British forces are in position. General Qin, please give your orders. The Human Alliance's French forces are in position. General Qin, please give your orders. The Human Alliance's Japanese forces are in position. General Qin, please give your orders. The Human Alliance's Russian forces are in position. General Qin, please give your orders. The Human Alliance's national forces are in position. General Qin, please give your orders. Observing the multitude of helicopters, fighter jets, armored vehicles, tanks, anti-aircraft artillery, and aircraft carriers descending upon the ice layer, it was evident that humanity had been embroiled in civil strife without cease. However, when faced with a common enemy, they set aside past grievances and united in cooperation against the external threat. With a light laugh, she glanced at the Za'Tari soldiers, the Vanguard, and the Frost Giants. Your time is up. Grasping the communicator, Qin Ge pressed the button to transmit a signal audible to all. All forces advance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Missiles streaked through the sky, leaving trails of white vapor as they soared towards the Pacific battlefield. The tanks and armored vehicles on the ground roared to life, charging towards the battlefield. The missiles struck the frost giants with tremendous force. The technological prowess of the 20th century ensured the missiles accurately hit these colossal beings, who were akin to live targets. Faced with humanity's strategic-grade weaponry, the frost giants were predictably reduced to ice fragments. Furthermore, as the armies of various nations landed, the Za'Tari soldiers and vanguard, who once held a numerical advantage, found themselves stripped of any superiority. The previous depletion of forces led to a situation where the human alliance began to gain the upper hand. Time and the tide of battle had astonishingly reversed. "Ha ha ha, Loki, you have reached the end of your road," Thor exclaimed with hearty laughter. The frost box is indeed a divine artifact. With its power, Loki astonishingly confronts 10 adversaries single-handedly. Yet they fail to subdue him. However, restraining him poses no challenge. Damn it! Loki glares with fury at the approaching human alliance, wondering how they could respond so swiftly. From the very beginning, he sensed a profound anomaly. Why did he encounter such capable beings upon his arrival? How did they seem to possess prior knowledge of an impending invasion of Earth? Why had they prepared so thoroughly in advance? After dedicating over half a year to his invasion plans, Loki is left perplexed by the apparent oversight. Yet, the current predicament leaves him no room for contemplation. As Loki struggles, an unsettling aura suddenly envelopes the scene. Qin Ge squints, abruptly lifting his gaze toward the heavens. Asgard, the celestial palace. This cannot be good. Odin's eyes widen in shock. Who has disturbed the seal? Odin rises abruptly, summoning the eternal spear Gungnir and the Pegasus Sleipnir to his side. As Odin mounts Sleipnir, preparing to depart, the fabric of space before him trembles, and a miniature wormhole emerges. Odin gazes at the wormhole as Thanos, clad in golden armor and wielding his double-edged blade, steps forth. "Thanos, what brings you to my Asgard unannounced?" Odin inquires. "Nothing in particular, merely wishing to engage in a friendly spar with the All-Father." Thanos replies with a smirk. "Not today. I have urgent matters to attend to." Odin responds coldly. "That simply will not do. The spectacle on Earth is not something you can interfere with." "All-Father," Thanos retorts playfully. "You have disturbed my seal." Odin's eyes flash with cold fury as he demands. "I cannot say." Thanos replies nonchalantly. "You dare." Odin's gaze radiates a terrifying intent as Sleipnir's hooves pound, instantly placing him before Thanos. Thanos' demeanor shifts to one of seriousness as he raises his blade in defense. Meanwhile, on the Pacific battlefield, a chilling aura blankets the entire area, an ominous presence spreading freely, halting all actions as individuals instinctively look skyward. The once clear sky is now shrouded in foreboding dark clouds, pregnant with an unsettling aura that evokes a sense of death. A mere glance, conjuring images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What is this? Thor wonders aloud, gazing uncertainly at the ominous clouds. "I don't know." Steve shakes his head, though he may have an inkling as he glances toward a distant figure atop a high building. Qin Ge, observing the ominous clouds, slowly rises. "After waiting so long, you have finally emerged." Hey Allah. Chapter 162. The God-slaying Trident, ruler of the seven seas. Ha ha ha. A shrill, piercing laughter suddenly erupts, reverberating throughout the Pacific battlefield, its haunting tone striking deep into the hearts of all present, causing immense suffering. 2,000 years. I have finally returned. I, Hela, have finally returned. Emerging from the shadows of dark clouds is a woman clad in a form-fitting green attire, her figure alluring. Who is this woman? Thor scratched his head in confusion. I have no idea, Steve replied, shaking his head. Who knows who she is? She resembles a streetwalker from the 1970s, Scott mused, gazing at Hela. Come on, can your streetwalkers even fly? Tony scoffed. System, display Hela's profile. Name, Hela title, Goddess of Death gender. Female age, 3,486 years bloodline. Asgardian special ability. Asgardian symbiosis, details, skill, domination 5, max level 5, overall combat power, 49,837, continuously rising, evaluation, extremely powerful. Although currently at the 4th tier, she should not be underestimated based on that alone. Status, not loadable. Asgardian symbiosis. While in Asgard, Hela receives its blessings. The longer she remains there, the stronger she becomes, with a peak limit of the 5th tier. Is her combat power surpassing the usual peak of the 4th tier? Qin Ge narrowed his eyes. Is this Midgard? Hela sensed her surroundings and realized that she was not in Asgard but on Earth. Of course, the old man sealed me in Midgard. Perfect. Let Midgard be my stronghold for my grand return. Hela låg hetile. How noisy. A dispassionate voice reached Hela's ears. She paused, lowering her gaze to the source of the sound. Qin Ge stared coldly at her. A mere ant dares to provoke a deity. Hela rigerid Qin Ge vit disdain. A mere ant? Qin Ge chuckled softly. System. Activate the God-slaying trident template. Activating ability template, God-slaying trident. With a flick of his wrist, a uniquely shaped trident suddenly appeared in Qin Ge's hand. The trident gleamed in blue and gold, adorned with dark crimson, its shaft etched with enigmatic patterns. As Qin Ge grasped the God-slaying trident, it trembled violently, a surge of exhilarating energy flooding into his mind. At the moment the God-slaying trident materialized in Qin Ge's grip, an indescribable presence in a distant, unseen realm turned its gaze towards him. Is this your backup? A resounding voice echoed, its gender indiscernible, resonating with the primal sounds of the universe. Meanwhile, suddenly, the blue light surrounding Qin Ge intensified, radiating outward in rippling waves. Boom! Columns of water erupted around the high-rise where Qin Ge stood, 7 jets breaking through the ice and soaring skyward. Encased in the blue divine power, the seawater shot into the clouds, forming a circular barrier around Qin Ge. Boom! 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 More columns of water burst forth from the surface, rising into the heavens. A thin film of seawater gradually ascended, enveloping the entire maritime base and forming a cerulean spherical membrane. The ocean surged outward, and the distance increased as the waves grew ever more tumultuous. The ferocious waves blotted out the sky, surging wildly in all directions centered around Qin Ge. Boom! 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 At the moment of eruption in the Pacific, 6 other seas on Earth simultaneously erupted into terrifying pillars of water. As Qin Ge's powers surged, monstrous waves, each nearly 100 meters high, erupted along the shores of the 7 seas, creating a spectacle unparalleled in the annals of the world. Coastal nations faced the gravest crisis since their founding. Never before in human history had such colossal waves been witnessed. One can only imagine the catastrophic destruction that would ensue if such towering waves were to crash against the shore. The apocalypse seemed imminent. Yet, just as the monstrous waves were about to make landfall, they appeared to freeze in time at the interface of the oceans and the land. On the Pacific battlefield, Qin Ge stood with arms outstretched, his black pupils replaced by a deep azure. His entire being was bathed in blue energy. As he pressed down with his arms, all the towering waves directed toward the land were forcefully pushed back into the sea by an invisible power. The coastal inhabitants expected their doom, yet when they witnessed the waves receding back into the ocean, an unsettling sense of disbelief washed over them. Was the apocalypse truly averted? Boom! Above Qin Ge, water vapor swirled furiously, and water tornadoes manifested in the area. Anyone who accidentally wandered into this space would surely meet a fate from which there was no return. The catastrophic force of nature here was far beyond human reckoning. Buzz! The swirling water patterns before Qin Ge converged into his god-slaying trident. System. Review my current template. Name. Qin Ge. Title. Lord of Dawn, Shadow Emperor, the prodigal of Huagua. Gender. Male. Age. 18. Lineage. Human Atlantean, Royal, Special Abilities, Blessing of the Ocean, Deep Sea Physique. King's Presence, Awakening Pending. Skills. Leisure, 5, Firearms 5, Combat 5, Command 5, Diving 5, Driving 4, Skill Level maxed at 5. Overall Combat Power, 100,000,000. Evaluation. Utilize the capability template of the God-slaying trident, receiving the augmentation of the Supreme Artifact, achieving the pinnacle of 5th tier combat power. Status, not loadable. Loadable template, see King template. Once again, he reached the 5th tier level. Grasping the god-slaying trident, Qin Ge felt the incessant flow of energy within him, as well as the ocean's power that could be summoned with but a thought. Who are you? Hela narrowed her eyes, gazing intently at Qin Ge. sensing an energy emanating from him that was nothing short of terrifying. Qin Ge paid her no heed, brandishing the god-slaying trident as torrents of ocean water surged forth, forming countless water orbs that enveloped all the dark agents, operatives, and soldiers, propelling them towards the nearest city of New York. In the blink of an eye, every human on the Pacific battlefield was suspended in the sky, soaring majestically towards New York. Observing the invaders below, a chilling intent to kill flickered in Qin Ge's eyes. The god-slaying trident trembled in the void, sending out invisible ripples that expanded outward. Boom! The Pacific erupted into a fervent turmoil. Chapter 163, God-Slaying. 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 Hela gazed gravely at Qin Ge, who was bathed in blue divine power. Although she was unaware of the origins of Qin Ge's strength, it was undeniable that the force emanating from her was indeed divine. The Pacific roiled tumultuously, waves crashing violently. Hela regarded Qin Ge, who resembled a sovereign of the seas. Her figure accentuated by a dark green bodysuit. A myriad of contradictory qualities, seduction, slaughter, allure, and brutality, were laid bare before this woman. The goddess of death, Hela, once the vanguard general who battled across the 9 realms and the eldest daughter of Odin, the king of the gods, had vanished into the annals of history. "Who are you?" Hela inquired, her expression grave as she scrutinized Qin Ge. "The one who will slay you," Qin Ge replied coolly, fixing her gaze upon Hela. The goddess of death, renowned as the most infamous executioner among the 9 realms, was not to be trifled with. Should Qin Ge fail to eliminate her, Earth will be destined for a gruesome massacre. Thus, she had no choice but to kill Hela. "Kill me?" Hela scoffed, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Qin Ge. "What you can achieve, Odin could not. Perhaps you are unaware." Qin Ge chuckled softly, twirling the god-slaying trident playfully in her hand. "Odin was defeated by my hand 17 years ago." "What?" Hela's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Qin Ge. "This is impossible. I am well aware of Odin's strength. Even in his old age, nearing death, the seals he placed upon me remain unbroken. Were it not for Thanos' covert assistance, I could never have escaped. You are deceiving me. There is one more thing." Qin Ge disregarded Hela's skepticism, raising the god-slaying trident. "This weapon embodies the power to slay gods. I believe it can indeed bring about your demise." Hela's expression shifted dramatically at the mention of the god-slaying power. No one was more familiar with this mysterious force than the Asgardians. This power possessed unparalleled destructive capability, especially against divine bodies, rendering its devastation even greater. Hela had been difficult to kill for 2 reasons. She was Odin's own daughter, and he could not bring himself to strike her down. Also, her bond with Asgard made it challenging to inflict fatal harm upon her. However, with the god-slaying power in play, the situation was entirely different. Qin Ge smiled lightly, her grip tightening around the god-slaying trident. In an instant, Hela recognized that Qin Ge was about to strike, her demeanor growing somber. Qin Ge and Hela stood in opposition, the distance between them spanning several dozen meters, a mere blink of an eye for both. "Are you ready, Grim Reaper?" Qin Ge inquired with a peculiar smile. Hela narrowed her eyes, observing Qin Ge with a disconcerting feeling. The aura of the god-slaying trident emanating from him was unsettling. Taking a deep breath, she smoothed her long, dark hair with both hands. An eerie helmet adorned with twisted horns materialized upon her head. Abruptly, Hela swung her hand, unleashing countless blades that surged toward Qin Ge at incredible speed. Qin Ge's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his wrist, the god-slaying trident erupted with blue divine energy. Boom! Countless jets of water erupted from the Pacific, violently cascading forth. Under the onslaught of the empowered water columns, the blades were effortlessly repelled. "Is this all you can muster?" Qin Ge scoffed, his movements unwavering. Hela, undeterred, summoned a multitude of black blades that surrounded Qin Ge from all angles, leaving no escape. With a fierce flourish of the god-slaying trident, blue divine power surged forth, enveloping him as he stood amidst the torrents, blocking the relentless onslaught of blades. Yet, the sheer volume of the blades was overwhelming, an unceasing wave crashing toward him. Hela let out a cold chuckle, drawing her right hand back before thrusting it forward. The blades suddenly elongated, piercing through the protective veil of water and aiming directly at Qin Ge. Just as Hela believed victory was within her grasp, a blue and gold trident materialized before Qin Ge's chest. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed through the air. "Huh!" Qin Ge roared, raising the god-slaying trident high. Terrifying divine power surged and enveloped the trident, transforming its hue to a deep blue. Boom! The trident, now cloaked in ferocious divine energy, crashed down upon the encroaching blade, cleaving it in two. Simultaneously, an explosive wave of divine power erupted, scattering the surrounding blades and creating a vacuum in the entire Pacific Ocean. Hela's eyes widened in astonishment, which swiftly morphed into horror as Qin Ge inexplicably appeared before her, the god-slaying trident striking forcefully at her abdomen. Boom! The blue divine energy instantly enveloped Hela, while an immense force propelled her backward. Suddenly, a torrent of black surged forth, resembling a colossal serpent, its gaping maw aimed at Qin Ge. Unfazed, he once again raised the god-slaying trident, guiding the gathered sea water below. At that moment, Hela's figure silently emerged behind Qin Ge. Clang! As Qin Ge abruptly turned, the god-slaying trident struck fiercely. It clashed with Hela's blade. "You plotted this." Hela lid coldly. Suddenly, her right hand transformed into a sharp blade, slicing through the air and stabbing towards Qin Ge. "Is that so?" To everyone's surprise, Qin Ge responded with a strange smile. With a clang, the god-slaying trident appeared abruptly before the blade, intercepting the lethal strike. Under Qin Ge's command, the trident swung violently, piercing through Hela's skin and penetrating her heart without any hesitation. "You!" Hela stared blankly at Qin Ge's face, mere inches away. "Farewell, goddess of death." Qin Ge released Hela, withdrawing the trident. The power of the God-Slayer wreaked havoc on Hela's body, her vitality waning and the divine energy within her dissipating. Devoid of divine support, Hela's body fell helplessly towards the ocean. Her life force ebbed away with each passing moment. Even a deity could not escape death when pierced through the heart by a god-slaying weapon. Plop! Qin Ge impassively watched as Hela's body sank into the ocean, submerged by the waves. The goddess of death, Hela, had fallen. Chapter 164. Return after Hela plunged into the ocean. Qin Ge raised his gaze towards the remaining Chitauri soldiers, the Leviathan battleship, and the vanguard, brandishing the god-slaying trident. Boom! With the crashing waves engulfing them, all enemies, all invaders, perished in the sea. Lifting his eyes to the spatial portal in the sky, Qin Ge once again wielded the god-slaying trident. A surge of divine power erupted, disrupting the operation of the space stone and sealing the portal. On the shores of New York, the people beheld as Qin Ge, having slain the gods and decisively altered the course of the battle, won this war for humanity amidst frenzied cheers. Ding! Task 2 has been completed. Shall we return? The system's voice echoed as Qin Ge eradicated the last invader. He looked at the sea, now restored to its former state, with Loki floating atop the water. Only Loki remained of the frost giant race for Task 3's annihilation mission. Observing Loki, Qin Ge shook his head. He was still unprepared to kill him. Despite being the instigator of the war, it was evident that others lurked behind the scenes. Keeping him alive might prove beneficial. A singular Loki could hardly stir significant trouble. Although this would mean losing the random character template for Task 3, Qin Ge felt no regret. He would eventually return to the Marvel Universe, and the benefits of keeping Loki would undoubtedly outweigh the present circumstances. Moreover, Qin Ge had a task to explore the depths of the Fishaz Abyss in the real world, having already uncovered over 3%, according to the task rewards. Reaching an exploration rate of 30% would allow the selection of any 3 major templates up to Tier 2. From 30 to 60%, any 3 major templates could be chosen, up to Tier 3. Exploration degree ranging from 60 to 99 allows for the extraction of any 3 major templates, with a maximum of 4 tiers. Upon reaching 100% exploration, the tier restriction is disregarded, enabling the extraction of any 3 major templates. Qin Ge is likely to obtain superior character templates, hence he remains unhurried. With a flick of his right hand, the icebox clutched by the unconscious Loki soared into Qin Ge's grasp. System, please examine the template. Ability template name, Icebox alias. None special ability. Mastery of Ice, details, description, a 4th tier treasure birthed in Jotunheim, possessing the capability to transform eligible humans into icy beings. Source, Marvel Universe Mastery of Ice. Command over ice elements, creation of lifeless ice. and control of any powers associated with ice elements. Once the icebox is fully mastered, one can even generate ice in defiance of physical laws, regardless of location. Can I utilize this? Qin Ge inquired, his curiosity piqued by the impressive artifact. Negative. The host does not possess a yang physique, the system replied. Very well. What about Chu Sweki? Can she use it? Affirmative. Her constitution aligns perfectly with the transformation criteria of the icebox, as she possesses a Yin physique. Is this Yin physique akin to those born under extreme Yin conditions, like the extreme Yin sun or extreme Yin land? Qin Ge asked, intrigued. Not quite. This type of physique is rather commonplace. It merely sounds impressive. Moreover, it is termed a Yin physique, not an extreme Yin body. The extreme Yin body is a formidable constitution that ranks among the best across myriad realms, capable of overwhelming even the likes of Sun Wukong. The distinction between a Yin physique and an extreme Yin body is vast, akin to the expanse of the universe, the system retorted disdainfully. So, we are dealing with a 6-tier powerhouse. Very well, let us return. Understood, initiating return. Meanwhile, in the vast cosmos, Thanos sat upon his throne, listening to the report from Dark Knight Proxima. That is the situation, my lord. Hela has perished at the hands of Qin Ge, and our dispatched Chitauri and Outriders have returned not a single survivor. They have been utterly annihilated, Dark Knight Proxima reported. That man is as terrifying as he was 17 years ago, Thanos murmured. Has Hela truly fallen? He pondered softly. Indeed, it is not a matter of unforeseen circumstances, but rather a deliberate choice to refrain from intervening. Thanos shook his head. For now, we shall disregard Earth's affairs and focus on the universe. Yes, and do not provoke Asgard. After Thanos spoke, he glanced at his chest, where a deep, gruesome scar, devoid of any signs of healing, was starkly visible. King Odin. On Earth, a brilliant light flashed as Qin Ge returned to the familiar darkness of the Fish's abyss. However, under the influence of the Aquaman template, he soon discerned his surroundings clearly. Still within a state of time suspension, everything around him remained motionless. Qin Ge gazed at his surroundings, momentarily lost in thought. After all these years, I have finally returned. Was it easy? At that moment, a chime resounded. Return successful. The voice of the system echoed. Dimension Mission 2. Ensure the victory of the Battle of Manhattan completed. Mission reward. Random limited time templates. Would you like to draw a random limited time template? Yes. Qin Ge gazed expectantly at the system's virtual screen. Limited time templates were essentially valuable assets, serving as trump cards. Although he now possessed the god-slaying trident, one could never have too many trump cards. The drawing of the limited time template is in progress. Limited time template draw complete. Please check. Upon viewing the limited time template, a dazzling character emblazoned with the kanji for fire immediately caught his eye. It depicted a man wearing a conical hat adorned with the fire symbol, exuding an overwhelming aura simply by standing still. Name: Senju Hashirama. Title: First Hokage. God of Ninjas. Gender: male. Age: 32 years. Automatically adjusted to peak condition. Bloodline: complete sage body. Details: special ability: none skills. Wood release 5, earth release 5. Water release 5, gambling 5, max level 5. Comprehensive combat power: 10,000 evaluation. A power level that stands at the 3rd tier ceiling, comparable to Whitebeard, belonging to a select group of the most formidable 3rd tier templates. However, in contrast to Whitebeard, the ninja's methods are more unpredictable, with relatively weaker defensive capabilities. Yet, the ability to overpower is more than sufficient. Status: ready for deployment. Time limit: 24 hours. Source: Naruto. Complete sage body. Possesses extraordinary vitality and a superhuman physique. Inheriting the formidable constitution of the sage of 6 paths, endowed with immense life force, chakra reserves, and recovery speed, while also qualifying for the ultimate mastery of sage techniques. This physique harbors immense secrets. If fully unearthed, it promises unforeseen rewards. Chapter 165. Continue exploring the Fish's abyss. Senju Hashirama. Ignoring the system's final evaluation, Qin Ge stared in astonishment at this template clearly named after an island nation. This was the first instance of encountering a template with such a name. Nevertheless, this individual is remarkably powerful. The sage body is genuine, but what are all these various release techniques? And that gambling loss: 5. Are you serious? Shaking his head, Qin Ge bemusedly stored away the panel of Senju Hashirama. System, please inform me of the worlds available for the next time travel. Qin Ge instructed. Certainly, please check. Worlds available: Watchmen, Apocalypse, Superman, Return of Superman, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. Qin Ge silently scrutinized the second cover, which featured the red-caped figure soaring through the air. Here comes Superman again, Qin Ge muttered, bemused. Those in red capes are all formidable beings. Although he possessed trump cards, he was reluctant to venture into such unstable worlds. Watchmen, Apocalypse? I've never heard of it. Are the Watchmen special powers equipped police? Qin Ge pondered with a furrowed brow. Batman v Superman. Dawn of Justice appears to suggest that Batman and Superman belong to the same universe, akin to the Marvel Universe. Qin Ge mused to himself, stroking his chin. The three options appeared to offer little variety. For now, I shall set them aside. Although Qin Ge had already formed a rough decision in his mind, he did not immediately select the world he wished to traverse. Release the time freeze system. As you wish. Preparing to lift the time freeze. 3-2. The ocean began to flow anew, swirling around Qin Ge. The night vision bestowed by the Ocean King template reactivated at this moment. Observing the pitch-black depths of the Fishaz abyss, Qin Ge chose to retreat to the shore, for dawn was approaching, and lingering any longer could lead to complications. As night descended once more, Qin Ge returned to the Fishaz abyss. Let us make a significant endeavor. Noticing that his template was fully charged, he gazed deeper into the abyss, his body quivering with anticipation as he plunged forward. Along the way, the system's notifications echoed incessantly in his mind. Within 2 hours, Qin Ge's exploration of the Fishaz abyss had exceeded 10%. He was but a hair's breadth away from completing the first stage of the exploration task. The Fishaz abyss was indeed vast. As he swam, he took in the surrounding environment, prompting the system to calculate the area. The abyss was immense. Qin Ge had already traversed dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of nautical miles. On humanity's known maps, the Fishaz abyss did not appear nearly so expansive. Yet Qin Ge discovered it to be far larger than human understanding could fathom. He encountered a myriad of bizarre creatures along the way, most of which posed little threat. At most, they would be a danger to an ordinary human. However, it was clear that humans could not venture here at all. Suddenly, Qin Ge halted, his hands whipping around as the vibranium dual shields materialized on his wrists. Even at the ocean's depths, his perception remained formidable. Ahead, a creature was approaching him, vigilantly observing. He sensed the creature drawing nearer. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of water being disrupted reached his ears, followed by an octopus darting toward him at an astonishing speed. Prepared for the assault, Qin Ge remained unfazed. He thrust his hands forward, and the vibranium dual shields transformed from shield to claw form. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp claws effortlessly severed the tentacle of the octopus. Qin Ge had always believed in retaliation. The moment the creature struck, he had pinpointed its location. Whoosh! Gurgle! His body surged forward, and the currents of water could not impede his speed. In an instant, he found himself before the colossal octopus. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he beheld the creature. At a mere meter in height, Qin Ge was dwarfed by this octopus, which was entirely black and boasted a head measuring over 10 meters. Even the largest giant squid in the world paled in comparison to the creature before him. Including its tentacles, this octopus easily exceeded 50 or 60 meters in length. However, there was no trace of fear in Qin Ge's eyes as he lifted his head to gaze at the colossal octopus, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Before the creature could react, Qin Ge had already positioned himself above its head. With a fierce thrust of his claw-like dual shields made of vibranium, he plunged downwards, the unyielding shield swiftly tearing through the giant octopus's skull. With a powerful exertion of his arms, he yanked outward, directly ripping apart its head. The intense agony drove the massive octopus into a frenzy, thrashing its tentacles wildly. Qin Ge plunged his arms deep into the creature's head, gripping its forehead tightly. The octopus, in its death throes, wreaked havoc upon its surroundings. Yet this was merely the final flicker of life. After more than 10 minutes, the beheaded giant octopus finally exhausted its vitality, collapsing onto the ocean floor, lifeless. Qin Ge looked disdainfully at the viscous, unidentified liquid clinging to his arms, vigorously shaking them to stir the seawater and cleanse himself. Once his arms were clear to the muck, he stowed away the vibranium shields. He cast a glance at the corpse of the giant octopus, pondering whether it would taste delightful if roasted. The octopus's skin was remarkably tough, able to withstand the immense pressure of the deep sea. Do you truly believe flames could cook it? The system interjected. Indeed, Qin Ge scratched his head, considering that if he used the specially designed flamethrower from S.H.I. Ill.D., it might be worth a try. As for flames ignited through conventional means, he dismissed that notion. However, the idea of utilizing the limited flamethrower to roast an octopus seemed quite absurd. Never mind, he decided, continuing his exploration. Gradually, the sun began to rise, its rays casting light upon the earth. In the depths of the Fishi's abyss, Qin Ge, moving at high speed, suddenly came to a halt. Is it nearly 6 o'clock already? He exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the system's notification. Then, let us return. He shook his head. System, please summarize tonight's exploration progress. Real-life task. Explore the Fishi's abyss. Completion at 39:67. The first phase objective has been achieved. Would you like to claim your reward? The system stated with utmost seriousness. Approaching 40%, Qin Ge nodded. I shall not claim it, he replied, shaking his head as he looked upward and propelled himself forward once more. Chapter 166. Scion. Name. Qin Ge. Title. Lord of Dawn, Shadow Sovereign. The most notorious prodigal of Huagua. Gender. Male. Age. 18 years. Bloodline. Human Atlantean. Royalty. Special abilities. Blessing of the Ocean. Deep sea physique. Kingly presence. Unawakened. Skills. Indulgence 5. Firearms 5. Combat 5. Leadership 5. Diving 5. Driving 4. Max skill level 5. Overall combat power 1000. Maximum 1000. Evaluation. Hurry and finalize the template, young man. Status. Unloadable. Loading template. Aquaman template. Qin Ge lay upon his bed, gazing at his template, suddenly rendered speechless. He could only place his hopes on the lottery of this exploration task. Achieving 100% exploration rate was unrealistic. Even on the Asian continent, humanity would not dare to claim such completeness. Thus, the tasks of the fourth phase could be disregarded. He decided to set his goal at 61%. Although the task of the third phase was challenging, it was not insurmountable. Qin Ge pondered deeply. His abilities had reached a plateau, and he was in urgent need of a new character template. He resolved to make another attempt that very night. The journey to Yangzhou spanned 4 days, and today marked the final day. Despite the presence of satellites making navigation seemingly trivial, Qin Ge, plagued by obsessive-compulsive tendencies, assigned himself the task of completing this real-world mission during his travels. Remarkably, he succeeded. At around 5 in the morning on the 4th day, Qin Ge returned to his hotel room, observing that his exploration rate had reached 61.73%. He nodded in satisfaction. System, claim the reward for the third phase. Real-world task. Explore the Fishi's abyss. Exploration rate 61.73%. Third phase reward achieved. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Reward. Randomly select one from 3 major templates of the fourth phase, commencing extraction. Template extraction in progress. Template extraction complete. Please review. View template. Qin Ge clasped his hands together, anxiously watching the virtual screen. A buzzing sound resonated as an image materialized. A familiar face appeared. Qin Ge was taken aback and quickly glanced at the accompanying information. Name, Sun Wukong Kakarot. Title, None. Gender, male. Age, 20 years, automatically adjusted to peak condition. Bloodline, Scion special ability, Enhanced Super Scion 1. Skills, King Kai Fist 5. Spirit Bomb 5. Combat 5. Instant Transmission 5. Skills maxed at level 5. Overall combat power 15,000. Normal 49,999. Super Scion mode. Evaluation. A familiar character. Yet an unfamiliar template. This is an early version of Sun Wukong, but still a formidable presence of the fourth phase. Sufficient for the host. Status. Ready for loading. Upon reviewing this template, Qin Ge was overcome with excitement, nearly leaping from his seat. Sun Wukong Kakarot. Having previously loaded the Super Saiyan 3 version of Sun Wukong, Qin Ge was acutely aware of the immense strength of this Scion. Even though this character template represented only the first stage of Super Saiyan, it was still a rare fourth phase template. Splendid. At last, Qin Ge's combat prowess could undergo a transformative leap. Would you like to load the Sun Wukong template? The system inquired. Load. Initiating loading. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through Qin Ge's body, originating deep within his marrow, as though his blood were being entirely extracted and replaced with that of a scion, while simultaneously undergoing bodily transformation. Nevertheless, Qin Ge refrained from vocalizing his discomfort. At the time of loading the Sea King template, it was an arduous experience. However, Qin Ge had prepared himself for the challenge. The painful moments, though they seemed lengthy, soon passed. Once the loading was complete, he heard the system's voice and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After regaining his composure, he proceeded to examine his template. Name: Qin Ge. Title: Lord of Dawn, Shadow Emperor, the most notorious prodigal of Huaguo gender. Male. Age: 18. Bloodline: Scion. Special abilities: Super Scion Amplification State. Details: Warrior race. Details: Skills: Indulgence 5, Firearms 5, Combat 5, Command 5, Diving 5. Driving 4, Maximum Skill Level 5. Overall Combat Power: 3048. Maximum 49999. Evaluation: a top-tier 4th-tier template. At this moment, you possess the qualifications to become a formidable force. Utilize this template wisely, and in the future, you shall be recognized as a powerhouse across countless realms. Status: not loadable. Super Scion Amplification State. When anger reaches its zenith, one will enter the Super Scion mode. In this state, your abilities will undergo a significant leap, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Warrior race. Scions are born warriors. When on the brink of death and subsequently restored, your combat power will experience a dramatic enhancement. The closer you are to death, the greater the boost upon recovery. Qin Ge was taken aback by the astonishing capabilities of the warrior race. Having experienced the 3rd level of Super Scion, he was no stranger to its power. However, this warrior race was a first for him, leaving him puzzled as to why it had not appeared in his previous template. Perhaps it was due to it being a limited-time template? Regardless, the strength of this special ability was undeniable. The notion of growing stronger through battle, aptly named warrior race, was indeed fitting. Yet, this led Qin Ge to ponder how he would train. Given the current technological advancements on Earth, even if he managed to induce a near-death state, he would have no means to revive himself. Truly, it was a perplexing dilemma. System: if I were to train methodically without utilizing the warrior race ability, how long would it take to reach the pinnacle of the Sun Wukong template? Qin Ge. Not too long, perhaps a few decades, the system replied casually. Qin Ge nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Decades are not considered long. For true powerhouses, decades were but a fleeting moment. Even centuries or millennia were mere blinks of an eye. The prospect of enhancing strength in a few decades would evoke laughter from these titans in their dreams. The system retorted dismissively, "You mentioned true powerhouses. Their lifespans are measured in tens of thousands. How can I compare with my mere single-unit lifespan?" Indeed, the system responded with feigned seriousness. However, it is essential to inform the host that they are a legitimate ascendant of the grand universe. Upon transcending to the 1st tier, the host's lifespan has already increased to 500 years. When the host reaches the 2nd tier, their lifespan will extend to 1,000 years. As for the 3rd tier, it is 5,000 years. Indeed, the 4th tier extends to 10,000. Correct. The 5th tier to 50,000. Precisely. The 6th tier grants 100,000. The 6th tier is one of eternal life. Chapter 167. The Child of Destiny on Earth. 100,000 for the 6th tier? Indeed, eternal life. Qin Ge suddenly opened his eyes wide. Eternal life? Does the legendary immortality truly exist? Wait, according to the system's previous cryptic remarks, it seems that the elites of the 6th tier are capable of obliterating an entire universe, standing as the pinnacle of strength in a vast grand cosmos. Such individuals, it appears, would not find immortality to be an extraordinary phenomenon. A 6th tier powerhouse is beyond your reach. You merely need to understand that the 6th tier is immensely powerful. Invincible in all aspects, the system stated. Qin Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes. What difference does it make to say that or not? System: if I were to give the icebox to Chu Sweki, how long would it take for her to surpass me? Qin Ge shook his head and inquired. Given Earth's current spiritual energy, it would take Chu Sweki approximately 3 months to reach the 1st tier of the extraordinary, and a year to attain the 2nd tier. As for the 3rd tier, it depends on fate. Fate? What does that mean? The spiritual energy on Earth is limited, even with the icebox. Cultivating a third-tier extraordinary powerhouse is exceedingly challenging, unless she can discover a place rich in spiritual energy. However, according to the system's investigation, Earth does not possess such a location. In other words, it is nearly impossible for Chusweki to break through to the third tier on Earth. Indeed, that is good to know. Qin Ge nodded. As long as she does not reach the third tier, he is confident he can overpower her. Besides, in a year's time, Qin Ge will likely have already transcended to the fourth tier. How should I stealthily place the icebox within Chusweki? Qin Ge asked. In 7 days, Earth will experience a rare night of the full moon. A full moon? Isn't it not yet mid-autumn festival? Qin Ge queried in confusion. Hence it is termed rare. Oh, by the way, it is advised that the host refrain from gazing at the moon on the night of the full moon. Why? If you do, you will transform into a gorilla. On the way back, Qin Ge closed his eyes, appearing to be asleep, yet in reality, he was merely resting his eyes. At this moment, Qin Ge had not yet recovered from the system's words earlier that morning. It was said that scions become uncontrollable giant apes upon sighting a full moon, with their combat power surging dramatically. According to the system, if he were to gaze upon the full moon now, his combat power would escalate to nearly 8,000, doubling in magnitude. In truth, such a combat power exceeding 8,000 would be uncontrollable on Earth. Unless nuclear weapons were deployed, defeating the rampaging Qin Ge would be impossible. Though missiles can inflict harm upon Qin Ge, they're far from lethal. Thus, for the safety of all, Qin Ge felt that it would be prudent to don sunglasses and navigate through that night. While it would be ideal to remain indoors for safety, it was imperative to engage Chusweki that very evening, as it constituted a crucial element of Qin Ge's grand scheme within the Morning Dawn organization, leaving no room for error. The risk was worth taking. Look, Qin Ge, urged Chu Xiaodao, nudging him gently. Qin Ge, feigning sleep, promptly opened his eyes. The astronomers announced that a rare full moon will grace the night 7 days hence, Chu Xiaodao said, presenting her phone displaying the news from the astronomy department. Oh, Qin Ge replied disinterestedly after a fleeting glance, for he was already aware of this and found little intrigue in it. Are you not interested? Chu Xiaodao inquit, bolinking polifuli. Not in the slightest, Qin Ge retorted dismissively, pursing his lips. Your haughty demeanor reminds me of a protagonist from the book Shao Sakura mentioned, akin to the dragon overlord. Chu Xiaodao chuckled. Spare me. I hardly resemble a dragon overlord. Qin Ge rolled his eyes. Coincidentally, you indeed embody the essence of a chosen one, Chu Xiaodao teased. Qin Ge shot her an exasperated glance. A young master like me is typically cast as a villain in urban tales, and not just any villain, but the grand antagonist. According to conventional narratives, a young aristocrat from Yanjing, like myself, is usually the arch-nemesis of the protagonist, the quintessential villain. How could I possibly be the chosen one? However, this did prompt a realization. Every world possesses its chosen one. Although Earth lacks extraordinary powers, it too has its champions. System, who is the chosen one of Earth? Qin Ge inquired with curiosity. Host, wait, is it truly me? Qin Ge responded, bewildered. Initially, it was not the host, but upon acquiring this system, the fortunes of Earth began to align with the host. The moment the host received the oceanic blessing of Earth, the host became its chosen one. The system elucidated. Ah, I see. Qin Ge nodded in understanding. Then who was the original chosen one? That is for the host to discover. You're at it again. Do provide a hint. I cannot sift through 7 billion people worldwide. Qin Ge exclaimed in exasperation. He is male. Qin Ge. He is of Chinese descent. Qin Ge. That is it. Indeed. How infuriating. Qin Ge lamented. China has 14 billion inhabitants, you know. This is intolerable. System, offer another hint, please. He resides in Yanjing, and the host will inevitably encounter him. The meeting of the old and new chosen ones. Why does that sound akin to a handover ceremony? Qin Ge mused, scratching his head. Essentially, is this fellow a good person or a villain? Qin Ge inquired further. The definition of good and evil ultimately lies in the perspective of the host. For instance, is his approach to matters principled? Qin Ge inquired, expressing his reluctance to engage with someone as extreme as that certain yin, and even less so with individuals who regard assistance as an obligation, labeling non-compliers as scoundrels. Rest assured, dear host, while the Child of Fortune may indeed encompass a motley assortment of characters, the Child of the Dimension is a being acknowledged by the heavens and the earth. Any entity designated as a child of the dimension, possesses an impeccable moral character. I see. Qin Ge nodded in realization. Wait a moment. You previously mentioned that I am a child of fortune, but you did not assert that I am a child of the dimension, implying that you consider me a misfit? The more Qin Ge spoke, the more incensed he became, his eyes widening in indignation. Observing Qin Ge's perplexed expression, Chu Xiaodao appeared utterly bewildered. What has gotten into this fellow? The system certainly did not make such a claim. It is merely your own imaginative interpretation. Dear host, the system retorted without concern. Chapter 168. Two Young Men. Damn it, Qin Ge cursed, yet the system remained unresponsive. Frustrated, Qin Ge chose to disregard this system. Each time the system mocked him, he either retaliated or opted for silence, employing a form of cold violence. It was truly exasperating. Beside him, Chu Xiaodao watched as Qin Ge's expressions shifted with remarkable rapidity. A faint twitch at the corner of her mouth revealing her surprise. Had she never noticed how Qin Ge so enjoyed changing his expressions while sleeping? Soon, the bus arrived at a service area, one of the few stops along the way. Dozens of buses entered the service area in succession, creating a scene reminiscent of a grand procession. Upon disembarking, Qin Ge stretched lazily, emitting a series of contented groans, which prompted an eye roll from Chu Xiaodao at his side. I'm going to find Xiaoying, Chu Xiaodao informed Qin Ge. All right, go ahead, Qin Ge nodded, his gaze shifting towards Chu Sueki, who was heading to the restroom with Peng Nuonyuo, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chu Xiaodao, having observed everything, could not help but chuckle at the sight of Qin Ge, who was suddenly oblivious to her scrutiny. While he was generally aware of the gazes directed at him, the vastness of the service area and the multitude of people rendered it impractical to return each stare. However, with his current abilities, he could instantly sense any malicious intent directed his way. For instance, at this very moment, as he watched Chu Sueki and Peng Nuonyuo enter the restroom, just as he withdrew his gaze, his acute perception detected a faintly malevolent stare upon him. Qin Ge abruptly turned, his eyes locking onto the source of that malicious gaze. Wang Yuqing? Qin Ge stared in astonishment at this individual, but he quickly regained his composure. Wang Yuqing was Chu Sueki's first love, and she was his as well. After he cheated, Chu Sueki wasted no time in severing their ties, and thus, they parted ways. However, it now appears that this individual is not yet disheartened. Qin Ge harbors a rather indifferent perception of Wang Yuqing. While his voice is melodious and pleasant, his words are utterly untrustworthy. This man speaks grandiloquently, yet accomplishes nothing, rendering him an unreliable figure in the eyes of any man. At this moment, Wang Yuqing gazes at Qin Ge with a look of bewilderment. Having been caught in the act of peeking, he wonders what to do next, anxiously waiting for a solution. Qin Ge smiles at Wang Yuqing, who likely perceives him as a rival for affection. Such youthful naivety. In response to Qin Ge's smile, Wang Yuqing hastily returns the gesture. Qin Ge, withdrawing his gaze from the young lad, finds no interest in engaging further. He absent-mindedly pats his flat stomach and strides towards the most prominent restaurant within the expansive service area. Good day, sir. How many in your party? Upon entering, a waiter promptly approaches him. Just one. Qin Ge replies succinctly, surveying the establishment. It appears quite acceptable, moderately upscale, yet impeccably clean and with a pleasant atmosphere. Although there are no private rooms, it matters little considering this is a service area. Right this way, please. The waiter leads Qin Ge to a small table in the hall, presenting the menu before standing aside in silence. Qin Ge glances over the menu and casually orders a few dishes. Though he is a scion of a wealthy family, his lifestyle reflects a wide spectrum of extremes. There are times when the Qin family subsists solely on steamed buns and pickled vegetables during a financial downturn, while at other times, Qin Ge leisurely dines in lavish five-star restaurants with funds provided by his mother. This dichotomy has cultivated an unusual mode of living for him, capable of engaging in casual conversations over simple fare in modest eateries, yet equally adept at savoring exquisite delicacies alongside the highest echelons of society. This dish lacks flavor. Qin Ge overhears a voice from a nearby table occupied by a couple of young men. Jiang Xiao, bear with it. We shall soon arrive in the Magic City, and then we can indulge in finer cuisine, another youth responds with a chuckle. Intrigued, Qin Ge casts a glance at the two well-dressed young men, quickly discerning their affluent backgrounds. Their garments are bespoke, and the first speaker, Jiang Xiao, sports a wristwatch that, Though unfamiliar to Qin Ge, he recognizes as a Vacheron Constantine. The other young man, equally impressive, wears a Patek Philippe watch, possibly worth several $100,000. Additionally, a car key to a Maserati dangles from the second-use waist. Two heirs of wealth or privilege, unlikely to have earned their riches through their own endeavors. Might Jiang Xiao belong to the renowned Jiang family of the Magic City, the same Jiang Tianqi who incessantly proclaims online for Qin Ge to visit him? The most elite scions of China share a WeChat group, albeit small in number, comprising only the CR Me de la CR Me of the second-generation elite. Qin Ge is the leader of the group, for there is none more quintessentially second-generation than he. It has been quite some time since I last visited that group. Qin Ge chuckled and shook his head, yet he had no intention of checking in. He has likely ascended to a realm beyond the ordinary, a distinction that sets him apart from these common folk. There is no need to maintain such connections. Speaking of which, what has become of the individual demoted by General Qin? The young man inquired of Jiang Xiao. I'm not entirely sure. All information regarding him has been sealed. Even my elder brother is somewhat in the dark about that individual, Jiang Xiao replied, shaking his head. Not even Jiang Xiao has any news. The young man gazed at Jiang Xiao in astonishment. Indeed, in the WeChat group, that individual remained silent. My elder brother mentioned that he may not have truly been demoted, but could be undergoing some form of training within the Qin family. It is well known that the Qin family has a tradition of such demotions for the sake of experience. After all, General Qin was once cast into the depths of the military by old Master Qin, concealing his identity and gradually rising from the ranks of a mere soldier. Jiang Xiao stated with utmost seriousness. It is quite likely. I thought so too. After all, how could the defeat of that weakling from the Li family lead to General Qin being demoted? Therefore, we must steadfastly follow in the footsteps of young Master Qin. Listening intently to the conversation between Jiang Xiao and the young man, Qin Ge felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. Who has brainwashed you? Your imaginations are rather excessive. It is indeed the case that he has been demoted without a hint of exaggeration. Without a doubt, Qin Ge knew who was behind this, Jiang Tianqi. Chapter 169. The request from Huagua Jiang Tianqi, a prodigy and a curious figure. The current leader of the Jiang family in Magic City, renowned in the elite circles of Huagua. Aside from the three illustrious families of the capital, even the other noble houses in Yanjing cannot compare favorably to the Jiang family of Magic City. Jiang Tianqi, the eldest son of the contemporary head of the Jiang family, possesses an extraordinary aptitude for business. Although he is merely a freshman in college, he has already begun to engage with the family's enterprises. As for why he is considered an eccentric, he seems to have adopted a theory from some obscure source, asserting that a powerful business empire must have the support of the government. This statement holds some truth, yet Jiang Tianqi has been trailing after Qin Ge since childhood, clearly becoming Qin Ge's most devoted sycophant, which leaves one perplexed. Seeking support does not necessitate such obsequiousness. Qin Ge is baffled, yet he is unperturbed by any schemes Jiang Tianqi might concoct. In the past, it was difficult to discern sincerity from deceit. Now, however, Qin Ge can easily ascertain whether there is malice directed at him. This reflects a disparity in their respective levels of existence. If he were to encounter another individual of the same second-tier status, Qin Ge would be unable to discern their true intentions, as he has yet to attain that level of capability. How intriguing. Shaking his head, he mused that he, a mere playboy of the second generation, has become the legendary figure known as Captain Yin or General Shoka. Casting a glance at Jiang Xiao and the young man, Qin Ge turned his attention back to the freshly served dishes from his Su family. At long last, I have returned. As Su Ying stepped through the threshold of her home, she pushed her luggage to the ground and leapt exuberantly onto the sofa. Qin Ge rolled her eyes and pushed Su Ying's belongings aside, carrying her own suitcase and backpack into the room. Xiao Ying is back, came the voice of Su Ying's mother, Lu Li. We're back, Aunt, Qin Ge replied, glancing at Su Ying, whose face was buried in the sofa, her long, cherry blossom pink hair completely concealing her features. How was your trip? Lu Li entered the living room, smiling as she directed her question towards Qin Ge. Though she was in her 40s, Lu Li remained strikingly beautiful, resembling a perfectly ripe peach, more alluring than ever when compared to Su Ying. Approaching Qin Ge, she pushed their suitcases closer together. It was all right, felt quite pleasant, Qin Ge responded, her spirits lifted by having acquired the top-tier Sun Wukong template. This made her feel that the journey was undoubtedly worthwhile. That's good to hear. Luli nodded with a smile. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare something for you. I want lobster. Su Ying exclaimed eagerly at the mention of food. Having been to Yangzhou, haven't you had enough seafood? Qin Ge replied, somewhat exasperated. It's not the same. Those were just shrimp. Nothing compares to crayfish. Su Ying pouted in protest, shaking her head in resignation. Qin Ge turned to Luli. All right then, I'll buy some pre-cooked frozen crayfish and heat them up. Shall he? Do you want some? Yes, Su Ying replied, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Ge as Luli chuckled and walked away. Host, the communicator for the high-ranking officials of Huagua has been activated. Would you like to connect? The sudden voice of the system broke through the air. Qin Ge's expression shifted slightly. Xiaoying, I have something to attend to. I'll step out for a moment, she said, turning to Su Ying. Where are you going? Aren't you going to eat the crayfish? Su Ying sat up abruptly, curiosity lighting her eyes. Not anymore. You enjoy it. Qin Ge replied with a smile, turning to exit. Su Ying watched her retreating figure, her eyes filled with suspicion. In Hanwu City, Nanhu Province, Zhao Tianlong sat quietly in his room, his expression calm. The dining table before him was laden with a variety of exquisite dishes. Yet he showed no inclination to eat, merely waiting for someone else's arrival. Suddenly, a white light illuminated the space, stirring Zhao Tianlong from his stillness. His fierce gaze fixated on the light. As the radiance gradually faded, a figure clad in black robes and wearing a mask appeared in the room. Zhao Tianlong's eyes fell on the number 13 emblazoned above the mask, and he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was someone familiar. Had it been a stranger, the situation might have been less favorable. What is it? The 13th counselor inquired, regarding Zhao Tianlong with a detached demeanor. We have discovered a location suspected to be an extraordinary realm, Zhao Tianlong replied solemnly. An extraordinary realm? The 13th counselor's tone rose slightly, though, to Zhao Tianlong. It sounded almost mocking. Indeed, Zhao Tianlong could only pretend not to hear. This place had claimed many elite soldiers, and it was shrouded in mystery. None who entered had returned. Oh, the 13th council member, Qin Ge, seemed intrigued. It was impossible for it to be a realm of the extraordinary, as the system had stated that Earth had never manifested such powers. This was truly an area devoid of magic. Please elaborate, he urged. Thus, Zhao Tianlong recounted the entire sequence of events to the 13th council member in detail. It turned out that ever since the higher-ups of Huagua became aware of the existence of the organization known as Dawn, which possessed extraordinary capabilities, they had initiated investigations into anomalies throughout the nation. Folklore, myths, and supernatural occurrences were all scrutinized, leading to the establishment of a department named the Dragon Group, formerly known as the Huagua Bureau for the investigation and handling of supernatural affairs. Remarkably, their inquiries uncovered numerous peculiarities. However, upon further investigation, it was revealed that these were not manifestations of extraordinary powers, but rather the ingenious skills of ancient craftsmen. Yet, it wasn't long before they discovered another unusual sight in the greater Xing'an Range, a cave. The Dragon Group dispatched a 5-member team to explore it, but thereafter, they vanished without a trace. After 3 days of waiting with no sign of the 5, the Dragon Group sent in an additional 17 personnel, all of whom similarly disappeared without a return. This alarming trend garnered significant attention from the higher-ups of Huagua, leading them to suspect that this might be a realm of the extraordinary. Although the leader of Dawn, Qin Ge, had previously provided them with a human enhancement serum, this could not be classified as extraordinary power. They were ill-equipped to handle such a mysterious and eerie locale. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization. Given the possibility of it being an extraordinary sight, they decided to seek the expertise of specialists. Hence, the higher-ups turned their thoughts to Dawn. This, then, is the entirety of our investigation into this suspected extraordinary sight, which we have designated as Unconfirmed Area 1. We find ourselves powerless in this matter and wish to request your organization as assistance, Zhao Tianlong stated. Chapter 170. The extraordinary cannot be insulted. How intriguing. The 13th council member chuckled. He had consulted the system and confirmed that no extraordinary powers existed here. However, the absence of such powers did not diminish the site's potential for exploration. The disappearance of 22 Dragon Group members piqued the 13th Council member's interest. Hearing the words of the 13th Council member, Zhao Tianlong's heart soared. It seemed he was indeed interested. If that were the case, the likelihood of intervention would significantly increase. In your organization? He inquired eagerly. We will send personnel, the 13th Council member replied. Given that this is suspected to be an extraordinary sight, Dawn will naturally not stand idly by. Which member will your organization dispatch to unconfirmed Area 1? Zhao Tianlong asked, his excitement palpable. A member? The 13th Council member shook his head in resignation. To say it is merely a suspected extraordinary sight is an understatement. Even if it were a genuine extraordinary realm, Council members would not engage without sufficient reason. Zhao Tianlong was taken aback. Council members do not intervene? Isn't the lowest ranking member of the Dawn merely a counselor? What shall we do if the counselors do not take action? The last time I spoke with you, I mentioned the true core members of Dawn whose status is exalted. Such seemingly trivial tasks do not warrant the involvement of core members, the 13th counselor remarked nonchalantly. Then who do you intend to summon? Zhao Tianlong asked vacantly. An old acquaintance of yours, the 13th counselor chuckled. The Shadow Emperor. Is it him? The following day, outside the greater Xing'an Mountains, a convoy of camouflaged armored vehicles was stationed along the mountain road, each emblazoned with a prominent dragon insignia. Dozens of men and women donned identical black athletic attire, the primary color being black, accentuated with red, featuring numerous dragon motifs. This was the dragon team of Huagua, a department established to counter extraordinary powers. Leader, why hasn't the extraordinary individual arrived yet? This is taking too long. We're dozens waiting for just one. A young man expressed his dissatisfaction to Zhao Tianlong. Indeed, leader, this extraordinary individual certainly carries a considerable air, making us wait here as a group. Another voice chimed in. Soon, several others joined in the complaints. However, the majority remained silent, patiently awaiting. Zhao Tianlong cast a glance at them. These few had been admitted to the Dragon Team due to their unique skills. As the team addressed extraordinary powers requiring various gifted individuals. Nevertheless, the caliber of these individuals paled in comparison to those Zhao Tianlong had brought from the Longting Special Forces. Silence. Zhao Qianni commanded coldly, his robust physique and icy countenance instantly silencing the raucous individuals. Zhao Qianni was not like Zhao Tianlong. While Zhao Tianlong was relatively affable, Zhao Qianni was different. If provoked, he would not hesitate to take action. Zhao Qianni had never been known for his patience. Humph. Casting a glare at the naysayers, Zhao Qianni approached Zhao Tianlong. Brother, have you informed the Shadow Emperor of our location? Zhao Qianni and Zhao Tianlong were biological siblings, though the elder, Zhao Tianlong, had joined the military, while the younger, Zhao Qianni, had become a narcotics officer. As the first officer to encounter the case concerning the Shadow Emperor and also a formidable soldier enhanced by human augmentation drugs, Zhao Qianni was incorporated into the Dragon Team, serving as its deputy director, with Zhao Tianlong as the director. The higher-ups were not concerned about the brothers wielding excessive power within the Dragon Team. After all, millions of eyes were upon the Dragon Team. Who would dare engage in subterfuge? Is courting death worth it? I have informed him. Silence. With the extraordinary individual's enigmatic methods, they could very well be observing us from some concealed location right now, Zhao Tianlong stated solemnly. Understood. Zhao Qianni responded earnestly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground instantly captured everyone's attention, and all members reflexively drew their weapons towards the source of the noise. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the members of the Dragon Team were left in stunned silence, draped in a form-fitting black suit, adorned with an imposing figure on his chest. The onlookers were no strangers to this presence. He was the superhero of Huan Nation, known as the Shadow Emperor. At this moment, beneath his feet lay several individuals who had previously boasted the loudest, now rendered unconscious. Even the ants dare to be audacious. A gravelly voice emanated from beneath the Shadow Emperor's mask. Zhao Tianlong's expression shifted, a grimace overtaking his features as he regarded the Shadow Emperor. What is your intent? Your Excellency? Zhao Tianlong inquired in a low tone. The soldiers surrounding them had their weapons primed, aimed at the Shadow Emperor. With a mere command from Zhao Tianlong, they would fire without hesitation. To insult the extraordinary is to invite death, the Shadow Emperor replied coldly, directing his gaze at Zhao Tianlong. This is a long-standing decree of the dawn. The extraordinary protect the mundane from the perils of extraordinary powers, and in return, the mundane must render the highest respect to the extraordinary. Those who insult the extraordinary shall face merciless retribution. Considering your ignorance of this decree, I shall spare them this time. Next time, it will not merely be unconsciousness. His chilling words resonated with a palpable aura of menace. And do you believe these toys can harm me? The Shadow Emperor regarded Zhao Tianlong with an indifferent expression, dismissing the formidable weaponry as mere playthings. A flicker of anger ignited within Zhao Tianlong, yet he was abruptly reminded of the overwhelming tidal wave that had surged forth not long ago. The terrifying spectacle of that celestial might loomed in his mind. If the extraordinary, specifically Qin Ge, were to unleash such fury again, could the people of Hua Nation withstand it? The ancient emperors were deemed sovereign by the dawn. Without its endorsement, they were not. The fall of the great Qin, the demise of the Tang dynasty, the extinction of the Ming, all were orchestrated by a greater hand that sent shivers down Zhao Tianlong's spine. The extraordinary, above the mundane, must not be insulted. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Tianlong steadied his emotions and addressed the Shadow Emperor. I comprehend your message and shall convey it accurately to the higher echelons. Remember, the extraordinary must not be disrespected. The Shadow Emperor cast a cold glance at Zhao Tianlong before turning to depart. Brother, Zhao Tianyi stepped forward, gazing at the retreating figure of the Shadow Emperor, hesitatingly looking towards Zhao Tianlong. I am unscathed. He speaks the truth. The extraordinary exists beyond the reach of the ordinary. Zhao Tianlong sighed, yet a fervent determination flickered in his eyes. I, Zhao Tianlong, shall undoubtedly acquire extraordinary power. The earth has yet to experience a resurgence of spiritual energy. Do not speak of extraordinary powers emerging now. The earth currently lacks extraordinary powers, lacks extraordinary powers, lacks extraordinary powers. This bears repeating thrice. Moreover, I implore you for votes. Chapter 171. Unconfirmed Area 1 Host, detecting within Zhao Tianlong a profound yearning for extraordinary power. The voice of the system echoed in Qin Ge's mind as he walked ahead. Momentarily taken aback, Qin Ge pondered the strong desire for extraordinary power. Yet, upon further reflection, he recognized this could indeed be an opportunity. A smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps this exploration of unconfirmed Area 1 could be manipulated to his advantage. I have already sensed that location. I shall proceed ahead. You all should hurry, Qin Ge remarked, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Zhao Tianlong waved his hand and followed suit. The members of the Dragon team began a sprint, leaving only a portion behind to guard the vehicles. These camouflage armored vehicles could not venture forth. The cave was nestled halfway up the mountain, and the path was treacherous, necessitating a climb by hand. Unconfirmed Area 1. An enigmatic cave. Qin Ge gazed into the depths of this cavern, pitch black and foreboding. System, what lies within? He inquired. A micro-black hole, the system responded. A micro-black hole. Qin Ge's eyes widened. He had certainly heard of black holes, those colossal entities that devour all in their path. Is there any danger? He asked. For ordinary individuals, this is a perilous abyss. However, for the host, there is no danger. That is reassuring. Qin Ge nodded and stepped inside. Inside the inky cavern, not a glimmer of light could be discerned. Even sounds seemed to vanish. Upon entering, it felt as though the outside world had completely dissipated. Light, sound, air, everything had vanished. Fascinating. With a light chuckle, aware of his own safety, Qin Ge's courage naturally swelled. He raised his hand, gathering a sphere of energy, glowing blue and white, in his palm. The radiance illuminated his surroundings as he continued forward. Outside the cave, Zhao Tianlong and the Dragon team finally arrived at unconfirmed Area 1, the suspected extraordinary realm. Scanning the vicinity, they found no trace of the Shadow Emperor. Brother, has the Shadow Emperor already entered? Zhao Tianyi inquired. He likely has, Zhao Tianlong replied, gazing into the deep, dark entrance. Shall we wait here? Zhao Tianyi suggested. It appears we have no other choice. Very well, Zhao Tianyi nodded, settling in place to rest, awaiting further instructions. Within the cave, as Qin Ge advanced, the illuminated area of the energy sphere gradually diminished. After an indeterminate duration, the light now barely extended beyond a mere inch around him. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness. Devoid of sound, save for Qin Ge's own breath and the glow of the energy sphere, nothing else existed. The air was absent, and, consequently, oxygen was too. However, Qin Ge's formidable constitution allowed him to endure in a vacuum. As a scion, he could survive in an oxygen-deprived state for a day or two without difficulty. Approaching the location of the micro-black hole, "Please prepare, host," the system's voice echoed. Without needing the system's reminder, Qin Ge had already sensed a faint pull. This pull was sudden, manifesting out of thin air. For Qin Ge, it was a mere whisper of attraction, but for an ordinary person, it would be an instant entrapment. Even the strongest among humans, such as Qin Ge or Steve, would not escape its grasp. Do not forget, Qin Ge is a second-tier extraordinary being. If he can perceive the gravitational pull, what those mere mortals? Nevertheless, the system reassured him of the absence of danger, and Qin Ge chose to believe it. He pressed forward, the energy from the sun Wukong template swiftly enveloping him, surging into his feet, firmly anchoring him to the ground. The myriad applications of this energy are abundant, with enhancing traction being but one of its many practical capabilities. As he advanced step by step, a spectrum of colors suddenly appeared before Qin Ge. A haunting blue and black shrouded the space ahead, with the dark radiance enveloping the modest cave. Before him emerged a stunning circular orb. Is this the micro-black hole? Curiously, Qin Ge gazed at the micro-black hole, extinguishing the energy sphere he had conjured. The ample light in the cave rendered the energy sphere unnecessary for illumination. A black hole is a peculiar phenomenon. Light is wholly consumed within it, casting its surroundings into utter darkness. Yet, at the very center of the black hole, a faint glow emanates. This contradiction is perplexing, leaving one unable to pinpoint the anomaly. How did this micro-black hole come into existence? As Qin Ge inched closer, an astonishing gravitational force tugged at him, yet with the aid of his energy. He remained unyielding. The spatial energy you absorbed in the Fishaz abyss altered the Earth's spatial structure, compounded by the inherent instability of this locale, resulting in the formation of a micro-black hole, the system elucidated. Qin Ge felt a tinge of embarrassment as he regarded the micro-black hole. So, is my fault? The stability of spatial structure is an exceedingly fragile matter, particularly in a non-magical realm like Earth. Should anyone disturb the Earth's spatial integrity, anomalous occurrences are imminent. Then why do I seem to tear apart space at will, day after day, as effortlessly as tearing bread? Qin Ge inquired. On one hand, they were exaggerating, and, on the other, it is due to the extraordinary realm where the heavenly laws possess transcendent powers capable of reinforcing space. But you have taken me through the cosmos numerous times without any irregularities, Qin Ge questioned, puzzled. When this system facilitates your traversal through the universe, it first fortifies Earth's spatial structure with power, ensuring its stability before engaging in time-space travel. Otherwise, not only would traversing the universe be impossible, but even relocating you from one planet to another would precipitate a catastrophic collapse of Earth's spatial structure. How terrifying! Qin Ge exclaimed in bewilderment. What if you did not stabilize the spatial structure and proceeded directly with cosmic traversal? The Earth's spatial structure would collapse outright, and the heavenly law of this universe would intervene to obliterate you, the system replied coolly. Qin Ge's lips twitched. He recalled the system mentioning that the heavenly laws of every universe, even those devoid of magic, are indeed authentic sixth-tier life forms. To erase them would be a mere trifle. No wonder no extraordinary beings from other universes have ever descended upon Earth. It seems that extraordinary beings cannot, and dare not, wield their powers on Earth. What purpose would that serve? How shall we resolve this? The presence of such a miniature black hole here is indeed problematic. Chapter 172. Testing the law with one's own body, special ability, devouring. How shall we resolve this? The presence of such a miniature black hole here is indeed problematic, Qin Ge lamented. There are 3 potential solutions, the system stated. Speak on. The first method involves this system intervening to absorb the miniature black hole. This approach is swift and safe. However, the drawback is that absorbing this miniature black hole will necessitate the disruption of the spatial structure, leading to further anomalies in the Earth's spatial framework. In other words, it is a temporary fix, addressing one issue while creating another. The second option, Qin Ge refrained from commenting and continued. The second method requires the host to locate an individual with a spatiotemporal constitution, utilizing their life force to absorb this miniature black hole, thus resolving the issue. That is unacceptable, Qin Ge firmly rejected. Sacrificing another's life to remedy this predicament is an utterly nefarious approach. Qin Ge has principles and would never condone such actions. Why should one's own errors be rectified at the expense of another's life? If necessary, Qin Ge could simply have Huaguo cordon off the area to prevent access. He would never resort to sacrificing another's life. You may retain this option, the system interjected. What if a death row inmate or a truly heinous individual possesses a spatiotemporal constitution? Qin Ge paused, then realized the implications. Indeed, the premise of not sacrificing another's life hinges on the individual being innocent. If it were a death row inmate, a person deserving of multiple deaths, Qin Ge would feel no moral burden. In fact, it could serve as a form of atonement for that individual. And what a third method? Qin Ge. The third method maintains that this miniature black hole is fundamentally composed of spatiotemporal energy. This system can control the miniature black hole and guide it into the host's body. The host's soul is an exceedingly rare spatiotemporal soul, and their body, bearing the template of Sun Wukong, possesses fourth-tier potential. The destructive capacity of this miniature black hole equates to that of an initial third-tier entity. Under the system's control, the host has a 70% probability of successfully absorbing this miniature black hole. I shall absorb it. Qin Ge gazed at the miniature black hole in astonishment. Me? Absorbing it? The host is a spatiotemporal soul, having been influenced by the soul's essence. Thus, the host's body possesses certain characteristics of spatiotemporal constitution, making it suitable for the absorption of this miniature black hole. Given the host as a current second-tier scion physique, coupled with the system's control, there exists a 70% probability of successful absorption, the system explained. Will there be any effects on me post-absorption? Qin Ge. There's a 90% chance of a beneficial effect and a 10% chance of a detrimental one. Qin Ge took a deep breath, contemplating the black hole before him. A 70% success rate, you say? What happens if I fail? Qin Ge asked. The body will collapse and be drawn into the void of space. Understood. System, what must I do? Qin Ge asked. Let the energy envelop your entire being. Lying beside this miniature black hole, the system instructed. Can I sit? What about meditating? Lying down? Do you think this is a cultivation exercise? Lying down is conducive to your absorption, the system replied tersely. Reluctantly, Qin Ge complied with the system's directives, allowing the energy to encase him fully before he reclined next to the miniature black hole. Undress? Qin Ge exclaimed, his eyes widening in bewilderment. Yes, the system affirmed. Resigned. Qin Ge concentrated, and all his garments, including his undergarments, were instantly cast into the system's space. Ready. I am ready, Qin Ge declared, taking a deep breath. Boom. Qin Ge's eyes widened as a torrent of ferocious power surged into his body, violently tearing at every fiber of his being. Under the system's guidance, the miniature black hole, akin to a fluid, was harnessed by an invisible force that directed its energy into Qin Ge. He felt every cell in his body quaking as this force infused him, ruthlessly shredding every part of his form. Qin Ge groaned in agony, grateful for the resilient willpower he had gained from his previous acquisition of Captain America's template. Although the Captain's template had been replaced, the inherent qualities and abilities had not vanished. The pain accompanying each template loading was excruciating, yet Qin Ge had long since acclimated to it. Guided by the system's strength, the miniature black hole gradually diminished, and a ghostly blue energy surged into Qin Ge's body. Slowly, the relentless pain within him began to ebb like a receding tide, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Congratulations, host, you have succeeded, the system announced. View my template. Qin Ge thought, too fatigued to speak, yet his mind remained lucid. He promptly communicated with the system in his mind. Name, Qin Ge. Title, Lord of the Dawn, Shadow Emperor, the most debauched of Huaguo gender. Male age, 18 lineage, Scion special ability, Super Scion amplification state, Warrior ethos. Devour, details, skills, Indulgence 5, Firearms 5, Combat 5, Leadership 5, Diving 5. Driving 4, Maximum Skill Level 5, Overall Combat Power, 5,760, Maximum Limit, 49999, Evaluation. A top-tier 4th-grade template. You are now qualified to become a formidable force. Make good use of this template, and in the future, you shall be known as a powerhouse across the myriad realms. Status. Unable to load. Loading template. Sun Wukong template. Devour. A special ability acquired by absorbing the miniature black hole, granting you the capacity to consume all life forms to heal your wounds and enhance your combat prowess. Note, can only devour incapacitated life forms. The combat prowess has unexpectedly surged by nearly 2,000, the body collapsing and then recovering. Is the enhancement of the combat nation's special abilities truly that significant? Qin Ge remarked with curiosity. The system elucidated, stating that the function of the combat nation's special abilities, along with the absorption of this miniature black hole, collectively contributed to the enhancement. I see, Qin Ge replied, now understanding. However, this special ability of devouring is one that you acquired after absorbing this miniature black hole. Fortunately, this ability is not only exceptionally practical, but also possesses growth potential, evolving alongside your own development. When combined with the special abilities of the combat nation, it will yield unexpectedly remarkable results, the system explained. Indeed, the synergy with the combat nation is key. A spark of realization lit up Qin Ge's mind as he prepared to incapacitate a life form, contemplating ways to inflict severe injury upon himself, subsequently devouring these life forms to facilitate rapid recovery. Thus, upon activating the combat nation's abilities, Qin Ge's combat power would instantly be augmented. Yet once I am gravely injured, I must consume formidable life forms for recovery. Where on earth could such powerful beings be found? Qin Ge frowned. The Phychotzi Abyss, the system reminded him. Qin Ge paused, then broke into a smile. Of course, how could I forget this place? In previous quests, Qin Ge had ventured into the Phychotzi Abyss and encountered countless colossal creatures exceeding 30 meters in size. Initially, it seemed trivial, but later, every time he vanquished one, he would store the carcasses in the system space, where time stood still. Even life forms could be housed there, provided they were incapacitated and of a lower life tier than Qin Ge himself. Among these gigantic beings, there were 2 titanic giants exceeding 60 meters. Qin Ge was baffled by how they had grown so large, but according to the system, it was due to the corruption of spatial energies that had elevated their life tier. However, as these energies were unclaimed and the creatures lacked the knowledge to absorb them, they could only soak in the energies unconsciously, resulting in their considerable size without transcending to the extraordinary. It seems that breaking through to the 3rd tier is imminent. Qin Ge mused with a smile. Impossible. If the 3rd tier barrier were so easily breached, then 3rd tier warriors could hardly be deemed powerful across the myriad realms. Qin Ge paused, pondering the implication. What do you mean? The vast universe and all its realms are classified into 4 categories by the will of the great universe. The small 1,000 universes, medium 1,000 universes, large 1,000 universes, and the primordial universe. The most formidable beings in the small 1,000 universes do not exceed the 3rd tier, meaning the strongest in the small 1,000 universe is merely at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Once one breaks through to the 4th tier, they will be transported by the will of the great universe to their corresponding medium 1,000 universe. The universe in which the host resides is a small 1,000 universe, albeit a notably weak one, ranking among the lowest within its category. Is my home truly that feeble? In the realm of the middle 1,000 universe, the most formidable beings are those who reach the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Upon transcending to the 5th tier, they are transported by the will of the great universe to the upper 1,000 universe, resulting in an absence of 5th tier powerhouses within the middle 1,000 universe. Each great universe governs countless middle 1,000 universes beneath it, with the most powerful among them being the 6th tier titans, the true sovereigns of the great universe, each a formidable and invincible overlord. At the apex lies the primordial universe, a direct extension of the great universe, overseen by its will. This realm serves as a paradise for all powerful beings, where even the weakest are 5th tier entities, and the mightiest embody the omnipotent will of the great universe itself. The primordial universe is the source of all, where the essence of myriad paths manifests as vividly as if imprinted directly upon one's mind. The most insignificant beings from the primordial universe, when they traverse to other universes, possess an understanding of the great path that is undeniably supreme. This marks a fundamental distinction between the primordial universe and all others. The primordial universe opens its gates once every myriad epochs, permitting only fifth-tier beings to enter. However, few are inclined to do so. Why? Qin Ge pondered aloud. If the primordial universe is so magnificent, why do so few wish to go there? Upon entering, one cannot depart unless granted permission by the will of the great universe. Moreover, the threshold for entry is set at the fifth tier. Fifth-tier powerhouses, renowned even within the great universe, are often proud and lofty, and they would hardly consent to serve as subordinates in the primordial universe. Qin Ge scratched his head, contemplating how he would fare at the lower echelons, subjected to the whims of others. He too would find it intolerable. As the saying goes, it is easy to descend from frugality to luxury, yet arduous to descend from luxury to frugality. Wait a moment. If the middle 1,000 universe has its upper-tier universe, then surely the lower 1,000 universe must have its own as well? Qin Ge inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the great universe governs the middle 1,000 universe, just as the middle 1,000 universe oversees the lower 1,000 universe. The universe where Earth resides is a lower 1,000 universe. Does it not also have a middle 1,000 universe above it? If a being from that middle 1,000 universe were to descend, who could withstand them? Qin Ge frowned in concern. The strongest beings in the middle 1,000 universe are at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, which implies that the majority are at the second and third tiers. For Earth, devoid of extraordinary powers, the arrival of even one such entity would be a catastrophic ordeal. Rest assured, the system assured him. A lower 1,000 universe lacking extraordinary powers will not be included under the jurisdiction of the great universe's will. Are you saying that the universe where Earth resides is ungoverned? Qin Ge blinked in surprise. Yes. After receiving this confirmation, Qin Ge found himself momentarily speechless. There are advantages to weakness. The weak are cared for by the will of the great universe. Wait, am I not an extraordinary being? Qin Ge suddenly queried. The criteria set by the will of the great universe for distinguishing extraordinary universes from non-extraordinary ones is whether they possess a source of extraordinary origin. Extraordinary origin? You mean extraordinary civilization. If there exists a civilization within this universe capable of transmitting extraordinary powers, the Grand Cosmic would incorporate it beneath a central 1,000 universes. The system elucidated. Thus, Qin Ge nodded in understanding, realizing that he must attain sufficient strength before embarking on the revival of Earth's spiritual energy. If Qin Ge, as a pioneer, were not formidable enough, he would be unable to contend with the forces of the central 1,000 universes, which would jeopardize Earth. However, he pondered, if one reaches the fourth tier, they would be transported to the central 1,000 universes. Does that mean I would be unable to remain on Earth? Qin Ge furrowed his brow. There is no need for concern, the system reassured. A plan has already been devised. Once you break through to the fifth tier, the system will guide you on the necessary steps. With the system's assurance, Qin Ge felt a wave of relief. The fifth tier, he mused, blinking. He was merely at the second tier and had yet to even touch the barrier of the third tier. The fifth tier seemed rather distant. Nevertheless, Qin Ge was not anxious about his ability to reach the fifth tier. With the system as his external aid, as long as he remained alive, he would inevitably achieve the fifth tier. However, the sixth tier seemed rather daunting. Never mind, he decided, dismissing the thought. Chapter 174. Your friend Qin Huyo is online outside Cave 1 in the unconfirmed region. The members of the Dragon team stood by, having waited for 3 hours. During this time, their patience was nearly exhausted, yet in this peculiar area, they dared not wander or speak, fearful of being overheard by the Shadow Monarch. Thus, they remained in silence, awaiting the emergence of the Shadow Monarch. Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Tianyi, however, exhibited remarkable composure, uttering not a word as they fixated on the cave entrance. Suddenly, both brothers sensed a shift. The figure of the Shadow Monarch appeared at the cave's mouth. In an instant, they sprang to their feet. Upon seeing them rise, the other members of the Dragon team also stood, their eyes fixed on the Shadow Monarch. Shadow Monarch. What transpired within? Zhao Tianlong inquired eagerly. He was the first to emerge from the cave, confirming that extraordinary powers could only be resolved by extraordinary beings. It has been resolved. However, the spiritual energy structure in this vicinity has undergone a transformation. Once the spiritual energy begins to revive, This will become a land of great fortune. Qin Ge recounted the system's revelations to Zhao Tianlong. The system had informed him that once Qin Ge initiated the revival of spiritual energy, and as Earth's spiritual energy began to recover, the previous micro-black hole would have altered the spatial structure here, thereby transforming the spiritual energy structure. If the spiritual energy revives, this place will become a rare sanctuary of spiritual energy. Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Tianyi exchanged glances. A land of fortune? I shall return to report to the 13th council member about certain matters. You should inform number 1 that the Dawn shall pay a visit shortly. Understood. The Shadow Monarch nodded to the two, and with a flash of his figure, he vanished from sight. Witnessing the Shadow Monarch's enigmatic departure left the Dragon Team members in a state of bewilderment. Is this what it means to be an extraordinary being capable of teleportation? Upon returning to the Su residence, Qin Ge shook his head, noting that instantaneous movement was far superior to satellite technology, both in efficacy and in the minimal disturbance it caused compared to satellite transmissions. However, aside from Qin Ge, others can also utilize satellite transmission. Instantaneous movement requires physical contact, making it impractical for transporting many individuals. Shaking his head, he donned the mask of the 13th counselor. Qin Ge still needed to persuade the first leader, as establishing a foundation was essential for the future revival of spiritual energy. Relying solely on his own efforts for this revival, without the assistance of others, was somewhat daunting. In a confidential meeting room in Yanjing, the first leader, nearing 60, donned a neatly pressed Zhongshan suit. Despite his aged visage, there was no hint of frailty, only the robust vitality characteristic of the elderly. He sat alone, devoid of any surveillance or monitoring devices, having learned from previous encounters. The upper echelons of Huagua understood that the means of the extraordinary beings from the Dawn organization were beyond their imagination. Thus, if collaboration was to be established, sincerity was paramount, without any underhanded tactics. The Dawn organization was a formidable entity that had dismantled one dynasty after another. The first leader waited in silence, having remained here since Zhao Tianlong relayed all pertinent information to him. He had not informed anyone else, yet he was confident that the Dawn would surely locate him. After approximately half an hour, a familiar radiance flickered, and the first leader's gaze sharpened as he beheld the figure that appeared before him. "Long time no see, Mr. 13th," he remarked with a smile. "Indeed, it has been a while, Mr. First," came the cordial reply. "I wonder what brings you to seek me." "Of course, there is a matter at hand. The leader would not permit us to engage with any mortals under the guise of our organization," the 13th counselor replied casually. The first leader silently noted this. While contact with mortals in an organizational capacity was prohibited, it implied that personal interaction was permissible. Therefore, it indicated that the members of Dawn were not hidden away in the mountains, but rather blended seamlessly into society. This was, after all, quite reasonable. Great concealment lies within the city, while lesser concealment dwells in the wilderness. An organization like Dawn, with a legacy spanning millennia, was unlikely to be reclusive. "Please go ahead." He gestured, prompting the 13th counselor to continue. "You are aware of the Challenger Deep, I presume?" the 13th counselor inquired. Indeed, the first leader acknowledged, his extensive knowledge encompassing even this, the lowest point on Earth. The Challenger Deep is what we refer to as the Abyss of Death. It was once a site where Dawn sealed malevolent, extraordinary beings. A millennium ago, the celestial beings of that era established a spatial sealing array in the abyss to imprison these malevolent entities. 1,000 years have elapsed, and those whom we sealed have long since perished. Yet, their remains transformed into spiritual energy, trapped within the spatial array left by the celestial beings, nurturing the life forms within the abyss of death. As the 13th counselor spoke, he waved his hand, conjuring an image that materialized before the first leader. This is... The first leader's eyes widened, barely able to maintain his composure. A terrifying octopus, measuring 60 to 70 meters, thrashed wildly with its tentacles, shattering countless stones in the darkness under its rampage. These extraordinary creatures were born from the malevolent beings absorbed spiritual energy within the abyss of death. Now, the formidable beings have been vanquished by us. However, there remain numerous creatures within the abyss of death. We have only dealt with the most powerful among them, leaving the rest untouched due to our insufficient manpower. Your implication was clear as the first envoy hesitated and gazed at the 13th counselor. I shall escort you to the abyss of death, where you will eradicate these remaining creatures, the 13th counselor declared. But our soldiers cannot breathe at such depths. The first envoy frowned in response. He did not outright refuse, but contemplated other possibilities. Leave this to me. I shall also resolve the issue of water pressure. The creatures that remain are hardly extraordinary. They are merely ordinary sea beasts that have grown massive by absorbing spiritual energy, the 13th counselor reassured him with a calming remark. The reason the 13th counselor sought assistance for Hua Nation was, of course, to gather living beings. He required sustenance through consumption. If he were to act alone against such numerous sea beasts, when would it ever conclude? Free labor was an opportunity not to be squandered. It can be done. The first envoy conceded after a moment's pause. The 13th counselor, aware of his thoughts, replied, In return, I shall impart a momentous secret and permit you to observe. He smiled. Oh, and this has the leader's tacit approval. A momentous secret? I am most eager, the first envoy smiled back. What information could possibly surpass the revelations of the abyss of Fishaz, or rather, the abyss of death? The 13th counselor chuckled. 7 days hence, on the night of the full moon, the moon goddess shall awaken. Chapter 175. An agreement reached 7 days later on the night of the full moon. The moon goddess was set to awaken. The first envoy suddenly felt a sense of breathlessness, a suffocating sensation overwhelming his mind. The moon goddess awakens? One of the three deities of dawn, the moon goddess, who governs the world's polar forces, is about to rise. A true deity, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, plucking stars and seizing the moon. In light of this revelation, the tidings from the abyss of Fishaz seemed trivial in comparison. In fact, the envoy suspected that the unusual phenomena of the impending full moon were manifestations heralding the moon goddess's revival. However, being a seasoned individual, he quickly regained his composure. Very well, Hua Nation may deploy its forces, but the slain sea beasts shall belong to Hua Nation, he asserted. That will not do, the 13th counselor replied, shaking his head. I understand your thoughts. You wish to explore the secrets of spiritual energy from these creatures tainted by it. The first envoy remained silent, quietly observing the 13th counselor, for indeed, this was his intention. The spiritual energy within these sea beasts is imbued with a demonic nature. It can affect one's mind and is ultimately unusable. You would find it utterly worthless, the 13th counselor elucidated. The first envoy's expression stiffened. Such was the case. Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural that the abyss of Fishaz, known as the abyss of death, would seal malevolent, extraordinary beings and possess malevolent spiritual energy. Of course, Dawn shall not permit you to assist without recompense. The 13th counselor smiled, having received the leader's instructions. Upon the resurrection of the moon goddess's reincarnation, her power began to return, although her memories would not. Thus, it is requested that Mr. 1 escort her to Yanjing for protection. Mr. 1 was taken aback. Protect the reincarnation of the moon goddess? Are you sure you meant to say that? Wait a moment. A wave of joy washed over him. The implication was that the moon goddess would be stationed in Huagua. A deity residing here? What must we do? Mr. 1 inquired. This is a genuine divine being. We must treat her with the utmost respect. There is nothing you need to do. Simply restrain your people and avoid provoking the moon goddess. Her resurrection is merely the restoration of power. Her memories will not return, so she may find it difficult to adapt to her identity for some time. You will need to exert effort in this regard, the 13th counselor stated. Rest assured, although Mr. 1 did not understand why the Dawn would send a divine reincarnation to Yanjing, it was evident that this situation held more advantages than disadvantages for Huagua, and thus he saw no reason to refuse. Furthermore, I hope your people will refrain from any inappropriate actions towards the moon goddess. Remember, there is a distinction between the celestial and the mortal. The leader forbids the deities of dawn from becoming emotionally involved. Should such behavior be discovered, both the moon goddess and your people will face the wrath of dawn. The 13th counselor's tone turned icy as he spoke. This Qin Ge has indeed considered the implications. Look at those protagonists who are mere pawns, while the heroine is surrounded by powerful figures. Qin Ge fears that the moon goddess he has painstakingly cultivated might be whisked away by some unknown man. Losing a Chu Sweki would be inconsequential, but losing a moon goddess would deal a significant blow to Qin Ge's grand plan. Mr. 1 felt a weight in his heart and nodded. Rest assured, I will keep my subordinates in check. In truth, upon hearing that the moon goddess had not regained her memories, Mr. One had also contemplated the situation. If someone were to win her affection, it would be akin to gifting a deity. This would be a tremendous boon for Huagua. However, it now seemed unlikely. Given the actions of Dawn's organization, there's a high probability they would seek to annihilate Huagua. As for whether they could do so with the moon goddess present, Mr. One believed the answer was obvious. Within the hierarchy of Dawn's organization, the three deities are classified as third tier, with the high priest of the second tier and the Lord of Dawn at the first tier. How does one navigate this? The biological son of the commander of the Huagua Navy is the current leader of Dawn, the Lord of Dawn. With such connections, as long as Huagua does not act recklessly, the benefits will undoubtedly be plentiful. Why would he undertake such a thankless task? This is the identity and information regarding the moon goddess's reincarnation. With a casual gesture, the 13th counselor produced a bound document that appeared on the table. Mr. One picked it up and quickly skimmed through it. In the relationship section, he was astonished to see the glaring name Qin Ge next to Chu Sweki. The 13th counselor nodded. The reincarnation of the moon goddess is not only a classmate of the leader, but they also share the same desk. The astonishment in number one's eyes remained unabated. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate act? The fact that both the Lord of Dawn and the reincarnated moon goddess are classmates and desk partners inevitably invites speculation. However, Qin Ge's journey to Long County was at the behest of Qin Ge, suggesting it was not premeditated. Nevertheless, the methods of extraordinary beings are often enigmatic. One cannot dismiss the possibility that Qin Ge employed some means to ensure Qin Ge transported him to Long County. Ultimately, regardless of the circumstances, number one only needed to be aware that the moon goddess was on the brink of revival and would be guided by their nation, which sufficed. Although Qin Ge had strictly ordered against brainwashing the moon goddess, it was acceptable to ensure she felt a sense of closeness to their country, especially since she was of their heritage. Number one was confident that, given the depth of their nation's resources, it would be feasible to sway an 18-year-old girl. Of course, had the moon goddess retained her memories, number one would not have dared to engage in such scheming. Who could fathom how long this deity had existed? However, the current moon goddess was merely Chu Sweki, an 18-year-old girl, which rendered matters considerably simpler. Rest assured, we will safeguard the moon goddess, Your Majesty. Number one asserted with conviction. Indeed, you should have a plan in mind, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The leader has granted you 2 days to prepare. After that, the leader will escort you to the abyss of death to address the menace of the sea beasts, the 13th counselor stated. Besides weapons and equipment, what else do we need to prepare? Number one inquired. Warm clothing. The 13th counselor replied with a smile. What do you mean? Number one paused, somewhat perplexed by the 13th counselor's implication. Literally, just do as instructed. Otherwise, your soldiers may not exhibit their full combat potential, the 13th counselor remarked casually. Very well. I shall take my leave. Prepared diligently. The 13th counselor stood up. Understood. Farewell, number one responded as the 13th counselor waved and, in a flash of light, vanished from sight. Number one gazed at the spot where the 13th counselor had departed, a flicker of contemplation in their eyes. The revival of the moon goddess, was it? Chapter 176. Daily life the following day in Long County at the Sioux residence. Upon returning from a trip, the experimental program generously granted a 2-day holiday. Today marked the first day of this holiday, as well as the commencement of the break. Oh dear, upon reflection, it feels rather uncomfortable. As Sue-Ing gradually awakened from her slumber and slowly opened her eyes, the sunlight outside was already radiant, illuminating her sunlit room. The autumn sun was gentle, lacking the harshness of summer's heat or the chill of winter's cold. Its warmth enveloped her face pleasantly. Sue-Ing, still in a daze, sat up, scratching her slightly itchy hair, her beautiful sakura pink locks tousled into a nest. She brought her hand, which had been ruffling her hair, to her nose. An indescribable odor wafted into her nostrils. How unpleasant, Sue-Ing frowned, commenting that 2 days without washing her hair had left it smelling foul. A vexing matter indeed. I wash my hair every day, and you, lazy one, can go 2 days without it. The sudden sound startled Sue-Ing, and upon closer inspection, she discovered Qin Ge seated beside her writing desk, engrossed in her phone. What are you shouting about so early in the morning? Qin Ge remarked without even lifting her head. Seriously? You sneak into my room like a ghost and then reprimand me? Su Ying glared at Qin Ge in discontent. Your mother asked me to wake you for breakfast. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to disturb you. Qin Ge replied, putting down her phone and gazing at Su Ying. How did you get in here? Su Ying questioned suspiciously. You didn't even shut the door. Qin Ge answered irritably. Su Ying's bravado faltered as she recalled that. Indeed, she might have left it ajar. How long have you been here? Are you a walking question mark? Qin Ge stood up and playfully tapped Su Ying on the forehead, instantly rousing her from her sleepy haze. I've only been here a few minutes. Hurry up and get out of bed. I'm heading out. With that, she turned and left. Su Ying stuck out her tongue at Qin Ge's retreating figure and made a face before reluctantly rising from her bed to wash up. After breakfast, Su Ying approached Qin Ge, who was lounging on the sofa in a relaxed manner, her hair freshly washed and dressed. Accompany me for some shopping. I want to buy a new pair of shoes, Su Ying stated as she stood over Qin Ge. Qin Ge glanced at Su Ying's long legs, realizing she was well aware of her own assets. The white leggings she wore accentuated her flawless, alluring legs. All legs below the neck, while perhaps an exaggeration, aptly described her striking limbs. However, despite her admiration for long legs, Qin Ge was not a leg enthusiast. I'm not going, she replied without hesitation, casting a sidelong glance at Su Ying. You must go, Su Ying retorted, grabbing Qin Ge's arm fiercely. I won't. Qin Ge easily broke free from Su Ying's grip with a casual motion. What a rare holiday. Why would you want to spend it accompanying this demanding girl on a shopping spree? Staying home was far more appealing. Are you going or not? Su Ying glared at Qin Ge through gritted teeth. Not going. Qin Ge's resolve remained unyielding. Not going? Fine then. Su Ying huffed, her pride stung, and turned to leave. Watching Su Ying's confident departure, Qin Ge turned back to the sofa and relaxed once more. Where's Xiaoying? Lu Li inquired upon returning home from work, noticing Qin Ge sprawled on the sofa, but not seeing Su Ying. She went shopping, Qin Ge replied nonchalantly. Lu Li worked in a governmental department, clocking in and out daily, her hours being relatively short. Why didn't you go? She asked. I didn't want to. It's a rare holiday. It's much better to stay at home, Qin Ge said casually. All right then. What do you want for lunch? I'll take you both out. I don't feel like cooking. What about my uncle? He is away on business in Magic City. It's just us three ladies. The local dialect of Long County is truly vast and inclusive. All right, let us indulge in a buffet, Qin Ge suggested. Having embodied the template of Sun Wukong and acquired the physique of a scion, Qin Ge discovered an unexpected side effect, an insatiable appetite. 10 servings of rice were hardly sufficient to satisfy him. For Qin Ge, a buffet was the most economical choice. There's a newly opened barbecue buffet on Gold Street, priced at $47 per person. Let us give it a try, Lu Li proposed. Is there beef? Of course. Excellent. Thus, without seeking the consent of Su Ying, the lunch venue was decided. Xiao, you shouldn't just laze around at home. You used to frequent the gym, but now you've stopped. ISNT membership card a waste? Lu Li remarked while changing her shoes. It's fine. Qin Ge waved his hand dismissively. Soon, the muscle you worked hard to build will turn back into fat, Lu Li pointed out. Qin Ge poked his chest. It felt solid. No worries there. To be honest, with Qin Ge's scion physique, even a year of inactivity wouldn't cause his muscles to diminish, a distinctive trait of scion lineage. I understand, Qin Ge replied earnestly. He couldn't exactly tell Lu Li that he was a scion, could he? I'm not even human anymore. Well then, go change your clothes. Just look at what you're wearing, Lu Li pointed out. Qin Ge was still dressed in his pajamas. Understood. Gold Street, currently the most bustling area in Long County, was once known as Business Trade City 5 years ago. What will be called in the future remains uncertain. Gold Street is a hodgepodge, somewhat reminiscent of a department store. It has everything: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The newly opened barbecue buffet is conveniently located just below the entrance of Gold Street. Qin Ge, Lu Li, and behind them, a visibly exasperated Su Ying, made their way there. Su Ying had been happily shopping with Chu Xiaodao when Lu Li's sudden phone call summoned her back, much to her annoyance. With a scowl, Su Ying trailed behind them. While Qin Ge and Lu Li conversed cheerfully, Su Ying couldn't help but wonder who the real family members were. The new barbecue buffet was bustling with patrons, though it wasn't yet at the point of requiring a queue. Lu Li had made reservations online, allowing the trio to enter immediately upon arrival. As soon as Su Ying stepped inside, she spotted a familiar face not far away. Xiao Tao, she exclaimed in surprise, quickly making her way to Chu Xiaotao's side. Qin Ge and Lu Li turned to see what the commotion was about. Shall we join them? Lu Li suggested. Sure. Chapter 177, Like a Daughter-in-Law Peach. You're here too. Qin Ge and Lu Li approached, smiling at Chu Xiaotao. What a coincidence, Chu Xiaotao replied with a smile, standing up to greet Lu Li. Hello, Auntie. Hello. Lu Li wore a smile on her face, her gaze slightly scrutinizing as she assessed Chu Xiaotao. Chu Xiaotao remained oblivious to this, standing quietly. All right, everyone. No need to stand. Please take a seat, Qin Ge gestured. Lu Li nodded in agreement, and the four of them settled down. Chu Xiaotao and Su Ying sat together, while Qin Ge and Lu Li occupied the seats opposite them. Xiaoying, why don't you and Xiao he go fetch some snacks? Are you going? Liu Ling kidat, directing her attention to Chu Xiaotao. Chu Xiaotao shook her head. I want to go. Xiaoying, could you please bring me some? Fine, Su Ying replied, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Ge before turning to leave. Qin Ge shrugged and followed her. Earlier, Auntie, did you call Qin Ge Xiaohe? Yes. Xiaohe is Qin Ge's nickname, Lu Li casually divulged. Is it the inn of phrase hoeing under the midday sun? Chu Xiaotao asked. Indeed, that's the character, Lu Li affirmed, finding a favorable first impression of Chu Xiaotao, who was indeed quite lovely, fitting perfectly with Mu Mingkong's standards. Su Cheng and Qin Di were brothers, and as Su Cheng's wife, Lu Li naturally knew Qin Di's wife, Mu Mingkong. Once Qin Ge had confirmed his visit to Long County, Mu Mingkong had instructed Lu Li to keep a close watch on the women surrounding Qin Ge, each one to be regarded with the same scrutiny as a prospective daughter-in-law. The first criterion? She must be beautiful. In Mu Mingkong's words, the Qin family's looks were somewhat lacking, necessitating the enhancement of the female lineage S genes. Lu Li wholeheartedly agreed. While neither Old Master Qin nor Qin Di could be called unattractive, they merely met the baseline standard. Qin Ge was relatively good-looking, surpassing both his father and grandfather. Why? Because his mother, Mu Mingkong, was once the most beautiful woman in Yanjing, blessed with exquisite genes. Thus, in pursuit of a handsome grandson, Mu Mingkong's primary criterion for selecting a daughter-in-law was, without question, beauty. Of course, it had to be natural beauty. No surgical enhancements were permitted within the Qin household. Furthermore, there were numerous other requirements. Mu Mingkong's standards for a daughter-in-law were exceedingly lofty. However, considering the Qin family's esteemed position, one could hardly argue against it. Although Huagua prides itself on fairness and transparency, wherever there are people, hierarchies inevitably exist. The Qin family's standing in Huagua is deeply entrenched, akin to a towering tree, robust and impressive. The direct descendants of the Qin family are few, primarily following a singular bloodline, with an extremely strict upbringing that few dare to contest. As for the collateral branches, anyone daring to break the law or violate family rules would not only be expelled from the Qin family genealogy, but would also be stripped of all rights granted by the main family. While instances of being ousted from the main family are relatively rare, they are not unheard of. There was once a branch that, after being cast out of the genealogy, fell into despair and turned to drug manufacturing in the Golden Triangle, rapidly rising through the foreign connections they had established while still in the Qin family. Upon learning of this, Old Master Qin was infuriated and, in his rage, reported the matter to the authorities, seeking action from Long Tongue. On that occasion, the venerable Mr. Qin, still in the prime of his life, personally led a team against the notorious Qin drug trafficking syndicate operating in the Golden Triangle. Out of 376 members, 106 met their demise, while 270 were apprehended and subsequently sentenced to death. This marked the most significant eradication of drug traffickers since the establishment of the Republic of China, a case that has since been revered as a textbook example by anti-narcotics units. Concurrently, this incident drew considerable attention to the Qin family, a burgeoning clan of remarkable heritage. However, as the family expanded, so did the complexities of its management, necessitating a rigorous selection process for the direct descendants. This was especially true for the prospective matriarch of the Qin family. Nevertheless, Lu Li's initial impression of Chu Xiaotao was quite favorable. She was strikingly beautiful, possessed an admirable figure, and exhibited grace and politeness, embodying the essence of a refined lady. Yet, this was merely the first hurdle. Numerous other criteria lay ahead. Unbeknownst to Chu Xiaotao, The middle-aged matron before her was already mentally calibrating her standards for a suitable daughter-in-law of the Qin family. The two engaged in casual conversation, creating an atmosphere that was far from awkward and rather congenial. "What brings you here, Taozi?" Qin Ge inquired with curiosity. "I am uncertain," Suing replied, equally surprised to encounter Chu Xiaotao in this setting. "Do you not feel a sense of surprise?" Suing teased Qin Ge. "A little," he admitted candidly, harboring a favorable disposition towards Chu Xiaotao. The striking beauty was certainly not someone he would dismiss. "Haha," Suing chuckled, playfully patting Qin Ge on the shoulder. "Shall I assist in making introductions?" "You might as well refrain," Qin Ge replied, shaking his head. "I have matters to attend to. I hardly have time for romance." Initially, he had wished to find a girlfriend, yet with pressing obligations unresolved, he found himself devoid of the luxury of time for love. While romance could be a source of joy, it was evident that Qin Ge was currently too occupied to embrace happiness. "Where did you disappear to yesterday afternoon?" Suing asked curiously, having taken a plate of bacon. "I was out attending to business," Qin Ge casually responded, grabbing a stack of beef slices. "Can you possibly finish all that?" Suing remarked, observing the numerous plates of beef he was cradling, which surely amounted to half a pound. "This is hardly enough to fill the gaps," Qin Ge replied nonchalantly, adding another stack of beef atop his collection before turning to return them. "Are you a pig? Stuffing your face like that?" Suing rolled her eyes, turning to select some desserts. As she was not constrained by budget, she decided to indulge according to her own tastes. Qin Ge continued to return with stack after stack of beef, successfully capturing the attention of others. The table was now heaped with beef, obscuring the faces of the four diners. "Xiaohe, do you think you can finish all that?" Liu Ling Kidat, eyeing the mountain of beef. "This is hardly sufficient," Qin Ge replied casually. He was unperturbed by the prospect of being discovered. In an age where numerous eating show stars existed, true gastronomes were not so rare. With a clap of his hands, Qin Ge commenced grilling the meat. The diners surrounding Qin Ge were increasingly drawn to his table. The reputation of the glutton was known far and wide, though few had witnessed such a spectacle in person. As time passed, the patrons' gazes grew somewhat vacant. 1 stack, 2 stacks, 3 stacks, food continued to be piled high. Plates beside Qin Ge were whisked away by the waitstaff one after another, yet he remained undeterred in his consumption. Some diners silently counted the plates he devoured. In Chapter 178, The Ice Age, he finally paused after consuming nearly 500 plates of beef. "Full? Not all," Qin Ge merely exclaimed. In reality, he hadn't even reached half-saturation. This ridiculous scion physique was capable of such gluttony that he felt even an entire cow might not suffice to sate him. However, should he continue, the onlookers might well regard him as a monstrosity. "System, delete all the videos these people have recorded," Qin Ge said while picking his teeth. Deleting. Completed. Under the admiring gazes of the other diners, Qin Ge and his companions departed. The following day, Qin Ge arrived early above the depths of the Fishaz abyss, gazing down upon the waters with a light chuckle as he retrieved the frostbox. Later that evening, at the Yanjing military district, all members of the Dragon team, alongside a battalion of soldiers, armored vehicles, and tanks, were fully armed. The soldiers stood quietly in the vast training ground, where brothers Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Tianyi, clad in camouflage, stood with heavy packs, awaiting orders. "Who knows why they had us bring our military overcoats?" Zhao Tianyi remarked with a shake of his head. "This mission is of utmost importance. The Fishaz Abyss is a forbidden zone for humanity, harboring extraordinary powers. Since the 13th Counselor instructed us to bring warm clothing, we shall comply," Zhao Tianlong responded. Indeed, Zhao Tianyi nodded in agreement. "Everyone prepare." Suddenly, a voice echoed above the training ground. "Everyone prepare." Zhao Tianlong immediately recognized the voice's owner, the 13th Counselor. He swiftly issued commands. As the overall commander of this operation, Zhao Tianlong's words carried significant weight. With his command, all soldiers readied themselves. Amidst the clouds above, the 13th Counselor concealed himself. "System, maximize the satellite's transmission power and transport these individuals to the Fishaz Abyss." "Understood. Adjusting power." "Power maximized. Initiating transport." Satellite transmission commencing. A colossal beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping all present, and in the next moment, the training ground was utterly devoid of any souls. In the highest conference chamber, the first Mr. remarked, "Director Zhao and his team have been successfully transported." "Understood." The first nodded, gazing into the distance. The abyss of death, the Fishaz abyss. A flash of light illuminated the surroundings. And when all the soldiers opened their eyes once more, they found themselves enveloped in a world of blue and white. They gazed in astonishment at this realm of ice and snow. The place they inhabited was entirely an icy expanse, with blue and white ice formations towering above them at a height of over 100 meters. Within the sea, they even spotted unfamiliar fish frozen in the ice. The ground beneath their feet was also a thick layer of blue and white ice, sprawling like a serpentine dragon into the distance. The ice above them formed a thick canopy, layer upon layer, freezing everything in its grasp. All that was visible was ice. Not a trace of seawater could be seen. An unknown source of illumination brightened this area. At that moment, a biting chill surged through each soldier's body, awakening them to the reason their superiors had insisted they don their military overcoats. They hastily set down their packs and wrapped themselves in the coats. Once clad in the overcoats, a wave of warmth enveloped them. It must be said, the military overcoat was infinitely warmer than any down jacket. "Welcome to the Fishaz Abyss," echoed the voice of the 13th counselor. Zhao Tianlong focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, the 13th counselor was floating in mid-air. "Mr. 13th, is this truly the Fishaz Abyss? Over 10,000 meters below sea level?" Zhao Tianlong inquired solemnly. "Indeed, you now stand in the Fishaz Abyss, the lowest point on Earth." The 13th counselor replied with a smile. "If you doubt this, you may inquire with your superiors using your communicators. However, I suggest you postpone that query for a moment. Allow me to introduce you to the situation here." The leader utilized immense power to freeze the Fishaz Abyss and the 5,000 meters above it. And these ice blocks are incredibly hard. Even bullets struggle to penetrate. Thus, you can rest assured that this place will not collapse. "Bullets cannot penetrate?" Zhao Tianlong gazed at the 13th counselor in shock. The 13th counselor chuckled lightly. "You may give it a try." Nodding, Zhao Tianyi aimed his firearm at the ice layer and fired several rounds. Tiny white dots appeared on the ice's surface, with bullets and casings ricocheting off, none able to breach the ice. Zhao Tianyi holstered his weapon. This was no ordinary ice. Its hardness surpassed that of a bulletproof vehicle, truly terrifying. Well then, as long as the leader does not lift the freeze, this ice will endure eternally. "You may confidently eliminate the sea beasts here," the 13th counselor stated. "An eternal frozen domain?" The term suddenly sprang to Zhao Tianlong's mind. "This is the map of the Fishaz Abyss," the 13th counselor gestured, and a visualization materialized in the air. Zhao Tianlong waved his hand, prompting a soldier to quickly seize a Polaroid camera and capture the image. "The red dot indicates your location." The 13th counselor pointed to the map as red dot. "The direction in which you currently face is east. Proceed eastward, for that dark expanse is the domain of the sea beasts. Remember, these creatures can be quite formidable. Do not allow them to close in on you, for the frigid temperatures and blinding light have rendered these sea beasts exceedingly weakened. You possess the capability to vanquish them, yet should they gain proximity, your demise would be most tragic." "We understand," Zhao Tianlong nodded gravely. "This location is suitable for making a fire. The leader has specifically designated an area for that purpose." The 13th counselor remarked, gesturing with a wave of his hand, causing an enormous carcass to materialize on the ground. "What is this?" Zhao Tianlong and his companions gazed in astonishment at the colossal body, exceeding 30 meters in length. "This is the corpse of a transcendent creature, which I slain and stored in my spatial compartment. The tainted spiritual energy has been purged. You may consume it without concern." "Is this for us to eat?" Zhao Tianlong inquired incredulously, pointing at the octopus's remains. "Indeed, its essence will sustain your energy expenditure. The essence of its flesh can not only replenish your strength, but also provide warmth. Although this carcass appears large, it is sufficient for your group for half a month." Zhao Tianlong marveled at the body. Despite its size, could it truly last them that long? The 13th counselor was not jesting. The flesh of these sea beasts, infused with temporal energy, possesses a density far superior, containing nutrients hundreds or even thousands of times that of beef, ensuring ample sustenance for your party. Furthermore, while the sea beasts are numerous, given the current destructive capacity of your weapons, you should easily eradicate them within half a month. "Very well, you may begin," the 13th counselor stated, making no further interventions. hovering in the air as he observed the soldiers. Zhao Tianlong nodded and signaled for everyone to follow. The main group gradually advanced, while the 13th counselor shook his head slightly and vanished from sight. Qin Ge had no time to wait for their conclusion. Their survival now rested solely upon their own abilities. Most of these individuals had undergone enhancements from human fortification serums, making the threat posed by these weakened sea beasts relatively minimal. Should any perish, Qin Ge would have nothing further to say. The following day, the experiment commenced. But an unusual group had arrived. Tsinghua University is coming to our school? Are you certain? Li Shuai looked bewildered at Wang Yuqing. I saw them in the principal's office this morning. It must be true, Wang Yuqing replied confidently. But why would Tsinghua come to our humble institution? Do they wish to recruit a few students? Li Shuai questioned, puzzled. Their conversation was not discreet, quickly drawing the attention of others. Tsinghua University. For students in ordinary classes, especially those in the third year from Huizhou, a province notoriously unwelcoming to the humanities, Tsinghua University was nothing short of an unattainable legend. However, indulging in a bit of gossip is not entirely out of the question. Chu Sueki sat at the front, listening to the enthusiastic conversations of those behind her. Yet a look of reluctance flickered in her eyes. In her previous life, the purpose of Tsinghua University's experiment was orchestrated by General Qin Ge, the father of Qin Ge, who had intended to discuss enrollment matters with him. However, due to my interference, Qin Ge had declined this opportunity. Now, as I have no connection with him, it is likely that he will not refuse this chance. Given my current academic standing, gaining admission to Tsinghua is still a formidable challenge. Although Chu Sueki has lived a second life and her grades have significantly improved, the prospect of entering Tsinghua remains a distant dream. She is currently able to maintain a total score of around 750, but if her memory serves her right, the cutoff for the liberal arts in Huizhou province as 19th National College entrance examination was exceedingly high. To have a chance at Tsinghua, one must score around 630 to 640, and that is with the benefit of points for coming from a poverty-stricken county. Yet, achieving a score of 600 in the liberal arts is no easy feat. It is quite rare for someone to experience such an extraordinary leap in academic performance in the humanities upon being reborn. At least, Chu Sueki finds herself incapable of such a feat. Sigh. What a troubling predicament, she thought, shaking her head in exasperation. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Qin Ge sat on the sofa, observing the visitors from Tsinghua, Professor Zhao, and several students. The principal of the experiment, the director, and Qin Ge's homeroom teacher stood nearby. You must be Qin Ge, the son of General Qin, Professor Zhao remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. General Qin? In the vast ranks of generals in Huagua, there are not many with the surname Qin. Only two. The founding father, Old Master Qin, and the invincible naval commander, Qin Wudi. It was evident who Qin Ge's father was. The son of a general. The gazes of everyone turned towards Qin Ge, now imbued with a newfound respect. What is it? Qin Ge inquired, directing his attention to Professor Zhao. He was not particularly fond of someone who so readily disclosed his identity. Since Zhao had not revealed his own identity, it was clear he wished to keep it concealed. Yet, this man had so brazenly exposed it, making it seem as though he possessed extensive knowledge. General Qin wants you to attend our university, and I am here to inquire about your willingness to do so. However, I believe you will not refuse, Professor Zhao said slowly, a subtle smile gracing his face. In his mind, it was improbable that even the son of a general would decline the opportunity to attend Tsinghua. Inquire about my willingness? Qin Ge, possessing keen insight, quickly discerned the underlying motives of this elderly gentleman. Was he so certain that Qin Ge would decide to join Tsinghua? I recall that my father has the privilege of enrolling me in any university in the country. Qin Ge responded with a smile. A sense of unease crept into Professor Zhao's heart. He had become somewhat overconfident. Securing the son of a general would undoubtedly benefit Tsinghua, and as the one making the offer, he would reap the rewards. However, there was one crucial detail he was unaware of. Qin Ge was no ordinary person. He was an extraordinary being, the leader of extraordinary individuals on Earth. I shall not attend Tsinghua, Qin Ge stated. Unlike some individuals lacking substance, yet feigning superiority, he possessed his own confidence. Whether it stemmed from the Qin family or his extraordinary abilities, these were the reasons behind Qin Ge's audacity. Those with conviction often approach tasks with greater directness. Why? Professor Zhao gazed at Qin Ge in astonishment. He had truly declined. The principal and others approached, intending to persuade Qin Ge, for this was Tsinghua, the finest university in the nation, renowned globally as a prestigious institution. I wish to attend Yenjing University. Qin Ge replied with a slight smile. Indeed, this reason was difficult to contest. For nearly a century, Tsinghua and Yenjing University have been rivals, their educational standards being closely comparable. It has been said that China's key universities are divided into two tiers. Tsinghua and Yenjing University belong to the first tier, while other prominent universities fall into the second tier. This perennial rivalry has led to a spectacle each year, as top scholars from across the country witness the admissions offices of Tsinghua and Yenjing University vying fiercely before them, while representatives from other universities tremble in their presence. Two titans, neither able to outdo the other. Now that Qin Ge has expressed his desire to forego Tsinghua in favor of Yenjing University, what could Professor Zhao possibly say? To claim Yenjing University is inferior? Such words would be met with disbelief. Tsinghua lacks the standing to disparage Yenjing, just as Yenjing has no grounds to criticize Tsinghua. These two giants are beyond reproach. Very well, in that case, I shall take my leave, Qin Ge concluded. Until we meet again.